All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to be broke, unhealthy, lonely, and dumb. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first financial ruin, then physical decline, relational isolation, mental dullness, inversion, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's talk about how to basically achieve financial ruin. Now, if you want to stay broke for life, you basically need to ignore everything that leads to financial independence and freedom. This is going to be your ultimate formula for permanent struggle. So if you apply these principles, then you can basically guarantee yourself a future filled with stress, missed opportunities, and a feeling of being stuck while others pass you by. Now, most people never realize how easy it really is to self-sabotage their bank accounts, but you're about to learn how to really perfect the art. These are going to be the golden rules of poverty. Now, the first one would be denial. Every time you feel anxiety about money, try to bury it, numb it, let yourself believe things will work out. The universe provides, right? So lose yourself in the shallow end. New shoes, food delivery, that third streaming service that you really need. The money will trickle out, a leak that you should never ever bother to patch. And don't read your bills, stuff them in a drawer, and if a payment bounces, blame the bank. Now, bonus points if you actually call the bank and ruin the person's day. Say it's just a technicality and it's what grown-ups do. Then craft stories so convincing that even you start to believe them. The economy is broken, it's impossible to save, rich people cheat. The world has conspired against you since the day you were born. So how could you possibly get ahead? You're just a cog in the wheel, right? So when someone around you wins, make sure to judge them in your mind and talk about luck. Never ask about what they sacrificed or how they did it. They must have cheated anyway. So downplay their achievements and character traits so you can feel better. Make sure to never negotiate, never ask for a raise, never pitch your skills or services. Stay in your lane, head down, grumbling about how you're undervalued. Remember, selling yourself or anything for that matter is evil. Now, the easiest way to lose is to make sure no one sees you, so don't apply for that job. Don't send the invoice. Someone else will always eat first. And when opportunities come, make sure to look the other way. Then convince yourself you weren't ready. Tell yourself next time, as if there will be one, and wait for the perfect moment, always. Then spend money like you'll never die and never retire. Or actually convince yourself of the opposite. You're young and tomorrow might never come, so spend it all. Upgrade your phone before the old one is paid off. Buy more clothes, more vacations. You deserve a break too, right? So fill your apartment and life with things that fill the silence, but not the whole. See, click, and buy. Delay is for losers. Subscription renewals are just background noise, so forget that gym membership you haven't used since January. That's the price of aspirational living. The only action you should take is basically buying as quickly as possible. Never delaying, never questioning. Now, that is where the fun really starts. Rack up your credit card like it's monopoly money. Minimum payments, that's just how you keep the game going. Compound interest is magic. It multiplies your pain with zero effort on your side. Now, let the numbers balloon. There's no coming back anyway, so you might as well splurge on that weekend getaway. And tell yourself debt is just how modern life works. Everyone does it, and anyone who says otherwise is actually privileged. Become very inconsistent in everything you do. Blame it on the fact that you're actually still figuring things out. So start a business and then quit after 2 weeks because it got really hard. Then buy a course, a book, coaching, but never actually start because learning stops in college and university after all, and you've studied enough. It's time to take a break. Make sure to start saving and use the money to order food. Keep repeating because the pattern is the point. Create a hamster wheel with no exit. Now, make sure you also become dependent on other people. Lean on family, milk their generosity until the well runs dry. Let your parents bail you out once again, because it's their job, isn't it? You never asked to be born. If not on your family, make sure you lean on your friends. You're all in this together after all, right? So they have it figured out anyway, and they were probably dealt better cards as well. Any money they give you, you deserve. The guilt is just their problem. If you feel guilty, don't worry, just buy yourself some new clothes. You'll forget about it pretty quickly. And as long as someone else is holding the safety net, you never need to learn to walk the wire. So make sure you always have someone holding that safety net. Also, wait for a windfall. Buy lottery tickets. Fantasize about getting discovered, being rich overnight, or that one crypto coin that will solve everything just goes to the moon. The only work you should put in is praying that the world will change while you stay the same. Saving is also something you'll just start tomorrow, and earning more is next year's problem. As long as your screen glows, reality can wait. Play games, scroll TikTok, watch rich versus poor videos, and never actually do anything. Now, you should also fixate on what you can't have. Make lists of things to buy when it all works out, and measure your worth by your possessions. Spend energy chasing status and looking rich. Scroll through other people's highlight reels, hate them, and never ask how they built it. You don't want to know. You just want to look rich. Tell yourself that if you just had X, everything would be different. And when the emptiness creeps in, numb yourself with small treats. Food, drink, another Amazon purchase at 2 a.m. It's anesthesia. The hangover is part of the ritual. After the crash, tell yourself you actually deserved it. It's a hard day, it's a bad week, and life's too short to go without. Never break the cycle. Routine is its own drug. Also, surround yourself with other broke thinkers, people who see ambition as cringe, people who only post memes about being poor instead of learning how to actually change it. Stay in that group chat where everyone mocks hustle culture and shares screenshots of their cheap McDonald's order like it's a badge of honor. You'll never outgrow what you constantly reinforce, so keep being there. And if you do try to change, they'll pull you back down because you're crabs in a bucket. So don't worry, just keep being in the chat. Keep letting your broke uncle lecture you on what's actually realistic. He has been working a job he hates for the last 30 years, and now so will you. And you'll chase their approval instead of your own potential, and that's the goal. Keep blasting music that tells you to pop bottles, fly private, and spend racks at the club. And while there's nothing wrong with the music, more importantly, make sure you believe you should do those things, that this is what you want your life to be. And let every chorus hypnotize you into thinking that the Dom Perignon bottle in the club is your birthright. After all, you need it to feel good, right? So just do it. You're only young once. Just keep drowning in video games. Pretend you're conquering kingdoms while your real life actually collapses. Hit level 99 in a pixel world while your credit score free falls. And why build your life when you can buy a video game and build a castle from diamond blocks? Also, avoid budgets at all costs. Call them restrictive and boring, and keep every number in your head until you can't really remember where your money went. Shrug when your account is overdrawn, and get used to the feeling of dread when opening your banking app. Never look at your spending, never log your income, never calculate margins. Financial illiteracy is the oxygen of the broke, and that's what we're aiming to be here. So if you don't look at the numbers, maybe the panic will go away. And treat your finances like a casino. Maybe you'll win, maybe you'll lose. You never know. Let every paycheck disappear within a week, and let your finances become a foggy mess of stress, guilt, and forgotten subscriptions. Also, never set any financial goals. They're cringe after all. So float through life hoping something will come up. Let fate decide your bank balance and wait for a magical windfall instead of building wealth step by step, without ever really starting something and sticking with it because it's too slow anyway. Watch years pass without ever getting closer to your dreams, and tell yourself you have plenty of time, even as you waste another decade. Use busyness as an alibi for your inaction, and one day you'll realize you never even tried, but that's okay, because that was the goal. Always refuse to invest in yourself. Courses, coaching, books, skills, those are just luxuries, right? And you tell yourself it's too expensive, too risky, too much of a gamble on yourself. Yet, somehow, dropping a couple thousand on a new iPhone or blowing cash on an impulse Amazon delivery or Uber Eats feels cheap and necessary because it's self-care. Growth is overpriced. Stagnation is always a bargain. Any purchase that entertains you or helps you forget is actually worth it. Anything that might actually challenge you, stretch you, upgrade your life, create new opportunities, or force you to think and grow, that's clearly a scam. In fact, the only thing that's not a scam is the people who call everything else a scam. Never spend $100 on a few books that might actually change you, but when it comes to spending twice that on a single night out that leaves you emptier in every regard, don't even blink. That's what's called balance. Your priorities should be set to self-sabotage by default. So stay mentally allergic to abundance, believe you're just one of those people who could never get ahead, and anyone who thinks otherwise is actually just wishful, will never make it, or is clearly crazy. Set ceilings for yourself and never actually question them. Set ceilings for others, and when they break through, call them privileged or lucky. The excuse doesn't really matter, just make one up. Repeat your parents' and teachers' beliefs about money, and repeat them to everyone you know. Bring your circle down with you. Then say, I'm just not good with money, and never actually challenge it. Let jealousy of the wealthy turn into bitterness. They're lucky, privileged, evil lizards after all. So criticize anyone more successful than you, then scroll TikTok for hours. And get lost in fantasy instead of really facing your finances. Make up conspiracies and waste your life trying to prove them, rather than proving yourself you could become someone great too. Now, when reality finally slaps you awake, freak out. Sell what little you have for pennies. Call family and friends for favors. Rack up more debt on your credit card. And don't forget to blame the system. That's an important part. Blame the politicians, blame the system, blame your parents and your upbringing. Never blame yourself. Then repeat the cycle again. You wanted to avoid pain, so you built a life around that one idea. Now, pain is all you have. The bills keep coming, the calls get louder, the world closes in. The worst part, you did it so slowly you can't even remember when you made the first cut. You think it's just money, you tell yourself you're not materialistic, that poverty is a badge of honor. But it's not just the money. It's time, freedom, peace, and choices. It's everything you could have been, lost in the fog of self-deception. But money is only one part of starvation. The damage spreads. The emptiness follows you into every corner of your life, and what starts in your wallet spreads into your body, your relationships, and your mind. Next comes the physical decay. Let's completely destroy our health. So, physical decline. Staying unhealthy isn't just really a series of mistakes, it's a complete way of living. Now, most people underestimate how many little choices it takes to really ruin your body and guarantee chronic fatigue, low energy, and a pile of symptoms you blame on bad genetics. Now, perpetual decline is a lifestyle, not a coincidence. So, if you want to remain physically stuck and miserable, this is the masterclass. First, make sitting your default state. Every hour spent moving is a wasted hour you could spend on the couch. Let comfort dictate your movement. If it feels easy, make sure to do a lot more of it. And if it's even slightly uncomfortable, avoid it at all costs. Say you're too tired or too busy to walk, stretch, or move, and repeat this until your body forgets how to move at all. Call people that go to the gym meatheads and never actually lift a weight yourself. Tell yourself you earned a rest after a day of staring at screens, and lose yourself in endless hours of TV, games, and scrolling, and let entire evenings disappear in a blur of Netflix autoplay. Dive deep into fake worlds while your real body rusts. Eat for pleasure and not for health. Food is comfort after all, not fuel. So every craving is a command that you need to obey. Make processed snacks and take out your main food groups and get hooked on sugar, salt, and grease. Let every meal be a huge dopamine hit. Set up routines where fast food solves all of your problems, from boredom to celebration, and order food often. Cooking involves moving, and we're trying to minimize that as much as possible. Also, ignore hunger and fullness, overeat at every meal, and always go back for seconds and thirds. Treat portion sizes as a joke and pile your plate high and finish it no matter what. And never leave food behind, even when you feel sick. Now, make sure you make sleep optional. Sacrifice rest for just one more episode, one more scroll, and one more drink. Ignore the clock, stay up as late as you want, and brag about how little sleep you get. Wear exhaustion like a badge of honor. Complain about being tired, but refuse to go to bed early. Actually, on the opposite spectrum, make sure you are proud of the amount of caffeine you take in a day because you didn't sleep well. Tell yourself you've always been a night owl, so why fight it? And create the worst sleep environment possible. Keep your room bright, noisy, and filled with distractions. Scroll on your phone right up until you pass out and leave dirty clothes, junk food wrappers, and clutter everywhere to guarantee unrest. Also, normalize alcohol, junk food, and nicotine and other self-destructive substances, as many as possible, as part of your daily routine. Blame stress or celebration for every drink, cigarette, or binge, and convince yourself it's just what everyone does. Copy the worst habits of your friends and then do them 10 times more. Use substances as a treat for surviving another miserable day, and let dependency sneak in quietly until you can't imagine a day without your fix. Say you're not addicted, you're just enjoying life, and laugh off any warnings from others and just keep going. Forget about water. Prioritize soda, energy drinks, and coffee, and never drink plain water unless you're absolutely parched, and even then, make sure you look for something else first. Replace hydration with sugar and caffeine and make every beverage an energy spike or a crash. Chase short bursts of energy and then crash hard and repeat. Train your body to crave more sugar, more chemicals, and more stimulation. Ignore any thirst. If you feel a headache or fatigue, assume it's anything but dehydration. Blame your mood, your work, or your luck, and never your habits. Forget that water even exists on most days. Make sure you create a living space that makes it impossible to thrive. Let clutter, dust, and chaos accumulate, and keep junk food within arm's reach and gym equipment buried in the attic, if you even have any. Fill every room with glowing screens and endless noise, and allow your surroundings to drag your mood and motivation lower every day. Keep your environment closed off from any sunlight and fresh air, and shut the curtains, keep the lights dim, and avoid nature. Let air go stale and convince yourself it doesn't really matter, or that it makes you more creative or anything or something like that. Ignore your body's warning signs and push through pain and neglect any recovery, and then act surprised when you break down. Treat pain as weakness and brag about never taking rest days or seeking help, because that's weakness after all. Pop painkillers instead of listening to your body and jump back into activity too soon, making things worse. Refuse to learn proper form or technique for anything physical because you don't want to seem stupid. Skip warm-ups and cool-downs because nobody's got time for that, and never ask for help, never see a professional, and hope it all sorts itself out. Make sure to skip checkups, ignore symptoms, and hope everything works out. Push off appointments until it's urgent, then panic when things get serious, and say you're too busy for the doctor even as you waste hours online. Tell yourself health problems will just go away on their own, and ignore advice and dismiss test results. Assume you know better than any expert, so why listen? You know everything after all, and refuse every suggestion for lifestyle change, no matter how minor. Stay totally unaware of your own body. Don't track symptoms, don't notice patterns, and don't care what happens. Feel like your body is something that just happens to you, not something that you can actually control. Let each new ache or pain feel random, out of your hands, and become numb to fatigue, tension, or discomfort. Normalize misery. Be genuinely shocked when your health collapses, blaming it on bad luck, and never connect your choices to your outcomes with anything, not just your health. Accept feeling lousy as your new baseline. This playbook guarantees weight gain, chronic illness, and a body that just can't keep up, but there's more to lose than just your health. Relationships and connection are next in line for destruction. So let's see how easy it is to push everyone away. Let's talk about relational isolation. Now, if you're trying to guarantee loneliness, disconnection, and a complete lack of intimacy, then there's a playbook for that too. It's made of simple, quiet, little decisions. Micro-neglect, unspoken resentments, ignored messages. Most people don't lose relationships. They rot them from the inside out, slowly, passively, and predictably. Now, if you want to destroy your love life, your friendships, and any shot at emotional connection, just follow these simple, easy steps and let your relationships die quietly while you convince yourself it's not your fault, because it isn't. Always put your needs first, even when it comes at the cost of everyone else. Make your world revolve entirely around you and expect others to orbit. And if they don't, then they don't deserve you. Treat people like vending machines. If they don't give you what you want, get irritated, withdraw, or punish them with silence. Expect others to accommodate you without ever doing the same in return, because you are entitled to their life after all. Now, if someone doesn't behave the way you want, try to manipulate, shame, and guilt trip them until they do, because if they wanted to, they would. That's how the saying goes, right? And never pause to ask how they're feeling or what they need. Relationships aren't about listening or giving. or listening or giving. They're about getting. Let others talk, but don't actually hear them. Instead, think about what you want to say next. Minimize their concerns, wants, or needs, and flip the conversation back to yourself as much as possible. Avoid any hard conversations. Avoid vulnerability. Avoid saying what needs to be said. Hide behind silence until everything falls apart. And don't express love, admiration, or appreciation. That's weakness. Keep your compliments locked up and your affection rare. Let the people you love or like wonder if you actually care and keep them guessing. Make them earn closeness. Play emotionally manipulating games with their feelings that keep both you and them chained and distracted from any other area of your life or their life, and tell yourself showing or expressing emotions is weak or embarrassing, not realizing that it's not about whether you show or express emotions, but about how. Make sure to smile and nod when something bothers you, then hold grudges in secret and let resentment grow. Bonus points if you actually talk behind their back and turn other people against them too. Convince yourself you're just being chill, even though your silence is actually what's killing the connection. And say you'll talk about it later, but never do. Judge everyone by your personal rulebook. Be critical, harsh, and petty, and always find a reason to be disappointed in people. Because people just let you down always, right? Set invisible, uncommunicated standards for how others should behave and punish them when they don't meet them, even if you never actually told them what they were. Make sure to expect flawless behavior and then nitpick the tiniest imperfections. Everyone in your personal life should be compared to perfection except you and the influencers you follow. Never let people change or grow in your eyes. Lock them into a label. Believe that people can't actually change. Constantly compare your friends or partner to other people and tell them how someone else would have done it better. And build a silent case against people in your head. People are your enemies after all. So always feel like you're a little better than everyone else in the room, even if and especially when you secretly admire them. Bonus points if you can find something to criticize them about so you can devalue them in your head. Make sure to let your own lack of self-worth ruin every bond you form. Project your fears onto people until they can't take it anymore. Smother people with neediness. Make them responsible for your emotional state. Panic when someone pulls away even slightly and assume they're abandoning you. Text too much, call too much, overthink everything, and make them feel like they're walking on eggshells. Accuse them, question them, don't trust them ever. Invent stories in your head and treat them like facts and give the cold shoulder until they apologize for something they didn't even do. Make sure to let people in your life feel invisible. Stop showing up, stop checking in, and stop caring. Do the bare minimum. Be present when it's convenient and then disappear when things actually get real. Make sure you keep everything shallow. Never ask any meaningful questions or dig deeper. Let weeks or months go by without contact and call it being busy. Miss birthdays, important events, or anything that matters to them and say you've got a lot going on as if that makes the pain go away. Keep taking them for granted until they finally stop reaching out. Then continue with lying, hiding, withholding, inventing stories. Twist the truth to avoid any accountability and make yourself look good, at least to yourself. Twist any memories and reality if you have to. Protect your ego at all costs because it's fragile and we don't want to hurt it. So never admit when you're wrong. Never admit that the other person might be right. Even if you know they're right, keep it to yourself and never actually communicate it to them because that's weakness. When they call you out, make sure to change the subject or play the victim. Make them question their reality so you don't have to face your own. And keep little secrets until they become big betrayals. Erode trust slowly by making everything just a little bit shady. Create a habit of lying so natural you stop noticing you're actually doing it. And be a different person depending on who you're with. Never let anyone get to know the real you. Keep your mask on at all times. Present the version of yourself you think others want, not who you actually are. After all, remember, you don't actually like who you are, but don't admit that to yourself. Let relationships be built on image, not intimacy, vulnerability, or friendship. And burn out from pretending, then blame the other person for not getting you, even if the reason they're not getting you is that you're constantly hiding or changing who you are. Make sure to stay emotionally unavailable while pretending to be close. Pretend that you're a ride or die or a real one, even though you're none of these things, because remember rule 1, you're the center of the universe. Keep everyone just far enough away so that they can't hurt you, and eventually feel completely alone, even when you're surrounded by people. But blame it on them and that they can't handle your realness. Always make yourself the victim. Every breakup is their fault. Every fallout is what they did to you. Take zero responsibility. Tell yourself the same story over and over. Nobody understands me. Everyone leaves. I'm just too much. They can't handle me. I'm too good for them. Cherry pick evidence from your past to prove it's actually true and make loneliness part of who you are so you never have to risk changing. When something goes wrong, point fingers instantly and remember it's never actually your fault. Never ask how you contributed to the breakdown and refuse to grow or reflect because you're too busy feeling wronged. Make sure to let every past betrayal harden you. Stop trusting, stop opening up, expect the worst from everyone, become closed off, build walls so high no one can actually overcome them, and most importantly, wear that as a badge of honor. Build walls so high nobody can get in, even the people who love you. Tell yourself you're just being careful while you secretly long for closeness. And get used to feeling alone, even when you're in a relationship. Assume bad intentions before asking any questions. Read into texts, overthink everything, overanalyze their tone and body language, and look for signs of betrayal everywhere. Push people away before they can hurt you under the mask that you have high standards. And keep repeating these patterns and eventually the people you love will stop trying. You'll look around one day and realize there's no one left. You've achieved it. No romance, no deep friendships, no real connection, just you, your screen, your ghosts, and your stories about why it's everyone else's fault. But loneliness isn't the final frontier. There's still your mind to ruin. If you want to stay confused, anxious, and numb forever, then the next part will show you how to make that your reality. So let's talk about mental dullness. So if you want to stay mentally weak, emotionally scattered, and intellectually dull for the rest of your life, then you need to do one thing above all. Never think for yourself. Never think at all. Never sit with silence. Now, mental decline isn't achieved overnight. It happens gradually, invisibly, through tiny acts of neglect. So let your brain atrophy. Let your inner world go dim. Let distraction replace depth. This is how you kill your potential without ever feeling the blow. You don't need trauma to end up dumb, just daily avoidance of real thought. So the first step is to keep your mind busy with noise. Never let silence creep in. Fill every moment with stimulation so you never have to actually sit with your thoughts. Wake up and reach for your phone, fall asleep to the glow of your streaming service of choice, and let algorithms, politicians, news, media, and influencers decide what to think and when to think. Trust your explore page more than your own curiosity, and condition your attention span to reset every 15 seconds by watching short-form content all day. Leave videos, music, or TV playing in the background at all times and kill any quietness. Silence creates thoughts, and we don't want that here. Tell yourself it helps you focus, even if you know it doesn't, and start feeling anxious when it's too quiet, because if you can't kill the silence with noise, then make sure you have other vices to keep you occupied. Overconsume and underprocess. Keep hoarding information, but never actually digesting any of it. Listen to everything and understand absolutely nothing. Buy books, read a few pages, apply nothing. Use reading as a way to feel smart instead of actually getting smart. So, skim titles, scan blurbs, highlight quotes, never integrate the lessons. Make your bookshelf an altar to potential you'll never fulfill. When it comes to podcasts, play them on 2x speed while doing 3 other things. Let wisdom go in one ear and out of the other. Tell yourself it's productive while drowning in content you'll never remember. And never stop to reflect. Just hit next. Better yet, the best advice here is to not have a bookshelf or any books at all. Don't listen to podcasts or don't ever listen or watch any self-development content in general. They're all a scam anyway. You don't need them. Just put on the next trending show, the one all your friends are watching. You don't really like it, but they told you it's the best, so just pretend. You're definitely getting the biggest bang for your buck there. Make sure to avoid any deep thought. Distract yourself when big questions arise and dull your awareness with constant consumption. Never journal, never ask yourself what you actually want, just keep reacting. Move fast so you never feel what's beneath the surface. Stay mentally foggy and call it being chill. Outsource your opinions to influencers, Reddit, and memes, and let others think for you and call it staying informed. Absorb the loudest voice in the room, not the truest, and let curiosity die slowly. Ask fewer questions as you age. Shrink your wonder down to nothing. Stop exploring new topics unless they go viral and only learn what the algorithm tells you is cool. Repeat the same conversations, same jokes, same content loops forever. And roll your eyes at any new ideas. Assume you already know how the world works. You already know everything. Assume you know everything. And don't ever think you could or should change your opinion, even if your current one is holding you back or making no sense at all. You're always right. Dismiss anything unfamiliar, complex, or contradictory to your own beliefs and opinions as beneath you. Deep down, you're actually just afraid of being wrong. It's too much for your ego, and again, we're trying to protect that. Now, build your identity out of rigid beliefs that you never question, that are not even yours. Make your worldview a cage and never open the door. Cling to what you know, so you never have to feel the discomfort of learning, questioning, and thinking. It expends too much energy, and we don't want that. Treat every disagreement like an attack, not an invitation for a discussion. If someone has a different opinion, regardless of how much sense it makes, it is wrong. Filter every new idea through a lens of fear or ideology, and only follow voices that actually agree with you and confirm your own beliefs. Stay in the echo chamber. Confuse groupthink with truth and sacrifice independent thought for social belonging. Make sure you let your vocabulary shrink and stop expressing yourself. Keep your inner world vague and blurry. If someone speaks or writes clearer than you, they must be a nerd or they must have not written it themselves. Speak in cliches, buzzwords, and viral brain rot catchphrases, and remember, it makes you super cool. Repeat what everyone else is saying instead of forming your own ideas, and let your thinking get sloppy because your words are lazy. If someone uses words you don't understand, don't look them up in the dictionary. Just make sure you blame them for using big words to sound smart. Make sure you avoid any writing or articulating and let thoughts stay foggy because it's easier than clarity. No need to put an effort into communication or expressing yourself when you don't know how, right? So fear sounding stupid and saying nothing. Eventually, just forget how to even explain what you feel. Just open up Instagram and keep scrolling. Reject growth. Stay who you were 5 years ago and call it authenticity. Anyone that is growing in any way is stuck up and cheating somehow. You don't know how, but somehow they are. Rest hopeful in the belief that you will catch them one day. Make sure to choose ease over evolution and keep doing the same things even when they no longer serve you. This is how you've always done it. No need to change. Avoid anything and anyone that actually forces you to stretch. And say that that's just how I am when someone challenges your behavior. Turn feedback into personal offense or an insult and stay still and pretend it's intentional. You're just taking time to figure things out. Tell yourself you're trying to find your passion, even though you know that finding your passion actually requires taking some kind of action. But please, don't pay attention to the catch-22 you created. Remind yourself you're perfect the way you are, even if you know that the phrase doesn't mean that, and you're just using it as an excuse. Make sure you let your memory collapse. Over-rely on apps, reminders, and screens to hold what your brain used to carry. Forget names, ideas, and insights because you never bothered to store them. Let every detail slip through your mental fingers. Assume it doesn't matter because you'll Google it later, even if it never comes. And never challenge your recall or train your mind in any way. Let your brain get lazy. Let skills fade until they're gone completely and stay numb or reactive. Never learn to sit with, name, or regulate your emotions in any way. Let them control you or disappear entirely. Bottle everything up. Never feel what you're feeling. Just eat, scroll, drink, or work instead. Run from pain by avoiding presence and numb so hard you forget what joy even feels like. When it builds too long, lash out or break down, and feel embarrassed afterward, but never actually learn. Repeat until your emotions actually feel like enemies. Most importantly, and this is the most important point, guys, most importantly, while you sabotage your own life, make absolutely sure to criticize, ridicule, insult, mock, laugh at, hate, and tear down anyone who actually dares to try. Ridicule people who are building, improving, or even just showing up. Laugh at their effort. Call their goals cringe. Frame their discipline as delusion, because if you can't rise, at least drag others down to your level. Misery loves company, and that's the final form of misery. Hating anyone who reminds you that you had a choice. Now, follow this formula and you'll lose your edge. Your brain will turn to mush. You'll feel perpetually scattered, confused, anxious, or just vaguely bored. You won't know what's missing, but something always will be. And if you keep at it long enough, one day you'll look in the mirror and realize you don't even recognize yourself anymore. But hey, you made it. You're broke, unhealthy, lonely, and dumb. Now, with that being said, let's talk about the inversion. Look, most people live their entire lives chasing goals, never really realizing that one of the fastest ways to get what you want is really to look at the problem upside down. That's the art of inversion, and it's the mental model this whole training was built on. By learning how to stay broke, unhealthy, lonely, and dumb, you see all the invisible traps and self-sabotage in high definition so you can actually flip the script and do the opposite. So if you don't want a life like the one I described so far, just do the opposite and as best as you can. Inversion is a total paradigm shift. You expose all the hidden weaknesses and destructive habits that most people let slip through the cracks. And instead of stumbling blindly through trial and error, you shine a spotlight on every dark corner. This lets you see every pitfall for what it is, so you can actually avoid it. Imagine looking at life as one giant don't-do list. When you know exactly what not to do, you can get laser focused on what actually works. Instead of trying to add more good habits, you cut out the bad, the mediocre, and the soul-destroying. Suddenly, what remains is only what really matters. And now you know exactly what keeps people stuck, so you never have to be one of them. This isn't just a list of warnings, it's a mirror held up to the numerous self-defeating patterns that keep you from leveling up. And if you see yourself in any of these examples, you now have the ultimate playbook for doing the exact opposite. Every trap exposed here is really a sign pointing you toward the path that actually works. The biggest advantage of using inversion is ruthless self-awareness. You cut through all filler and stare reality in the face. Treat this like an anti-blueprint for your future. If you do dare to do this and to do the opposite, there's nothing really stopping you from building the life most people only dream about. The more honestly you can spot yourself in these scripts, the faster you can escape, and that's how you make inversion your secret weapon. Now, look, some of these lessons probably stung a little bit. Others probably made you laugh at how universal they are. Nobody's immune to these mistakes, and the ones who claim otherwise are usually stuck the most. The point wasn't to judge anyone. It's to expose the lies, the lazy shortcuts, and the little self-betrayals that guarantee a lifetime of mediocrity if left unchecked. And this training is honestly as much for you as it is for me. The scariest part is that it's shockingly easy to follow the path to ruin. It doesn't take any effort at all. In fact, most people just drift into it by accident, step by step, without ever noticing until the price is due. That's why seeing the anti-formula in black and white is so powerful. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. What you do after reading this is really up to you. You can treat it like it means nothing and keep playing small, or you can treat it like a wake-up call. With that being said, let's go over what we talked about. We talked about financial ruin, physical decline, relational isolation, mental dullness, inversion, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, review each section of this training, but this time do the exact opposite of every bullet. Every destructive habit contains within it the exact blueprint for growth, strength, and transformation when flipped. And make sure to sit down with a blank page and brutally assess where you're following the script in your own life, and circle every pattern that feels a little too familiar and write out the opposite behavior. That should be your new code. Then finally, choose one pillar, health, wealth, love, or self, and take 3 toxic behaviors and try to consciously invert them every single day. Now, if you want to work with me, make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. If you want access to this document, make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. If you enjoyed this video, please let me know in the comments below, give it a like, subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the next one. Once again, thank you for being here. All right, hello and welcome to this video. As you can see from the title, we're going to be talking about you wasting your potential and not even knowing it and how to break free. So as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be covering is first the overview itself. You know you're meant for more. How to stop coasting and start living fully, escaping the system that trains you to settle, why easy living is slowly killing you, why motivation fails and purpose wins, the fatal mistake of going it alone, and the real blueprint for using 100% of your potential. Then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So you're meant for more. Let's get honest, maybe for the first time in a long time. Right now, as you're reading this, there's a good chance you're coasting, not crashing, not failing, just floating, getting by, moving through the motions, checking the boxes, doing what you're supposed to do. And yet underneath it all, you feel it, that low grade dissatisfaction that whispers, this can't be it. You feel the hum of restlessness every time you open your phone and scroll through someone else's highlight reel. And every time you see someone living with boldness while you hesitate, it doesn't spark jealousy, it sparks recognition. Because deep down, you know that fire belongs to you, too. You've just let it dim. And you've probably told yourself it's fine, that you'll take your shot later, that it's not your time yet, and that you're not ready, not clear, and not sure. But you know that that's not true. You've outgrown your excuses. They don't even convince you anymore. Underneath the noise, the distractions, the daily grind, there's a truth that won't let you rest. A knowing that you were built for more. A vision you've silenced but haven't forgotten. And you can pretend you don't hear it, but it won't go away. Even if one part of this hits, even if a small part of you is nodding quietly, then it was meant for you. Not someday, not when you're ready, but now. So let's talk about how to stop coasting and start living fully. So before you can change anything in your life, you have to be willing to face the truth about where you are right now. Not where you say you are, not where you wish you were, but where you actually are. Coasting isn't obvious from the outside. You can look successful, you can be productive, you can even be admired. And still, you can be coasting. You can be moving without direction, busy without purpose, active but numb. Coasting is a slow, subtle form of decay. It drains you without crisis. It kills dreams without a sound. And if you don't call it out and interrupt it, you'll wake up one day wondering how the hell you got so far from the life you were supposed to live. This is the section where that starts to change. This is where you shift from autopilot to intentional action, from drifting to driving, and from wasting your days to waking the hell up. So let's get to work. The first step to escaping the drift is actually seeing that you are in it. Most people never stop long enough to even realize they've been coasting for years. You have to confront your current patterns with brutal honesty. How do you spend your mornings? What do your evenings look like? What do you avoid that you know you should be facing? Until you look your habits in the eye, you'll keep pretending that everything is fine. Your routines are perfectly designed to give you the exact life you have right now. If you want a different life, you need different patterns. Start by tracking your day every hour, no judgment, just data. This shows you where your energy is really going. When you see it on paper, it stops being vague. It becomes real, and real things can be changed. You have to admit what's not working, and that's hard because it usually means letting go of some very comfortable lies, like I'm just taking a break, or it's not the right time, or I just need to get through this week. Comforting, familiar, and completely false. The truth is, there's no perfect time, there's just now. Nobody is coming to save you, and the life you want isn't a lottery ticket, it's responsibility. When you accept that it's all on you, you stop waiting and start building. And strangely enough, taking responsibility is what sets you free, because it means you can actually do something about it. To break the cycle, you have to disrupt your momentum, interrupt your patterns, shock the system, and the longer you drift, the deeper the rut. So you don't ease your way out of coasting, you actually snap out of it. You disrupt your day in ways that force presence and demand intention. So start with something small but deliberate. Change your wake-up time, kill the snooze button, delete the app that distracts you most. Small shifts lead to surges in confidence because they prove you're still in control. And momentum builds faster than motivation. One decision leads to the next. So Coasting is a product of low standards. The antidote isn't more goals, it's actually more intensity. Not in terms of stress, but in terms of engagement. When you stop going through the motions and actually start showing up like it matters, everything changes. Put your full attention on what's in front of you. One task, 1 hour, one workout, one conversation. When you go all in, even for a short time, the quality of your effort multiplies. And there's a kind of satisfaction that only comes from knowing you gave something your all. You need to set up daily cues that snap you out of drift. This isn't about willpower, it's more about systems. You can't trust your emotions to carry you. So you build a framework that does. Create rituals that force you to recalibrate, morning journaling, evening reflection, midday walks without your phone. Any of that would work. Without anchors, the day pulls you in 100 directions. With them, you stay grounded in what matters. These moments aren't luxuries, they're necessities. They remind you of who you're becoming. One thing for me, for example, is morning, lunchtime, and evening time. I have basically a recalibration routine in which I have to look through how many hours I've worked, how many hours I've spent on focusing, how many hours I've spent on the different things that I do. That way I can remind myself, first off, in the morning, secondly, in the afternoon or lunchtime, and thirdly, at dinner time or evening time, exactly where my time has gone in the day. And I can actually recalibrate as the day goes on. So for example, if I notice at lunchtime that I've spent very little time working, for example, and very little time in a focused, deep work, then it's still lunchtime. I can still change the day moving forward from there. But actually having those rituals, or actually having those moments where you reflect on your day as the day is going and recalibrating are very, very powerful. If you don't have those, then the day will just take you. And you will just drift. Just like if you just laid down in the ocean or whatever, you will just float to wherever the ocean takes you. So coasting happens when the future becomes fuzzy, when you're not pulled forward by something bigger. You don't need a perfect plan, but you do need a powerful picture, something that excites you, that scares you, that pulls you out of bed when you'd rather stay numb. So make sure you define your North Star, define your direction, not just what you want, but why you want it. Logic won't move you when things get hard, but emotion will. So the clearer the vision, the more energy you'll have to pursue it. If you keep seeing yourself as someone who just gets by, that's exactly what you'll keep doing. So identity is as powerful here. You don't rise to your goals, you fall to your standards, and your standards come from your identity. So raise the bar, decide who the hell you are, and then act like it. And look at my other videos regarding this. Pay attention to the way you speak to yourself. Every label is a seed, and every sentence is a script. Every word is part of that script. So stop calling yourself lazy, behind, undisciplined, and start speaking in alignment with the person you actually want to become. Stop doing things that pull you back to the identity you had before. Behavior follows identity. Identity follows repetition. So you can't break free in a space designed to keep you stuck. So your environment either empowers or entraps you. This includes your digital space, your physical space, and your social space. So clean your space, both the digital one and your physical one. Clear the clutter, remove friction, make it easier to win than it is to coast. A focused space breeds focused energy. Your environment sends messages to your brain. Set it up to say, this is where we do great things. Now, you won't always feel motivated and you won't always feel clear. That's when you need people who remind you who you said you were. Coasting thrives in isolation. Progress thrives in connection. So share your goals with someone who won't let you hide. Don't share your goals so that you can get the same dopamine hit you get when you complete them. Actually share your goals with someone who will really not let you slide. Find someone who can call you out with love and lift you up with truth. For me, for example, that could be my brother. Positive pressure is a superpower, so use it. At the end of the day, you don't coast because of your circumstances, you coast because of your choices. You want to stop drifting, make a decision to stop. A real one, not a hope, not a wish, a line in the sand moment where you actually draw the boundary between who you've been and who you're becoming. And write it down, say it out loud, declare it, and plant the flag. Decision is power, not because it guarantees success, but because it eliminates confusion. And once you decide, the noise quiets, the fog lifts, and you know what to do next. Every time you interrupt drift, every time you choose intensity, every time you act from your future instead of reacting from your past, you train your brain to stop coasting. You teach yourself that you are not a passenger and you're the damn driver. Which brings us to the next truth you've got to face head on. Let's talk about escaping the system that trained you to settle. So you weren't trained to be powerful. You were most likely trained to be predictable from the very beginning. Your life was mapped out by a system that rewards compliance, not creativity. It doesn't reward bold moves. It punishes them. The truth is, most people are not underperforming because they lack talent or ambition. They're stuck because they've been conditioned to obey a set of invisible rules that were never designed to create extraordinary lives. The system isn't broken. It works exactly as intended. It produces average. It keeps things stable, safe, and manageable. It feeds you the illusion of freedom while keeping your choices safely within the margins. You were taught how to follow rules, how to memorize facts, and how to stay in line. But you were never taught how to think for yourself. Never taught how to build, how to lead, how to create a vision and pursue it with fire. So you learned that standing out was dangerous, that being too loud, too ambitious, too different made people uncomfortable. And it does. You began to associate boldness with rejection. You feared judgment more than failure. So you shrank and you became part of the crab bucket. You traded your edge for acceptance, and most people never get it back. You picked up cues from everywhere, from school, from culture, from family, from media, signals that told you to blend in. Play safe, choose stability over freedom, choose approval over risk, and choose certainty over potential. You were praised for being polite, not passionate, for being responsible, not rebellious, for being normal, not noteworthy. Every time you obeyed, you were rewarded, and every time you questioned, you were corrected. Slowly, without realizing it, you stopped listening to your own instincts. You started outsourcing your life to expectations from others. What you repeat becomes what you believe, and what you believe becomes who you are. If you were told again and again that success looks a certain way, you start chasing that version, even if it's not yours, even if it never fit. You inherited stories that were never yours, that success means a certain job title, a certain income, a certain lifestyle. The more you chase someone else's version of success, the more disconnected you become from your own. Living out someone else's story is exhausting. It drains your energy without ever giving you fulfillment. So the system teaches you to wait for permission, to wait for approval, wait until you're qualified, validated, certified, prepared, wait until people tell you that it's okay for you to do something. But waiting becomes a way of life, a habit, a mindset, and it kills momentum. You start believing that someone else knows better, that someone else should tell you when it's your turn and what to do. You keep your ideas in your head, waiting for a green light that never comes. You forget that the only permission slip that matters is the one you give yourself. The system loves labels. Once you've been labeled, you're easier to categorize. It's easier to predict and easier to manage. You are called gifted or average or troublemaker or teacher's pet, and those labels stick longer than most people realize. You start living into the label. You shape your behavior to match what's expected of you. Even the positive labels become cages. Smart makes you afraid to fail. Responsible makes you afraid to take risks. You have to unlearn those labels if you want to reclaim who you really are underneath them. So it's not just individual, it's cultural. Entire systems are built around keeping people in their lanes. Most of what we call normal is just deeply entrenched mediocrity dressed up as safety and common sense. You're surrounded by people who settle and don't even know they've settled. And then they tell you what to do. Because they haven't asked for more, they'll subconsciously discourage you from asking for more. Settling spreads like a virus, and the only cure is consciousness. The moment you start breaking out, you'll feel resistance, not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something different. The system doesn't like different. It will push back. People will doubt you, circumstances will test you, and your old programming will beg you to go back to safety. Growth feels like chaos at first because you're rewiring patterns that have been in place for years. You'll miss the comfort of the familiar. It will feel wrong before it feels right. And that's part of the process. You don't escape by waiting for the system to change. You escape by becoming too powerful to actually be contained by it. You build your own framework, your own rules, your own code. You stop asking what's allowed and start deciding what's actually necessary. Your true freedom begins with rebellion, not against people, but against the invisible beliefs that have been running your life. You reclaim your role as the authority of your own path. Nobody else gets to dictate your ceiling. You stop being a product of the system and start becoming a force in your own right. You become your own system. If you want to live a life worth remembering, you need to rewrite the script. That means letting go of what you were taught and choosing what you truly believe. You don't break free by tweaking the old system. You break free by building something better. You're not here to blend in. You're not here to follow scripts. You're here to write a new one. So create a life that is built around your values, not someone else's rules. Your real work is to become so fully yourself that you give other people permission to do the same. Breaking out of conditioning isn't a single act. It's a daily decision, a practice, and a muscle that you have to build through action. And the next battle you'll face on that path is one that most people never even notice until it's too late. Let's talk about why easy living is slowly killing you. So comfort isn't just a state, it's really a drug. And it doesn't hit all at once. It's subtle, it's slow, and it sneaks in under the banner of you've earned it and you deserve to rest. And yes, rest matters, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a lifestyle of defaulting to what's easy, what's numbing, and what's safe. The kind of comfort that becomes your cage, the kind that dulls your ambition and deadens your fire. You don't wake up one day stuck, you drift into it. One small surrender at a time, one skipped workout, one procrastinated goal, one maybe tomorrow that becomes a habit. This section is about exposing that trap and smashing it open because it's costing you more than you think. Comfort disguises itself as peace, but it's not peace, it's stagnation. It's a soft, quiet kind of death. The kind where nothing explodes, but everything erodes. You think you're relaxing when really you're retreating from your own potential. You dress it up as self-care, you call it balance, but deep down you know when you're hiding. Most comfort habits are just cleverly disguised forms of procrastination. The more you normalize avoidance, the harder it gets to recognize how far you've drifted from your own edge. Every time you choose comfort over challenge, you send yourself a signal, a message that says, we don't do hard things. And over time, this becomes your default, and it rewires your brain to retreat from anything that actually requires effort. The brain loves patterns, and it doesn't care whether they serve you or sabotage you. It just repeats them. The more you avoid discomfort, the more you fear it. The more you fear it, the more you avoid it, and your capacity to handle difficulty literally contracts. You become smaller in spirit and weaker in grit. And the worst part is that comfort feels good in the moment, and that's why it always wins. Your brain is hardwired to chase pleasure and avoid pain, but long-term fulfillment is never found in what's pleasurable. It's always found in what's meaningful, and a lot of the times, what's meaningful is actually what's hard. So you're trading long-term pride for short-term relief, and the return is never worth it. The more you indulge in comfort, the emptier you feel, because it doesn't feed you, it drains you. Over time, you begin to resent yourself, not because you're lazy, but because you know you're capable of more. And the comfort zone promises safety, but it delivers stagnation. You're not actually protected by anything. You're just numb. And that numbness costs you your creativity, your hunger, your sense of aliveness, and you become a spectator in your own life, watching, scrolling, reacting, never creating, never actually building. And one day starts to feel like the next. You lose the thread, the fire fades, your life becomes one long neutral blur. So you stop caring, not because you don't want to, but because nothing feels worth the effort anymore. Think back to the last time you felt truly alive. It wasn't during a Netflix binge, or a binge of any sort. It wasn't lying in bed scrolling your feed. It was probably when you were fully engaged, challenged, pushed to your edge, maybe even scared. Aliveness lives on the other side of difficulty. You don't get it by playing safe. You get it by leaning into it. Real satisfaction comes from overcoming something that tested you, and the things you're proudest of didn't come easy. They came because you chose discomfort over something easy, because you chose discomfort over retreat. The more you feed comfort, the more you fear challenge. And the more you avoid challenge, the less confident you feel. And the less confident you feel, the more you hide. It's a vicious cycle, and it compounds every day. And just like growth builds on itself, so does stagnation. The longer you stay stuck, the harder it feels to get moving again. The longer you coast, the heavier everything feels. Even small tasks start to feel impossible. And the only way out is to interrupt the cycle with force. You don't drift out of comfort, you break out. You don't grow without tension. Just like muscles tear and rebuild, your identity stretches through resistance. You don't find out who you are in comfort, You find it in challenge, in strain, in stretch. Every time you face discomfort, you expand your threshold. You build mental strength, emotional grit, and inner fire. Just like in the gym, growth comes from reps. You train yourself to handle more by choosing the hard thing more often. That's all it is. Just look at what is the hard thing to do in any specific moment, in any specific day, and just do the hard thing over the easier thing. What once felt terrifying starts to feel normal. You raise your baseline and you become someone who actually does hard things on purpose. And then you start living a life of fulfillment. The real secret isn't talent, it's tolerance. The ability to stay in discomfort long enough to actually finish, to follow through, to ship, to lead, to win. Discipline isn't suffering, it's self-respect in action. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, you earn trust. And self-trust is the foundation of self-worth. And when you know you'll show up no matter what, you stop being afraid of difficulty. And ironically, peace comes not from ease, but from knowing you can handle anything. So this isn't about glorifying pain. It's about respecting the edge, the place where things feel hard but not impossible, uncomfortable but not dangerous. The edge is where you grow. And most people never even touch it. So you have to choose the edge on purpose, to seek it, to schedule it, to welcome it. Make it a daily ritual, a cold shower, a tough conversation, a stretch goal, something that makes you flinch. When you master discomfort, you become unstoppable because nothing owns you anymore. If you want to change your life, you have to change your relationship with comfort. Not by avoiding it completely, but by refusing to worship it. You don't owe your comfort zone anything. You owe your future everything. And that future won't be found in easy. It will be found in clarity, which is what we'll talk about next. Let's talk about why motivation fails and purpose wins. So motivation is one of the most dangerous myths in the personal development world. Everyone's chasing it. Everyone's waiting for it. Everyone's complaining when it's not there. But motivation isn't reliable. It's fleeting. It comes and goes with your mood, your energy, the weather, the time of day. If you depend on motivation to act, you'll only take action when conditions are perfect, and they rarely are. In fact, 99.99% of the time, they aren't. If you want consistency, if you want results, if you want momentum that actually sticks, you need something stronger. You need clarity, you need purpose. Because when your life is anchored in something real, something meaningful, something bigger than convenience, you stop needing motivation to move. You just move. Motivation is emotional, it's reactive, it's based on how you feel, but you can't build a powerful life on something as unstable as feelings. If your actions are dictated by your mood, your outcomes will always be unpredictable. Some days you'll feel inspired and other days you won't. If that's your standard, your results will match your lowest moods. You might get a short burst of action here and there, but nothing sustained. It never compounds, it never builds, and you spend more time waiting to feel ready than actually making any progress. And most people think they're lazy, but they're not. They're just unclear. They're not wired to sit still. They're wired to move, but they don't know where they're going. And without direction, even the most talented people will stall. Without a target, your energy has nowhere to go. It disperses, it gets eaten up by distractions, and you end up busy instead of effective. Constant motion, no real momentum. You feel tired not from overwork, but from the stress of aimless effort. Clarity fuels emotion, and emotion fuels action. And you don't need hype, you need alignment. When you know what you want and why it matters, your actions start to self-generate. You stop waiting for the spark because you become the fire. And purpose gives you something solid to hold on to when everything else feels chaotic. Even on the hard days, especially on the hard days, your purpose keeps you moving. And you bounce back faster, not because it's easy, but because you have a reason that's bigger than the setback. And purpose isn't abstract. It's actually very specific. It's visceral. It's not a slogan. It's a picture, a vivid mental movie of the life you're building and the kind of person you're becoming. If you can't see it, you won't chase it. So the clearer your vision, the faster you'll move. You need to know what it looks like, feels like, and how it even sounds. Paint the picture in a way that makes you feel it, not just understand it. The right vision creates energy on demand. You tap into it anytime you lose your footing. In fact, if you create the right vision, anytime you feel down or you feel a bit unmotivated, quote unquote, you can just visualize that vision. And all of a sudden, you have that quote unquote motivation. So purpose is more than a goal. It's an identity upgrade. It's you stepping into the version of yourself who does hard things, who follows through, who stops backing down. When you shift who you believe you are, your habits shift with you. And purpose makes the path personal. You don't just want results, you actually want to become someone different. You start raising your standards, not out of pressure, but because your new identity won't accept anything else or anything less. There's nothing more satisfying than acting in alignment with who you know you're capable of being. Purpose puts you in the driver's seat. You stop outsourcing your energy to outside circumstances and you stop blaming the day, the job, the weather, the news, because none of that determines your direction anymore. You do. So you stop waiting for inspiration and start creating it through action. And you no longer need someone to tell you what to do. You already know. You show up even when it's inconvenient because you understand that consistency is love in action. If your purpose isn't clear, your action will always be hesitant. Vague goals create vague results. You need to define what you want so specifically that it's impossible to misunderstand. What does better mean? What does success look like? Get exact. Vague goals sound nice, but they don't actually move you. Concrete targets do. You need to know when you've won, what's the milestone, what's the benchmark. And clarity leads to action because there's no more doubt about what needs to be done. Motivation asks you to feel something. Purpose asks you to decide something. To decide what matters, to decide what you're building, to decide what you're willing to struggle for. And that decision is what drives everything else. When you decide, really decide, everything simplifies. That noise fades and you stop debating. You stop putting things off, and purpose creates a clock in your head, a sense that now matters. You stop starting over, you just keep building one aligned action at a time. You don't need more motivation, you need more meaning. And discipline fueled by purpose doesn't feel like suffering. It feels like strength, like love, like conviction, because you're no longer doing hard things just to do them. You're doing them because they actually matter. And there's a quiet confidence that comes from showing up for something bigger than your comfort. You start trusting yourself again because you keep your word even when it's hard. When your actions align with your mission, every step builds on the last. It stacks and it multiplies. And motivation is nice when it shows up, but it's not necessary. What's really necessary is clarity, direction, purpose. And once you have that, you stop needing to feel ready. You just are ready at all times, which brings us to the next big trap, thinking you can do it all alone. So let's talk about the fatal mistake of going it alone. One of the most dangerous beliefs you can hold is the idea that you need to figure everything out by yourself, that asking for help is weakness, that independence means doing it solo, that your struggles are yours alone to carry. But the truth is, isolation doesn't make you strong, it makes you stuck. It cuts you off from insight, energy, momentum, and truth, and you become trapped in your own head, your own biases, your own blind spots, and the worst part, you can't even see how much it's actually costing you. This section is about destroying that myth for good, because if you don't, it will quietly destroy your progress, your clarity, and your confidence from the inside out. When you try to do everything alone, you're usually wearing a mask. You want to look like you've got it all figured out, like you don't need anyone, like you're unfazed, but that mask becomes a prison. You're constantly performing, pretending, managing your image instead of solving real problems. You can't grow while you're busy pretending. The energy you spend hiding could be energy used for building. Hiding your struggle is exhausting. It takes more energy to suppress the truth than to actually face it. The more you hide, the more isolated you feel, and the more isolated you feel, the more you hide. The reason most people isolate isn't pride. It's actually fear. Fear of being judged, fear of being misunderstood, fear of being seen in the middle instead of at the end. So they keep their goals secret, their struggles private, their desires locked up behind casual indifference. It's terrifying to be seen chasing something you haven't achieved yet, to say I want this before you have any proof. You worry that if you show your real ambition, people will mock it or minimize it, and if you fail in front of others, you think it will mean something about who you are, and that you're not enough. When you isolate, you slowly lose access to reality. You become trapped inside your own perspective. You talk to yourself in circles. You miss the obvious. You start believing your doubts more than your dreams. You magnify your flaws and downplay your actual strengths. You lose perspective of what's actually working. You become hyper-aware of your shortcomings and blind to your wins. You assume everyone else is further ahead, smarter, clearer, more capable. Without others to challenge you, you create an echo chamber. Your thoughts bounce back to you, unchanged, Your beliefs go untested, your self-talk becomes gospel, and if that inner voice is negative, you spiral. Growth requires friction, someone to challenge you, to question you, to push back. You need someone who's willing to say you're playing small and mean it. Real friends don't just comfort you, they actually call you up to your next level. And so, if you don't have friends like that, you should look for some. Your potential is shaped by your surroundings. If you're surrounded by people who settle, you'll start settling too. Not because you want to, but because that's the standard you're swimming in every day, and it will happen very subtly. You adapt to the energy around you, and average is contagious. You start lowering your goals just to fit in with people who aren't going anywhere. And before long, you forget what you were even aiming for. You lose the plot. But when you place yourself in the right room, everything changes. The right environment is a cheat code. It speeds up your growth, shortens the learning curve, multiplies your energy, and suddenly what felt impossible becomes normal. Just ask anybody that's invested in a coaching program. Get around people who are doing what you want to do, who are living the way you want to live. Just being around high standards will shift your own. You'll stop settling without even trying. You'll see what's possible, not just in a theory, but right in front of your face. And when you keep your goals to yourself, they stay abstract. When you say them out loud, they actually get real. When somebody checks in on you, you move. Not because you're being forced, but because now it matters to someone else too. Being seen sharpens your focus. It's no longer a dream, it's a commitment. And healthy pressure is a gift. It pushes you to actually rise. So you'll show up more often when you know someone's watching, not to judge you, but to remind you who you said you were. You don't just need strategy, you need support. People who believe in you when you forget, who remind you what you're capable of, and who celebrate your wins and hold you steady through the lows. So sometimes you need to borrow someone else's belief until your own catches up. And on the days you feel shaky, the right support system holds you firm. And when your tank is empty, connection refuels you in ways solitude never actually can. It takes courage to stop pretending, to admit you want more, to let people see you try, to risk being misunderstood. But that's what builds real power. Not fake confidence, real power. The kind that grows from truth and trust and shared ambition. Vulnerability isn't weakness, it's strength. It's the gateway to real momentum. So when you're honest about what you want, the right people find you and the wrong ones fall away. Once you stop hiding, everything speeds up. You stop wasting energy, managing perception, and start using that energy to actually build. At some point, you have to decide that you're done doing this alone. Not because you can't, but because you know better. Because you understand that greatness isn't a solo pursuit. It's a team sport. And if you want to win, you need to find your team. Don't wait for the perfect circle to show up. Go find them or build one. Reach out to someone who actually inspires you, or start a group, or join a community, or even hire a coach. Take the first step. Don't wait to be invited. Invite yourself into your future. The lone wolf story is really nice and it sounds romantic, but it's a lie. Wolves die alone. Tribes thrive together. If you want to rise, you have to connect. And once you've got people who believe in you, you'll be ready to face the next stage of the path. Learning how to actually use all this potential instead of just talking about it. So let's talk about the real blueprint for using 100% of your potential. So let's be real for a second. Most people don't come close to using their full potential. Not because they're lazy, not because they're unmotivated, but because they never built the internal and external structure that allows them to operate at full capacity. They drive through life relying on hope instead of systems, emotion instead of intention, bursts of inspiration instead of sustainable fire. If you want to stop wasting what you've been given, you need a new operating system, not another checklist, not another planner, a total rewiring of how you see yourself, how you treat your time, how you measure progress, and how you respond when things get hard. So this section is about building that system brick by brick so you can finally stop promising yourself more and start proving it. The first move in reclaiming your potential is interruption. You have to break your own pattern. You can't shift into a new life while living on autopilot. You need to disrupt your momentum before you can redirect it. So create friction in your current routine. Do something out of character. Say no where you usually say yes. And wake yourself up with an action that doesn't match your past behavior. That's how you tell your nervous system change is happening. Even small changes matter when they signal a new identity being born. The act doesn't have to be big, it just has to be intentional. So you don't need complexity, you just need clarity. High performance isn't about doing more. It's about doing what matters most over and over without drama or delay and without getting bored. Or better yet, actually embracing the boredom. The simpler your system, the stronger your execution. So identify the few actions that move your life forward the most and double down on those. Actually, structure your whole life around them. Eliminate anything that doesn't contribute to your mission ruthlessly. And simplicity creates focus, and focus is a multiplier. It amplifies every ounce of effort you apply. Now, freedom without structure leads to chaos. The people who look the most spontaneous are often the most disciplined behind the scenes. If you want to build consistency, you need a framework that holds you up even when motivation fades. So set clear times for focus, work, creative play, rest, and connection. Time isn't something you find, it's something you make by saying no. When something becomes a ritual, it becomes reliable. That's how momentum is born. Now, when it comes to your standards, raise them, then raise them again, and stop waiting to feel ready before you operate at a higher level. Choose the level you want to play at and start acting like you belong there. Standards aren't just about results, they're about what you allow and what you demand of yourself. So look at what you tolerate from yourself on a daily basis. That's your real standard. Hold yourself to that standard even when no one's watching, and especially then. Every time you meet a new standard, raise it slightly. Keep climbing one at a time. You don't need more goals. You need a new story. So stop trying to achieve your way into a new identity. Flip it. Build the identity first and let the results follow. Decide who you are, then act like it relentlessly. And again, you can see some of my other videos on the topic. Now, what do you believe about yourself that's keeping you small? Try to rewrite it out loud. Your habits are just votes for the person you believe you are, so cast better votes. Stop trying to become someone and start being them, even when it feels fake, and especially then. So you can't think your way into a new life. You have to act. Bold, uncomfortable, real-world action. Every time you act before you feel ready, you actually train your nervous system to normalize pressure. You raise your ceiling, you expand your bandwidth, and stack small wins early and often. They build the foundation of self-trust. Perfection is the enemy. Done is the path to momentum. So do the thing you've been avoiding. That's usually the thing that unlocks the next level. So you can't see your own blind spots. You need mirrors, coaches, peers, results, pain. Feedback isn't failure, it's fuel. The faster you get it, the faster you grow. And the more honest it is, the sharper you get. So be willing to suck, be willing to be wrong. And that's how you get better. Iterate faster than your ego can resist. Action always beats overthinking. Apply what you learn immediately, and that's how you turn insight into progress. You can't run at full throttle 24/7, and you don't have to. So high performance includes rest as well, but not the kind of lazy, scattered rest that leaves you more tired. You need intentional recovery. Recovery that refuels you, that clears space, that sharpens your edge. Build rest into your routine, not as an escape, but as part of your strategy. Push hard and then pull back fully. Intensity needs its counterbalance. Sleep, solitude, nature, movement, stillness, a short vacation. Whatever brings you back to your sharpest self. If you don't track your growth, you won't also recognize it. So you'll feel like nothing's changing, even when everything is. So another thing you could do is to reflect weekly. Celebrate progress, analyze setbacks, and ask better questions. Then adjust, iterate, and move. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of growth. What you can see, you can shift. Own what's working, own what's not. No blame, just ownership. Every review is a recalibration, and every recalibration saves you months of wandering. One thing I like to do is when I review my day, week, month, quarter, and even year, I ask myself what are things that I can improve, and then I look for books, coaches, courses, everything that I can use in order to improve in that specific area. So every review is a recalibration and is also an opportunity to learn more. At the end of the day, the people who use 100% of their potential aren't the most talented. They're the most relentless. They show up when it's inconvenient. They move when it's messy. They stop waiting for permission and act like their future depends on them, because it does. Most people quit halfway through the transformation. They mistake discomfort for a sign to stop. Your strength isn't in how fast you move. It's in how long you stay in the fight. And if you refuse to quit, you make success inevitable. It becomes a matter of when and not if. So you don't need to be more talented. You don't need to be more inspired. You need to build a new way of operating. One that's aligned, disciplined, embodied, and clear. And You already have the raw material. What you need now is the system that brings it all together and all to life. And once that system is built, all that's left is to live it. So if this hit home, don't let it fade. Subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. And if you're done playing small and ready to actually build the life you've been pretending you don't want, book a call with us from the link below. We'll help you turn all this potential into a plan, and that plan into results. With that being said, let's talk about what we covered. So as you can see from the review, we covered the overview. We talked about you knowing you're meant for more. We talked about how to stop coasting and start living fully, escaping the system that trained you to settle, why easy living is slowly killing you, why motivation fails and purpose wins, the fatal mistake of going it alone, the real blueprint for using 100% of your potential, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, draw a hard line between who you've been and who you're becoming, not in theory, in writing, on paper, today. Name the old patterns you're done with and declare the new standard you're choosing. No more waiting, no more drifting. Decide who you are, then start proving it. Do one thing today that breaks your usual rhythm. Something uncomfortable, something that interrupts the default. Send a message, start the project, say no where you usually say yes where you normally shrink. Shock the system and show yourself you're done living on autopilot. And finally, connect. Reach out right now. Text a friend, join a group, book a call with us. Find someone who won't let you coast. Tell them what you're building. Tell them what you're done tolerating. The next level of your life isn't going to build itself, and it's not meant to be built alone. With that being said, I hope this brought a lot of value. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so what if I told you that depression or feeling lazy or feeling like you're stuck isn't something you necessarily have to fight, but it's rather something that you can outrun with a very, very simple solution. And the way you outrun it is with a goal that consumes you. And you might say to yourself, okay, Daniel, that's great, a goal that consumes me, but I don't have a goal that consumes me. So what we're going to be doing in this video is, it's going to be very quick, but it's going to be a video that shows you basically how to find a goal that, or at least start looking for that goal or that purpose that completely consumes you, so that you can actually continue with your life, so that you can actually work on something that excites you every single day. So depression can't keep up with someone that is, pulled by purpose, and you need a goal that wakes you up and not necessarily an alarm clock. So you need a goal that's big enough that basically it allows you to, it gets you so excited that you can't fall asleep. You can't not get out of bed because this goal is pulling you towards it. So the way we do that, it has to, first off, it has to feel personal. Like it has to feel like your future depends on it, because to some degree it kind of does. So it has to be personal, and ask yourself, what would you chase even if no one was watching? Like what kind of goal, what would you go after? What would you work on even if no one was watching? If you could just remove everything from your life, what people are saying, what people think you should be doing, what you think you should be doing, and just think about the thing that you would do even if nobody was watching, what would it be? And then you need to just add some deadlines to it, like some kind of an urgency around it, so that you actually, or some kind of public accountability that will actually push you to do it. Now, an easy way, you might be saying to yourself, like, how do I actually do this? So there's a very simple 3-step process that you can use to uncover a goal that matters to you, a purpose that matters to you. So the first thing you could do is audit your inputs. And what I mean by that is look at the YouTube videos, look at the podcasts, look at the books you consume. What kind of themes are repeating? What are you watching? What are you actually consuming? What's interesting to you? So that's one thing you need to look at, is just what are you actually interested in? What are your inputs? And then once you've done that, once you found out and looked through that and found your interest and looked through basically what kind of content you're going through, and once you start tracking your attention, then you can go to the next step, which is basically follow your frustration. So just by looking at your life, there most likely is a problem that you constantly complain about, or you feel drawn to fix, or you have fixed in your own life that you want, that you can't stop yourself from sharing with other people so that they can fix it in their own lives. So pain points, especially in your life, pain points that exist and pain points that you have already solved often lead to some kind of purpose. So frustration often leads to fuel, and that fuel you can use for something that you actually want to do. So that's another way to find something that you actually want to get done and some kind of goal that you actually want to go after. Now, the final thing is to write a personal mission. So if you know anything about business, having a mission statement is one of the most important things other than having a vision statement. A mission statement is basically what you want to do. In one sentence, you need to define what you want to fix, what you want to build, what you want to become, and most importantly, why. Because if you don't have a strong enough why, you're not going to actually complete this mission. And the most important thing about why is, most of the time, when we ask ourselves the question why, we will give a very surface level answer. We actually won't get to the real why of why we want to focus on this specific problem or on this specific goal. Because most of the time, we will, if somebody asks you about a goal and why you're actually pursuing that goal, you most likely give them a surface level answer as well. And we do the same thing to ourselves as well. So what you actually need to do, and what has helped me in the past to find out my deeper why, is to ask yourself the question why 7 times. Now, is there some science behind the 7? Not necessarily. Is there some specific reason I chose that number? Not necessarily. You can actually do more. You can actually do less. But you'll know when you've reached the real why when you start feeling some kind of an emotion. Like, for example, if we take fitness, going to the gym, gaining muscle, losing fat, whatever, somebody might have the goal of losing fat, right? And their why might be, their surface level why might be to be healthy. And now after they ask themselves the question why 7 times, they can now ask themselves, why do I want to be healthy? So then they have an answer for that. Then they ask themselves the question why once again, and again, and again, until they get to the root motivation, which might be to see their daughter's wedding, for example, to stay alive, to see their little daughter's wedding. Now that's why is a huge why. That's kind of why will keep you losing weight, even when you don't feel like it, because you only need to remind yourself of that why every single day from then on. And all of a sudden, your life has a purpose. So look at, again, if you've watched my previous video, look at the 4 different areas of life: health, wealth, and self. And ask yourself, in all of these areas, what could you improve? What do you want to work most on? And you can actually, again, go back to the questions we talked about earlier. Actually look at your inputs. What kind of videos, podcasts, books are you consuming? Because they can direct you towards which one of these you find the most problems with at this point, or you have the most pain with at this moment in your life. And that can give you a direction of where you should focus your attention. So track your attention and then focus it based on your frustration around one of these areas. Now, once you've done that, commitment becomes identity. So the more you act, the more depression, the more that feeling of laziness, the more that feeling of no purpose disappears. So commitment isn't necessarily a mood, it's a daily decision. And small, consistent actions towards one of these goals will build confidence, and confidence crushes that feeling of despair. It crushes that feeling of, I don't know what to do with my life, because you actually do know now. And eventually you're not trying anymore. You are the mission. So your life becomes the purpose. You become the purpose. And so once you look at those 4 areas and you actually sit down and be honest with yourself of what you're lacking in those areas and what you can do about them and how to do it, or maybe you realize you don't have enough information to actually change any of those areas. So then your purpose becomes finding that information and then acting on it. And eventually, as I said, you're not going to be trying anymore. You become the mission. You become your own purpose in life. And that's it. That's the best purpose you can have, when you realize that you are the purpose. So it's not anybody else. You want to become healthy. When we're talking about wealth, you want wealth for yourself for a certain reason, Same goes for love and relationships. If you notice that, you don't have the type of relationships in your life that you actually want, then you need to improve them for yourself. Why? To have a better life in general. That's the biggest why. To make the time on this planet that you have better and short. And so Motion destroys stagnation. So don't aim for a perfect goal. Don't aim for something that immediately hits. Sometimes just starting on some goal, any goal, will keep you moving forward and will remove that feeling of stagnation, of depression, of not feeling like there's much for you in life and stuff like that. So don't aim for perfect, aim for moving. Just move in some kind of direction, whether that's improving your health, whether that's actually working on making more money, whether that's actually working on, finding a significant other or improving your friend circle, which actually means that you need to improve yourself first in order to actually get the type of relationship you want or to get the type of friends you want. And just focus on one task, one set, one whatever a day. That's it. That's all you have to do. Just wake up and just do one thing that moves you a bit closer to that initial goal or frustration goal that you have, or problem that you're trying to fix, or frustration that you're trying to fix. And make sure to celebrate progress, of course, and no matter how small it is. So one thing I do every single day in my journal is I type out the wins of the day, because your brain will chase that reward of feeling like you've won. And there's this thing, and there's a book, The Winner's Effect, I believe it's called, that says that the more you win, the more you tend to win. But the thing is, winning is a feeling that you can create on purpose, because what the book didn't say is that the wins have to be big. What the book said is that winning makes you win more, because when you feel like a winner, you tend to win more. So celebrate progress, no matter how small. Every day, write 3 wins for the day. That could have been, I went to the gym even though I didn't feel like it. That could be, I woke up at 7 a.m. or I woke up at 6 a.m. or whatever. It could be anything. Just write down 3 wins every single day, and you'll see how quickly, first off, your brain will start chasing that reward of, at the end of the day, writing those things down and feeling like you're winning. But secondly, you'll start feeling like a winner. You're not going to feel like depressed or anything like that anymore. And escalate afterwards. Push harder, set bigger goals, and make bigger wins. But start from something super small, like just getting out of bed at like 8 a.m., for example. So remember, obsessing over some kind of a goal or chasing some kind of a goal equals emotional armor. You can't be crushed by feelings you don't stop to actually feel. And you don't stop to feel these feelings because a lot of the times the feelings that we do have are not helpful at all. So when you're obsessed, setbacks don't affect you in any way. They actually fuel you. They give you more energy to continue. And you stop reacting emotionally and you start reacting tactically. The mission reframes everything, basically. Even pain becomes part of the plan. Even pain becomes part of the mission. Even suffering becomes part of the mission. So when you go to the gym and you're not feeling like it and you feel like you didn't sleep well and you're tired, that becomes part of the mission. That becomes part of the mission for that specific day, is actually still going to the gym, still doing the things you need to do, because now that's part of the whole process. That's part of the goal. And when you realize that those setbacks are not in any way putting you, they're not actually setbacks, but they're actually pushing you forward, then everything changes, because the mission has reframed now the mission reframes how the setbacks feel in your mind. So relentlessness doesn't mean burnout. We're not talking about burning out, working crazy, and so on. We're talking about having direction. And so you need to rest strategically. Renew your goals. After you complete a goal, always set a new one. Because the moment you have no goal set, that's when you start feeling like you're stagnating. That's when you're going to start feeling depressed, because there's nothing your mind can focus on. And so what you need to do is always set new goals and then adapt and evolve. Always aim for evolving further. That's basically it. What can you do today to evolve a step closer to what you actually want? Because staying locked in on any kind of goal keeps you alive, literally. So pick one goal right now, the one that scares you and excites you at the same time. Audit your input, follow your frustration, find out what problems in your life you want to fix, and write out your little mission statement. This is what I'm planning on working on for the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And then build a routine around that one goal that you will follow every single day, no matter what, no matter how you feel. And stop thinking about your feelings for a bit. And once you do that, once you build a routine, just take action every day. Just act on that routine, no matter how you feel. And if you want help making that your lifestyle, then check the link in the description and book a call, and let's work. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope it brought a lot of value, and I'm going to see you in the next one. Always do the hard thing. So if you stop and think about it, every single day you're presented probably with countless of choices and decisions you have to make. And life is really nothing but choices and decisions. Like if you think about it, every single thing you do on a daily basis is some kind of a choice or a decision that you have to make. And every decision, every choice you make can be boiled down to an easy path and a hard path. And everything in general that you do in life can be boiled down to what's easy and what's hard. And every moment in your life, literally every single moment, this moment, the next moment, and so on, is basically a fork. And you can either do the easy thing or the hard thing. And that's basically what life is in its rawest form. It's just a bunch of decisions and choices that we get to make, and we get to decide what those choices and decisions are. And all of those choices and decisions, even if there are multiples of them, there's always easier ones, and then there's the harder ones. And if you look around, family, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, if you just look at society in general, most of the people, like 99% of people, you'll easily come to the conclusion that most people always do what feels easier. They always take the easier decision, like 99% of the time. We're not talking about making the hard decision or making the hard choice when basically life has pushed them to a point where they basically have to do it. We're talking about when they have the freedom to make a choice, when they have the freedom to make a decision. Most people will choose the easy path. They will choose what feels easier, the path of least resistance in a way. Now, a lot of them will rationalize it. They will explain it to themselves in any way possible that this is what they should do. And they honestly think that this is the right decision. Even though deep down, they know that this is just the easy decision and it isn't the right decision necessarily. Because an easy decision or an easy choice doesn't make it right 99% of the time. 99% of the time, it's quite the opposite. And so deep down, everyone knows that the hard choice is usually the best choice. And yet people choose to do the easy thing. As I said, the path of least resistance. And then they wonder why their life seems to be harder with every choice and every day that passes. And if you really think about it, there's not one thing that you can point at that is hard to do and at the same time is bad for you. Most of the hard things, most of the hard decisions, most of the hard choices are usually the good ones. It is always the easy choices and the easy decisions that lead to bad outcomes most of the time. It's rarely the hard decisions and the hard choices that lead to bad outcomes. Most of the time they're just hard to make, but they lead to a more favorable outcome. And hard things are 99.99% of the time a net positive. If not for anything else, if not for the outcome that you get from them, then definitely for the fact that they are hard to do. And they shape you into a person that basically does hard things on purpose, which can be infinitely valuable in terms of just how you see yourself, in terms of your confidence and so on. So even if we take away the outcomes of those hard decisions, even if we take away the result of you making that hard decision and the good outcome that most likely has come out of that hard decision, even if you ignore that and you don't even take it into consideration, taking the hard choice and taking the hard decision and making doing the hard thing will always leave you better off. If for nothing else, if not for the outcome, then for at least the fact that you know for a fact you've done the hard thing and it's shaping you as a person that does hard things. And so this morning, for example, I almost skipped my cardio and my body was a bit more tired than usual. I didn't sleep the best. I'm cutting weight at the moment, so I feel a bit more tired in general. And I've been doing it for months now, consistently with no breaks. So I basically had every excuse. But then I remembered, do the hard thing. The time is going to pass anyway. these minutes, these hours, these days, they're going to pass anyway, but you can choose how it passes. You can choose the outcome. You can choose the decision. And through that decision, you can choose the outcome. At the end of that time passing, you can either choose that you're prideful. You can either choose pride because you did the hard thing, or you can choose guilt because you didn't do the hard thing, even though you knew you could. Every day you're presented with these choices. You can either do the hard thing or the easy thing. So what I did was I boiled it down. What's easy? Not doing the cardio. What's hard for me right now in this specific moment is actually doing it. And I got to choose whether I want to have the outcome of pride, that I actually went ahead and did the hard thing, even though I didn't feel like it, or whether I wanted guilt because I didn't do the hard thing and I knew I probably could have. So I got up, I trained, and I basically finished the job. So, and that win in that moment, just that confidence that I did the hard thing, regardless of how I felt, carried into the rest of my day for that day. So every day you get to make hundreds of small decisions and choices, and each one of them leads to different outcomes. Almost always, you can boil it down to easy and hard, and almost always the hard choice is the best one. Easy choices always lead to a hard life, and hard choices always lead to an easy life. And the path to hell is basically full with pleasure, and the path to heaven is full with pain. Can you really always be that self-aware in every moment to notice what choice is harder or easier? No, of course you can't. Sometimes you're just gonna be unaware. You'll have moments where you're just being unaware. You're not actually thinking about it, and that's completely fine. The idea is to first bring awareness to this as much as possible in your life, and just knowing that every decision, everything you do, has an easy choice and a hard choice. And secondly, the amount of hard choices you make over time need to just outweigh the easy choices you make over the long run. So the hard choices need to just outweigh the easy ones over the long term. The more hard choices you make, the more hard decisions you make, the more hard things you do, the better you will be over time. That doesn't mean that you always have to make the hard choice, because sometimes you won't. Sometimes you'll just be human and you'll make the easy choice. But if you can do that long enough and often enough so that the hard choices and the hard decisions and hard things you do in life outweigh the easy ones, then you're going to become a better person in general over the long term. And when you chase comfort, life will punish you. And sometimes you don't even know that punishment is a result of a choice you made, a week or a month ago or a year ago, even sometimes. And when you chase uncomfortable decisions, difficult tasks, life most of the time rewards you. If not with anything else, then with just the power and the confidence in yourself of knowing you did the hard things. So if it rains outside, go to the gym, even if, and especially when you don't really feel like it. If you're finding it hard to reach out to 100 people for your business, to 100 prospects, do it regardless, even if, and especially when you don't feel like it. And if you're wondering whether you should watch yet another movie or yet another show on Netflix or read a book, well, read the book, even if and especially when you don't feel like it. Do the hard thing, even if and especially when you don't feel like it in general, because time will pass anyway. And one day your life will just be a reflection of every small decision you made when it was raining. So do the hard thing, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, today we're going to be talking about broke is a broken system. Now, we're going to be talking a lot about money, but this applies to everything in your life. This whole training can apply to everything in your life, whether that's money or your health, every goal you have, everything you want to achieve, this can be applied to. So with that being said, as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the myth of money. The system is the problem, the frame is the lie, the noise is the enemy, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So let's get started and talk about the myth of money. So most people don't have a money problem. They most likely have a thinking problem about money. So if you've grown up like the 99%, you were probably raised to believe that being broke means you don't have enough dollars in your account. But the real poverty isn't in your wallet, it's in your mental operating system. That system governs what you notice, how you act, what you tolerate, and what you pursue, and it's outdated. When you define broke purely as a lack of money, you lock yourself into a loop of survival. You think the problem is external, so you wait for external solutions. But the waiting makes you passive, and the passivity deepens the scarcity, and the scarcity reinforces the belief. Money isn't a starting point, it's a lagging indicator. So there are two types of indicators, leading indicators and lagging indicators. And leading indicators predict what will happen in the future. They predict future performance. They show what might happen. And a lagging indicator reflects past performance. They show what already happened. So, for example, a leading indicator is, for example, whether you are going to the gym. If you're going to the gym consistently every single day, it's a leading indicator that you might lose weight at the end of the month. Now, your weight at the end of the month is the lagging indicator. It basically shows and reflects what you did during that month and whether you actually did go to the gym. So, in short, a leading indicator is the cause and a lagging indicator is the effect. Money reflects your internal systems, not your external circumstances. So low confidence, scattered focus, poor boundaries, reactive choices, these are all the real causes of poverty in all areas of life, not just money. You can give someone $10,000 and they'll be broke again in 2 months if their mind still runs the poverty code. So the money in your life is a snapshot of how tightly your system is working. When your beliefs, your actions, and your identity line up, money starts showing up automatically. When they're misaligned, you could grind all day and still leak wealth through the cracks. So it's easier to blame money than to confront your operating system. You think, if I just had more money, I'd fix everything, but you wouldn't. And there's proof. People win the lottery and ruin their lives because they never learned how to run money. They never upgraded the identity that could hold wealth without collapsing. So blaming money protects your ego and it lets you avoid responsibility while still feeling like the victim. But that ego shield is the very thing that's actually keeping you stuck. You don't need more money, you just need more mental leverage. Society makes you think money is the root of everything, but it's not. It's the fruit. You are taught to chase money like it's the prize. Go to school, get a degree, get a job, get paid, and then you're safe. Then you're not broke. Most people follow that script and still feel poor, even if their bank account looks fine. When you stop chasing the fruit and actually start tending to the root, everything changes. And that root is your system. Your decisions, your habits, your emotional patterns, your self-image. Upgrade the system and the outputs change on their own. Now, being broke is just a spotlight. It shows you what's not working. Stop seeing it as a failure and see it as feedback. What are you tolerating that's actually keeping you small? And where are your boundaries too loose, your actions too reactive, and your vision too weak? Being broke is an alarm bell, not a punishment. It's a request for you to rebuild your operating system from the ground up. And the moment you respond to that request, you stop being broke even before the money shows up. So money isn't just currency. It's a reflection of how well you process information and actually make decisions. So if you think about it, what does money actually reward? Money flows towards clarity, confidence, competence, and contribution. Broke people operate in fog. Rich people operate in HD. Money doesn't go to the deserving, it goes to the aligned. Aligned systems always beat effort-heavy, misaligned ones. And you don't get aligned by grinding, you get aligned by upgrading your model of reality. So being broke doesn't just affect your wallet, it infects your self-image. You start shrinking your vision, you start avoiding challenges, you stay small, and you play safe. You fear ambition because it makes your inadequacy actually feel louder, and you protect your ego by lowering your standards instead of raising your skill. This is how the broke mindset multiplies, not in dollars, but in diminished lives. Not just the loss of wealth, but the loss of potential. And you trade what you could become for what feels safe today. The longer you stay broke mentally, the more normal it feels. You start building routines around scarcity, not as a wealth tool, but as a survival mechanism. And you start bonding with others over what you can't afford instead of what you're building. Eventually, you stop noticing the cage. You decorate it, you defend it, and you call it realism. I don't need money to be happy. The translation of that is, I've stopped believing I can actually rise, so I've decided to shrink. You're not broke, you're just out of sync. The real goal isn't to get rich, it's to restore function. If you fix the signal, you fix the feedback loop, you fix the frame. Money shows up not as magic, but as the natural result of a system that actually works. That's the shift. Stop chasing the fruit and rebuild the root. Stop patching holes and actually rewire the code. You're not stuck, you're just miscalibrated. If you fix the system, you'll get the outcome. Now that you understand this, the question isn't how much money do I have, it's how well is my system actually functioning. And the fastest way to diagnose that is by looking at how you process input, react to output, and adjust your behavior, which leads us to the real breakdown behind most poverty. Your internal control system is out of tune. And if you don't know how to fix the loop, The loop will keep fixing you into place. So let's talk about the system is the problem. So before you fix your finances, you need to understand the machine behind them. Not your bank account, not your budget. The machine is you and the way you think, act, and adjust to reality. There's a powerful mental model from engineering and systems science that explains exactly why most people stay stuck. It's called control systems theory. And once you get it, you'll never look at your habits, decisions, or results the same way again. A control system is basically any mechanism that maintains balance between where you are and where you're trying to be. It compares your current state to a desired goal and makes corrections to stay on track. This is how thermostats, for example, work and regulate temperature, how self-driving cars stay in lane, and how healthy bodies maintain homeostasis. The system constantly runs a loop. It takes input, it compares it to the target, and adjusts the output and then repeats. So for example, if your room drops below 21 degrees Celsius, or whatever it is in Fahrenheit, and your thermostat is set to 22 degrees Celsius, it turns the heat on. That's a control system in action. So what most people don't realize is that your entire life runs on these loops, and when the loop is broken or badly wired, you spiral out of control without even noticing. This is where most people miss it. They don't realize that every result they're experiencing, good or bad, isn't personal. It's just a system. It's systemic. If your life is filled with chaos, scarcity, procrastination, and stagnation, it's not because you're lazy or stupid, it's because your internal control system is broken. A control system is how anything stable maintains itself. It measures what's happening, compares it to the goal, and adjusts behavior to stay aligned. That's how thermostats work. And that's how your body regulates temperature as well. And that's how your brain is supposed to regulate success. Input, feedback, correction, repeat. When this loop is off, you drift, you spiral, you stall, and you don't even know why. So broke people don't lack effort. They actually just lack feedback. Most of what you do without checking if it actually works. You try a new business, you get 0 leads, and you tell yourself, maybe it's not for me, instead of asking, where's the gap in my strategy? You assume failure means to stop, not adjust. And successful people get better faster because they live inside tight feedback loops. They notice when something doesn't work, they reflect as soon as possible, they recalibrate, and then they move fast. That's what a working system does. It autocorrects all the time. And that's how you build wealth, by constantly refining your process in real time. When your feedback loop is broken, you start operating in confusion. You don't know what's working and what's not, so everything feels like noise. You bounce between strategies, goals, offers, and habits with no real clarity. And you keep trying, but nothing sticks, nothing compounds, and nothing actually scales. The system becomes overwhelmed. No feedback equals no learning. And you burn out from the effort, not from the ambition. You're busy as hell, but still broke, still stuck, and still guessing. This happens in the area of personal finance as well. You tell yourself that you actually want to save a certain amount of money, and then instead what you do, you don't regulate from the viewpoint of the goal. You actually go and buy some new shoes, which you most likely don't need. And then you ask yourself why you haven't been able to actually save the amount that you set out to save, when in reality, you never adjusted for the goal. You never adjusted that thermostat. So when your feedback loop is broken, you start operating in confusion. You don't know what's working and what's not, so everything feels like noise. So the broke mindset resists feedback because it's addicted to being right. If someone challenges your approach, you get defensive instead of curious, and you interpret correction as an attack and not as help. So you double down on failing strategies, hoping something changes without you having to change. The moment you shut down feedback, you shut down growth, period. Real control isn't about rigidity. It's about flexibility. You evolve by staying open, not by clinging to comfort. Most of your decisions aren't conscious, they're habitual. You run on autopilot most of the day, and your beliefs and reactions are a script you didn't write, but you repeat it anyway. You get hit with a bill and automatically feel stress. You tighten, complain, cut back instead of asking, how do I build a buffer? The broke system runs reactive software. The rich system runs intentional software. You don't fix the system by willpower, you fix it by upgrading the default behavior loops. Systems don't care how you feel, they just run what's coded, so just rewrite the code. Most people don't even know what their system is trying to achieve. You have no clearly defined outcome, so your system has no calibration point. And if you do have a clearly defined outcome, well, then your calibration is not on point. It's like a thermostat with no temperature setting. You'll just float wherever the room drifts. Without a target, there's no correction. And without correction, there's no improvement. Wealthy people build internal systems around metrics, goals, feedback, iteration. They know what success looks like, and they measure their behavior against it constantly. Every failure becomes data, and every mistake becomes leverage. Broke systems react too slowly to reality. You get a result you don't like, but instead of analyzing it, you ignore it. You rationalize it, or you blame someone else. most of the time. It's just a bad economy. No one wants what I offer. Maybe it's not meant to be. This delay kills momentum. By the time you're ready to change, the opportunity is gone. Fast systems win. The faster you receive and act on feedback, the faster you grow. Shrink the loop, shorten the lag, and move when the signal arrives. If you can out-adapt people, you can out-earn them, period. You don't need to work harder, you just need to work differently. People ask, how do I make more money? Well, ask, where in my system am I losing energy, leaking time, or ignoring feedback? The money is always hiding behind a broken loop. So think like a builder, don't react emotionally, and actually diagnose the mechanism. Move from frustration to feedback, from struggle to structure, and from chaos to control. Control the system, and the results will follow like gravity. Every dollar you earn or lose is a reflection of how well you run the loop. You're not a victim of random outcomes. You're a system operator. So the question isn't, am I capable? The question is, am I correcting fast enough? And once you fix the loop, money starts moving, not because of hustle or grinding or anything like that, or because you're working harder, but because you've created a clean pipeline. Every day becomes a calibration, and every action gets tuned, and every result speaks. And before long, the chaos quiets, the fog clears, the signal sharpens, and something rare starts to happen. You stop feeling broke before the money has even hit your account. And now that your system is under review, let's look at the invisible frame that warps your decisions even further. Because if your lens is distorted, your actions will be too. So with that being said, let's talk about the frame is the lie. So most people think their problems are real, tangible, concrete, but in reality, most of what they suffer from is perspective distortion. They're not just broke, they're seeing the entire game through a lens that warps every opportunity, limits every decision, and shrinks every possibility. Realize that it's the way you see things, the way you perceive the world, that has gotten you to the point where you are now. Whatever that point is, good or bad, it has been the way you see the world, your perspective, and your lens through which you see the world has gotten you to the point where you are now. And that way you see the world will not get you where you want to actually go. It has gotten you to where you are, but it won't get you there, because if it could, then by definition, you would be already there. So with that in mind, if you just completely internalize what I just said and fully internalize it, you don't need anything else. The way you are right now and the person you are right now will not get you to the place you want to be. The way you think right now will not get you to the place you want to be. So most of the time, it's just perspective distortion. This is where relativity, the same theory that Einstein used to describe how time and space behave, actually becomes a great mental model for mindset and money. So relativity in simple terms means this: nothing exists in isolation. Everything is defined by the frame you view it through. Speed isn't absolute. Motion isn't absolute. Time isn't absolute. They all depend on your frame of reference. If two people are sitting on a train moving 100 kilometers per hour, to them, it feels like they're standing still, but to someone on the platform, they're flying by. The same thing applies to money. You feel broke not because you have no money, but because of what you're comparing it to. Your internal reference frame is jacked. Broke people don't realize they've inherited a broken lens. You compare your life to either Instagram influencers, to luxury YouTubers, to people 3 levels above you in the game, and you feel like a loser. That comparison creates unnecessary shame. Instead of motivating you, a lot of the times it just paralyzes you. You think you're too far behind, so why bother? The frame is invisible. That's why it's dangerous. You don't know you're doing it. You just feel behind, but you never stop to ask, compared to what? Your brain isn't wired for truth. It's wired for contrast. You don't experience money as a number. You experience it relative to a baseline. If you go from making $2,000 a month to $5,000 a month, you'll feel rich. If you go from $20,000 a month to $15,000 a month, you feel broke, even though you're still making more than before. It's not the number that changes your life. It's the shift in frame that creates the feeling. So this is why people with 6 figures in the bank still feel anxious. The reference point is off. They're aiming at someone else's scoreboard. So to change your life, you don't just need a better strategy. You need a better frame. Your mind needs to define success by your values, not someone else's. What do you actually care about? Financial freedom, location freedom, creative work. You can feel wealthy if your internal scoreboard belongs to someone else. So until your reference point is aligned with your own goals, every win will feel like a loss. You'll keep chasing things that don't actually satisfy you, and you'll exhaust yourself trying to keep up with people who don't even live in your world. The broke mindset clings to frames that feel familiar, even if they're destructive. You might have grown up in a household where money was always scarce, so now you see the world through a lens of limitation. Every opportunity feels risky. Every investment feels like gambling. You avoid action not because it's dangerous, but because it violates the frame that kept you safe growing up. You recreate the same patterns over and over, not because they work, but because they're what your nervous system is calibrated to expect. A distorted frame shrinks your identity. If you believe I'm not someone who can make money, then every opportunity you see will pass through that filter. You'll downplay your own value, you'll pull back just when it's time to go all in, and you won't even realize you're doing it because your actions will seem rational, but only inside that warped frame. So the wealthiest people you know are masters at reframing. They don't just think differently, they look at the same event and see different meaning, or even multiple different meanings. A failed launch isn't proof of failure, it's just market research to them. A rejected offer isn't a threat to their identity, it's a signal to tweak the pitch. The facts don't change, but the way you frame them does, and that's everything. Do you see the error as rejection or refinement? Do you collapse under the moment or zoom out to adjust the path? The frame you live in is either something you choose or something that was chosen for you. Most people are running on inherited lenses and frames from parents, school, culture, media, etc. You didn't choose to think this way. You just never challenged the defaults. So your reality feels true when it's just familiar. Reframing isn't delusion. It's just authorship. You decide what the story means, and when you choose the frame, you choose the outcome. If you want more money, don't start by chasing it. Start by correcting the lens. A clean frame lets you see clearly. A clear vision lets you act precisely. And once your internal reference point is tuned to your own mission, to your own goals, everything starts to align, because now you're not fighting yourself with every step. You're not fighting for someone else's dream or a dream that you copied from someone. You're now fighting for what you want. But even the right frame can get lost in the noise if the signal is weak. And that's the next problem, because your brain wasn't built for this modern world. And most people are drowning in distraction, not data. So with that being said, let's talk about the noise is the enemy. So it's not just a lack of money that keeps most people stuck. It's the overwhelming volume of mental clutter they're trying to process without even knowing it. Information overload, conflicting advice, emotional static, too many voices in, not enough clarity out. And at the center of that chaos is a powerful but invisible enemy, noise. This is where information theory becomes a game-changing mental model. It was developed to explain how communication systems transmit data across channels and how messages are sent, received, and most importantly, how they get distorted. In every system, there's a difference between signal and noise. Signal is the useful, high-value information that creates clarity and enables intelligent action. Noise is everything else, the randomness, the static, the irrelevant distraction that clogs the channel and degrades decision-making. In a communication system, noise makes the message harder to decode. In a human mind, noise makes it almost impossible to think clearly, act precisely, or build momentum. And the broke mindset is almost always signal deprived and noise saturated. It can't hear what matters because everything is screaming at once. Every day, your brain is trying to make sense of too much input at once, and it's failing. You're taking in content from dozens of sources without applying a clear filter. Podcasts, YouTube, ads, books, courses. Most of that input bypasses your critical thinking and goes straight into your nervous system. You start to feel pressure to do everything at once, launch a product, build a funnel, start a side hustle, invest in crypto, all while healing your inner child. Eventually, you're not processing signal, you're actually just drowning in contradiction and noise. You don't know which move matters, so you freeze and you stop moving. You keep researching because you don't trust yourself to act, but the more you consume, the more confused you become, and it becomes a vicious cycle. Noise doesn't just distract you, it actively deceives you. It creates the illusion that everything is important, everything is urgent, and everything must be done right now. You see a viral video that says this one shitcoin made me $90,000 overnight, and it triggers the part of your brain that wants to skip the slow, boring work. You abandon your current plan and chase the new dopamine spike. This is how people get addicted to novelty and allergic to depth. You don't stick with anything long enough to master it because you're always reacting to noise. You confuse emotional stimulation with strategic relevance. The longer you operate in a high noise state, the weaker your judgment becomes. You stop trusting your instincts because they've been hijacked by a dozen conflicting inputs. You start needing validation for every decision. You can't move without double checking, asking around, polling your group chat. Every decision becomes slower, more cautious, more diluted. You don't build momentum, you just build doubt. And the longer you doubt, the more you identify as someone who just overthinks or just isn't ready. That's not a mindset issue. That's what happens when the signal to noise ratio is out of control. Most people don't realize that not all information is good information. The broke mind treats every input as equal. It doesn't know how to screen for relevance, credibility, or context. You hear two pieces of advice, invest in mentorship and never pay someone for something you could learn for free. And without a working filter, both seem valid. So you stay stuck in indecision. The result is paralysis. You can't distinguish truth from trend, strategy from hype. And without a clear direction, every shiny object becomes a potential detour. You feel pulled in 10 different directions because none of them feel grounded. You lose time not by doing the wrong thing, but by doing nothing while you try to figure out the right thing. Noise is subtle. It creeps in slowly until you mistake it for your own thoughts. Your goals start becoming less about what you actually want and more about what looks impressive or safe or acceptable. You say you want to hit $10,000 a month, but that number came from Twitter, not your own vision. So when you don't hit it, you feel like a failure over a goal that never even came from you. Eventually, you can't hear your own voice through the static. And you start saying things like, I don't know what I want anymore. It's not that you don't know, it's that your signal has been drowned out for so long, you forgot what it sounded like. The fix isn't more input, it's actually aggressive subtraction. You have to actively remove low-quality sources from your environment. Unfollow people, mute group chats that only talk about scarcity. Decide exactly what kind of signal matters to your goal, and then reject everything else, even if it's interesting. Complexity is not a sign of progress. Choose one idea, one direction, one set of metrics. Stick with it until it compounds. Simplicity is hard, but it's the only way to build something real in a noisy world. The smartest person in the room isn't the one who knows the most, it's the one who knows what to ignore. Power doesn't come from information, it comes from clarified and applied information, and a clean signal that's been stripped of distortion. If you can detect signal faster than other people and act on it with precision, you win. Not because you're smarter, but because you're quieter inside. And when the noise clears, your true signal finally gets a voice. You make sharper decisions, you act faster, and you don't need to be convinced because you already know. And once you're tuned into your own internal signal, wealth stops being something you chase and starts being something you transmit. Because once the signal is locked and the system is aligned, what's left is simple, consistent, intelligent execution. So, with that being said, let's discuss what we covered today. So we talked about the overview, we talked about the myth of money, the system is the problem, the frame is the lie, the noise is the enemy, we're at the review right now, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. Strip the noise and tune the signal. For the next 7 days, cut your input volume by at least 80%. That means no random podcasts, no scrolling feeds. Choose one path, one metric, and block out the rest. You can't build anything in chaos. You need a quiet enough mind to hear what matters. Signal is already in your life. You're just too distracted to detect it. The next one is to build the feedback loop that keeps you on track. Choose one goal that actually matters to you, not one you copied from someone else, and set up a simple weekly review ritual. Track the inputs, evaluate the outputs, correct the behavior. That's it. You don't achieve the things you want because you lack ability. You stay broke because you don't course correct fast enough. A clean loop forces clarity, direction, and adaptation, which makes money inevitable. And finally, redefine what success actually looks like for you. Write down whose scoreboard you've been playing on and then burn it. Replace it with 3 things that actually reflect your values. You'll never feel wealthy inside a frame that's built to make you feel behind. Own the reference point and you own the game. Otherwise, you'll die rich in other people's currency and bankrupt in your own. So with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope it brought a lot of value. If it did, please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is stop trying to be happy. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, obviously, the system behind everything, the happiness trap, why meaning beats mood, virtues that actually work, building systems that last, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's talk about the system behind everything. So before we dive into tearing down the happiness myth, we need to step back and arm ourselves with the right lenses. And so you can't necessarily solve a problem if you're looking at it through the wrong frame. Most people try to tackle life with linear thinking. Do X, get Y. But life doesn't necessarily work that way. It's messy, it's interconnected, and it's full of unintended consequences. Now, to navigate it properly, you need better models, ways of basically seeing reality that reveal the deeper mechanics underneath. Now, the first and most important one to understand here is systems thinking, because it explains why the world refuses to play by the simple linear rules you want it to. Systems thinking is one of the most powerful models you can really carry into your life in general, because it means looking at reality not as random fragments or parts, but rather as interconnected parts of a larger whole. Every result you see is created by the hidden structure of the system underneath. Without understanding the system, you'll always misread the outputs. And so you can see here on the image, there are a few different ways to think about systems thinking. So you think of linear thinking versus nonlinear thinking, analysis versus synthesis, or structures versus processes, hierarchies versus networks, and objects versus relationships. So A system is built on relationships, boundaries, and flows. It's not the parts alone that actually matter, but how the parts interact. That's why the same component can produce different results in different systems. The context changes the outcome. Systems are non-linear, they have delays, and they often produce emergent properties, things that you can't necessarily predict by analyzing the pieces in isolation. Now, one of the most important elements in systems thinking is the role of feedback loops. Reinforcing loops amplify change. Balancing loops resist change. If you've ever seen something spiral upward or downwards with speed, that's a reinforcing loop. If you've ever tried to change a habit only to be pulled back to baseline, well, that's a balancing loop. So if you all of a sudden started going to the gym every day for 2 hours a day, and all of a sudden you stopped, well, that's a balancing loop. Feedback explains why problems rarely respond to quick fixes. They're part of a deeper structure. So within any system, there are leverage points. Small shifts in the right area create outsized effects. That's why systems thinkers avoid tinkering at the edges and instead look for the highest leverage place to actually intervene. So if you change the structure, the outputs transform themselves with less effort. Now, once you understand leverage, the natural question becomes, how do you know where to push? You can't just guess. You need a way to measure whether your effort is actually moving the system in the right direction. So every system needs measurement. Without it, you're flying blind. The danger is that most people measure the wrong things. They stare at the outcomes instead of tracking the behaviors that create those outcomes. The distinction between what you can influence today and what only shows up later is everything. This is where the concept of leading and lagging indicators becomes important. Now, leading indicators are inputs. They're behaviors or actions that you can actually control today. You can literally go and do something with them. Lagging indicators are results. They're outcomes that only appear later as a result of the leading indicators. So leading indicators tell you what direction the system is headed. Lagging indicators tell you where the system has already been, what has brought the system to where it is. So in economics, a lagging indicator is, for example, unemployment numbers or GDP. They only show what has already happened. Leading indicators like consumer confidence give you a glimpse of what's actually coming. In health, weight is a lagging indicator, but daily diet and movement are leading ones. In business, revenue is a lagging indicator, while sales calls and marketing are leading indicators. The trap is that lagging indicators are tempting to chase because they're visible. And most people chase lagging indicators. They chase the results. Everyone wants the results, the money, the recognition, the status. But since lagging indicators only reflect the past, you can't influence them directly. The results you're getting today are a result, literally, of the actions you did months before. And so the only path is through the leading indicators. That way you can actually change the lagging indicators, the controllable inputs that drive the outputs. And so this is where these models set the stage for everything we're about to cover, because the same logic that applies to economies, health, and business applies to life itself. If you treat happiness as a result to chase directly, well, you'll always come up empty. But if you learn to think in systems and focus on the right levers, happiness shows up on its own. So let's talk about the happiness trap. One of the biggest lies you've been sold is that happiness is the goal of life. Every magazine, every movie, every influencer, every ad tries to convince you that if you just find happiness, everything else will fall into place. Now, happiness by itself can't be a goal. It's a side effect. The moment you try to grab it directly, it slips through your fingers. It's like trying to catch smoke with your hands. It's a lagging indicator. That means it only shows up after the right actions have stacked over time. You don't get it up front. You earn it indirectly. You can see what a lagging indicator is in the image. Leading indicators are the inputs you can control today, like training, doing the work, showing up for people. Lagging indicators are the results you can't control directly, like happiness, wealth, or recognition. You don't feel happy on day one of going to the gym. You feel it weeks later, when the work has built momentum and your body starts changing. Obsessing over happiness is like staring at your bank account and waiting for deposits that you never actually made. Focus on the inputs, and the outputs eventually take care of themselves. Now, the pursuit of happiness turns you into a junkie for emotional highs. You start thinking a better partner, a new car, a different job, or another trip will finally make you happy. This is one of the things that is so prevalent in our society, and people keep chasing this and they keep doing the wrong things, and they wonder why they don't feel the feeling of happiness that they're chasing. For a few days, maybe those things will change how you feel, but then it fades and you're right back where you started. That's because your brain really adapts very quickly to those things. What was once exciting becomes normal. And at the very least, it passes. A trip, for example, is only exciting as it's happening. And then after a while, it's gone. You don't have it anymore. And so, what is the result of that? Do you need to keep going on trips to feel happy? No. Obviously, something is wrong in that whole way of thinking. And that's basically what's called hedonic adaptation. You thought you had the answer, but really you're just renting a feeling that always comes due. That constant reset is called hedonic adaptation. You spike, then you level, then you crave the next spike. It's why people keep looking for the next hit, keep swiping on dating apps, and keep binge watching new shows every single weekend. The high doesn't last, so you keep searching for another hit. And you can see here what a set level of happiness is. You have good stuff that happens and all of a sudden you feel happier, and then bad stuff happens and all of a sudden you're not as happy. And so the trap is that this cycle feels productive, like you're working on yourself by chasing experiences, but in reality you're just running on a treadmill that goes nowhere. The more you run, the more exhausted you feel and the less progress you actually make. Another problem is that you can't even measure happiness in a way that's actually useful. If you ask someone if they're happy, they'll either overthink it or give you a mood report from the past 5 minutes or from the past day. It's vague, it's unstable, and it's totally unreliable. So if you try to build a life around that, you'll always feel like you're falling short. Now, if you compare that to things you can actually measure, for example, how many sales calls you've made, how many workouts you finished, how much time you spent with family, how much time you meditated, etc., these are tangible. They give you feedback you can actually use to steer. Happiness can't do that for you because it's too slippery. When you anchor your life to vague outcomes, you get vague results. And in the best case scenario, you're just running in circles. When you anchor your life to concrete actions, you build a feeling of momentum. And that feeling always feels better than chasing a mood you can't control. The harder you try to be happy, the more you prove to yourself that you're not. And that's the paradox of happiness. Every time you ask yourself, am I happy yet? You remind yourself of what's actually missing and why you're not happy yet. So this is why so many people obsess over happiness and why they still feel unhappy. The people who obsess over happiness are actually the least happy ones. They're too busy looking for the feeling to let themselves live inside it. They're always on the chase for the next thing that might make them happy. So stop monitoring your emotions all the time and focus on doing work that matters with people that matter in ways that stretch you. That's where good feelings sneak in, not when you're begging for them to arrive. So the happiness industry is also a business at the end of the day. Every app, movie, or retreat is designed to sell you the promise of being happier. Every rom-com is making you feel like if you just find this new and exciting partner, you will be suddenly happier. The formula is simple. Show you someone smiling, tie it to a product, and convince you that the product creates the feeling. The problem is the feeling doesn't come from the product. It comes from the story you tell yourself about the product. Once that story fades, you're stuck buying again. That's how billions are made, by keeping you addicted to chasing something that can't actually be owned. It's like casinos feeding gamblers free drinks. You think you're winning, but the house always wins. The way out is to really stop buying into the lie that happiness is something to be purchased or hacked or that you can even get it. Instead, build habits and systems that give you control. Nobody can sell you a steady foundation. That's why it's not so marketable. That part you have to actually create yourself. And nowadays, social media makes this 10 times worse because you're not just chasing happiness, you're really comparing your lack of it to everyone else's highlight reel. You see the vacations, you see the six packs, you see the smiling couples, and then you look at yourself and you think, why don't I feel like that? What you don't see are the arguments, the debt, the insecurities behind these posts. You're comparing your full story to their single snapshot that doesn't give you any information in reality, but you think it does. This is why chasing happiness in the age of Instagram or any other social media platform for that matter is a guaranteed losing game. You're competing against manufactured illusions and your brain doesn't know the difference. It just knows you came up short. The solution isn't to quit social media altogether, but really to just change the frame. Use it to publish instead of consume, or to create instead of compare yourself. When you're building, you stop fixating on how others look because you're too busy making progress yourself. And you can't control how happy you feel. You can only control what you do, and you can control your attention, your routines, your health, your work. And those are the levers that indirectly create the feelings that people label as happiness. When you try to reverse it by chasing the feeling instead of controlling the levers, you really guarantee yourself a mountain of disappointment because you're chasing the wrong goal. Health, wealth, love, spirituality, taking care of yourself, sleep, exercise, deep work, meaningful conversations, tackling hard problems. These are levers, inputs. They create stable energy, pride, and momentum. And the thing is, if you consistently pull these levers, happiness shows up by default. You don't even have to think about it. You don't have to chase it because it grows out of the order and the structure you've built. When you live in that rhythm, you don't need to feel happy all the time. You just feel solid. And once you shift from controlling the feelings to controlling the actions, you realize happiness was never actually the prize. Progress was, growth was, alignment was. Happiness just shows up on the side, uninvited, but it's welcome. And research has shown that actually one of the strongest, most consistent predictors of happiness, satisfaction, and well-being isn't necessarily pleasure or more pleasurable activities one after another, but rather a sense of control or agency over your life. When you feel like you're the one steering the wheel instead of being tossed around, your nervous system calms down. And that calm is what most people are really chasing when they say they want to be happy. So for example, self-determination theory is one of the big frameworks in psychology, and it says people have basic psychological needs: autonomy, which is the feeling of being in control; competence, which is feeling capable; and relatedness, which is connection. When those are satisfied, well-being tends to be higher. When autonomy is frustrated, people usually suffer. So even the word happy is really dangerous because it's vague and very childish. When people say they want to be happy, they usually mean something else. It's just they don't know what word to use for it, or they haven't thought about it long enough. So they just come up with this vague word, which is happiness, so that they don't actually have to look into what they actually mean. And when people say that they want to be happy, they usually either want to feel proud, or they want peace, or they want freedom, they want energy. Those are way more specific. They can actually be built. Happiness as a word and as a feeling is really just fog. It's nothing. So start translating your own sentences. Instead of saying something like, I want to be happy, ask yourself, what am I actually feeling? What is it actually missing here? Do I want to feel proud? Do I want to feel calm? Do I want to feel energized? Do I want to feel fulfilled? Do I want to be working on something that matters? And then trace each one back to the inputs that actually create it. And suddenly you're dealing with actual objective reality instead of fantasy, instead of vague fogness, basically. Now you can actually take some action to create the feeling that has been giving you clues about the life you want. Now, words shape focus, and focus shapes choices, and choices shape your life. So if you swap out your sloppy words, you'll find yourself making sharper choices. Sharper choices always lead to better results. When you stop chasing happiness at first, you'll feel flat. It's like detoxing. You've been addicted to dopamine spikes, so when you cut them off, your system actually rebels, and you'll feel bored and you'll think something is wrong. Nothing's wrong. It's just your brain resetting to baseline. If you give it time and you keep doing the right things, sleep, exercise, building, serving, slowly your nervous system will recalibrate. Instead of this roller coaster of highs and lows, you'll start to feel steady. And steady for most people feels boring. And that's why they love the highs and lows all the time. But steady beats happy any day of the week. Even if sometimes it feels boring, you need to let yourself be steady and bored. There's nothing bad with just sitting and being okay with life, being steady. Nothing is happening high or low. It's just flat. There's nothing bad with that. And the problem is that people have the big misconception is that that is boring. And in reality, it's just that they're addicted to these highs and lows all the time, which highs and lows by default create addictions. So stop creating emotional highs and lows in your life while wearing the mask of pursuing happiness. The only time you can actually focus on what matters is by feeling steady. A part of you knows it, and that's why it actually sabotages you with a fake story of chasing happiness. This is where you finally realize happiness wasn't the goal at all. Stability is, freedom is, self-respect is. And those don't fade when the chemicals wear off. And once you accept that happiness is not the goal, you free yourself to chase what actually matters. Things like meaning, responsibility, progress, contribution. These are sturdier foundations. They hold up even when life gets hard. And ironically, they produce far more of the feelings you were chasing in the first place. So let's talk about why meaning beats mood. The reason people collapse when life gets hard is because they build their identity around a mood instead of a mission, around something vague and something that they can't actually aim at all. Moods are fragile. They vanish when you lose sleep, when the market dips, when someone you love disappoints you. A mission, a purpose, meaning doesn't vanish. A mission anchors you through the storm because it ties your life to something bigger than today's chemical cocktail of whatever you're feeling in your brain. Happiness is fragile, but meaning is durable. It's always there. Meaning can survive stress, it can survive setbacks, it can survive suffering. Happiness can't. The moment something bad happens, you all of a sudden feel less happy. And so if you only keep going when you feel good, you'll never last long enough to achieve anything worth talking about. And I don't mean necessarily financial success here, I mean anything in general. Meaning gives you a reason to wake up when you don't want to, a reason to keep swinging even when you've been knocked flat. And for example, a new parent doesn't necessarily get up at 3 a.m. to change diapers because it's fun or it feels good or because it makes them necessarily happy. They do it because raising a child means something to them. That meaning gives them energy and fulfillment that happiness never could, and it's limitless. If you just think about what a parent has to go through in the first few years of their child being born, where do you think they get all that energy from? And I'm not saying that they don't necessarily feel tired. I'm saying they might feel tired and yet they still do the things that they need to do. Most parents, at least. Where do you think they get that from? You'll tolerate enormous amounts of pain if the meaning is big enough. No amount of pleasure will sustain you if meaning is absent. Happiness doesn't point anywhere, it's vague. You can't plot a course with it. Meaning is directional. It tells you where to go, what to build, and exactly who to become. And without meaning, your life looks like a drunk person stumbling from bar to bar, hoping that the next one will feel better. With meaning, you move with clarity. Even when the path is long, you know exactly where it leads. And that's the problem. Most people confuse feeling good with heading in the right direction. And if you just do the things that feel good because they make you feel like you're heading in the right direction, you're in for a very tough time. Those are not the same. You can feel very miserable while doing the right thing, and you can feel ecstatic while destroying yourself. The road to heaven is filled with pain, and the road to hell is always full with pleasure. So, and you can test this yourself. If you do anything bad for you, a lot of the times it feels amazing in the moment, and yet you're destroying yourself. And when you're doing the right thing, it can feel hard. It can be very difficult. And there is another video on my channel about doing the hard thing. Most of the time, hard things are the ones that are worth actually doing and that over the long term bring you actual satisfaction in life. Most of the times, the easy things in life are don't necessarily bring you anywhere nice, to say the least. So think about it. If you go out on a Friday night and drink a bunch of beers or a bunch of alcohol, or, you know, God forbid you do some drugs and stuff like that, it might feel ecstatic in the moment, but you're really destroying yourself, and we all know that. Yet waking up on a Saturday at 5 a.m. to go to the gym is pretty difficult. But what will bring you more fulfillment, more satisfaction in life in general over time? What will bring you more happiness, quote unquote? So judge your progress by whether your actions align with your values, not whether you got a dopamine hit today. Meaning forces growth. Happiness doesn't. It can't. If you think about it, nothing meaningful is truly easy. Writing a book, starting a business, raising kids, building a strong body, creating a legacy, those are not easy. That doesn't mean that that isn't always true on the other way around. It doesn't mean that if something comes easy to you, it isn't meaningful. This is a misconception. But the things that are truly meaningful are not always easy. And none of those are fun every day, but they all demand you to grow. And happiness, on the other hand, asks nothing from you. It just asks you to chase another hit. And growth hurts because it stretches you, but that's exactly why it works. Muscles grow under resistance, so do character, skill, and purpose. And when you outgrow the person you used to be, you stop being dependent on moods. You trust yourself to handle whatever comes. And that self trust is worth infinitely more than any fleeting feeling of happiness. Meaning always points outwards, it connects you to something beyond yourself. Happiness is almost always inwards. It's about your feelings, and that's why it collapses under pressure. Meaning, on the other hand, makes you useful. When you tie yourself to, or tie your life to serving others or doing meaningful work, you stop obsessing over your own moods and start focusing on the value you actually bring. And some of the most fulfilled people on earth are not the ones who had the easiest lives. They're the ones who carried weight for others. Their lives mattered because their work mattered. Instead of asking, what can make me happy today, start asking yourself, who needs me today? As an example. When bad days come around, happiness always crumbles, meaning bends, but it never breaks. It absorbs the hit and keeps moving forward. That's why people who build around meaning can actually endure tragedies, failures, and heartbreak without losing themselves. They may hurt, but they don't collapse. They have something to point towards, to go towards. They have the North Star. If your life is built on happiness, the first storm sinks you. If it's built on meaning, storms just prove the foundation is actually strong. Life has suffering no matter what anyone tells you, and the only way through it is to put suffering inside a frame that actually gives it value. Meaning is that frame. Purpose is that frame. Meaning reshapes who you are. Happiness just tweaks how you feel. The person who builds their life around moods always feels like an imposter. The person who builds around meaning develops an identity that can't be shaken. They know who they are because they know what they're here to do. Your identity is not how you feel, it's what you repeatedly do. And meaning aligns your actions with your highest values, so your identity grows roots. When you live this way, you don't wake up wondering who you are, you just know. Moods don't last by default. That's why we call them moods. Happiness is a mood. Meaning, on the other hand, compounds. Each day of aligned action stacks on top of the last, building a life you can actually respect. Happiness evaporates in the moment. Meaning leaves a trail behind you that others can follow. One vanishes when the chemicals fade, and the other lasts long after you're gone. No one remembers how happy you felt, and no one will. They remember what you've built, who you've helped, and what you stood for. That's meaning. And the irony is that when you stop chasing happiness and actually start looking for or creating meaning, you end up with more happiness anyway because it is a byproduct of purpose. Not the spike and crash kind, but the calm, steady satisfaction that comes from knowing you're living the right way. Happiness shows up when you're too busy doing good, purposeful, meaningful work to care whether it's there or not. If you think about all the moments where you were most proud of, were you necessarily happy in the conventional sense, or were you exhausted, stretched, maybe even a bit scared, but excited because it actually mattered? That's the proof that meaning beats mood every single time. Once you see that clearly, you'll never go back to chasing moods again. You'll put your energy where it belongs, into building something that actually matters. So get busy with meaning and purpose, whatever it is and however small it is. Just go. And remember, you can either get busy living or get busy dying. Once you start living by meaning instead of mood, everything changes. The highs and the lows of daily emotions stop running your life, and you stop needing constant validation. You stop panicking when you feel off, and you stop chasing goals and things that don't actually bring you anywhere closer. You stop running in circles. Instead, you keep moving forward, knowing that the work itself will pull you through. And that forward motion is what opens the door to the next thing you need, the behaviors and principles that make meaning stick. So let's talk about virtues that actually work. So meaning without structure eventually always falls apart. You can know exactly what matters to you, but if you don't have the behaviors to back it up, you'll drift back into distraction. That's why virtues matter. They're not abstract good qualities that you read in a book. They're practical behaviors you train into yourself so you can keep doing the right things even when you don't feel like it. Now, virtues makes meaning sustainable. Everyone loves to talk about motivation, but disciplined action on the right things is what actually delivers. One of those virtues could be discipline. Motivation is a mood. Discipline is a muscle. If you build it, you don't need to wake up inspired. You just do what needs to be done because that's just who you are now. Discipline looks like doing your workout when you're tired, writing when your head is foggy, or showing up for the meeting when you'd rather hide. The action itself rewires you. One simple way to grow discipline is to set a daily non-negotiable. And I'm not talking about 5 or 10, just one. Do it every single day, no matter what. That baseline builds the muscle. Another virtue is courage. Most people are cowards and they don't even realize it. They avoid having the hard conversation. They avoid the scary opportunity. They avoid the risk of looking stupid. But the cost of avoidance is always enormous. It keeps you locked in the same small life. So courage is the willingness to lean into fear instead of running from it. Courage works like a gym exercise. The more you face fear, the lighter it feels next time. So if you look back on your proudest moments, almost all of them involved fear right before you did the thing. That's your sign that your courage pays more than your comfort. Another virtue is honesty. And look, the fastest way to ruin your life is to just lie to yourself. You say you're fine when you're not. You say you're working hard when you're really scrolling. You say you're waiting for the right time when you're just actually scared. Honesty cuts through the noise. It forces you to look at the ugly facts, which is the only place that change actually starts. So write down the raw truth of your situation, just the facts. Don't sugarcoat it or make it worse than it actually is. Just be objective and then pick one action that actually addresses the real issue. Lying to yourself feels safe in the moment, but it always costs more later. It always does. Honesty feels brutal upfront, but it always saves you in the long run. And if your life only revolves around you, it's going to feel small and hollow. So you need something outside of yourself to give weight to your effort, which is service. Service doesn't mean being a saint. It doesn't mean sacrificing yourself for others. It means making your skills and actions useful to other people. When others benefit, your life gains purpose. So start looking for one way every day to make someone else's life easier. These small things will add up quickly. And the paradox is that the more you serve, the less you obsess over whether you're happy or not. You're too busy being useful. And that usefulness feeds back into your sense of meaning and purpose. Now, serving others gives your life weight, but without self-control, you'll eventually collapse under the pressure. Meaning isn't just about giving, it's also about guarding your own capacity so you can keep showing up in the world. And that's where temperance comes in. The world is designed to overstimulate you. Junk food, social media, alcohol, constant entertainment, it's all engineered to hijack your brain. Without temperance, you're a slave to every craving. With it, you reclaim control. Temperance isn't about never enjoying things. It's about keeping pleasures in their place so that they don't dominate you. So create rules that protect you. For example, no phone in the bedroom, no alcohol alone, no scrolling before work. Just simple guardrails that save you from yourself. Ironically, those limits will actually create more freedom. A lot of people misunderstand that if you create some limits and constraints in your life, they think that all of a sudden you're less free. You're not. They create more freedom. When you stop letting every craving pull you around, you feel lighter, sharper, and more in charge of your own life. Otherwise, you're just in charge of those things. Let me correct myself. Otherwise, those things are in charge of you. So another virtue here is resilience. Life is going to punch you in the mouth no matter what. That's guaranteed. What separates winners from quitters isn't who necessarily avoids the punch. It's who gets back up faster. And I know this sounds cliche, but resilience is the ability to absorb the hit and just keep moving forward. So the next time something goes wrong, don't ask yourself, why me? And ask yourself, what now? What should I do now? And that shift pulls you out of victim mode and puts you back in control. It completely shifts your mindset about those things. And I know it just sounds like motivational fluff here, but it really does. And every setback is either a dead end or a training ground. So the label you put to it is up to you. So if you choose training ground, suddenly problems becomes preparation. They become something you can go through and test your own self through them. And so one of the best virtues, another great virtue here is gratitude. And Most people see gratitude the wrong way. It's not about being sentimental or just saying random things that you're kind of grateful for. It's about actually recognizing what's working. A lot of people nowadays only notice what's broken, so they keep reinforcing the negative. Now, gratitude shifts your focus to the wins, which gives you more fuel to keep going. So don't just say, I'm grateful for my family or something general like that. Say, I'm grateful for example, for my brother, or that my brother calling me today and reminding me that I'm not alone. Specifics make it real. So when you get specific, you also identify repeatable actions. You realize what's worth doubling down on, and gratitude becomes not just a feeling, but rather a strategy. And the world changes too fast for you to stay still. So learning is another virtue that can work and do wonders. If you're not constantly learning, you're falling behind. Learning keeps you sharp, adaptable, and smart. It also keeps life interesting. However, don't just consume information. Teach it, apply it, refine it. That loop locks knowledge into your brain and makes it actually usable. So if there's no one to teach to or no immediate way to apply it and refine it, then just try teaching it to yourself. Write about it, create presentations or documents, and dive into exploring related topics. Just create something out of it. So writers and thinkers for centuries have used what's called a commonplace book, which is a personal vault where they collected quotes, insights, and ideas by hand. And that's just a fun way to basically apply knowledge in one way. Ryan Holiday modernized this with his basically note card system, where you see a picture of that on a screen now, where every note goes on a card and gets organized into categories. And over time, it becomes a personal database of wisdom that you can just pull from, depending on what you're going through. So again, you're creating something with the knowledge that way. Writing things down by hand forces you to slow your brain, compress the idea, and make it your own. And when you revisit it later, you don't just remember, you actually deepen the connection. Whether you use index cards or a notebook or a digital tool, it doesn't really matter. The key is the same. Don't let good ideas slip away. Capture them, refine them, store them in a way that you can revisit and use. Make knowledge practical. At the very least, it's something you've created, a physical representation of the knowledge you accumulated over the years, and you can now revisit it or expand on or even pass down to people you care about. So when you make learning a part of your daily rhythm, you stop seeing it as optional and it becomes as normal as brushing your teeth. And over the years, that compounds into an edge most people will never touch or can't ever touch. So virtues don't work in isolation. Discipline without honesty turns you into a rigid robot. Courage without temperance turns you reckless. Service without resilience leaves you burned out. Combining all of them keeps virtues from becoming vices. You need the mix, not just one. So once virtues become part of who you are, you stop constantly negotiating with yourself, and you don't wonder if you'll quit, avoid, or delay. You just execute. And when that switch flips, your whole life starts moving with force. And that force will naturally feed into something bigger, the systems that keep everything running long term. So let's talk about building systems that last. Virtues give you strength, but without systems, you'll eventually burn out. Systems are what make your virtues automatic. They turn decisions into defaults. They keep you from constantly having to rely on willpower, which is pretty limited. And systems build momentum that doesn't reset every Monday. Without them, you'll always feel like you're starting over. With them, progress compounds. So a system is simply a repeatable way of getting the same outcome. Instead of asking yourself, what do I feel like doing today? You already know because you have a schedule. You know what's on the schedule and how it's done and how success is measured. That's why systems win, because they don't care about moods. They just produce the results. Now, every system lives on inputs you control: sleep, training, client calls, content output, daily reflection. These are actions you can actually track and repeat. Inputs are the levers, not the outputs. Once inputs are locked, the outputs follow by themselves. You don't have to stress about being productive or staying on track because the system carries you. So the foundation of every other system is your health. Without energy, nothing else works. That means you need a health system, not random attempts. Think rhythms, not resolutions. So a consistent sleep schedule, a minimum protein intake, 3 to 4 weekly training sessions create a baseline of energy that most people never reach. Once you hit that baseline, every other part of your life gets easier. Instead of obsessing about how you feel, Track things like hours slept, steps walked, workouts completed, etc. Those numbers don't lie and they keep you honest. And most people treat work like a never ending to do list. Systems cut through the chaos. You know exactly when you're focused, when you're shipping, and when you're done. Work stops being this vague, always on kind of burden and becomes structured execution. So block out specific hours for deep, focused work where nothing distracts you, no phone, no email, and you allow no interruptions from others. That's where real progress happens. And end each block by producing something tangible: an email, a call made, a page written. Shipping proves you're actually moving, not just thinking about moving. Now, systems matter in relationships too. Most people wait for the right time to nurture relationships, which means they don't. But relationships wither without consistent effort. So a system makes sure they actually grow. Weekly date nights, phone-free dinners, or scheduled check-ins with your friends are all simple but powerful ways to keep relationships alive. When it's on the calendar, it gets done. And it's not just frequency, but also quality. So make a system for the real conversations, not just the surface level chats. One deep, honest talk beats 10 "how's it going" texts. Now, without reflection, you're flying blind. So you don't know if your systems are working or where you're slipping. Reflection closes the loop by turning experience into feedback. So end your day by writing down what you did well, what broke, what you need to fix tomorrow. 5 minutes is just enough, but the compounding of that insight is massive. So once a week, you can also do it weekly, not just daily. Once a week, zoom out. Look at the big picture. Where are you improving? Where are you drifting? What needs adjusting? Weekly reflection keeps the long-term trajectory sharp. And if you really want to go ahead with this, you can do it monthly, quarterly, and yearly as well. Now, systems aren't just about what you add, they're also about what you remove. So most people fail not from doing too little, but from being buried under too much. Constraints protect you from drowning in your own options. So if your phone is next to your bed, you'll scroll. If junk food is in the house, you'll eat it. So change the environment and you change the outcome without needing more willpower. And simple personal rules save you from constant negotiation. No phone before noon, no work after 9 p.m., no alcohol during the week. When the rule is clear, the decision is already made. And it's even best if there's no alcohol at all. Now, the best systems don't just protect you from failure. They build things that keep working for you over time. And that's where assets come in. Assets are the results of your systems that compound. A library of content, for example, a strong network, money invested, a healthy body, all of these are actual assets. They keep producing value long after the effort is actually spent. So every system should aim to produce assets, not just to keep you busy. If what you're doing isn't compounding, it's probably not worth building into a system. So good systems are also anti-fragile. They don't break when life gets messy, they adapt. For example, if you miss a workout, your system already has another one scheduled. Bad sales week, your system has a pipeline review baked in. Systems absorb failure and keep you moving. Now, build that in small challenges on purpose: cold showers, tough conversations, public deadlines. Little doses of discomfort make the system stronger. And pair stress with recovery. Rest days, digital detoxes, reflection time. Without recovery, those systems will collapse under their own weight. Now, ironically, systems don't restrict your freedom. They actually expand it. By putting the boring, necessary stuff on autopilot, you actually free up mental space to focus on what actually matters. Freedom isn't about doing whatever you want. It's about knowing the important things will happen no matter what. So you're free to build on top of them. And once you have working systems, momentum builds. Days stop feeling so random, progress stacks, and you stop asking yourself, am I happy? Because your life has a purpose bigger than that. Now, let's go over the review. We talked about the overview. We talked about the system behind everything, the happiness trap, why meaning beats mood, virtues that actually work, building systems that last, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. So first, stop chasing moods and start tracking inputs. Choose 3 controllable actions like sleep, training, and daily output and score them binary every day for the next 2 weeks. Then pick one virtue you're weakest in, whether that's discipline, honesty, or courage, and just design a small daily rep for it. Build it into your calendar so it's non-negotiable. And then finally, create one simple system around health, work, or relationships that you can repeat every week. Keep it so simple that failure is harder than success. With that being said, I hope this video brought you a lot of value. If it did, make sure to hit the like button, comment below, subscribe to the channel for more. If you want to work with me, book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want to join the free community to get this document along with the training, along with every other document and training I've created, then join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here once again, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome back to the channel. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the hidden force that rewrites your life. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, cracking the code of inner fire, the physics of alignment, the illusion of randomness, routine as ritual, purpose as power. Purpose is the cure, the identity shift that makes it stick, the power of micro-purpose, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's get started and talk about cracking the code of inner fire. You weren't born to drift through life hoping that it all somehow clicks together. Inside you, most likely there is a natural gravitational pull towards something bigger, something specific, something meant for you. And it's not vague, it's not random, and it's not supposed to be confusing forever. That itch you feel, that restlessness that shows up when everything seems fine but feels off, that's the signal. Your purpose isn't something outside you. It's the one thing inside you that refuses to actually stay quiet. Purpose isn't just a nice idea. It's the root of your vitality. And people think that burnout is from doing too much when it's not. It's from doing the wrong things for too long with no connection to your core. You can rest for a week, take vacations, and still feel like something's missing because the problem isn't your body, it's your direction. When you touch your purpose, energy returns almost instantly. Not because you did less, but because what you're doing finally matters. When your inner world and external actions align, you enter a state of flow, where time distorts and effort feels effortless. Flow is a system reboot that only happens when your actions feel like they belong to you. Your life is like a blueprint that needs decoding. The experiences, passions, skills, and even the struggles you've had aren't random. They're breadcrumbs. You've likely had the same 5 or 6 themes show up over and over again in different ways. And that's not a coincidence. Your life has been trying to tell you something. If you slow down and listen, it's loud and clear. The key is pulling those pieces together and naming what you stand for. When you can name it, you can aim for it. Vague ideas lead to vague action. When you're precise in your purpose, you unlock velocity and exponential growth in your life. When you can say, this is who I am and what I'm here to do, you move through the world differently and the world responds. Purpose doesn't just help you move, it also pulls the right things towards you. So when your inner frequency is clear, your outer reality begins to match it. People, opportunities, synchronicities, they all shift. The world is always mirroring your clarity back to you. The sharper your inner vision, the more obvious the signs become. So when life feels like it's pushing against you, it's usually because you're pushing against yourself. And when you're on the right track, the grind softens. You still work, but it doesn't feel punishing. It doesn't feel like work. You move with flow instead of resistance. And the world opens up to the one who is rooted in who they are. Life starts to feel less like a maze and more like a map. This is what it means to live from the inside out, to be in sync, to finally stop chasing and start becoming. Purpose hits different because it lives deep in the emotional body. You'll feel it before you understand it. A calm certainty, a DPS that doesn't need to be explained, and a lot of the times can't necessarily be explained. You may not be able to articulate your purpose yet, but you felt it. Those moments when it felt like time stopped and your heart cracked open. That was your signal showing itself. Real drive doesn't come from deadlines or to-do lists. It comes from meaning. When it matters emotionally, you don't burn out, you break through. You keep showing up because you are on the line. This is the fuel that never runs out, just a deep current that keeps carrying you forward. No matter what people say, no matter what people think, no matter what you even think. So many people live behind masks, roles, expectations, careers, personas, and they wonder why they feel hollow. You're not lost, you're just buried under layers of shoulds that were never yours to begin with. Purpose isn't about becoming someone new, it's about remembering who you already are underneath all that noise. So when purpose clicks, your identity reorganizes itself. You don't just do different things, you become someone new. You stop needing to try to be consistent because your actions finally match your essence. You walk into rooms with presence, you speak with conviction, and you stop apologizing for existing or taking action. And this is grounded in biology, neurology, and physics. Purpose reprograms the brain. It gives your neurons something to organize around. Your brain craves structure. When it knows what matters, it fires in more focused, efficient patterns. And purpose attaches meaning to memory, making your brain actually want to remember, to repeat, to reinforce. Purpose regulates your chemical baseline. It elevates dopamine, it reduces cortisol, and boosts resilience. A life rooted in purpose creates hormonal consistency, which leads to emotional stability, which leads to better choices, stronger relationships, and longer health. Purpose is only real when it moves from insight to action. You have to build it into your daily life or it disappears. Insight fades, but structure sustains it. So this means doing things each day that reflect your deeper mission. Not just thinking about it, but actually living it. The more you act in alignment, the more your nervous system relaxes and you stop fighting yourself. Purpose isn't a slogan, it's a way of standing, a tone of voice, a schedule, a lifestyle. When people meet you, they should feel it. Not because you said it, but because you're living it. This is where purpose goes from idea to reality, from dream to a daily driver. You don't find purpose in one moment, but there is a moment where you decide to finally start looking for real. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to stop pretending that you don't care. That's where it all starts. So be willing to follow the threads, to ask yourself better questions, to let go of certain paths that no longer serve you or fit you. Give yourself permission to want more, to want different, to admit that you're meant for something else. That's the first step. And the first step is enough. One honest question, one journal session, one conversation. That's all it takes to start the fire. If you keep listening and moving, which is a very important part here, it will reveal itself bit by bit. And with each small act of alignment, everything else starts to shift with it. Now, once you begin, the world starts revealing more pieces. Strange connections start showing up. You realize it's not chaos, it's actually a map waiting for you and waiting for your attention. With that being said, let's discuss the physics of alignment. So, the moment you align with your purpose, reality starts behaving differently. You're no longer guessing, you're no longer wandering, you're no longer reacting, you're actually aiming. And that subtle internal shift sends out a very real external consequence. Every system in nature functions based on alignment. If you look around, trees lean toward the light. Water flows downhill. Your life is no exception. Purpose gives direction to your energy, and direction multiplies force. That's basic physics. Scattered energy is very weak. Aligned energy is basically unstoppable. Alignment isn't abstract. It's a measurable, energetic coherence between your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. And in fact, HeartMath Institute research shows that when your emotional state and actions match your intentions, your heart and brain synchronize to a state of physiological harmony. It's literally a shift in an electromagnetic frequency that you start emitting. That coherence is what people feel when they say you have something different about you. You're no longer chaotic inside. You're actually being congruent. And your brain stops wasting energy in inner conflict when you're aligned. Mental fog starts to clear, choices simplify, distractions become less magnetic. And you begin choosing based on what matches your mission, not what numbs your confusion. And you're co-creating your environment through your internal alignment, whether you realize it or not. You don't see the world as it is. You see it through the filter of your current alignment. When you're out of alignment, even blessings feel heavy. When you're in alignment, when you're aligned, even obstacles feel purposeful. So for example, Viktor Frankl, who was a Holocaust survivor and a psychiatrist who wrote A Man's Search for Meaning and founded logotherapy, taught that when a person has a why, they can bear almost any how. When you're aligned with meaning, even suffering transforms into something sacred and necessary. In misalignment, even comfort can feel hollow. In alignment, even pain carries meaning because you're not just enduring, you're becoming someone in the process. Purpose reframes pain. What once felt like chaos actually now becomes a challenge. So change what you're aligned to, and the entire context of your life reinterprets itself instantly. So your energy teaches people how to treat you, not your words, not your ideas, your state. When your field shifts, people start responding to the real you, not the masked version. You stop trying to persuade people and become a gravitational pull instead. Everything vibrates, and every thought, emotion, and belief you carry is emitting a signal. And purpose is the clearest signal you can broadcast. When that signal is strong, reality sends back matches, opportunities, ideas, synchronicities. They're not coincidences. When your signal is erratic, unsure, inconsistent, buried, your results are too. Think of your life like a radio station. You're always broadcasting. The problem is that most people never tune into their own station. If you're not broadcasting clearly, you'll attract noise, and clarity clears the static. So tuning into your own purpose sharpens your intuition. You start hearing more, seeing more, and actually knowing more. Now, when you align your internal and external world, you build velocity without force. Aligned action feels natural. It doesn't mean easy, but it does mean right. You're no longer pushing a boulder uphill. Resistance drops when there's no internal contradiction slowing you down. And you can keep going longer with less burnout because your energy regenerates from clarity every single day. Every aligned action builds momentum, not just in results, but in confidence, inner peace, and emotional certainty. When you take actions aligned with who you truly are, you prove to yourself that your identity is real. Small wins stack fast when they're aligned, and 10 tiny moves in the right direction always beat one massive push in the wrong one. So, alignment shows up in your physiology before it shows up in your results. Misalignment triggers fight or flight because your body perceives inauthenticity as danger. Headaches, brain fog, fatigue, even immune suppression. These are often signs of deeper misalignment, not just overwork. Alignment doesn't just feel good, it is good for you. It turns off chronic stress responses at the root. When you're aligned, your brain releases a different cocktail. Less cortisol, more dopamine, more oxytocin. Your emotional baseline shifts from anxious to stable. You stop seeking highs to escape lows. This hormonal balance strengthens your ability to handle challenges without crumbling because you know why you're facing them. Choices also become easier when you're aligned. You don't need to overthink or poll 10 people. You know in your gut what belongs and what doesn't. You stop wasting time on decisions that don't matter because the path is clear. Aligned choices create results you can stand behind because they came from you. They came from your core. You say no faster. You say yes slower. You're no longer afraid of missing out when you're tuned into what you're meant for. Boundaries become automatic. They're not rules you have to memorize. You don't have to ask yourself every time, do I really want to do this or not? They're truths that you embody. So protecting your time and energy becomes instinctual, because you finally believe your mission is actually worth guarding. And alignment doesn't mean perfection. It means course correcting fast. When you're aligned, you feel off track instantly when you are. So you don't spiral, you just shift, you respond, you realign, and you get better not by never falling, but by recovering faster with more grace each time. You stop needing to pretend you figured it all out. You just keep listening. The more you course correct, the more you trust yourself. And alignment teaches you how to walk, not how to avoid the rocks, but how to stay centered through them. So the outer world bends around your inner alignment like curves around gravity. When things start lining up too perfectly, too often, that's not randomness. That's coherence made visible. The right people show up, the right words hit you at the right moment, and the timing is uncanny because you've locked into your signal. These aren't just fun surprises, they're invitation to step deeper into the path that's actually calling you. And life echoes back what you've chosen to radiate. What you receive is always shaped by what you are. You're not waiting for life to hand you your next chapter, you're actually writing it with every thought, every choice, and every move. And the more aligned you become, the more the invisible becomes obvious. You start noticing what was always there but hidden in plain sight. And the path doesn't appear because it suddenly exists. It appears because you finally tuned your vision to actually see it. So, with that being said, let's discuss the illusion of randomness. Nothing in your life is actually random. If you ask a mathematician, almost everything can be put into numbers and has a probability. But most people never stop long enough to connect the dots. You've been taught to see life as a series of disconnected events, as if meaning only exists in hindsight or not at all. That's a lie that keeps you spinning in confusion, disconnected from the deeper structure of your own existence. You've probably dismissed your most important signals because they didn't look dramatic enough. Noise and busyness drown out the underlying pattern trying to reveal itself to you every single day. When you shift how you see your experiences, everything that looked like a coincidence suddenly forms a constellation. Certain moments start to stick out with you for no logical reason because they weren't logical. They were markers. Start treating your life like it's speaking to you, and you'll realize it always has been. Patterns repeat until they're fully seen. Then they evolve. So if you felt like you're stuck in a cycle, you most likely are. But not because you're failing, because you haven't gotten the message yet. Emotional reactions that keep resurfacing are never just about what's happening now. They're echoes of choices and of your past. People and situations repeat themselves not to punish you, but to point to you what's unfinished in you. Once you name the pattern, you break the trance, you gain leverage. You can't heal what you won't face, but once you face it, even your past starts changing. When you understand the lesson, you stop being a character in the story and become its author. And what you've been calling random is actually intelligent redirection. Life will reroute you through inconvenience, loss, or sudden clarity if you're drifting too far from your path. Not every painful thing is a problem. Sometimes it's the universe breaking your rhythm so you can hear something new. That season when nothing made sense, that wasn't some kind of a void. That was the exact space you needed to recalibrate. The more honest you get about what you truly want, the more clearly you'll see how life has been shaping you for it. Every chapter had a reason. Every job, every heartbreak, every detour. Your path hasn't been a straight line on purpose. It's been a spiral that keeps bringing you back, smarter, stronger, and clearer, if you just get the message. And you attract what you unconsciously expect, not what you consciously desire. Your beliefs about reality act like filters. They accept certain experiences and block others without you even noticing. If deep down you believe life is hard or that you're unlucky, you'll only register evidence that confirms it. The subconscious doesn't respond to affirmations, it responds to frequency, and frequency is built through emotion and repetition. When you rewrite your internal narrative, your external life starts catching up to match it. It's not just about what you think, it's about what you expect to be true without question. You don't have to make new results happen. You just need to stop broadcasting the old ones on autopilot. You have free will, but only within the scope of your current awareness. So until you wake up to what's shaping your choices, you'll keep mistaking default for destiny. Same job, same relationships, same emotional triggers, same struggles. That's not bad luck. That's just your program. The script isn't locked, but it is running unless you start rewriting it. It's always there, but unless you start becoming aware of it, it will never change. When you realize you're not the thoughts you inherited, the story opens up, and so does your power to actually change it. This is the part most people skip. They want clarity without confronting what they've unconsciously agreed to. But once you confront it, you stop reacting and you start creating. Life becomes deeply fulfilling the moment you accept that everything holds meaning, even if you don't understand it yet. Most people give up on understanding too soon. They expect answers instantly instead of watching how meaning matures over time. Sometimes all you need is to wait and the meaning appears. The events that feel chaotic now might be the exact origin story that gives you authority later. Let life show you its meaning. It reveals itself through reflection, not force. So just wait a bit. Meaning multiplies when you start asking better questions instead of demanding immediate answers. Don't ask, why did this happen to me? Instead, ask, what part of me was trying to wake up? Every time you ask a deeper question, life stretches to meet you with a deeper truth. And when you tune in, reality becomes responsive and life stops being neutral and starts becoming personal. You overhear the exact words you needed. A book falls off the shelf. A video appears. A stranger says something that gives you chills. These aren't flukes. The right thing shows up the moment you become the version of yourself that's ready to receive it. Life supports clarity, and the moment you mean it, the system moves to meet you. The outer world becomes a perfect mirror to your inner shifts. The cleaner your lens, the clearer the reflection. You don't have to ask people if you're on the right track. The signs will keep coming. And this is when you stop living in a silent universe and start living in a conversation. The complexity of your life is laced with elegant intelligence. You just haven't been taught how to read it. Recurring numbers, dreams, phrases, or ideas aren't coincidences. They're signatures of the system speaking in code. You don't need to believe in anything to see it. You just need to start asking, what is life trying to show me here? The more you notice, the more it communicates, and your attention is the access key. When you take those signs seriously, not superstitiously, but intuitively, you begin to operate from deeper intelligence. You stop questioning every step because you're not walking blind anymore, and you're actually having a dialogue. You're no longer the person trying to figure it all out. You're the person finally learning to listen. The places you've been, the struggles you've lived, and the lessons you've learned were never accidents. You were being trained, shaped, and sculpted for a specific reason, even when it felt like you were being broken. Even when it feels like there is no purpose and no meaning in what you're going through, there is. The breakdowns weren't punishment. They were forging the tools you'd need later to serve others from experience instead of theory. When you step into your purpose, you'll see how all of it fits. Even the ugliest pieces become sacred in hindsight. And look, you can't see the full picture while you're in it. But as you rise, the chaos becomes code and the pain becomes precision. Just like Steve Jobs said, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backwards. Life doesn't waste anything. Every story you've lived becomes part of the medicine you carry. And when that lands, you stop resenting the journey. You start honoring it. And once you let go of the belief that it was all random, a new kind of clarity starts unfolding. One that shows you where your discipline belongs, where your focus should go, and what your next step finally needs to be. So, with that being said, let's talk about routine as ritual and purpose as power. So, you can't build anything lasting without rhythm. Purpose is your compass, but routine is your engine. If purpose gives direction, routine gives it a container. It turns your values into motion, and it transforms ideas into embodiment. So, your nervous system thrives on structure. It needs consistency to know it's safe to stretch. Without some form of repetition, even the most inspired soul will collapse into emotional chaos and mental fog. So it's not enough to know your calling. You have to show up for it on Tuesdays when you don't feel like it. You earn the right to wield power by proving you can handle repetition. Your daily actions are the receipts for what you say you value. Purpose that doesn't get grounded in routine becomes a fantasy. Without routine, purpose floats. It stays in your mind, on your vision board, in your journal, but never reaches your bones. A lot of people confuse passion with purpose, but only purpose makes you organize your life around it. Endless inspiration without integration leads to cycles of burnout, guilt, and shame. Repetition locks meaning into the body. The more you do it, the more you become it. And neural pathways form through routine. Identity gets reinforced through routine, through action, not reflection. Routine is how you tell your subconscious, this is who we are now. You don't need a complex system. You just need a few non-negotiables that pull your mission into motion every single day. So, choose 2 to 4 anchor habits that embody your purpose, then obsess over consistency, not volume. Even 10 minutes a day in alignment is more powerful than 3 hours of forced effort. So, once you find your purpose, work on it at least a little bit every single day. That's better than somebody that works 5 hours or 6 hours or 10 hours one day and then doesn't do anything on their purpose for the rest of their month. Layer new habits on top of old ones so that the friction is lower. Purpose flows easier when it's built on systems that already exist. And the less scattered your routines, the more magnetic your energy becomes. Too much variety dilutes potency. Mastery lives in repetition. Sometimes mastery lives in boredom as well. It's about embracing that boredom, that repetition. That's when you actually start moving and making progress. You don't need more stimulation. You just need more immersion. So a routine isn't a task list. It's a ritual. The way you start your day is the way you declare your identity to the world. Stop rushing through your routine. Enter it like a ceremony. Make it matter. Before you drink your coffee or open your laptop, ask yourself who you're choosing to be that day. Even brushing your teeth or walking can become sacred if you bring your full self into it. You don't need incense and chanting. You just need presence and pattern. That's where power lives. The divine hides in the mundane when you show up with devotion. If you want magic, build a boring routine and show up for it like it's the most important thing in your life. Routine protects you from emotional whiplash. It becomes your anchor when the world gets chaotic. When your life is stormy, your rituals keep you rooted. They become your way of saying, I may not control the chaos, but I know who I am inside it. You can always come back to the ritual. Even if you drift, even if you fall off, it's waiting. You don't have to feel okay to show up. You just have to show up, and the ritual does the rest. The power of routine isn't in what it gives you in the moment, It's what it builds inside you over time. Even if your day falls apart, you still have your anchors. That's how you start trusting yourself again, through small promises kept over and over and over again every single day. And purpose gives your routine weight. On the other hand, routine gives your purpose roots. Without one, the other collapses. So, purpose fuels the why. Routine gives it the wheels. They feed each other. Purpose gives you a reason to rise, and routine makes sure you do. The stronger the bond between them, the less motivation you need, because identity starts taking over. When you've done something enough times, your brain no longer needs to think about it. That's when magic begins to surface. You stop forcing it because your body remembers. The doing becomes the being. That's when creativity flows, not from new ideas, but from practiced presence. So you don't find time for your purpose, you make time, and you make it through your rituals. If you don't build your day around what matters most, your day will bury it under what matters least. Your calendar reveals your purpose, or it reveals your avoidance of it. Routine is how you reclaim your day from the randomness of the world. Ritual creates invisible walls that protect your time, energy, and attention. And when you hold space for your purpose daily, the world starts respecting it too. If you don't treat your mission like it matters, no one else will. Your routine should evolve with you. As you grow, your needs shift. So don't cling to what no longer fits just because it once worked. Every 30 to 60 days, audit your routine. Is it still aligned with your current version of yourself? So listen to your body, your results, your emotional responses. They'll tell you what's working. The more tuned in you are, the less external input you need. Your body knows when a ritual needs to evolve, so trust it. Your rituals become the frequency you broadcast. People will feel your consistency before they even hear your words. What you do every day becomes your signature in the world. And routine is how you show people what's important to you without saying a word. Leaders don't lead with noise. They lead with daily demonstration. When others see your routine, they don't just get inspired, they get called up. The way you live becomes a lighthouse for those still lost at sea. And your routine isn't just for you, it's your message made flesh. So, when ritual becomes natural and purpose becomes non-negotiable, your days begin to operate with rhythm, presence, and quiet power. The external starts responding to the internal like it's supposed to, and that's when the deeper healing begins. So, that being said, let's talk about purpose is the cure. So, most of what people call dysfunction is actually a symptom of misalignment with purpose. You see it labeled as burnout, depression, anxiety, procrastination, or even self-sabotage, but these are often surface-level symptoms of a much deeper conflict. You're not broken, you're disconnected from what matters to you, and your system is screaming for congruence, not comfort. When the fire inside you has no direction, it turns inwards, and it burns through your energy, your clarity, and your willpower. The body doesn't lie. The heart doesn't stutter. When you're off path, you know it. Maybe not consciously, but somatically, you feel it. Tight chest, scattered focus, emotional fatigue, it's not weakness, it's misalignment. Instead of medicating your discomfort, listen to it. It's guidance in disguise. You don't burn out from doing too much. You burn out from doing too much of what doesn't matter. Working hard on meaningless tasks feels like running on a treadmill toward a wall. It creates a soul-deep fatigue that no nap, supplement, or time off can fix. You start to question everything, not because you're lazy, but because your spirit refuses to keep building someone else's life. Burnout is a shutdown, but it's also a signal flare. It means your inner self has gone on strike until you realign. Rest is part of the healing, yes, but rest with intention becomes recalibration. So you don't need to quit everything. You just need to reroute your energy towards something that feels like it belongs to you. Often, depression isn't just chemical, it's existential. It's purpose deprivation. When life feels empty, when mornings feel pointless, when nothing you do seems to matter, it's not your brain chemistry betraying you. It's your calling begging for your attention. People don't lose themselves overnight. They lose themselves slowly when their days stop reflecting their soul. Their psyche pulls back when nothing around it offers resonance. It stops investing in a reality that doesn't feel real. So purpose breathes life back into a dormant system, not like a motivational quote, but like a physiological reawakening. You start wanting to move again, to try again, to care again. Depression thrives in disconnection. And purpose reconnects the circuit. It turns the lights back on. And when your outer life is moving in one direction and your inner truth is pulling in another, you feel it as panic. Anxiety is often the emotional residue of a divided life. The conscious mind says yes, and the unconscious says no. You smile in meetings you hate, you agree to things you resent, you chase goals that don't belong to you, and the body rebels. So the body's fear response gets hijacked when you're living someone else's script. As soon as your external life starts matching your internal compass, anxiety starts losing its grip. You breathe differently, you sleep deeper, you stop bracing for impact every day because you don't need to escape, because you're finally building a life you don't want to run from. And so many destructive habits are not about escape, they're actually about the absence of meaning. Humans need purpose like lungs need air. When it's missing, we find substitutes like scrolling, drinking, drama, food, control. These are attempts to fill a hole that only meaning can fill. They work temporarily, but they never satisfy. The shame kicks in after, and then the spiral deepens. And it's not willpower you're missing, it's a reason. When you're living for something real, your compulsions weaken. Your need for escape dissolves. Purpose gives you the kind of hit that lasts, not a high, but a rooted, embodied satisfaction. And when you feel fulfilled, you start choosing your life instead of medicating it. And there's a lot of successful people that are examples of this specific one. For example, Robert Downey Jr., who was an addict and yet turned that into purpose. So purpose solves the paralysis that comes from indecision, distraction, or lack of direction. Without purpose, days blur, weeks vanish, and you scroll, you react, you chase tasks, and miss your calling. It's not that you're lazy, you're just uninspired, and uninspired people get stuck, not because they can't move, but because they've forgotten why to move. A life without aim steals your sense of time. You're always busy, but never actually moving. And purpose puts a line in the sand, it demands movement, and it clarifies the next step. Suddenly, you know where to go. You feel it. It might not be easy, but it's pretty clear. And you don't need to fake motivation when you've got meaning. The engine turns on by itself. So purpose activates the body's capacity to actually heal physically, emotionally, and neurologically. Studies show that people with a strong sense of purpose have lower inflammation, stronger immune responses, and longer lifespans. So your cells literally organize differently when you're living on purpose. The body feels safe and it stops bracing. The immune system stops reacting to life like a threat and actually starts supporting it like an ally. And purpose reduces stress, and stress is the root of nearly every chronic illness. Hormones balance, sleep improves, pain decreases. Your body knows how to heal. It just needs the signal that you're not at war with yourself anymore. Purpose gives you the strength to endure what otherwise would break you. People don't quit because it's hard. They quit because it feels pointless. When you have a why, you'll tolerate almost anyhow, and pain becomes process, not punishment. So you bend, but don't break because you're rooted in something that doesn't move. Even after failure, purpose pulls you back. It says, we're not done yet. You don't stay down because you remember who you actually are. And you keep going because the vision still lives in you, even when no one else sees it. And finally, let's talk about fulfillment. This is the part that everyone's chasing, but looking for in all the wrong places. Real fulfillment doesn't come from arrival. It comes from alignment. It comes from the feeling of I am in the right place, doing the right thing, being the right version of myself. You don't need to prove anything. You're not chasing worth. You're just living from it. There's a peace that shows up when your life starts fitting. It's not loud. It's not flashy. It just is. The purpose isn't a dopamine hit. It's just a way of being. It grows stronger over time. It doesn't fade. It deepens because it lives in your body, your actions, and your presence. And when you're full, you start giving from overflow, not obligation. That's when your purpose begins to heal others too. So when you see purpose as medicine, you stop asking, what's wrong with me? And start asking, what am I here to actually give? And from that place, you unlock a new level of self-respect that makes transformation feel not only possible, but inevitable. So let's talk about the identity shift that makes it stick. And here I want to highlight a quote by Rumi, which is, as you start to walk on the way appears. So purpose doesn't stick because of motivation. It sticks because of identity. You don't become who you are by thinking about it. You actually become who you are by embodying it, by acting like it's already true, even before you fully believe it. This isn't faking it until you're making it. It's basically acting like it's real until it becomes real. You're always becoming. The only question is becoming who. And are you choosing it or are you defaulting into it? Purpose isn't just something you do. It's someone you become. That's what makes it sustainable. That's what makes it actually real. You build alignment one micro decision at a time until who you are and what you do become inseparable. Purpose becomes part of your nervous system. It's not hype, it's just like feeling at home. So every meaningful transformation requires you to break up with your current identity. Let go of being the confused one, the stuck one, the lost one. You're not lost, you're just pre-initiation. You can't live on purpose while still telling the story of, I don't know who I am. Stop waiting to feel ready, because identity doesn't ask for permission, it asks for action. So pick who you want to be, then build the habits, routines, and language to support that self. And if you're having trouble with this, the easiest way to do this is to ask yourself, what would a person that already has this life that I actually want be doing every single day? What would you sound like if you already were that version of you? Start talking like that now. Start acting like that now. Your current identity is built from repetition, so start repeating what matches your future. You're the one who you've been looking for. No one's coming to save you. No mentor, no program, no insight will hand you your direction. Everyone's winging it. Everyone's figuring it out, and no one has a perfect path. The second you stop waiting for clarity to fall from the sky, you become unstoppable. You have to start to be guided. The path doesn't appear before the first step. It appears because of the first step. So there is no clarity without motion, no certainty without risk, and no alignment without effort. The act of starting creates the feedback loop that reveals the path. Who you believe you are determines what you allow yourself to do. So you can only rise as high as your self-concept allows, as your self-image allows. And identity becomes a glass ceiling unless you upgrade it. You won't stick with your purpose if you still see yourself as someone who quits. Identity drives behavior, and behavior reinforces identity. The loop locks in both your progress or your stagnation. So you don't need a new personality, you just need a truer one. The real you isn't something new, it's something remembered, something you uncover as you let go of what was never you. The more you align, the less friction there is between your desires and your decisions. And action is how identity becomes embodied, not thought, not planning, not clarity. You can journal all day, you can write 1,000 affirmations a day, but if your actions contradict your vision, you'll feel fractured. Identity comes from acting as if the vision is already valid, even when results haven't shown up yet. Each aligned action is like a workout for your future self. It builds capacity and it strengthens belief. The fastest way to feel like a fraud is to say one thing and live another. Even one consistent action a day builds massive inner congruence. So that's when your life starts bending around your identity, instead of your identity bending to your life. And your identity transmits a frequency. People feel it before you speak it. When you're grounded in who you are, people respond to you differently. You walk into a room and change the tone. You're no longer begging for attention. You are the attention. The certainty becomes contagious. Others borrow your belief until they find their own. And your alignment becomes permission for others to do the same. People don't follow perfection. They just follow someone who knows who they are. When you own your truth, you give others the courage to find theirs. And you can't think your way into a new identity. You have to feel your way into it. Let it move you. Cry, laugh, shake, speak out loud. Let your system register the shift. You don't just write about your future self. You dress like them, move like them, you speak like them. The more emotion you attach to the new identity, the faster it locks into place. This is who I am now, not someday, not later, now. You say it, you believe it, you back it with action, which is the most important part. That's how you make it stick. Identity is a decision you make again and again until the world catches up. So identity thrives or dies based on the space it's planted in. You can't build a new self surrounded by people attached to your old one. Who you spend time with is who you're becoming. So audit that with precision. If they're not stretching you, they're shrinking you, period. Your environment should reflect who you're becoming, not who you've been. So clean up the spaces that reinforce old versions of you. Surround yourself with reminders, people, and energy that mirror your next level. And you don't need to wait for years to feel the shift. Your life changes the moment your standards change. So look at your past week. Did your actions actually reflect your highest self or your familiar self? This isn't about shaming yourself. It's about awareness. One decision, one pivot, one refusal, that's all it takes to shift the trajectory. So when your choices match your calling, momentum follows. The pattern becomes your baseline, your normal, your minimum. And when your new identity becomes your standard, everything else has to rise to meet it. So stop waiting for someone to hand you a map. You're the cartographer. The way will appear when you start walking. Just start somewhere. Pick one thing and move, even if you don't feel like it's the right thing completely. The next will show up, and then the next, and before you know it, the identity you used to dream about is the one you wake up every single day. So, with that being said, let's talk about the power of micro purpose. So, you don't need to know your life's grand mission to live with meaning right now. Purpose isn't some mythical treasure waiting at the end of a perfectly mapped out plan. It's already scattered all around you in tiny, easily missed moments that only reveal their power when you decide to meet them with presence. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to stop dismissing the sacredness of the right now. The biggest lie about purpose is that it has to be massive. Most people imagine it's a career, a legacy, a name in lights, or some kind of a path handed down from the sky. But in reality, that belief paralyzes you. It keeps you stuck in limbo, waiting for lightning while ignoring the small spark already in your hands. The obsession with finding purpose can blind you to the truth that it's already here, right now, waiting to be chosen. You've been trained to believe that purpose must be a fixed final destination, something that arrives only after decades of searching or after someone important tells you it's time. But that idea is backwards. Purpose is not a gate you reach. It's a door you walk through now, even when you're not sure what's on the other side. That's why we said you start walking and the path appears. You don't discover it first, you step into it, and then clarity follows afterwards. When you're constantly scanning for the right moment to start living with intention, you miss all the moments that are actually asking for you now. The deeper block isn't that you don't know where your purpose is, that you've been waiting for the perfect Instagram-worthy version to finally make a move. That delay is the thief of meaning. You don't need to wait for some future life to live purposefully. You can claim it inside the tiniest action. You can find it in the way you wake up, the way you speak, the way you respond to a stranger. When you stop looking for purpose as an event and start meeting it as a practice, the shift becomes immediate and irreversible. Ironically, it's through micro-purpose that the bigger picture starts to unfold, because each intentional act becomes a breadcrumb leading you home. You start noticing what energizes you, what pulls you in, what fills you back up. That's clarity, not from thinking, but from actually living and taking action. You don't have to wait for an access to some kind of a new season. Purpose is never locked away. It's always available in the moment. What makes today meaningful is what you bring into it. And what you bring to today sets the tone for everything that follows afterwards. The present moment is the only place your life actually happens. If you're constantly chasing future meaning, you're ignoring the only place it ever shows up, which is now. Purpose isn't just future focused. It's right here in this breath, this task, this hour. And the more you learn to meet the present with intention, the more your life becomes drenched in real-time meaning. Micro-purpose is about showing up to the now like it matters, because it does. This isn't about some kind of a grand gesture. It's about deciding that folding laundry, sending that email, or finishing your workout can be a sacred act when done from the right place. Presence transforms the ordinary into purpose. You can do the exact same thing with two entirely different energies. One version drains you, feels mechanical and dead, and the other version feeds you, expands you, and makes you feel like your time has weight. The difference is the essence behind it. That essence is what gives the moment soul. So most people live distracted, numbed out, and multitasking their way through life. But when you bring full attention to the smallest action, it becomes electric. That's where micro-purpose lives, not in what you do, but in how you choose to show up for it. This is your invitation to engage with the day instead of drifting through it. Don't just survive your to-do list. Enter each item with the mindset that how you do it shapes who you become. Engagement is how you shift from routine to ritual. So every moment gives you a choice, default or deliberate. You can choose to numb, escape, or rush, or you can choose to pour your soul into the smallest thing and let it feed you back. That choice makes all the difference. Meaning isn't something you wait for, it's something you generate. The more depth you bring to a moment, the more life responds with clarity, alignment, and direction. And the size of the act does not determine the size of the impact. Just because something looks small doesn't mean it's insignificant. In fact, micro-purpose is often more powerful because it's repeatable, sustainable, and deeply embodied. These small actions create the real architecture of a meaningful life. So give yourself permission to care about the little things, to pour your full energy into a 10-minute task, to see devotion in the mundane. You don't need external validation for your moments to matter. You just need to meet them like they do. A single sentence can change someone's life. A single decision can alter your whole destiny. A single hour done with presence can reset your entire nervous system. This is the power of scale. Purpose isn't measured in quantity, it's measured in depth. When you do something with alignment, it vibrates differently. That resonance is what lingers. It's what people feel. It's what echoes into the rest of your life long after the moment passes. Every act of micro-purpose lays another brick in the foundation of your future self. You don't need a full blueprint. You need to build something today that tomorrow can stand on. So, like compound interest, meaning multiplies when applied consistently over time. One act might seem minor, 10 acts begin to shape your day. Hundreds begin to shape your identity and your life. So most people want a skyscraper of meaning but refuse to build the foundation. Micro-purpose is the foundation. It's what everything great is built on. Micro-purpose gives your energy a target. When you're stuck, overwhelmed, or unsure of the big picture, the smartest move is to zoom in. Micro-purpose breaks the paralysis. It reminds you that even when you can't change everything, you can change this moment. In chaos or confusion, micro-purpose becomes your grounding wire. You don't have to solve your whole life. Just choose the next thing and do it with intention. That's how you stop spiraling and start stabilizing. So, asking yourself, what's the most meaningful thing I can do right now, is one of the fastest ways to reboot your nervous system. It instantly shifts you from reactive to responsive. And the answer doesn't need to be epic. It just needs to be real. It might be as simple as cleaning your space or calling someone you love. That one act gives your day a spine. And when you align with purpose, even in a small way, you generate forward motion. That's when ideas return. That's when energy starts rising again. That's why Tony Robbins says motion creates emotion. The act of doing creates fire. You don't need to wait for motivation. You just need to begin. Purpose will meet you on the road, not before. And the more often you meet the moment with intention, the more you start trusting yourself again. And that trust becomes the real source of momentum. So you don't need different circumstances to live a meaningful day. You just need a different lens. Every moment, no matter how routine or boring, contains a seed of meaning. Micro-purpose invites you to stop treating life like an obstacle course and start engaging with it like a sacred ground. Most people rush through their days trying to get through them. But what if you treated today like it mattered? What if every task was part of your soul's training instead of a pointless errand? Attitude is everything. Purpose doesn't always change your environment, but it absolutely transforms the way you move inside it. Every interaction, every task, every breath becomes different when you approach it with reverence. Even difficulty becomes useful when you see it as an intentional part of your unfolding. So your life becomes meaningful not because it's easy or dramatic, but because you decide that it is. Meaning isn't found, it's created moment by the lens you choose to look through. So life will give you endless chances to deepen. The question is, will you meet them with default energy or with deliberate presence? Ask yourself, how can I infuse this moment with meaning, even just a little? That question will reshape your relationship with time, work, and even boredom. You don't need new answers. You just need to stop abandoning the moment you're already in. Purpose thrives in presence. Distraction kills it. So stop waiting to feel inspired. Be the one who brings inspiration. That's how micro-purpose becomes a daily creative act, not a random stroke of luck. And you become the cause rather than the effect. So if you're wondering what this actually looks like in practice, here's how micro-purpose quietly shows up in everyday life. It's not loud. Micro-purpose can look like prioritizing your nervous system over your to-do list. Choosing rest not as an avoidance, but as an intentional act of recalibration. Even a mindful nap, a long walk without your phone, or saying no to a draining task can carry immense power when it's done with presence and self-respect. It's not laziness to rest when you need to, it's wisdom. And when done consciously, healing becomes an act of alignment with your higher self. And that is purpose. You don't have to earn your rest. You just have to respect your system enough to listen when it asks. That moment of grounding could be the turning point your whole week needed. Micropurpose also lives in how you impact others. Sending a voice note to someone who's been on your heart, smiling to a stranger like you mean it, reaching out to say, I'm thinking of you. These are not small things. They're acts of real-time alignment with who you want to be in the world. So you have no idea how much one kind gesture can shift someone else's timeline. And what feels small to you might be the most meaningful thing they receive all week. Purpose isn't about being seen. Often its truest power is felt in how your energy lingers long after you've left the room. It can also look like completing something you've been avoiding, not because it's exciting, but because it honors your word to yourself. Following through, even on the smallest thing, can train your system to believe you again. That builds trust. You reinforce that you are someone who shows up, and that is purpose in action. Closing a loop, no matter how minor, gives you back energy. Micro purpose doesn't always feel profound, but it always feels complete. So you don't need a master plan to begin. You need to stop waiting for a lightning bolt and start honoring the whispers. Your soul is already speaking. Micro purpose is how you start actually listening. That quiet pull that you feel towards something, that gentle tug to read, write, or reach out, or go for a walk, that's guidance. It won't shout. You have to choose to tune in. Instead of overanalyzing your life, follow the next inner nudge with full presence. Purpose always starts as a clue, never a conclusion. So there's a pulse underneath your busyness that's asking for your attention, and it speaks in desire, resonance, curiosity, and sometimes even resistance. Listen, once you start honoring these micro signals, you begin to move differently, and life stops feeling like a chaotic guessing game and starts feeling like a rhythm you're finally moving in sync with. You stop fighting with time, you stop resenting the day, you start cooperating with life instead of resisting it. And most of the complexity we feel is self-created. Micro-purpose simplifies everything by anchoring you in the one thing you can control, how you show up right now. You don't need to feel inspired to live with purpose. You just need to act like it's already here, because it is. And the more you act from that place, the more life starts to reflect it back. Even if today feels heavy, scattered, or unclear, you're not without purpose. That feeling of fog doesn't mean something is wrong. It means you're being asked to go smaller, to go inward, and to find the thread that's available right now. Micro-purpose anchors you even when the storm hasn't passed. It gives you traction on slippery days. And you matter even when you don't feel like you're crushing it. Your value is not tied to your clarity. It's tied to your existence, and that's enough. So the more you choose to meet the micro moment with meaning, the more it becomes your default operating system. That's how you stop chasing purpose and start living it. Micro-purpose becomes a muscle you build through repeated use. At first, it takes effort. Then it becomes effortless. And once it becomes part of your identity, you stop asking, what is my purpose? Because your life is the answer. The truth is, you don't need a breakthrough to begin. You don't need a dramatic moment of enlightenment. You just need to pick something, anything, and treat it like it matters. That's how the path starts to unfold. Not by waiting, but by walking. And as you walk, purpose walks with you. So with that being said, let's go over what we went through. We talked about the overview. We talked about cracking the code of inner fire, the physics of alignment, the illusion of randomness, routine as ritual, purpose as power. Purpose is the cure, the identity shift that makes it stick, and the power of micro-purpose. Right now, we're at the review. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, stop waiting to figure it all out. Begin with one thing you care about, even a little, and that's all you need. Purpose doesn't arrive fully formed. It unfolds as you move. So you don't need the whole staircase to take the first step. Just pick one aligned action today, however small, and move toward it like it matters. That's how the way appears. Build a simple, repeatable ritual that grounds you in your identity and reminds you of who you are becoming. This could be 10 minutes of writing, walking, silence, or focused creative work. Make it intentional, make it non-negotiable, and let that micro act of purpose become the root system for a more aligned, more powerful version of you. And finally, stop negotiating with the version of you that doesn't believe yet. Start acting from the identity you say you're stepping into. Speak like it, move like it, decide like it. Live like the one you've been waiting for, because you are. The shift doesn't come later. It comes when you start living like it's already yours. With that being said, thank you for being here. All right. Hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be talking about today is how to change your life in 7 days. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first, procrastination, awareness, planning, action, identity, commitment, execution, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, this might be a longer one. So let's just get started and talk about procrastination. Most people keep their life on pause and they wait for the right day, the perfect mood, or some external green light that never really comes. That habit of postponing is the silent killer of transformation because it gives you the illusion that you're preparing while you're really doing nothing. And the truth is that there is never a perfect moment. And the longer you stall, the heavier the inertia grows. And perfection is a trap. You think you're being wise by waiting until you feel ready. But readiness is a byproduct of action, not a prerequisite. Readiness arrives after you've already moved. not before. So if you don't start, the fear of starting only multiplies. And the moment you act, the fear dissolves because movement itself makes you stronger. Now, no champion, no creator, no revolutionary ever began with certainty. They began with motion and let clarity reveal itself through the process. Now, you've trained yourself to hide behind reasons such as, I'll start when the timing is better, I'll act when I feel inspired, I'll wait until I have more energy. And each of these is a lie disguised as logic. The truth is that you are just scared to leap. And so you decorate your hesitation with excuses. Now, if you strip your excuses down to their bones, what you'll find is fear of failure, fear of judgment, or fear of rejection. And instead of treating those fears as stop signs, you need to recognize them as the fuel. Fear is proof you're on the edge of something that actually matters to you. And so the cost of waiting is compounding paralysis. The longer you wait, the longer you hesitate, the harder it becomes to break free. Action is the only solvent for stagnation. Even small movement begins to untangle the knots in your mind, while stillness only tightens them further. So begin with the smallest possible action and don't overcomplicate. Open the document, pick up the phone, lace the shoes, write the first sentence. That first step shifts you from idle to alive. And the first step is never about scale. It's always just about direction. Once momentum kicks in, it drags bigger actions into your orbit. So think about the times in your life where a single decision spiraled into a cascade of change. That's how power is built. Not from one monumental effort, but from a chain of actions that are linked together by courage. And tomorrow is not really any safer than today. You think you're buying time by waiting, but time is buying you instead, charging interest on every hour that you waste. And the depth of delay shows up later as regret. Start now, because later has a habit of turning into never, and later has a habit of never showing up. So recognize that doing nothing is not neutral. Stillness is not rest. It's really rot. Depression and doubt don't come from working too hard. They usually come from standing still for too long. And if you want to meet the devil, just don't do anything. You won't even have to go get him. He'll come to you. Too much empty space invites his voice. Fear, doubt, despair. But the moment you fill your life with action, whatever it is, he disappears because he can't breathe in the presence of movement. So keep yourself busy with the right battles. Work creates inspiration, not the other way around. Motion creates emotion, as Tony Robbins used to say. You don't wait for motivation, you summon it by doing the work. So think about when you felt most alive. It probably wasn't when you were lying in bed scrolling. It was when you were immersed in pursuit. Even if it was difficult, the more you move, the less room fear has to live inside you. It gets crowded out by momentum, drowned by purpose, and starved by action. Every day you have two paths: wait or act. Waiting gives you more of the same. Acting opens a door to the unknown. One leads to decay, the other leads to growth. And the decision is never about ability. It's always about courage. So stop pretending you're powerless, because every second you spend waiting, you're really making a decision. And that decision is to keep your life small. That's your choice, and it's costing you the future you say you want. Now, there's more power in actually coming to the realization that you don't want the future that you say you want, that you don't actually want it. At least then you're making a real choice. But don't be the type of person that says they want a certain future and then doesn't do anything for it, or just waits. The second you act, you regain control and you stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a creator of outcomes. And realize that no one is really coming to save you. Every second that passes is a second closer to the end. And there are two ways you can look at this. One is by telling yourself that so much time has passed and you're behind, so there's no need to really do anything. This is a logical fallacy, however, because depending on how old you are, you probably have 2, 3, or even 4 times as much time left, assuming you live a long, healthy life. So this is the other way to look at it. Now, your brain convinces you that you're behind and too much time has passed because it's tricking you into staying in the same place. It wants you to stay in the same place because it is afraid of change, and it is afraid of change because it is afraid of the effort it will take. And it is afraid of the effort it will take because the other side is unknown, and it is anxious of the unknown because it can't predict it. So reframe the anxiety of the unknown as excitement. Excitement and anxiety actually feel the same in our body. If you internalize this, you'll find yourself suddenly excited about the future and the unknown rather than worried about it. Excited about taking action and not knowing where it will lead. If you think about it, that is the beauty of life. Once you refuse to wait, the next step is to really figure out what exactly you're working with right now. You can't map a path forward if you don't know where you're standing, which means the next phase is about brutal clarity. So let's talk about awareness. So after you've decided to stop waiting, the next essential move is to really figure out where you actually stand. You can't plot a course if you don't know your starting point. And this is all about awareness. And awareness is not about judging yourself harshly. It's more so about holding up a mirror with enough courage to see the truth without filters or excuses. Now, most people skip this step because it's uncomfortable to confront their reality, but without it, every plan you make will rest on sand. And so awareness begins with brutal honesty. You can't really keep telling yourself that you'll get serious next month or that things will settle down soon. The habit of not looking into or lying to yourself about where you're really at is why progress feels impossible or out of reach. Nothing can be within reach if you can't see the thing clearly. So admit exactly what's working and exactly what isn't. The more precise you are, the faster you can actually pivot. And be honest. Ask yourself where you're at, what you've been avoiding, where you want to be, and what is actually holding you back. Answering those simple questions will give you a ton of clarity, and that simple clarity gives you an aim. Now, emotions can blur reality, but numbers always cut through the fog. Numbers are unemotional. So tracking your sleep, your income, your time usage, and even your energy levels will give you proof of what's actually happening, not just what you feel like is happening. A lot of people will find this step the most difficult to handle, but if you're done lying to yourself, you'll find it is the most liberating one too. Now, there are multiple things you can start tracking. When it comes to your health, you can track your health numbers such as sleep time, bedtime, wake-up time. You can track your current weight, the weight you lift at the gym, or other health markers. When we talk about wealth, you can track your wealth numbers, such as your monthly, quarterly, or yearly income, your expenses, your investments, etc. Now, with love, believe it or not, you can track certain things as well, your love numbers. This could be the number of new connections you've made, time spent with friends or family, the rating of your connections on a scale of 1 to 10. When it comes to yourself, you can track your self numbers, meaning, did you meditate? How long for? Did you pray? How long for? How many books you've read this week, month, quarter, or year? How long did you read for today in terms of minutes or hours? How many pages did you actually read? Rating your happiness on a scale of 1 to 10. Be creative here, because the moment you can turn the intangible into tangible and track a number related to it, the more you can actually improve it. What gets measured gets improved. Sometimes even just by the fact that you're actually measuring it. So once you have numbers, you've got a baseline, and from there, improvement is no longer abstract, it's measurable. Now, the data isn't meant to shame you, it's there to give you feedback, the same way a compass shows you whether you're heading north or spinning in circles. So start confronting the truth about your body, not the body you wish you had, not the one you had years ago, but the one you're living in right now. Health is the foundation on which everything else rests. Your energy, your focus, your resilience, even your confidence. So how do you actually feel when you wake up? Do you drag yourself out of bed, or do you get up with power? Your body's energy level is the most honest scoreboard of your habits. Audit your sleep, your food, your movement, and your recovery. If you're skipping meals, running on caffeine, or staying up past midnight scrolling, you're just sabotaging yourself. Be honest about it. And think beyond the next 6 months. If you keep living this way for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, for the rest of your life, where does it take you? Your health is the vehicle that carries you to every goal you'll ever have. Driving it into the ground means you'll never actually arrive. And when it comes to your wealth, money is energy in material form. It's not just about having a bigger bank account, it's about freedom. Freedom to choose your path, to say no to the wrong opportunities, and to build a life on your own terms. Waiting to figure it out later only deepens your dependency on other people's decisions. So look at your finances without flinching. How much did you make? How much did you keep? How much are you investing in your growth? Numbers never lie, and avoiding them won't make them kinder. So blaming your job, your boss, or the economy doesn't change the fact that you are the CEO of your own life. Taking responsibility doesn't mean it's your fault, but it does mean it's your job to fix it. And money is a tool, not the end goal. So if you want to stop waiting, you need to decide what kind of life you're building and how financial resources will serve that vision. Until you know why you want money, you'll always find ways to spend it without purpose or to never make it. Now, when it comes to love, too many people use loneliness or heartbreak as a reason to freeze. They wait for the right person to knock on their door or for circumstances to line up perfectly before they put themselves out there again. But connection doesn't come to the idle. It finds the active, those who are already moving, already becoming someone worth meeting. So waiting until you feel ready to love is a lie. Readiness comes from stepping into the arena, as we talked about earlier, risking rejection and allowing yourself to be seen. So send the message, make the call, show up for the people who already are in your life. Love grows from presence and investment, not from hesitation and distance. So if you keep waiting, what you're really doing is actually protecting yourself from being hurt again. But that same shield that blocks pain also blocks intimacy. Waiting may feel safe, but it slowly starves your heart. And when it comes to yourself, at the center of everything is your relationship with yourself. Stop waiting to love yourself until you've achieved more, earned more, or been validated by others. If you can't respect yourself now, you won't magically respect yourself later when you hit some milestone. Self-respect begins today in how you treat your body, how you talk to yourself, and how seriously you actually take your own life. And every time you choose to wait, you tell yourself that your future doesn't matter to act on. Every time you choose to start now, you declare to yourself that you are worthy of effort and progress. So stop waiting for life to happen. You are life. When you stop waiting, you start living. And when you start living, your sense of self transforms from someone who hesitates to someone who actually creates. And when you strip away the lies and take ownership, what is left is really a clear view of your position. You see your flaws without exaggeration, your strengths without arrogance, and your situation without distortion. That's the raw data you need to start plotting a path forward. Where are you actually starting from? What resources do you have right now? What skills are underdeveloped but salvageable? These aren't accusations, they're coordinates that you can follow. Without them, you'll just keep running in circles. Clarity is not about judging yourself as good or bad. It's about diagnosing the reality so you can actually apply the right medicine. You can't always see your own blind spots, so ask someone you trust to tell you what they notice. Yes, it might sting, but it's better to be cut by the truth than killed by denial. Think of feedback as a mirror that shows you the back of your head. You can't see it on your own, but you need to know what's there. And when you have the full picture, you can finally design actions that actually solve the problems instead of running from them. Ultimately, breaking the addiction to waiting is a decision you make in a single moment. It's the moment you say, I don't care if it's perfect, I don't care if I'm ready, I'm going anyway. That sentence alone can rewrite the course of your life if you actually commit to it fully. And the first taste of progress is addictive in the best possible way. The instant you prove to yourself that you can move without certainty, the need for perfect timing starts to dissolve. Each time you act despite hesitation, you build thicker skin, and what used to paralyze you becomes ordinary, and what once felt impossible starts to feel like the next obvious step. Now that you've decided to stop waiting, it's really time to look in the mirror. Where are you actually standing right now? What's the truth about your health, your wealth, your relationships, and your inner world? Before we move forward, we're going to put everything on the table and get painfully, powerfully clear. So let's talk about planning. So once you've stopped waiting and faced the truth about where you are, you need a blueprint. Change doesn't come from vague wishes, it comes from structured execution. Waking up one day saying, I want to change my life without a plan is like setting out to cross the ocean with no map, no compass, and no supplies. You'll drift, you'll get frustrated, and eventually you'll give up. Planning gives direction, it creates momentum, and it turns overwhelming goals into digestible actions. Every effective plan has 3 moving parts: what you need to learn, what you need to do, and how you're going to do it. Without all 3, your plan will collapse. So when it comes to learning, you need to know the skills, the knowledge, and the frameworks that you need to know, or you need to find out what they are. And they matter. If you don't know how to eat for your body, sell a product, or build a relationship, you'll keep slamming into the same walls. Your plan must include gaps in your knowledge that need filling. Now, after the learning is the doing, obviously. All the knowledge in the world means nothing if you're not actually applying it. Every skill has to be backed up with real practice, real reps, and real feedback. Plans fail when they're too big, too vague, or too intimidating. Breaking them into small, non-negotiable steps is how you protect yourself from burnout and paralysis. So every journey of growth has 3 stages, and your plan needs to cycle through each. First, you acquire knowledge. Second, you apply it relentlessly. Finally, you merge the two into a hybrid synergy where learning and doing are happening simultaneously. So first is the acquisition of knowledge. This is the stage where you read, listen, study, and absorb. But don't fall into the trap of being a professional learner who never leaves the classroom. Knowledge without action just feeds your ego. Once you learn, you implement. You don't need a perfect system, you just need consistent repetitions. 1,000 small actions will change you faster than one perfectly thought out strategy you never execute. You need 100 average days, not 100 perfect days. And finally is synergy. This is where things click. You learn while doing and you do while learning. You get feedback in real time, adjust on the fly, and your growth compounds because both sides feed each other. Now, the smartest plans don't attack everything at once. They identify the biggest domino, the one move that basically knocks down 10 other problems in the process. When you focus on that domino, you collapse resistance and accelerate results. Look for the single action that, if done consistently, will make most of your other obstacles basically irrelevant. For example, if you fix your sleep, your energy rises, your mood stabilizes, and your discipline strengthens. One domino, multiple wins. Now, there isn't just one big domino. There's multiple big dominoes, but the idea is to look for the multiple big dominoes, basically, that will, if you do them consistently, basically make any other action irrelevant. Or obstacle irrelevant. And once you know your domino or dominoes, hammer them daily. It becomes the centerpiece of your plan, the action you refuse to compromise on no matter what. A plan is worthless if it isn't clear. Vague intentions like I'll get healthier or I'll make more money are dead on arrival. You need specifics. I'll walk for 45 minutes every morning. I'll contact 10 prospects a day. I'll write 1 page daily. Things like this, things that are specific and actually measurable. Did you do them or not? The more precise the target, the easier it is to hit. So get granular. When exactly will you do it? Where will you be? How will you track it? Unclear plans lead to unclear action, and unclear action leads to no results. So clarity doesn't mean fantasy. Don't promise yourself you'll run a marathon next week if you really can't jog a mile. Anchor your plan in reality into physics and stretch it further as you grow. Now, planning should never become another form of procrastination. Too many people spend weeks outlining perfect systems and never take the first step. A plan is only alive if it launches you into motion immediately. So begin before you feel ready. The best time to test your plan is today, not after you've polished every detail. And the first version of your plan won't be perfect, and it doesn't need to be. Action gives you real-world feedback that no amount of preparation can match. Once you face reality, you'll be able to adjust the plan. A plan is not separate from your life. It has to live inside it. If your plan feels like a burden stacked on top of your already overloaded schedule, you'll abandon it. So the key is to weave it into your identity until it feels natural. Connect your plan to who you're becoming. When the actions actually feel like they belong to your future self, the resistance disappears. So build your plan in a way that you can maintain long term. So extreme bursts of effort without structure burn out quickly, while steady, integrated habits compound into permanent change. Now, once your plan is sketched out, the next step is really to start moving. Without action, your plan is just ink on paper. But once you set it in motion, it becomes the foundation of transformation. That's where the momentum starts to crush depression, silence fear, and drown out doubt. So let's talk about action. Now, a plan without movement is just daydreaming on paper. Execution is the moment where fantasy collides with reality and reveals what's real. Depression thrives in idleness. Doubt thrives in stagnation. And fear grows in the cracks of stillness. But when you move, when you're immersed in pursuit, those shadows lose their grip. Momentum doesn't just carry you forward, it shields you from the heaviness that comes when you sit too long with nothing to do. Action is medicine, and the only side effect is progress. Depression rarely hits in the middle of movement. It creeps in during the empty hours when the mind circles itself endlessly. The more space you leave unoccupied, the more noise anxiety makes. Filling your days with forward action gives your mind less room to poison you. So think back to a time you were fully engaged, whether it was working out, building something, or locked into a project, or even working at your job. In those moments, sadness didn't have space to take root. Action occupied the terrain. and the terrain is your mind. Movement itself creates energy. It doesn't drain you, it generates fuel. Lethargy tells you to stay still, but the only cure for lethargy is movement. And if you want to meet the devil, just don't do anything. You won't even have to go looking for him. He'll come straight to you, whispering doubts, feeding fears, and convincing you that life is meaningless. Too much time, too much white space, too much not doing, too much drifting. That's when he enters. Stillness isn't peace when it's laced with avoidance. It's decay dressed up as rest. So fill your life with pursuit, or let darkness fill it for you. There is no neutral option. You don't need to launch into massive action to begin. What matters is just starting. The smallest consistent move carries more weight than the biggest move you never make. So a phone call, a page written, a 10-minute workout, all tiny, all powerful. They stack up faster than you think, and they build the confidence to take larger steps. So don't trick yourself into believing only big actions count. The truth is, small, steady moves create exponential results. The giant leaps you admire from others were built on foundations of quiet repetition. Consistency compounds. 10 tiny steps every day will outpace one giant step once a month. Always. Progress belongs to the steady. The person who can go through 100 average days will always win in comparison to the person that tries to have one perfect day or one perfect week. When you move, you stop worrying about inspiration and motivation. Those things become irrelevant. They show up after you act, not before. And by moving first, you summon the very forces you thought you needed in order to start. The longer you wait to execute, the heavier execution becomes. Thinking about an action often creates more resistance than the action itself. Do it fast before hesitation has the chance to actually poison your resolve. Strike while the thought is still fresh. Train yourself to act in seconds instead of days. The moment you think of the thing you should do, move on it, even the smallest version. That habit builds a reflex for progress. So if you want to start running, for example, put your shoes on and walk outside. You don't actually have to run. You don't even actually have to walk outside. You can just put on your shoes. That simple motion collapses the wall of resistance. Every time you shrink the gap between decision and movement, you weaken hesitation's grip on you. Action today multiplies in ways waiting never can. And waiting is linear decay. Movement is exponential growth. The opportunity cost of delay is invisible, but it's massive. A day of waiting compounds into a week into months, and suddenly years slip by. And not all actions are equal. Some are leverage points. When you hit them, they knock down dozens of other obstacles in their path. So identifying and executing those domino actions accelerates progress beyond imagination. So think about what one move will ripple across your life. Fix your sleep and energy, mood, discipline, and focus all rise. Though the daily habit of outreach and business and money, opportunity, and confidence all increase. Choose one domino or multiples and hammer them every day until they fall. And don't scatter your effort. Discipline is not about doing 1,000 things. It's about a few crucial things done relentlessly and consistently. And once the domino falls, momentum carries you forward. One win becomes the platform for 5 more. Suddenly, progress feels effortless, not because it is easy, but because inertia is now on your side. Momentum is on your side. Action will always meet friction. Fear, self-doubt, fatigue, external distractions will try to pull you off course. The mistake people make is assuming resistance is a signal to stop. It's not. Resistance is proof you're moving forward towards something meaningful. It's a sign that you need to continue. If an action scares you, that's the action that matters. Comfort never grows you. Resistance always does. Instead of seeing resistance as a block, see it as confirmation. You're in the right place, doing the right thing. Every time you push through resistance, you harden your will. What once felt unbearable soon feels normal, and normal becomes your new baseline. You won't eliminate resistance, but you can prepare for it. Create an environment that actually favors execution. Remove your distractions, set deadlines, keep tools within reach. The fewer obstacles between thought and action, the faster you'll move. If your phone is buzzing every 2 minutes, don't expect to write. If junk food is in the kitchen, don't expect to eat clean. Set yourself up so the right action is the easiest one, and create friction for the wrong actions. Routines exist to make action automatic, so if you decide from scratch every day whether to train, you'll burn your willpower, and you're most likely going to revert to the path of least resistance, which means not training. If training is scheduled, on the other hand, it becomes as normal as brushing your teeth. Now, the most powerful way to sustain action is to anchor it in who you believe you are. When you see yourself as someone who actually moves, someone who executes, someone who does, then action stops being effort and starts being automatic. Identity is what makes the hard things easy because they become natural extensions of who you are. So ask yourself, who is the type of person that does what I need to do? If you identify as that person, action stops being negotiable. It's just life. The moment you decide you're a runner, you don't try to run, you just run. The moment you decide you're disciplined, you don't force discipline, you embody it. You just are. Once action becomes your default mode, the question isn't whether you'll move, but who you'll become while moving. And that leads to the deeper layer of change, the reshaping of identity itself, the foundation that makes every action effortless over time. So let's talk about identity. Action gets you started, but identity keeps you going. Anyone can force themselves to grind for a week or two with sheer willpower, but unless who you are begins to shift, the weight of old habits will drag you back down. Now, the real game isn't about forcing behavior, it's about becoming the person for whom that behavior feels natural. When you shift identity, the struggle fades because what once felt like a fight now feels like second nature. Now, habits are fragile when they're built only on discipline. They snap under pressure, stress, or distraction. But when your habits are rooted in identity, they become unshakable. A runner doesn't debate whether to run, it's just what they do. Identity cuts deeper than goals or routines. Goals are about what you want, routines are about what you do, but identity is about who you are. That level of change rewires your life at the root instead of trimming leaves at the surface. So start by asking, what kind of person easily does the things that I struggle with? Instead of constantly pushing against resistance, you now begin to shape yourself into someone who doesn't experience that resistance in the same way. You design a self-image that carries you forward without constant force. If you want to eat healthy, don't just say, I'll try to stick to my diet. See yourself as an athlete. Athletes don't argue with themselves about junk food. They feed their bodies like machines that need premium fuel. If you want to build wealth, don't just say, I'll try to save. See yourself as an investor. Investors don't think twice about putting money into growth instead of draining it on impulse. You don't wait until you've achieved it to claim it. You step into it now, before the evidence, and let your actions catch up to your vision. Identity isn't only imagination though. It grows stronger every time you cast a vote for the person you want to become. Each action, no matter how small, is evidence. One workout is a vote for being fit. One deep conversation is a vote for being present. One disciplined decision with money is a vote for being financially powerful. Votes add up. You don't need a landslide every day. You just need a majority over time. The more consistent your actions, the more unshakable your identity becomes. And once the evidence stacks high enough, doubt disappears. You stop saying, I'm trying to be disciplined, and start saying, I am disciplined, because the proof is right in front of you. You are the proof. The hardest part of identity work is letting go of the old version of yourself though. So that version that has been with you for years and it's comfortable, even if it's destructive. But as long as you keep feeding it, you'll keep living under its shadow. Notice the language you use with yourself. Do you still call yourself lazy, unlucky, undisciplined, or broke? Those words are self-fulfilling prophecies and are anchors to an old identity. And you might not even be using them consciously. And don't just stop calling yourself those things. Start declaring who you are becoming, not what you're not anymore. Language leads thought. Thought leads behavior, and behavior locks an identity. And understand that identity shifts always feel fake at first. They always feel like a lie. That's normal. It's supposed to feel fake because you're leaving behind one reality and stepping into another that is not yet real. Keep repeating it. Keep living it, and eventually it becomes who you are. Now, identity is shaped not only by what you do, but by what surrounds you. Your environment either reinforces who you're becoming or drags you back into who you were. If you're trying to build a new identity while living in the old environment, you're basically swimming against a riptide. So surround yourself with those who embody the identity you're building. If you want to become fit, spend time around fit people. If you want to become wealthy, sit at tables where wealth is normal. Being around them pulls you up because you begin to normalize what once felt extraordinary. You start to copy their patterns naturally without forcing it. Identity transfer happens through proximity. And so if you don't have people like that around you, you can also surround yourself with them online. Now, thankfully, we have the internet, and the whole idea of social media, of YouTube, of Instagram, and so on, and of books, courses, coaching, and so on, is to basically be able to surround yourself with these kinds of people digitally, even if they're not physically around you. So identity is a long game. You don't become someone new overnight, but every day you act in alignment, the stronger the shift becomes. The problem isn't that identity change takes too long, it's that people quit too early, never giving it the time it needs to root. Give yourself permission to be in transition. The gap between who you are and who you're becoming is where the growth happens. Stay with it even when it feels slow, because identity doesn't reveal itself with fireworks. It grows quietly until one day it just feels like it's always been there. Now, professionals understand this truth. Peace of mind doesn't come from chasing it. It arrives as a byproduct of identity lived fully. Amateurs chase peace and never find it because their half-hearted efforts keep them restless. Professionals either win or lose, but they're at peace because they know they gave everything. That's the real payoff of identity alignment. Whether you succeed or fail in a moment, you remain whole because you acted in harmony with who you are. Once identity is secured, there's only one question left. Will you actually commit all the way? Because if you only half commit, even the strongest identity will weaken under pressure. What comes next is the point of no return. So let's talk about commitment. So everything you've built so far, from awareness, planning, action to identity, means absolutely nothing if you refuse to cross the final threshold. Now, that threshold is commitment. Most people live their entire lives in the twilight zone of half commitments, dabbling here and there, always keeping one foot in and one foot out. And that lukewarm way of living guarantees mediocrity because true change requires you to burn the safety net, lock the door behind you, and remove every exit from the path. Commitment is the multiplier that turns all your other efforts into something unbreakable. Half commitments rot you from the inside. You tell yourself you're trying, but you know you're not all in. And that knowledge eats away at your confidence because deep down, you know you're lying to yourself. It's either 100% or it's nothing. That's the way you should think about it. You're either in the game, playing with everything you have, or you're standing on the sidelines convincing yourself that you're sort of participating. Gay Hendricks put it perfectly when he wrote, 99% commitment is not possible. We are either 100% or not committed at all. I was amazed to discover this because I had made a lifestyle out of tepid commitments that turned out to be non-commitments. I was just conning myself that I was partly committed. I had adapted to the pain of early rejection with the decision, don't play. If I didn't play, I wouldn't have to face losing. And if I were forced to play, I could always play half-heartedly. If I lost, I could say it didn't matter because I wasn't trying. It took me many years to realize that I wasn't even in the game if I was not committed. My body might have been out on the field, but my soul was on the bench. Soulless play is worse than no play at all. This truth explains why so many people never break through. They convince themselves they're committed because they've made partial efforts, but partial effort is just disguised avoidance. The cost of half-heartedness is your own self-respect. Half commitment allows you to hide. If you lose, you can always say, I wasn't really trying. The irony is that half commitment is more painful than full commitment because you never get the rewards of going all in, but you always carry the guilt of knowing you could have done more. Now, pros live differently than amateurs because of commitment. Amateurs search for peace of mind by trying to play safely, but they never find it. The pros understand peace doesn't come from playing it safe. It comes from knowing they gave everything. If they win, they experience victory. If they lose, they still experience peace because they know they left nothing in reserve. Either way, they win internally. Now, amateurs distract themselves when they know they're not giving it all. They binge, they scroll, they escape, anything to avoid the truth of their half-hearted efforts. The pros don't need distractions because they've already given all they had. Even defeat doesn't haunt them because they know they've left it all on the field. Now, commitment demands clarity of destination. You're not just committing to effort, you're committing to a vision so vivid that it drags you forward when your willpower fails. Without vision, commitment fades because you can't see why you're suffering. Write down your ultimate vision in detail: the body you want, the relationships you crave, the wealth you're building, the character you're forging. Without specificity, you'll wander. And look across the dimensions of life: health, wealth, love, and self, and build a vision that integrates all of them. If you only commit to one area, the imbalance will eventually collapse your progress. And if you need help with this, make sure to book a call from the link below. Now, the more vivid your vision, the easier it is to commit. If you can see it in your mind, taste it, touch it, feel it, then the sacrifices feel lighter because you're not just giving something up, you're exchanging it for something greater. And look, commitment does cost you. You can't commit to everything at once. You must decide what matters most and ruthlessly cut everything else. People fail to commit because they're unwilling to kill off the distractions, comforts, and easy outs that drain their energy. But real commitment means saying no 1,000 times for every yes. Every commitment requires a trade. You trade comfort for growth, instant pleasure for long-term victory, and safety for impact. If you're unwilling to make those trades, you're not committed. You're still negotiating. And look at what you're actually willing to sacrifice. That's where your true commitment lies. Words don't prove it. Sacrifice does. Now, commitment isn't a feeling. It's not about being motivated or inspired. Commitment is a decision you've locked into regardless of mood, circumstance, or emotion. Discipline is the expression of that commitment in daily action. When you're committed, discipline stops being negotiable. It becomes automatic. You don't ask yourself if you feel like doing the work. You do the work because it's who you are now. Commitment doesn't show up in a single burst of intensity. It shows up in relentless repetition, day after day, rep after rep, action after action, until momentum makes the path inevitable. Now, the greatest reward of commitment isn't external achievement, it's internal peace. Like General Patton said, if a man has done his best, what else is there? That is the essence of commitment. You give your best without holding back, and no matter the outcome, you can stand tall because you know you didn't betray yourself. You stop second guessing, you stop wondering if you could have done more, and you live lighter because you know you left it all on the field. That level of integrity builds an unshakable core. You stop fearing outcomes because you trust your own effort. And the only thing left is to really reinforce every stage of this process, revisit the pillars, and create a simple, powerful way to review what you've learned and put it into action every single day. So let's talk about execution. So now you have the full framework. No more waiting. Assess where you are, build a plan, move into action, align your identity, and seal it all with commitment. Now it's time to put it into motion. You don't need 7 years. You don't even need 7 months. You can change your life in 7 days. Not completely, but enough to flip the switch and set a new trajectory. What follows is a day-by-day map rooted in everything you've learned so far to make the shift real. So on day 1, you will decide to stop waiting. Today is the death of delay. No more waiting for motivation. No more waiting for clarity. No more waiting for circumstances to line up. You just begin now. Write down everything you've been postponing. Circle the one thing you've been waiting on the most and attack it today. By the end of this day, you'll have proof that you no longer need perfect conditions to move. On day 2, you'll assess your reality. Today is about truth. Take inventory of the 4 life pillars: health, wealth, love, and self, and write down the raw, unfiltered facts of where you stand right now. In terms of health, how do you feel physically? What's your energy like? How consistent are you with training, sleep, and food? How much is in your account when it comes to wealth? How much comes in? How much goes out? And how much are you investing in yourself? Now, when it comes to love, what's the state of your relationships? Romantic, family, friendships? Do they energize you or do they drain you? When it comes to yourself, how do you speak to yourself? What standards do you hold yourself to? How much do you respect yourself in private? By the end of this day, you'll know exactly where you're standing, without illusions and without self-deception. Now, on day 3, you build the plan. Today, you map the path. Pick one domino action in each pillar that will unlock momentum everywhere else. When it comes to your health, it might be to sleep 8 hours, train, walk, hydrate, simple but non-negotiable. When it comes to your wealth, do one income-producing activity every single day. It could be sales, it could be outreach, it could be building assets. When it comes to love, connect meaningfully with one person daily. It could be your partner, a family member, or a new connection. When it comes to yourself, spend 20 minutes journaling, meditating, or reading something that stretches your mind. By the end of this day, you'll have a focused plan with clear actions that collapse resistance. Now, on day 4, you start taking action. You put the plan into motion without any hesitation. This is not about perfection, it's about doing. You're proving to yourself that you can follow through. So keep action small but consistent. Don't aim for massive wins in one day. Instead, stack small wins that compound. And write down everything you accomplished today. Your brain needs evidence to believe the new story you're creating, the new identity you're building. Now on day 5, you embody the new identity. Today you stop trying and you start being. You declare who you are and act from that place. You're not someone forcing yourself to work out. You're an athlete. You're not someone trying to get better with money. You're an investor. So write out, I am the type of person who, and then fill it in. Then prove it with action today. Adjust your space to reflect the identity. Clean your desk, prep your meals, set up your calendar, whatever it takes to reinforce that identity. Your environment should reinforce your new self. On day 6, you eliminate the escape routes. Today is about burning the bridges back to your old life. Remove every easy exit. No more half efforts, no more I'll see how it goes. You're all in. Identify the distractions, vices, or safety nets that let you slip and cut at least one today. By removing the escape hatches, you give yourself no option but to move forward. This is where real commitment is created. And finally, on day 7, you cement the standard. Look back over the week. You've stopped waiting, you've assessed, you've planned, you've acted, you've shifted, and you've committed. Now you lock it in. Write down your non-negotiables moving forward, the habits, the standards, the actions that define your new life. And then choose one domino action per pillar and lock it in as daily practice. This is no longer a 7-day challenge. This is your new life. By the end of this day, you're no longer experimenting. You've proven you can change in a week, and you now carry the blueprint for changing across months and years. Once you've lived these 7 days fully, you'll realize how quickly momentum builds when you move with urgency and actual alignment. The 7-day challenge might be over, but the game has just begun. The same system that flipped your life in 7 days is the same system that will transform it over 7 months and 7 years if you keep applying it. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about procrastination, we talked about awareness, planning, action, identity, commitment, execution. We're at the review right now. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, choose right now that hesitation is over. You don't get to wait for better timing anymore. You decide today that you're all in and lock that decision in writing. Then pick one domino action in each pillar: health, wealth, love, and self, and execute it daily for the next 7 days. Don't complicate it. Don't negotiate with yourself. Just do it. And then finally, burn the bridges. Remove your escape routes. Say it out loud. I am 100% committed. Then prove it through action until your results leave no room for doubt. With that being said, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give it a like. Make sure to subscribe for more. Drop a comment below to let me know what you would like to see. And again, if you want the free document, make sure you join the free community from the first link in the description. And if you want to work with me personally on implementing all of these things, then book a call from the second link in the description. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. What if I told you that the biggest obstacle between you and the life you actually want is you being you? What if I told you that the biggest reason you're not where you want to be is you being how you are right now? You probably have dreams, you probably have goals, you probably have some kind of a vision for the future, but there's most likely a gap between where you are now and where you actually want to be. And I'm telling you, the biggest part of that gap is actually you being yourself. So what we're going to be talking about in this video is the reinvention formula. Basically, how to become unrecognizable in 12 months, how to change your whole personality, how to change yourself so that you can actually achieve the goals that you actually want. So with that being said, as you can see from the title, what we're going to be talking about is the reinvention formula, how to become unrecognizable in 12 months. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, defining your North Star, constructing a new identity, controlling your daily inputs, removing internal distractions, and finally installing powerful habits. It's a 5-step system to actually change who you are completely from the ground up so that you can actually become the person that can achieve the life you want, that can achieve the goals you actually want to achieve. So with that being said, let's start with the first part, and the first step in this whole journey is defining your North Star. So before you can become someone new, you need to know exactly where you're heading. Reinvention without direction is chaos disguised as progress. So the North Star is your actual fixed point in the sky, a clear, unshakable reference for every decision, every action, and every standard moving forward. Without it, every effort becomes diluted, every habit becomes random, and every setback becomes disorienting. And this is where clarity begins. And without clarity, you will default to your past self. So your North Star isn't just a goal, it's the full expression of your desired reality across the 4 core domains of life, or at least what I consider the 4 core domains of life: health, wealth, love, and self. So this isn't about fantasizing, it's about architecting And you're designing a life that pulls you forward instead of one that you constantly fight against. And this is your personal mission brief, and every area must be accounted for, or your future will be incomplete, especially if you actually go ahead and do the things that you're about to do. So starting with health, what does optimal health actually mean to you? Like, what do you weigh? What's your energy like when you wake up? What does your body look and feel like? And what kind of strength, performance, or discipline is non-negotiable in your life, in your ideal life? So what you really need to think about is anything related to health, what kind of health do you want? How do you want to look? Like, do you want to have chiseled abs? Do you want to be able to run a marathon? Do you want to be, huge? Or what does health look like to you? You need to actually describe that and actually think about it. Like, actually sit down and think about, what does health look like to me? And actually write down, what does health look like to you? Most people have never done this. Most people coast through life, especially with health. They never think about that. So, and health doesn't include only your physique. It includes, like, what kind of smile do you want? Like, do you want to have good looking teeth? Do you want to have good looking hair? What can you do to actually, like, improve your health in every aspect? The next one is wealth, and that's pretty self-explanatory, but what does financial sovereignty mean in your world? Like, how much do you earn? What do you do? What vehicle are you using to make that money? How much leverage do you have, and how much freedom do you have? What systems, assets, or like businesses are giving you that number without owning you in return? So that, or maybe you love working, maybe you love them owning you, and maybe you just want to work 12 hours a day, 16 hours a day, whatever your goal is. So actually write that down. The next part is love, obviously. What kind of relationships expand your potential instead of drain it? And so here we're talking about romantic and social. Like, romantically speaking, who are you with? What's the polarity there? What's the dynamic? What's the depth of connection and respect? What kind of, if you're a man, what kind of woman are you with? And actually describe the type of woman you want to be with. If you're a woman, what kind of man do you want to be with? And once you describe that, actually ask yourself and be honest with yourself. Are you the type of person that can actually attract that person? Because if you're not the person that can attract that person, if you want certain things from your ideal partner, but you yourself don't have them, I'm sorry to break to you, but it's not going to happen, because they themselves want something that is going to push them, or that is going to expand their potential. So that ideal person that you want to be with will never be with you unless you step up and be that kind of person yourself. And socially, who's in your corner? What kind of friends do you want? What kind of people surrounding you do you want? Who's pushing you forward? Who's refusing to let you slip into mediocrity? Do you have friends that actually work out with you? Do you have friends that actually push you to go to the gym? Honestly, and just being honest here with you, it's very hard to find people like that. Especially if you're if you become the type of high performer that actually, goes to the gym, has a great physique, actually has a great business, has a great relationship, it will be very, very difficult to actually find friends that are on the same path as you. And it becomes very lonely sometimes. So regardless, having that description of the type of friends you want to have will allow you to every time you meet someone, you'll put them through that filter. Are they the type of person that will actually push me forward in life, or are they the type of person that maybe I'll have to push? And sometimes it's good to have friends that are maybe on the way there, and that you see they have the potential, and you see that they can become great, and they're actually working towards becoming great. And then you can be that person for them that pushes them forward and pushes them into greatness, or tries at least to push them into greatness, either through example or through actually like trying to push them. through just being there for them in that way. Or, if you have friends around you that you see are like, they're not actually doing anything. They're not actually going, they're not about it. They're not about that life, basically, in short. Then you have to actually consciously decide whether what you want from life, and whether those friends are going to be part of that lifestyle and of that journey of you getting that life. And sometimes, and that's the harsh truth, most people I know have friends that they need to cut off, unfortunately. Because in order for you to step into the version of yourself that can actually achieve the goal that you want to achieve, part of that is the people you surround yourself with. And if the people you surround yourself with are, smoking weed all day, or if you want to start a business and they have a 9 to 5 and they're not planning to start a business, or they're not looking into anything like that, and they're not about self-improvement, then unfortunately, if you want to be that kind of person, you'll have to cut them off. And there's another video on my channel of why you need to cut most of your friends, and you can just check it out. But with that being said, basically write down what kind of romantic relationships as well as social relationships you want to have, and most importantly, are they going to support you into getting to the life you want, and are they part of the life you actually want? The next step would be yourself. What does internal peace actually look like to you? What does external confidence look like in your world? And are you grounded? Are you focused? Are you driven? Or are you lost, distracted, and reactive? Do you feel like you're living on purpose, or do you feel like you're just burning time? So you actually need to sit down and think about these things and write goals around all these 4 areas. And when we're talking about the self area or the self pillar, that means everything related to happiness, spirituality, education, just motivation, discipline, all of that, family, yada, yada, yada. So to make your vision real, you need to set goals. First and foremost. And the most effective formula I have seen, most people, when you ask them about their goals, they just tell you, let's say they want to change their living circumstances. They want to live in a better house. Most people, when you ask them, what's your goal? They're just going to say, I want a bigger house. But what does bigger mean? Because if you're living in let's say if you're in Europe, you know what I mean. But if you live in a 50 square meter apartment, technically 51 is bigger. So what does a bigger apartment actually mean for you in your life? And in that case, if we're talking about that specific example, so to make your vision real, I would say use the ABT formula or ABT framework. So it creates clarity, it creates urgency, and most importantly, it creates measurability. So A stands for actual, and that means where you are right now in this area. And you have to be brutal and brutally honest with yourself. Like in terms of health, are you fat? Do you actually have the physique you want? What is the physique you actually want? If you don't have the physique you want, in regards to relationships, in regards to your romantic relationship, if you have one, is this really the relationship you want? Actually think about it. If it is, then what's lacking? Where do you actually want to be? And so basically the idea is where you are right now in this area, you have to actually write that down and be completely honest with yourself. And sugarcoating your current state will just destroy your leverage to change it. And you need to use real data. So weight, income, habits, calendar, your mood, make it measurable or it isn't real. That's the point. So when we're talking about health, if you feel like you're fat, what's your current weight? Actually write that down and ask yourself, like, am I eating the way I want to be? Am I eating the way I should be to achieve the physique I want? So the next step of this formula is B, and B stands for becoming. So Where do you actually want to be? And what does that target state actually look like? Because most people don't know what they're actually going for. They say they want to make more money, but they don't know how much money they want to make. And if they do know how much money they would ideally want to make, they don't have any idea of how that would look like. Will that actually be enough? Because most people have never actually sat down and thought about what their ideal life costs. So most people haven't actually sat down and thought to themselves, I want this apartment and it will cost me this much. They haven't actually gone ahead and opened the internet, which is so simple, and just typed out and actually looked at the apartments that they like and how much they would cost. They haven't looked at their dream gym, for example, and how much that would cost them per month and what kind of subscriptions they want. They've never actually sat down and done the math on what their dream life would cost, so that they know how much more money they need to make. And so they don't know how much money they need to make. So most people just say, I want to make more money. The other half or the other 40% of people or 45% of people say, I want to make, and they just give you a random number. I want to make 10,000 a month, but they actually don't know if 10,000 a month is more or less than what they actually need for their dream life. So because they haven't even defined their dream life. So where do you want to be? What does that target state actually look like? Actually sit down and do the math for everything, be it health, wealth, be it love, be it, relationships, be it, yourself, your education and all of that. Like actually sit down and think, what does that look like? Like describe it as if you're already living there, and give it color, give it detail, give it feeling, actually make it vivid in your head so that you know exactly what you're going after. And it's not about better, it's about becoming unrecognizable to your past self. So it's not about just optimizing what you currently are doing, it's actually doing something completely different, because what you're currently doing got you to where you are right now. And believe me, and I'm saying this from experience, unfortunately, the person you are right now will not achieve the goals that you actually want in 5 years from now. It's impossible, because the person you are right now got you to where you are. And that person, while it was useful for you up until now, it won't get you there, unfortunately. So you need to ask yourself, what do I need to do? What vision of my life do I want that is completely unrecognizable to what I have right now? And then finally, the T stands for timeline. When will this transformation be real? Like not hoped for, not in progress, but actually real. And actually give yourself a real timeline, not tomorrow, not next week, not 3 months or something. Because some of the things, let's say you want to, let's say you're making 3,000 a month and you want to take you want to make 10,000 a month. It might take more than 3 months. And what happens if 3 months pass and you haven't achieved that goal? Are you just going to give up on it? No. So in the very beginning, you should just give yourself a date that you are actually going for, and give yourself some time to actually achieve this, because transformation, and especially becoming a completely different person that acts in a completely different way and thinks in a different way, takes way longer than you think. So make it tight enough to feel urgent, but not long enough, but long enough to force reinvention, long enough to actually allow for reinvention. So without a timeline, your North Star is just a fantasy and not really a target. So if you currently weigh, for example, 89.5 kilograms and your North Star version weighs 82 kilograms, or if you currently weigh, 200 pounds and your North Star version weighs 170 pounds at 10% body fat by August 30th, then 89.5 kilograms or 200 pounds is your actual right now. So for example, you have undefined muscle, you eat inconsistently, you don't eat the right foods. You actually described everything about your current situation and what you are actually doing by being completely, truly, and brutally honest with yourself. And then B is where you actually want to be. And that doesn't mean just the result, but actually what is that person doing? So and how do they look, and make it vivid. So for example, 82 kilograms, lean, vascular, training 5 times a week, completely dialed in. And then T would be 10 weeks from today. That's the deadline. So every day from here answers to that specific deadline. And that's how you actually describe a goal. A to B in T. So basically from actual to becoming in the specific timeline. And most people know what they want vaguely, and that's exactly why they never get it. More money, better health, stronger relationships, these mean nothing to your nervous system. So clear outcomes create powerful decisions, and vague outcomes create hesitation, confusion, and most of the time self-betrayal, and you actually never follow through. And here's the hardest truth. Clarity is not enough. So just knowing what you want does not change your life. So a lot of people know actually what they want. If you've been into self-improvement or self-development for any amount of time, you probably have set some goals. So you probably know what you want. However, just knowing what you want will not change your life. It makes you just aware of the gap from where you are to where you want to be. And without identity change, the clarity just becomes pain, not power. So you're just going to know the gap, and without changing who you are as a person, you won't get there, and then it just becomes pain. It just becomes like this vision that you want to achieve, but you never actually get to. So this is why vision boards fail. This is why goals don't stick, and this is why you keep looping. If your current identity contradicts your North Star, your identity always wins because it's who you are. So the vision isn't enough. You must become someone who can inhabit that vision without friction. And so now that you've mapped the destination, now that you know where you actually want to go and where you are, where you want to go, and in what timeline you want to do it, who's the one walking that path? So it's time to deconstruct and redesign the identity that must carry this mission to completion. So that leads us to constructing a new identity. So you don't get the life you want by upgrading what you do. You get it by upgrading who you are. And this is where most people completely miss the point of transformation. They try to add habits on top of a broken identity. They try to pursue goals while carrying the same beliefs, the same fears, and the same subconscious patterns that caused the current reality in the first place. And that never works, because at the core of every result is a role. And you're playing a character. And that character has rules. Until you rewrite the rules, the game stays exactly the same. So reinvention means becoming something entirely new, not tweaking the current version of you, not just taking yourself as you are right now and making yourself a little bit better. It's not about improving the edges. It's not about optimizing mediocrity. It's about becoming new, meaning burning the old blueprint and starting from zero. Most people are terrified of this because they'd rather feel familiar than free. And if you want a life you've never lived, you need to become a version of yourself that you've never been. So let go of the story you've been telling yourself so far. You're not your failures. You're not your childhood. Let go of your ex. Let go of your job title or your bank account that is right now a bit right there. Let go of the story with your ex. Let go of what you work as. And the longer you cling to that identity, the longer you will relive its consequences, the longer you're going to be in its grasp, basically. So you're not obligated to remain consistent with your past. You're not obligated to remain consistent with even your present, to be honest. Like, you don't have to act like the person that is making $3,000 a month. Because if you do, that's all you're going to get. So you can choose a different standard, a different rhythm, a different code of conduct starting today. And that power is terrifying, but it's also everything you need. Imagine for a moment you were just born. So no history, no habits, no guilt, no limitations. You're just a blank canvas. And you get to choose intentionally, precisely, and completely who you actually become. So where do you live? What does your home look like? What is in your space and what is not? What does your physique look like? How do you move? What's your energy and posture? What's your sexual presence? Like, how do you carry yourself in general? Who are they at their core? What's their tone, their attitude, their conviction, their drive? What's their character of that person that you actually want to become? Do they flinch under pressure, or do they lean into it? Do they walk into rooms with gravity, or do they seek to kind of disappear and blend into the background? What do they do daily without exception? Without exception, like what are their non-negotiables? What does their first hour look like when they wake up? What do they eat? What do they say? How do they talk? How do they focus on the task they need to focus on? What do they actually focus on? Do they procrastinate, or do they execute unapologetically? How do they speak? What words do they never say? Which is very important, is the type of the language they use. What kind of language do they use, and what kind of language do they forbid themselves from using? For example, for me, I never use the word tired for myself. I obviously, like, sometimes it might slip. But most of the time, like 95% of the time, I never use the word tired. Why? Because I feel like it's infectious. If I say to myself that I'm tired, I feel like my whole day will go that way. And maybe it's some kind of a confirmation bias kind of thing, but at the end of the day, I prefer to not use that word. I might say something completely different. I will actually look for the real reason of why I might be tired, but not use the word tired. So for example, if I'm tired because I've actually had a very bad night of sleep, I might just say, hey, I had a very bad night of sleep, but I'm not going to say I'm tired. And so one of the things that you really need to think about is what kind of language would that ideal version of you use, and what kind of language do they not use? And so you need to write out this new identity in vivid, specific detail. This isn't like some kind of a vague ideal. This is a character sheet. So you're building a version of you with the clarity and intensity of a novelist constructing a protagonist. So who are they at their core? What's their tone? What's their attitude? What's their conviction? What are their beliefs? What's their philosophy for life? What is their drive? Do they flinch under pressure, as I said, or do they lean into it, and so on? And do they use language that affirms their vision, or do they communicate with sharpness, or do they communicate with like some kind of a like sludge, like somebody that has been smoking weed all day, for example? What kind of people do they attract and associate with? Do they tolerate weak, needy energy around them? Do they draw others in with clarity, or do they confuse them with inconsistency and like with words that mean absolutely nothing? Are they decisive or not? All of that. Do they actually follow the habits that they've set up? Do they actually follow what they've set out to do in the beginning of the day, or not? And you need to read this new identity every single morning out loud with full certainty, until the neural pathways are no longer optional in your brain, but automatic. So your brain doesn't believe what's actually true. It believes what's repeated. And identity is installed through ritual and reinforcement, and not intention. So if you make something a habit every day, so for example, bonus points if you actually write out this vision of who you want to be, or at least the main parts of who you want to be, and the main character traits of who you want to be every single day by hand. Like, you can read that. Sometimes you might be busy in the morning and you might not have the time to actually sit down and write the version of you that you actually want to become. But if you actually have the time and sit down and actually by hand with your pen and paper, actually write down the type of person you want to become, the character traits of that person, who they are, almost like you're actually constructing a character for a movie or for a book or whatever kind of media you enjoy. Imagine that you had to create this character. This is you. This could be you. If you just sit down and write them down. And then if you do that repeatedly enough, and if you read that every day, if you do that consistently, or if you write that down consistently, you'll become that person. Believe me, you'll become that person. There's no way you won't, because it's going to be reinforced in your mind every single day, every morning, every evening. You're going to be reinforcing that person. You're going to be reminding yourself of that person you actually want to become. And everything you do in your day, you'll remember that you did that in the morning. You'll remember that, hey, I wrote down I want to be acting like this kind of person every single day. And then you'll become that person over time, because you're just by doing that, your habits will change. Just by doing that, the way you act, the way you carry yourself will change because you're doing it every single day. And if you don't consciously choose who you're becoming, you unconsciously recreate who you've always been. So it's very important that at the same time, you make a list of what the old identity would do every single day and refuse to act that way again. Now, I don't recommend you actually write that down every single day. I think it's better to focus on who you want to become, but it is important to read how your old self was acting. What is your current or old kind of character, and read that every single day and tell yourself, this is who I don't want to be anymore, and this is who I actually want to be. So Dan Coe, you probably know Dan Coe, he talks about the anti-vision. Basically writing down what you actually don't want in your life and reading that, because that helps with you actually achieving what you do want. And so the same goes for your identity. Write down what they are actually doing right now and what they've done to get you to the place you are right now. And then commit to not acting like that anymore, and commit to acting like that person that you're writing down every day or reading every day that you want to become. And if you don't consciously, as I said, if you don't consciously choose who you're becoming, you'll unconsciously recreate who you've been. So the human brain defaults to familiar patterns, even if they're destructive. That's why you see people who want to, for example, stop using drugs, but they continue using drugs, regardless of whether the drugs are addictive or not. The drugs themselves are just a familiar pattern in a way. And people cling to familiar patterns, even if they're destructive. Identity isn't discovered, it's decided, it's built, and then it's lived, and then it's reinforced. So if your North Star self is shredded, savage, financially sovereign, then your identity must reflect that. Early mornings, calculated aggression, disciplined solitude, surgical execution, beliefs of I do what needs to be done, I don't flinch, everything I touch moves, stuff like that. But identity alone isn't enough, because identity is shaped by what surrounds it, and what surrounds it is what enters it. So to reinforce your new character, you also must ruthlessly control the inputs that feed it. So that brings us to the next step of actually reinventing yourself, which is controlling your daily inputs. So what you allow in your system, physically, mentally, determines who you become. Every piece of content, every sound, every conversation, every bite of food, every glimpse of your environment, these are not neutral. They are always shaping who you are in real time. Whether you're aware of it or not, your inputs are constantly programming your identity, feeding your beliefs, and reinforcing your behavioral default. Because let's say right now you love watching action movies. That's part of your identity. You love watching action movies. So if you keep watching action movies instead of, for example, watching documentaries, you're reinforcing the current identity. You're not reinforcing the identity that the future identity. And this is maybe a bad example, but you understand what I mean. Everything you consume shapes who you are because it's your interest, and your interest is part of who you are. So if you want to become somebody different, you need to change your interests. You need to change what you consume. And what you consume changes based on, obviously, your interests. So if you're not aggressively curating those inputs, whether that's mentally or physically, then you're unconsciously inheriting values, desires, and patterns from the lowest common denominator of the world around you. And that's not transformation, that's infection. So the brain doesn't just passively record what you consume. It reconfigures itself based on repetition, emotion, and immersion. So what you consume repeatedly becomes part of you. Your synapses fire in response to what you see and hear the most. And over time, those pathways become default modes of thought and behavior. You aren't just influenced by what you consume, you're quite literally rebuilt by it or built by it. Which means every piece of input is either reinforcing your current self or rewriting it toward your future self. So when you scroll social media full of nonsense, distractions, emotional bait, and filtered fantasies, you're embedding a fractured attention span. You're embedding an addiction to low-level dopamine and a warped warped sense of normal. So you begin to crave validation instead of growth. You chase stimulation instead of execution. You normalize mediocrity wrapped in aesthetics. And slowly your standards slip, your clarity fades, and your capacity for sustained focus work atrophies. But when every input in your environment is deliberately aligned with the identity you're building, your life starts locking into a new trajectory automatically. You wake up with direction because the world around you keeps whispering who you are actually becoming. And you don't have to rely on willpower when your default surroundings are engineered to keep you sharp, focused, and aligned. When your surroundings, when everything in your environment, is including your inputs, is designed in a way to reinforce the person you're becoming, you don't have to rely on willpower. You don't have to force yourself to do anything. And so what you actually need is a full spectrum audit of your inputs, whether it's mental, emotional, physical, digital. Don't rationalize. Actually, sit down. Don't defend. Don't say it's not that bad. If it's not helping, it's hurting. There is no neutral. So look at what you consume online and offline: social media, podcasts, YouTube, books, email subscriptions, music. Does it actually energize you? Does it clarify you? Does it drive action, or does it drain your focus and lower your frequency? Every algorithm is trying to hijack your identity for its own agenda. It's true. If you're not filtering it, you're being formed by it. So look at what you eat, look at what you drink, look at what you supplement. You're not just feeding your body, you're actually feeding your neurotransmitters. So this is about nutrition. Your hormones, your ability to focus and execute, they're all being fed by what you eat, drink, and supplement. So low quality food equals low quality cognition. You can't feel sharp if your blood sugar is crashing, your gut is inflamed, and your hormones are tanking. So when you eat like the future version of yourself would eat, you're reinforcing the belief that you're already becoming him or her. So look, when it comes to people, look at who you talk to, look at who you listen to, look at who you spend time with. Every voice in your life is either a mirror or a mold. And so some people reflect back to you your current level, keeping you small, comfortable, keeping you slow. And honestly, I hate to say it, but sometimes it will be your family. Sometimes it will be your significant other, or who you think is your significant other, unfortunately. And others shape you by holding you to higher standards, confronting your bullshit, and embodying what you're aiming for. For me, one of those people is definitely my brother. Like anytime I come up with an excuse, my brother will be there and say, hey, this is an excuse, in one way or another, not in that specific way, but he will say, hey, you could be doing this instead. Like, why are you not doing this? And so look at when we're talking about self-talk, another part of this is your self-talk. So look at what you say silently to yourself. Your mind is always listening to your thoughts, to your literal, to the things you say out loud. It's always absorbing. It's always obeying. And so if you constantly say, I'm tired, which I said earlier, or I'll start tomorrow, or this is too much, or maybe I'm working a bit too much, you're actually hypnotizing yourself into failure. So build a new mental script. Craft phrases that declare who you are becoming, not who you've been. Repeat them until they're embedded. So for example, let's say you go to the gym. And usually one thing I like to do here and there is actually force myself to act like somebody completely different. And which is basically the idea of this whole video. And what I like to do in the gym, it's very practical to do. Very easy to do. Let's say you go to the gym. If you go to the gym, you spend 45 minutes there. That's your usual gym workout routine. Try a few times a month, maybe a couple times a week even, if possible. Actually work out for double or triple that time and see how you feel. Actually force yourself to do it. Just because maybe you've never done it. Maybe you've never worked out for 3 hours straight. And just the fact that you actually did it once will now open your mind to the possibility of what you can actually do. And it's crazy because from there, once your mind is open to that possibility, once you know what you can actually do, once you know that one time you work 3 hours, you'll never look at yourself the same way. So sometimes these things happen randomly. So sometimes a new identity just forces itself on you because of necessity. So you hear a lot about that with people that experienced some kind of trauma, whether it's in their childhood or in their adulthood. They experience some kind of trauma or some kind of a bad experience that basically forced a completely new identity, forced a completely new life. And what we're trying to do here is actually force ourselves into that same feeling, not necessarily the bad feeling of a trauma, but more so the feeling of actually changing who we are so that we can live the life we actually want. So a lot of people that have gone through trauma, they realize they've been living a life that they don't actually want. So for example, recently, one of the things that happened to me, I was hit by a car. And honestly, I think it was a pretty hard hit. And I honestly feel like if it wasn't me going to the gym for now close to 10 years or more at this point, I feel like if I was more frail than what I am, I'm not saying I'm the biggest guy in the world or something like that and super muscular, but if I was skinnier than I am, I feel like that could have at least broken something in my body, or I could have ended up in the hospital in one way or another. And after that realization, I basically started rethinking my whole life again. I do this very often, but this time something happened externally that I didn't force, that just basically made me rethink things. Now, what we're trying to do here is basically doing it ourselves on purpose, forcefully. So, or not forcefully, but on purpose. Yeah, basically. So build a new mental script, craft phrases that declare who you are becoming and not who you've been, and repeat them until they're embedded. And once the audit is done, you begin the purge. And this is non-negotiable. You cannot keep the old inputs and expect a new identity to emerge. So you can't still watch rom-coms and at the same time think that you're going to be like a billionaire. You can't, because a billionaire most likely 99% of the time, and I'm assuming because I'm not a billionaire, but I'm assuming that 99% of the time they're not watching rom-coms in the evenings. They're not just chilling eating chips, most likely, depending on who you're looking at. But if you want to be the type of, let's say, if you want to be a billionaire, but also you want to have a great body, you most likely are not going to be watching rom-coms and eating like chips, right? So you can't keep doing the same things and expect a new identity to form, basically. They are incompatible frequencies, so one must die. So you need to unfollow, unsubscribe, delete, block, throw out, avoid. If it doesn't serve your mission, it's a liability. So if their content, voice, or energy isn't sharpening you, then it's most likely softening you, and you need to get rid of it. So right now, go to your Instagram. If you follow a bunch of like OnlyFans models, actually unfollow them, because they're actually keeping you from, if you're single, they're keeping you from finding the person that you actually want to be with. Just actually following them, just actually seeing them on your Instagram page is keeping you from finding the person that you want to find. Regardless if you believe this or not, it is true. So entertainment is fine, but if it becomes a sedation, it's poison. So know your line and respect it. And restructure your physical and digital environment as well to eliminate friction between you and your higher self. So keep it clean, keep it minimalist, and set for execution. No clutter, no distraction, no video games, no porn sites. Leave all of that. No temptation. Remove apps that hijack your attention. Turn off your notifications. Use it as a tool, not a leash. Like, for example, if you grab my phone, I have no apps on it, basically. I have like WhatsApp to talk with my family. And other than that, I have like my grocery like app that I order groceries with. And that's it. I don't have Instagram on my phone. I never do, because the only way I can check Instagram is from my desktop. And even on my desktop, it's limited. So remove any apps that hijack your attention. Create psychological space from people who drain your energy or pull you back into old identities as well. You don't owe anyone access to your focus. You don't owe anyone, including not your family, even your closest people. You don't owe them your time, your focus, or your presence, especially not when you're rebuilding who you are. Even one low frequency conversation can actually unravel hours of internal work. So guard your field like it's sacred, because it is. And I'm going to give you a very, very simple example. Let's say, as a part of who you're becoming, you've decided that, you don't want to drink alcohol, let's say. Whether I recommend that or not, that's a completely different story. But let's say that's part of who you want to be. And all of a sudden, a friend texts you, a friend from the past, and he's like, I'm in town. Let's go out, have some drinks. Just that conversation can derail a month of work. You might have been sober for a whole month, and just having that conversation, just somebody texting you and you actually replying and involving yourself into that can derail a whole month of work. So guard your field like it's sacred, because it is. And now that you've cleared the noise, you must refill the system with aligned high-frequency inputs. If you don't, the void will be filled by default. And the defaults are death to transformations. So, because you're just going to default to what you used to do. So, first off, when it comes to mentors, surround yourself digitally or physically with people who live the life you're actually building, or who you want, or the life that you actually, or have the life that you actually want to have. Watch how they talk, watch how they move, watch how they think, watch how they operate. Even more importantly, if you can, watch their inputs. Look at their inputs, what they are consuming, and mirror their patterns until they become yours. If you can't be near them physically, study them obsessively and make them part of your daily input stack. So, and make it a limited amount. So you can't, one thing I see a lot of people do is they watch everybody. And as long as they have the kind of life that they want to have, they just believe everything they say. And they have like 100 people that they watch. And on one hand, that's better than, watching mindless shit online. But on the other hand, you have to limit the amount of information and the amount of people you actually follow, because you want to embed their beliefs, you want to embed their way of thinking into the way you're thinking. And if it's too much, you won't be able to do it. So limit the amount of people you do follow. And when you do, those people, that limited amount of people who you want to become like, or who have the life that you want to have, follow them. Look at how they talk, look at how they move, look at how they think, look at how they operate. If they have for example, some of the people I like to follow have their favorite books published online. And so now I can go ahead and actually read the books that shaped them and into the person they are. So if you can find their inputs, consume those inputs that they consumed to become who they are, and mirror their patterns until they become yours. So also, choose inputs that activate you, challenge you, that upgrade your belief system, and teach you how to execute at a higher level. So read things that bend your perspective and show you what's possible. So read things that actually bend your perspective and show you what's possible. Books are basically like time machines, compressed consciousness from minds sharper, wiser, and most likely more evolved than yours. So if you don't read, you're choosing to stay trapped in the mental architecture of your past self. And when it comes to books, choose books that reconstruct your worldview on yourself, on your money, on time, power, energy, relationships, your identity. So examples are like Atomic Habits, Cybernetics, The War of Art, The 48 Laws of Power, Can't Hurt Me, The Almanac of Naval Ravikant, Mastery. And you most likely know these books already. The thing is, most people haven't actually read them fully. Most people haven't internalized them. Most people haven't even, taken notes on them or something like that. And for most people, they just read the books that are super popular for a little bit, and then that's basically it. That's all they read, if they even read self-development books. So build the inner scaffolding that supports the upgraded version of you. And another thing about books is add books that sharpen execution. So marketing, sales, negotiation, communication systems. 100 Million Offers, for example, from Alex Hormozi. Influence by Robert Cialdini. Pitch Anything, Deep Work, The One Thing. Give your new identity weapons, knowledge that actually converts into leverage. And finally, reflect. Reread key books monthly or quarterly. And you're a different person every 90 days. What you extract from the same books evolves with you. And so highlight, annotate, and then review during morning rituals or Sunday resets. Now, when it comes to videos, watch talks, interviews, breakdowns, etc. that actually help you become the person you want to become. Most people use video content to escape reality. What you should be doing is using video content to build your reality. And so watch content that actually makes you feel small in the right way, not in a shameful way, but in a wake up kind of way. So these inputs reframe your ceiling. They trigger emotional pain and ambition simultaneously and they're fuel for evolution. So prioritize long form over short form. You don't need 60-second hits of hype. And honestly, if you're like watching reels and shorts every single day for like an hour a day or something, do something about that. Believe me, like this is really bad for you. For like, without going into it too much, just don't do it. So you need hour-long downloads that rewire your nervous system. So one 90-minute documentary, for example, can shift more in you than 90 reels ever could. Or to be honest, like most of the time, a 90-minute documentary, even if it's something like that you think is unrelated to success, like a documentary on World War I, for example, will shift more in you than 90 videos. Not 90 reels. We're talking about 90 videos ever could. And always watch with a notebook. So what I do is I always have either my phone or a notebook. And on my phone, I have Notion. And I always watch with that open or with an actual physical notebook. So for example, I have a Moleskine right here. And I always watch with that. So watch with a notebook, don't consume passively, actually mine the gold and integrate it. And long form conversation, so the next thing you could do is watch podcasts, but actual podcasts that actually help you in life. So long form conversations is one of the most powerful identity shaping tools available, because podcasts don't just transfer information, they transfer perspective. So listening to high-level thinkers, builders, killers, and creators that articulate their frameworks gives your subconscious new structures to copy, to test, to absorb. And the more time you spend immersed in their minds, the less tolerance you'll have for low-level thinking in yourself or in your circle. So make podcast listening a non-negotiable part of your morning walks, your cardio, your cooking time, your commutes. And back to books, the same goes for audiobooks. Actually, like find one app that is now becoming more and more popular is 11 Reader. So it can turn any ebook into an audiobook. So that's one. The other thing is actually buy audiobooks and listen to them in your downtime. Anytime you're not doing something that actually requires your head to think or your brain to think, you could be listening to things that actually improve you as a person. So anytime you're, as I said, anytime you're like walking or stretching or, having a low intensity training or, walking or doing cardio or just cooking or anything, or having commutes or like being in fucking in public transport, you could be listening to all of that. So pair it. One of the biggest tips I have is just pair it with movement. So anything or that requires that makes your body busy, but not your brain busy. So basically walking, stretching, sometimes even just weightlifting. If it's a more of a chill session, you can be listening to a podcast in the meantime. Now, and basically feeding the mind while moving the body. So when choose episodes that actually challenge your emotional frameworks and beliefs and not just give you surface level tactics, because tactics change actions, but beliefs change identity. So go for both, but lead with depth. So the next thing is audio. So sound is identity programming. Music, the music you listen to programs your identity. So the tones you listen to, the frequencies, the background noise, it all conditions your emotional baseline. Use audio with surgical precision. So what you could do is build multiple playlists mapped to specific identities or states. So for example, if you're going for focus, you could be going for music that has no lyrics, has low beats per minute. It's a bit more repetitive, trance-inducing, ambient, or cinematic. When you're going for flow, you can use techno or lo-fi or binaural theta tones for writing, creative work, or deep strategy blocks. And when it comes to frequency, you can start and end the day with specific sound design. So you can, in the morning, you can use a specific track to anchor the new identity the moment you wake up. And in the evening, you can use ambient tones to slow your brain and transition into reflection. And another thing that's optional is you can add subliminals or self-recorded affirmations in your own voice to prime your subconscious. So one thing I used to do in the past, I don't do it admittedly that often anymore, is I would actually record my affirmations on my phone, and then I would repeat them while working out. So I would put the recording on and just listen to it for 2 hours straight while lifting weights, basically. So another thing you could do is watch documentaries. So real life stories of obsession, mastery, and relentless execution can install new emotional baselines for what's normal. So it's especially like, for example, war documentaries, they definitely set a new emotional baseline for and a new perspective for what's actually normal and what's actually hard. So when you see how far others have taken their discipline or their madness or their vision, or how far they've committed, for example, with war documentaries, it becomes impossible to accept laziness. It becomes kind of impossible to accept softness or excuses in yourself, because you wake up one day and you think to yourself, oh, God damn, like going to the gym is hard. And then you remember about the documentary you watched yesterday where some guy got his leg blown off basically in war. And all of a sudden you're thinking to yourself, this is actually not that hard compared to that. And you've basically rewired the perspective you have about difficult things. And so watch stories of athletes, CEOs, artists, military leaders, scientists, absorb their rituals, their pain tolerance, their pattern recognition, and journal the moment that triggered any emotion or awe or discomfort. And that's where your identity is actually being challenged. So anytime you're watching something and you feel some kind of an emotion, or you're in awe of something, or you feel some kind of discomfort, that's because your identity is being challenged in that moment, because your current identity can't believe that somebody could be operating in that way. And so watch your top 3 documentaries every quarter and let the themes become part of your mental code. So don't watch to relax, watch to actually extract something, to upgrade, to recalibrate your edge. And finally, look at the language and the rituals you have. So when it comes to language, the words you use internally and externally, so in your head, and also the words you actually speak out, they are shaping your reality in micro increments. So erase weak words such as try, maybe, or I'll see, or I feel like, or kind of, or should, and use words like I will, or this is happening, or locked in, or non-negotiable, or let's move, stuff like that. And speak to yourself the way a general speaks to an elite soldier. Basically, clear, commanding, conviction-based. There's no second guessing, basically. And create input rituals that lock in your new operating system. So listen to audio that sets the tone, read a paragraph from your identity script in the morning, review your North Star in the morning, or as I said, listen to some kind of audio that sets the tone in the morning. And in the evening, reflect on the inputs that you allowed during the day and refine them, prune them, or tighten the filter again tomorrow. And so inputs alone won't save you, but repeated intentional identity-aligned inputs will inevitably shift your default behavior. And the goal is not to stay motivated. The goal is to install a baseline reality where the right actions feel normal and the wrong ones feel foreign. So it's not about how powerful one input is, it's about how relentlessly you feed your system the same message until it becomes your truth. And a 10-minute voice memo you listen to daily could shift your identity more than an entire weekend seminar you forget 2 days later. So immerse yourself in your new narrative so fully that you literally forget how the old one used to feel. And that's basically how you create a new identity. But none of this matters if you keep feeding distractions, if you keep tolerating interruptions and living with noise. So now that you've fortified the system, now it's time to eliminate the viruses that corrupt it, which is basically your distractions. So the next step would be to remove internal distractions. So you can have the clearest goals, the strongest vision, the most detailed identity, and the most powerful inputs. But if your focus is fractured, none of it will convert. Distraction is not just inconvenience, it is identity sabotage. It is the silent killer of transformation. And unlike visible enemies, distractions often disguise themselves as harmless and they don't feel dangerous in the moment, but over time they compound, draining your bandwidth, warping your habits, and making momentum impossible. So if you don't remove them, they'll dissolve every ounce of progress the other steps have created. So distractions pull your attention toward what doesn't matter and away from what does. That alone is damaging, but the deeper consequence is neurological. Every time you respond to a distraction, you reinforce a pattern. That what's urgent is more important than what's essential. And that reaction is better than intention. That interruption is normal. If repeated long enough, this becomes a default setting, a mind built for stimulus response and not actual execution, not strategic execution. So it doesn't take much. A notification here, a glance at the phone there, a quick check of your email mid-task. These micro hits actually destroy your deep work. They degrade your clarity and dismantle your ability to follow through on complex thinking. And the more you respond to distraction, the more your brain craves it, and you build a tolerance to stillness and an addiction to noise. So your future self, the one you designed, is focused, deliberate, disciplined, most likely. And if your current environment trains you to chase every ping, every scroll, every feed, and avoid discomfort through stimulation, then you're living in contradiction. So this creates internal friction, and that friction leads to guilt, inconsistency, and collapse. And you don't need to try harder. You just need to remove the invisible triggers that are sabotaging you before you even begin. And so what you need to do is begin with a full inventory of what pulls your attention on a daily basis. Not just the obvious, not just the extremes, everything. And track it with ruthless precision for 3 to 5 days. So for example, look at your phone, your laptop, your browser, your apps, how many tabs are open, what notifications are on, what's your screen time breakdown? Do you reach for your phone during transitions, after work, before bed, or between tasks? Do you default to consumption when you feel stuck or bored or emotionally low? And look at your space, your environment. Is it engineered for execution, or is it cluttered with confusion? Is your desk clear or scattered? Is your room silent or chaotic? Do your surroundings match the level of focus you claim to want? And where does your focus typically collapse? What physical elements are involved? And look at your interactions. Who texts, who calls, or messages you during key work windows? Are you constantly responding instead of initiating? Are you available to people who shouldn't have access to you? And do you keep chats open while working? Do you let social interruptions set the pace of your day? And finally, look at your mental distractions. Look at your inner distractions. What thoughts are stealing your presence? What loops play in the background? Are you ruminating on past mistakes? Are you fantasizing about the future instead of actually building it, which is what a lot of people are doing? And are you imagining outcomes instead of actually taking steps to achieving them? Are you talking to yourself like a leader, or are you talking to yourself like a victim? And once the audit is done, you need to, again, begin the purge and not hesitate. Do not get sentimental about your distractions. If it costs you focus, then it costs you the very thing you're actually trying to build. Disable notifications, use grayscale, remove every app not directly contributing to your mission. And keep it out of reach during deep work blocks. Put it in another room entirely, and designate specific windows for messages and responses, and never operate reactively. And so another thing you could do is look at your computer, clear the desktop, limit open tabs to one task at a time, and use extensions that block time-wasting sites. Now, you don't have to do this forever, but at least for now, you should start doing that until you learn how to actually control yourself. And when it comes to tab, have one goal per session. If the tab doesn't serve the task, it doesn't stay open. And when we're talking about your environment, use tools like Freedom or Cold Turkey that can temporarily eliminate access to every tempting distraction on your computer. And when it comes to your space, design your physical environment to match the output you actually want to create. Remove anything that reminds you of undone tasks, unresolved decisions, or alternative focuses. And the fewer objects, the fewer options. And fewer options mean faster action. So when it comes to people, reduce access to your attention. Your time is sacred and it's not communal. It's not interruptible. So train others to respect your focus time and protect it with firmness and not with apology. If someone drains your energy consistently or repeatedly pulls you off course, then limit your exposure. And efficiency sometimes requires insulation. And sometimes you might have to block certain people. Even if, actually, I have done this, you might have to block family in order to be able to do this. So now, when it comes to triggers, identify specific emotional states that drive distraction and develop a protocol for redirecting them. If boredom, for example, makes you scroll, have a default task or question that immediately reroutes your energy. So you're not eliminating the urge, you actually replace the behavior that the urge creates. And so finally, when it comes to replacement, you don't just cut distractions, you actually replace them with anchors that pull you back into deep presence and deliberate action. So for example, in the morning, start each day with intention, not reaction. So no phone, no inbox, no stimulation, just clarity. And use journaling, planning, or even 5 to 10 minutes of stillness to lock in your direction. And this sets the tempo for the day, and that tempo either compounds your power or scatters it. So divide your day into blocks with defined tasks and no tolerance for interruption. 90-minute deep work sessions followed by 15-minute resets. And put your phone in another room. Use noise-canceling headphones. Signal to the world that you're unavailable, because you're working on you, basically. So another thing you could do is have a hard cutoff for digital consumption. Input discipline builds focus, but focus must be paired with deliberate recovery. So power down your devices, lower the lights, use analog tools like paper or whiteboards for review later in the day. And this improves sleep quality, but also cognitive recovery and the ability to sustain long-term execution. And removing distractions isn't a one-time fix. It's a daily fight. So over time, the brain adapts, the noise fades, the stillness becomes normal, and the clarity will sharpen. And what once felt like effort begins to feel like peace. So the longer you stay clean of distractions, the more intolerant you become to them. You start to feel when your focus is being hijacked, even in subtle ways. And when you notice it, you correct it immediately, without hesitation and without excuse. So this is what I said earlier. You don't have to do this forever, but you need to do this in the beginning, at least until you learn how to control yourself and how to do this on demand. And finally, now that distractions are cleared, the path is open, but clarity without action is just a stalled engine. So it's time to install the habits that make the future version of you not just possible, but inevitable. So the final step to all of this would be installing the powerful habits. So every version of you is built on a structure of habits, not dreams, not goals, not motivation, but habits. So the difference between the life you want and the life you have comes down to what you do automatically, repeatedly, and unconsciously. And that's basically it. So the version of you that's rich, shredded, focused, calm, respected, that version doesn't work harder. It just behaves differently by default. And for them, that isn't work. So reinvention is not sustained by effort. It is engineered through repetition, through ritual, through identity-backed behaviors that run beneath the surface and never need to be negotiated again. So your habits don't just create results, they confirm identity. Every action you take, no matter how small, is a vote for who you believe you are. And with enough votes, that belief becomes unshakable. That's the hidden function of habit. It doesn't just produce change, it solidifies it. That's why trying to change your life without changing your habits is like trying to redesign a building without touching its foundation. It's kind of impossible. So if your current habits reflect your old identity, they will regenerate the same reality no matter how many goals you write down. That's just the reality of it. So you'll wake up, execute the same unconscious rituals, and wonder why nothing is shifting, and you'll mistake stagnation for failure when in fact it's just automation. So you don't need to feel more inspired, you need to behave like someone else. And identity follows action, and action follows habit, and habit follows design. So let's revisit that ABT formula that we talked about in the first step. And finally, we need to add the missing link, which is the H. So A stands for actual, where you are now. B stands for becoming, who you want to become. T stands for timeline, by when you'll make it real. And finally, the H stands for habits, the daily actions that close the gap between where you are and where you're going. So the sequence is from X to Y by Z through H. So from A to B by T through H. From your current state to your future identity by your chosen deadline through the habits that make it inevitable. And so you need to start taking inventory of your existing habits, the ones that you perform daily without resistance or conscious decision, and write them all down. Which of these are actually helping you reinforce your future self? Which of these are, holding you back from your future self? And which of them are actually reinforcing your old self? And early wake times, pre-scheduled workouts, clean meals, journaling, deliberate deep work blocks, all of these can be reinforcing your future self. These are the habits your future self will thank you for. So double down on them. Which ones waste time without giving anything back? Random scrolling, multitasking, unnecessary errands, low impact conversations. These don't hurt, but they don't build either. So they must be redirected or replaced. And finally, which ones keep you looped in your past self's emotional wiring? Skipping workouts, snoozing alarms, eating for comfort, quitting early, talking yourself out of risk. These must be completely eliminated and not moderated. They are anchors disguised as habits. So you have productive, you have neutral, and you have destructive. And finally, you need to construct a ritual blueprint. What specific habits would your future self perform automatically? Not once, not twice, but daily until they no longer required energy or decision. So start the day in the morning. Start the day with direction. No phone, no chaos, no drift. Wake, hydrate, movement, review your identity, plan the day, and begin focused execution. And you control the first hour, or the first hour controls you. Now, midday, install anchors that reset energy and sharpen your focus. 10-minute walks, posture reset, breathwork, mini reflections. These habits keep your nervous system regulated and your cognition sharp when others spiral, and it keeps you on track for the rest of the day. Now, at the end of the day, end the day with intention and reflection. So shut down your tech, review the day, identify where you won, where you drifted, and what you'll adjust tomorrow. And evening habits shape your sleep quality, they shape your cognitive recovery and tomorrow's momentum before it even begins. So if your evening habits are on point, tomorrow has already begun today, basically, in short. And you can control how tomorrow goes through what you do today evening. And so use habit stacking to link new behaviors to existing ones, and this reduces resistance and increases your consistency. So for example, after I make coffee, I open my identity script. Your old habit becomes a trigger. The new habit that way becomes inevitable. So the less you have to decide, the more likely you are to execute. So for example, after I brush my teeth, I review my goals aloud. So you can use the body's automatic rhythms as identity anchors, and this creates habits that are almost impossible to forget. And add rituals that enforce physical and psychological momentum. So for example, cold exposure, cold showers, or ice baths to trigger your mental resilience and reset emotional intensity. And the purpose of cold exposure specifically is discomfort on demand. So the body adapts and the mind strengthens that way. And it reinforces identity as someone who does hard things without hesitation. Now, another one that you could do is daily physical movement, whether it's intense or simple. Just doing some kind of movement will reinforce the new identity. So resistance training, walking, mobility, breath coordinated movement. You train not just to build the body, but to embody control, to embody discipline and presence. And if you don't track, you don't transform. So simple tools yield extraordinary consistency. So use habit trackers, calendars, or digital apps to monitor execution and check off every action. No gray area, did it or didn't. That's it. Review your totals, refine your systems, and optimize friction points. And the act of tracking turns behavior into evidence. Every completed task builds trust in yourself and belief in inevitability. And when you see progress accumulate visually, motivation becomes irrelevant. So another thing is adaptation. Habits evolve, so must your systems. What works now won't always be enough. As you scale your identity, the pressure, expectations, and complexity also increases. So every quarter, review your habit stack and ask yourself, does this serve the next level of myself? And cut rituals that no longer challenge you or elevate you, and install higher stakes actions that demand more from your attention, execution, and character. And for example, your current habit may be write for 30 minutes. Your upgraded version of that same habit might be publish a post daily by 10 a.m. So do you see how the first habit was for the previous version of yourself, which is just write for 30 minutes, and the version before that maybe didn't even write at all during the day. And now all of a sudden you have write for 30 minutes, but your upgraded version after a quarter, let's say you've done this for 90 days, for a whole quarter or two. Now all of a sudden you need to set a new goal, your upgraded version, which might be publish a post daily by 10 a.m. So progress comes not just from doing, but from actually raising the standard of what done means. And higher level habits force higher level behavior. So habits are slow at first, but they stack like interest. Most people quit before the stack has a chance to actually show any returns. So the first 7 to 14 days are always going to be full with a lot of friction. You're basically rewiring muscle memory or mental memory and mental resistance. So don't chase perfection, just chase consistency. You can miss once, but not twice. So stay locked on identity and not dopamine, and feel progress even if no results have shown yet. You can act, progress is just a mental construct. And in reality, momentum is something you feel. Because if I asked you what momentum is you'll say it's a feeling of. Most likely, it's the feeling of doing something consistently. And so you can create that feeling of momentum in your head, even if it hasn't built up yet. And one of the most powerful feelings to keep us on track is the feeling of momentum. That's why people do the don't break the chain kind of thing, where they put a calendar on their wall and they check off a day every day when they do something. It's because of that feeling of momentum keeps us going, even when we don't feel like it. But you can construct that in your mind because it's just a feeling at the end of the day. So feel progress, even if no results have shown yet. You can create that feeling of momentum in your head. And after 30 to 60 days, your system will begin to solidify. And what used to drain your effort, or what used to drain effort, now runs quietly in the background. And you build up force, it gets easier to sustain and way harder to derail. So this is the final layer, the invisible architecture that makes all other change permanent. Without habits, vision is just fantasy. Identity is just performance, just an act, and focus is just fragile. Inputs are just noise, but once you install habits that reflect the person you are becoming and repeat them until they become second nature, then you don't just hope for change, you actually enforce it. You hardwire it and you live by it. Because now your life isn't powered by just emotion or occasional motivation. It's now powered by systems that run with or without your mood. Systems that make your evolution automatic. And when that happens, the outcome is no longer a question. It's just a matter of time. So with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's review what we talked about. So we went over the overview. We went over the defining your North Star, constructing a new identity, controlling your daily inputs, removing internal distractions, installing powerful habits. And right now we are at the review. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, write down your actual becoming timeline for each core domain: health, wealth, love, and self. And make it specific, make it measurable, and make it time-bound. No vague outcomes, no soft deadlines. Just define the future in terms so clear that you can't misunderstand them. Next, script your new identity in full detail. Personality, behavior, energy, language, circle, environment, and read it daily. Speak it out loud and let repetition turn it into reality. Then align your inputs to feed that identity and cut every distraction that competes with it. And finally, build your system of habits. Daily, repeatable, automatic, morning, midday, and nighttime. Track them, refine them, and make them sacred. Because when your actions reflect your vision consistently, the results become inevitable. So with that being said, as I said, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope it brought a lot of value, and I'll see you in the next one. You don't need more goals. You don't need another vision. You don't even need more motivation. What you need to do is kill the version of you that can't survive the success you say you want. Because if your identity doesn't match your ambition, your nervous system will sabotage everything you build, and it will call it just being tired, burned out, or not ready yet. See, your brain has one priority, which is consistency, and it would rather protect an old, outdated version of you than embrace a new one it doesn't recognize. So you start making progress, and right when the momentum picks up, you pull back. Not because you're scared of failure, but because success feels like a betrayal of who you've been. In this video, I'm going to show you the hidden identity trap that's quietly running your life, and how to finally replace it with a system that lets the new you stick without burning out, without willpower, and without pretending. But before we even get into that, have you ever wondered why every breakthrough feels followed by a breakdown? Let's start there. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is you don't need more goals, you need a new identity. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the identity trap, the pattern that repeats itself, the brain that won't let you change, the system that makes you someone else, the environment that finishes the job, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's just get started with the identity trap. So the real reason most people never change has nothing to do with their goals. It's not about lack of time, knowledge, tactics, or motivation. It's because they're trying to build a new life while dragging around the outdated identity of someone who doesn't belong there. It's like trying to fly with bricks in your backpack. The moment things start working, some hidden part of you pulls the brakes, not because you hate progress, but because it doesn't match who you still believe you are. The strongest psychological force in the human system isn't desire, it's consistency. You will subconsciously act, react, sabotage, delay, and distort anything that violates the image you've anchored as you. So even when you say you want success, if your internal model still sees you as the underdog, the struggler, the amateur, the fixer-upper, you'll create just enough chaos to keep that story intact. This is why new habits rarely stick, not because they're hard, but because they're incompatible with the current identity. You start waking up early to train, but you still see yourself as someone who hates mornings. So the habit feels foreign. It feels forced, it feels fake, and eventually your nervous system drags you back into alignment with your default self-image. You launch something new, get early traction, and then stop showing up, not because you're afraid of failure, but because success would violate the role you've unconsciously committed to playing. That's identity resistance, and if you don't resolve it, you'll keep creating upper limits, false starts, and burnout cycles that feel like life, but are actually just identity maintenance mechanisms in disguise. Every time you try to change your output without upgrading your identity, you trigger internal conflict. Your actions pull one way, your self-concept pulls the other. That tension creates friction. That friction creates resistance. And that resistance is what you call inconsistency. You tell yourself you lack discipline, focus, or motivation, but really, your system is just trying to avoid the emotional whiplash of becoming someone your nervous system doesn't recognize yet. Your current identity has kept you alive, kept you accepted, kept you feeling safe. So anything that threatens it, even something better, is treated as risk. This isn't dysfunction, it's self-preservation. And until you address that, the system won't let go. Most people don't even know what identity they're operating from. It's not like your brain shouts, "I am unworthy," before you self-sabotage. It's subtler than that. It shows up in your posture, your tone of voice, the way you speak about money, the way you handle wins, the people you let in your life, the level of chaos you tolerate in your day. If you look at your routines, your bank balance, your relationships, your workspace, it's all an echo of the self-image you haven't yet updated. And the more you behave in alignment with that image, the more real it feels. So even if it's outdated, you reinforce it daily until it becomes so automatic you forget it was ever a choice. Identity gives you structure. That's why it's so hard to change. Even painful identities serve a function. Being the struggler gives you something to prove. Being the black sheep gives you a reason to stay disconnected. Being the burnout perfectionist gives you an excuse to avoid risk. The story becomes a drug, predictable, comfortable, familiar. You might hate it, but at least you know how to live inside it. So when the new path shows up, something that asks you to become bigger, bolder, more congruent, you hesitate. Not because you doubt the path, but because you don't yet trust yourself to belong at that level. This is why goal setting is mostly garbage without identity work underneath. You set a goal to hit $10,000 in a month, but your internal model still sees you as the guy who makes just enough to survive. So every win feels temporary. Every failure feels inevitable. You start creating from a place of pressure, not embodiment. From fear, not certainty. You grind to close the gap, but never stop to ask who is trying to cross it. And when the results don't come fast enough or they come too fast, you crumble. Not because of the outcome, but because of the internal contradiction it creates. The only way out is to build a new identity scaffold, one that can actually hold the level you're aiming for. That means replacing outdated roles, reframing old narratives, and shifting from reactive stories to intentional design. Identity has to be rebuilt like software, one update at a time, with clean signals, tight feedback, and constant recalibration. Because once the identity shifts, behavior becomes effortless. You stop trying and you just start being. You're not broken. You're just operating inside a self-model that expired years ago. And no, you don't need another vision board or goal tracking spreadsheet. You need to become someone else, someone who naturally does the thing, lives at the level, and holds the outcomes you're aiming for. Not as effort, but as expression. You don't get what you want, you get what you are. So if you want something new, you have to become the kind of person who has it by default. But to become someone else, you need to know where identity comes from in the first place, because the current version of you isn't just random. It's a repeating pattern. And once you see that pattern clearly, you can finally start to break it. So let's talk about the pattern that repeats itself. So if it feels like you keep hitting the same wall over and over and over again, it's because you are. It's not bad luck. It's not timing. It's not the strategy. It's the pattern. There's a specific rhythm running underneath your life, shaped by your identity, that keeps producing the same outcomes no matter what tactics you try. And until you identify it and interrupt it, it will keep looping. Not because you're failing, but because the system is doing exactly what it was built to do. You're not stuck because of what you're doing. You're stuck because of what you're repeating. You've trained your nervous system, emotions, thought patterns, and behavior to dance to a very specific tempo. And it's so familiar, you don't even hear the music anymore. Once you know what to look for, the repetition becomes obvious. Same friction, same emotional spiral, same kind of decisions that feel like choices but are actually just defaults. Every time you upgrade your goals without upgrading the pattern wins. This is where self-similarity becomes your mirror. It's a mathematical principle from fractal geometry, structures that look the same at every scale. Zoom in or zoom out, and the pattern still holds. That's your identity. It shows up in the micro and the macro. The way you brush your teeth, the way you manage your calendar, the way you handle money, relationships, risk, it's all shaped by the same internal code. You think these are separate problems: procrastination, inconsistency, burnout, insecurity, but they're not. They're symptoms of one repeating structure underneath it all. If you can trace the lines, you'll realize you've been living inside a fractal that's built to maintain your current identity. And the only way to break it is to disrupt the shape at base level. Identity patterns don't just affect behavior, they create behavior. You think you're making choices, but most of what you call decisions are just preloaded responses based on your current self-model. You keep saying you want to speak on stages, but when someone invites you to an event, you downplay your expertise and ghost the opportunity. Why? Because that offer doesn't fit the loop. It's not part of the story you've lived so far. Your brain favors familiarity over freedom. It would rather repeat a known loop than risk stepping outside the edges of your current identity, even if what's outside is better. Every time you run the pattern, it gets stronger. Habits aren't just behavioral, they're physical. They leave literal grooves in your neurology. And the more times you fire a pattern, the more automatic it becomes. Your body memorizes the emotions attached to certain outcomes. So if failure feels familiar, your system starts interpreting it as safe. You're not scared of failing, you're addicted to the emotional rhythm of the version of you who fails and gets back up again. That's why your wins feel uncomfortable. They don't match your normal loop. They don't fit inside the pattern. So your nervous system throws tension into the system, hoping to bring you back to emotional baseline. And you don't just act from the pattern, you attract from it too. Your beliefs shape your perception. If you believe you're the kind of person who can't be trusted with money, you'll subconsciously seek out situations that validate that belief. If you see yourself as the one who's always fixing things, you'll keep creating problems to solve. You'll keep inviting chaos just to feel useful. Even the people around you will start reflecting back your identity loop. You'll attract relationships, opportunities, and conversations that reinforce your default self-image, not challenge it. The only way to stop the pattern is to do something the current version of you would never do. This doesn't mean doing something big. It means doing something unfamiliar, something small but out of character, something that interrupts the rhythm. Raise your price without over-explaining. Say no without guilt. Publish the thing without polishing it 17 times. Ask for help without earning it. It will feel wrong, it will feel unnatural, like you're faking it, but that's not a sign to stop. That's the sign the loop has finally been disrupted. One disruption isn't enough. The loop is strong. It wants to survive. You have to install new patterns and reinforce them until they start to feel normal. This is how your identity shifts, through repeated signals, not intellectual understanding. Identity doesn't change when you believe in a new version of yourself. It changes when you behave like them, often enough that your nervous system catches up. The first few reps feel awkward, the next few feel neutral, and eventually it feels weird not to operate like the upgraded version of you. Patterns lose power the moment you recognize they aren't you. You're not the loop, you're the one running it. And the moment you see the code, you can start rewriting it. You don't need to fix every behavior, you just need to fix the structure that produces them. Break the pattern and the behaviors collapse on their own. This is where real leverage begins, not in doing more, but in becoming more deliberate about who you are when you act. And once you understand the pattern, the next step is obvious. You can't change what you are without upgrading how you think. And that means working with the system your brain actually uses to evolve, which is where we're going next. So let's talk about the brain that won't let you change. So you're not crazy for finding change difficult. You're not broken, you're just wired for sameness. Your brain doesn't care about your goals, it cares about keeping you alive, and the best way to do that is by predicting what happens next. That means even good change can feel like danger if it's unfamiliar. It's not about what's rational, it's about what's known. The more predictable your life feels, the safer your brain assumes it is. That's why even self-destructive habits can feel comforting. Staying in a job you hate still gives your brain a reward, certainty. Even if you're miserable, at least you know what's coming. Each time you repeat a behavior, your system goes, see, still alive, let's keep doing that. This is what psychologists call cognitive dissonance. It's when your actions and identity don't match. Your mind flips out, not because something's wrong, but because something's inconsistent. If you've spent 10 years seeing yourself as undisciplined, and then suddenly you wake up at 5 a.m. to run hill sprints, your brain raises a red flag. It doesn't ask, is this better? It asks, does this match our story? And if it doesn't match, it fights back. That's why your body resists positive change, not because it hates growth, but because growth becomes the loop. You'll feel friction, fatigue, overwhelm, and even dread, not as a sign to stop, but as a sign that you're stepping outside your identity's comfort zone. Most people interpret that signal as failure and snap back to their old ways right when the rewiring was beginning. And you won't think your way out of this. That's the trap. Your brain doesn't change through logic, it changes through proof. It updates its internal map when the external data contradicts the old one enough times. And that's where the idea of Bayesian updating comes in. So Bayesian updating comes from a principle in probability theory. At its core, it's a mathematical way of updating beliefs in response to new evidence. You start with a prior belief, your current assumption about how the world works. Then, as new data or experiences come in, you don't throw out your old belief completely, you just adjust it. You revise your mental model in real time, moment by asking, Given what I just experienced, what do I believe now? This is how intelligent systems evolve. And it's exactly how identity transformation works as well. Every time you act like the future version of yourself, you give your brain new evidence, new probabilities, new data points. And slowly, your system starts seeing that identity as not just possible, but normal. It's a fancy term, but the concept is simple. You start with a belief, and then you adjust it every time new evidence shows up. Most people don't give themselves enough reps of the new behavior, so their brain has no reason to believe that change is actually real. When the evidence piles up day by day, choice by choice, the old belief starts to lose credibility, and the brain says, okay, maybe this is who we are now. What matters most isn't only what you tell yourself, but what you show yourself as well. Small actions matter more than grand gestures. Every time you act in alignment with a new identity, you feed your brain more data. And at a certain threshold, it flips. It stops seeing it as a one-time thing and starts accepting it as just how we operate now. You'll know this process is working when it gets weirdly uncomfortable. You'll feel fake, even guilty, like you're doing something wrong, even though you're doing exactly what you said you wanted to. That discomfort is the death rattle of the old identity. So expect it. It means you're no longer behaving like the person you've always been. And this is where people bail. They feel the tension and assume they're being inauthentic, but they're not. They're just unfamiliar with this version of themselves. It's like meeting a new person. The only way to make it feel natural is to keep going, to keep talking to them, to keep getting to know them. Let it burn, let the old story protest, and keep showing up anyway. So you're not building confidence, you're building consistency here. And that's a different game. Identity is built like muscle, through resistance, repetition, and rest. You can't believe in yourself into a new identity. You have to act like the new version long enough that belief becomes inevitable. Your nervous system doesn't respond to self-talk, it responds to behavior. It listens to what you do, not what you say. Every aligned choice is a vote for the future you, not just metaphorically, but neurologically. You don't need to overhaul your whole life. You just need to win enough small bets that the scales tip. Your job isn't to be perfect, it's to become undeniable, to flood the system with so much new evidence that the old self-image drowns. Eventually, the new identity stops feeling aspirational and starts feeling familiar. You no longer have to force it, you just live it. This is where authenticity comes back online. You're not trying to be this person anymore, you are them. Your brain has caught up, your body has stabilized, and the internal contradictions dissolve. And now, you're finally in a position to upgrade everything, because the goal was never just behavior change, it was identity change. And once that clicks, everything else gets way easier, because now you're not fighting yourself anymore, you're finally moving in sync. And the next step, that's where it all converges. So let's talk about the system that makes you someone else. So identity doesn't evolve in isolation. You don't just decide who you want to be and magically snap into it. You need a system, a structure that catches the new behaviors before they collapse under the weight of old patterns. You need daily rhythms, physical anchors, environmental cues, and social context that pull you forward when your willpower runs dry, which it will inevitably. You can't white knuckle your way into a new self, but you can rig the game. If you keep trying to build a new identity without changing your inputs, you'll always default back to the same baseline. You say you're a writer now, but your desk is cluttered, your phone's buzzing, and you never block out time to write. Your system is still built for distraction, not creation. You end up reinforcing your old identity every time the structure fails to support the new one, and that failure gets internalized, not as my system didn't work, but as I must not be that kind of person. The system removes friction. It makes the new you easier to live inside. So stack behaviors that support your identity onto routines that already exist. You already make coffee in the morning. Great, you can add 60 seconds of breath work or journaling right after. That one shift can move your nervous system out of survival mode and into execution mode. When that becomes normal, you don't have to think about it. And when you don't have to think about it, your energy can go to the work that actually matters. Your environment should also be coded with signals that remind you who you are becoming. What's in your field of vision the moment you wake up? What notifications hit your phone? What do you see on your desk, your mirror, your calendar? Every input is either reinforcing your old self or helping anchor the new one. There is no neutral signal. Remove visual noise, add intentional cues, and prime your spaces to whisper the right message at the right time, every time. The system shouldn't just support the new identity, it should actively block the old one. If you're becoming someone who creates instead of consumes, use blockers that make distraction physically annoying. Keep your phone in another room, cancel Netflix, and delete the dopamine loops. A good system doesn't just optimize for focus, it protects it, not with hope, with literal friction, because the old you will absolutely try to sneak back in when your energy dips. Without measurement, you drift. The system has to track your trajectory. Did you execute on the identity today? Yes or no? That's it, just data. Review your actions like an engineer reviews a model, not emotionally, mechanically. What worked, what broke, what needs to be patched before next week. Don't underestimate the power of ritual. Ritual builds rhythm, and rhythm builds identity. Choose one repeatable I am becoming action you do every single day, not for the results, but for proof, for internal congruence. Training in silence, journaling as the sun rises, speaking the new identity out loud before you check your phone. These aren't just cute little habits, they are spells. They code your system with meaning. Now, solo transformation is slow. Social transformation is exponential. When other people witness your evolution and reflect it back to you, it cements it faster. The right people don't just encourage you, they expect the new you to show up. And that expectation creates gravity. Not social pressure in the toxic sense, pressure in the chemical sense, a container that accelerates change. The system is alive. It adapts with you. Every time you level up, your structure has to evolve. The system that got you from level 2 to level 5 will choke you at level 7. You have to be ruthless about reconfiguring it. Look at it like a machine. Strip the pieces that no longer serve. Add new ones that do. Keep the whole thing light, clean, and lethal. The point of the system is not to make life robotic, it's to eliminate unnecessary negotiation. Once your system carries the load, the brain doesn't have to argue with itself about every action. That space, that clarity, is where you finally feel like you've become. When the system works, your life starts generating momentum automatically. And instead of being the person who's always trying to change, you're now the person who doesn't have to try anymore. And this is where it all starts to link. Because identity isn't just personal, it's relational. And if you want to fully become the person you're building, the next move has to involve who you're becoming it with. So let's talk about the environment that finishes the job. So you've done the thinking, you've done the questioning, you've started the rewiring, but now comes the part no one talks about. Because here's the truth. Most identity shifts die in the dark. Not because the idea wasn't strong enough, not because the system didn't make sense, not even because the person didn't want it bad enough. They die because the environment didn't change. And if the environment doesn't shift, identity can stabilize. You can fight upstream for a while, but eventually you get tired and you revert. The old world keeps pulling on you. You make progress during the day, but by night you're surrounded by people who still think like the old you, who treat ambition like arrogance, who normalize failure as safety, who punish clarity because they're scared of it. That weight adds up, and if you're not careful, you start negotiating with it again. You start questioning yourself again. You start turning down your volume, your vision, your velocity, just to keep the peace. It's not just about people, it's about mirrors. Your current environment is a hall of distorted mirrors that reflect back the weakest, smallest, safest version of you. Even when you evolve, you can't fully believe it if everyone around you still treats you like who you used to be. You make a bold move, they question it. You take a risk, they remind you of the downside. You win, and they say you've changed. And they don't mean it as a compliment. But what happens when the mirrors change? When every person around you is playing the same game you are. When winning is expected. When honesty is mandatory. When becoming is normal. That's when identity stops being an uphill battle and starts becoming downhill momentum. You become who you're around. If you're around clarity, you get clear. If you're around creators, you create. If you're around warriors, you sharpen. Most people don't need another book or another insight or another tool. They just need to stop being the smartest person in the room. The fastest way to reprogram your identity is to live in a space where the new you is the baseline. Not the kind that crushes, the kind that calls you up. Not the kind that coddles, the kind that lets you finally go all in. Because for once, you're not the only one who sees what you see. So let's zoom out for a second. If you've been here the last few days, then you've walked through a complete arc without even realizing it. The first training on how your brain keeps you broke exposed the system, the invisible loops, the feedback failures, the financial control panels you never realized were broken. The second one showed you the state, the inner glitch, the nervous system loops, the lagging indicators you mistook for personality. And this one revealed the self, the outdated identity you've been dragging like dead weight, the misaligned persona that keeps repelling everything you say you want. What you've been building over these 3 trainings is not knowledge, it's readiness. Readiness to stop fighting yourself in circles, readiness to lock in the new version of you with an environment that reflects it, reinforces it, and respects it. And this is why I want to make you an invitation. This is what the Omniscient platform was built for. Not just more information for the sake of it, but a complete transformation system. Health, wealth, love, and self. These are the 4 tracks of human ascension, and we don't skip any of them. This is where you sharpen all 4 in unison, so no part of you gets left behind. Courses, content, all the documents from every training from this channel, weekly coaching calls, a community, chat features, a vault of frameworks, protocols, and training blueprints across health, wealth, love, and self, a living curriculum, and people who won't let you coast, lie, or shrink because they're too busy becoming unrecognizable themselves, all for free. And yet, those are just the tools. The real power is the identity container. All of that lives inside. This isn't just about what you learn, it's about who you become while you're learning it. If these videos and trainings hit you in the gut, that wasn't random. Something in you knows you're done playing at 40%. That old version of you had its run, and this next one needs a different environment to finish the job. So the doors are open. Go to the first link in the description and join the Omniscient platform for free. If this is your tribe, you'll know. And if you don't, that's feedback too. You don't need more goals, hacks, or random tactics. You need a place where action is the norm. You don't need more noise. You need signal. You need a structure that demands the new you. That's what this is. I'll see you on the inside. So with that being said, let's discuss the review. So went over the overview. We talked about the identity trap, the pattern that repeats itself, the brain that won't let you change, the system that makes you someone else, the environment that finishes the job. Finally, we're at the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, stop obsessing over goals and start rewriting the internal system that either allows or rejects them. Identity before strategy. Apply Bayesian updating daily and let every aligned action, no matter how small, be evidence that the old version is being replaced. And finally, step into the environment designed to make this real. Join the Omniscient community from the first link in the description, and I'll see you there. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to become unrecognizable in 6 months. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be covering is identity overhaul, physical transformation, skill acceleration, environmental re-engineering, psychological fortification, social recalibration, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's talk about identity overhaul. So if you don't change your identity, you'll most likely drag the same problems into your new life like rotting luggage you never unpack. And the reason most transformations fail isn't because people lack effort. It's mostly because they try to staple new habits onto the same old self-image. And that's like trying to build a skyscraper on swampland. You can lay the bricks perfectly and still watch the whole thing sink. Real change starts when you burn the blueprint of who you've been and redraw it from scratch. You behave in a way that matches the story you believe about yourself, even if that story is outdated and choking you. And so if you see yourself as someone who tries to get in shape instead of someone who is in shape, your brain will sabotage you every step of the way. And so everything from how you eat to how you dress to how you talk, even how you sit in a chair, has to come from that new identity. If it doesn't align, then it dies. And if there's a mismatch between who you say you are and how you act, you create cognitive dissonance and people can smell it. And worse, you can smell it. It festers until you either align or collapse. And so you need to stop thinking of yourself as a product of your past and start thinking of yourself as a product of your decisions. Every time you make a choice, you cast a vote for who you become. And you don't need to overhaul your whole life in one dramatic gesture. You just need to keep voting for the right person until the old you is outvoted permanently. And so when you stack those votes without breaking streaks, the shift becomes irreversible. Not overnight, but inevitably. And before you can rebuild, you have to rip out the moldy floorboards. That means creating an inventory for every belief, every pattern, and every habit you have, and deciding whether it serves the future you're trying to build. This is where you can't afford to be gentle. Maybe it's fine is the most dangerous phrase in your vocabulary at this time. If it's not a hell yes, then it is a surgical no. And this could mean deleting apps, cutting off friends, even quitting jobs. And yes, it will hurt, but no, it won't kill you. You can't just think your way into a new identity. You have to live it in your body until it's the only thing that feels real. So wear the clothes that the new you would wear. Eat the way they would eat. Speak the way they would speak. The repetition makes it automatic, and automatic becomes identity, and identity becomes destiny. People will resist your transformation. Some will mock you. Others will try to pull you back into the mud because your change threatens the comfort of their own stagnation. And if you fold when someone questions you, you were never serious to begin with. The fastest way to prove you've changed is to keep going when no one believes you will. You have to treat the new identity like a religion. A faith that requires rituals, symbols, and unwavering belief, even when the evidence hasn't caught up yet. Morning practices, nighttime reflections, even the way you structure your week, these become sacred. Break them and the entire system weakens. Objects, tattoos, mantras, anything that keeps you anchored in the identity when the temptation hits. The old self doesn't die quietly. It will claw at you with nostalgia, old cravings, and fake comfort. That's the trap. Expect the relapse thoughts, expect the justifications, have your counter moves ready before they even show up. And over time, you'll notice that those voices get quieter until they disappear. And that's when you know the shift is permanent. So when you take full responsibility for everything, good and bad, you stop waiting for permission to change. And if you're in charge, there's no one left to blame. That's terrifying at first, but it's also the most freeing thing in the world. And so that's when you stop reacting to life and start dictating it. And here's how to force an identity shift in the shortest possible time. First, make sure to choose your archetype. Write a one-page profile or identity document of who you're becoming, their habits, their values, their priorities, their style, energy, even their faults. Even their character traits. Cut the contradictions. Audit your environment, routines, and relationships, and if they belong to the old you, they need to be gone. Then finally, act as if from day one you behave like the new you. No waiting period, no easing in. Language, posture, decisions have to be all in alignment. And then document the proof. Keep a running log of moments you acted like the new identity, even in small ways. Why? Well, it will reinforce your self-belief that you're actually becoming this person. Then protect the signal. Avoid any situations, media, or people that pull you into the old self. And then finally, accelerate the feedback loop. Put yourself in environments where your new identity is not only normal, but necessary to belong. And once the new identity locks in, your external reality will start reshaping around it. The world will respond differently because you are different. And when that happens, the next step is to make sure that the body they see, the presence they feel, and the energy you radiate all confirm the story you've written. So the next step would be to create a physical transformation. So you can't hide a changed body. If you walk into a room, people will feel it before they even look. And something in your posture, something in your presence, and your energy announces itself without you even saying a thing. That's why this part matters. It's not about muscle or abs or dropping fat. It's mostly about making your transformation impossible to ignore. You want people to double take, to whisper, to stare and think, what the hell happened to them? Your body is the receipt for your discipline. It's proof you weren't bluffing. Changing your body is the fastest way to prove to yourself that you're capable of executing long-term change. You wake up every day and it's there, undeniable progress in the mirror. That becomes momentum you can spend on anything. Business, confidence, seduction, focus. It's leverage that bleeds into every part of your life. And so you'll stop saying things like, I'll try or we'll see. And because you can handle pain. You can stay consistent. And that kind of confidence is loud without even saying a word. And there's a shift that happens when you've become someone who can finish things, someone who can follow through. And that shift is addictive and rare. Your body is a physical representation of your mind. When you master your body, you start to realize you can master your mind too. Your cravings, your impulses, your excuses, they're all tied to your biology. They're all signals. And when you learn to stop answering those signals automatically, you start breaking the chains that kept you stuck. Hunger, laziness, comfort, these become weapons in the hands of weak people. But once you face them and keep moving anyway, they lose their power. You're not negotiating with weakness anymore. You're overriding it. Every time you choose discomfort on purpose, you reclaim a part of yourself. And people complicate fitness to avoid actually doing it. Don't let optimization become your excuse for procrastination. I see so many people overcomplicating going to the gym. You don't need 30 supplements and 5 different training splits. You need fewer decisions and just more sets and reps. Lift heavy, walk a lot, eat intentionally, not to brunch or just to eat. Actually be intentional with what you eat, what you put in your body, and how often you do it. And sleep like it matters. Repeat until you're unrecognizable. That's basically it. You shouldn't be aiming for one perfect day or 10 or 30. This is what trips most people up. You need to aim for 100 average days. That's it. 100 boring, repetitive, average days. That's what turns heads. That's what breaks your old body. That's what breaks your old habits. What you tolerate in your physical state bleeds into everything else. Sloppy posture leads to sloppy thinking. Low energy leads to low ambition. You can't be high output in business, for example, when you're low discipline in the kitchen. How you do one thing is how you do everything. You start identifying as someone with high standards, and that loop self-reinforces. You eat better because you train, and you train because you see progress, and you don't want to ruin the streak, so you keep going. Suddenly, the idea of going back feels disgusting, not because of vanity, but because you know what it costs to be average again. And there's no version of this where you coast into a transformation. You don't get shredded by being moderate. You don't get to look amazing by fitting it in. You're either going full tilt or you're getting swallowed. It has to matter more than food. It has to matter more than comfort, more than balance. Balance is what built the version of you that got you here, but it won't get you where you're trying to go. Eventually, you'll get hooked on seeing veins, on tightening the belt another notch, on hearing people say you're starting to look sharp. And you'll train on days you don't feel like it. You have to meal prep when everyone else is ordering Uber Eats. Now, that's not to say that you can never order Uber Eats, but if you want to look different than most people, you can't do the actions that most people do. You lift when you're tired and you walk when it's raining, and that's what creates the gap. Not the genetics, not the shortcuts, sets and reps. The structure becomes your religion. You don't question it, you just show up and obey, and that obedience compounds. Ironically, the more rigid your system becomes, the freer you start to feel, because you're not lost in what should I do today? You already have decided. And so the process will cost you most likely invitations, brunches, parties, spontaneous nights out, some relationships most likely. Good. That's the point. It's a form of purification. You're burning off the parts of you that want cheap dopamine. With every sacrifice, your goals come into focus. You stop being tempted by small rewards because you're chasing something bigger. And here's the 6-month framework I would use to become physically unrecognizable. First, train at least 4 times a week. 4 heavy lifts. You can do them in a way where it's push, pull, legs, full body. Then bonus points if you add some kind of a low intensity steady state cardio, like 2 long incline walks a week. No off week, just deload weeks. Then eat the same meals every day, or at least try to eat mostly the same meals every single day. At least breakfast and dinner, if you eat breakfast, at least breakfast and dinner have to be the same. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and one snack, if possible. High protein, unprocessed, no emotional eating. Then cut the poison. No alcohol, no weed, no binge nights, nothing that can take you off the plan. I would also walk 10,000 steps daily minimum, rain or shine, indoors or outside, no exceptions. I would also sleep at least 7.5 hours per night. No screens 1 to 2 hours before bed. No caffeine past 2 p.m. Treat sleep like a performance drug because it really is the best performance drug. And then track as much as possible: weight, calories, training volume, sleep, steps. If you're not measuring it, you're guessing, and guessing keeps you where you are. Now, once the identity clicks and the body follows, something wild happens. Your capacity will explode. You will think clearer. You will move with more force. People will treat you differently, and you'll start to realize you're capable of way more than you were told. But now the question is, what the hell do you do with all this power? This is what we're going to discuss next in skill acceleration. Now, once your body is dialed in and your identity is sharp, the next move is power. Real, tangible, practical power. And power in this world looks like skills. Stackable, monetizable, rare skills. Things that make people need you, that make clients want you, that make the market reward you for just existing. And so the right skills put you in rooms the old self couldn't even pronounce. If you want to become unrecognizable, you need to make your output unrecognizable. People will stare, not because you look different, but because you suddenly matter. And the old you took 6 months to start a thing. The new you can learn a high-income skill in 6 weeks and get paid by week 8. The difference isn't in the intelligence you have, it's the intensity, the focus, the immersion. You will stop dabbling and you will start compressing time. You treat every new skill like you're training for the Olympics, not a hobby, not exploring. You listen to the podcasts, read the books, buy the courses, take the notes, join the communities, join the coaching, stalk the experts. You breathe it until your brain rewires itself. Most people waste years learning things that don't translate, skills that are fun and safe and useless. If it doesn't make you harder to replace or faster to earn, delete it. Ask yourself, does this skill solve a painful problem for someone? Would they pay for it? If not, it's a hobby. Keep it for the weekends. And now, if it's painful enough, most of the times people would pay for it. So, copywriting, sales, email marketing, video editing, code, paid ads, design, branding, funnel building, storytelling. These are the modern weapons. Just pick one, master it, and stack the rest later. If you have no idea where to start, I would say go into copywriting or sales, if you ask me. If you're not making money with your skill within 90 days, you're not serious about it. Real urgency will create output. Real pressure creates solutions. So don't wait to be ready. Package a result and sell it. Help 3 people for free if you must, but get reps in the real world. Skills will not grow in isolation. You need real feedback loops, real clients, real pressure. Nobody ever got exceptional by being balanced. You have to go too far. You have to make it weird. You have to be the guy who learns copy during his lunch breaks and rewrites ads for fun at 1 a.m. At one point, I was working at a warehouse and was starting a copywriting agency at the same time. And I remember literally writing copy by hand on a piece of paper that I found at the warehouse while the supervisor wasn't looking, just so I can practice the phrases. People should start asking you if you're okay. You should be turning down parties because you're building. Eventually, you don't even miss the noise because you're in a flow. And flow feels better than escape ever did. Now, passive learning is a trap. Just taking courses doesn't make you skilled in any way. It teaches you the skills, but execution, feedback, public failure, that makes you skilled. You need output like publish 100 tweets, build 10 funnels, send 100 cold emails, get on 100 sales calls, create 50 videos, edit 50 videos, create, ship, repeat. You'll suck at first, which is good. That's how you know you're playing a real game. That's how you know you're growing. Keep going until the gap between your taste and your skill actually closes, or become smaller and smaller. You don't just need practice, you also need pressure. So you need reality to punch you in the face a few times so you can adapt. That's how you build the instinct. So shortcut to your feedback loop by finding someone 10 steps ahead. Pay them, serve them, learn how they think. Ask for honest feedback and not compliments, not praise. You want the stuff that forces you to level up. You want the criticisms. A skill without distribution is also like a weapon in a drawer. Learn to show it, build in public, make noise as much as possible, be visible. If you're good, people will come. If you're great, you won't even have to really ask. So document your journey, tweet what you're learning, make YouTube videos, write blog posts, publish case studies, post screenshots, show receipts. The more value you drop, the more opportunity you attract. And suddenly you're getting DMs. You're the one getting interview invites. You're the one getting clients, collabs, deals. And all you did was just show your work, the one that you're already doing anyway. So here's how to accelerate mastery in any skill over the next 90 days. First, pick one skill and ruthlessly eliminate everything else. No dabbling, one thing. Then deep dive for 7 days. I want you to saturate your brain. Read, watch, listen, and write about that skill for 8+ hours a day. Just get obsessed. Then launch one project. Build something real. A landing page, an ad campaign, a short film, a cold outreach sequence. It doesn't matter. Just ship something. And then get feedback fast. Ask someone better than you to rip it apart. Then you need to fix it and ask again. And if you repeat the cycle every week, every day, shipping something new, stacking outputs, sharing them, iterating them, something will happen, I promise you. And by day 30, you'll be able to charge money. Offer the skills to others, even if it's just $50, even if it's just $1. When I first started learning Photoshop close to a decade ago out of pure interest, I decided to start making YouTube banners for YouTubers. My first YouTube banner client was for $15 and it was given to me by Iman Ghazi. I still have the video of me being super happy seeing that payment land in my PayPal. My first marketing client after hundreds of cold calls was $100. I was ecstatic even though I couldn't even cover my groceries with that money. So get someone to pay for your work. Once they do, you're in business and it's only up from there. Maybe not quickly, but progress is progress. Now, you've got the body, you've got the skill, you're sharper, faster, more respected, more capable, you've got the identity. But here's the problem. None of this matters if your environment keeps dragging you back. You can be a new man, but if you're living in the same room, around the same people, with the same digital noise, it's only a matter of time before you snap back to baseline. So let's talk about environmental reengineering. So your environment will always beat your willpower over the long run. You can have the perfect plan, the strongest mindset, and the clearest goals, but if you wake up in the same messy bedroom surrounded by the same lazy friends in the same dopamine-drenched digital bubble, you will eventually fold. And it's not because you're weak, it's because you're still swimming in the same water that drowned you last time. If you want to be unrecognizable in 6 months, you can't just change you. You have to change the air you breathe. Most people treat their environment like background noise, as if it's just there. But your surroundings are an operating system, and they run you. They dictate what's easy, what's hard, what's normal, and what's impossible. An environment that feeds distraction will make focus feel like swimming upstream. An environment that feeds health will make discipline feel natural. You don't rise to your goals, you sink to your surroundings. And so this means your space, your tools, and your social circle aren't neutral. They're either pushing you forward or holding you underwater, and there's no middle ground. The first step is subtraction. It's not about adding productivity hacks or vision boards. It's about removing everything in your physical and digital space that keeps the old version of you alive. Unfollow people who make you feel like mediocrity is acceptable. Delete apps that hijack your focus. Block websites that suck hours from your day without giving anything back. That's what you should do with your digital world. Now, when it comes to your physical space, clear the clutter. Throw out anything that doesn't serve the life you're building. Old clothes, junk food, random trinkets that belong to your past self, they all need to go. Once you've cleared the dead weight, You can rebuild intentionally. You make your environment do the heavy lifting so you don't have to rely on willpower. So make bad habits harder. No junk food in the house. Keep your phone across the room. Log out of Netflix and make good habits unavoidable. Gym bag by the door. Books on your desk. Notes for your next project visible the moment you wake up. People are the most powerful environmental factor of all. So you can't expect to sprint when your entire circle is moving at a crawl. So get closer to people whose normal is your goal, even if it's just through a mastermind, a Discord group, or meeting one person for coffee every week, even if it's just through Instagram. Limit time with those who pull you into old patterns. You don't need a dramatic exit speech. Just become harder to reach. Let the gap grow naturally. Sometimes the only way to win is to physically leave. A new city, a new apartment, a new country. You can't become someone new in the same streets where your old habits live. New surroundings force new patterns, and you don't have the same muscle memory for failure. You can rebuild routines from scratch without being haunted by the ghosts of your past life. And this is the nuclear option. Obviously, it's not the best, but it does work because it forces a clean break. You can't accidentally run into the same problems when you've removed their habitat entirely. So the next thing is noise. Environmental design isn't just about what you see, it's also about what you hear and feel. And noise, sounds, influences you in ways you can't imagine. So cut background noise that clutters your brain. No TV droning in the background, no constant notifications, fewer voices in your head that aren't your own. Replace it with high quality input, music that moves you, focuses you, conversations that actually challenge you, spaces that feel alive but not chaotic. The less you have to think about, the more energy you will have for building. So the next thing would be to build systems into your environment so decisions happen without you. Preset your meals, have your workout playlist ready, lay out your clothes the night before. Reduce decision fatigue until action is automatic, and let your environment remind you to act. So, for example, a whiteboard on the wall, alarms that signal work blocks, sticky notes on the fridge with non-negotiables. It doesn't matter. Just design it to force you to act. So here's how to rebuild your environment so it forces growth instead of resisting it. So the first step would be to purge ruthlessly. Physical, digital, and social. Anything that belongs to your old self is dead weight. Then rebuild intentionally. Once you've purged, design spaces that pull you into action without friction. Then create sacred zones. One space for deep work, one for training, one for rest, and keep your boundaries tight between those spaces. Then curate your circle. Spend 80% of your time around people who push you forward and less time with people that are part of your old identity and old self, and old life for that matter. Then I would say upgrade your inputs. Replace junk content with deep learning. And finally, systemize your life. Automate good habits so they run in the background. When your environment stops tolerating the old you suffocates. And once that version is gone, you'll find a strange, unnerving silence in your head. That's where the real work begins, because now it's just you, your thoughts, and the battles no one else can see. So let's talk about psychological fortification. So your mind is the command center for everything you've done so far. The identity, the body, the skills, the environment. If that command center is fragile, the whole operation will collapse. And so you can have the perfect physique and money in the bank, but if your head keeps under stress, criticism, or uncertainty, you'll fall back into old patterns. And I'm saying this from experience. Psychological fortification is the difference between people who glow for a few months and people who stay dangerous for decades. Without it, everything you've built can be dismantled with a single punch from life. Most people think resilience means staying positive or keeping a good attitude, when in reality, that's actually just denial. Real resilience is the ability to take a hit, process it without self-pity, and keep moving forward with the same force you had before. It's the refusal to let circumstances dictate your fate and your pace. And pressure is a privilege. You build toughness by being in situations where you can fail publicly, lose painfully, and still show up the next day. The more you do this, the less those hits even register. They become background noise, and that's when you stop playing life on defense. Mental strength is about obedience to your own standards. You follow the rules you set for yourself even when no one's watching, especially when no one's watching. The more you show up for yourself, the more your brain believes you when you say you'll do something. And that belief becomes part of who you are. A person who keeps promises to himself or herself or themselves, no matter what. So fortified minds don't chase every shiny thing. They lock onto a target and filter out everything else. Most people burn out not from doing too much, but from being scattered in too many directions with zero depth. Every opportunity that crosses your path gets measured against your mission, and if it doesn't move you closer, it needs to die. You should stop letting the urgency of others dictate your time. You move at your pace, on your path. You can't be unrecognizable if you're still a slave to moods, triggers, and reactions. Fortification means you don't let temporary feelings dictate permanent actions. When something provokes you, you don't lash out, you let it breathe, and that gap between impulse and action is where maturity lives. In that gap, you decide if reacting serves you or costs you. Most of the time, silence and stillness are the deadliest moves you can make. Weak minds collapse under stress. Strong minds turn stress into output. When things get hard, you see them as opportunities to sharpen. You don't say, "Why me?" You say, "Good, more reps." And you can train this by voluntarily putting yourself in uncomfortable situations. Cold showers, public speaking, high-stakes conversations, until discomfort becomes normal. And your internal dialogue will also decide whether you rise or fold. If you're constantly telling yourself you're tired, unlucky, or not ready, you're feeding the wrong wolf. Speak to yourself like a leader. Clear, direct, uncompromising. Still, have some compassion for yourself. You don't have to, though, negotiate with your own laziness. Have a mental script for moments when weakness shows up, something sharp enough to snap you back into execution instantly. Mental strength isn't a one-time achievement, it's a constant feedback loop. So review your actions daily and ask, did I operate from strength or from weakness today? And if you slipped, identify the trigger and remove it from your life or prepare for it next time. So here's how to fortify your mind so it doesn't crack under pressure. I would say set 3 to 5 non-negotiables. Daily actions you will do no matter what, even on your worst days. Then harden through stress by seeking voluntary hardship weekly. Fasting, intense workouts, difficult conversations, whatever it is, just voluntary hardship. Then cut mental junk food. Reduce exposure to fear-driven news, gossip, and entertainment that keeps you reactive. And practice stillness, at least 10 minutes a day of just doing nothing, just breathing and letting your mind settle. Then I would say audit your triggers and track what causes emotional spikes. Decide in advance how you'll respond next time. Even write it out. And finally, reinforce your identity. Every night, write down one moment where you acted from strength, even if it's a small moment, or even if it's a small action. So once your mind is unshakable, something will shift in you and how you carry yourself. You will stop explaining yourself. You will stop asking for permission. And once you hit that state, the way you interact with people and the way they respond to you changes forever. That's when it's time to start deliberately reshaping the social system or ecosystem you operate in. So let's talk about social recalibration. So who you surround yourself with really determines your ceiling. If your circle tolerates mediocrity, mediocrity becomes the gravitational pull you can't escape. You can try to inspire them or pull them up, but the truth is pretty simple. Most of the times, they'll pull you back down faster than you'll lift them. And so your environment isn't just walls and furniture, it's the voices you hear, the energy you absorb, the standards you normalize. If you want to become unrecognizable in 6 months, your orbit has to be rebuilt from the ground up. Now, relationships either accelerate you or anchor you. There's no such thing as a truly neutral connection. Someone's either feeding your fire or smothering it. And the faster you start seeing people in terms of net gain or net loss, the faster you'll stop wasting emotional energy on the wrong ones. You need to start measuring people by the effect they have on your actions, not just how much you like them. That friend who's always down for drinks, they might be fun, but they're also a brick tied to your ankle. From here on out, everyone in your life has to pass one test. Do they make you better, stronger, faster? And if the answer is no, it's most likely better for you to separate. You don't have to burn bridges dramatically. You just have to stop showing up to places where the old version of you used to waste time. You stop answering every message. You create space until the connection fades naturally. The absence will sting at first for you and for them, but that sting is the withdrawal from a habit you no longer need. And so that space gets filled with people who push you, not pull you. You can't just cut. You have to replace. Your new circle has to normalize the version of you you're building. When you're around people who think winning is standard, you stop feeling like you're trying. Winning becomes the baseline. And one way to do this is to pay for rooms if you have to. Join masterminds, networking groups, private communities. Spend money to be in proximity to people operating at a higher level. The more time you spend in that new ecosystem, the faster your old habits will rot away. And you will adapt to the room you're in. So pick better rooms. High caliber people also don't keep you around just because you want to be there. You have to bring something to the table. That means leading with value before you expect anything in return. Share knowledge, make introductions, solve problems, show that you're not there to leech. You're there to elevate the group. When you make yourself useful, the door stays open. The more you give, the more you're invited in. And if you don't have boundaries, you'll keep getting pulled into situations that drain you. Your time and energy are resources, so treat them like money. Be clear about what you will and won't do, and you don't need to explain or justify. The first time you break your own boundary, it's over. People remember what you tolerate. And in your old circle, you may have been the guy who fill in the blank or the girl who fill in the blank. That reputation is dead weight. You need to rewrite it in real time by acting differently until the story changes. So show them by doing, not telling. Let your absence from old habits be your loudest statement. Eventually, the people who knew you before will either respect the change or stop recognizing you entirely, and both outcomes are good. Your social feed is part of your circle too. Every account you follow is a voice in your head. If those voices aren't aligned with your goals, they're noise. So unfollow or mute anyone who isn't contributing to your evolution and replace them with people who are already where you want to be. The more quality input you get, the more quality output you produce. So here's how to recalibrate your social ecosystem in 30 days. First, I would say map out your current circle. Write down everyone you interact with weekly. And this might sound weird, but score each person with a +1, -1, or 0. So +1 would be if they push you forward. -1 would be if they're pulling you back. And 0 if they're just neutral. The first step would be to cut the negatives. Reduce or eliminate contact with all -1s. Then try to replace them with more +1s. Reach out to higher caliber people daily and offer value. Get in their orbit. And then invest in rooms. Pay to access environments where you're the smallest fish. Maintain your boundaries. Protect your time, energy, and focus like they're gold, because they are. Once your social ecosystem is upgraded, your standards will rise without effort. You start thinking bigger because everyone around you is actually playing bigger. And when that becomes normal, you stop having to force discipline. It's just the way things are. And from here, the only thing left is just making sure that the machine you've built keeps running without collapsing under its own weight by following the same rules we laid out here. So let's talk or go over the review. So we talked about identity overhaul, we talked about physical transformation, skill acceleration, environmental reengineering, psychological fortification, social recalibration, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, pick a hard start date within the next 72 hours and commit to running through all 6 pillars: identity, body, skills, environment, mind, and social circle without skipping. This isn't a buffet, so you don't just choose which parts you like. You actually run the full sequence or you stay the same. Then measure your progress daily across all fronts: physical stats, skill milestones, environmental upgrades, mindset wins, and social shifts all need to get logged. The goal isn't perfection, just visibility. You can't improve what you can't see, and you can't deny the truth if it's staring back at you in black and white. And then finally, every 2 weeks, audit the system. What's working stays, what's stalling gets reworked. The mission is evolution, not rigid obedience to a dead plan. So you're not here to worship the process, you're here to become unrecognizable. So with that being said, make sure to, of course, follow these action items. And I know this video was a bit different, less editing, more raw. Let me know in the comments what you think of this. And again, thank you for being here. If you liked this video, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe for more. Comment below to let me know what you think of this format. If you want to work with me directly, make sure to click the second link in the description. If you want to join our free community, make sure to hit the first link in the description. With that being said, once again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the 90-day winter arc of total transformation. As you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first defining your North Star, creating the health foundation, commanding the wealth engine, reclaiming power in love, reshaping the self, installing habits, and sustaining the winter arc, after which we're going to discuss the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about defining your North Star. So no journey will really hold if you don't know where you're actually going. You can train harder, you can read more books, you can earn more money, you can meet new people, but without a fixed point in the sky, you really circle endlessly and mistake movement for progress. Now, the North Star is that fixed point. It will act as your compass when you're confused, your anchor when life throws you off, and your standard when temptation hits. Without it, every habit you try to build will really lose traction, and every discipline will fade, and every setback will really feel like collapse. With it, every day will have direction, and direction will create inevitability. Now, think of your North Star as the architecture of your desired reality. It is a designed map across the 4 pillars of health, wealth, love, and self. Each pillar must be accounted for, because if one is missing, well, the structure will lean and eventually it will crumble. And this clarity will remove any hesitation. Instead of asking yourself if you should do something, you will now know instantly whether a decision aligns with the life you've chosen. So start by defining what optimal health actually looks like in your world. You cannot chase someone else's version of it. You must actually decide your own. Otherwise, you will not want to actually achieve it. Your body and your nervous system and your brain and your mind knows when you're chasing someone else's goal. So write down what you weigh, what your energy feels like when you wake, what your physique looks like in the mirror, and how your body actually moves in space. And decide what performance you demand from yourself. Maybe it's the strength to squat double your body weight. Maybe it's the endurance to run 10 kilometers. Maybe it's the discipline to maintain clean nutrition year-round. These non-negotiables will turn health from an idea into a real standard. Now, once health is outlined, the next frontier is really wealth, because without resources, your freedom and impact will always remain pretty limited. So financial sovereignty will dictate the scale of your choices. You must define exactly what that means to you. And so you need to decide how much you earn, how it arrives in your bank account, and what level of freedom it accompanies it. So specify exactly how much you're making and exactly how you're making it. Those numbers will create targets. And so after that, you need to determine what vehicles will generate that wealth. So is it a client-based business that produces immediate cash flow? Is it investments that basically multiply your capital? Or is it some kind of digital assets that scale infinitely? most importantly, do these systems actually serve you or do they own you? Because if you choose the wrong structure, it will turn wealth into a prison instead of freedom. So you really need to choose the structure that aligns with you the best. Now, wealth establishes freedom, but without the right people, freedom quickly mutates into isolation. So you need to define the relationships that actually expand your potential instead of drain it. Without clarity here, you will really fall into default dynamics that steal energy from every other pillar. And so you need to be clear about who you're with and the dynamic you actually want. And you need to define polarity, connection, respect, and depth. This is about romantic relationships. And so a strong romantic bond will amplify your mission, while a weak one will sabotage it silently. So you need to be really careful who you choose to be your partner. Now, when it comes to your social circle, well, here you need to decide who belongs in your corner. Are they ambitious? Are they disciplined? Are they supportive? Or do they tolerate mediocrity and pull you back into comfort? The people around you will harden or soften your edge. So you need to choose them deliberately. Now, love creates expansion, but expansion without inner alignment will always fracture. So the final pillar is your inner world. Without strength here, well, the rest collapses under pressure. So you need to decide what your internal state feels like daily. Are you focused? Are you grounded? Are you driven? Or do you drift, react, and scatter? Write the version you demand from yourself until it becomes non-negotiable. And choose whether you live on purpose or merely pass time. A man or a woman who know their mission will move differently, speak differently, and act with gravity. So without a mission, even abundance will feel hollow. Now, once all those 4 pillars are defined, clarity alone isn't enough because vision without structure will always remain fragile. So we need some structure here. And we're going to use a framework, a formula that I've discussed in a previous video, which is the ABT framework. So here you will use the ABT framework to turn your vision into a measurable trajectory. What that means is, first, when we're talking about the letter A, it stands for actual. So that means where are you now? And you need to be brutally honest and you need to write all those things down. Where are you in terms of your health? Where are you in terms of your wealth? Where are you in terms of your love and relationships? Where are you in terms of yourself? And be brutally honest, meaning obviously don't pretend you're further ahead than you are, but also don't pretend that you're behind where you are actually at. So be brutally honest, write down your current numbers. If you don't have numbers, turn everything you can into a number, because numbers make things tangible. They make things measurable. And so habits, moods, outcomes, everything needs to be written down. And again, pretending you're further ahead will rob you of the urgency needed to change. Pretending that you're behind where you actually are will just make you feel depressed, for a lack of a better word. So now the next thing is, as I said, numbers here are non-negotiable. Data makes reality unavoidable. So you need to put everything on paper so the mind cannot hide, and you need to turn it into a tangible, real number that you can actually, look at and improve on. So next is where exactly do you want to be? So that's what the letter B stands for. It stands for becoming, from the ABT framework. So meaning, where do you want to be? Describe the exact target state that you want as if you are already living in it. Meaning, you need to actually write down, for the same things you actually wrote down in the actual part of this framework, you need to write the becoming part. So where do you actually want to be? Meaning, paint it with detail, paint it with color, paint it with sensation so it feels inevitable, and attach numbers to it as well. And then you have a clear number of where you are and a clear number of where you want to go. And once that is done, now you know what the gap is. So this is not about minor improvement. This is about becoming unrecognizable compared to the person you are today. So obviously those numbers need to be bigger, and they need to be pushing you. However, they shouldn't be too big, because that, on the other hand, will demotivate you from actually following these things. So the next thing is the timeline. So you need to decide when it will be real. Without a deadline, your North Star will collapse into fantasy. So make it close enough to feel urgent, but far enough to force reinvention. And 3 months is actually, or 90 days is perfect for that. And then define how you'll know you've actually hit the goal. A clear checkpoint. And this is why I just talked to you about numbers. A clear checkpoint turns those dreams into actual goals and obligations that you need to hit. Now, as an example here, if you, for example, currently weigh 90 kilograms or 198 pounds, and you have undefined muscle, inconsistent eating, then your North Star might be 80 kilograms or 176 pounds at 10% body fat. Vascular, disciplined, training 5 times a week by the beginning of next year. So, as you can see, if we apply the ABT formula here, we have A, meaning actual, is 90 kilograms, 198 pounds, poor nutrition, inconsistent habits. B is becoming, meaning 80 kilograms, 176 pounds, lean, strong, training with precision. Then T is the timeline, which is 90 days from now. And from now on, every day basically answers to that date. And every action answers to that date. And now you can see the structure. Yet clarity by itself is never really enough, because clarity will expose the gap, and the gap will demand transformation deeper than goals. So most people fail because their vision is vague. They just want more money, they want better health, they want stronger relationships, and they haven't defined what any of those are. Yet the nervous system ignores vague language, and so it only obeys specificity. If your outcomes aren't defined clearly, your decisions will wobble, your actions won't really be there because you actually don't know what you're trying to act on, and your standards will collapse, and your momentum will generally just over time bleed away. And so ambiguous goals create hesitation. They leave you vulnerable to distraction because there's no fixed target to aim at. If you don't have a target, of course you will get distracted, because distractions are clear. They're there. And your goals, on the other hand, have zero clarity attached to them. So specific outcomes create sharp decisions. They lock your nervous system into alignment, and they make execution natural because every choice becomes binary. Does this serve the mission, or does it take me away from it? Does it serve the mission or not? Yet even specific clarity will never be enough if you do not change who you are. Clarity makes you aware of the gap between where you are and where you must go, and that awareness will either empower you or torment you. So if you do not shift your identity, and this is why identity is so important here, is because if you do not shift your identity, if you don't become the person now that will be able to achieve those goals effortlessly, that clarity will just become a source of pain. It will just become this gap that you don't know what to do with. You will know exactly what you want, but you will lack the structure to actually embody it. And that dissonance will over time break you. So this explains why vision boards, motivational speeches, and goal-setting rituals fail for most people. They're not bad in and of themselves, but they light a fire for a brief period of time and then never address the core, which is always identity. So if the identity you hold contradicts the North Star you define, well, the identity will win every single time. Now, the solution is not more vision, but a new self who can inhabit that vision with ease. Now, once the target has been defined and the illusion of clarity alone has been exposed, well, the question becomes, who is the one capable of walking this path to completion? So in order to become that person, we first need to create the health foundation. So health is the first arena where clarity collides with reality. So without strength, energy, and resilience, every other ambition will collapse under your fatigue and weakness. And a powerful body will amplify, on the other hand, wealth building by giving you focus. It will amplify and deepen love by making you more magnetic and dependable. And it will stabilize identity by proving you can actually follow through on the things you tell yourself you'll follow through on. And so treat your body as the foundation of the empire you're actually building, because a cracked base will always collapse under the weight of the empire. And so the next 90 days will test your discipline, and your body will serve as the clearest scoreboard of whether you are actually serious about transformation, because your body is literally a physical representation of your mind and thought processes. And so energy is the currency that fuels every pursuit. When your body is fueled properly, it's trained effectively and rested consistently, well, you become a walking generator for momentum and energy. Without this, even the simple tasks will feel heavy, and progress will stall before it even begins. So nutrition dictates whether you burn fat, build muscle, or stay stagnant. It also dictates your energy levels. So the first step, if you need to lose weight or build muscle or progress in any of those ways, is to determine your maintenance calories, meaning the amount that keeps your weight stable. And so if you need to lose fat, you need to eat 500 to 1,000 calories below that number, and you will lose 0.5 to 1 kilogram or 1 to 2 pounds of body weight per week. If you need to gain muscle, on the other hand, you need to go in the other direction and eat 250 to 500 calories above maintenance to give your body the building blocks it actually requires. Now, energy balance is law, and once you align with it, results become predictable instead of mysterious in terms of body composition. You can just literally dictate how your body looks. Now, from there, regardless of whether you're cutting fat or gaining muscle, protein must stay high. So aim for 1.6 to 2.2 grams per kilogram of body weight, or 0.7 to 1 grams per pound of body weight. Protein will preserve lean mass during your fat loss phase, if you're losing fat, and it will accelerate growth during your surplus phase if you're gaining muscle. So every meal is an opportunity to reinforce your physique at a cellular level. Now, the next thing here in terms of energy is lifting weights. Now, lifting weights should be non-negotiable. Muscle is for more than just aesthetics. It is functional armor, literally. It raises your metabolism, it protects your joints, and sharpens your hormonal profile. And so commit to resistance training 3 to 5 times per week, and focus on the basics, at least at first. If you're just starting out, focus on the basics such as squats, deadlifts, bench press, presses in general, and pulls, until you get to a certain strength level where obviously some isolation will just help you more. But in the beginning, you can literally build muscles easily with just the basics. I mean, even if you're advanced, you can build muscle with just the basics, but then you actually need some isolation from time to time. Now, once nutrition and resistance training are locked, well, the next level of health is recovery, because without it, obviously the system will break instead of build. And so sleep is the most overlooked weapon in transformation. And in general, it's probably the most overlooked performance enhancing drug, for a lack of a better word. So while you sleep, muscles repair, hormones regulate themselves, and your brain consolidates progress and memory, etc. So if you cut this corner, you will cripple every other effort you're trying to create for any results you're trying to create. And so aim for 7 to 9 hours in a cold, dark, and silent environment, and guard this ritual with the same seriousness as work deadlines. Because sleep will decide whether you wake up as a predator with focus and ready to tackle the day, or prey dragging through the day. So Blackout curtains, no screens before bed, and a set bedtime routine are all just a few tips here, and they will all cue your nervous system to shut down. So think of your bedroom as a recovery chamber rather than some kind of an entertainment lounge. Now, a lot of people use their bedrooms as I said, entertainment lounges. They watch TV, they play video games in their bedrooms, they scroll on their phone and go through TikTok, watch videos in bed, etc. Look, your bedroom should be for nothing else but sleep and basically reproduction. Nothing else should be done in there. So the reason for it is because it becomes a literal physical cue that you're going to sleep or reproducing, but it becomes an actual anchor and cue that you're going to go to sleep. And believe it or not, your brain knows when you're in that room. It knows when you're in bed, and it knows that it should get ready to sleep. And so wake and sleep at the same times every day. Rhythm will train your circadian system, and once that system is trained, your body will also fall asleep faster, it will recover deeper, and it will wake up sharper. And now, recovery solidifies progress, but without discipline, your energy will scatter. Structure is the next layer that converts biology into predictability. Now, health is never built on bursts of motivation. It is forged in consistent rhythms that train the body to act without negotiation. Eat, train, and sleep at set times, and your biology will fall into autopilot. And this will free up willpower and also decision. It will prevent decision fatigue, so you can use them on higher battles. Now, lock in a few daily anchors. They can be whatever. They can be a morning walk. It could be a pre-scheduled training window. It could be a protein-dominant first meal. These habits stack into a rhythm that will no longer feel forced, but rather it will start feeling automatic. And design an environment that makes discipline inevitable. Keep high-protein food prepped and visible. Remove junk food from your kitchen, and keep your gym clothes ready for the night before. And shape your environment in general so that the easiest choice is always the right one. Then track your weight, track your lift, track your sleep, track as much as possible in general, because progress measured is progress accelerated. Numbers strip away illusions, and they will tell you if your plan is actually working long before your emotions can actually mislead you. In both ways. So once rhythm is established, mastery shifts inward into chemistry, because the invisible hormones running through your blood will really decide whether discipline feels like friction or flow. Now, your internal environment is just as important, and it governs drive, confidence, and recovery. When your dopamine is stable, motivation feels natural. When testosterone is optimized, your confidence and aggression towards your goals increases. When cortisol is managed, stress motivates you instead of, making you feel stressed. So if you master chemistry and discipline, if you master chemistry and discipline, discipline will become instinct instead of struggle. So dopamine is the neurotransmitter that controls pursuit. And so you need to protect it by reducing cheap hits like scrolling, processed sugar, in general processed food, and train your brain to spike dopamine from training, deep work, and progress. And that will happen if you eliminate the others first. So in order for your brain to actually learn to derive protein from training, deep work, and progress, you need to first eliminate the quick hits of dopamine, meaning scrolling, video games, Netflix for hours on end, processed food in general. And over time, if you eliminate those and you actually train, do deep work, and progress in your life in all the areas, you will become addicted to improvement itself. Now, heavy lifting, clean nutrition, and deep sleep all raise testosterone. Alcohol, processed food, and stress will always crush it. So guard your testosterone, because it's the difference really between moving through life with authority or insecurity. And then next is stress or cortisol. And stress is unavoidable, but you can train your body to respond with calm instead of chaos. So breath work, walking, deliberate stressors like cold exposure or fasting will basically rewire your system to stay sharp when pressure around you increases in general and stress increases, because you're putting your body in intentional, deliberate stressors. And so when actual stressors come that are more difficult, things in life, when life happens, you'll just first off be able to deal with it, and secondly, you won't be thrown off that much by it. So with chemistry under control, the body must now build resilience, because strength means little if it breaks under stress. And so true health is not just looking good when conditions are easy, it is really holding the line when conditions are actually hostile. Now, resilience ensures you endure disruption and recover stronger from it. So introduce discomfort intentionally, as we said earlier, using deliberate stressors and just discomfort on purpose will help you with resilience. So cold plunges, long fasts, high intensity training, all of these force adaptation. And these challenges inoculate you against the unpredictable stress of life. Now, the body grows stronger under strain. Each stress followed by recovery in general expands capacity. So the heart beats harder, lungs pull more oxygen, muscles reinforce, and the nervous system in general stabilizes. So this is how you evolve into someone that is literally harder to break. Now, after this, longevity or resilience will carry you into decades ahead and create longevity. While others stifle, weaken, and complain, you will remain strong, mobile, and capable. And this is not going to be luck. It's going to be literally the result of everything you've worked for. It is the predictable outcome of deliberate training. And once the body becomes leaner, stronger, and more resilient, well, the base is secured. And with the base set, the next frontier opens, transforming resources into leverage. So let's talk about commanding the wealth engine. So wealth is not about numbers on a screen. Wealth is more so about control. And control will decide how you live. So without money, you will remain reactive, bending to the demands of others and limited in the scale of your impact. With money, you'll be able to buy time, freedom, and leverage. Wealth will not solve obviously every problem, but it will amplify every possibility you have. That is why it is a pillar in this arc. Without financial sovereignty, the body you build and the identity you sharpen will still be at the mercy of someone else's system. Now, with it, you'll be able to command your own path. So all wealth is rooted in value. Money will always flow toward the person who can solve painful, urgent problems for others. And when you learn to scan your environment for inefficiencies or frustrations or gaps, you'll be able to see opportunity everywhere. Every complaint, literally, if you look around, is currency waiting to be unlocked. So pay close attention to what people hate doing, what they feel stuck in, or where they waste their time and energy. These are going to be clues for you. If people are frustrated, they will pay for relief. If they are overwhelmed, they will pay for clarity. Problems are in general the raw material of wealth creation. So once a problem is clear, you need to design a direct fix. Do not overcomplicate it. The cleaner and more immediate your solution, the faster people will exchange money for it. Money moves quickest when the link between problem and solution is quick and undeniable. Now, a solution in your head is obviously worthless until it's marketed, packaged, and delivered and sold, obviously. So build it into a service, a product, or a system that others can actually buy and then get as much attention to it as possible. Execution is the bridge between seeing opportunity and actually collecting wealth. So now, with the foundation of value creation clear, the question becomes, well, where should you begin if you're starting from zero? And in my opinion, the most reliable starting point is a client-based or service-based business of some sort. Now, this model requires basically no inventory, almost no capital at all, and produces cash flow quickly. And you can sell your skill, you can sell your time, or you can sell your expertise to solve problems directly for clients or other businesses. And this is the apprenticeship phase of wealth. It will teach you sales, it will teach you delivery, it will teach you negotiation, and it will teach you systems faster than any other model. Anyone can begin here, because if you know how to design, write, coach, edit videos, train bodies, build websites, write copy, sell, or market products, you basically already have a business in your hands. If you package the skill, approach prospects, and close deals, well, you basically have a business. With no overhead, your profit margin will be basically immediate. And so client work generates fast income. If you sign a deal, you get paid, and then you deliver the service. And this velocity will create confidence, it will create momentum, and it will create capital to reinvest into scaling. And the experience of closing clients will also teach you how to persuade, which obviously will serve you forever. Now, once you're booked with clients, the next step is really leverage. You can outsource delivery, you can raise prices, or you can convert your expertise into products and programs. A service business is the most efficient launchpad because it teaches you the mechanics while putting money in your account. Now, with a starting point established, the focus really shifts to leverage, because no amount of hard work will really compare to the acceleration that leverage will provide you. So, wealth accelerates when your effort is multiplied. The person who understands leverage will outperform thousands who work without it. Leverage in general takes your finite energy and extends it infinitely. Now, there are many forms of leverage, and I believe Naval explained some of them, Naval Ravikant, but here I've included a few. Now, content is obviously one of them, but other than that, technology is the first form of leverage. Automations, platforms, AI, all of those can replace repetitive labor. If you learn to build systems instead of just doing tasks, well, your productivity just multiplies by default. People are another form of leverage. Teams extend your reach, and by delegating to specialists, you basically free yourself to focus on strategy and growth. And if you're a leader that can inspire and organize others, well, you'll be able to achieve 10 times more than any lone operator. Now, the next form of leverage is capital or money. Money itself is leverage. Every euro or dollar or pound you put into the right vehicle, like ads or assets or investments, works for you around the clock. So capital compounds while you sleep and turns time into an ally instead of an enemy. Now, obviously, as a small caveat here, you obviously don't need all these forms of leverage at the same time. Now, it would be good to have all of them. However, you don't necessarily need all of them in the beginning. So focusing on one or two of those at a time is better than not doing any of them at all. So if you look online, obviously there are people that are so-called solopreneurs, where they maybe have one or two employees or freelancers working for them. And so the people leverage, they're obviously using it, but they're not using it to the extent they could. And so they're mostly using tools, technology, meaning automations, platforms, AI, etc. Or they're using capital, money. Money itself, as I said, is leverage. And so you can use one or two of those and still have a ton of leverage, for a lack of a better word. Now, leverage expands your reach, but without systems, momentum will obviously stall because chaos consumes wealth. So a wealth engine becomes sustainable only when it runs on predictable, repeatable systems. Random income spikes will vanish, but systems will always guarantee steady growth. So build a pipeline that continually brings opportunities into your world, meaning marketing campaigns, outbound outreach, content, all of those ensure you never run dry. A starving pipeline kills businesses faster than anything else. And transforming leads into paying clients also requires a process, a system. So sales scripts, follow-up systems, trust-building assets, all of those remove guesswork. Now, the highest profits come from keeping clients, not chasing new ones endlessly. So design systems that nurture relationships, upsell naturally, and deliver so much value that clients never want to leave. And this will turn every deal into a long-term stream of income. Now, with systems humming, the wealth engine compounds because small daily actions layered over time create exponential acceleration. So the most powerful force in wealth is compounding. Results build upon themselves until growth feels basically explosive. And the longer you play the game without interruption, the more unstoppable you become. So protect your compounding by avoiding unnecessary resets. Each day of uninterrupted growth will basically multiply your returns. So if you quit too often, you basically restart from zero. Stay consistent and the curve usually turns exponential. Now, every skill learned compounds with the last. And so knowledge is another form of compounding. Your ability to sell, negotiate, and strategize will stack until your decisions feel effortless. Now, knowledge compounds faster than money because it makes every future decision better and more informed. And so, not only that, but knowledge is easier to acquire than money. And on top of that, that's why almost every successful person you see online or you just read about in general, every successful person has invested a ton of money in acquiring knowledge because the returns from knowledge are exponential and they compound on themselves faster because knowledge is way easier to acquire. And so if you look online, that's why coaching, reading books, courses, all of those are so important. In general, knowledge compounds at a faster rate than money because you can buy knowledge with money, and then that knowledge turns into it's an investment. That's why people say that it's investing in yourself when you buy knowledge, because that knowledge then turns into more money with which you can then buy more knowledge. Essentially, it's an investment. So growth accelerates, but acceleration without defense is fragile. And so protecting wealth becomes as important as creating it. So wealth will leak if it is not defended with discipline. And this is very important for whether you're just starting out or whether you're making millions. Protection makes sure the machine keeps running even in storms. Now, without defense, greed, poor judgment, and waste will dismantle everything you built. And so you need to control your outflow as aggressively as you build your inflow. In the beginning, every purchase, now, this is not necessarily the case if you're making millions, but in the beginning, every purchase should be judged. Does this reinforce or does it weaken the machine? Does it reinforce or does it weaken the mission? Each careless expense, in general, erodes your war chest, while each disciplined choice compounds your security. Now, once wealth is under command through value, service, leverage, systems, compounding, and defense, the pursuit must expand into the human domain because money without connection will always feel empty. So let's talk about reclaiming power in relationships and love. So the relationships in your life will decide whether you rise or whether you collapse. You can build wealth, you can forge a powerful body, you can sharpen your mind, but if you are surrounded by the wrong people, all of that strength will be drained. Believe me. Love in its truest form, meaning romantic, social, and communal, is fuel. When you reclaim power and love in relationships, you build a network of people that expand you instead of diminish you. And I'm not talking about chasing attention or validation. This is about establishing dynamics that make you better, hold you accountable, and magnify your mission. So the first step in reclaiming power is really aligning your relationships with your mission. Every connection either pulls you closer to your North Star or drags you back into mediocrity. Once you see this truth, neutrality disappears, and every connection you make as a person will fall into the buckets of basically the life areas or the arenas of life, meaning health, wealth, love, and self. So you might have a friend that is really big on fitness, and so they're basically going to be pulling you in the health aspect. You might have a friend that is a business owner and making millions a year. And so they're going to be pulling you most likely, or teaching you things most likely, in the wealth aspect. So people in general also can pull you towards your North Star in all of those different arenas of life. And so once you see this truth, neutrality disappears. And you need to write down the people you spend the most time with and ask yourself if each person actually fuels your ambition or makes excuses for your weakness. And this audit will reveal instantly why you feel momentum or why you feel stuck. So raise the minimum acceptable standard for who you actually allow in your orbit. When you enforce a higher threshold, low quality connections will self-eliminate and the right people will be magnetized to you. And in order to attract the right people, whether it's romantic or in terms of friendships, well, you need to let go of others. You need to clear space before you can add. If you have a full house, you won't be able to add more furniture, right? The same goes for your relationships. If your time is scattered across all these different people that are actually pulling you back, well, you won't have the space to attract people that will be pulling you forward. And so once alignment is established, the most critical domain becomes romantic love, because it has the most influence over your energy and your stability in general, especially if you live with this person. So your romantic relationship will either act as your greatest multiplier or your most devastating liability. The person you share intimacy with will influence your physiology, your psychology, and your drive. So healthy attraction in general thrives on some form of polarity. Masculine energy in general, again, seeks mission, drive, and groundedness. Feminine energy, again, in general, seeks flow, expression, and expansion. When polarity is strong, passion is alive, and respect is almost automatic. If polarity collapses, well, attraction in general dies, and the bond withers into roommate energy. So mutual respect is the core of a lasting relationship as well. Respect means you hold each other to standards and push one another towards greatness. So without respect, love becomes dependency, and dependency always corrodes power. Another important part of romantic relationships here is depth. And depth is cultivated through vulnerability, but not just vulnerability, but vulnerability paired with strength. So you need to be able to share your truth fully, but never abandon your frame. The deepest relationships come from being fully seen without necessarily being consumed. Now, with a romantic dynamic secured, the wider social circle must be examined as well, because the people around you will either amplify your drive or, again, normalize your mediocrity. So every man requires some form of a brotherhood that refuses to let him slip. It can be a group of peers who challenge him, sharpen him, and drag him forward when he feels like he's slowing down, or it can be a digital brotherhood of sorts where you surround yourself with other men and people in general, which pull you forward. And so through communities, for example, online communities. Now, without this, you will unconsciously sink to the level of the crowd you tolerate. So you need to choose friends who embody the standards, or a circle who embodies the standards you demand for yourself. So surround yourself with builders, fighters, thinkers who live with urgency. Being around them will, in general, condition your nervous system to rise or be expelled from that community. And so you will want to rise by default. And true brotherhood will call out your excuses, and it will force you to face your weaknesses. Now, these men will most likely not let you lie to yourself or these people. And that relentless accountability will carve you sharper than solitude ever could. Now, for women, the same principle applies through sisterhood. The women in your circle must embody the standards of depth, radiance, and resilience you demand for yourself, or any other standard you demand for yourself. The right sisterhood will reinforce your femininity, and it will sharpen your strength. And they will protect your standards and remind you of your worth, and they will not let you settle for mediocrity in love, career, or self-image. They will call you higher, and in their presence, you'll feel compelled to rise. So with both romance and social circles aligned, the deeper level of power in love comes from boundaries, because without boundaries, love mutates into control. And so most people have no boundaries in their lives because they see them in the wrong way. Boundaries are not walls. They are standards that dictate how others interact with you. Without them, you will be pulled into the chaos of other people's unresolved issues. With them, you will remain grounded in your own mission. So protect your time and attention as ruthlessly as you protect your money. Meaning, if someone drains your energy, you limit their access. If someone fuels your energy, you expand their access. And never tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or laziness. The moment you allow it once, you teach others how to treat you, and you teach them that they can keep treating you that way. And honestly, it won't be even their fault because you've set the expectations for them. So boundaries enforce respect without requiring conflict. And once boundaries are in place, the final shift in reclaiming love is turning relationships into multipliers for growth instead of distractions from it. And so how you do that is, well, powerful relationships multiply your strength. They give you more energy than they take. They make the mission more fulfilling and the path less lonely. A romantic partner that is aligned with your mission will double your impact. They will handle parts of life that free you to focus on your pursuit. And sometimes you will handle parts of life that free them to focus on their pursuit. And they will hold you to a higher standard than you hold yourself. And you will be able to hold them to a higher standard than they hold themselves to. And a circle of allies will create opportunities you could never build alone. Every connection expands your reach, accelerates your learning, and compounds your reputation. And so the right network makes impossible goals almost inevitable. And once love has been reclaimed, the next frontier is the deepest transformation of all, meaning reshaping the very identity that carries you through every battle and into every future, which is the self. So let's talk about reshaping the self. Now, every result in your life is downstream from the identity you hold. Your body reflects the standards you tolerate. Your bank account reflects the value you believe you can create. Your relationships mirror the rules that you've unconsciously agreed to live by. And until you reshape the identity at the core, every change you attempt will eventually bend back to who you currently believe you are. And this is why most transformations fail. They are built on top of a self-image that cannot sustain them. If you want to become someone new, you, by definition, must burn the blueprint of the old self and do something new and build a new one with intention. Identity is not discovered. Identity is constructed. You're not locked into the patterns of your past unless you choose to keep playing the same role. Every identity has rules, and those rules govern the behavior of that identity automatically. And when you redefine the role, you redefine the rules. And when the rules change, the results follow. And so you'll need the courage to let go of the story you've been carrying. That story may include your failures. It may include your upbringing. It may include your ex. It may include your old job title. It may include your deadbeat dad. It may include your bank balance. None of those things are you. None of them matter. They are past experiences, so stop using them as excuses. If you keep them as your definition, you guarantee repetition. So you're free to decide a new role. You can choose a different standard, a new rhythm, a better code of conduct. The moment you realize identity is chosen instead of inherited, you'll feel both terrified and liberated. And that is the moment you actually begin. Now, once you accept identity is a decision, the next step is to really deliberately design the version of yourself that can carry your North Star without friction. So build your new identity like a novelist builds a character. Be specific, be vivid, and be detailed. Do not describe vague traits, but rather design a person with rules, tone, and habits that would make their outcomes inevitable. So decide who this person is at the core. What are their character traits? How do they act? How do they look and dress? What standards do they have? And write down what they do daily without exception, because habits are the evidence of identity. And pay attention to their language. The new identity most likely will not be complaining, hesitating, or diluting. The speech will reinforce their belief. And so the people this identity attracts and tolerates will also be aligned with the standards they embody, and their circle will reflect them. So writing the design is the starting point, but identity is installed through repetition because the brain really obeys what it sees and hears most often. And identity is not a one-time decision. It is a daily installation. So you'll need to read, speak, and embody the new script until your nervous system accepts it as normal. So read your identity statement every morning out loud. The more you repeat it, the more your brain will accept it as truth, even if at first it seems like a lie. And each behavior you execute in line with this identity will become a vote for its permanence. The more votes it gets, the stronger it becomes until it is automatic. And remember, the brain starts to believe anything if it is repeated enough times. By ritualizing repetition, you quite literally embed a new self-image, a new identity. Now, installing the new identity is half the battle, but you must also create contrast by rejecting the old identity at every opportunity. So make a clear list of what the old self would do, just the same way you designed the new character. Write down what the old self actually does in the same way, using the same template basically. And reject it every time it shows up. If the old self scrolls when they're stressed, scrolls TikTok or whatever, well, the new self will reset and does what they need to do. If the old self snoozes the alarm in the morning, well, the new self gets up immediately. These choices stack quickly and they decide basically which version wins. And so you shift realities based on your decisions and choices. And so if you just make the right decisions, if you make the right choices, you will shift your reality. Every small choice is a vote in a war between two identities, between good and evil. You can even think of it that way. And so you are never neutral. Each moment reinforces either the old pattern or the new design. And once contrast is created, the final safeguard is awareness. Without that, the mind will basically drift back into what is familiar. So if you do not consciously choose your identity, you will unconsciously recreate your past. The brain defaults to what is familiar, even when it is destructive. So without awareness, you will slide back into old language, old habits, and old standards. And this drift is subtle, almost unnoticeable, but lethal. It erodes your progress slowly until one day you wake up and you realize you're back where you started. So the only way to stop drift is really to reaffirm the identity, the new self daily. Identity is not found, it is chosen, then reinforced, and then lived. Now, with identity reshaped, the question becomes, how do you ensure this new version operates without constant willpower? Well, the answer is through habits. And habits will hardwire identity into action until it becomes effortless. So let's talk about installing habits. So habits are the hidden architecture of your life. They are the automatic loops running in the background that decide whether you rise or whether you collapse. And you can define a North Star or even build a new identity, but unless your daily actions lock these choices into place, you will always drift back into old patterns. Now, habits are the infrastructure that basically carries your identity into reality. When your habits align with your vision, momentum becomes automatic. When they do not, failure becomes inevitable no matter how hard you try. So installing the right habits is what transforms effort into inevitability. So every action you repeat is really a vote for the person you believe you are. Habits are not just behaviors, they are proof of identity. Each morning routine, each workout, each decision to sit down and work compounds into evidence that you are the person you said you would become. And the brain will always believe what it sees most often. Habits give the brain constant proof until doubt disappears and confidence becomes natural. So if your habits reinforce the old identity, you will rebuild the same life no matter how ambitious your goals are on paper. The loop of your daily actions will recreate your past. And the only way forward is to really behave like the person you're actually becoming, even before you feel like them. So habits make that behavior consistent until the new version of you becomes automatic. Once the principle is clear, well, the next step is structure, because habits without a framework will collapse under pressure. And this is where the ABT framework we discussed earlier gains another letter. So now it becomes the ABTH framework. And so you can use this ABTH model to lock habits into your transformation. Actual, A stands for actual, B stands for becoming, T stands for timeline, and H stands for habits. Now, this sequence basically creates clarity and direction. Now, actual, as we discussed earlier, defines where you are right now with brutal honesty. So you need to track your routines, your behaviors, and the unconscious loops that dominate your days. If you underestimate how often you procrastinate, scroll, or skip, you will fail to build leverage for change. So you need to make it measurable, and you need to be honest. So write how many hours you worked deeply last week, how many times you trained, how many meals you cooked versus ordered. All of that data will give you the truth, raw and unfiltered. Now, B stands for becoming, meaning we define the target self and the habits they execute daily. So imagine what their mornings look like, how they eat, when they train, how they approach their work, and write these behaviors as if you already live them. And this must be specific and clear enough that you could execute it tomorrow without hesitation. And then you raise the bar high enough that your future self feels unfamiliar, not just improved. Habits must reflect a higher standard. Not too high though, because that will make you unmotivated to actually follow through, because the gap will be too big. And so you will feel like it's unachievable right now. So make them stretch you, but not too much. Now, timeline, or T, stands for timeline, meaning decide when these habits will be fully installed. Habits grow slowly at first, but when you enforce urgency, you force acceleration. So in the case of this video, as we discussed earlier, it's the winter arc or 90 days of basically you transforming. So the timeline is 90 days. So make it tight enough to feel pressure and long enough to allow discipline to carve grooves. And then track whether habits are consistent by the chosen date. Without measurement, you'll confuse effort with progress. Now, finally, the H stands for habits. And so these are the actual daily actions that bridge who you are with who you are becoming, and you need to design them with precision. So anchor them to existing triggers. For example, after waking, you can hydrate and move. After coffee, you can open your identity script. After finishing work, you prep your food. Habits installed through sequence are harder to break. Now that the framework is laid out, the next step is really auditing, because you cannot build new habits without tearing down the old ones. You cannot attract something into your life without making space for it. So write down every habit you execute daily, from productive from the most productive to the most destructive, and this will be the X-ray of your identity. Then you keep the habits that support the future you. For example, early rising, training consistently, journaling, planning the day. These are the assets that strengthen your system. Then you identify the habits that are more neutral, that waste time without necessarily direct harm. So scrolling without purpose, shallow conversations, errands with no impact. All of these must be redirected and minimized. Then you identify the actual destructive habits that anchor you to your old self. Skipping workouts, hitting snooze, getting drunk, eating out of emotion, quitting early. All these are not small slips. They are anchors pulling you back. Once destructive habits are stripped out, well, you need to design must take their place. And so empty space will always fill itself. So you need to engineer your days with rituals that pull you towards your future identity and make them vivid and repeatable. So own the first hour ruthlessly. No phone, no chaos, no drift in the morning. Wake, hydrate, move, review your identity, and then start executing. If you can control the first hour of your day, you can control the day. Now, in the midday, around lunchtime, reset your energy through some form of a mini ritual. It could be walking, it could be breathing, it could be reflection or journaling, it could be resetting your posture. These small actions will just keep your energy high in general and keep you present at the same time. Now, in the evening, end the day with reflection and shut down, and review where you won, where you slipped, and what you will adjust, and prepare the environment for tomorrow so that the next day begins without friction. With rituals installed, the next step is really reinforcement, because habits must be stacked, tracked, and hardened until they become automatic. So link new habits to existing ones so they become unavoidable. After brushing your teeth, you could review your goals aloud. After making coffee, you could open your identity script. By tying these new habits to existing ones, you basically eliminate the need for decision. And the more seamless the link, the stronger the consistency. Now your old routines are becoming triggers for new behaviors. So your old self is becoming a trigger now for the new self. And so measure your execution daily. What gets tracked gets improved, and what gets improved can compound. Every day, check off each habit without gray zones. It's either did you do it or not. Every week, review your totals. Look for friction points where you fail repeatedly, and then adjust your actions or routines to make the execution a bit easier. And then each completed checkmark becomes evidence, and evidence will build your trust towards yourself, and trust builds belief, and belief makes discipline basically effortless. Now, when habits are stacked and tracked, intensity becomes the multiplier. So hard habits will accelerate the change by forcing discomfort and pushing you to adapt to it. For example, you can use cold showers or plunges to teach your body to embrace discomfort instantly. You can use consistent resistance training as both physical and psychological proof. You exercise not only to build your body, but basically to prove you are in control of yourself. And you can seek situations that stretch your capacity. Every hard habit that gets completed makes the easier ones effortless by comparison. Now, with intensity mastered, adaptation becomes the final step. So habits are not permanent. They must grow with you. And so you need to review your system every month and ask if each habit still serves the next level of your identity. And if it does not, you need to replace it with a better, higher standard action. Meaning, journaling for 10 minutes may have served you at first, but later publishing daily content might replace it. Training 3 times a week might have been amazing, but now you need to up to 5, for example. Growth requires evolution in general. And so by constantly upgrading your habits, you prevent stagnation. The higher the standards of your rituals, the more powerful the identity they reinforce. Now, once habits are installed, stacked, tracked, and upgraded, the architecture of transformation is basically set. But even then, momentum must be protected, because sustaining the arc is the difference between 90 days of progress and a lifetime of progress. So let's talk about sustaining the winter arc. So anyone can push hard for a week. Many can endure a month. A few can hold the line for 90 days. But the true measure of transformation is not in the sprint. It is really what happens after it. Now, the winter arc is obviously designed to compress identity shifts into a short, brutal window of time. Yet the real test is whether you can sustain that intensity long enough for the new self to become permanent. So sustaining the arc is about protecting momentum, reinforcing your systems, and building resilience against drift. Without this phase, everything collapses back into old patterns once the season changes or the 90 days are up. And with it, you carry the fire forward into every season of your life. So change always runs in cycles. Energy goes up, then dips. Motivation spikes, then it disappears. This rhythm is physiology. If you expect constant linear motivation, you will break the first time the energy disappears. So the key to sustaining the arc is really preparing for the dip before it arrives. When you anticipate these cycles, you can refuse to be surprised by them, and everything in life comes and goes in cycles. And you accept the rhythm and adapt your systems to carry you through. So you need to understand that motivation will always drop after the initial excitement fades. And this is normal. If you expect it, you can strip it of its power. So a week from now, your excitement will have probably faded. A month from now, your excitement will have probably faded. And yet you'll still have 60 days to go. If you expect it, you'll strip it of its power. So build systems that keep you consistent even when your energy is low. So meaning prepared meals, for example, pre-scheduled workouts, automatic calendars, all of these structures will carry you forward. Every dip will become an opportunity for a rebound, because once you push through the low point without quitting, the next peak will arrive stronger. And this cycle will repeat over and over again, and it will compound your resilience with each round and make you more resilient. And so the next layer is environment, because no one has the strength to constantly be fighting against their environment forever. So your environment will dictate your success more than your intention. If your surroundings reinforce the new self, progress becomes natural. If they reinforce the old self, relapse becomes inevitable. So designing your environment is non-negotiable. In terms of your physical environment, you need to clean your space of distractions and temptations. Stock your kitchen with good food instead of processed poison. Lay out your gym clothes the night before. Every physical cue should point you towards your North Star, towards the right direction. Now, most people, the way they live is everything in their physical environment is pointing them in the wrong direction. And so then they wonder why they always make the bad choices and why they do the things they don't necessarily want to do, or their higher self doesn't want to do. And so now, as far as your digital or online environment, you need to unfollow noise, mute any distractions, remove the notifications from your phone, and design feeds that actually deliver knowledge. Now, technology can either train your brain to scatter in thousands of directions, or it can help you focus it daily. Now, your social environment is just as important. Shape your circle ruthlessly. People are environmental inputs too, if not some of the probably the most powerful environmental input, especially if you're a more social person. If they drain you, you need to cut access. If they fuel you, you need to increase your exposure. Or you don't need to, but you can increase your exposure. The energy of those around you will hardwire into your nervous system over time. That's why it's important. Now, with your environment engineered, the next step is to sustainability is really feedback. Progress without tracking becomes invisible, and invisible progress always dies and makes you unmotivated. Progress is easily sustained when it's measured. Tracking turns invisible growth into visible evidence. And that's important because evidence builds your confidence, and in turn, your confidence will sustain the momentum you've built. However, without feedback, your discipline will start feeling blind and pointless. You'll see no meaning in it. So you need to be able to see progress. That's why video games, for example, are designed in a way where you're constantly seeing progress. So turn anything into tangible numbers. Weigh yourself weekly, track your lifts, log your revenue, record your habits. Hard data will always expose if you're drifting before it sabotages you. And then journaling forces self-awareness, so you can use reflection to your advantage. Write where you won, what were the wins for the day, where you slipped, what improvements could you make, what are the lessons you got from that day, and what will you do differently. Feedback is only useful if it actually produces some form of adaptation. So use the data to refine your systems, to adjust your tactics, to adjust your actions, and raise your standards. Tracking without adjustment is just wasted effort, honestly, unless you are just a data nerd and you just like seeing the data. But if the winter arc feels like a temporary thing, you will collapse once it ends. If it becomes a new identity, you will sustain it effortlessly. And so the reframe is to see the arc not as a sprint you need to survive and get it over with, but rather as a foundation to live from. One part of this is identity. So you need to speak in absolutes. I am the kind of person who trains daily. I train daily. Those are absolutes. Habits will become part of your identity when you no longer negotiate with them. And another important lesson here is to lean into the satisfaction of the discipline itself. As cliche as it sounds, you need to be able to enjoy the process. The pride after a hard day of discipline will always outlast the fleeting pleasure of indulgence. And so you must learn to enjoy the act of being disciplined. Make the winter arc feel like the baseline. When the arc becomes your normal, anything else, anything less will feel wrong. And so the final piece here is expansion. Sustainability thrives when the mission continues to evolve. So sustaining momentum requires a moving target. Once goals are hit, new ones must be created. Stagnation is the enemy. Progress feeds itself only when there is always another level to climb. So continuously raise the standard and challenge yourself. For example, if you mastered waking up at 7 o'clock, then aim for 6 o'clock. If you built a 5K a month business, then push for 10K. If you train 3 times a week, well, try to move to 4 or 5. Expansion keeps the identity alive, and you can also add new layers of mastery. So you can learn persuasion, then leadership, then public speaking, then creative expression. Each new skill will expand your capacity to create and sustain more momentum and more growth in general, and it will translate into all the other areas of your life. And finally, you can attach your habits to a larger mission beyond yourself. When your discipline serves something greater, like family, community, legacy, the world, first off, the effort gains meaning and it becomes beautiful. The suffering becomes beautiful, and it stops being so optional. A great mission that you actually care about will lock in that sustainability into place permanently. And so with sustainability anchored through cycles, environment, feedback, reframing, and expansion, the arc is basically done. And what remains is to step back, take a deep breath, and charge ahead. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about defining your North Star, creating the health foundation, commanding the wealth engine, reclaiming power and love, reshaping the self, installing habits, sustaining the winter arc, and then we're at the review right now, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. So first, commit and lock in 90 days without negotiation. Decide right now that these 3 months are going to be the line in the sand, the season where you burn the old script and enforce the new one until it becomes automatic. Then execute, build your daily system, track your calories, lift weights, grow your client-based business, expand and improve your relationships, and rehearse your new identity every single morning. And execute until each action feels inevitable. Then finally, expand. When 90 days are complete, do not collapse. Set a new target immediately and use the momentum you've built to climb to a higher standard. More strength, more wealth, deeper love, stronger identity. Expansion keeps the arc alive, and it keeps you alive. With that being said, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you let me know in the comments. Give it a like, subscribe to the channel for more. If you want to work with me personally, you can hit the second link in the description and book a call. And if you want this document along with this training, then hit the first link in the description and join the free community. And with that being said, I hope this brought a lot of value. If it did, then as I said, give it a like, subscribe, comment below, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for being here. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the discipline matrix. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first, unbreakable will, delayed gratification, consistency mechanics, systems and controls, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. Now, before we begin, if you like these kinds of videos, make sure to hit the subscribe button. If you want to work with me personally, make sure to hit the second link in the description and book a call. And if you want this training along with this document, make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, let's talk about unbreakable will. Now, nothing in life really bends reality faster than an unbreakable will. It is the raw material out of which discipline, ambition, and greatness are really created from. So when you decide that your will cannot be broken, you basically stop negotiating with weakness, you stop bargaining with mediocrity, and you start moving like a force of nature. Without this foundation, every tactic and system will collapse the moment temptation or fatigue creeps in. So it doesn't matter how well your plans are drawn, without will and willpower, they rot the second resistance really arrives. So willpower is similar to discipline. It's not something you either have or you don't. It is created through friction, through thousands of tiny decisions where comfort whispers one thing and you deliberately choose the harder alternative. So every time you take the path of resistance, your resolve thickens, and every time you default to the easy way, your resolve thins. And this is why every decision in your life really counts far more than you actually might think. It's not the big choices that really define your strength and your willpower and your discipline. It's the countless invisible ones that no one else even sees. So once you understand that resolve willpower, discipline, whatever you want to call it, is not really an abstract gift, but a skill that's built daily, the next realization is that you can deliberately strengthen it by putting yourself in controlled trials. Now, life is constantly handing you small tests, but most people really run from them. The coffee you crave when you told yourself you'd cut caffeine, or the snooze button that tempts you after a late night, or the easy excuse to skip a workout. These moments are not inconveniences. They are invitations to create discipline, to create willpower. If you treat them as such, every day really becomes a training ground, and every no becomes a repetition in the gym of discipline. Each test is really a fork in the road. One path feeds weakness, which is usually the easy choice. The other builds armor, which is usually the harder choice. Most people underestimate how often these forks really show up, which is why they remain fragile without even really realizing it. So strength is built in layers. Saying no once might feel small, but if you stack 1,000 of those small decisions and small denials, you've constructed a fortress around your mind. And that fortress is what will keep you steady when storms inevitably arrive. So the first step is simply noticing when you're at a fork. Most people live blind and they're pulled by craving like a puppet on strings. Now, if you don't want to be this person, well, you need to bring more awareness to the moment. Awareness cuts those strings and basically gives you the option to stand firm. Now, willpower must not just show up when life is calm. The real proof is when chaos hits. Death in the family, a breakup, a financial collapse. Now, I'm not telling you to not process your emotions if these things happen, but what I am saying is that you can not let them crumble you completely. Most people crumble here, but if your will and discipline and resolve has been basically trained daily, you do not break, you adapt. And continuity of discipline and will is what separates someone who holds discipline only in good seasons versus someone who stays unmoved regardless of circumstance. A fragile willpower bends with the weather. An unbreakable will, unbreakable discipline ignores it. And so this means that these small trials cannot be skipped because they are your training runs for the harder tests to come. If you can stand firm when everything shakes around you, people begin to see you as immovable. And eventually, you begin to see yourself as immovable too, which is the more important part. But to keep continuity alive, you really need a vision that makes discipline worth it. Otherwise, the weight of sacrifice will crush you before you reap the reward. That's where the deeper drive comes into play. No one maintains iron will just for the sake of it. There has to be some kind of a vision or identity on the other side that is actually worth bleeding for, that is actually worth fighting for, and remaining disciplined for. This is why people can endure prison camps, grueling training, or years of obscurity chasing mastery. They're fueled by something larger than momentary comfort. If your vision is weak, your will collapses. If your vision is compelling, your will becomes untouchable. So when discipline is tied to who you are instead of what you do, it really becomes automatic. For example, saying, I am the type of person who doesn't break. If you repeat that sentence, if you live that sentence, and if you actually believe that sentence, well, it basically hardwires will into your nervous system. Purpose gives you a reason to eat the pain. If you can clearly see the life your discipline unlocks, then the suffering becomes not only bearable, but necessary. It becomes the path itself. And so vision grows stronger the more vividly you picture it. If you can see it, feel it, and live in it mentally, you'll endure whatever it takes to make it physical. And so unbreakable will is not actually free. Unbreakable discipline is not free. It demands you sacrifice a lot. It demands you sacrifice comfort. It demands you sacrifice social approval, and sometimes even some relationships. Now, I know there's a lot of people that would say, don't sacrifice your relationships. Being around people is the best thing ever. Cool. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the people that actually want to get to a level they haven't been before. Sometimes that will require sacrificing certain relationships. I'm sorry to say. Some people will not understand you. They will tell you to relax. They will tell you to live a little. And living a little will be their version of living a little. So they'll tell you to stop being so extreme. This toll is required. If you are not willing to really sacrifice. You're not really willing to build the life you actually want, and you're actually not willing to build discipline. The cost is steep. That's the point. But the reward is immortality in the memory of the people who matter and domination in your own lifetime. So sometimes you will walk alone. Few really have the stomach to take the road you might get on. And that isolation, if you let it, can become fuel that hardens you rather than weakens you. So sacrifice clears the fog. When you stop indulging every craving, you begin to see what really matters. And life simplifies in a way that most people will never know. So the strange irony is that those who once mocked your extremity will later bow to it, because deep down, everyone respects what they cannot do or have themselves. And so as you start living in this clarity, you realize that willpower alone will not be enough. It has to be reinforced with the ability to push gratification further and further into the future until what you're chasing is worth more than anything you could have right now. That's the next level of power. So let's talk about delayed gratification. Now, at the core of every extraordinary life lies the ability to delay gratification. This single trait has been proven again and again to predict long-term success better than intelligence, talent, or luck. If you can consistently resist what feels good right now, what feels good in the moment, for the sake of what feels greater down the line and what will be greater down the line, you separate yourself from the majority of people who basically live and die as slaves to today, as slaves to impulse. Delayed gratification is what transforms raw willpower into leverage that compounds over years. Long-term thinking is one of the best traits you can actually acquire. The difficult truth is that most people are addicted to immediacy. They crave quick hits of dopamine, quick wins, quick validation, quick comfort, quick everything. But anything worth having, like strength, wealth, love, mastery, all of them and more take time. Patience isn't passive. It's an active decision to hold your ground while the reward is still invisible. When you cultivate patience, you learn to enjoy the grind for its own sake instead of clinging to the finish line. And yet, patience without structure collapses into procrastination. That's why this principle must be sharpened into systems that actually train you to wait. So, delayed gratification can be built like a muscle. Small acts of resistance right now stack into greater control over time. You don't need to start with some grand, big gestures like fasting for days or working in silence for months. You begin with simple training exercises that basically stretch your tolerance for waiting. For example, with food, you can skip dessert even when it's right in front of you, or resist the urge to snack late at night, or basically not eat the chocolate that you think you want to eat, or not eat that extra portion. Every meal basically becomes an arena to practice patience. When it comes to money, you can hold off on buying something you want until 30 days have passed. If you still want it after that, then fine. Most times, the desire will die on its own. With tech and technology in your phone, you can delay checking your phone notifications, for example, or leave messages unopened on purpose until you finish the work that matters. Technology is the perfect place to actually practice these things because in general, your phone, your computer, more so your phone, is engineered to really hijack your impulses and hijack your attention. Now, the real benefit of these exercises isn't just the act itself. It's the signal you send to your brain that you're actually in charge, not your cravings. Every time you delay gratification, you basically hardwire control into your nervous system. And eventually, you become the type of person who doesn't even need to fight impulses because they no longer carry weight against your identity. Each victory makes you proud of yourself in a way that external rewards never can, and that pride is fuel that carries you further. And the more you prove that you can delay gratification, the less anything can actually control you. You become untouchable by temptation because you've actually mastered the art of waiting. Now, once you've tested that kind of freedom, you start realizing that delayed gratification isn't just about resisting impulses, it's more so about directing energy towards the future. Now, delayed gratification is really just the art of investment applied to every area of your life. You trade basically what feels good now for what feels incredible later. When you save money instead of spending it, you're investing. When you lift weights instead of staying on the couch, you're investing. When you study while everyone else is partying, you're investing. The entire principle of compounding returns comes alive through this practice. Now, money, for example, compounds when you delay unnecessary consumption. The longer you hold, the more powerful your position becomes. Strength compounds when you push through pain now for vitality later. Every rep you endure today can basically, I'm exaggerating here, but can basically buy you years of energy tomorrow. Now, trust compounds when you choose honesty and loyalty, even when shortcuts like being dishonest and lying might offer easier gains in the moment. The challenge with delayed gratification is that the reward is always invisible in the beginning. And most people quit because they can't see those results fast enough, because they're addicted to immediacy. This is why vision matters. You need to vividly imagine the payoff while you're still grinding. Without vision, patience feels like suffering. With vision, patience feels like building. And so as vision expands, something deeper starts to click. You realize that delay isn't just about waiting, but more so about willingly sacrificing pieces of comfort now to feed something larger later. That sacrifice isn't punishment. It's the highest form of power. Now, once you're done with that, you'll need to be consistent. And so let's talk about consistency mechanics. The real power of discipline doesn't come from one heroic burst of effort. It really comes from the boring, repetitive, and monotonous work over and over until results become inevitable. Consistency is the bridge between ambition and achievement, and without it, nothing really lasts. Anyone can get motivated for a week. Few can actually sustain their momentum for years. So mastering consistency requires more than just good intentions. It demands mechanics, meaning systems, cues, practical rules that make showing up automatic instead of optional. So consistency begins with defining the minimum you will never go below. Most people fail because they set their standards, believe it or not, unrealistically high, then crash and then quit altogether. The secret is to build a baseline that is so easy you can hit it even on your worst days. And from that baseline, you can actually stack momentum. So if you want to build a writing habit, for example, you can start with 1 sentence a day. There's a platform, a social media platform where you can actually start doing that. X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. If you go to mine, I've basically written thousands of tweets at this point, and you can just go back in time and look at them, that I started a few years ago. And this is my second account. The first one I closed down. Now, Twitter is a perfect platform to actually practice just writing 1 sentence of something and actually expressing your thoughts with clarity and precision and in a concise manner. So if you want to exercise, you can also commit to 5 minutes. Now, what that means is you can take a 5-minute walk. You can literally jump rope for 5 minutes. You can do push-ups for 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. The floor is what makes the ceiling possible. So a small baseline basically kills the excuse of I don't have time. Once the action is automatic, you basically expand it naturally. But baselines alone aren't enough. To make consistency automatic, you need triggers that remind you to act. Now, habits thrive on cues. A cue is simply something that tells your brain, now it's time to do this. Without cues, habits live in memory, and memory is not that reliable. With cues, habits lock into place like reflexes. So there are different types of cues. Here are 3. The first one is environmental. This can be something like placing your gym shoes next to your bed or putting a notebook on your desk, basically letting your environment signal the action before your brain has the chance to resist. The second one is time-based, meaning doing the same thing at the same hour every day. Now, this kind of routine can literally program your biology because eventually your body expects the activity and the resistance slowly disappears. The third one is emotional, and emotions can be cues to actions, believe it or not. Even negative feelings can actually be cues. For example, stress, anger, or boredom can become triggers, positive triggers, if you link them to productive responses instead of destructive ones. So for me, anytime I feel that feeling of quote unquote boredom, I write or I read. That's basically the connection I've made. Now, once those cues are fire, friction must be removed so that taking action actually feels natural. So your consistency is bound to fail when the path to action is actually cluttered. Every point of resistance, like finding your shoes or opening apps or preparing your tools, all of these and similar ones become an excuse. So essentially, to sustain your effort, you need to strip away friction until the action is almost impossible not to do. So for example, you can lay out your clothes the night before, or automate your payments, or batch prepare your meals, and so on. The less you think, the more you'll be able to do. So once you've removed friction from the actions you actually want to take, you should invert the process and basically add friction to the behaviors you want to eliminate. So for example, deleting social apps, or moving junk food out of the house, or blocking certain websites. Basically, lock your distractions behind a ton of effort. Now, with friction, the next piece is rhythm. A mechanic is useless without tempo. So consistency works best when it follows predictable patterns. Humans are rhythmic creatures, and so you need to build cycles of effort and rest that your body can actually anticipate. Rhythm makes work less about discipline and more about flow. Now, there are many ways to do this, so here are a few examples. For example, every day, you can anchor yourself with morning and evening routines. Now, these set points will basically protect your consistency in more chaotic days. Now, when it comes down to your week, you can assign focus themes to your days. For example, you do sales calls on Monday, deep work on Tuesday, content creation on Wednesday, etc., so that your decisions are already made. And recognize that some seasons will require harder pushes and others will require lighter maintenance. Rhythm means adapting so that you don't break and can continue for longer. Now, with rhythm set, accountability becomes the reinforcement that makes sure nothing slips between the cracks. So consistency grows stronger when it's not just you watching. Accountability can be external or internal, but the principle is always the same. Pressure increases performance. When it comes to external accountability, a coach, a partner, or a peer group will basically raise the standard because you know someone will notice if you slack. When it comes to internal accountability, that can be anything like journaling, tracking, and creating self-reports. Now, these will keep you honest even when no one else is watching. The act of recording keeps the loop alive. Now, the strongest accountability is the hybrid, basically having both external and internal accountability. But accountability only really sticks when it's paired with rewards that prove progress is real. So the brain loves progress, but if you don't give it proof, it will lose interest. So consistency thrives when you create feedback loops that show the reward of sticking to the process. One way to do that is to track your streaks. Cross off days, watch the chain grow until you basically refuse to break it. Along with that, you can give yourself small rewards after milestones. Now, this doesn't mean destroying your progress with destructive habits, but rather reinforcing it with experiences that signal growth. A very easy example for this is, let's say you're losing weight and you've reached the milestone on your weight loss journey. Instead of binging and completely destroying your progress, not that it's really possible, depends on how much you've actually lost, but a lot of the times people can actually completely destroy the progress they've made by binging as a cheat day, which is supposedly a reward for them sticking to the diet. Rather than doing that, maybe have a cheat meal, one that won't really take you outside of your diet, but maybe will bump your calories a little bit and it will make you feel like, okay, I've just achieved a milestone and I gave myself a reward. And remember to pause and feel pride in the act itself, because pride is the most sustainable reward of all. Now, the final mechanic is resilience, because even with cues, rhythm, and rewards, life will throw days at you when the system kind of crumbles. And so true consistency isn't about never missing, it's about never letting misses multiply. Now, I have a video on this on the channel, so make sure you go watch it. Consistency means always returning to the thing. Everyone falls off. The winners reset fast without guilt or judgment and just come back to it. If you miss one workout, for example, the only rule is don't miss the next. So you don't focus on not missing the first one, you focus on not missing the second one. Consistency is really about recovery speed. So one thing you could do is to adopt the never twice standard. Slipping once is pretty human. 2 slips are the beginning of a new pattern. So train yourself to bounce back immediately, not after guilt, not after shaming yourself, but after the very next chance. Now, once these mechanics are installed, discipline stops being about force and really starts being about inevitability. And inevitability is what allows you to build bigger control systems that govern not just habits, but your entire life. So let's talk about systems and controls. Discipline eventually outgrows sheer willpower and even consistent habits. To scale beyond your own limited energy, you really need systems and controls. A system is a structure that produces results automatically. Controls are basically the mechanisms inside it that keep everything on track. They keep the system on track. Without them, discipline is fragile and dependent on moods and motivation. With them, discipline becomes more self-sustaining, like a machine that basically runs whether you feel like it or not. And this is where you really stop managing yourself like an amateur and actually start operating like a professional. So you need to think of your life as a machine. Every machine has inputs, outputs, and feedback loops that make sure everything is working correctly. So with that in mind, systems and controls are the frameworks that stabilize the machine. You decide what goes in, how it gets processed, and what comes out. Most people live without a framework, which means their results are always pretty random. But when you install one, results become very predictable. So inputs are about things like what you consume, who you talk to, what you allow into your mind. These are the raw materials of your system. Garbage in, garbage out. Processes are about the way you work, the rituals you follow, the methods you repeat. This is the engine that essentially transforms your inputs into outputs. Now, outputs, on the other hand, are about your results. Now, results aren't accidents. They're the inevitable product of what's upstream. So you need to track them ruthlessly so you know if the system is actually producing the outcome you wanted in the first place. Now, once you understand the framework, you can start building controls to make sure it doesn't actually drift. So a system without controls eventually collapses. And so controls are essentially the checkpoints that catch you when you start slipping. They keep the machine honest. If you try to run everything on memory and willpower, you'll fail. With controls, failure gets caught before it snowballs. So tracking metrics becomes non-negotiable. If you're not measuring, you're guessing. And if you're guessing, your results are going to be random. Whether it's calories, sales calls, workouts, or your hours worked, tracking tells you the actual truth. Now, audits are another form of control. Having daily, weekly, or monthly reviews will help you recalibrate. No system runs perfectly forever, so audits will keep you aligned by forcing reflection and adjustment often enough. Now, another important point here is to build automatic responses, or in other words, if-then triggers. When certain thresholds are hit, for example, if expenses go above a set number, you'll cut your spending. If your sleep time goes below a set number of hours, you adjust your workload. Basically, if-then triggers. If this happens, then I do this. So with controls in place, you must then design environments that actually keep the system frictionless. So no system will survive if your environment is basically sabotaging it all the time. So even the best system will collapse in the wrong environment. Your surroundings act as either accelerators or anchors. You need controls baked into the places you live and work. So make your environment fight for you instead of against you. So one way to do that is organize your workspace so that focus is the default. Your main tools should be easily within reach and distractions should be out of sight. Every detail is a lever. Now, when it comes down to your home environment, for example, it should reflect your priorities. So if you want to eat clean, fill the fridge with clean food. If you want to read more, put books within reach everywhere you actually relax. So it sounds like common sense, but a lot of the people miss this. So in your digital space, your phone and your apps need the same treatment. Disable notifications, delete distractions, and make your digital world reflect your discipline and your priorities. Now, your environment basically sets the stage, but rituals will keep the play running. So a system basically thrives on repeatable actions. Rituals are the glue that hold everything together. They're not only a reminder to take action, but they also reduce decision fatigue so that the system basically runs on autopilot. So in the morning, start with anchor rituals like hydration or planning or training or journaling. These habits will basically get your system in motion. In the middle of the day, you can build reset rituals like short walks or stretching or deep breathing, because these will prevent burnout and keep your focus sharp for a few more hours into the later part of the day. Now, in the evening, you can end your day with closing and decompressing rituals like reviewing your day in your journal or preparing for tomorrow and unplugging. And this will basically reset you for the next cycle and will make tomorrow easier to get into motion. So with that said, rituals basically make systems automatic, but accountability makes them unbreakable. So One way to do that is to build accountability controls into your system so you're never really relying on yourself. Even the strongest people will slip when no one's watching. The best systems anticipate that weakness and correct it with either external, internal, or hybrid accountability like we talked about earlier. Now, once those accountability checks are in place, you move into optimization, tuning the system so it doesn't just work, but works at peak efficiency. So a strong system is never static. It should adapt as you grow. Optimization means tweaking levers for better results with less effort without breaking the machine. So every week, ask yourself what worked, what failed, and what can be improved, and actually write these things down in your journal. Now, systems can become also overwhelming and reach a point of diminishing returns if you bloat them. And so if a step doesn't add value, if a habit doesn't add value, don't add it. The tighter and leaner the machine, the stronger it will be. I see so many people just adding habits on top of habits every single day, and their morning routine is like 5 hours long. Then they wonder why they're not productive. And the only reason they're adding all of these habits is because such and such influencer said to do that. Don't. Actually think about what you value and what would be valuable for you at this stage of your life in this season, and just do that. Consistency is better than just adding a bunch of random habits glued together because people said so. Now, when you hit plateaus, try to upgrade your tools, strategies, or methods. For a system to become increasingly scalable, you need to be willing to evolve them. Now, when your system is optimized, the next step is integration, making sure every part of your life feeds the others instead of competing with them. So the best systems aren't siloed. Health, wealth, relationships, and personal growth, they all connect. When you design systems that reinforce each other, discipline stops feeling like juggling and starts feeling like momentum. So you can use habits in one area to basically fuel another. Now, it's pretty common sense, but training and eating clean will increase your energy. Now, if you have more energy, you'll have more energy to work on your business. From there, your business will probably be more successful, and your business success will then sharpen your confidence in other areas of your life, like relationships and so on. It becomes a self-improving cycle. So align your goals so that they support, not contradict each other. If your health goals clash with your work goals, for example, one will sabotage the other. Integration removes this conflict. So when systems are integrated, your life feels like one unified engine instead of fragmented pieces. Now, your body is the first one, or the first system that basically needs control, because everything else really depends on it. Without health controls, no amount of ambition can really survive. So you need to build systems that automate your energy regeneration, your recovery, and your physical growth so that you're not constantly guessing or negotiating with yourself. Now, when it comes to nutrition, for example, you can pre-decide your meals. Pick 3 to 5 staple options, for example, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, if you eat breakfast and lunch, or if you eat lunch and dinner, and rotate them. Another thing you could do is automating your grocery delivery, or blocking 1 day per week to actually prepare healthy meals ahead of time. The control here is removing the question, what should I eat, so you never slip into unhealthy choices. What you could also do is basically get a subscription for one of these healthy meal delivery services and just have your meals delivered. In the case of training, you can create a set program and stick with it for as long as possible. Don't chase novelty every week. It's also not the best way to grow if you're just changing your program every week. Now, if you're lifting, follow a proven progression. And if you're doing cardio, assign fixed days and distances. Now, the control is predictability. You don't decide to train, you execute on what's already scheduled. As for sleep, set your bedtimes and wake times to the same time every day, and use environmental cues like dimming your lights, for example, or turning off your screens after a set hour, a cold room, etc. That way, recovery won't be left to chance. It's enforced by your controls. So for me personally, my lights have been set to turn off completely at a specific hour every evening. This creates a cue that basically tells me it's time to go to bed. They also change colors and dim at a specific hour so that they don't disturb my sleep later on. Similarly, you can set your lights to turn on automatically at your wake time. This removes the negotiation of actually getting up and makes the transition seamless because the lights are now on. You're now awake. You might as well get up. So once your body is controlled, your energy is stabilized, and your concentration is stronger, the same principles apply directly to your business or career. Money without systems bleeds away. It doesn't matter how much you make if you can't control where it goes. So systems for wealth are about capturing income, allocating it, and then protecting it. So when it comes to your business, you can set up automated systems to collect money. This includes sales pipelines, payment processors, and invoices. Now, this sounds common sense, and to the more advanced people out there, most of them already have this set up. But the idea here is to make money flow to you smoothly without any friction. You should also create clear rules for when and how you actually follow up with clients. When the system handles this for you, there's no room for hesitation or second guessing. Now, as for expenses, create spending limits for different categories in your life and decide on fixed percentages for essentials like living costs, as well as investing, saving, or other spending. The idea is to set up automatic distribution so that money gets allocated to these categories before you even see it. This way, you're not really tempted to spend what should be saved or invested. And make sure you use some kind of dashboard or spreadsheet to monitor your revenue, profit, expenses, and savings every week, or just your income and expenses. The numbers will tell you the truth about your financial situation. And when you track consistently, you're going to be forced to basically confront reality, which means you'll catch any problems before they actually spiral out of control. Now, with money stabilized, your focus turns towards relationships. And here, systems are just as important, though most never really think to apply them. Discipline without connection collapses into loneliness. So systems and relationships basically keep them alive, even when you're focused on bigger missions. They don't make relationships robotic, but rather they make them reliable. Here are some examples for romantic relationships specifically, but you can basically, to a degree, apply those with other people in your life. So, for example, you can schedule relationship rituals just like you do with work. Weekly date nights, daily check-ins, quarterly trips. Consistency will beat grand gestures that only come when your guilt hits you. Now, another way to do it is to actually sit down and outline some rules for yourself, but also for your partner on how you handle conflict. For example, no insults, no going to bed angry, no stonewalling. Now, I'm not saying that some of these will work for everyone or that all of them will work for everyone. For example, I know people that actually don't believe in the no going to bed angry and it works for them. They actually would rather just go to sleep and discuss it the next day. But the idea is to set up these controls, to basically set up some rules for how you handle conflict in your relationship with that other person. Now, these controls will prevent your emotions from actually hijacking the system. So treat the relationship also like a project in a way. Now, you can set shared goals, you can track progress together, you can review together. Systems keep love from drifting into routine. Now, if you tell yourself, well, I haven't been doing this because my partner isn't interested, well, you need to lead at some point. So lead with that, do it yourself, and they will most likely follow you. Now, with health, wealth, and love structured, the last system ties it all together, yourself. The mind is the central control unit. Without systems here, everything else really collapses. Mental systems regulate your identity, focus, and emotional stability, as well as your mindset. So write and review your personal principles daily, for example, who you are, what you stand for, what you refuse to compromise. This is a control mechanism that hardwires and also anchors your behavior to something written out, to something most likely, and even better if it's physical. So if you actually have a piece of paper on which you've written these things down. You can also, as an example, run your days off a planner and break your big goals into weekly and daily targets. And the most important point here is, I would say, make time for reflection. Every week, review what worked, what failed, what lessons can be actually extracted. Because without these reflection controls, your experience will get wasted rather than create a positive feedback loop. Every week, every month, every year, you go through things that teach you very valuable life lessons that they just disappear because you actually don't log them anywhere. And in the future, the history sometimes repeats itself. In the future, when you actually experience those same things, you won't necessarily know how you handled them because you would have forgotten. If you actually log your experiences and you journal and you write these things down, you will basically have a running log of exactly how you handled certain problems in your life and how to handle them again. And so nothing will be very new to you anymore. You'll become basically unstoppable. So When these systems are designed and controls are enforced, life stops being a game of luck and every area starts feeding the others. Every slip gets caught, every action compounds, and from here you can finally lock discipline into a permanent upward spiral. With that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about unbreakable will, delayed gratification, consistency mechanics, systems and controls, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, map out the 4 domains of your life: health, wealth, love, and self. And after that, install at least one control system in each and keep it simple but consistent, such as pre-decided meals, for example, automated savings, scheduled relationship rituals, and weekly reflection reviews. Then create boundaries that protect your discipline. Remove distractions from your environment and set time-based cues and commit to never twice resets when you actually miss something. Discipline is not about perfection, but about keeping that drift contained. And finally, implement recovery as part of your system, not outside of it. Schedule active, passive, mental, and spiritual recovery across your week so that the engine stays sustainable. And treat rest like training because it is what keeps performance compounding at the end of the day. With that being said, if you enjoyed this training, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more. If you want this document along with the training itself, make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. And if you would like to work with me to implement all of this one-on-one, then make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to today's video or training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering is productivity is a nervous system problem. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the energy behind action, the safety switch, the bottleneck that kills momentum, the illusion of willpower, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the energy behind action. So everyone talks about productivity like it's some kind of a software problem. Like if you just find the right app or the perfect planner or the newest 3-step system, you'll suddenly become this focused, consistent, high-performing machine. But the truth is way deeper than that and way more physical. You don't act because you write things down. You act because your body has enough energy, clarity, and stability to actually move. If you want to test this out, this statement, just drink alcohol for one whole night and then wake up with 3 or 4 hours of sleep and try to be productive. Productivity isn't a mindset problem. It's not about motivation. It's not about tools. It's not even about time. It's about nervous system regulation. If your body is dysregulated, if your internal state is locked in survival mode, then it doesn't matter how smart or strategic or driven you are, you won't move. You'll stall, avoid, or spin out. Action is a function of state, not will. And if you've been stuck, inconsistent, or self-sabotaging, chances are your system doesn't feel safe enough to move forward because your nervous system is firing the wrong signal. So your nervous system is not neutral. It's either preparing you for movement or freezing you into stillness. And the human nervous system has one job: to keep you alive. That means scanning for threat, controlling energy expenditure, and filtering your entire experience of the world based on what feels safe or dangerous. When your system perceives safety, you get access to calm focus, flow, creativity, and confident execution. When it perceives danger, even subconsciously, you get anxiety, avoidance, indecision, and emotional shutdown. Most people are trying to be productive while running on a nervous system that's still living in fight, flight, or freeze. They're trying to sprint while dragging chains. And you stare at your to-do list but feel paralyzed. You know what to do, but keep delaying it. You commit to habits and break them within 72 hours. That's not laziness. That's a biological response to perceived threat. So execution burns energy, and the quality of that energy determines everything. Think of action like combustion. It requires fuel, oxygen, and ignition. Your nervous system is the mechanism that regulates all three. When the system is regulated, energy flows cleanly and predictably, and you move with power. When it's dysregulated, you either overreact, underperform, or burn out fast. There's no clean channel. So you can't outschedule bad energy. You can't plan your way out of a stressed out state. So you build complicated routines, and when they collapse, you blame yourself. But the system was never the problem. It was the state underneath. You try to push forward, but your body is saying no. On paper, the task is clear. Write the offer, send the message, record the video. It should take 20 minutes. Instead of doing it, you scroll, snack, second guess, or reorganize your workspace. You feel guilty for not starting, but guilt doesn't regulate the system. It actually tightens it even more. So you stay stuck, not because you don't care, but because your nervous system sees movement as risk, and it shuts you down before you can even begin. This is where polyvagal theory flips the game. Polyvagal theory breaks down how the autonomic nervous system switches between three states: dorsal vagal, which is freeze, shutdown, hopelessness, collapse; sympathetic, which is fight or flight, anxiety, urgency, hyperdrive; or ventral vagal, which is regulated, connection, focus, calm execution. Most people try to build success while stuck in either dorsal or sympathetic. They're either too shut down to act or too hyped up to focus. And in both states, their nervous system is prioritizing protection over performance. Real productivity doesn't happen from panic or shutdown. It happens from regulation. This is why most productivity systems fail. They're built on the assumption that your body is regulated and ready, but if you're anxious, depleted, or locked in survival mode, those systems won't stick. You'll start strong, but crash when your system hits resistance, and you'll think, I just need more discipline, when really you need nervous system support. The first fix is internal. Not a new planner, not a better strategy, a different physiological state. You can't execute while your body is running a defense protocol. When you're regulated, you gain access to your executive function. Planning, creative thinking, long-term vision. This is the state where you build, create, move, ship. You're present, you're confident, you're clear. And most importantly, it doesn't cost you everything. You're not pushing through, you're just flowing forward. When dysregulated, you don't have access to that system. You're trying to think long-term while your body is screaming, survive. And that instinct will always override logic, no matter how much you want it. And this is the first shift. Stop trying to force action from a system that's not ready. Your stuckness isn't a character flaw, it's a regulation issue. And when you learn how to stabilize your system first, execution becomes automatic. Not because you're motivated, but because your body finally feels safe enough to move. But what exactly is stopping that safety from kicking in? What's the switch that gets flipped in your biology that shuts everything down the second you try to act? The answer lives deep in your spine, and it's running the show whether you like it or not. So let's talk about the safety switch. So your body will never let you execute on something that feels unsafe. Not unsafe logically, unsafe physiologically. You could have the best plan, the clearest priorities, the strongest intention in the world, but if your nervous system detects threat, even just a trace, it will override your to-do list and throw your body into defense every single time. The gatekeeper of this entire process is your autonomic nervous system. It doesn't ask for your permission, it doesn't wait for your conscious mind. It makes the call in milliseconds: regulate or protect, move forward or shut down. Most people have no idea they're running their lives under the influence of a primitive defense mechanism located in their vagus nerve. It's a built-in safety switch, and when it's flipped, your system changes completely, from open and focused to guarded and reactive. So the vagus nerve runs from your brainstem all the way down through your chest and into your gut. It's your body's surveillance system. It listens constantly to everything: your breathing, your facial tension, the posture you're holding, the speed of your heart, and based on all of that, it decides safe or unsafe. If your breathing is shallow, if your posture is slouched, if your heart rate is elevated, the vagus nerve interprets that as a potential threat. And it sends signals to downshift your entire system, numbing you out, fogging your mind, and putting the brakes on execution. People try to think their way out of this. They try to force focus, push themselves into performance, but you can't outthink your vagus nerve. You have to regulate it. What feels unsafe to the nervous system isn't always obvious. The threat doesn't have to be physical. It can be emotional, social, relational. It can even be imagined. Sending a cold DM can trigger a freeze response if your system equates rejection with humiliation. Recording a video can spike anxiety if your body links visibility with danger. Raising your prices can feel like a survival risk if your history is wired for under-earning. The moment something carries the energy of threat, your system responds like it's life or death, even if the threat is just a client call. Now, most of this happens way before thought. The interpretation isn't verbal, it's felt. And by the time your conscious mind catches up, the shutdown is already in progress. When the safety switch flips, your entire operating system changes. You might feel heavy, foggy, tired, like your limbs are filled with cement. You call it laziness, but it's not. It's your nervous system hitting the brakes. That's dorsal vagal shutdown, the most primal response to overwhelm. It says, we can't escape, so we'll just stop. And ironically, the less you move, the safer your body feels, even if the consequences are long-term failure. Or maybe you ramp up. You overanalyze, you obsess, you overthink, you become hypercritical. Try to solve the problem with intensity instead of clarity. That's sympathetic activation. The system's in overdrive. It's trying to outrun the danger. You might get stuff done this way, but it's unstable. unsustainable, and your body pays for it later. You're trying to operate like a machine while your body is wired like an animal. You don't have a productivity problem. You have a safety problem. When your system feels safe, you gain access to your higher functions: focus, creativity, resourcefulness, planning, execution. When it feels unsafe, you lose all of that. Not because you're weak, because your biology doesn't trust your environment. So the question isn't, how do I get myself to do this? It's, what about this feels unsafe to the part of me that's still trying to protect me? Here's the part no one talks about. Safety isn't some vague feeling. It's physical. You can feel it in your breath, your jaw, your gut, your heartbeat. When your system is regulated, you're grounded. When it's not, you're floating, buzzing, bracing, tight chest, shallow breath, clenched hands, darting thoughts. All of it is feedback from the switch. Ignore those signals long enough and your whole life starts to feel stuck, stalled, and out of sync. The solution isn't motivation. It's regulation rituals. Simple patterns that tell the vagus nerve, we're safe. We can move now. Breathwork, cold exposure, singing, humming, shaking, posture correction, deep eye contact, slow exhale, meditation, trampoline jumping, which Tony Robbins famously does. You regulate first, then execute, not the other way around. What I do specifically before every one of those videos is meditate and use breathwork, as well as do some quick light exercise. And it always helps. You regulate first, and then you execute, not the other way around. At first, this sounds like it's overkill, like it's too soft, too somatic, not grind enough. But trying to grind while dysregulated is like trying to drive with the parking brake on. You burn fuel, you destroy the vehicle, and you don't go anywhere. The top performers you admire, from athletes to business owners, they don't push harder. They recover faster. Their edge is nervous system flexibility, not endless brute force. The moment you realize your system is trying to protect you, everything changes. You stop asking, why am I broken? And start asking, what safety cue is missing right now? That one shift lets you take your foot off your own neck. And from there, you can start re-engineering your environment, your habits, and your workflow to serve your physiology instead of fighting it. Because once safety is restored, action stops being an uphill battle and starts becoming a default setting. But just because you're regulated doesn't mean you're moving efficiently. There's one more layer underneath it all, a deeper structural flaw that chokes momentum at the molecular level, a biological bottleneck that kills progress before it compounds. That's what we tackle next. So let's talk about the bottleneck that kills momentum. So there's something nobody tells you when it comes to execution. It's not enough to want to move. It's not enough to feel ready. Even once your nervous system is calm and you're clear on what needs to happen, there's one more piece that determines whether you build real momentum or fall back into that start-stop cycle that keeps you stuck. That piece is your bottleneck, the single point in your internal system that controls the speed and power of everything else. In chemistry and systems theory, it's called the rate limiting step. Every chain of events has one component that moves slower than the rest. And no matter how powerful the system is overall, that one slow point determines the speed of the whole process. In your life, the rate limiting step is the action you avoid most consistently, the thing that feels smallest on paper but slows down everything else when left undone. And if you don't identify and eliminate that bottleneck, you'll never build compound momentum, because your progress will always be gated by that single point of friction. Bottlenecks are tricky. They're rarely obvious and they almost never feel like the biggest problem. It's not always the hardest task, actually. It's the one that quietly delays the rest. You tell yourself you're behind because you haven't built your funnel, but the real bottleneck is that you've avoided writing the headline for 3 weeks because it makes you feel exposed. You overbuild the parts you enjoy and ignore the one move that unblocks everything else. Bottlenecks wear disguises. They look like procrastination, waiting on inspiration, or just not being in the mood. But if you trace the delay, it always leads back to one high resistance task that makes your body tighten. The thing you're avoiding is the thing that's slowing down the entire system. Most people don't fail from lack of skill. They fail from constant breaks in continuity. Momentum is a chemical process. It builds when one action flows smoothly into the next. When initiation energy is sustained long enough to create compounding outcomes. You start small, the energy builds, you keep moving, the compound effect kicks in. That's how big shifts happen fast. But every time you hesitate, pause, or delay, especially on your bottleneck, you interrupt the chain reaction and the momentum dies. So you find yourself constantly resetting, remotivating, restarting, not because you're inconsistent, but because your bottleneck keeps resetting the cycle before it can mature. The reason your bottleneck sticks is almost never tactical, it's emotional. You've unconsciously paired that action with discomfort, risk, shame, or rejection, so your nervous system quietly tags it as dangerous and your body finds subtle ways to resist. You clean your desk, you change fonts, you build 10 different versions of the same asset, hoping one of them feels right. You tell yourself it's not the right time, you wait for inspiration, but underneath all of it is just fear of friction. And until you rewire the way your body responds to that one move, every attempt at consistency will collapse at the same point. Different context, same wall. So how do you find your rate limiting step? It's simpler than you think. Ask yourself this: if I had to do one thing today that would make every other task easier or irrelevant, what am I avoiding right now that fits that description? Usually, the answer comes fast and feels like something you'd rather ignore. That discomfort, that's the signal. That's the thing. You can also look at your last 5 projects, routines, or sprints and ask, where did I always slow down? What step did I always delay? What decision or action always took longer than it should have? If the same task causes friction every time, it's not just tactical, it's systemic. And once you see it, you can finally start to dismantle it instead of dancing around it. So you don't overcome bottlenecks by pushing harder. You do it by designing a ritual around them. Instead of trying to get motivated, you make the bottleneck your first task every single day, no matter what. If cold outreach is your blocker, your day doesn't start until the first 5 DMs are sent. If scripting is the wall, then your morning begins with writing the first paragraph, no matter how bad it is. The action stops being terrifying. It becomes part of your rhythm. Your body learns that it's safe, and the resistance drops. Over time, the emotional tag gets replaced with a neutral one, or even a positive one. And as that friction disappears, the whole system starts to move faster, cleaner, and with less emotional cost. Every bottleneck you ignore compounds against you. Every bottleneck you fix compounds in your favor. Momentum isn't about intensity. It's about removing drag from the system. So if you want to become unstoppable, stop adding more. Strip away the choke point, the thing that kills speed, the thing that delays decisions, the thing that you keep saying you'll get to later. That's the lever. Most people think they need to overhaul their life to make big changes. They don't. They just need to find the single point of failure that keeps stalling the engine and fix it before it resets the loop again. Small hinges swing big doors, and in your system, that one moment of friction is the hinge that holds back everything else. Once it's gone, things feel easier, not because life changed, but because resistance vanished. And what used to feel like a climb starts to feel like acceleration. But even after the bottleneck is removed, even once your system starts flowing again, there's one lie that still sabotages high performers the most. One cultural myth that makes you feel broken even when you're already making progress. And it's time we destroy it next. Let's talk about the illusion of willpower. So one of the biggest lies you've been fed is that the key to productivity is willpower. That if you could just get more disciplined, more focused, more mentally tough, you'd finally do what you say you're going to do. But here's the truth. Most people don't want to admit willpower is unreliable. It's inconsistent and biologically expensive. It's not a strategy, it's an emergency override. And if you build your life on it, you'll burn out before you break through. And if you're like me, you were probably raised to believe that willpower is the difference between people that are successful and people that are not. That's not it. People treat willpower like it's a muscle, like something you can build and grow, but it's not designed for that. It's more like a fire extinguisher. It works in short bursts in specific situations, and the more you rely on it, the faster it runs out. Sustainable execution never comes from force, it comes from alignment. When your environment is clean, your nervous system is regulated, and your actions are structured properly. You don't need willpower, you just move. Willpower drains fast because it burns glucose. Literally, it's an energy-intensive cognitive function. Every time you resist an impulse, make a decision, or override discomfort, your brain pulls from a limited pool of resources. And once that pool is low, your decision-making quality drops, your focus crumbles, and your internal resistance spikes. That's why it's easier to eat clean in the morning and binge at night. It's why you plan your day at 8 a.m. with military clarity and then break down by 4 p.m. watching TikTok on the couch. Your nervous system is tired, your frontal lobe is fatigued, and your capacity to push through has dropped below usable levels. So if your entire productivity strategy is just try harder, then you're setting yourself up for guaranteed inconsistency. The culture worships willpower because it looks heroic. We glorify the guy who wakes up at 4 a.m. to train in the rain, the founder who works 18 hours a day, the girl who grinds through exhaustion. That kind of behavior feels impressive because it's extreme, but we confuse extreme for effective, and that's a dangerous game. Most of the people you think are disciplined aren't running on willpower at all. They've just built systems and conditions that support action without resistance. Their triggers are controlled, their rituals are stable, their feedback loops are clean. So it looks like discipline from the outside, or willpower, but on the inside, it's just smart system design. Relying on willpower creates a boom-bust cycle that destroys trust in yourself. You get a surge of motivation, you go hard for a few days, and then you crash. You ghost your own plan, you break your own streak, you avoid the thing you said mattered most. Then the guilt kicks in and you feel like you betrayed yourself. So you double down, you try again with more pressure this time. This time I'll really commit. But it's the same flawed strategy and it fails again. I know because I applied the same thing. Over time, your nervous system starts to associate effort with pain, and every new attempt gets harder, not because you're weaker, but because your body remembers the collapse. People who execute consistently almost never feel like they're trying that hard, because they've built rituals that reduce decision-making, systems that guide their energy, and identities that support the behavior without resistance. The person who trains daily doesn't fight the urge to skip, they just train. It's part of them, it's embedded. The founder who writes every morning isn't hyping himself up to do it. He just knows that's how his day starts. When things feel hard every time, it's not because they're inherently hard. It's because you haven't yet removed the manual override dependency. You're still trying to push when you should be designing. Instead of willpower, build your life around leverage. Use identity, structure, and emotional alignment to make the right action the easiest one. When you see yourself as someone who just does the work, there's no negotiation. When the action is built into your environment and your calendar, you don't have to summon energy, you just show up. When the task is connected to a deep why, your nervous system stops resisting it, it starts supporting it. You don't need to fight yourself if the battlefield is already designed in your favor. Now, some part of you probably still believes that struggle is proof of growth, that ease is cheating, that simplicity is weak. But what if that's just trauma-coded ambition? What if that belief is the very thinking making everything harder than it needs to be? You're not growing because you're grinding. You're growing because you're evolving the system that used to require grinding. True power is when effort feels like flow, when forward motion feels like your natural rhythm, not a fight. Look at any elite performer in any field and what you'll find isn't just hustle, it's pattern. They do the same high-value behaviors every single day with very little drama. Their actions are predictable, their resistance is low, their adjustments are quiet and fast. They win not because they pushed harder, but because they didn't have to. So stop worshiping willpower. Stop trying to be the strongest struggler in the room. Instead, become the person who moves cleanly, consistently, and without friction. Not because they're superhuman, but because they no longer need to be. And if you want to actually live like that, if you want to stop pretending you need more discipline and actually build the system that sets you free, then you need to be surrounded by people who operate at that level. People who speak this language. People who think this way. Soon, we'll talk about where to find them. With that being said, let's talk about the review. We covered the overview, we covered the energy behind action, the safety switch, the bottleneck that kills momentum, the illusion of willpower, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. Start your day with a simple, repeatable nervous system cue that tells your body it's safe to execute. No skipping, no stacking, just one consistent signal that anchors you in control. Identify the single task that slows down everything else in your workflow. Make that action non-negotiable and attack it first every day until it no longer carries resistance. Finally, stop relying on willpower and start designing conditions. Build rituals, environments, and identities that make productivity automatic so action flows without internal negotiation. With that being said, I hope this brought a lot of value. If it did, make sure to hit that subscribe button, make sure to hit the like button, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the hidden truth of consistency and procrastination. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is the illusion of perfection, the spiral of return, the collapse of streaks, the physics of fast restarts, the identity anchor, the anti-fragile loop, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the illusion of perfection. So you're most likely sold a fantasy. Every self-help book, every dopamine trap app, every influencer whispering the same poison. If you just stick to the plan perfectly, you'll finally get what you want. Well, nobody mentions the snap of disappointment when you inevitably break your streak or the guilt that eats your motivation alive. A parade of checklists as if discipline is something you collect, not something you fight for. It's more than disappointment. You carry that failure like a rock in your shoe, pretending you don't notice as it destroys your self-esteem. And the more you obsess over perfect records, the deeper the cut when you miss. Now, the guilt piles on with every slip and makes you hesitate the next time. It turns I missed a day into maybe I'm not cut out for this. And the more you try to avoid falling off, the more every stumble haunts you until quitting starts to sound like mercy. You try to cure the pain with more tracking, more systems, new apps. You hunt the feeling of control, mistaking micromanagement for mastery. You buy the latest fail-proof planner, convinced that this one will finally break the curse. And the more rules you stack, the more ways you invent to fail, until the whole process becomes a monument to your self-doubt. Now, perfectionism isn't discipline, it's fear dressed up as ambition. You get obsessed with not being seen slipping. You'd rather show a perfect front than risk looking foolish for trying and failing. And so you curate your public persona, hiding every flaw, and the world sees your highlight reel, not your empty mornings or the nights you basically scroll till you fall asleep. You act as if discipline is second nature, but the truth is it's always been a street fight with yourself. You feel alone because everyone else seems to be pulling it off when really they're just hiding the same mess. Perfection is a mask that gets heavier every time you wear it. You wake up tired not from the work, but from holding the mask in place, and the energy it takes to maintain your streaks is the same energy that could have fueled real progress. One bad day, one missed action, and the mask shatters. All that effort is gone in an instant, or so it feels. Now, streaks, on the other hand, are the badge of honor everyone chases, not realizing that it's a trap. You're trained to worship unbroken chains, to see each red X as proof that you belong, but a streak isn't a ladder, it's really a leash. And when the streak breaks, you don't just feel behind, you feel erased, like you never did any of it, and the loss is sharper than the gain ever was. And you binge, you bail, you start fresh on Monday, and each restart gets harder as you collect more failed attempts. You end up mourning the perfect run instead of celebrating the days that you actually showed up. A streak is just numbers, pixels, a sugar hit for your ego. It's not grit, it's not real growth, it's not real change. You can hit a streak and stay exactly the same inside. Brittle, fragile, just waiting to break. And what actually matters is what happens after you fail, not how long you kept it together. Procrastination is the other side of the same sickness. You fantasize about a future where you never delay, never hesitate, never dodge the work, and that fantasy is really poison. You fill the void with fake action, sorting files, reorganizing the desk, getting in the right mindset. It feels productive, but it's air. Every checklist you finish becomes another excuse to not do the actual hard thing, and you let yourself get pulled away by anything that's shiny, convincing yourself that you're making real progress. The inner critic starts whispering, you label yourself lazy, undisciplined, not built for this, and every harsh word just digs the hole deeper, making it harder to climb out next time. Eventually, you stop fighting. Procrastination becomes an identity, not just an occasional habit. So here's where it all gets sticky. Once you call yourself inconsistent or a procrastinator, you start to build your life around proving it true. The label seeps into everything. To showcase how dangerous this is, this same concept happens in detective work and medicine. It's called confirmation bias, and this is when someone forms an early hypothesis or label like this person is the suspect or the patient has this disease, and then subconsciously looks for evidence that confirms their initial belief while dismissing contradictory information. For detectives, this can lead to tunnel vision, where they focus only on a single suspect and build a case around them rather than objectively evaluating all evidence. For doctors, this manifests as diagnostic anchoring, where an initial diagnosis frames all subsequent thinking, potentially causing them to misinterpret symptoms that don't really fit their original assessment. You're literally creating proof out of thin air to confirm your original label. Just as calling yourself a procrastinator creates a self-fulfilling prophecy, a detective who labels someone guilty or a doctor who labels a condition too early may unconsciously build their entire investigation or treatment plan around proving that initial label correct, rather than remaining open to new evidence. And so each time you fall off, the identity grows roots. I always do this, you think, and that story drags you down faster than any missed day ever could. You get so used to losing that winning feels like a fluke, an accident, something you can't trust. And sometimes you cling to failure because it's safe. It means nobody expects more from you, not even you. But you're not your patterns, not unless you refuse to fight them. The only thing stopping you from writing a new story is the willingness to pick up the pen. The second you act against your old label, even for 5 minutes, you prove that it's a lie. And every comeback, no matter how small, is another crack in the old identity. Social media is also a weapon. You see other people's streaks, their sunrise workouts, their spotless routines, and you forget that you're watching their commercial, not their real life. You measure your worst days against their highlights and it guts your self-worth. You want them to slip just so you don't have to feel so alone in your own struggle. You start hiding your own setbacks and the shame multiplies in the dark. The ones you admire most aren't perfect. They're just experts at returning so quickly you never even noticed that they left. You only see the wins because they don't broadcast the lapses. That doesn't mean they don't have them. The more you admit your own mess, the more real your progress actually becomes. The second you see it for what it is, you get to set your own rules. No one's coming to save you, you save yourself. And the minute you take that back, you can actually breathe again, and the pressure lifts and the game changes. Here's what they don't tell you. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to come back. That's it. The hero, quote unquote, isn't the one who never falls. It's the one who rises every time. The second you realize this, the whole game changes. The timer resets every time you restart, not every time you mess up. The freedom to return is the only perfection worth chasing. All progress is built on restarts. You can finally let go of the shame. You can finally start moving again. When you stop chasing streaks and start building resilience, you'll see just how much more you can actually do. And the next part of this journey will show you how to turn that into unstoppable momentum. So let's talk about the spiral of return. So let's kill the myth once and for all. Progress isn't linear. It never was, never will be. You'll have weeks where you feel untouchable, crushing your routine, staying on top of your work, feeling like you finally cracked the code, and then out of nowhere, life punches you. Family drama, insomnia, random life stuff. That's the real world. No one escapes it. Not the billionaires, not the monks. The difference is the winners come back faster. That's the entire game. How quickly do you come back? Not do you always stay on track? Not are you the world's most consistent human, but how long does it take you to pick yourself up? Most people treat falling off as some existential crisis. They throw the whole thing away the second they break their streak. But the best? They just reset, sometimes in the same hour, sometimes mid-sentence, all with zero judgment and zero guilt, because they realize both judgment and guilt will keep them there stuck for longer. One of the wildest secrets about real discipline is that it's less about never slipping and more about how tiny you let your lapses become. You eat the cookie and you get back on your diet at the next meal, not on Monday. You binge Netflix and you're back to work before guilt becomes this humongous monster you have to fight. Some people seem bulletproof, but they're not. They've just gotten so good at course correcting that their lapses are basically invisible, even to themselves. So there's a great example of this from the aviation field when a plane flies, it doesn't follow a perfectly straight path. The pilot sets a flight plan, a general route, but along the way, wind currents, turbulence, and air pressure differences constantly push the aircraft slightly off course. Now, the plane might drift a few degrees north because of crosswind and then slightly south when adjusting for air traffic or jet streams. The key insight is this: the plane is off course most of the time, but it's continuously correcting. The autopilot system constantly measures deviation from the intended path using instruments like GPS, gyroscopes, and inertial navigation systems. It then makes thousands of micro adjustments per minute, tiny course corrections, so subtle that you'll never notice, to bring it back on trajectory. If you looked at the actual path of a long-haul flight, plotted precisely, it would never be a perfectly straight line. It would be a very wiggly, meandering curve that averages towards the goal. The destination is reached not by staying perfectly on track, but by noticing and correcting whenever you're not. That's why pilots say you're never on course, you're always correcting course. It's a philosophy of precision through flexibility. So hopefully you're seeing the deeper metaphor here. Success, growth, and even moral integrity are navigated the same way. No one stays perfectly aligned with their plan. You drift, you notice, you adjust, and you repeat. What matters isn't perfection, it's feedback and correction. Another useful example here is relationships. They work in a similar way. In a way, relationships are built on daily recommitments. You don't choose someone once, you choose them over and over, sometimes consciously, sometimes without realizing it. Every day you get to decide in thousands of small ways whether to lean in or pull away. Relationships don't collapse from one betrayal, unless it's really bad, or one, lack of effort, they usually erode through the absence of these micro decisions. The truth is that every relationship is always either decaying or deepening, depending on how you show up in those tiny moments that no one else sees. So you're always falling slightly out of alignment with the other person, and hundreds, if not thousands, of small acts bring you back together. The couples that last aren't the ones that never argue or never fall out of alignment for a while. They're the ones that return faster to each other. And so even when it's not deliberate, you're still recommitting in subtle ways. These aren't always dramatic and conscious choices, even though they could be, but most of the time they're the quiet renewals of bond that keep it alive. And most people think relationships end when someone stops loving, but they usually end when someone stops recommitting, when they stop doing the small, basically invisible things that say, I still choose this. And that's the paradox of love too. It's both feeling and discipline. It's passion, yes, but also the deliberate work of returning to center again and again through boredom, irritation, distraction, and temptation. No couple stays aligned all the time. What matters isn't that you drift, it's how quickly and how often you return. And every relationship in the end is just a series of corrections back to connection. So most people misunderstand momentum. They also think it's something you build once and then coast forever. In reality, momentum is fragile as hell. It breaks. Your only job is to really catch the pieces and start rolling again. The quicker you restart, the less you bleed motivation. That's how you win the real race, not by running the whole marathon without stopping, but by shortening every pit stop, every bathroom break, every stumble. The longer you wallow in your failure, quote unquote, the heavier the restart feels. You have to drop the drama. It's not about you. It's just about the next step. Here's the inside out truth. Procrastination is just a pause. It's not a personality trait, just a gap between want and do. That's all it is. The more you understand that, the less power it has over you. And the people you think never procrastinate still stall. They just shrink the pause so small you'd miss it if you blinked. 5 minutes maybe, a deep breath. They just move. And so you can procrastinate for a week and still win if you come back without guilt. One deep work sprint after a lost day is more valuable than a month of low effort pretending. So the second you notice you're stalling, do something tiny. Open the document, write the first bad sentence. Momentum can start with garbage. Perfection only kills it. So procrastination is an action, not an identity. There is no real procrastination if you think about it, because even when you're procrastinating, you're actually doing something. You're taking action, which means you can take the right action. The moment you treat it as a thing that happened and not who you are, you've already beaten half the battle. So stop saying I'm a procrastinator and try I'm someone who restarts quickly. The words you use change your self-concept, and that changes your outcomes. Every return, even a clumsy one, is proof that you're not your worst habit. So your comeback speed is a skill. You can train it. You don't have to be born with it. The first time, maybe it takes a month. Next time, a week. Eventually, you'll be back in the fight in hours or minutes. The trick is making it automatic. You can literally rehearse bouncing back. Mess up on purpose and force yourself to restart. Flood your brain with proof that the world doesn't end when you fall off. Try skipping a workout, then doing the next one anyway. Skip a reading session and then pick up the book the next day. You're proving to yourself that you can control the story. Each time you return, the neural pathway gets smoother and you carve an imprint in your mind that basically says, I always come back. None of this works if you can't forgive yourself instantly. So self-flagellation is for people who want to suffer, not people who want to win. Let go of the drama, drop the shame, and move on. Every comeback is a fresh start, not a deduction from your score. So what matters now isn't what you missed, but what to do next. The future is always more important than the past. So the best way to understand the spiral is to see it play out in the wild. Think about athletes. The ones who melt down after a bad game rarely recover. The ones who shake it off mid-match become champions. And think about creatives. Writer's block isn't fatal if you keep typing garbage until it breaks. Think about entrepreneurs. Failure is just another Tuesday. They file for bankruptcy and then start again the next quarter with a new idea, yet with the same stubbornness. So ordinary people see setbacks as a sign to slow down or quit. High performers use the same setback as fuel. Proof that they're still in the fight. They're less emotional, more mechanical, but also freer. And so the spiral isn't a downward cycle. It's more so a helix that keeps looping upward as long as you keep returning. So what looks like falling apart is actually how you build anti-fragile strength. You don't get better by avoiding collapse. You get better by learning to recover in public without shame. So ask yourself, when's the last time you surprised yourself by coming back faster than you thought possible? If you haven't yet, it's time to start collecting those stories. They're the only real measure of progress. Write them down, catalog your comebacks. The more evidence you build, the less any one slip can hold you hostage. And eventually your default response to falling off will be, I always come back. And that's the spiral working in your favor. Now, once you get obsessed with the return instead of the streak, your relationship to failure transforms. And the shame starts to feel foreign, almost funny, and you start looking at setbacks as a weird kind of opportunity. There's something powerful waiting for you in that collapse. So let's talk about the collapse of streaks. Everyone feels the snap. You're killing it for 6 days, 3 weeks, maybe a month straight. The calendar looks clean, the habit tracker is green, and you start thinking you're finally one of those consistent people. Then one night you're tired. One weekend you're traveling, something derails you, and suddenly the streak is all of a sudden dead. It's infuriating, embarrassing, demoralizing, but that break, that's the real teacher, and it's where everything actually begins. The collapse isn't just missing a day, it's the avalanche of thoughts that follow. The voice in your head that says you never had it anyway. You think maybe you were faking it the whole time. Maybe you're doomed to cycle through hope and shame forever. The collapse forces you to confront who you actually are when your system fails. You realize willpower isn't infinite and streaks aren't armor. This is the only moment you're forced to be honest. The mask drops and what's left is the actual you, the person who has to decide if the story ends here or if it's just the middle. Now, what separates people isn't how long they keep a streak, it's how they act the second it dies. That's where all the leverage is. That's the hinge on which your progress swings. And there's a moment of absolute freedom when you fall off. You can get sad and bitter, or you can get up and get better. Most never even realize it's an actual choice. And so the more times you let a collapse spiral into quitting, the more your brain wires itself for surrender. You're just conditioned, and that's fixable. Now that you see how collapse exposes the truth, let's break down what the streak was actually giving you in the first place and why losing it feels like getting punched in the face. So a streak gives you fake certainty. It's the illusion that you're on a moving walkway, coasting forward as long as you don't trip. The feeling is addictive. Your self-worth gets tangled up with that number ticking upwards. But you start living for the streak, not for the change you actually want. And so once the streak is your identity, you're a slave to it. You guard it like treasure, fearing any crack will expose you. You say no to opportunities or to spontaneity or to anything that could put the chain at risk, and it shrinks your life instead of expanding it. Habits become prison bars instead of building blocks, and the game stops being about who you're becoming and starts being about not screwing up. Even if you keep the chain going, it eventually feels empty. There's no joy, only pressure, only tension, only anxiety that tomorrow could ruin everything. You keep growing out of obligation instead of love. Does that sound like discipline to you or survival? And you start resenting the very thing that you set out to love. Nobody tells you this at the beginning. When the reward evaporates and all that's left is the failure, you have a decision: spiral or salvage. And here's where the people who make real change are born. The first hour after you break a streak is everything. The next move you make is a fork in the road, and it will predict your next week, your next year, maybe your whole life. Do you punish yourself or do you experiment? Do you hide or do you recalibrate and come back? Do you want to know the real cheat code? It's speed. Not speed as in frantic movements, but in how quickly you can switch from I failed to I'm back. Shrink the window and make it automatic. The faster you move on, the less pain you drag with you. Some people make a physical ritual out of it. Snap a rubber band, take a cold shower, do 10 push-ups. It's not about the action itself. It's about the signal, telling your brain reset now, not later. Build the comeback into the collapse. If you miss a workout, text a friend and book the next one right away. Skip a day of writing, then jot down one raw, ugly sentence just to keep the gears moving. The streak is dead, so what? Mourn it for 5 minutes and then bury it, because the streak doesn't really matter. What matters is the person you become in the process. So let it go with intention, and if you let it haunt you, it will. Every time you come back, you teach your brain that failure isn't the end, it's just a checkpoint. Each rapid return is basically a vote for the new identity, the kind of person who always finds a way back no matter what. And the reason this works is because the streak mindset makes your entire identity very brittle. One break and you feel broken, but if you train for recovery, you become unbreakable. Build collapse-proof routines, not just habit streaks. Expect the breakdown and then engineer emergency procedures for when you fall off so you're not improvising in a shame spiral. So write out your 3-step recovery protocol before you ever need it. For example, admit the streak is dead out loud, take one small step that reconnects you to your goal, and then celebrate the restart. So put the protocol somewhere you can see it easily, and don't trust your future self to remember, because the fog of guilt will roll in. This isn't necessarily for everyone, but for others it can work wonders. Basically, tell someone your plan, give them permission to call you out and keep you accountable when you disappear. Most importantly, you have to look at this as a scientist. Treat every collapse as data. What triggered it? Where did your system fail? How could you spot the signs sooner next time? Every streak collapse contains the code for a better system. Don't waste it. Extract the lesson, tweak the plan, and then move on. The more collapses you process, the more data you have, the more foolproof you make the plan, and the faster you'll get at rebuilding, until returning becomes second nature. Now that you've built your own comeback system, there's an even deeper lever you can pull. The art and science of fast restarts. Get ready for the mechanics of the fastest bounce backs in the world. So now that you've built your own comeback system, there's an even deeper lever you can pull. The art and science of fast restarts. Now, you want to build a life that doesn't collapse just because you paused. That means obsessing over the speed and reliability of your restarts. The world rewards people who can recover fast, people who can pivot, bounce, re-engage, and all of that without any self-flagellation. Every time you cut your downtime short, you stack compound interest on your progress. It's that simple. The only metric that really matters is how small can you make the window between stopping and starting again. People overthink everything except this. The best in the world build their days around snapping back. You shouldn't care about the streak. Obsess over the rebound. Start tracking not your success rate, but your recovery speed. How many hours, minutes, seconds until you move again. Get weird about it. Celebrate the 5-minute restart as hard as you once celebrated the 30-day streak. And over time, you want your average gap to shrink. Not zero, but shrinking. Perfection doesn't exist, but pace does. And so once you're addicted to measuring speed, you need tools to make it even faster. And that's where the real leverage actually lives. You need a kit of real-world, field-tested moves for bouncing back. Don't rely on willpower or vague promises. Build rituals, triggers, and routines that force you back into motion, whether you feel like it or not. If you feel paralyzed, then shrink the action until it's impossible not to start. Do one push-up, write one ugly line, wash one dish. The power isn't in the size, it's in the re-engagement. So lower the bar until you're basically embarrassed. If you're not embarrassed by how small the action is, you're not doing it right. Once you move, momentum does the rest. If it feels dumb, you're on the right track. The dumbest possible action repeated fast is more effective than the best action delayed forever. Change your scenery or change your state, but don't stay stuck. Move rooms, go outside, splash cold water on your face. Break the physics of inertia with physical action, not more thinking. Make move first, analyze later, your new rule. The mind loves to stall, but the body can drag it along. Build tiny restarts into your day. Stand up every hour, do a quick walk after every call, hit a reset button before you spiral into doom scrolling, and don't trust yourself to remember. Set up systems that actually call you out. Meaning, again, you can, for example, tell a friend to text you at 6 p.m. and ask what you restarted today, or use an app that makes you check in. If you can't be trusted, outsource the trust until you can. Or post your comeback publicly. Yes, even if it's ugly. The more people know, the faster you'll move. Or compete with someone. Make those restarts a game of some sort. Now, those tactics don't mean anything if you treat every comeback like a shameful secret. You've got to shift your identity down to the story you tell yourself about who you are. Most people wait until they feel ready before coming back. You can't afford that luxury. The emotional gap is always bigger than the physical gap, so move anyway. Readiness is a myth and motivation is a parasite. If you let feelings set your schedule, you're always stuck at zero. So decide now that you're the kind of person who comes back. Not sometimes, not when it's easy, but every single time. The people who move fastest are the ones who never let their self-respect depend on a perfect run. Write it out, make it your motto, repeat it when you fall, drill it into your skull until it's automatic, and surround yourself with comeback artists and study the people who never stay down. So, for example, Robert Downey Jr., from addiction to arrest and Hollywood exile to becoming Iron Man and one of the highest paid actors alive. Another example is Conor McGregor. Regardless of what you think of him now, he rose from welfare to world champion, crashed under fame and ego, and then rebuilt his body and brand repeatedly. His comebacks are messy but magnetic, and to a degree, he has proved that audacity can be a renewable resource. Steve Jobs, for example, was fired from his own company, wandered through failure, returned years later to turn Apple into a cultural empire. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school team, retired twice, came back twice, and dominated both times. J.K. Rowling was an unemployed single mother on welfare, rejected by 12 publishers, and then built the most successful book franchise in modern history. Nelson Mandela was 27 years in prison and then walked out free without bitterness and became president. The faster you restart, the less any single failure matters. Eventually, the comebacks are so quick, nobody even notices you actually slipped. And that's how reputations are really made, not by never missing, but by moving so fast you look invincible from the outside and you no longer fear falling off because you've trained yourself to love the return. When you stop dreading the reset and start engineering it, your whole experience of progress changes. And now it's time to explore how identity cements all of this, so comebacks aren't just a tactic, but a core part of who you are. So let's talk about the identity anchor. So every streak ends eventually. Plans fall apart, systems break, motivation fades. What stays when everything else slips is identity. That's the real anchor. Until you become the kind of person who gets back up no matter what, every trick or tactic is just a temporary fix. Real change happens when your self-image refuses to stay down. Identity is just the story you tell yourself over and over until it feels like truth. A lot of people are stuck in loops like I always quit, or I can't stay consistent, or I procrastinate. Every time you repeat those lines, you basically carve the path deeper. The brain loves consistency. Once it believes you're a certain kind of person, it starts searching for proof. So if you say I'm someone who always comes back, it will start building a case, even if it has to stretch the evidence. But if you keep saying you're unreliable, you'll act it out without even realizing it. Your brain wants the world to match your story, no matter how damaging it really is. Once you see that, you can start rewriting those stories. The same mechanism that traps you can also free you. So forget about positive thinking. It doesn't stick without behavior. Instead, you need to act like the person you want to be, even if and especially when you don't believe it yet. So people think they need to believe something before they act on it. That's the have, do, be mindset. You need to be in order to do so that you can have. Behavior pulls belief along for the ride. Do tiny comeback actions daily. Write them down. I got back to work after wasting 10 minutes scrolling, or I hit the gym after missing 2 days. Small steps build the pattern, and collect these small recoveries until it's impossible to deny who you're becoming. When you've got pages of proof, it's hard to still call yourself a quitter. Each note adds weight to a new self-image. Slowly, the story shifts from I fall off to I always return. Now, most people only record their wins, their perfect days. You're gonna do something different. You will track the bounce backs. That's how you train for consistency. It's not easy to look at your mess without shame, but that's what breaks it. When you face it honestly, you can take control of it. And every comeback is proof that you're not fragile. You start to see failure as part of the game, not the end of it. And once you start collecting this proof, you make recovery automatic. But there's another layer, building triggers that make it effortless to re-engage. So don't depend on willpower. Build reminders that pull you back when you slip. Design your world to wake you up. So use objects, sounds, or words that ground you fast. Maybe it's a certain song you only play when restarting. Maybe it's a note on your mirror. Find a few that basically click and make them rituals. Some people use a ring or a bracelet they touch when they start drifting. The physical cue basically interrupts the old pattern. So rearrange something in your space when you recover. Move your chair, step outside, light a candle. Basically just tell your brain that the story is actually changing. And talk to yourself out loud. It can be weird, but it works sometimes because sound hits the nervous system differently than just thought. And you can try recording messages to your future self and remind yourself of who you are when things get rough. those moments become anchors too. With these cues in place, you won't need as much effort to restart, but the next level is transformation. So resilience means you recover. Anti-fragility means that you get stronger each time you do. That's the real goal. See every setback as training. Each recovery cuts the lag between fall and return, and what used to take a week now takes a day. What ruined a month now barely ruins an afternoon. So growth here compounds. Every bounce builds momentum. It's not a straight line, but rather a curve that accelerates over time. And soon you'll feel untouchable, not because you never fail, but because nothing keeps you down for long. And that's the goal. Eventually your story spreads and others see how you handle setbacks and mirror it. Real leadership isn't about winning all the time. It's about showing others that it's safe to lose and start again. The effects last longer than any flawless streak. You teach endurance by basically living it. And so when you reach this stage, chaos stops feeling threatening. Every failure becomes fuel, and the mess turns into material for mastery. And that's when consistency stops being a struggle and becomes your nature. So let's talk about the anti-fragile loop. So most people think a setback means they failed, like they've lost something vital. But what if every mistake, relapse, or act of self-sabotage could make you stronger instead of weaker? That's the difference between being resilient and being anti-fragile. Resilience means you recover. Anti-fragility means that you use the hit as fuel. You don't just survive the failure, you feed on it and come back later and better. Every time life knocks you down, it drops off a lesson in disguise. Inside the mess is always a chance to adapt, evolve, and return with more power. You study it, extract the lesson, and come back better prepared. So treat each relapse like a personal workshop. Get specific. What broke? What worked? What's the next version of your system? These questions turn failure into data, especially if you actually sit down, think, and write down the answers. So keep a running log of every crash and write down what you learned, how you recovered, and what you'll do next time. And over time, that becomes your personal code book for handling chaos. Now, most of your best insights will come from what breaks, not what works. Systems evolve under stress. So when your old plan fails, make a smaller, smarter one. If you can't keep a full morning routine, for example, you can build a 2-minute version that you can't miss. That flexibility will beat that feeling of perfection. So try new things. The more you test, the faster you learn what actually works. And these tweaks and insights create leverage, but leverage is useless without action. So you've got to use it to replace guilt with progress and start compounding. So real progress isn't about how hard you push one time, but about what lasts. It's about what builds on itself over time. Trying harder is easy. Failing smarter is rare. So stack your lessons, because after a year, you'll be miles ahead of anyone still chasing perfect streaks. You've been tested more, learned more, and hardened your foundation. Now, your brain forgets pain fast. So keep your lessons visible and reread your crash log and notice the patterns. They're a literal map of your evolution. And mark every comeback with something small but deliberate, like a note or a journal log or a meditation. It reminds you that another layer's been added to who you are. Each round makes your recovery faster and smoother, and you build flexibility and quiet confidence. Shame loses power because proof is replacing it. And you'll start to realize you're tough to break and quick to rebuild. And your bar for what's normal will rise, and you'll stop wishing for easy days because you know difficulty is where the upgrades actually happen. And this is the engine behind transformation. Now it's time to make it automatic so it keeps running even when you're tired or distracted. That brings me to automation. Build your anti-fragile loop so it runs on autopilot. Set reminders to check your log and let tools instead of willpower keep the system alive. So have a ready-made checklist for setbacks. What triggered this? What worked last time? What can I change now? And don't rely on memory when you can rely on structure. And treat it like brushing your teeth. Non-negotiable. Review, reflect, and adjust on schedule. Every restart should come with more insight, more control, more speed, and each loop should upgrade the system. Over time, the pattern becomes self-fueling. Setbacks aren't detours, they're the road itself. The dips get shorter, the rebounds get faster, and eventually relapse barely registers because you recover too quickly for it to matter. That's the anti-fragile loop, a system that converts pain into performance, but it only works in motion. Thinking about it changes nothing. Acting on it changes everything. So start the loop, write down your last crash, pull a lesson from it, and adjust one thing, and restart today. What counts isn't how many times you failed, but how quickly you restart and how much stronger you are when you actually do. That's when you'll realize consistency and procrastinations aren't about never failing, but rather the constant, never-ending, boring, repetitive, and most importantly, inevitable course correction of failing and coming back all the time. That's all it is. So, with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the illusion of perfection, the spiral of return, the collapse of streaks, the physics of fast restarts, the identity anchor, the anti-fragile loop, the review, and now your action items for the day or the next few days. First, sit down and write out your last 3 collapses or relapses, and for each, document exactly how long it took you to restart, what story you told yourself, and what you learned. And this is the first step in seeing your real patterns and grabbing control of your comeback cycle. Then build your comeback system today. Write a 3-step protocol for what you'll do next time you fall off and put it somewhere you'll see it often. Finally, the next time you inevitably fall off, whether it's today, tomorrow, or next week, catch yourself in the act. Start your comeback immediately, even if it's small. Just do something. The return is the only streak that matters. With that being said, I hope this was enjoyable and I hope it was valuable. If it was, give the video a like, comment below, let me know what you enjoyed, what you want to see next, and make sure to subscribe to see more. If you want to work with me, book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this document along with this training, join the free community from the first link in the description. Again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is mastering motivation and doing hard things. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is why doing hard things actually matters, the sources of resistance, overcoming initial resistance, dopamine and environment control, identity and mindset transformation, leveraging motivation and rewards, practical routines and lock-ins, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about why doing hard things actually matters. So every meaningful transformation in life comes from stepping into discomfort and pushing through resistance of some sort, not from staying where it feels easy and safe. Some of the activities that matter most in our lives, like deep work, consistent training, disciplined study, building a business, creating art, even building a family, are by definition the ones that feel heavy or difficult in the moment, but rewarding in the long term. And they literally shape the person you become far more than the easy, low friction habits ever could. And if you think about it, easy paths don't build strong people. Scrolling endlessly, eating junk food, avoiding challenges, all of those things, they're pretty easy to do. These things, though, rob you of energy and confidence while leaving you with nothing really to show for it but regret. Now, hard paths, on the other hand, give you muscle, skill, wisdom, maybe a family, and prove that you can do more than you thought. The sweat of discomfort is what turns into the pride of growth. And that's why choosing difficulty is always a net positive, even if it doesn't feel that way in the moment. And I have another video on my channel talking about this specific thing, is always do the hard thing. Now, success in every arena like wealth, health, love, and self follows the same formula. Tackle the things that others avoid. While most people back down from discomfort, you will learn to lean into it through this training, and that single trait is what separates those who rise from those who stay stuck. Your willingness to embrace the hard road is what really sets the ceiling on your results in life. Think about what happens when you put off hard things. They don't disappear magically or something like that. They always stay there and they pile up in your mind and sometimes even physically around you, making you heavier, more anxious, and less confident. Now, avoidance breeds guilt and eats away at self-trust. On the other hand, when you attack hard things head on, you gain momentum, and that momentum is what creates a sense of power. That's why the ability to crave challenge is not optional. It's the foundation of lasting progress. But before we can build that craving, we need to face the honest truth about why our brains actually push back against effort in the first place. And we're going to be going deeper into this later on in the training, but to give you a quick rundown, your brain is wired for survival, and survival means conserving energy. Thousands of years, or let me backtrack. Survival doesn't necessarily mean conserving energy, but a part of survival is conserving energy. Thousands of years ago, taking the easy path literally saved calories and kept you alive. Today, that same instinct is what works against you because society has already covered those basic survival needs. What was once useful has now become a trap, keeping you away from growth. So if you picture two choices, for example, sitting and scrolling TikTok or sitting and writing the first page of a business plan, your brain sees them side by side and compares them, not by value, but by stimulation. And so TikTok delivers quick dopamine with almost zero effort on your part. You literally just have to flick your thumb. Writing, meanwhile, feels like climbing a hill. And that contrast is what your brain looks for and looks at, and it's what makes the hard choice feel nearly impossible, even when you logically know it's the better one. The real problem is not that hard things are objectively painful. A lot of them actually aren't painful necessarily, but that easy things are engineered to feel so much more rewarding by comparison. And that imbalance is what tricks your brain into choosing the path of least resistance again and again. And our brains are wired to look for and choose the path of least resistance. So you'll never escape the fact that the growth is uncomfortable and sometimes difficult, but you can change your relationship to that discomfort. You can teach your mind to actually crave the very resistance it once avoided. And that shift is where real transformation here begins, because you'll then love doing hard things. And once you see the necessity of doing hard things, the next question becomes very clear. Why does our brain actually throw up these walls of dread and procrastination and fear every time we actually try to do something difficult? Well, let's talk about the sources of resistance. So resistance is not weakness, laziness, or some kind of a character flaw. A lot of people, they blame themselves and they guilt trip themselves because of this. They think that because they feel some kind of resistance towards difficult things, that they are flawed in one way or another, and that these people who actually do hard things are gifted in some way or another. They're not. Resistance is really the natural state of the human brain trying to conserve energy and to avoid pain and to protect your ego. And the brain evolved in an environment where survival depended on conserving calories and staying safe and avoiding risk. Now, if you think about hard things, all of them demand energy, they carry some sort of risk, and they threaten your identity. And that means your resistance is actually pretty predictable. We all have resistance, and it's not necessarily personal. When you finally understand where it comes from, you can stop treating it as proof that something's wrong with you, which is a very bad self-fulfilling prophecy to get into, and start seeing it as a challenge that can be actually dismantled piece by piece. And so the first piece of that is understanding emotional resistance. Now, emotional resistance is the first line of defense your brain uses to stop you from stepping into into effort. It shows up as dread, as procrastination, or that heavy, I don't feel like doing it feeling. The emotions aren't really telling the truth about the task itself, though, and they're magnifying it. And you can think of them as carnival mirrors. They stretch, they distort, and they exaggerate reality. So you can't necessarily believe them. The dread of a task expands with its perceived size. So, for example, telling yourself you're going to write an entire essay feels like a crushing boulder on your shoulders, but writing one sentence feels easy. It feels almost too easy to do. And the work hasn't necessarily changed. You're still writing, but the perception of scale has actually changed. And dread thrives on the illusion of this enormity. So the brain measures effort emotionally, not logically, a lot of the times. That's why Netflix can really absorb 6 hours of your day without any effort really on your part. But sending one important email can feel almost impossible. Yet sending an email takes 5 minutes, maybe. And so logic says the email is smaller, but your emotions paint it as heavier. This means one of the best ways to reduce resistance is to actually shrink the perceived size and break a task into fragments, essentially, because that will make the emotional weight manageable and tricks the brain into actually saying yes. On top of the dread, your neurochemistry matters as well. Dopamine is the molecule of anticipation, of craving, and of drive. If you've burned through it on fast dopamine activities such as scrolling or watching porn, eating junk food, or endless notifications, or video games maybe, or watching episode after episode on Netflix, you enter a dopamine deficit state. So in deficit, the brain doesn't have the fuel to really find those hard things attractive. Work feels flat, boring, and draining in comparison to that. And your desire radar is broken, so you default to easy stimulation. Now, the issue isn't just low dopamine, it's the comparison. Hard tasks naturally give smaller, slower dopamine payoffs. So if your brain is used to the fireworks of TikTok and sugar and, ordered food and etc., reading a book will feel like staring at a brick wall. It's not the book's fault, it's the warped baseline that you've actually created from all these other things. So if I constantly played video games or watched Netflix and ate junk food all the time, I wouldn't necessarily be able to create a training and talk about it for an hour, for example. It just wouldn't make sense. Even though, especially before having subscribers or before the views, it just wouldn't make sense for my brain necessarily. Why would I do that when I can just go and order some food and put on Netflix and just get the dopamine my brain needs that way? So humans make choices based on relative stimulation, not absolute value. The hard thing could objectively build your future, but the easy thing feels brighter in the moment. And this explains why a student can know that studying will change their life, but still ends up gaming all night. The brain weighs stimulation in real time, not the logical benefits of the hard task that might come years from now. And so resetting your dopamine baseline happens by cutting fast highs and making slower rewards competitive again through that. So by cutting those fast highs, those fast dopamine activities such as ordering food and watching Netflix and playing video games, your brain starts to love, or the harder tasks become competitive in comparison to those, because you now have more ways to actually get that dopamine. And because you've cut the fast highs, your brain will now reset to actually enjoying harder things. And believe it or not, over time, you'll actually experience more and more joy from actually doing those hard things, not because you've changed anything else, but the fact that you've just cut the other fast highs, basically fast high activities or fast dopamine activities. So emotions and chemistry aren't the only enemies, though. Resistance also comes from the most delicate and fragile part of you, which is your ego. The ego resists hard things because effort risks failure, and failure feels like identity death. If you attempt and fail, the story you tell yourself about who you are starts to crack. So your brain plays defense ahead of time. It tells you to not try, to not risk, and to not threaten the story. It's a survival mechanism for the self-image. And so fear of failure is the obvious version. If you apply for a job and get rejected, you face proof that you're not as capable as you hoped, or that's the kind of thought, at least, that your brain creates. It's not objectively true just because you got rejected. It's actually just math. It's probabilities, but your brain will create a personal story to paint you as some kind of an incapable fool of some sort. If you ask someone out and they say no, your confidence gets bruised. And the ego says, better not to try at all than to risk all that pain. And this is protection in the short term, but it's really poison in the long term. And it's actually a very bad way to think in general, because it's not objective. You protect your self-image by avoiding challenges, but you never gain evidence that you can actually succeed. And over time, this creates a prison of untapped potential. You feel safe, but you stay small. And if you look around, this is how most people live. And probably if you don't need to look that far. You can just look in your immediate family, most likely. And I'm not saying it in a bad way. That's completely said respectfully. However, you get the idea. Now, beyond fear, the ego resists anything inconsistent with your self-image. If you've spent years telling yourself that you're bad at math, then your brain will fight tooth and nail against studying math. Why? Because doing so will threaten the narrative that feels stable. And so humans crave consistency between their identity and their behavior. If the two clash, the brain creates friction. That's why going to the gym feels impossible if your self-image is lazy or unfit. The only way to shift is to just cast votes for the new identity. And each rep, each study session, and each attempt is a ballot that says, this is who I am now. And over time, the ego learns a new story and the resistance fades. And not only that, actually the ego will start confirming this new story over time and start looking for evidence to confirm this new story. So you can see how emotion and ego work together, but the emotion, basically what it does, it magnifies the pain and the ego magnifies the risk. And together they whisper, don't do it. But there's a third source of resistance that often goes unnoticed, the kind of fuel you're burning, and which is motivation or energy. Now, motivation is energy, and like energy, it comes in different grades. If you run on the cheap fuel of extrinsic motivation, you'll constantly sputter and stall. If you run on clean fuel of intrinsic motivation, you'll keep going long after others quit. Now, external motivators like money, recognition, praise, approval, they all work in short bursts. And I'm not saying they're necessarily bad fundamentally. However, and they work. They have their time and place. You can use them for your own advantage. However, it's like an energy drink. You drink it, and after that, you get a crash. They give you a dopamine spike in anticipation, but once you get the prize, the chemical crash actually follows. And so that's why winning a trophy can feel electric for one night, but empty a week later. And this creates a dangerous cycle where you always need the next carrot and you're always chasing another prize. You burn out because your fuel is actually unstable. Now, what's even worse is extrinsic motivation keeps you dependent on others, on the external world. If they stop praising you or paying you enough, or if you stop getting the amount of validation you used to get, then your drive will start collapsing. Intrinsic motivation, on the other hand, is basically limitless if you can find it. And you can find intrinsic motivation in curiosity, mastery, autonomy, autotelicity, purpose, love for the process. Those are infinitely renewable. They turn hard things into games, missions, or crafts you actually want to return to. They create flow instead of friction. So curiosity, for example, makes the task feel like exploration. You're not forcing yourself to do the task. You're investigating, you're exploring an interest. Mastery makes the task feel like leveling up in a game. Each rep is some kind of a progress. You're becoming better with each rep, with each iteration of the task. And so each mistake becomes feedback rather than some kind of a failure. Now, autotelicity is love for the activity itself, just loving doing the thing. And then purpose is what makes the task feel meaningful. You're not just working, you've connected the task to something bigger than yourself, to some kind of a purpose, to a bigger meaning. You're contributing to something bigger. And then autonomy is what makes the task feel like a choice, not obligation. When you frame your effort as your own decision, then the resistance weakens. And the easiest way to explain this to you is, for example, there's people that actually love their jobs because nobody is actually making them go to those jobs. They actually it's their decision to go to those jobs. And they feel a sense of autonomy even though they have a job. And that's why they love it, because it gives them a sense of autonomy, because the decision is theirs. They've made the decision to go there, or at least reframed that in that way. And so by now you can see resistance is a three-headed beast. It's an emotion, ego, and weak fuel. And each head tries to keep you from the work that actually matters. But knowing this is only half the battle. The real test is really learning practical ways to slice through the fog in the exact moment it shows up so you can actually start. And that's where the real tactics come in next. So let's talk about overcoming initial resistance. So resistance is strongest at the very beginning of a task. Once you're moving, momentum really carries you forward, but those first few minutes always feel like you're dragging a boulder uphill. That's why a lot of people say starting is the hardest part. If you can get past the first threshold, the weights lift and the task becomes 10 times easier. So the problem is that most people never even cross that first threshold. They stand on the edge, overthinking, negotiating with themselves, and eventually they just walk away. This section is really about breaking that invisible wall with a few tactics and strategies so simple and effective that resistance has no time to really dig in. So think of initial resistance like static friction in physics. It takes more energy to get an object moving from rest than it does to keep it moving once it's already rolling. So your brain works the same way. Sitting down to actually start studying takes more willpower than continuing once you've already done 5 minutes. The key is to reduce the size of that starting push until it feels effortless. One of the best tools for this is really the 2-minute rule. It's deceptively simple. Commit to doing the hard thing for just 2 minutes. That's it. The brain can't really argue much with such a small demand, so it will give in. And once you've started, that inertia will kick in. It's rare to stop after 2 minutes because the hardest part, which is the beginning, is already behind you. Now, instead of promising yourself you'll study for 3 hours, you can promise to open the book and read 1 page. Instead of saying you'll work out for an hour, you can commit to just 10 push-ups. 2 minutes feels harmless, but it's enough to flip the switch. And this works because it reframes the effort. The dread of a mountain shrinks when it's broken down into small hills. And so your brain no longer feels overwhelmed, so it stops resisting. And once it realizes the mountain was mostly in your head, it lets you keep climbing. Now, shrinking the task is powerful, but sometimes even that isn't enough. That's where the trick of playing dress up comes into play. So starting doesn't always mean doing the full thing right away. Sometimes it means putting yourself in the position where doing the thing feels almost inevitable. And this is where getting ready, just the act of getting ready, shines. So you don't have to force yourself to work. You just have to go through the motions that lead into work. So for example, if you want to go to the gym but feel paralyzed, then don't commit to the workout, but rather commit to putting on your workout clothes and tying your shoes. Once you're dressed, it basically feels silly not to go. Now, if you want to study but feel drained, then just open your laptop, clear your desk, and lay out the textbook. No need to do anything in regards to studying. Once the tools are out, your brain will naturally lean towards using them at some point. So this works because environment cues shape behavior. You prime the brain by signaling we are in workout mode or we are in study mode, and the action follows almost automatically. Now, you can even gamify it by rewarding yourself just for completing the preparation. And that tiny win will build that momentum that will then carry into the main task. Now, preparation can sometimes get the engine humming, but sometimes the task still feels like too much. And that's when breaking it down into micro slices makes resistance basically vanish. So another technique here that you could use is the 5% rule. Basically reduce the task to the smallest slice of effort you're actually willing to do. It's about bypassing the emotional wall that blocks you. So ask yourself, what's the smallest version of this that I'd actually say yes to right now? And then just do that. So for example, if you're overwhelmed by the idea of running 5 kilometers, then just walk for 5 minutes. If you're intimidated by writing an essay, then write only the introduction sentence. That 5% slice is the doorway to the rest. So the 5% rule hacks the brain's fight or flight response. Resistance rises when the task feels threatening. But when you shrink it so much, it feels harmless. The brain relaxes and you slip past the guard at the gate, essentially. And what happens next is crucial. Once you've done 5%, the brain often says, well, we're already here, we might as well just do more. And that's how small steps can snowball into big wins. Over time, just repeating this trick trains your brain to see hard tasks as approachable instead of intimidating. Now, sometimes shrinking or preparing isn't enough because hesitation itself is the enemy. That's where you need a more aggressive tactic. So that's where the 3-second rule comes in. Whenever you feel hesitation creeping in, just act within 3 seconds. Don't let the overthinking cycle spin up, because once it does, it will generate endless reasons to quit. So immediate action always cuts the loop before it actually starts. So for example, if you're seeing an email you've been avoiding, hit reply before your brain talks you out of it. If you feel the urge to work out fading, then stand up and start stretching within 3 seconds. The brain creates resistance through delay. So hesitation breeds rationalizations, and rationalizations kill action. So acting instantly will skip the negotiation and throw you straight into momentum. So you can count backwards from 3. So 3, 2, 1, go. And this will add a sense of urgency and trick the brain into thinking there's no time for debate. And also, the other thing is, while you're counting, you basically can't necessarily think about anything else. So many people find that once they start with a 3-second rule, their whole day feels lighter because they're no longer weighed down by procrastination. Now, these tools like shrinking, preparing, fragmenting, and instant action all attack the initial wall of resistance from different angles, but they all lead to the same point: making starting easier than not starting. And once you're moving, the challenge shifts from beginning to staying consistent. And so once you've broken the initial wall, momentum becomes your best ally. Starting is the hardest part, but continuing is usually much easier because your brain has already switched gears. So you're no longer dragging yourself uphill, you're now coasting with gravity on your side. And the trick is to use that first spark wisely and turn it into a sustained flame. So when you do the first 2 minutes or the first 5% of a task, don't stop immediately after. Just ride the wave. And if you planned to read 1 page, for example, see if you can actually do 5. If you started with 10 push-ups, then keep going until you hit a set. Once you're in motion, it just feels easier to continue than to stop. And so momentum is like stacking dominoes. Each small action knocks over the next, and soon you're in full flow. The genius of this method is that you really stop relying on willpower and start relying on inertia. And willpower will just get you started, but inertia will get you finished. So think of your day as a sequence of dominoes, and start with one task so small it's basically laughable, and just let it knock into the bigger ones. Lay out the gym clothes the night before, put them on in the morning, walk to the gym, and by the time you're there, working out is inevitable. The dominoes take care of themselves once the first one falls. But even momentum can basically falter if you let resistance sneak back in. And that's why having multiple entry points into hard work gives you layers of defense. So the first one practical tactic for creating that is creating multiple micro starts, meaning instead of relying on one way to begin, you create a toolbox of starting rituals. That way, even when resistance blocks one route, you have another ready. So your first ritual might be the 2-minute rule. If that fails, you use the 3-second countdown. If that fails, you shift to the just get dressed mode. And so each one is a doorway into the same room of effort. The more doors you create, the harder it becomes for resistance to shut them all. And this gives you flexibility. Some days, one method works better than another. And the important thing is that you always have an entry point. Over time, each of these rituals becomes a conditioned response, and you won't have to do them manually every time. Your brain will learn, when I hear the countdown, I move. When I put on the shoes, I exercise. These habits run on autopilot, bypassing resistance entirely. You just have to get there. You have to train your brain to get there. And this layered approach also prevents all or nothing thinking. If one tactic fails, you don't just quit. You actually just switch to another tactic. So having different ways to enter work is very powerful, but there's still one more layer, which is your relationship with discomfort itself. At the core, Initial resistance is your brain recoiling from discomfort. It says, this feels heavy, let's avoid it. But discomfort itself is not the enemy. So the way you interpret it is, if you can flip the story around discomfort, resistance loses much of its bite. And so instead of saying, I don't feel like it, so I shouldn't, learn to say, I don't feel like it, and that's the signal I need to do it. Discomfort becomes the compass pointing towards growth. So think of discomfort as the price of admission to improvement. Every push-up costs a little discomfort, but the currency buys strength. Every page of study costs focus, but it buys knowledge. Once you see discomfort as a fair trade, you stop resenting it and start using it. Athletes already live by this rule. The soreness of training isn't a reason for them to stop. It's proof that they're on the right path sometimes. So apply the same to daily life. The task you most resist, calling a client, writing the report, cleaning your home, is likely the very task that builds the identity you want. And when discomfort becomes your compass, hesitation turns into a green light. But to make this real and repeatable, you also need systems that lock you in before resistance has a chance to regroup. So one way to do this is using pre-commitment. So pre-commitment is another powerful antidote to initial resistance. You lock in a decision ahead of time so the choice is made before emotions can even interfere. So by the time resistance shows up, the door is already closed. You've already made the decision. So the way you do that is by setting up your environment so the path of least resistance is the right one. So if you want to read at night, put the book on your pillow. If you want to work out in the morning, then put your shoes by the bed. These cues predecide the action. So tell someone else your plan. If you've committed to, for example, meeting a friend at the gym, skipping also becomes far harder. Accountability also is a tactic here, public accountability, because it transforms what feels optional into what feels necessary. And so even small bets or promises to yourself can work. You can promise to yourself to transfer money to a paying account if you skip a habit. I used to do that with my brother. I would tell him that I would send him money literally if I skipped something. The cost of quitting now outweighs the cost of starting, because if you quit, then you have to send money. And so see pre-commitment as doing a favor for your future self. You take away their burden of decision by making it for them now. Now, pre-commitment locks in decisions ahead of time, but sometimes the battle isn't about choice, but rather about energy. If you don't have the energy to start, then resistance will always win. That's where managing your state becomes essential. So energy is important here. Many times resistance isn't purely mental, it's actually physical. So obviously, if you haven't been sleeping well, if you're dehydrated or you're underfed, every task will feel heavier. So you can't brute force yourself past biology sometimes. I mean, sometimes you can do that, but for a very short amount of time. That's why managing your state is actually part of overcoming that initial resistance. So start with sleep. A rested brain just generally has more dopamine, more willpower, and more focus. Cut 1 hour of sleep and even the small tasks will start to feel unbearable. And prioritize recovery if you want to crush resistance. Now, food matters as well. A sugar crash or a heavy meal will drag you down. That's why I personally don't necessarily eat during the day. Stable energy from clean nutrition makes starting far easier. Dehydration alone can reduce focus and increase fatigue. So drinking water can sometimes be the simplest way to actually shrink your resistance. And movement as well. Even light physical movement can wake the body up. A short walk, a few stretches, or a burst of exercise flips your state into ready mode. So once energy is on your side, every tactic works better, and you're not dragging a half-empty body into battle. You're fully charged. So at that point, the focus shifts from how to start to how to sustain the fire once it's already lit. So let's talk about dopamine and environment control. So no matter how strong your mindset or how clever your tactics, if your dopamine system is wrecked and your environment is pulling you toward distraction, then you'll keep losing the fight. Now, discipline means stacking the game board so that the right choices feel easier and the wrong ones feel inconvenient. And when you manage dopamine and engineer your environment, you strip resistance of its power at the root. So dopamine is not about pleasure itself. It's about anticipation and drive. It's the chemical that makes you want to chase something, whether it's scrolling social media, eating junk food, or sitting down to write your book. If your dopamine is burned out on cheap stimulation, then you won't feel the pull towards hard work, no matter how much you logically care about it. So fast dopamine comes from engineered hits like TikTok, corn, ultra processed food, and video games. And these spike your dopamine high and fast and then dump you into a deficit. And in that deficit state, normal, effortful tasks feel gray and lifeless. So the trap is that the brain remembers how easy the spike was, so it craves another quick hit. And that cycle is what trains you to avoid the slow, steady dopamine of meaningful work. So think about how drained you actually feel after binging Netflix or scrolling for hours. You're not just tired, you've burned through tomorrow's motivation today. Now, slow dopamine, on the other hand, comes from effortful activities like lifting weights, writing, reading, or building something. And these release dopamine more gradually, but the baseline lasts longer. It's the kind of motivation that basically compounds. Now, slow dopamine is sustainable because it's tied to progress and growth, not artificial spikes. Every time you get a dopamine reward from hard work, you're wiring your brain to crave the process itself. And that's how habits stick. So once you understand dopamine, the first practical step is obvious. Stop letting fast dopamine dominate your life. One of the most effective resets is a fast dopamine detox. So basically, cut out the high junk inputs that steal your drive, delete social media apps, cut back on processed food, block corn sites, cancel the endless notifications. And if it will feel brutal at first, and that's the point, but within days, your brain will start to recalibrate. The discomfort means your baseline is repairing itself. And so be prepared for those withdrawal symptoms. Your brain will scream for easy hits because it's used to high stimulation, and this is normal. So think of it as detoxing from a drug, essentially. And over time, suddenly reading, training, working out, working in general will not feel so unbearable. And within 1 to 2 weeks, hard things begin to feel more rewarding because your brain is hungry for dopamine again. That hunger is what pushes you towards slower, healthier sources by default. During detox, focus on celebrating small wins. Even cleaning your desk can feel good when your brain is actually rewiring. So reinforce this by journaling progress, tracking habits, or even rewarding yourself with non-dopamine spiking treats like a walk or a conversation or something else like a new book. Now, cutting things out leaves a void. And to make the detox sustainable, you need to transfer dopamine cravings into healthier channels. So dopamine reallocation is the art of replacing bad stimulation with good stimulation instead of leaving yourself in a vacuum. So if you rip away a high dopamine habit without giving your brain an alternative, then relapse is almost guaranteed. So instead of scrolling TikTok, replace it with reading a book with a coffee in hand, for example. Instead of video games, channel that craving for progress into the gym, where you can actually level up your real character. You can even transfer dopamine directly by bundling it with a good habit. For example, only allow yourself to drink your favorite tea while journaling, or only listen to your favorite podcast while walking outside. Over time, the brain will start linking the healthy activity with the dopamine hit, making you crave the good habit automatically. And this will prevent the crash of deprivation and keeps your motivation steady. Now, cutting junk and reallocating dopamine is powerful, but resistance will always try to creep back in through distractions. That's why you also need to physically lock yourself in. And what that means is engineering your environment. Engineering your environment basically removes the temptation before it even starts. So you have to realize that willpower is fragile, but structure is strong. If you remove easy access to bad options and make the good options automatic, then you don't have to really keep fighting the same battles every single day. So delete apps that steal your focus, unsubscribe from unnecessary emails, and block distracting websites. And also, don't meet up with people that pull you back down. And don't rely on resisting temptation, just remove it. Even small pings can drain your dopamine reserves. Each buzz, basically from your phone, trains your brain to crave novelty instead of focus. Turn them all off. Add friction to bad habits as well. If you want to quit gaming, then unplug the console after each use. If you want to stop scrolling, then log out of accounts so it takes effort to log back in. Your environment shapes behavior more than willpower ever will. So if your desk is cluttered with snacks and distractions, resistance wins before you even start. So clear your desk and place your tools in reach and create a space that screams productivity. So sometimes the best move is to just go somewhere you can't be distracted. Study in a quiet library, rent a small co-working space, or sit in a cafe where you know absolutely no one. On the flip side, you can make good habits frictionless. Put a water bottle at your desk. Keep your journal in plain sight. Lay out your gym clothes the night before. Environment is about control, but consistency requires rhythm. So that rhythm comes from routine. And when you create predictable routines for your body and for your mind, you reduce decision fatigue and free up energy for focus. Your biology runs on rhythms, and aligning with them makes motivation flow more naturally. So a few ways to do this is go to bed and wake up at the same time. This will anchor your hormones and makes your energy more reliable. Waking up groggy at random times will keep you in this constant fight against your own body. And most people just do that. They just randomly wake up and go to sleep whenever they feel like it. And it was one of the biggest shifts I made personally, is just going to bed at the same time and waking up at the same time. Now, nutrition. Again, eat at a regular schedule with stable fuel. Random binges or starvation destabilize your dopamine and cortisol and make focus inconsistent. So slot movement into your day as well at consistent times. This not only will keep your energy high, but also regulates dopamine release in a steady way. And put deep, demanding work in the first 4 to 8 hours after waking, when dopamine and focus are both naturally highest, and save lighter, creative, or social tasks for later in the day. Now, routine protects your energy during the day, but the battle is often won or lost the night before. So what you do in the evening is also very important. Now, winning your evening sets up the next morning, basically. If you waste your dopamine stores on late night scrolling or TV, you will wake up depleted. If you wind down intentionally, then you will wake up sharp and motivated. So shut down all screens at least an hour before bed, and maybe even just read a book. Blue light and constant novelty will trick your brain into thinking it's still daytime. And replace stimulation with calm rituals such as stretching, reading, journaling, dimming lights. These cues tell your body it's time to recharge. Avoid making big decisions at night as well. Your willpower is lowest and you'll often choose what hurts tomorrow for the sake of comfort right now. And use evenings to set up tomorrow's momentum. Pack your bag, lay out your clothes, write down your priorities. Then tomorrow begins with momentum already on your side. So with dopamine restored, environment cleaned, and routines locked in, resistance has fewer ways to attack you. So the next step is to really upgrade the way you see yourself so that hard things aren't just something you force yourself into, they just become a part of who you actually are. So let's talk about identity and mindset transformation. So once you've cleaned up your dopamine and shaped your environment, the next layer is deeper, your identity and your mindset. And you can use tactics and hacks all day long, but if they clash with the story you tell yourself about who you are, the resistance will eventually overwhelm them. And the brain fights to keep your behavior consistent with your self-image. That means the ultimate victory doesn't come from sheer willpower. It comes from rewriting who you believe yourself to be. And when hard things are part of your identity, they will stop feeling like uphill battles and start feeling like natural expressions of who you are. So identity sits beneath every action like the root system of a tree. You can water the leaves all you want by trying new hacks, chasing new goals, piling on motivational speeches, but if the roots are rotten, then the tree just won't grow, regardless. So behavior is always downstream from identity. If you see yourself as someone who procrastinates, you'll find a way to stall, no matter how many tricks you know. If you see yourself as someone disciplined, you'll naturally default to action even on tough days. So the human brain is hardwired for self-consistency. It would rather sabotage a goal than shatter an identity, because identity feels like survival. That's why so many people start diets, go to the gym for 2 weeks, or launch new projects. only to crash back into old patterns. Their surface actions clash with the deeper identity they never actually bothered to rewire. So each choice you make is a ballot cast for the kind of person you're becoming. Now, one choice doesn't define you, but the collection of choices over time is what creates your self-image. When you skip the gym, that's a vote for I am someone who avoids effort. When you go, even for 10 minutes, that's a vote for I am someone who trains. And so the brain collects these votes constantly, tallying up evidence, and you're proving to yourself who you really are. So you can think of identity like a jar filling with pebbles. Each action is a pebble dropped inside. One pebble is small, but drop enough, and the jar basically becomes heavy with certainty. If you vote enough times for being fit, you eventually can't see yourself any other way. The good news is you don't need a perfect record. You just need enough consistent votes pointing in the direction of your desired identity. One missed workout doesn't erase I am someone who trains, but hundreds of skipped ones certainly will. If you want to be a writer, for example, write something daily, even if it's just a paragraph. You're not aiming for the perfect draft, you're just casting a vote. If you want to be wealthy, track your spending and investments. Even the act of tracking is really a vote for I am financially responsible. So identity without evidence is fantasy. You can sit on your couch chanting affirmations all day, but unless your actions actually back it up, the belief will collapse under pressure at some point. The brain needs proof. That's why willpower without action eventually burns out. It never converts into evidence. So a self-image built only on words is fragile because it's always one failure away from shattering. You've told yourself I'm disciplined but have no track record. One slip makes you question everything. And so evidence-based identity, on the other hand, is resilient. If you've proven to yourself hundreds of times that you're consistent, then one bad day won't shake you. You shrug it off because the weight of evidence outweighs the outlier. And so an athlete who has trained for years doesn't crumble from missing one session. His identity is cemented in evidence. He has way more evidence that he's actually an athlete than somebody who misses workouts. A business owner who's made sales every month for years doesn't question his skills after one lost deal or after one bad month. His identity as a closer is backed by proof. And so the more your actions align with your chosen identity, the less internal resistance you feel. The brain hates dissonance between self-image and behavior, and if you think of yourself as lazy, every attempt at hard work will create a clash that feels uncomfortable. If you see yourself as disciplined, hard work feels like the obvious thing to do because consistency erases friction. So humans will bend reality to protect their identity. If your actions don't match your story, you'll either quit the action or rewrite the story. That's why it's so important to actually consciously choose the identity you want to live by. Small, consistent behaviors compound into a strong identity because the brain starts expecting that pattern. Eventually, it feels harder to not do the thing than to do it. So if you run daily for months, the identity of a runner becomes so strong that skipping a run feels actually strange, like skipping brushing your teeth. If you meditate every morning, your self-image as a calm, grounded person becomes so ingrained that starting the day without meditation feels almost incomplete. And words matter here as well because words reinforce identity. So every time you say I have to or I need to, you subtly frame the task as external, as an obligation, something imposed on you. But when you say I am or I get to, you claim it as an identity. And so the shift is subtle but powerful. Instead of fighting yourself, you align with yourself. So swap I have to work out with I am someone who trains or I get to work out. Swap I need to study with I am a focused learner or I get to study. I get to become a focused learner. The task changes from a chore to an expression of who you actually are. And it also can be reframed into gratefulness for the task itself. So for example, I get to work out is you being grateful to be able to work out. So pay attention to the tiny moments when you say, I'm just not a morning person, for example, because you're voting for the lazy version of yourself. When you say, I'm becoming someone who wakes up early, you're carving a new identity, if that's the type of person you want to be. Some people don't necessarily need to wake up early and they don't want to, and that's completely fine. It has nothing to do with success. A smoker who says, I'm trying to quit, reinforces I am a smoker. And so a smoker who says, I don't smoke, steps into I am a non-smoker. The language pulls identity forward even before the habit is fully built. And again, another example here is an entrepreneur who says, I'm trying to start a business, frames it as optional. One who says, I am building my business, frames it as inevitable. And so when identity shifts, actions just follow naturally. You no longer have to force yourself with hacks or tricks. The behavior becomes the obvious move, but identity alone isn't enough. To really cement it, you also need to transform the way you handle discomfort, how you process focus and ego pressure, because those are the daily frictions that either reinforce or erode the identity you're actually building. So once identity becomes a compass, the next barrier to break is how you view discomfort itself. Most people treat discomfort as the enemy, and they think that pain means stop, that unease means something's wrong. But discomfort is actually the price of admission for growth. If you never feel it, then you're not necessarily growing. The resistance you feel is often proof that you're right where you need to be. So think of discomfort like currency. Every rep of effort you spend buys you a new level of skill, strength, or clarity, like we talked about earlier. The bigger the discomfort, the bigger the reward it purchases. So the sting of lifting weights buys you a stronger body. The awkwardness of a sales call buys you confidence and income. The frustration of writing drafts buys you a finished book. And when you see discomfort as that transaction instead of a punishment of some sort, resistance transforms into willingness. And so discomfort can even be used as a compass, as we talked about earlier, on what to do. If two paths lie ahead, the one with more discomfort usually hides more growth. So your body recoils, but your future self points at it saying, this is the way. And so instead of saying, I don't feel like it, so I'll skip it, then try, I don't feel like it, which means it matters. And so the fact that your brain resists is often just proof that it's important. Now, changing the meaning of discomfort changes everything, but you also need to shift your focus away from distant results and into the joy of the process itself. Chasing only end goals creates burnout. You run on extrinsic motivation, always waiting for the next milestone. And the problem is that milestones are far apart, and between them is this huge desert. Now, the antidote is to fall in love with the process itself. This is what's called autotelicity. Doing something because the act itself is rewarding, not just for what it produces. And this is where the paradox of discipline comes in. When you stop obsessing about the result and learn to enjoy the discipline itself, you actually get the result way faster. And so a disciplined athlete finds joy in the grind of practice, not just the glory of the competition. That joy is what makes him unstoppable. A disciplined student finds curiosity in solving problems, not just pride in the grade. That curiosity keeps him studying even when no one is watching. And so loving the process also unlocks flow states where work feels effortless. Flow comes from being fully absorbed in a task for its own sake. This is the state that rewires your brain to crave deep, hard work instead of cheap stimulation. Flow is most easily triggered when you work at the edge of your skill level. Not too easy to be boring, but also not too hard to be overwhelming. And so the reward of flow isn't just productivity, it's the feeling of fulfillment. You walk away energized instead of drained. So process love is powerful, but sometimes the pressure from the ego still gets in the way. And that's why learning to lower the stakes and detach from the ego and from ego outcomes is essential. Now, the ego resists hard things because it wants to protect self-image, or because sometimes it wants to be perfect, and in that way to protect the self-image. It hates failure, it hates embarrassment, and it hates imperfection. The solution is to take the pressure off and turn hard work into a game. When you approach tasks with curiosity and play, the ego actually relaxes, and you stop obsessing over what if I fail and start wondering, what can I learn here? So turn tasks into challenges. How quickly can I get into focus? How much can I improve in one session? Actually gamifying the work is what transforms it from a threat into a playground. And injecting fun into effort removes heaviness. Even silly rewards or self-made challenges can shift the vibe from pressure to play. And so treat work like an experiment instead of a test. If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, great as well. You learn in both cases. You learn in one case, you learn what works, and in the other case, you learn what doesn't. Either way, the ego can't label it as failure because it's a win-win, because you learn either way. So replace judgment with curiosity, and instead of I suck at this, try interesting, why did this go wrong? Over time, this experimental mindset, the scientific mindset, makes you resilient, because failure stops feeling like an identity death and starts feeling like feedback. And so once you've rewritten identity, reframed discomfort, and embraced process love, and quieted the ego, resistance loses its sharpest edges. And so there's still one more level, tapping into the deeper motivational forces that fuel you from within. So let's talk about leveraging motivation and rewards. So even with identity shifts and strong routines, you'll still face days where motivation feels thin and resistance creeps back in. And this is where the clever use of rewards and motivators comes in. The brain is not just a machine for discipline. It doesn't work that way. It's a machine for seeking reward. Instead of fighting that, you can actually harness it. So stacking rewards onto hard things, aligning tasks with your natural neurochemistry, and fueling yourself with the deepest drivers that never run dry. When you learn how to leverage motivation instead of waiting for it, you become unstoppable. So one of the simplest yet most powerful strategies is habit bundling, also known as temptation bundling. And this is the art of pairing something enjoyable with something effortful, so your brain starts linking the two. You take a habit you resist and you glue it to a habit you actually crave. For example, only watching your favorite show while doing cardio, only allowing yourself coffee while studying, only listening to a podcast while cooking clean meals. Suddenly, the task you resisted becomes the gateway to something you actually want. And so this works because the brain builds associations quickly. If every time you do cardio, you also get your favorite show, cardio starts carrying its own dopamine reward. Over time, you stop needing the bundle because the brain learns to crave the effort itself. So if you dread long walks, save an audiobook you love for those walks only. Soon, the walk becomes the highlight of your day. If you resist writing, allow yourself to light a special candle and play a favorite playlist only during writing time. The environment itself becomes rewarding. And so bundling gets you in the door, but when you do the hard work also matters. Timing your efforts to align with your biology makes the difference between grinding uphill and flowing downhill. So your brain is not equally primed all day. Neurochemicals like dopamine, cortisol, and norepinephrine rise and fall in predictable rhythms. If you align your hardest work with your natural peaks, resistance plummets. So the first 4 to 8 hours after waking are prime for deep analytical work. Dopamine is high, cortisol is elevated, and your focus is sharp. This is the time for studying, building, evolving, or executing the most demanding tasks. Write your book in the morning when focus is strongest, not at night when you're drained, unless you find that you're more creative at night, especially if you're doing creative work. For a lot of people, that's when they feel the most creative. Tackle financial analysis or coding early in the day and leave meetings and calls for later. So that's the first phase, the first 4 to 8 hours after waking. Now, phase 2 is later in the day when dopamine tapers off, creativity and social energy rise. This is the time for brainstorming and networking, light tasks, or physical activity. So schedule brainstorming sessions or content creation for the afternoon. Do your workouts in the evening if they recharge rather than drain you, and understand your personal chronotype. For example, if you're an early bird or a night owl, etc. Because once you understand that, that fine-tunes everything further, and you can now use biology instead of fighting it all the time. And timing optimizes your natural rhythms as well, but lasting drive comes from going beyond external hacks into the core motivators that fuel human ambition from the inside out. So extrinsic motivators like money, praise fade quickly. Intrinsic motivators, however, are self-sustaining. They don't depend on outside approval. They come from within. And when these 5 motivators are maximized, hard work transforms from a chore into something magnetic. So remember how we talked earlier about curiosity, mastery, autotelicity, purpose, autonomy. Well, curiosity, like we said earlier, makes the effort feel like exploration. You stop asking, do I have to, and start asking, what will I discover? So make tasks into puzzles. If you're learning sales, treat every call as a detective game. What hidden motive is driving this person, for example? If you're studying, then chase rabbit holes of genuine interest. Curiosity keeps the fire alive long after willpower fades. And so mastery is, as we talked earlier, the drive to keep improving. Each rep is not just work, it's just a step towards excellence. So track your progress obsessively, record times, weights, or some kind of milestone so you can see improvement actually stacking up. And treat mistakes as feedback loops. Each one tells you where the next level of mastery lives and where you should improve. Autotelicity is the joy of doing something for its own sake. The task becomes the reward. So find activities where you naturally slip into flow and then double down on them. And reframe boring tasks by connecting them to skills you already enjoy. For example, turn writing into a storytelling challenge instead of homework. And to trick your brain to crave hard things, you must move away from fantasizing about the distant end goal and instead learn to enjoy the process, like we talked about. So you must find pleasure and fulfillment in the thing in the present moment for its own sake. If you can achieve this, then the activity itself will generate its own motivation as you do it and allow you to become fully immersed. So realizing that the effort is the reward is central to this. When you embrace the struggle, the effort and the reward are viewed as the same thing, which unlocks everlasting discipline. And successful people such as musicians and athletes often operate from a mindset where they basically describe the activity not as practice, which implies some kind of an outcome, but rather as playing or simply doing what I do at home, focusing on the enjoyment of the repetition itself. This aligns the hard activity with your core identity and reduces the mental resistance. Now, the next one is purpose. Purpose connects your effort to something bigger than yourself. It makes every small task meaningful. And so tie your daily to-do list to a larger mission. Cleaning your house is not just a chore now, but rather creating an environment of peace. Making sales calls is not just numbers, but rather building financial freedom for your family. Write down your why and keep it in sight. And when motivation dips, just look at that reminder of what your why is. And I know it sounds weird, but we often just forget the reasons of why we do the things we do, and that's why we have no motivation to do them. So when motivation dips, just the reminder will pull you forward. And the next one is autonomy. So autonomy gives you control over your path. You feel motivated when the effort feels like your choice, not some kind of an obligation. So frame every action as your decision. You're not forced to work. You're choosing because of the future it will build. Even in jobs with low autonomy, you can reframe the role as a stepping stone in your larger vision in life. So these intrinsic motivators create a furnace that burns endlessly. But even with all this fire, you'll still have moments of inner conflict when one part of you wants the goal and another part just wants some comfort. That's where the art of self-negotiation comes in. So most people try to ignore or suppress the rebellious voice in their head, but that only really makes it louder. The smarter play is to actually acknowledge it, to talk to it, and strike a deal. When you negotiate with yourself, you turn an enemy into an ally. So give the resistant voice a name. This is my lazy side talking, or these are my demons, or something like that. This is comfort me speaking. Labeling it will separate it from your core self so you can actually negotiate with it. You're personifying it essentially. So ask what it really wants. Usually it's not laziness. It could be fatigue, it could be boredom, it can be the need for novelty. By understanding its need, you can actually satisfy it without abandoning the hard work. So if comfort you wants entertainment, put on music while working, for example. If comfort you wants rest, then promise a short break after one focused sprint. This keeps you from falling into the all or nothing traps. You don't need to crush resistance, you just need to redirect it. And over time, the inner rebel will calm down because it feels hard. So, because it feels heard. So when you know how to bundle rewards, align with your biology, fuel intrinsic motivators, and negotiate with yourself, hard work stops being a constant fight. It becomes something you look forward to. But to keep the state permanent, you'll need practical structures and lock-ins that actually make your systems bulletproof even on your worst days. So let's talk about practical routines and lock-ins. So tactics, motivation, and even identity shifts are fragile if they aren't backed by systems that make success automatic. The truth is, discipline is about creating routines and lock-ins that carry you even when your energy, willpower, or emotions aren't on your side. So without systems, every day becomes a new negotiation with resistance. With systems, the decision is already made before the day begins. And this section is about building the kind of daily structures that anchor your discipline and lock you into forward motion no matter what mood you wake up in. So the morning routine isn't a cliche. It can be, honestly, for some people, the keystone habit that determines the trajectory of their entire day. If you win the morning, the rest of the day falls into alignment. If you lose it, you spend the day trying to climb out of a hole. And so the goal is to design a series of actions that stack momentum before resistance has a chance to speak. So you can start with a consistent wake-up time. Waking up at different times really confuses your biology and scrambles your dopamine rhythms. So waking up consistently creates hormonal stability and predictable energy. You can also build a repeatable sequence that immediately sets the tone. This could include hydration, light movement, and some form of mental priming like journaling or visualization. They are signals to your brain that the day has started with intention. So wake up, for example, drink water, stretch for 5 minutes, and then write down your top 3 priorities. And by the time you've done that, you've already cast votes for clarity and control. And you can start your day with 10 minutes of reading instead of scrolling. The first thing you feed your brain will create a mental momentum loop that repeats itself all day. Now, morning routines can get you started, but what keeps you steady is having systems that strip choice from the equation. So automation is discipline on autopilot. When a system makes the right action the default action, you no longer waste energy deciding. The fewer decisions you leave to willpower, the more reliable your execution becomes. Place cues for good habits directly in your line of sight and put your running shoes next to your bed, for example. Keep your guitar in the middle of the room or leave your study materials on your desk. The less friction between you and the habit, the more likely it happens. And remove cues for bad habits. If junk food is in the house, you'll most likely eat it. It's just the path of least resistance. If social media is on your phone, you'll scroll. If distractions are one click away, you'll click. Make bad options harder than good ones. Delete all fast dopamine apps and only allow them on a secondary device you rarely use, for example. That friction is often enough to kill the impulse. Or log out of all social media accounts that you have on your phone or on your computer. Just that friction of having to log back in is what will kill the impulse. And you can also block distracting websites during your work hours using software, because when the temptation isn't available, you don't necessarily need willpower to fight it. And so automating decisions keeps your energy free, but to really lock in those habits, you need routines that repeat at predictable times until they become rituals. And so humans thrive on rhythm. The body runs on circadian cycles and the mind craves predictability. When you align your habits with the same time and place each day, they shift from being conscious decisions to unconscious rituals. Do the same key behaviors at the same times and train at the same hour, eat at the same hour, and block deep work at the same hour. That repetition is what will wire these actions into your nervous system. That's why routines are so important in actually laying them out. I, for example, don't even have to think about what the next task of my day is because I've been doing it for so long, every day in the same way at the same time, and it just repeats. And anchor new habits into existing ones. If you already brush your teeth, then anchor meditation immediately after. If you already drink coffee, then you can anchor journaling to it. Linking habits together is what creates these chains that are harder to break. And you can meditate after you brush your teeth, exercise right after work, right as soon as you finish your morning reading. Over time, one behavior automatically triggers the next. And you can stack healthy habits in the evening, turn off screens, read, then prepare tomorrow's to-do list, for example. This is a chain that can build a reliable wind down ritual. And routines make habits predictable, but sometimes you need stronger insurance policies to stop yourself from slipping back into comfort. Now, commitment devices are tools that lock you into behavior by raising the cost of quitting. They make it harder to back out once you've already set things in motion. So, for example, you can announce your goals to someone who matters to you. The social cost of failing often outweighs the temporary discomfort of action. If you tell your friend you'll send them proof of your workout every day, you'll go just to avoid the embarrassment of lying. And there's a person I saw on online that basically is posting their to-do list every single day on their account, and then basically providing proof that they've completed their to-do list. So that's another strategy you can actually do to just commit to something, to commit to your goals. Now, another way you could do it is put money on the line. Bet on yourself with a friend, or use apps that withdraw money if you miss a habit. Humans are wired to avoid loss, sometimes more than to gain something. So financial stakes will push you through that resistance. So sign up for a race months or weeks ahead of time. And for example, paying the entry fee will create a financial and social lock-in that forces you to train. Or hire a coach or join a coaching program. The money you spend becomes basically the fuel to show up even when you don't feel like it. That's why a lot of coaches, a lot of consultants, they say it themselves. Just paying money actually is what people that pay money for their coaching or for their consulting usually are the ones that gain the best results because they've paid for it. And so it becomes a fuel for them to show up and to make their money's worth in a way. Otherwise, they've just wasted it for nothing. And so external commitments can keep you accountable, but internal lock-ins can also be just as strong when you build them into your self-image. So identity lock-ins are when you tie behavior so closely to who you are that skipping them feels like betrayal. If you build the story of I'm an athlete, missing training feels like breaking a character. And so if you see yourself as a disciplined person, procrastination feels unnatural. So create personal rituals that cement this identity. It might be journaling before work every day, or reciting a mantra before a workout. Rituals make those habits sacred instead of optional. And you can also use physical reminders of your identity. For example, wear a bracelet, keep a notebook, or design an environment that reinforces the self you're building. Symbols remind you daily of the standard you live by. So a writer can keep a pen and a notebook everywhere, not just to write, but as a signal. This is who I am. A disciplined person dresses intentionally every morning, even if they're working from home. The uniform becomes part of the identity lock-in. Readers, people that want to cement the identity of someone that reads books, bring a book everywhere. And so identity locks keep you anchored. But the truth is, life will always throw chaos at you. Systems only work if they can withstand the storms of bad days, low energy, and unexpected stress. So the final layer of lock-ins is really designing systems that account for failure. You will have off days, but resilience means those days don't spiral into weeks. The system pulls you back on track quickly. So create non-negotiable minimums. Even on your worst day, you can still do a 10-minute workout, read one page, or write one sentence. Minimums prevent all or nothing collapses. So you can also build recovery protocols. If you miss a habit, your rule is to always get back on track the next day, and never let 2 misses in a row stack. Missing once is human. Missing twice is habit erosion. So if you miss the gym on Monday, for example, you guarantee a short session on Tuesday. If you skip journaling one night, you double down the following morning. With routines, with automation, with commitments and resilience in place, you're no longer relying on the fragile willpower. You're carried by systems that make success the default. And once those systems are in place, the final step is just zooming out to review the journey and turn insights into action steps you can execute immediately. So let's go over the review. We talked about why doing hard things matters. We talked about the sources of resistance. We talked about overcoming initial resistance. We talked about dopamine and environment control, identity and mindset transformation, leveraging motivation and rewards. practical routines and lock-ins, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, strip away your fast dopamine drains this week and delete the apps, hide the snacks, cut the noise, and build one environment cue that forces the right action, like laying out your gym clothes the night before or keeping a book on your pillow. Once you've done that, choose one identity you want to claim and back it with evidence. Cast a daily vote for it in the smallest possible way. 1 page written, 1 set in the gym, 1 conversation started. Each action will lock the identity tighter. And then finally, implement one bundling strategy today. Pair a hard task with something you already enjoy, like listening to music only while studying or watching a favorite show only on the treadmill. Make the effort its own gateway to reward. So with that being said, I hope this training brought a lot of value. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please make sure to hit the like button, comment below to let me know what you liked and what you would like to see next. Subscribe to the channel for more. If you want to work with me, click the second link in the description. And if you want to join the free community to get this document as well as this training, then click the first link in the description. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the graph that predicts your future. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is obviously first the overview itself, then the truth about time, the trap of short-term thinking, the law of compounding choices, second-order consequences, the hidden mechanics of memory, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's just start and talk about the truth about time. So most people completely misunderstand time and they treat it like it's a straight line from point A to point B, as if what you do today and what you get today should always be linked and should always align. But that's not how time actually works when it comes to results or when it comes to most things. Time works more like a delayed echo. You shout into the canyon and for a while you hear absolutely nothing, and then suddenly all at once the sound comes back roaring. And so this is why people feel like they're doing everything right, but nothing is really happening because they don't realize that time is always delayed. Every action you take today will fade from your memory within weeks, but its consequences won't even really begin to show up until months or years later. So if I asked you what you ate for lunch last week on Wednesday, you have already probably forgotten. In the same way, you'll forget going to the gym for a week straight, you'll forget that salad you ate, and you'll forget the 10 pages you read in that book. Now, your memory will discard most of the micro decisions you made because the brain only keeps what feels urgent or dramatic, at least in the moment. But those tiny forgettable decisions keep echoing and they stack and they sink into your trajectory. And when the good habits don't yield instant validation, rewards, or results, you'll feel like they don't really matter. But that feeling is a trap. The real return is simply waiting in the shadows of time. Time flips the cause-effect relationship on its head. Most people assume their current situation is a result of what they've done recently, but that's almost never true. The success you're seeing today was bought and paid for by the effort you forgot you even gave. Your life today is a result of what you did 3, 5, or even 10 years ago. And now, if the results in your life are not satisfactory, well, the pain you're living in is the invoice for laziness you swore didn't matter at the time. And so, good or bad, the results you have now are a result of the actions you took 3, 5, 10 years ago, or even more, depending on your age, or even less. So it could be from a year ago. And because of this, people look at their current life and they blame the wrong things. They blame the job, the partner, the economy, but the root is usually buried deep in forgotten choices made long ago. You live inside the timeline of invisible decisions. Every moment is either building or decaying your future. There's no neutral, there's no pause button. Every day you're either setting the direction toward a reality you want or one you'll regret waking up inside. Time doesn't just pass, it compounds. And what you do once may seem small, but what you do daily becomes destiny. So imagine 2 lines on a graph. One line is how well you remember what you did. The other is how much return you get from it. In the beginning, your memory is high and results are low. You just started meditating, for example, so you remember every session, but you feel like it's doing absolutely nothing. Then years go by and you're calm, focused, and emotionally centered, but you don't even remember how it started. You don't even associate it with the decision of you starting to meditate every single day. This is where most people lose the game. They give up early while memory is still high, but results haven't really kicked in yet. They start believing it's all pointless right before the curve was about to explode upward. So every action has an equal and opposite reaction, but nobody tells you the reaction is often separated by time. So you meditate and expect calm. You eat clean and expect fat loss. You work hard and expect money. But the body, the bank account, the business, they all move slower than your ego wants them to. That delay breeds bitterness. People start to think this doesn't work, but it's not that it doesn't work, it's that it hasn't worked yet. And so if you don't understand time's delay, you'll fall into patterns of sabotage. Just one day off, just one more episode, it won't make a difference, and so on and so on. The absence of immediate consequences tricks you into thinking there are no consequences at all. But every small indulgence is planting a seed, and all seeds grow, good or bad, just on time delay. So eventually the lines cross, memory drops, results explode, and this is when people start winning. They don't remember the work. They're just swimming in the reward. But others fall into victimhood. They forgot all the neglect, the shortcuts, the bad habits. Now they're overweight, broke, anxious, and convinced it just happened to them. That amnesia leads to blame, and blame leads to paralysis. So when you understand time, you stop demanding results now. You start to see every right decision as a down payment on a future you'll be proud to live inside. You reclaim power because you stop playing for today and start building 5 years out. It's not about intensity, it's about repetition. You win by compounding the right moves until the graph flips in your favor. So if you don't get this, nothing else works. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how hard you work, how many goals you write down. If you don't respect time's delay, you will break yourself against it. But once you respect it, that's when the game bends in your favor. You start planting seeds without needing to see sprouts tomorrow. You move with calm, calculated trust in the long game. And the more you keep stacking those seeds, the more unstoppable you become, because the real power isn't in the result. It's in the becoming the kind of person who keeps acting in alignment long before the rewards show up. That's when your life becomes untouchable. And now it's time to look at the biggest reason most people never actually reach that point. Let's talk about the trap of short-term thinking. So most people lose not because they're weak, not because they're lazy, but because they've been hypnotized by the now. They've been trained by their phones, their feeds, and their culture to believe that everything valuable should show up immediately or it isn't worth it for one reason or another. So when they eat clean for 3 days and the scale doesn't move, they quit. When they journal for a week and they still feel anxious, they drop it. When the business doesn't explode in 30 days, they call it a bad idea, not realizing that they're playing a long game with a short-term brain. The modern world has completely broken your calibration for reward and timelines. Scroll through social media and notice what really gets rewarded. A flashy transformation, a 6-figure month, a perfect relationship. You're never shown the 5 years of silence behind it, the 5 years of pure work. And this trains your brain to expect transformation without effort, victory without cost, and growth without patience. So you keep jumping from one thing to the next, thinking the next thing will finally work, when the truth is, and sorry to break this to you, nothing works without time. Instant gratification isn't just a preference anymore, it's an addiction. And most people jump from business idea to business idea, from relationship to relationship, from partner to partner, all sorts of things. Every dopamine hit you chase, such as likes, messages, food, corn, noise, all of them pull you deeper into a reward loop that makes everything hard feel impossible. And like any addiction, the more you feed it, the less effective it becomes. Now, even the easy wins don't feel good anymore. So when you try to delay gratification and do the right thing, it feels like you're suffering. Not because it is suffering, but because your system is so wired for speed and now and everything, everywhere, all at once, it panics without that hit. So short-term thinking creates a cycle of self-destruction. You chase the quick win, you get the sugar rush, then crash emotionally. Then you beat yourself up for falling off track, and that guilt drives more impulsive choices to numb the shame. And you stay trapped in this loop for years, wondering why you're stuck, wondering what is going on, and why do you feel like you're reliving the same year over and over again. The reason is you zoom in too close. You stare at one workout, you stare at one meal, one conversation, one sales call, and then obsess over the lack of return. Look, you can't see the macro trend because you're emotionally reacting to micro fluctuations. That's like planting a seed, watering it once, and then digging it up to see why it hasn't grown. You tell yourself it's not working when the truth is you didn't give it enough time to work. Left unchecked, your mind will always default to what's easy now. It will always default to the path of least resistance because short-term thinking doesn't require discipline. It doesn't require vision. It's automatic. It's reactive. You'll choose the couch over the gym, the scroll over the book, the cookie over the plan, not because it's better, but because it's faster. And every time you choose ease over effort, you slowly chip away at your own potential without even realizing it. This kind of mindset, it seeps in, it becomes a habit. And so the most dangerous thing about short-term thinking is how good it is at justifying itself. I deserve it. One time won't hurt. I'll start Monday. It makes bad decisions feel logical. It makes sabotage feel like self-care. It disguises destruction as kindness and makes you believe you're doing something helpful when really you're just quitting quietly. And most people don't realize how dangerous it is to actually abandon something just because the result isn't immediate. Not seeing results instantly makes you abandon things that were actually working, and every time you quit early, you train your nervous system and your brain to just distrust consistency and to keep doing that. You teach yourself that effort equals disappointment, and that's the root of hopelessness. Now, most people think that habits are just physical things we do, but habits can be patterns of thought, and you're training yourself to think this way. Winning in life requires a total rewiring of how you relate to time. You have to stop expecting fast, stop chasing now, stop worshipping speed, stop worshipping perfection. Instead, build for what's 5 years out, 10 years out. Make decisions your future self will thank you for, not just tolerate. Not passive patience either, active patience, strategic, committed, fire in your belly patience that keeps you going even when nothing's happening yet. This is where things start to click because once you see the trap of short-term thinking for what it is, you can actually break it. You can stop choosing what feels good today and start choosing what creates power tomorrow. But for that to actually stick, you need to understand the engine behind all of it, the invisible law that basically multiplies everything. And it's what we'll go into next. So let's talk about the law of compounding choices. So everything in your life is a result of something small that kept repeating. Literally everything. Nothing huge, nothing dramatic, just one choice made quietly over and over again. Sometimes those choices are actually even unconscious. One scroll instead of one page, one snack instead of one rep, one snooze instead of one step. And that one choice got multiplied until it became a pattern, and the pattern became an identity, and the identity became your reality. And the scariest part is most people don't even notice it's happening. Compounding is the most underrated force in the world, in the universe. It doesn't roar, it whispers. It builds quietly in the background while you're distracted by what feels urgent and novel and new and cool. It never announces itself. You won't see a warning sign that basically says this decision will shape your next 5 years, but it will. The 1% better or worse today may feel like nothing until it's over 300% better or worse in a year. And that's why tiny shifts done consistently are more dangerous and more powerful than giant leaps done occasionally. Compounding itself isn't good or bad, it's neutral. It will multiply whatever you feed it. Feed it distraction and it will multiply your regret. One night of comfort becomes a week, then a year, then a decade of compromise. You wake up one day and you don't even recognize yourself, not because of one big failure, but because of thousands of tiny moments where you looked away. You basically died of 1,000 cuts. But feed it alignment and it will build you a life so solid that it can't be shaken by circumstance. One day of reading becomes a sharper mind, one cold shower becomes a hardened will, one brutal workout becomes unshakable confidence. The curve doesn't grow linearly, it actually explodes, it's exponential. At first, it's so slow that you think nothing is really happening, and that's where most people actually quit. But if you stay consistent long enough, it reaches a point where everything takes off all at once. You start seeing compounding wins, more focus, deeper relationships, faster decisions, more money, more confidence, and a lot of the times you don't even remember what caused it. And people around you will say, wow, you changed so fast, even though it took years. Because the growth didn't happen fast, it just showed up suddenly. It just became noticeable fast. One upgraded decision never stays in isolation. Going to the gym doesn't just build muscle, it upgrades how you eat, how you sleep, how you carry yourself. And saying no to one distraction strengthens your ability to say no to dozens more. That one new habit doesn't just change your body, it leaks into business, your discipline, your relationship, your income, and everything is connected. Everything intersects. Every single thing. Once the compounding engine kicks in, success becomes hard to stop. You'll hit a point where it takes more effort to regress than to keep rising. You're just moving forward by default, and good decisions feel normal now, not heroic. Not because it got easier, but because you got stronger. You've built a system that basically sustains itself. And there's always a gap between action and payoff. This is the part where the world filters winners from wishers. Can you endure that awkward stretch where you're doing all the right things but nothing seems to be happening? If you can hold the line there when others drop off, you basically win by default. And that's not motivation, that's just belief. The compound effect isn't built on breakthroughs, it's built on dailies. Wake up time, cold shower, workout, tracking, writing, silence, reading. One behavior reinforces the next and you start stacking wins before 8 a.m. Eventually, you don't even need to think about it. You just move and movement wins. You are the architect of your own slope. The only difference between success and stagnation is the degree of your slope. Are you trending up or are you trending down? And you get to decide the inputs, which means you control the compounding. That means you're never actually stuck. Just one better choice today will shift your whole trajectory. So if you understand this law, you've already outgrown 90% of people, because most people are still trying to leap, still trying to hack, still trying to shortcut. But now you know real power isn't actually sudden. It's slow, it's boring, it's very, very repetitive, and that's what makes it inevitable. And once you master this law, one thing can either accelerate your life or quietly destroy it. So let's talk about second order consequences. Now, we tend to think in straight lines. We do X and we expect Y to happen. Immediate, direct, obvious, but life doesn't actually work that way. Not at all. Reality works more like a web than a wire. Every choice sends ripples into the future. Some hit fast, some hit later, some hit sideways and bounce back at us when we least expect it. And this is what second order thinking is all about, realizing that the thing you're doing now might not hit you today, but it will hit you eventually. And when it does, it might look nothing like what you thought. This is what most people don't understand. If you don't train yourself to see that, you're going to keep getting blindsided. You'll keep saying things like, I don't know why this keeps happening to me, or I did everything right, or it made sense at the time, when in reality, you just didn't zoom out far enough. First order consequences are usually easy to see. They're loud, they're fast, they're obvious. You eat cake, it tastes good. You skip the gym, nothing really happens that day. You sleep in, you feel a little more rested. That's the surface layer. It's what your brain tracks by default. But there's the problem. Most of the damage you do doesn't show up at this layer. It shows up later. It shows up downstream after the patterns have stacked. Not after one skipped workout, but after 20, even if they're not consecutive. Not after one dopamine binge, but after months of training your nervous system to crave the path of least resistance. And the delay is the deception. And that's what makes second order consequences so dangerous. Because the cost doesn't show up right away. You think you got away with it. You feel like the system didn't punish you. You think you're safe until you're not. Until it's way too late to course correct without pain. And the same principle works in reverse, and this is where it gets very powerful. First order consequences of good choices are actually usually annoying. They're boring, they're painful, they're repetitive. You meditate and it feels like nothing happened. You journal and it just feels like the brain fog on paper. You eat clean and you miss the sugar high. That's the price of playing long-term games. But second order rewards compound and they always show up eventually, and they're always bigger. Clarity, focus, discipline, resilience, that inner calm you can't fake, that edge that other people can't explain, that calm confidence that comes from knowing you're not just winging it anymore. And just as you can see on the image, you take an action and over time, the first order consequences are obvious, immediate, and short-lived. The second order consequences are delayed, hidden, and compounding. Whether those are good or bad doesn't matter. So this is also why so many people fix the wrong things. They change tactics, switch strategies, fire coaches, restart routines, change relationships. They assume that the thing they're doing isn't working when in reality it was working the whole time. They just didn't wait long enough to see the second order reward kick in. Most people misdiagnose the delay. They think no result means wrong method. But more often than not, it just means they bailed before the compound interest of effort could mature. They confused silence for failure when it was just the system still loading. Every action has invisible echoes. You skip the hard thing today, and that ripple effect will show up somewhere. It might be in your body, it might be in your bank account, it might be in your relationships. You don't always get to choose where the consequence lands, but it will land. Second order thinking gives you leverage because once you start thinking this way, you realize that everything actually counts. Everything you do now either helps or haunts you later, and there are no neutral moves. You're either setting off a chain reaction in your favor or one against you. And everything is a boomerang. It just depends on how long it takes to come back around. Some come back in minutes, some in months, some take years, some take decades, but none of them disappear. They always return to the sender, and when they do, they won't ask if you're ready. And this is the lens the world is missing. Everyone is optimizing for short-term dopamine. Fast feedback, first-order comfort, but real power, that lives in the second-order realm. That's where the compounding curve lives. That's where momentum lives, and that's where things actually get built. This matters even more once you realize how your own memory starts betraying you the further down the timeline you go. Because the longer you play, the less you remember what even got you here in the first place. And if you're not careful, you'll forget the cause and curse the effect. So let's talk about the hidden mechanics of memory. Now, memory is the invisible hand that basically shapes how you interpret your entire life. You don't just act based on logic or intention or emotion. You act based on what you remember as well. And what's wild is that your memory isn't just selective. It's warped. You remember memories of memories. It distorts timelines, exaggerates emotion, filters out context, and deletes the most important part of your transformation, which is the early stages. Which is exactly why most people sabotage themselves before they ever hit escape velocity. Memory decays faster than results actually arrive. And you can remember what you did this morning, maybe yesterday, and maybe even last week if it was dramatic. But what about the decision you made 6 months ago or 5 years ago? That random Tuesday night you decided to skip the junk food and stretch instead? That's gone. Your brain already filed it under irrelevant. Now, when the benefits of that small choice start to show up a year later, you don't even associate them with anything you actually did. And that's how people lose track of their cause and effect chain. They think they got lucky, or worse, that nothing they do really matters. And that's how people also see other people. They think other people got lucky when they get the results they wanted, not even seeing that these people might have done something over 5 years or 10 years that basically caused the success. And memory isn't just foggy, it's biased. You remember the failures louder than the wins. And that one time you skipped the gym, it probably got burned into your mind. The 20 days you showed up is blurred into one vague, I tried. This causes a distorted self-image. You think you're inconsistent and undisciplined when in reality, you've been way more disciplined than you give yourself credit for. You're just not looking at those things. The more emotional a moment, the more it sticks, which means chaos leaves deeper grooves in your memory than calm consistency ever will. And so you get used to your progress so fast that you forget it ever felt hard. And what was once impossible now becomes your baseline. You used to dread waking up early, and now you do it automatically. Whether you want to or not, you do it. But since it feels easy now, your brain downplays how far you've come. And usually when something starts to feel easy, we begin to see it as less valuable, unfortunately. And that amnesia robs you of motivation because it feels like you haven't really changed, like you haven't gotten any progress for all the effort you've put in, when in truth, you've completely transformed. Forgetting your own growth makes you restless. It makes you chase more faster now, even when you're already ahead. And because of memory gaps, people wrongly assume their current results are disconnected from their past behavior. You start succeeding, but you forget the work that built that momentum. So you loosen up, you start skipping the rituals, and then the results start to fade and you don't know why. And this creates a cycle of building, forgetting, slipping, crashing, and starting over again. You're not undisciplined, you're just misremembering. Most people never give themselves the credit where it's due. They forget the weeks they showed up when nobody clapped, the habits that they built in the dark, the hours that they logged with no feedback, no applause, No proof. Without that memory of earned progress, motivation dries up and you start to feel like nothing's actually working, even though it absolutely is. That's why journaling, tracking, and reviewing are essential. If you don't record your journey, your brain will just erase it. So you think life is happening to you now without realizing it's just your past decisions echoing back at you. This leads to blame, and you blame your boss, you blame your partner, you blame the economy, your parents, your circumstances, because you genuinely don't remember the chain of decisions and actions that got you here. And if you don't remember, how could it be your fault? And that mindset kills progress. You'll never fix what you're still outsourcing. The more conscious you are of how memory works, the more power you have over your future. So start tying visible progress to invisible decisions as much as possible. When something goes right, trace it back. When something feels off, reverse engineer it. This creates pattern awareness, and you begin to see what's causing your results and, more importantly, what's not, or what's hindering them. You stop second guessing every quiet day of work. You just trust that even if you forget what you did, nature doesn't. And you can't afford to rely on memory alone. You actually need tools. So write things down, track your workouts, log your routines, document the decisions you're proud of, even the tiny ones. It's actually baffling how people do it in certain areas of their life and they don't do it at all in others. For example, in the fitness world, it's completely okay and normal, and it's just accepted that we all track our workouts. But for some reason, we don't do that in other areas of our lives. So, as I said, write things down, track your workouts, log your routines, document the decisions you're actually proud of, even the tiny ones, and build a habit of looking back weekly, monthly, quarterly, or even yearly. And ask yourself what's actually working, what's compounding, what needs to change, and be brutally honest. These anchors reconnect your present with your past, and they prevent you from throwing away momentum just because you forgot how you built it. Now, understanding memory gives you a ridiculous edge because now when the rewards finally show up, you remember why. You stay grateful, you stay focused, you don't fall for the illusion that it was luck or randomness. You just know it was built. And when life feels slow, you don't panic. You know the seeds are still under the soil, still growing, still working. You just haven't seen them bloom yet. And once you've trained yourself to trust both the process and your own memory, once you stop reacting to momentary noise and start tracking your actual patterns, then you're ready to really play the game of life. Because now you're ready to zoom out, look at the full curve, and start consciously steering toward the life you actually want. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the truth about time, we talked about the trap of short-term thinking, the law of compounding choices, second-order consequences, the hidden mechanics of memory, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, write down the habits, routines, and rituals you're actually building, and don't rely on memory to validate your consistency. Use physical proof so your brain can't gaslight you. And commit to doing one hard thing every day that won't pay off for at least 6 months. And train yourself to be okay with the wait. The delay is the filter that separates the winners from the wishers. And finally, revisit this training weekly. Burn it into your head. Every decision compounds. Every action echoes. So play long, stay sharp, and let the rest fall behind. With that being said, thank you for being here. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, comment below, subscribe for more. If you want to work with me personally, book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this document, join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to rewire your brain. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first, addiction to distraction, the void loop, focus state engineering, input discipline mastery, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's talk about addiction to distraction. So you're not necessarily lazy, you're just overstimulated. And that overstimulation is what's killing your ability to actually think straight, finish anything, or even care about your goals. Every time you get bored and open Instagram or scroll YouTube, check text mid-task, or click into another tab for no reason, you're actually training your brain. You're literally rewiring your nervous system to require novelty in order to stay conscious. And over time, you lose the ability to stay with anything longer than 30 seconds unless it's entertaining, novel, or addictive. And you've conditioned your mind to be unfocused. That means you can condition it to be focused again, but only if you stop feeding the monster. You're not addicted to your phone. You're addicted to the interruption. It's not about the content anymore. It's more about the micro hit of dopamine you get every time you switch your attention. And that tiny internal rush from actually checking, refreshing, swiping, it's not necessarily harmless. It's programming your baseline. When that stimulation disappears, your brain panics, so you chase another hit. Not because it's fun, but because you've forgotten how to not chase. And so the real addiction is the inability to be bored, which is also the inability to think. Multitasking isn't just ineffective, it's really wrecking your neural circuitry. You're not doing 5 things at once, you're more so doing one thing pretty badly 5 different times in a row. And every switch between tasks costs you time, energy, and cognitive sharpness, and it bleeds your performance. After every distraction, your brain takes 20 minutes to fully refocus. Stack that up across a day, and you lose hours. This is why you feel scattered all the time. You're not broken or something like that. You're just split. So if you want to fix your focus, you have to reset your nervous system. Try this. Leave your phone in another room. No exceptions. Set a timer for 4 hours. You'll probably get itchy, fidgety, bored, and your brain will scream at you to check something. That's the signal you're doing it right. This isn't necessarily supposed to be punishment, it's supposed to be recalibration. You're teaching your brain how to regulate itself again. After a few days, the itch will fade and you stop checking reflexively. You begin thinking again. You need to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, so start tracking it. Use a 30-minute interval grid from 1 a.m. to midnight. Fill in what you actually do every half an hour. At first, it will feel tedious, and then it becomes uncomfortable. You'll see how much time you actually waste, and you'll start catching the loops, the dopamine spirals, the pointless filler that makes you feel busy but leaves you with nothing. Once you see it all on paper, the illusion will start collapsing. You stop lying to yourself. Now, this isn't about being perfect. It's about becoming dangerous again. Your power comes back the moment you can hold attention on one hard thing for 3 hours without breaking. And that's what builds mastery. That's what makes you powerful. And strangely enough, that's what gives you peace. Deep work isn't just productive, it's meditative. And so if you want to stop feeling lost, you have to stop living in 100 directions. You need to become the kind of person who finishes things. You don't need more willpower. You need fewer decisions. And so take away the options. One browser tab, no phone, clear space, no excuses. Give your brain no space to run. And then point it at one thing and don't let it move. You'll be shocked how fast the chaos fades. And you'll remember what it feels like to actually be in control. Now, this is just the first battle. You either master your attention or you stay average. No one's coming to save you. Your brain won't magically fix itself. Every time you pick up your phone mid-task, you're actually choosing to weaken your focus. And every time you ignore the itch and stay on track, you're actually building a stronger mind. It's not about freedom, it's about boundaries. Only those with boundaries can actually focus. Only those who focus can actually win. And so once you control your focus, everything else gets easier. You start to notice the noise. You start to think deeper. You stop jumping around and you actually start locking in. You do more with less. And over time, that becomes instinctive. You can do it on demand. You can do it at a snap of a finger. And so that's when the deeper problem starts to surface. The indecision, the doubt, the fog, and you'll finally be ready to actually face them. So let's talk about the void loop. Have you ever felt like you want to do something big with your life, but every time you sit down to start, you end up just basically staring? That's the void loop. It's not obvious at first. You still want success. You still have ideas. You still consume content that motivates you. And watching productivity videos, journaling about your goals, or even building Notion dashboards feels like work. It really isn't. You convince yourself that you're prepping, researching, organizing, and in reality, you're just circling the runway. You're stuck in idea mode, dreaming without doing. That's the void loop. It's seductive because it feels responsible, it feels productive, but in reality, it just kills momentum. You don't know what to do, and that not knowing freezes your entire system. Most people aren't lazy, they're just paralyzed. They want to move, but they don't know where to aim. And so you want freedom, but you don't know what kind. You want purpose, but you haven't defined it. And because you haven't picked something, everything feels urgent. So you do nothing. You loop endlessly between options. Should I build this or that, or maybe switch paths entirely? The longer you loop, the harder it gets to act. You don't just lack direction, you lack definition. If someone asked you what exactly you're building this year, would you have a crystal clear answer? That's my question to you. Most people's goals are blurry. I want freedom. I want to be rich. I want to help people. Those aren't goals. Those are more so slogans. And you can't move forward until your goal is sharp enough to cut through distraction. What you build is a reflection of who you believe you are. If you're foggy on that, your output will be foggy too. Until you can get crystal clear on exactly what you want, you won't be able to build anything. And so there's a concept in optimization theory called a local minimum. And it explains why people actually stay stuck, even when they're technically doing something. So imagine a mountain range. A local minimum is basically a dip between the two peaks. And you can see that on the image. It's not the bottom of the world, but it's also not the summit. It's just a comfortable low point that feels safe. And you might have a decent job, a working business idea, a little traction, enough to say that you're on the right track, but not enough to feel truly alive, fulfilled, or sharp. Because you're not failing, you assume you're progressing, but you're not. You've settled into a dip. You've made a home in the trench. And so the only way to reach the global maximum, which is the real result you're after, is to climb out of the dip, which means short-term discomfort, sacrificing good for great, letting go of what's working just enough to pursue something far more powerful. And that's exactly what the void loop manipulates. It convinces you to stay where it's not that bad. You tell yourself you're thinking things through, being smart, not rushing, figuring it out, but really, you're hiding from the hill. Deep down, you know climbing out means pain. It means making a decision that might not work. It means action without immediate feedback. So instead, you loop, you wait for a sign, you tinker with tasks that give you the illusion of movement, and you build little wins inside the dip, refining your Notion system, designing logos, watching business content, and convince yourself that because you're doing something, you're on the way up. You're not. You're just making the dip cozier. And you stay in the dip because choosing a new path feels riskier than staying still. That's the trap. The longer you sit in not bad, the harder it gets to chase great. And when you don't commit to one direction, you end up chasing 5 small hills and conquering none. The antidote to the local minima is intentional discomfort. You have to deliberately climb out, pick a path, burn the others, take action that feels slightly unsafe but aligned. And that's how you exit the void loop. You're not confused or behind or broken. You're simply stuck in a local minimum. And the only way out is up. Sharp decisions, real risk, recommitment to a single specific powerful trajectory. And once you do that, the climb begins. Momentum returns, direction reappears, and clarity stops being something you chase and becomes something you earn. And so the only way out of the void loop is to pick a target, any target. Sit down, stare at the wall, and ask yourself, what do I actually want to build over the next 12 months? Don't try to be impressive. Don't copy what others are doing. Just get brutally real with yourself. Pick something and decide it's worthy of your time, even if it's not perfect. You'll refine it later. And once you name the outcome, your brain starts generating paths. Without the outcome, it just spins. And so once you know the outcome, you need a path that gets you there. Break the big goal into small moves. Don't overcomplicate this. Start with the end result and ask yourself, what does it look like when it's done? Now work backwards from there. Turn the backward path into steps small enough that you could do one today without actually needing permission, tools, or any perfect conditions. And when the steps are visible, progress becomes inevitable. You just move one brick at a time. Confusion hates clarity. Chaos hates structure. And so you need to give your day a frame. Set some non-negotiables. Block some time. Keep your list short and surgical. And don't give yourself 10 priorities. Actually, just pick 1 or 2. Force your brain to make trade-offs. That's how decisions become direction, through restrictions, through constraints. When your system is simple, your execution becomes stable. You finally move forward without wobbling every hour. And keep in mind, the void loop is quiet. It hides in productive distractions. You'll know you're in it when you start defaulting to learning, planning, organizing, but avoiding actually doing the thing. Watch for the mental justifications like I'm not ready yet, or I need to learn more, or I'm still figuring it out. That's your escape hatch. Every time you catch yourself saying those things, ask yourself, what's the one thing I'm avoiding doing right now? Then go and do that. You have to choose to get out. You don't drift out of the void loop. You punch your way out with decisions. And so this is on you. No one can define your goal for you. No one can break your loop but you. And so you won't pick perfectly. You'll make mistakes, but those mistakes will teach you more than endless indecision ever will. You gain energy when you commit. You feel alive again. Clarity wakes you up. Action moves you forward. And the void loop dies the moment you go all in on something real, something that you actually care about. This isn't about finding the right thing. It's about applying force in one direction long enough to actually gain some traction. Even slow progress crushes standing still. Even messy steps are better than endless planning. So as soon as you move in with purpose, the entire atmosphere changes. You stop feeling lost and you actually start feeling locked in. Once the fog clears, the path opens. The world rewards movement. It punishes hesitation. And so now that you've broken the loop, you're ready to lock into the state. And now that you've broken the loop, you're ready to lock into the state where real work actually gets done. So let's talk about focus state engineering. So once you escape the void loop, the next skill is learning how to stay locked in. Getting clear is step one, but getting deep is what actually moves the needle. It's not about working more. It's more so about working longer, uninterrupted, and sharper than anyone else around you. 1 hour of real focus will outperform 8 hours of scattered busyness. And so the people who win aren't the smartest. They're the ones who can hold a single thread longer than the rest of the world. You can't just show up. You have to be fully there. Your brain, your nervous system, your attention, everything is pointed in one direction. Your mind won't drop into deep focus on command unless you give it the right signals. And so you need cues, you need rituals, you need triggers that tell your body it's time to go deep. Clean your desk, close your door, put on a specific playlist, same time every day. Make it feel like you're entering a dojo, a classroom. Stand up, breathe deeply, shake out your arms, sit down with posture. Don't slump into your chair like it's a Netflix hour. And look, repetition builds response. The more often you trigger these cues, the faster your brain drops in. And eventually, it becomes automatic. So the next thing you need to do to engineer your focus is to work in time containers. No working until it's done. That's pretty vague. That's pretty weak. Set timers. Use 90-minute blocks. No phone, no tabs, no music with lyrics. Treat it like a fight. Knowing you've only got this block forces your focus. It creates pressure, and pressure makes diamonds. So don't let people interrupt you. Don't let quick questions steal your zone. Be ruthless about your flow. And after the work block, walk, move, step away completely. Let the brain rest before the next round. And stop multitasking. Multitasking is a myth. It's not efficient, it's diluted, and you don't need 1,000 tabs open. You build momentum by doing one thing, not 5. Every time you stay on one task without switching, you actually gain energy. Every switch literally drains it. One focus, one path, one outcome. That's where the results live. So own the task and don't kind of do it while half checking Discord or answering Slack messages. That's not work, that's pretending. You don't wait to feel focused, you decide to become focused. In the beginning, it will feel hard. You'll want to check things, you'll want to wander, you want to pause. That's the resistance. But if you fight through it and just sit with the discomfort, you'll notice something crazy. It passes every single time, usually in 5 to 10 minutes. And so focus is a muscle, not a personality trait. If it feels weak, it just means you haven't trained it yet. And real work is supposed to feel immersive, not like dragging yourself across concrete. You'll know you're in it when time disappears. You stop checking the clock, you start caring about the work itself. And your brain starts making connections faster. Ideas link together. You solve problems before you realize you actually had them. And this is the most fulfilling state a human can be in. You finish and you feel alive, like you earned the day. And so you need silence, both outside and inside. Turn off all alerts. Put your phone on airplane mode. And no, do not disturb is not enough. Get violent about this. Close the loops. Write down everything buzzing in your mind before you work. Free up some RAM so your brain can actually compute. And if you're working on something but secretly stressing about a fight you had yesterday, stop lying to yourself. Resolve it or compartmentalize it. Then lock back in. Now look, focus isn't just about bursts. It's about repeatable systems. So you need to have a daily rhythm. Same blocks, same rituals, same starting time. Track when you're the sharpest and protect those hours. If you're trash at 3 p.m., don't schedule deep work then. You'll do nothing. Don't fight your biology. Do it every day, even when you don't feel like it, especially when you don't feel like it. That's when it builds character. Once you master one block of deep work, start stacking them. Start with one focused hour, then two, then three. Soon your normal will be what used to feel impossible. You'll notice your results compound because now you're not just working, you're actually creating output that actually moves the needle forward. And so that's how you separate. Most people dabble, you execute. Most people dabble, you build. Focus makes you calmer, sharper, more grounded. When the outside world is chaotic, your internal world doesn't have to be. That quiet mental control isn't just a productivity edge, it's a superpower. And now you're finally in a position to protect it by actually fixing the final variable that ruins most people's execution before it even begins. So let's talk about input discipline. So you can't build a sharp, focused, consistent mind if the fuel you're feeding it is trash. Inputs are everything. You are a system. And systems only run well when what goes in is clean, stable, and aligned with what you're trying to create. You don't put diesel in a Ferrari, so why are you eating like a raccoon and expecting to build something meaningful? Every day, you repeat the same pattern. Wake up, consume, work, sleep, repeat. What you eat, what you drink, what you listen to, who you talk to, how you move, how you sleep, these are the raw materials of your mental clarity. Garbage food leads to foggy thoughts. Too little sleep leads to zero patience. Loud music first thing in the morning spikes your cortisol and kills your morning focus. It's all connected. You can't afford to wing it anymore. If you want to go anywhere serious, your body and brain have to be treated like sacred equipment. Focus, energy, emotional regulation, consistency, these don't just happen. They are consequences, direct results of how you treat yourself. Your diet isn't just about looking good. It's about whether or not you can actually hold a coherent thought. So try this. Eat 2 clean whole food meals a day. No sugar, no processed carbs, high protein, clean fat. Track how clear your thinking will get by day 3. Blood sugar spikes lead to mental crashes. You go from motivated to foggy in literally 45 minutes or less. Eliminate the spike and you eliminate the crash. A clean diet gives you a long, steady burn of mental energy. You stop thinking about snacks and start thinking about your goals. I, for example, personally have 1 meal a day in the evening and that's it. And it's mostly meat. So if your brain keeps glitching out, stop blaming discipline and start looking at your last 5 meals. That's where it usually starts. And another thing is, most people are living their lives mildly dehydrated and have no idea how much it's actually costing them. Your brain runs on electricity, and that electricity depends on hydration. No water equals poor conduction, which means slower signals. If you're not drinking 2 to 3 liters of water per day, you're basically walking around like a glitchy Wi-Fi signal. Add electrolytes, sea salt, or even lemon water in the morning, and you'll feel your brain click into gear faster than coffee ever could. Now, keep in mind, caffeine isn't the problem. It's your relationship to caffeine that's the problem. Slamming 400 milligrams the moment you wake up before even hydrating, that's not strategy, that's desperation. Every peak has a crash. The bigger the spike, the harder the drop. And when you're down, you chase more, which creates the loop. Most people use caffeine to cover up bad sleep and worse habits. It's a patch and not really a fix. So delay your caffeine by 90 minutes after waking. Ideally, drink water first, use it to amplify an already good state, not to escape a broken one. Now, you want to be locked in all day, but you sleep like a college freshman during finals week. Fix that first. Sleep isn't a luxury, it's your entire nervous system maintenance crew. You skip it, you stay broken. Even one night of bad sleep reduces your working memory, your reaction time, and even your emotional control by 20 to 30%. So focus is a muscle. Muscles need recovery. Burn out your focus too long without rest and you'll be useless within days. Get off screens 60 minutes before bed. Go dark, cold room, no noise. Make sleep non-negotiable and watch how fast your productivity spikes. Now, the next thing is movement. Still body means a still brain. You weren't built to sit for 12 hours straight and then wonder why you feel like crap. Your brain thrives on blood flow. Lifting weights, walking outside, doing breath work, it's not about fitness, it's about oxygen. The more you move, the more you create internal momentum. You feel sharper, more alive, and more activated. Movement clears mental residue. You don't need more motivation, you just need 10 minutes of fast walking in the sun. That alone can reset your state. The next thing is noise. What you consume with your ears is as powerful as what you consume with your mouth. If you wake up and immediately hear the chaos of news, random social media voices, or low quality music, you've polluted your mental space before the day even started. So start your day in silence or with calm music or with audio that reminds you of who you are and what you're building. Prime your mind, don't pollute it. Garbage in, garbage out. You can't expect elite level execution when your morning soundtrack is emotional noise and gossip from people who aren't doing anything. Now, the next thing is your environment. Your space reflects your mind. A messy desk equals a messy mind. Visual noise actually causes friction. That little distraction adds up to major loss over time. So build a space that signals focus, remove the junk, organize your tools, create visual stillness so your brain can actually relax into the work. Make your workspace somewhere that commands performance. That way, every time you sit down, your mind knows it's time to hunt. You don't need to become a biohacker monk. You just need to stop operating like a child with no rules. One clean meal, one deep sleep, one workout, one hydration protocol repeated daily will outperform all the hacks in the world. No more blaming fatigue on burnout or lack of discipline when you're feeding yourself junk, sleeping 5 hours, and wondering why your brain feels like sludge. You don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your inputs. And now you've got the foundation, which means it's time to bring all of it together. You've basically rewired your inputs. You've built real focus, you've chosen direction, and now it's time to lock all of it into a system that runs every single day without fail. And that's on you. So let's talk about the review. We talked about the addiction to distraction. We talked about the void loop. We talked about focus state engineering. We talked about input discipline mastery. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, track every 30 minutes of your day for the next 7 days and write down exactly what you do in each time block without skipping. This will reveal the invisible time wasters, autopilot loops, and fake productivity rituals that are keeping your brain fried and fragmented. Next, pick one goal, not 5, not 3, just one, and define it in one simple sentence. Then break it down into steps, then break one of those steps into a task, then do it today. That simple chain will break the void loop forever. Next, fix your inputs. No caffeine before hydration, no sugar during work blocks, no screens before bed. Walk in sunlight every single day. Lift something heavy, sleep 8 hours minimum, eat clean twice a day. Your brain won't be able to stay sharp if the engine running it is neglected. So start acting like your mental clarity is something worth protecting, because it really is. With that being said, I hope this brought a lot of value. If it did, make sure to let me know in the comments. Make sure to give this video a like, subscribe to the channel for more, join the free community from the first link in the description, or if you want to work with me directly, click on the second link in the description and book a call. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this video. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to bend reality and achieve anything you want by lying to yourself. So as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about is first the overview itself. The mind is the universe, the have, do, be trap, the be, do, have shift, and becoming starts with lies, and finally the review and the action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's just get started and talk about the mind is the universe. So the starting point of all transformation is this: everything you see, touch, experience, and react to is a direct extension of your own mind, not your brain, your mind. This isn't a philosophy. This is the very mechanism of reality. So the brain is a physical tool. It manages biological functions, recalls memories, regulates movement, and reacts to external stimuli. It's hardware. It processes inputs and executes commands. That's all. It's made of neurons, blood vessels, electrical signals, and chemical messengers. It's powerful, but it's still limited by biology and evolution. It can't create outside of the information it has already been given. And the brain doesn't imagine from nothing. It recombines what's already familiar. It doesn't see into the future. It looks for patterns from the past. And that's why relying on your brain alone keeps you stuck in cycles. Now, your mind is the non-physical field of thought, imagination, attention, and identity. It's the metaphysical space where beliefs are born and from which all reality is projected. The mind is not inside your skull. It is the field around and beyond your body. And so the mind is not constrained by time or space. You can imagine the future. You can access memories that feel real. You can visualize possibilities that haven't happened yet. And your mind is how you connect to God, source, the universe, or whatever else you want to call it. It's not separate. It is the same thing. Your mind isn't observing reality. It's shaping and selecting it moment by moment. So you've been trained to believe that God is separate from you, that the universe is out there somewhere watching and judging. That is the greatest lie ever told. The truth is terrifying to most people. You are it. When people say God, the universe, source, or spirit, they're not wrong. But what they don't realize is that those forces are not separate, external, or higher than them. Those forces are expressions of their own consciousness. The name you give it doesn't matter. Whether you say Allah, Jesus, divine intelligence, or quantum field, you're always pointing at the same thing, the limitless mind, your own mind. The error is praying to it instead of from it. You keep begging for signs and blessings from something that's already inside you, waiting to be activated. And if you look at most religions, that is said in them as well, that God is in us in a way. So when you recognize that your beliefs, emotions, and intentions are the universe's operating commands, you stop asking for miracles and start issuing instructions. You stop pleading and start deciding. Life doesn't show you what's fair. It shows you what you're reflecting. It's not about deserving. It's about projecting. The fastest way to access power is to stop doubting your role in it. Once you stop separating yourself from source, you collapse the illusion of distance and you collapse time. Reality is not a fixed objective place. It's a fluid mirror that reflects whatever you deeply believe to be true. Belief is not some flimsy concept. It's the operating system of your personal universe. What's true for you literally becomes true in your experience. If you believe money is hard to earn, you'll subconsciously block opportunities, reject abundance, and surround yourself with people who reinforce the struggle. The belief creates the experience. Two people can be in the same situation, same economy, same room, same audience, and one will see opportunity while the other sees obstacles. And the difference is not the world, it's what they believe about the world. And truth is never absolute. It's belief plus repetition plus emotional confirmation. That's what makes something feel real, not facts, not evidence, just agreement. And here's the kicker. Beliefs are programmable. You can install new ones at will. You can uninstall the ones that no longer serve you. And when you do, your outer reality starts shape-shifting to match the new inner code. So the brain then starts picking up micro signals and patterns it used to ignore because now they match the new internal command. This is why changing your beliefs feels like magic. You start noticing synchronicities, new people, new opportunities, and breakthroughs. But it's not magic. It's you finally getting out of your own way. The ancients didn't have brain scans or psychology degrees, but they knew this truth. That's why the Kabbalion says that the all is mind and the universe is mental. That this is the first and most important law of all. This isn't symbolic, it's literal. As above, so below. What you experience in your mind becomes your material reality. Your thoughts are not private, they are generative. They imprint reality like blueprints. So when you walk around thinking life is hard, I never get ahead, or I don't deserve more, you aren't just having thoughts. You're really casting spells, and you're placing orders to the universe. So if you look at your bank account, your relationships, your energy, and your environment, they're not happening to you. They're flowing from you. They are your internal state externalized. They are you, basically. And the second hermetic principle is vibration. Everything moves and nothing rests, and your thoughts vibrate. Your emotions emit frequencies. Every frequency attracts its own kind. Love pulls in more love, fear pulls in more fear, and you don't get what you want, you get what you are. So if you want a different outcome, you don't need a new goal. You need a new vibration. So shift how you feel, and the world responds accordingly. Science confirms what the Hermetics knew all along. Your brain is wired to confirm your beliefs. This is called confirmation bias, one of the most studied phenomena in psychology. You literally filter out any piece of data that doesn't align with your current belief system. And your brain's job is not to show you what's true. It's to show you what's consistent with what you already believe. So if you believe you're not charismatic, you'll ignore every smile, every compliment, every social success. You'll only see the one person who looked away, and that becomes proof. Then you say, see, I knew I wasn't good at this, but it's not truth. It's a belief being reinforced by selective perception. And the mind works like a thermostat. It's always trying to return to the temperature or belief system you've set. If something good happens that exceeds your self-image, you'll sabotage it to stay congruent. But if you reprogram the belief, everything changes. The thermostat gets set higher, and the brain works to bring your external results up to meet it. So the self-fulfilling prophecy is not just an idea, it's a psychological law as well. So when you expect something to happen, you unconsciously act in ways that bring it into existence. You literally become the cause of your own evidence. Every belief sets off a behavioral chain. You believe you're going to fail, so you hold back. You procrastinate, you self-sabotage, or project insecurity. Then what happens? Well, you fail. Not because failure was inevitable, but because your actions were aligned with it. So you believe you're not good enough, so you don't ask for the opportunities. Someone else does. They get it. You then tell yourself you were right. But the only thing you were right about was how you chose to behave. This is how beliefs turn into prophecy. You act like they're true, so others respond accordingly. Then you point to the response as proof that your belief was correct. But it never was. It was just well executed. And the same mechanism works in your favor when used consciously. So if you expect greatness, move like greatness, talk like greatness, and you can watch how the world starts treating you like greatness. You show up confidently, you take up space, you speak with clarity, people respond, opportunities appear, coincidences, quote unquote, happen. It feels magical, but it's actually mechanical. So you're not waiting for signs, you're triggering them. You become the reason that things shift. And that's when your belief turns into fact. So the Pygmalion effect is another principle that proves that others' expectations of you have real measurable influence on your performance. If people believe you're capable, you become more capable. If they expect you to fail, well, then you unconsciously fulfill that too. In Rosenthal and Jacobson's study, teachers were told that randomly selected students were academic bloomers. Over time, those students showed higher IQ gains solely because the teachers treated them differently. The expectations became reality. The teacher smiled more, challenged them more, gave them more feedback, and showed more warmth without even realizing it. The belief changed behavior. The behavior changed the results. Nothing was forced, it was all unconscious, and that's the point. Expectations are contagious, and people conform to the energetic climate they're immersed in. So the real power comes when you turn this effect inward. What if you became the teacher of your own mind? What if you expected greatness from yourself, not conditionally, but unshakably? You'd start speaking to yourself differently, you'd challenge yourself more, you'd tolerate less mediocrity, and slowly, almost invisibly, your identity would rise to match the new standard, not through effort alone, but through expectation that became embodiment. So another way you could imagine this is through the reticular activating system, or RAS. So your reticular activating system is a bundle of nerves at the base of your brainstem, and its job is to filter reality. It decides what enters your conscious awareness and what gets ignored. And here's the kicker. You program it with your own beliefs. So you take in millions of bits of data every second, but your conscious mind can only process a tiny fraction. The RAS decides what's important. It shows you what to notice, and it blocks out everything else. So when you buy a new car, you start seeing that car everywhere. It didn't suddenly appear more. You just told your RAS it mattered more, so it brought it into your field of awareness. This means you're never seeing reality. You're seeing a filtered simulation based on what your mind has been trained to prioritize. So you train the RAS through repetition, emotion, and attention. Whatever you feed it consistently, thoughts, goals, affirmations, proof, confirmations, it accepts as important and filters your environment accordingly. So if you tell it, I always attract opportunities, and it will start flagging conversations, ads, messages, and ideas that confirm that statement. But if you tell it life is hard, it will actively block out all the evidence that life can be beautiful, easy, or magical. Not because that reality doesn't exist, but because your filter says it's irrelevant. Another way you could see this is through the observer effect in quantum physics, which reveals that the conscious observation changes physical matter. In other words, how you see affects what is. The boundary between imagination and reality isn't just blurry, it may not even exist. So, at the subatomic level, particles exist in a state of probability until observed. The act of observation collapses the probability into a definite state. That's science, not mysticism. So you're not passively watching reality unfold. Your attention is collapsing possibilities into form. You're literally selecting what becomes real based on how you perceive it. What you assume is real becomes what you perceive as real. What you perceive as real becomes what you act on. What you act on becomes your experience. So you can no longer pretend to be a victim. You are a participant, a co-author, a variable in the equation of every outcome in your life. You are the observer, the chooser, the focal point, not a character in the story, but the writer behind the scenes, whether you realize it or not. And that means you don't wait for the world to give you permission to believe. You believe first, you observe a new future, you activate the next timeline by claiming it. So life is not a classroom, it's a mirror room. It doesn't teach you with lectures, it reflects your inner world in every person, event, and outcome. So you're not discovering the truth, you're watching your own truth get played out on repeat. So every time you ask yourself, why is my life the way it is? It's a reflection of who you are. So all the people, all the experiences that are happening and your perspective and perception of them are a reflection of you. The world doesn't speak in language, it speaks in frequency. It doesn't care what you say you want, it listens to who you actually are. It's reading your energy, your assumptions, your emotional baseline. That's what it responds to. So you can say affirmations all day, but if your core identity is still rooted in lack, fear, or doubt, the mirror won't reflect your words. It reflects your frequency. That's why becoming the person comes before getting the outcome. You don't get fit, then believe you're an athlete. You believe you're an athlete and then get fit. The belief comes first. So your life is not showing you what's real. It's showing you what's familiar, what's expected, what's believed. If you want to see something new, you don't need better goals. You need a new identity projecting from the inside. You don't need to fix your life. You need to upgrade the movie projector that's playing it. And that starts by stopping the chase, stop trying to fix the mirror, start shifting the source. Which brings us to the biggest trap of all, how you've been taught to get what you want. So let's talk about the have, do, be trap. So you've been hypnotized since birth to follow the formula of have, do, be. It sounds logical. You think if you have the right resources, then you can do the right things and finally be the person you want to become. But this formula is a lie. It creates endless delay. This is the structure of societal conditioning. It teaches you to wait for evidence before allowing identity. You think you need to have money before you can do entrepreneurial things so you can finally be an entrepreneur. You never get started, you never feel ready, you postpone belief in yourself because you haven't earned it yet. You trap your identity behind your circumstances, and your circumstances are shaped by your identity. It's a self-locking cage. On the surface, it makes sense. It sounds responsible, but underneath, it's rooted in fear and scarcity. You're trying to behave your way into a new identity without ever becoming it. You think success will make you confident, that love will make you secure, and that approval will make you powerful. You're always waiting to have enough, waiting to do enough, waiting to finally feel like enough. This model is built on external validation. You outsource your sense of self to what's outside of you. Status, approval, proof, credentials, money, partners, outcomes. You give your power away. If you need to have something before you allow yourself to be something, you've made your identity conditional. That makes you reactive. You wait for likes, you wait for compliments or validation to feel attractive or successful, and you hesitate to take bold action because you don't feel legitimate yet. You cling to outcomes to feel worthy. When you don't get them, you collapse. You don't just lose a result, you lose a piece of your self-worth. So your sense of self becomes fragile. You're only as good as your last win. You lose the ability to feel empowered in the moment because you've tied your worth to future milestones. The have do be mindset is a linear operating system. It says you need to follow a straight path in order and climb the ladder of worthiness step by step. But identity doesn't work like that. It locks you into time. You think someday I'll have the money, then I'll do the thing, then I'll finally be the person. Someday never comes. You live in the future chasing a fantasy instead of collapsing it into the now. You're always in the process of trying to become and never actually being. You assume that results cause identity, that having success will cause confidence, but in truth, confidence causes the actions that generate success. The cause effect is reversed. You don't become powerful after people follow you. People follow you because you're already embodying power. Success follows identity, not the other way around. So the have-do-be trap is fueled by effort, struggle, and exhaustion. It assumes you must hustle endlessly to earn the right to be who you want to be, but effort without embodiment is inefficient. You can grind for years and still feel like an imposter because you never actually became the version of you that could receive it. And you hustle, but you still feel behind. You achieve, but you don't feel fulfilled. You earn, but you don't feel worthy. You're constantly chasing something that you won't let yourself have emotionally. The missing piece isn't more doing, it's more being, more identity, more inner certainty that leads to effortless action. When you reverse the formula, the grind ends. When you reverse the formula, the grind ends. Flow replaces force. Identity moves faster than effort. When you become it, you act like it. And then the results start showing up almost like magic. This entire formula is rooted in lack. I don't have it yet, so I can't do it yet, so I can't be it yet. It sounds like humility, but it's actually self-rejection. You start from the premise that you're not enough, that you don't have enough, and need to earn your future identity. That poisons the well. Lack attracts lack. Desperation emits desperation, and the universe mirrors it back. Every time you think, once I have this, I'll feel worthy, you're admitting you're not worthy now, and so the external proof never shows up. You become addicted to the future, you get high on someday, you fantasize about a life you're not aligned with now, and you call it a vision. But real vision doesn't delay embodiment, it demands it now. The highest form of integrity is to act as if your vision is already true, not because you're faking it, but because your belief makes it real. So you try to control life by hoarding resources. You think if you just have enough money, contacts, status, or credentials, then life will finally open up to you. But life doesn't respond to control, it responds to alignment. You collect knowledge, gear, certifications, and tools thinking that they'll make you feel legitimate. You get more degrees in university thinking that they will make you feel more able or whatever, but you still feel like a fraud inside. These things become armor, but armor blocks energy, expression, and magnetism. And the more you try to control, the more you signal that you don't trust yourself yet. People can feel whether you're truly embodied or not. They can tell if you're showing up from overflow or compensation. And authentic energy is irresistible. You can't fake being. You attract based on who you are, not what you have. So the have-do-be trap also keeps you in perpetual motion. You become a slave to achievement, to validation and external results. You run faster, work harder, but never actually arrive. No matter how much you earn, it's never enough. No matter how many clients you serve, it doesn't satisfy. No matter how much approval you receive, you still question yourself. It always moves. You cross the finish line and a new one appears. Eventually you burn out, not just physically, but spiritually. And the only way out is not to do more, it's to become someone else, someone who already owns the thing you're chasing. That's when effort collapses. You stop chasing, you start attracting. You don't run towards the goal, you start operating from the goal. So the real formula is be, do, have, and it changes everything. But to accept that, you must first admit you've been building your whole life on a broken system. It's hard to let go of the grind. You've invested so much in the hustle, but what if the hustle was the distraction? You keep doing more because you've already done so much, but effort doesn't equal alignment. Identity does. You can't afford to keep waiting for permission. It's time to invert the process and start from being. Being first liberates you from performance. And once you flip the formula, everything else starts bending to match you. So, how do you flip the formula? How do you become before you have? It starts by understanding the better path, which is the be, do, have paradigm that changes your entire relationship with reality. So let's talk about the be, do, have shift. So the truth is simple, radical, and threatening to everything you've been taught. You don't need to have anything to start. You need to become someone new, and the rest follows after that. This is the be, do, have model, and it's how reality actually works. So instead of waiting for money to start the business, you become the entrepreneur now. Instead of waiting for love to feel lovable, you become the person who lives from love now. You stop waiting for conditions, you start creating them from identity. When you choose to be first, you shift out of reaction into command. And once you're being it, the doing becomes natural. You take the actions someone like you would take. You make aligned moves. That's when results come. They're not forced, they're attracted. What once felt impossible becomes automatic, and it feels like coincidence, but it's just congruence. So the only thing that ever changes your life is a change in who you are, not what you do, not what you have, but what you believe yourself to be. Identity is the source code, is the root level operating system. Everything else, habits, outcomes, environments, flows downstream from it. You will never behave in ways that violate your self-image for long. So if you want lasting change, don't chase behavior, rebuild your identity. Identity holds your permission. Who you think you are determines what you allow yourself to feel, do, and receive. A millionaire identity can hold more abundance than a hustler identity. A leader identity can hold more impact than a follower identity. As you expand identity, you expand your capacity, and reality responds to match. The be, do, have model is cause first thinking. It puts you back at the center of your life. Instead of reacting to what happens, you cause what happens by who you choose to be. So when you ask, what would the version of me who already has this be like? You gain access to a whole new path. You don't need external proof. You just generate internal evidence. You don't chase goals. You generate them from who you've become. Action flows naturally from being, so you don't have to force motivation. You simply do what someone like you would do. It feels lighter, smoother, more congruent, and you don't burn out, you build. When you become the version of yourself who already has the thing, you attract it. You don't chase, you don't force, you draw it in. Identity has a frequency, and when you tune into the frequency of your desire, you start vibrating in alignment with it. That's what magnetizes outcomes. People start noticing you, opportunities seem to come from nowhere. You become visible to the things you used to miss. The more you try to force, the more resistance you create. But when you are, things come to you without a struggle because you just are them. You just are that thing that attracts those things. Think about the times you've been on. You didn't try, you just were. Be, do, have taps you into that permanently. Actions taken from your current identity feel forced, but actions taken from your future identity feel natural. That's the real cheat code. When your behavior lines up with who you're becoming, there's no resistance. There's no inner conflict. You're not pretending, you're actually expressing. You're not acting like a leader, you are one. So you speak differently and you move differently. It's not fake it till you make it, it's become it till it's obvious. The more congruent your identity and actions are, the faster results show up. Life starts compounding in your favor. So you collapse time. What used to take years can now show up in weeks. The universe responds to identity with speed and scale. Be, do, have frees you from waiting for external permission. You stop asking, am I allowed to be this yet? And start deciding, I already am. You no longer depend on accolades, titles, or credentials to feel legitimate. You know you're real because you said so. And that's all that matters. You saying so. This makes you immune to criticism and rejection. You're not faking confidence. You're claiming it. When you choose to be first, you move from victimhood to leadership, from waiting to commanding, and from reacting to directing. No one gives it to you. You take it. And because you own it, you hold the power to transform anything. This model isn't just motivational, it's metaphysical. It's the actual mechanism by which reality configures around you. When you choose to be, you shift your timeline. The quantum field responds to assumption. Observation collapses potential. That means every time you choose to be the future you now, you're collapsing a new future into the present. Assumption is the key. When you assume it's already true, it becomes available. You are literally creating new possibilities through your own choices. So the world catches up to your inner state, not the other way around. You don't need to wait for the mirror to change. You change the face that looks into it. Results are delayed reflections. They show you who you were. So change who you are now, and the future updates like software. To truly live, be, do, have, you need to take action before the results exist. That takes conviction. That takes nerve. That takes an inner authority most people are too scared to claim. You'll need to speak boldly before you feel ready. You'll need to act with certainty before it makes sense. Your brain will scream fraud and your ego will panic. That's your old identity dying. Let it burn. The new self doesn't show up because you wait. It shows up because you move. You act as if, not because you're pretending, but because you're aligned with what's coming. That's what bends reality. That's what separates leaders from dreamers. Identity isn't found, it's chosen. You don't wait to discover who you are, you decide who you are, and reality adjusts accordingly. There's a moment where you stop explaining your old story and start living a new one. That moment is the birth of being. It doesn't take years, it just takes a decision. I am this now is the most powerful sentence you'll ever say. You don't dabble in being. You don't try it out. You embody it fully, even when there's no proof. This is where your self-image starts locking into place. And once you're being it, the rest can't help but follow. But here's the catch. You can't do, be, do, have if you don't know how to be. And being is not about faking, it's about believing. So to believe it, you have to lie to yourself first. And that's where the real transformation begins. So becoming starts with lies. If the be, do, have model is the mechanism by which reality bends, then being is the key that unlocks the whole system. But here's where most people get stuck. They don't know how to be what they aren't yet. They think being requires evidence. They think it requires permission, but being doesn't wait for evidence. Being creates evidence. So to be something, you must believe that you already are it. And belief, true, unshakable belief, is not something you wait for. It's something you build layer by layer from the inside out, just like any other belief you've built throughout your life, consciously or unconsciously. You don't first become successful and then believe you're successful. You believe you're successful and then your actions and outcomes rise to meet that belief. The fastest way to collapse time is to stop asking for external confirmation and start living from internal conviction. But here's the truth nobody wants to say. You won't believe it at first. That belief won't feel real because it really isn't for now. It's not a belief yet. It won't feel honest. It will feel like a lie. And that's exactly how it should feel. You don't wait until belief feels authentic. You lie to yourself first, and then you build the truth, one small piece of proof at a time. The journey to real belief begins with a lie that you choose to nurture instead of ignore. So let's be precise about the word lie. A lie is not inherently evil or wrong. A lie is just a statement that lacks sufficient reasons, evidence, proof, consensus, or confirmations to be accepted as truth. So if you just look at some of the scientific discoveries 100 years ago, they would be considered a lie now because right now there is enough proof that they're not true. So, but at the time they were considered true. And that's all it is. It's not immoral. It's just unconfirmed. A lie is something you tell yourself that currently goes against your past programming, your current experience, or your surrounding environment. It feels uncomfortable not because it's wrong, but because it's new. Your nervous system interprets unfamiliar ideas as threats. So when you claim something radically new, like I am a millionaire or I am magnetic, your body may tense, your brain may resist, and your ego may laugh. And that resistance is the byproduct of all the belief systems defending their position. You're not doing anything wrong, you're disrupting an identity loop. And that's exactly how it should feel. Truth and lies are both made of the same stuff. Evidence, reasons, and confirmation. The only difference is how much of it you have at the moment for each of those. If something has enough reasons, memories, confirmations, evidence, and repetition behind it, we call it truth. If it doesn't, we call it a lie. That means truth and lies are not moral categories, they're just positions on a sliding scale of belief. Truth is not absolute, it's a consensus of perception reinforced by patterns and repetition. What you call reality is just a dominant narrative that's been validated enough times to be accepted and has enough reasons, evidence, proof, consensus, or confirmations. You believe things are true because you've seen them, heard them, felt them, or thought them enough times. That's basically it. That's the whole mechanism. You didn't always believe you were shy, broke, unworthy, or stuck. You absorbed those stories because they kept showing up, so you decided they must be true. If enough people told you that you were attractive, powerful, and rich, and you let it in for long enough, you'd start believing that too. Truth is not discovered, it's constructed. It's a psychological house built brick by brick out of reasons, evidence, proof, or confirmations. Every time you find a reason something could be true, you add a layer. Every time you accept a moment of alignment, you add a beam. Eventually, your brain stops questioning and starts defending the new truth. That's when it becomes who you are. Becoming works in 3 stages. First, you lie to yourself. Then you believe delusionally. Then you believe realistically. And finally, you just are. That's the staircase of transformation. You can't skip the steps. The lie is where you plant the seed. I am powerful, I am wealthy, I have unlimited energy. It feels false, and that's fine. Say it anyway. The first time you say it, you'll feel resistance. You'll feel like a fraud. That's not a sign to stop. That's the sign that you're beginning. This is the part that everyone avoids. That's why most people stay the same. They won't lie long enough to themselves to find the truth on the other side. And delusional belief is where you act as if the lie were true. So that's step 2. Not because it is yet, but because you've decided it will be. You take aligned actions, you show up differently, you speak with more power, you create from your future. You still don't fully believe, but you're no longer resisting. You're trying the identity on. You're wearing it like a suit that's slightly too big, but you're growing into it fast. Now, step 3 is real belief. And real belief takes hold when you start seeing feedback from your actions. People start responding differently. Results start aligning with that new identity you're building. You start getting wins. You get proof. And the new belief feels natural. You don't have to force it anymore. It's not affirmations. It's just you're normal. Now it's not something you believe. It's something you are. So to speed up this process, you need to actively look for micro evidence, micro proof, micro reasons, and micro confirmations that your new identity might be true. You're not lying blindly. You're stacking proof moment by moment until the scale tips. These are small signs, a compliment, a new idea, a different response from someone, a moment where you felt powerful. This can be the smallest things ever, as long as it is some kind of micro proof or some kind of micro confirmation or reason to believe that what you're becoming is true already. So write them down, journal them, revisit them, even make a list of them, because you're building the case for your new reality like a lawyer. The more attention you give them, the more your RAS will start noticing similar events. Confirmation bias begins working in your favor. The brain doesn't need overwhelming evidence to shift identity. It just needs repeated exposure to aligned signals. Keep repeating the lie and rewarding the evidence. Over time, your subconscious adopts it as truth, as with everything else you believe. Eventually, it becomes harder to believe the old story than the new one, and that's when the quantum shift locks in. So, the greatest achievers of all time didn't wait for permission to believe. They bent reality by convincing themselves and everyone else before it made any sense. So, for example, Steve Jobs was notorious for this. His team called it the reality distortion field. He would insist on impossible things, ridiculous timelines, unrealistic goals, but somehow those things kept happening because belief bent the rules. Jobs would tell designers they could finish something in 2 weeks that should have taken 6 months, not because it was logical, but because his unwavering conviction warped logic itself until it matched his expectation. People believed him because he believed himself first. That belief became contagious and it turned ideas into iPhones. Muhammad Ali told the world that I am the greatest before he ever became champion. He declared it while still unknown. He said it enough times that the world had no choice but to follow. His identity didn't wait for victory. Victory came after belief. Most people have no conviction in their lives. And whenever they see somebody that is so convinced in themselves and believes so much in themselves, they will gladly follow because they want to have that belief in themselves. But you now know the truth. You now know that you can invent this belief in yourself. You create it out of yourself. Another example is Conor McGregor. He did the same. He talked like a multimillionaire fighter before he had any money. He acted like a champion before he had a belt. He told the world he would knock people out in specific rounds at specific times, and then he did. He believed it so strongly, and he repeated that lie to himself so many times that in the end it did become truth. He became his vision before the world gave him proof. When he was still living off welfare, he said, "I see myself with the belt." There is no way that he would have known that. That's the key. He just believed. The belt came after the belief, never before. They all followed the same formula. Declare, believe, become. They started with what looked like lies, then the world shifted around them. The belief came before the evidence. The identity came before the success. This isn't just mindset work, it's identity warfare. You're dismantling an old version of self that's been reinforced for years. It won't die quietly. You have to starve it out while feeding the new one. That means cutting off any reasons, evidence, proof, confirmations, attention, energy, and repetition from the old identity. No more venting, no more stories, no more I always narratives that point backward. You stop talking about being broke. You stop bonding over limitation. You stop rehearsing the past. The less oxygen you give it, the faster it dies. You literally have to pay zero attention to it and allow nothing to remind you of that. It's no longer in your reality. So no more laughing about being broke or stuff like that. That means obsessively nurturing the new identity with belief, language, emotion, and behavior. You speak from it, you think from it, you move from it, you talk from it. You replay the future more than you replay the past. The new self becomes the only self you know and the only self you allow. Logic won't make this stick. Identity shifts through emotion, not information. So you need to feel your way into the new version of you. That's what makes it real. When you affirm your new identity, add feeling, add music, add movement, make your nervous system feel the vibration of what it would be like to already be that version of you. A few seconds of deep feeling is more powerful than hours of repetition with no emotional charge. Enter the state first and behavior flows automatically. So create rituals, create triggers and environments that anchor you into the new state of being. A specific song that makes you feel like the future you, a posture that signals power, a phrase or mantra that you repeat. Make them part of your daily life because identity becomes real through repetition. Identity is easier to shape when you're surrounded by mirrors that reflect it. So your environment is either reinforcing your new self or dragging you back into your old one. Stop sharing your vision with people who are committed to your past. Start spending time with people who see your future as obvious. You don't owe access to people who can't see you. Proximity is power, so be around those who already embody what you're creating. And clean your space, upgrade your wardrobe, remove clutter that belongs to a version of you that you've outgrown. Your environment sends messages to your subconscious all day long, so let every detail of your world reflect the future you. You don't need perfect belief, you just need persistent belief. Every day you repeat the lie and find micro proof and act as if, you get closer to the embodiment. And there's a moment when the scale tips. You don't know when, you just keep going. And suddenly it's real. You feel it, you don't need to convince yourself anymore. It's gradual and then sudden. You can't rush it, but you can guarantee it by not quitting. So once the new identity locks in, the results speed up and they're no longer resisted. You don't ask, will this work? You decide it already has, and you live from that lie. You don't ask, will this work? You decide it already has, and you live from that until life catches up. You walk in the dark long enough for the lights to turn on. And when they do, you'll barely remember it used to be a lie. It will just feel like truth. So you've now seen the entire path from mental loss to the identity trap, from embodiment to belief, from truth to lie to becoming. What comes next is simple. Just live it. Let the old story die step into the new one fully, it's already waiting for you to say yes. So, with that being said, we went over the overview. We talked about the mind is the universe. We talked about the have, do, be trap. We talked about the be, do, have shift. We talked about becoming starts with lies. We're at the review now. And finally, your actions for the day or the next few days. Choose the identity you want to embody. Don't wait for proof. Don't wait for permission. Pick the version of you that already has everything you desire and decide that it's who you are now. Speak it, act it, think it, even if it feels fake, even if it feels uncomfortable. Rehearse the new self like a script. Then look for the tiniest confirmations that it might be true and build your belief one micro proof at a time. Then finally, B, stop chasing outcomes and start operating from your future self. Ask, how would I move if this were already real? Then do that. Speak from it, create from it, live from it until the world has no choice but to mirror it back. If you enjoyed this, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the power of delusion and how radical self-belief rewrites reality. As you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is the myth of realism, strategic delusion and irrational confidence, the utility of useful lies, the artist's delusion and the birth of worlds, reprogramming reality through belief, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the myth of realism. So let's be honest, being realistic sounds responsible, doesn't it? It feels grown up, sensible, safe. But that's exactly why it's actually dangerous. Realism, when you really look at it, is just fear wearing a mask of logic. It whispers, be smart, when what it really means is stay small. And the most striking part is that people who live by realism end up with a very predictable, comfortable life. Comfortable, but completely forgettable. You see, realism didn't begin as a mindset. It began as a survival code. Early humans needed it to avoid dying in stupid ways. Don't chase tigers, don't jump off cliffs, don't taste or test poison berries. It makes sense back then, but you're not dodging tigers anymore. You're dodging discomfort. And that same ancient caution now stops you from really exploring your own potential. And what once kept you safe will now quietly keep you stagnant if you don't rewrite the program. Look, history has plenty of proof of this. Every world changer looked a little insane compared to everyone else that's being quote-unquote realistic before the world caught up. The Wright brothers, Jobs, Bezos, they were all accused of being delusional before they became inevitable. And so realists document the present. The delusional dreamers of the world design the future. And you'll notice too that the people who criticize and call others unrealistic rarely create anything themselves. They just measure what already exists because that's the only ground they actually trust. And here's where it gets pretty sneaky. Realism whispers through logic. It basically says, be practical, or that's statistically unlikely. But statistics often lie and are built from the past, and your next move doesn't necessarily belong to the past. The realist mindset can only calculate from yesterday's data. It has no formula for new behavior, fresh courage, or creativity. So, for example, for decades, experts believed running a mile in 4 minutes was physically impossible for humans. Medical journals literally published proof that it couldn't be done. Then Roger Bannister did it in 1954, and within 46 days, someone else broke his record. BlackBerry executives dismissed the iPhone as impractical because their data showed professionals needed physical keyboards. They relied on past user behavior and missed that people would adapt to touchscreens in ways statistics couldn't necessarily predict. In 2007, Netflix executives began shifting from DVD rentals to streaming, despite analysts insisting consumers preferred physical media. Market experts called their focus on streaming delusional, when broadband infrastructure wasn't yet ready to support it. Now, when Airbnb launched, hotel industry experts dismissed the idea that people would let strangers stay in their homes. Data showed consumers valued hotel safety standards and amenities, yet the founders' delusional belief that people would prioritize authentic experiences transformed the travel industry forever. Leonardo da Vinci, for example, designed flying machines, helicopters, and submarines centuries before the technology existed to actually build them. His notebooks show detailed engineering plans that were considered fantasies by his contemporaries, yet many of his concepts eventually became reality. Napoleon rose from modest origins to become Emperor of France, believing he was destined for greatness from an early age. He conquered most of Europe despite facing larger armies, famously declaring impossible is a word to be found only in the dictionary of fools. Alexander the Great believed he was descended from gods and destined to conquer the known world. At age 20, he inherited a small kingdom and proceeded to conquer the Persian Empire, which was the largest empire in the world at the time. He never lost a battle despite being consistently outnumbered, often by factors of 5-1 or more. Nikola Tesla envisioned wireless energy transmission and global communication systems decades before they were technologically feasible. He claimed that he could visualize his inventions in complete detail in his mind before building them. Now, obviously, there are countless more examples, but at this point you probably get the gist. So by default, the moment you do something unprecedented, realism collapses. Now, once you start seeing realism for what it really is, which is a filter, not a fact, you'll catch it everywhere. You'll hear it when you downplay an idea before you even test it. You'll feel it when you second guess yourself just because no one else is doing it. And every time you say, let's be realistic, just notice what actually happens next. The energy in your body drops immediately. And that's the nervous system choosing safety over expansion. So let me explain what's really going on inside your head when that happens. The brain builds reality through selective attention. It doesn't show you the world, it shows you what matches your internal map of the world. So if your map says ordinary, your brain will literally delete extraordinary options and experiences before you can even see them. How many people do you know who will see the examples I talked about earlier and dismiss them as mere luck or find some other excuse to dismiss them? It's basic neuroscience. The reticular activating system, or RAS, works like a filter, only letting in the thoughts that fit your dominant expectations. For example, think about the last time you decided to buy a car, or anything for that matter, and then started seeing it everywhere. That's your RAS in action. The world didn't change. You just tuned in differently. The same thing will happen with belief. The moment you decide that opportunity is normal for you, your perception will start scanning for confirmation. It's basically automatic. Keep doing that long enough, and the old realist lens dissolves. The new one takes over quietly until impossible basically starts to feel like an outdated word. So here's how you use this deliberately. Feed your brain new assumptions every day. Literally talk to it, say them out loud, visualize them, act on them, read about them. You don't argue with the realist voice, you overwrite it through consistent repetition. The mind listens to what you do more than what you say. Eventually, you'll notice that your brain stops waiting for outside proof and it starts manufacturing it. And that's when you realize you've turned belief into evidence. And yes, you'll still feel the tug of realism. It's been rewarded your whole life. People clap for reasonable. It feels validating, but reasonable people maintain the systems that bold people reinvent. So don't expect applause while you're still invisible. That's the cost of being early to your own future. Anyway, the moment you basically suspend realism, life starts answering differently. Ideas flow faster, coincidences increase, and timing improves. You start to feel like you're walking in a private current that no one else can actually see. Your attention is behaving differently. You're simply tuned to creation instead of caution. You're in alignment. So once you've cracked the myth of realism, you're ready for something better, strategic delusion. That's the deliberate tactical use of irrational confidence to move faster than logic actually allows. And it's where belief stops being philosophy and becomes performance. And that's where we're heading next. So let's talk about the strategic delusion and irrational confidence. So being delusional isn't always a flaw. Sometimes it's the highest performing mental state you can actually enter. There's a type of irrational confidence that lets you move faster, decide cleaner, and execute harder than logic ever would. I'm not talking about pretending to be something you're not, but rather about using belief as a tool for velocity. Logic slows movement because it waits for certainty, but strategic delusion speeds it up because it acts before certainty actually exists. And you can train yourself to access that state at will, and when you do, you'll outperform people who have twice your experience. So the human brain isn't designed to act under uncertainty, it's designed to conserve energy. When you're unsure, your mind hesitates, analyzes, and delays. The result is paralysis disguised as caution. Now, that's where strategic delusion comes in. You'll use irrational confidence as fuel to override hesitation. It's temporary, tactical, and very functional. You'll act with conviction before proof ever appears, and that early movement will generate the proof everyone else is still waiting for. So let's call it what it really is. It is a mental performance enhancer. It's like caffeine for your decision-making system. It sharpens commitment and removes hesitation. And when you step into that mental frame, you stop playing the game by probabilities and start playing by momentum. That's what makes it strategic. You're using delusion deliberately as a cognitive tool to bias your actions towards action, speed, and certainty. Now, here's how it works. When you decide something with absolute conviction, even if that conviction is manufactured, your brain releases a chemical cocktail that basically mirrors confidence. Dopamine spikes, cortisol drops, and your motor cortex activates more efficiently. You move smoother, you think faster, and you feel lighter. Irrational confidence literally changes your physiology in real time. This is what people call the placebo effect, where belief itself becomes a powerful catalyst for physiological change. Now, fascinatingly, research shows that placebos work even when people know they're actually taking placebos. In multiple clinical studies, patients who were explicitly told they were receiving sugar pills with no active ingredients still experienced significant improvements in their symptoms. This suggests that belief doesn't require deception. Your conscious mind can acknowledge something isn't real while your body still responds as though it is. So the mere ritual of taking action creates physiological change. And you can tell yourself, I'm choosing to believe this temporarily as a performance tool and still get the benefits of heightened capability. So stripped of the medical context, it's simply belief-altering biology. The mind tells the body what's real, and the body obeys. When you convince yourself you're capable, your nervous system responds as though it's already done the thing before. That's why belief practice works. It primes neural pathways for execution. Now, if you keep rehearsing that conviction, then your body will start behaving as though the impossible is basically normal. And that's how irrational confidence turns into rational performance. You've probably heard of optimism bias, illusion of control, and confirmation bias. Usually they're presented as flaws, but if you flip them, they basically become performance enhancers. Expecting success, for example, makes you take actions that make success more likely. It's a feedback loop that feeds on itself, or in other words, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, another example here is believing you have influence over your outcomes pushes you to basically adjust micro behaviors that others ignore. Those micro adjustments compound into real control. When you assume you'll find proof, you start noticing it everywhere. The mind collects evidence for whatever narrative it's told to serve. So, how do you use this deliberately? You'll build what I call confidence rituals. They're small, physical or mental triggers that basically push you into that irrational certainty on command. Look, confidence isn't an emotion, it's really a physiological configuration. If you can trigger the state, you can basically trigger the results. So pick something tangible to cue it. It could be a specific song, a scent, a breath pattern, or a phrase. This is going to be your anchor. And use it before high-stakes calls, creative sessions, or public moments. Repetition will strengthen the association until it becomes automatic. You need to believe it and embody it though. Stand differently, speak louder, look people in the eye. The body sends messages upwards to the brain, and the more you behave confidently, the more your brain mirrors it chemically. So strategic delusion isn't about denial, but more so about amplification. You're amplifying the signal of belief until your system starts believing its own broadcast. So if you stay in that state long enough, then momentum will take over. And once motion begins, you won't need delusion anymore. The results will start sustaining confidence naturally. So each successful repetition trains your brain that irrational confidence is safe and useful. And over time, that becomes your new default under pressure. And you'll notice something fascinating once you start doing this. Everyone else is waiting for permission to act, but you'll already be moving. You'll feel like you're ahead of the timeline because most people require validation before action. You'll realize the unfair advantage this gives you. Movement creates feedback, and feedback creates data, and data creates mastery. You'll always learn faster than the cautious. So here's another layer to this. People mirror conviction. Humans are social creatures wired for emotional contagion. When someone radiates certainty, others subconsciously fall into rhythm with it. That's why confident people get more sales, more attention, more cooperation. They generate coherence in a room just by existing. Now, the stronger your certainty, the more others will borrow it. They'll start aligning with your belief system without even knowing why. This is how founders, athletes, creators, and performers just command trust. They transmit certainty before evidence. When you master this, you'll realize that leadership is mostly energy transmission. Your belief moves others into action. So learn to use it responsibly. Strategic delusion isn't manipulation, it's direction. It pulls reality towards a version that didn't exist before. Now, you must stay anchored in integrity. The confidence you project has to serve something real, even if it starts from irrational roots. If you use delusion selfishly or without foundation, it collapses under its own weight. But if you tie it to contribution, it becomes permanent. Now, the key idea here is that belief acts like a short-term performance enhancer. You won't always feel ready, but readiness isn't required. Irrational confidence fills the gap between your current ability and your potential ability. It lets you perform above your data, and the more you practice it, the smaller that gap becomes. When you start operating this way, fear becomes a background hum instead of a wall. You move while feeling it, and that movement keeps you sharper. Even when you fail, you recover faster because your system is trained to expect positive outcomes. And over time, this turns you into someone who thrives on uncertainty rather than fears it. Now, strategic delusion, when mastered, pushes you into flow states more easily. You'll stop thinking about whether you can and start doing it until you prove that you can. That immersion is what switches off doubt and turns effort into instinct. And you'll notice time distorts, fear quiets, and everything feels lighter, like the mind and body finally agree. Eventually, you'll realize that strategic delusion isn't about pretending at all, but rather it's about rehearsing possibility until it becomes muscle memory. It's belief applied as technology. And when you can access that state consistently, you'll stop needing it just for yourself. You'll start using it to guide others, to build shared narratives that help people act beyond what seems reasonable. That's where the concept of useful lies begins, and that's where we're going next. So let's talk about the utility of useful lies. So let's take a step back and actually talk about one of the strangest truths about human progress. The world runs on fictions. Every system we use to organize society, like money, status, time, religion, even success, is just basically a collective agreement on a story that isn't physically real, but works because everyone treats it as if it is. Useful lies are the scaffolding of civilization. When you understand that, you stop trying to find absolute truth in everything and start asking a much smarter question. Does this belief help me build? Philosophical pragmatism basically teaches that the value of an idea isn't whether it's true, it's in whether it works. And now, this isn't about really self-deception or something of that sort. It's more so about conscious authorship. You're already living inside fictions. You just didn't choose them. So your culture, your upbringing, your media diet wrote your code for you. When you start examining which of those beliefs actually help you move forward, you reclaim authorship. The point isn't to escape illusion, it's to curate it. You'll start noticing that every successful person does this instinctively. They pick the stories that move them forward and discard the ones that drain them. If you zoom out for a second, you'll see how deep this goes. Take money. It's really just paper and numbers. It works because we all agree it works. The same is true for law, education, or reputation. None of them exist in nature. They exist in belief. These are useful lies that turned chaos into cooperation. So the question becomes, if collective delusion can shape nations, what could a personal one do for you? Now, once you see belief as a tool instead of a truth, everything becomes malleable. You stop arguing over who's right and start thinking about what's effective. And you'll become less emotional and more intentional with the stories you adopt. It's because it's like switching from being a character in someone else's movie to becoming the actual director. So here's how to work with this practically. Every belief carries both cost and return. Some beliefs give clarity, others give motivation, others create limits. The trick is to learn to treat beliefs like tools in a toolbox. You use them when they're useful and set them down when they're not. For example, believing everything happens for a reason isn't necessarily scientifically provable, but it's emotionally stabilizing. It keeps you from spiraling when things go wrong. It helps you recover faster, which means you make better decisions under pressure. If that belief helps you keep moving, it's useful. If it makes you passive, then it's not. Function determines the value of the belief. Now, an important point here is that beliefs have expiration dates, so you need to basically check them periodically. A belief that served your survival 5 years ago might be sabotaging you quietly today. Now look, you don't need perfect beliefs, you need powerful ones. So pick the stories that make you act, create, and endure. People like me always figure it out. Every rejection redirects me to something better. Everything I need is already within reach. These beliefs are frameworks for action. When you repeat a belief consistently, it becomes the default operating system that makes decisions for you before you actually think. And the more often a belief produces results, the more your subconscious invests in it. It basically becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy through repetition and reinforcement. So the more you use beliefs as tools, the more creative freedom you actually gain. You'll start experimenting with reality like an artist instead of debating it. You'll feel lighter because you're no longer obsessed with certainty. And that's where things get interesting, because once you realize that most truths are basically constructed, you'll start building your own with intention. So let's talk about the craftsmanship of belief, the art of building useful lies consciously. This is where you'll move from philosophical awareness to practical design. So start by identifying areas of your life where uncertainty basically paralyzes you. Then craft a belief that restores motion. For example, if you freeze before big decisions, create the belief action clarifies more than thought ever will. That one sentence basically becomes a mantra and a compass for speed. Use it until it stops serving you and then replace it. You're not pledging loyalty to beliefs, you're deploying them strategically. Over time, this approach turns belief management into a form of personal engineering. You'll be building the architecture of your worldview from the inside out. Now, the danger here is blind optimism. Useful lies must still produce results. So if a belief makes you feel good but doesn't really change your outcomes, then it's not really functional. So measure your beliefs the same way you test a product, by its outcomes. Delete any belief that keeps you comfortable but powerless and replace it with one that demands motion. That's how you keep delusion productive instead of escapist. See, once you master this personally, you'll start noticing it everywhere, socially. Every great leader, brand, or movement engineer a collective belief that basically aligns behavior. It's the why that holds systems together. They tell useful lies big enough to unite people around shared direction. Apple made people believe they were basically buying rebellion and art in the shape of technology. Tesla made people believe they were investing in a future species. Religions, nations, even markets all operate because of a collective narrative engineering. The stories don't need to be factually perfect. They need to feel emotionally true. People move on conviction, not just data. So when you understand this, you'll start leading differently. You'll craft narratives that drive clarity and commitment rather than control. And eventually, you'll start to see the line between delusion and wisdom is defined by output. Beliefs are true when they produce beauty, movement, and meaning. They're false when they produce paralysis, resentment, and decay. Function is the only honest judge. Now, once you understand how to consciously construct useful lives, you'll start noticing that creation itself, art, business, innovation, is built on the same foundation. Every act of creation begins as a hallucination that becomes real through consistent expression. And that's exactly where we're going next. So let's talk about the artist's delusion and the birth of world. So look, every artist, inventor, founder, or visionary is a little bit insane, at least if you compare them with the so-called quote-unquote realistic people. To create anything that doesn't really exist yet, you have to hallucinate something into being and then convince reality to basically agree with you. That's what creative delusion is. It's the method behind the madness. It's the ability to hold an image of what could exist so vividly that your actions start bending the world towards it. This is how every masterpiece, every invention, and every revolution really begins. Someone believes in an idea so strongly that it eventually becomes undeniable. Now, think about it. You can't paint a masterpiece while obsessing over what's real right now. Creation always requires some suspension of realism. Artists enter a temporary state of something like self-hypnosis, where they basically stop asking if it's possible and start exploring how it could feel if it were. The same psychology that powers an artist at their canvas can power you in anything else. Creativity isn't a privilege of the gifted, it's a neurological mode available to anyone who's willing to cross the line between perception and imagination. The creative mind works basically like a door between two realities, the actual and the potential. It keeps one foot in what is and another in what could be. And the stronger the vision, the more gravitational pull the imagined world exerts on the physical one. And so when you master this, your goals stop feeling like distant targets and start behaving like magnets. They pull you forward because the mind starts collapsing the distance between idea and evidence. Now, when you enter a focused state of imagination, your prefrontal cortex, the part that basically filters logic and judgment, starts to quiet down. This allows the associative regions of your brain to cross-link ideas that normally wouldn't connect. That's why creativity often feels random or intuitive. It's your mind reaching beyond the walls of habit. The artist's delusion is essentially permission for chaos to organize into something new. In deep creative states, dopamine levels basically rise, increasing pattern recognition and emotional reward. The mind becomes more exploratory and basically less risk averse. This is why time disappears when you're creating. The brain stops measuring hours and starts measuring meaning. The more immersed you are, the easier it becomes to externalize what was once intangible. The body follows the imagination's rhythm, translating invisible patterns into visible form. Every creative act is symbolic in one way or another. It turns feeling into form. When you design, write, perform, or build, you're mapping literal internal experience into external structure. The artist's delusion works because it forces emotion into action, energy that would otherwise stagnate as fantasy becomes organized expression. Now, people respond to creation because it reflects something universal back to them. What begins as one person's illusion ends up becoming collective recognition. So you might be wondering how to use this if you're not a painter or a musician or an artist in general. Here's how. Creation isn't limited to art. After all, it's problem solving in any form. Entrepreneurs, strategists, athletes, and leaders are all creative when they start imagining outcomes beyond their current conditions. And the same rules apply. You must suspend disbelief long enough for execution to catch up. So start each project by basically sketching the finished version in your mind and don't worry about how yet. That's how you turn imagination into scaffolding. See it, feel it, and describe it vividly enough that your nervous system starts adapting to it. Once the image feels real, you break it into structure like systems, steps, sketches, or storyboards. Keep refining because creation is rarely a flash of genius. It's usually a loop of revision that gradually makes the delusion tangible. And design surroundings that keep you in contact with your imagined world. The brain uses sensory cues to sustain emotional states. So surround yourself with visuals, sounds, and symbols that remind you of the future you're building. Heath Ledger's preparation for the Joker role demonstrates the artist's delusion at its extreme. He locked himself in a hotel room for weeks, closed off the windows, created a diary in character, and experimented with voices, movements, and psychologies that didn't exist in him before. And Ledger didn't just play the Joker, he basically hallucinated the character as he imagined it into existence through sustained immersion. He treated his imagination as a laboratory where the Joker could evolve independently. And by the time filming began, the performance wasn't acting, it was channeling. He had convinced his nervous system so deeply that the Joker's mannerisms became automatic. The more your environment mirrors your vision, the easier it becomes to stay inside the creative trance where innovation happens. So let's clear something up. Creativity isn't some kind of random inspiration like most people think. It's usually structured irrationality. Artists know this, writers know this, everybody that actually does some kind of creative work knows this. They show up at the same time in the same place every day, even when they feel empty. And that routine is what builds a psychological trigger. The brain learns to open the creative channel on demand. So if you want consistent innovation, just make creativity mechanical. Treat imagination like a muscle that strengthens through repetition. Schedule dedicated time for exploration. Even 30 minutes of uninterrupted thought will basically train your brain to associate solitude with creation. Ironically, constraints actually amplify creativity. Limitation forces innovation. Give yourself boundaries so your imagination has something to push against. And the more regularly you practice, the faster you'll enter flow, and the threshold between thought and action will get shorter each time. Now, every creative will face resistance of some sort, the inner critic or fatigue or doubt or anything else. The artist's delusion is the antidote. You'll keep going not because you're certain it will work, but because you've chosen to believe it already exists. So repeating the same actions, even when you're doubting, will train your mental endurance over time, and you'll begin to trust momentum more than your mood. And the moment you act through this belief, belief returns. That's the paradox of creation. You prove it's real by behaving as though it already is. So creativity also depends on emotional energy. Passion, frustration, awe, and curiosity are all creative fuels. Learn to work with your emotional charges instead of trying to suppress them. The best ideas often arrive disguised as tension. So when emotion surges, channel it into motion of some form. Write, move, record, build. Energy wants expression. The faster you convert it, the cleaner your mind becomes. This process of converting feeling into form turns chaos into clarity, and emotion stops being noise and becomes useful. The more often you release emotion creatively, the less you'll carry stress unconsciously. Your nervous system will become lighter, sharper, and more adaptive. So don't numb yourself to avoid overwhelm. The ability to feel deeply is the artist's radar. It helps you perceive possibilities that others miss. And so try spending more time alone without any input, no music, no screens. That silence will reset your sensitivity. When you return to work, your creative radar will be sharper and your output will carry more emotional depth. Now, over time, you'll realize that creative delusion is about remembering rather than pretending. You're not fabricating anything, it's pre-recognition. You're not inventing new realities, you're discovering future ones that already exist in potential. The artist's delusion is the mental bridge between those two coordinates, vision and manifestation. And once you understand that whole concept, you'll basically see how creative psychology and belief are one and the same. Imagination rewires perception, perception reshapes action, and action reprograms reality. So let's talk about reprogramming reality through belief. So here's where basically everything starts to converge. You've seen how realism limits perception, how strategic delusion boosts performance, and how useful lies shape function. But now we're going to talk about the mechanism underneath it all, the way belief literally rewires the world you experience. You might think belief is mental, abstract, or symbolic, but it's not. Belief is neurological architecture. It's a coding language that tells your nervous system how to interpret data. So once you understand that, you can consciously edit the software that basically runs your reality. Now, belief is the single most efficient piece of technology the human mind has ever built. It predates language, it predates philosophy and culture. Before people learned how to record facts, they learned how to hold faith. That's because faith, whether in gods, systems, or yourself, is what allows action to happen before evidence even exists. Every civilization, every invention, every work of art began as belief, preceding proof. It began as faith. It's the bridge that turns potential into practice. See, when belief changes, perception follows. The eyes don't see, the brain interprets. What you think is out there is just your nervous system filtering and organizing sensory input. The brain doesn't necessarily always care what's true, but most of the time it does care about what's consistent. So if you feed it a new consistent belief, it will start finding proof to make that belief real. Once you grasp that, your reality basically becomes flexible. Let's unpack how this actually works. The mind is always running a prediction model. It guesses what's going to happen based on what has already happened, and that's how it saves energy. When you deliberately install a new belief, say, I always land on my feet, you're basically altering the prediction pattern. The brain begins updating its expectations, and those expectations influence your micro behaviors, your tone, your timing, and your attention. Eventually, your external world starts reflecting those changes, and it starts reflecting them back to you as coincidence. It's basically causation at the perceptual level. Belief also has chemical consequences. When you believe you can, dopamine levels rise. That signal of expectation activates focus and motor engagement. The brain primes your body for execution before you even begin. So the feeling of possibility is to a degree biochemical. You're basically manufacturing performance fuel. Keep doing this long enough and your nervous system starts associating challenge with excitement instead of fear. That's how you become unshakable. Now, to reprogram reality, you'll need to treat belief like a system update, not an affirmation. Affirmations, at least in the way they're popularly used, fade because they're words without real reinforcement. So system updates stick because they include sensory data, emotional charge, and most importantly, behavioral evidence, or in other words, action. That's the trinity of belief change. So anchor your beliefs in sensation. When you visualize success, feel the air in that room, hear the tone of your voice, see the details around you. The more sensory data you attach, the more convincingly the brain encodes it. Do it often enough and your body really starts adopting the physiology of that imagined future. Your breathing, your posture, and speech patterns adapt automatically, and frequency beats intensity. 10 minutes daily of vivid belief rehearsal will outmatch 1 weekend of blind motivation every time. So to give you some examples here, research at the Cleveland Clinic showed that participants who only mentally practiced finger exercises increased muscle strength by 35% compared to 53% for those who actually physically trained. The brain's motor cortex activated similarly in both groups, showing that vivid mental rehearsal triggers real physiological adaptation. A Harvard study by Amy Cuddy found that holding expansive power poses for just 2 minutes increased testosterone by 20% and decreased cortisol by 25%. The body's endocrine system responded to posture signals, proving that the physical embodiment of confidence creates real biochemical changes that support the belief. Now, another one is the neurolinguistic research from Stanford that basically showed that when subjects consistently visualize themselves as confident public speakers, their vocal patterns unconsciously shifted, their pitch stabilized, their filler words decreased, and speaking tempo became more controlled. The nervous system automated the speech characteristics of the imagined identity through repeated mental rehearsal. So visualization, guys, it's not some form of mumbo jumbo. It's actually proven by research multiple times. So belief also requires some emotional voltage. Emotion acts as the electrical current that powers the belief circuit. So use music, movement, or breath to generate emotion before rehearsing a belief. Energy makes the message stick. So link the new belief to emotional memories of victory. The brain often uses emotional similarity to decide what's real. And finally, you need evidence loops. Belief becomes truth through repetition of aligned action. Every time you behave as though your belief is already true, the body logs it as proof. You can start ridiculously small. So, for example, just send one message or record one video or take one step that basically confirms the narrative you're actually building. When you stack those moments, the brain shifts from hoping to assuming, and that's when manifestation becomes mechanism. Of course, as you start installing new beliefs, the old ones will push back. The mind resists rewiring because change burns glucose. It literally costs energy. The old belief is a lazy habit, and it will argue for its survival through doubt, guilt, or nostalgia. Expect that because it's proof that the rewiring is actually working. Now, when those old thoughts arise, don't debate them. Debate wastes energy. Bring awareness to them. Notice them like static noise and return to the new program. The less emotional charge you give the old pattern, the faster it decays. And immediately act from the new belief even while the old one's still echoing. Action often creates change faster than thought. Now, over time, the mind will basically stop seeing the two beliefs as separate. The new one absorbs the old. You'll notice fewer spikes of doubt and longer stretches of ease. And eventually, you won't be trying to believe anymore. You'll just be operating from it unconsciously. And that's when reality actually starts to synchronize. So, belief isn't formed in a vacuum. It needs environmental reinforcement. You can't program confidence in a room full of cynics. So surroundings feed your subconscious cues. Every object, every tone, and person sends a signal about what's normal. And you need to basically curate normal. So look around your space. Everything in it should really remind you of your intended future. Remove what represents the past you're leaving behind. Humans mirror each other's confidence levels as well. So if you spend time around hesitant, cynical people, your brain calibrates to their kind of mood, to their hesitation, to their cynicism. So find people whose normal feels like your next level. Now, observe how quickly your energy rises or drops after certain conversations. That's your nervous system telling you who feeds your belief and who feeds you in general and who drains it. And so treat social exposure like nutrition and consume selectively. The wrong input can literally break your mental chemistry. Now, eventually, you'll basically start to notice that belief doesn't just change your perception, it really starts to bend probability. When you believe something with enough repetition and emotional charge, your decisions align with that expectation unconsciously. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You reach out to someone at the right moment, you make a call that lands perfectly, or you choose timing that looks uncanny. It feels like luck, but it's really alignment. There is no such thing as luck. You've trained your intuition to anticipate opportunity faster than logic can. The stronger your belief, the more sensitive your intuition becomes, and you start noticing micro signals that others miss. Now, when you trust those signals, they chain together into velocity. One aligned decision opens the door for the next. So the distance between intention and evidence will shrink, and what used to take months will start taking weeks. People will start feeling this from you as well. Conviction can be felt. It changes your tone, it changes your posture, it changes your rhythm, and others will respond in kind. And confidence creates coherence. The more certain you are internally, the more your external world reorganizes around that frequency. So you'll realize belief doesn't just shape personal outcomes, it can organize collective behavior. That's how movements, brands, nations, and revolutions basically start. So once you reach this point, belief stops being something you practice. It becomes the medium you operate in. You'll stop chasing proof and start authoring it. And from there, the question isn't whether belief rewrites reality, but rather how far you're willing to let it. Because at that level, imagination, conviction, and creation become the same act. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the myth of realism, strategic delusion and irrational confidence, the utility of useful lies, the artist's delusion and the birth of worlds, reprogramming reality through belief, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, build a deliberate belief system instead of inheriting one. Choose 3 beliefs that would make your life easier, faster, or richer if they were true, and act as though they already are. Speak from them, move from them, and make decisions through them for the next 7 days, and let your behavior teach your nervous system what's actually normal. Create a confidence ritual that triggers your irrational performance state and anchor it to something physical like a breath pattern, a song, a scent, or a gesture. Use it before calls, training sessions, or some kind of creative work, and you'll notice your focus sharpen, your doubt will drop, and your timing will improve. So train yourself to turn belief into biochemistry. Then finally, audit your environment weekly. Replace what reminds you of limitation with symbols that represent expansion. And keep your surroundings, routines, and conversations in alignment with the future you're scripting. The more consistency your system senses, the faster delusion becomes data and imagination becomes reality. So I hope you enjoyed this training. I hope it brought a lot of value. It was personally very close to my heart because to a degree, everything I have accomplished in my life, even though I haven't accomplished all my goals, and compared to a lot of other people, I haven't accomplished that much. But for me personally, everything that I've achieved in my life seemed delusional to someone at some point. So I really hope this touched you in some way and helps you in some way. With that being said, make sure to subscribe if you enjoy this type of content. I'll be uploading more. And let me know in the comments what you would like to see next. Give this video a like. If you want to work with me, make sure to click the second link in the description and just book a call. And if you want this document along with this training, then join the free community from the first link in the description. And with that being said, thank you for being here. I'll see you in the next one. There's something you're doing right now every single day that's quietly sabotaging your life. It's disguised as kindness, praised as generosity, and even celebrated as virtue. But beneath the applause, it's slowly erasing your sense of self. If you're tired of living with guilt, resentment, and silent rage, keep watching, because in this video, I'll expose exactly what you've been doing wrong and how one small shift can unlock a life where you no longer apologize for choosing yourself. So, with that being said, what we're going to be talking about today is the sacred power of selfishness. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be discussing more specifically is first the overview, then the lie of selflessness, the truth about morality, the power of rational self-interest, the legacy you leave, and finally the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's talk about the lie of selflessness. So selflessness is not what they told you it was. They twisted the word into something noble to keep you small. What they call selfless is often just self-erasure with good PR. It's the slow death of personal will disguised as virtue. When you're trained to please everyone, you stop noticing when you're being used. And you start to feel bad for even wanting to prioritize yourself, like it's a sin to have needs. They made you believe that the more you suffer, the more moral you become. But suffering doesn't sanctify you, it sedates you. It turns lions into lambs. You are taught that goodness means putting yourself last. In this twisted moral scale, you're the bottom rung. Your dreams, your energy, your desires, they're all supposed to come after everyone else gets theirs. It's not selflessness, it's self-abandonment. You weren't created to be a backup character in your own life. The more you give without question, the more they praise you. And yet you feel emptier with every thank you. They turned burnout into a badge of honor, as if bleeding for others is what makes you human. The world claps for the person who collapses from giving too much. But that's not morality, that's madness. You lie to yourself and call it love, but deep down it's fear. Fear of being judged, fear of being alone, fear of being called selfish. Selflessness is a weapon used against the unaware. Governments, religious corporations, they all thrive on your willingness to devalue yourself. They run on sacrifice. not theirs, yours. The more obedient you are, the easier you are to extract. You're expected to serve causes you didn't choose and people who wouldn't lift a finger for you in return. You're more controllable when you believe your own happiness is selfish. You're told you're good when you comply and selfish when you think for yourself. And every time you draw a boundary, they try to make you feel cruel. But it's not cruelty, it's clarity. Altruism, as they sold it, is often just ego in disguise. Many people act selfless not out of love, but out of the need to be liked. They want to be seen as good more than they want to be true. They'll bend over backwards just to look like saints, but inside they're bitter, resentful, and hollow. They're addicted to external validation. They need to be needed because they don't know how to be enough on their own. When you spend your life living for others, you forget how to live with yourself. You lose your center. You don't even know what you want anymore. And eventually something breaks. You either become numb or you explode. And both are signs that the selfless path was never sustainable to begin with. Selfless people often become the most secretly angry. They think giving will earn them love, loyalty, or peace. But when that doesn't come, they turn cold. Every favor becomes a debt they expect to be repaid. They won't say it, but they feel it. Silent resentment builds until it rots everything beautiful inside them. Instead of realizing they chose to betray themselves, they actually start blaming others for not appreciating the sacrifice. They wear their suffering like a crown, but nobody asks them to bleed. They stay stuck in cycles of bitterness, pretending they're moral when they're just miserable. A life built on self-denial is a life stripped of power. You don't grow when your only goal is to please others. You actually shrink, and every decision becomes a moral crisis. Every desire feels like a threat to your goodness. So you stop trusting yourself. You become dependent on others to tell you what's right. You live on autopilot, letting others choose your path. You wake up one day and realize you don't even recognize the life you've built. You start to wonder if meaning was ever real or just a lie fed to keep you tame. The truth is, everyone is selfish. The question is whether they're honest about it. Most people cloak their selfishness in moral language. I'm just trying to help, or I'm doing it for them. But underneath it all, there's always a personal motive. They refuse to admit they want something in return, so they suppress it and the tension leaks out sideways. That refusal eats at their soul. They never feel fulfilled, no matter how much they give. And real strength is admitting your desire and actually aligning with it fully. That's not cruelty. That's coherence. When you stop lying to yourself that you want things, you start living. You no longer need applause because your direction comes from within. And what they call selfish is often just self-aware. It's not wrong to say no. It's actually intelligent. It's not wrong to prioritize your mission. It's actually required. And you realize that the world doesn't fall apart when you stop playing savior. In fact, it often gets better because now you're operating from truth instead of performance. The real moral crime isn't selfishness, it's self-neglect. If you don't put yourself first, no one else will. And even if they do, you'll feel like a fraud. Come back to yourself. Reclaim your name. That's the beginning of real impact. Once you start to break the illusion, everything starts to shift. You feel lighter, sharper, like you just stepped out of a dream and into your own body. The fatigue fades because you're no longer draining yourself for approval. Your mind clears, the noise quiets, and you can finally hear yourself again. And when you hear yourself, you know what to do next. You start to want again, not for others, but for yourself. That desire is your compass, so follow it because it leads to the next layer of truth. With that being said, let's talk about the truth about morality. So you've been operating on someone else's moral code. From day one, they gave you rules you never agreed to. Rules about what's good, what's bad, what's selfish, what's moral. But none of these ideas actually came from you. They were injected, passed down, memorized, and never questioned. You inherited guilt for wanting things. You inherited shame for saying no. You were told your value comes from denying yourself, but that's not morality. That's control dressed as virtue. They made you believe that being moral means betraying yourself, that somehow you're a better person when you're in pain. It's a lie that goodness comes from suffering. True morality isn't about pain, it's about truth. And morality isn't about what others think of you. It's not about approval, it's not about fitting in, it's about inner alignment, about whether your actions reflect what you actually believe, not what you've been told to believe. You know when you're lying to yourself, you can feel it, that tension in your gut. That's not fear, that's misalignment. You don't need a priest or a teacher or a government to tell you what's right. You just need to stop bullshitting yourself. The real measure of morality is whether you can live with yourself, not just in public, but when you're alone in the dark, with nothing but your thoughts. You sleep better when you live cleanly. Not clean as in perfect, but clean as in honest. The entire structure of modern morality is upside down. They say that a good man is the one who sacrifices himself, who works tirelessly for others, who never puts himself first. But that's not virtue, that's decay. That's a recipe for collapse. And they glorify the man who dies for everyone, but they ignore the man who lives for something. It's not just misguided, it's weaponized. A moral code that rewards weakness isn't morality, it's mental slavery. The true moral person is not the one who gives everything away. He's the one who builds something strong enough to give from without destroying himself in the process. He doesn't sacrifice his foundation. He builds a structure others can lean on because it's rooted in his own strength. He gives because he wants to, not because he feels he has to. The highest moral act is to not betray yourself. When your words, actions, and desires line up, you become unshakable. That's real morality. That creates trust. Not performance, not some kind of pretense. And it's not about being good, it's about being integrated, about not leaking your soul across 1,000 false yeses. People respect those who are whole, even if they don't always like them. And the most ethical person in the room is often the one who refuses to pretend, even if it offends people. That kind of person has power because they're not living a double life. You don't owe morality to others, you owe it to yourself. If your morality only kicks in when others are watching, it's not morality, it's performance. True ethics come from choice, from decision, not pressure, not fear. The moment you stop needing others to approve of your goodness, you become unstoppable. You become your own compass. You stop needing maps drawn by broken men. And others begin to look to you, not for what's popular, but for what's true. You become the one who rewrites the code. Acting in your own rational self-interest is not immoral, it's moral. People hear the word selfish and picture greed, cruelty, narcissism, but those are distortions. That's not what this is. Rational self-interest doesn't mean harming others. It means not harming yourself for others. It's choosing what fuels your growth, your health, your purpose, not what robs you of it. You weren't designed to serve everyone. You were designed to master yourself. You can't lift others when you're broken. You can't inspire when you're empty. You can't lead when you've lost your own direction. You need a new moral code, one that actually works. And it starts with one rule. You are not allowed to betray yourself ever. Not for love, not for validation, not for peace. And you lock that in as a principle, and everything else gets easier. If something costs you your self-respect, it's too expensive, period. You build your life around what aligns, not what appeases. And you stop folding under pressure because you're not bending to fit anymore. You're shaping your world around you. And the moment you stop outsourcing morality is the moment you start creating your own legacy. Every decision you make becomes yours. Every action, every word, every move, an expression of your inner code. You move cleaner, you speak bolder, and you show up more solid. There's no guilt, no second guessing, just direction. Others notice, they feel the gravity. People are starving for permission to live like this. When you embody it, you give them that permission. You become someone who doesn't have to preach, you just are. And once your morality becomes an extension of your integrity, your actions evolve with it. And the next layer isn't about philosophy, it's about implementation. It's about how to live selfish, not just believe it. So let's talk about the power of rational selfishness. So selfishness without clarity is chaos. Selfishness with reason is power. The problem isn't that people are selfish. It's that they are selfish in dumb ways. Irrational, reactive, short-sighted. They chase quick wins, shallow validation, and ego spikes, and then they wonder why their lives are a mess. Acting on impulse and calling it choosing yourself isn't self-love, it's sabotage. Rational self-interest means you don't just think about what feels good now, you think about what serves the whole arc of your life. You need rules, not rules from outside, internal rules, a code, a standard, something that's unshakable. Rationality keeps your desires from eating themselves. It gives them form, direction, and order. The way you spend your time is the clearest proof of what you value. Most people claim they want freedom or greatness or peace, but their calendar tells the truth. They say yes to every obligation, every interruption, every request, and then they bleed out their focus drop by drop. Death by 1,000 cuts doesn't feel dramatic, but it does drain you just the same. When your time isn't your own, your life doesn't feel like it's yours either. Selfish people block out their mornings, they defend their energy, they treat their calendar like sacred territory. They don't justify it, they just do it. That's why they move further, faster, and cleaner. And if you don't control your schedule, someone else will, and they will fill it with everything but your mission. So saying no is not cruelty, it's precision. You're not here to be available, you're here to be effective. Every yes is a contract. Every no is a declaration. And when you say yes out of guilt, you're agreeing to betray yourself. And that has a cost, even though it looks invisible. A clean no is more generous than a resentful yes. People respect those who draw lines, not because they like it, but because it signals you actually respect yourself. And boundaries are a broadcast, and they tell the world what game you're playing. The wrong people will leave, but the right ones will rise. And you weren't put here to appease, you were put here to build. Selfishness lets you zero in on your craft. It gives you the headspace to go deep. It's what turns random efforts into world-class output. Distraction is death. You don't need more hours. You need more you in your hours. When your mind isn't hijacked by guilt or social pressure, your best work finally gets made. The world doesn't change because people care. It changes because people create. And that only happens when you're free enough to make without apology. Your contribution is not what you sacrifice. It's what you birth. So stop asking for permission, start producing, because you become what you tolerate from yourself. Rational self-interest isn't just about cutting others off, it's about raising the bar inside your own head. It's how you start showing up like someone that is worth trusting. You eat like someone who wants to win, you train like someone who takes themselves seriously, and you work like someone with a deadline from God. It's not about intensity, it's about consistency. You keep the promises you make to yourself even when no one's watching. Self-respect is not a thought, it's a track record. Every day, every task, every small decision, it's all casting a vote for who you are becoming. And eventually it adds up. You start to believe in yourself, not because of hype, but because of evidence. Now, rational selfishness makes you better for others as well, not worse. When you aren't drained, bitter, or resentful, you show up clearer, more grounded. You're not performing, you're being real. The people around you feel safer, and they know you'll tell the truth, not just what they want to hear. You become the one others can count on because you're no longer leaking or hiding. You don't beg for connection, you filter for resonance. And you don't need to manipulate people to stay, you just need to be so aligned that only the right ones will. And when you're not trying to prove your worth, love gets easier, cleaner, and realer. Now, giving from overflow is the only way it works long term. You don't help people by burning out. You help people by staying lit. And the staying lit requires fuel, sleep, space, solitude, stimulation, time to think, time to train. You don't treat those like luxuries. You actually treat them like oxygen. You bounce back faster because your baseline is higher. You can afford the hits. When your cup is full, you give from choice instead of obligation. And you don't guilt yourself into giving. You give because you want to, not because you have to. That's when your impact multiplies, when it's clean, powerful, and sourced from strength. The selfish become leaders because they can't be manipulated. When you're rooted in self-respect, flattery doesn't sway you and shame doesn't stop you. You make moves based on vision, not emotion. You stop being reactive and become proactive. People are drawn to that because most of the world is weak. Seeing someone who leads themselves is rare. It's magnetic. And you don't need to convince, you just become the proof. Others want to orbit you because you're not orbiting anyone else. And when you live selfish on purpose, it all starts syncing up. your schedule, your habits, your boundaries, your focus, it all starts pointing in one direction. You feel aligned, you feel alive. You're not trying to do everything. You're doing what actually matters. It's quiet inside your head, not because everything's perfect, but because it's yours. And that's the power. You stop negotiating, you start executing. And when you live like that, the rest starts to shift too. Not just what you do, but what you mean, what you stand for, and what you leave behind. So let's talk about the legacy you leave. So whether you like it or not, you're leaving a legacy. Every day, you're adding bricks to the structure of your life. People are watching, decisions are stacking, and the version of you that shows up consistently, that's what the world remembers. Not the one you intended to be someday. You don't get remembered for how much you sacrificed. You get remembered for what you built. And if what you built was driven by guilt and fear and self-denial, that legacy dies the second you do. You've got one shot at this, and every time you choose the crowd over your compass, you trade legacy for applause. You don't build something real by being agreeable. You build it by being grounded. The most powerful people in the world are the ones who own themselves. You don't change others by preaching at them. You change them by becoming something undeniable. When your life is sharp, clean, aligned, they can feel it, and it forces them to confront the gap in their own. People don't want to be around perfection. They just want to be around conviction. And when your selfishness fuels a fire in you, it lights everyone around you. A man or a woman who leads him or herself becomes a lighthouse. People might not like them, but they watch them. They adjust themselves to their presence. When you're the calmest one in the room starts moving around you, and you give others permission by refusing to shrink. Every time you say no, every time you hold your line, every time you choose yourself without apology, you're showing others it's possible. Most people don't need more advice. They just need someone to go first. When you live free, it exposes where others are still enslaved. And true leadership isn't making others follow you. It's showing them how to walk their own path. You don't need a megaphone. You just need a spine. You don't inspire people by lowering your standard. There's always going to be pressure to shrink, to be less intimidating, to be more relatable. But that's not how you help people rise. That's how you keep them stuck. Acting smaller so others feel better isn't kindness. It's actually sabotage. If you make yourself digestible to everyone, you'll eventually disappear. You want to lift people, then live like someone worth modeling. Be the one with structure, with direction, with fire behind their eyes. The louder your results get, the quieter you'll need to talk. And the most selfish people often give the most because they can. When you're full, you have more to offer. Time, money, energy, ideas. You're not giving scraps, you're giving surplus. You don't need to be asked. You want to contribute because it's clean. No guilt, no bitterness, just clear, strong, voluntary generosity. You're not pouring from an empty cup. You're actually flooding the room. And that kind of giving, that lasts. That scales. That actually helps. You don't have to die to be remembered. When you live selfishly, when you live intentionally, fully, you leave fingerprints on everything, on people, on ideas, on culture, and your name becomes a symbol of strength, a reference point, a trigger. Not because you were perfect, but because you were real. You build things that outlast you, systems, stories, movements, and years later, people still point to you and say, that's who made me think different. You're not selfish for wanting to matter. You're selfish if you don't. You don't need to die for something to be worthy of it. There's honor in building a life you're proud of. A life that's yours. A life that doesn't apologize for being sharp, focused, and intense. Stop handing out pieces of yourself to prove that you're good. Start stacking wins that feel clean, pure, and aligned. You get one name, one timeline, one reputation, so protect it, sharpen it, and make it undeniable. Your legacy is not one big moment. It's every single choice repeated until the world can't ignore it. You don't owe the world your comfort. You owe it your greatness. The price of greatness is selfishness. You give up comfort. You give up fitting in. You give up being liked. And in return, you get impact. It's a deal most people aren't willing to make. But if you are, the rewards are permanent. You don't disappear. You become something solid, something grounded, something that is actually built to last. And you don't drift into legacy, you design it. And it starts the moment you stop apologizing for being selfish. Once you understand this, really feel it in your bones, the question changes. It's not, is it okay to put myself first? It's how far can I go now that I finally am? So with that being said, let's discuss the review We talked about the overview. We talked about the lie of selflessness. We talked about the truth about morality. We talked about the power of rational self-interest. We talked about the legacy you leave. We are at the review right now. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. Look at your life and ask, where am I betraying myself to be liked, to fit in, or to avoid guilt? And cut that out. Start with one area and fix it this week. Block time for yourself on your calendar, say no without explaining, and guard your energy like it's your job, because it is. Finally, start acting like your life is your legacy. Create, lead, move with clarity. Let people see what it looks like when someone chooses themselves for real. With that being said, I hope this was valuable. Thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is why stupid people become more successful. As you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first, the real enemy not being ignorance, why fools win and you wait, the confidence shortcut you must take, and how to weaponize the curve and start now. After which we will discuss the review and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's talk about the real enemy isn't ignorance. So most people aren't necessarily held back by stupidity. They're held back by, most of the times, by hesitation. And you've probably talked yourself out of more opportunities than the world ever did. And you convinced yourself you weren't ready, you weren't qualified, and you weren't at the level yet. But those were just excuses dressed up as logic. And so you assume that others are smarter, better, more capable, and you assume that you're missing some invisible checklist. And so you just wait. You research, you plan, you prepare, but you don't actually really move. And the real issue is you think that there is some elite threshold that you need to reach before you're allowed to begin. There isn't. Nobody gave those dumb people permission either. They just decided to go. The smarter you are, the more likely you are to doubt yourself. Intelligence creates self-awareness, and that self-awareness reveals gaps. When you're sharp, you see what's missing. When you know something about a subject, you know what you don't know, or at the very least, you know that there's a lot you don't know. So, ironically, the more you learn, the more you question what you haven't learned yet. And you start measuring yourself against polished experts instead of the amateurs who are already doing the thing you're scared to do. Meanwhile, people far less capable than you don't see those gaps. They don't hesitate. They think they're ready because they don't know enough to know what they're actually missing. And that's the Dunning-Kruger effect in full swing. And you can see it, especially these days online. When you know a little, you feel like you know a lot. Confidence is high and delusion fuels action. These are the people who show up fast, they show up loud, they show up proud because they're blind to how unqualified they actually are. Because they look confident, others assume that they must be capable. So they get opportunities by default. But you, with your self-awareness, you sit back and you second guess and you wait until you feel ready. The problem is you never will. There's always another book, there's always another course, there's always another certification or prep phase that you need to go through or you feel like you need to go through, and the loop doesn't end. And to be quite honest, when you decide to, for example, invest in yourself or go into some coaching or something like that, you always make up excuses as to why you're not ready to join yet, or why you're not ready to go into that yet, because you know that you might become successful and you don't necessarily like that, but that's a different topic for a different day. Now, this is how the Dunning-Kruger effect looks like. So basically on the left, you have confidence and you have average competence as well. And as you can see, confidence is very high where competence or no competence is. And so as you become an expert, obviously your confidence increases. When we go to the average competence part of the graph, you'll see that there is basically almost no confidence there. And that's the brutal irony. The ones who hesitate always get left behind, while the clueless almost always make progress. And you think the world rewards the most prepared, but it really doesn't. It rewards the most visible. And you can see that, especially nowadays with the recent Apple products, for example. But people don't buy the best product. They buy what they see. They follow what's loud and they trust what looks certain. Once someone starts moving, even if they're clueless, the world opens up to them and opportunities snowball from there. You, on the other hand, are waiting for a signal that never really comes. You want to be discovered for your potential, but potential isn't marketable. Output is. Action is. And so here's what no one tells you. Nobody's checking if you're qualified. You imagine some invisible gate that only lets in the worthy, but that gate is in your head. The people you think are judging you, they're usually too busy focusing on themselves. The ones who are actually judging you don't really matter. And the people you admire who are levels ahead of you, they're not judging, they're admiring you. So there is no invisible gate that only lets in the worthy. And people are too busy focusing on themselves. There is no global standard, no certification from the universe, no point where someone appears and says, okay, you're officially good enough to begin. Most successful people started when they had no idea what they were doing, and they learned because they started, not the other way around. If you look around, you know at least 10 people dumber than you making more money than you. And if you don't have them in your immediate circle, then you just need to open Instagram. The world is flooded with underqualified people doing bold things, and they're building businesses, getting clients, growing audiences, and taking up space. Not because they're geniuses, but because they believe they were allowed to try, and they are. You are too. And so every time they succeed even a little, their confidence actually builds, as well as their experience, and their ignorance rewards them. Their delusion multiplies into results. Meanwhile, you're waiting until your portfolio looks perfect, until your brand is polished, until your positioning is clear. But that perfectionism is just procrastination in disguise. Now, you're not underqualified, you're just overthinking. So stop calculating, start doing, start badly, start messy, start while you're still figuring it out. Most people who made it can barely remember how clueless they were when they actually began, and that's how irrelevant it actually is. You don't prepare your way into confidence, you act your way into clarity. And it's not about arrogance, it's about willingness. Willingness to look dumb, to stumble, to keep going anyway. That's what separates the ones who rise from the ones who rot. You only see people's highlight reels, but behind the curtain, they're making it up as they go, just like you would. Literally. No one posts their mistakes, their breakdowns, their doubts, but they're there. You're not weird for doubting yourself. You're just honest. That doesn't mean you're not ready. Every expert was once an amateur who moved anyway. The only difference is the action, the motion. If you wait until you're sure, you'll wait forever. Confidence comes after action, not before that. Success comes after belief, not before that. It doesn't matter how slow you start. Once you begin, gravity starts to shift. Tiny wins always build trust, and every small action will rewire your brain to believe in yourself more than yesterday. So, if you keep waiting, life will move on without you. Others will pass you, not because they were better, but because they had the guts to go. And so, the world isn't waiting for perfect people, it's waiting for you. You don't need to become someone else. You don't need more time. You just need to decide. And once you realize that even the foolish can win through motion, you'll start to wonder what else you've been overestimating and what it would mean to actually flip the game on its head. So let's talk about why fools win and you wait. So the dumb move fast because they don't know any better. The smart hesitate because they actually do. And when you don't know what you don't know, everything feels pretty simple. There's no friction, no voice in your head that is whispering about all the risks. It's not bravery or anything, or courage or anything like that. It's just really blindness. But that blindness gets them moving, and movement always beats analysis, and it always creates results. So they default to action because they're not burdened by overanalyzing every little detail. That ignorance is what gives them speed, and that speed gives them power. You, on the other hand, see all the risks. You see all the flaws and all the possible ways it could go wrong. But that awareness has become a cage. Instead of protecting you, it's freezing you. And so the more competent you become, the less qualified you actually feel. Real expertise always includes self-doubt. The better you get at something, the more nuance you see and the more uncertainty you feel. You begin to respect the complexity of the field, and you recognize that mastery is deep and wide. And that's literally what makes you cautious. You feel exposed because you're honest, you know what's missing, and you assume everyone else can see it too. Meanwhile, the people who know far less walk around like they've figured it all out, and that fake certainty makes them look like leaders, even when they're just guessing. Confidence gets rewarded before competence does. People are drawn to conviction because they want to believe, and they'll buy into whoever seems sure of themselves, even if they're dead wrong. This is how fake gurus, clueless founders, and influencers and half-baked experts dominate spaces they don't deserve to lead. They're just louder. That's literally it. Once they gain traction, their early wins create even more belief, and more belief draws more followers, and more followers draws more clients, more money, etc. But you, on the other hand, you stay quiet because you don't want to mislead. You don't want to look like a fraud. You wait for full mastery, but the world isn't designed to reward quiet mastery. It rewards whoever shows up the most confidently. And you already know someone who's dumber than you and further ahead than you, probably several people. And they didn't get there by being a genius. They just didn't wait. They didn't care if they were wrong. They didn't obsess over optics or polish or perfection. They just looked foolish and kept going. They didn't know what they were doing and they kept going. They failed publicly and they just kept going. And by going, they got better. The reps built the skill. The action built the understanding. The movement built the edge. You might even feel a twinge of anger when you see them win. How the hell are they ahead of me? You're probably asking yourself. But that feeling is your buried potential screaming at you to get off the bench. Smart people tend to isolate themselves, while dumb people build momentum through community. The competent sit alone, read more, they think more, they hide more, they think they're doing something, while in reality they're just creating this little echo chamber with just themselves in it. And they feel like they have to earn their seat before stepping into the room, and they rarely seek feedback, so they have no external reference point to tell them that they're ready. Without momentum or encouragement, they always collapse inwards, and the pressure builds and action dies. The unqualified, on the other hand, they're loud. You see them online. They collaborate, they jump into communities, they ask questions, they share wins, they pitch half-baked products on Shark Tank, and that noise creates visibility. That visibility gets rewarded. You assume success is a meritocracy when it isn't. It's all about action. You think if you just get good enough, the world will find you and that someone will discover your hidden talent and reward you for it. But no one's coming. No spotlight swinging your way unless you walk onto the damn stage. Talent means nothing if no one sees it. Skill is irrelevant if it's never used. The market doesn't care if you're the best. It cares if you show up consistently. And it cares if you're out there. It cares if you keep putting something in front of people. Loud beats legit. Presence beats potential. Now, dumb people don't waste time with self-interrogation as well. They move before they're ready. They pitch before the product is finished. They launch before the strategy is tight. They're okay with being messy. They're okay learning as they go. They know nobody's perfect, so they never pretend to be and never want to be. Because they launch fast, they get feedback fast, and they improve through doing, not theorizing. You want the blueprint first. You want the whole picture. You want everything to be organized and perfect, but clarity comes from just movement, not from standing still. You think your knowledge should make you cautious, but it should make you dangerous instead. You know more than enough. You've been preparing, you've been studying, you've been absorbing for months, maybe even years. That was my case at least. But discipline without direction is just a delay loop. You've got the ammo, so pull the trigger. Knowledge is only power when it's used. Otherwise, it's just a form of hoarding, a clever way to just hide yourself. So start talking, start building, start posting, start selling, and you don't need more credibility, you just need a bit more courage. The most powerful people they know, they started when they were clueless. If you look into the early days of any creator, entrepreneur, expert, or influencer you admire, unless they've archived all of these memories, if you go back far enough, you'll see it. They were cringe, they were confused, they were kind of, the whole thing was kind of chaotic. They didn't wait for the perfect offer or the perfect system or the perfect moment. They just jumped in with a half a clue and all their energy. And they just figured it out as they go. Their first post most likely sucked. Their first sale was most likely very awkward. Their first client was definitely undercharged 100% of the time. That's how it works. The only difference between them and you is that they took the shot while you were still cleaning the gun. If the game rewards boldness more than brilliance, then you need to start playing a different game. You need to stop apologizing for being early. You need to stop waiting for someone to tell you you're allowed to play. You need to act like an idiot for a little while. Loud, messy, imperfect, committed, whatever you want to call it. That's how the real ones rise. That's how fools win. Once you see the pattern, you can't really unsee it. You've been losing to dumber people for far too long, not because they're better, but because they're bolder. That ends now. So let's talk about how to reverse the equation and force confidence to serve you. So let's talk about the confidence shortcut you must take. The fastest way to gain real confidence is really to stop waiting for it and start manufacturing it. Most people think confidence is something you earn after you've earned the right, after you've done enough, learned enough, proved enough. That belief is dead weight. Confidence isn't a reward, it's more so a weapon. And the people who win are the ones willing to fake it until the feedback loop actually starts kicking in. When you move before you're sure, you create wins, and those wins make you feel, keyword, legit. That feeling leads to more action. More action equals more evidence, and evidence is what builds true internal certainty. It's not lying to believe in yourself early, it's strategy. You're not pretending you know everything. You're acting like you belong in the game because you actually do. And confidence is not a feeling, it's a decision. You don't wait for it, you don't feel into it, you choose it. You create it in the same way you create momentum, through decisive movement. You speak before your voice stops shaking. You pitch while you're still learning. You publish while you still hate your first draft. That's how you gain leverage. You don't need permission from anyone. The moment you stop outsourcing your self-worth to the outside world, you free yourself to actually start building your own. And you walk into the room like you're supposed to be there, and the room will start to agree with you. Not because you're a fraud, but because your posture teaches people how to treat you. All competence begins with incompetence, but not all incompetence leads to confidence. There's a difference between staying stuck and learning in motion. The dumb fail upwards because they're in motion. The small stalls downwards because they refuse to act without guarantees. You don't become an expert and then start. You start, you learn, you stumble, you tweak, and then you become a true expert. What makes you sharp isn't just study, it's exposure. It's putting yourself in real situations where you have to figure out things under fire. And so the confidence cycle is brutally simple. You act, you adapt, you advance, you repeat. There's no other route. There's no secret tunnel. It's just this path walked again and again. And confidence is built like strength, through reps under resistance. You don't build muscle by thinking about push-ups. You build it by pushing against something. Same with belief in yourself. You need friction, you need a bit of pressure, and you learn to stay calm when your hands are shaking. You learn to keep speaking when the words stumble. Every time you do, you raise your baseline. And so the shake gets smaller, the bounce back gets faster, the screw up doesn't kill you. It actually hardens you, and confidence is trained. It's not granted. You don't wait for it. You earn it in the trenches, in the lunch, in the post that gets no likes, in the pitch that flops, in the call that goes sideways, but still teaches you everything you needed to know. So hiding from embarrassment is hiding from growth. Confidence doesn't live in your head. It's a public currency. You have to put something out there. Let people see your work. Let them hear your voice. Let them know what you're building. Some of them will ignore it. Maybe a lot of them. Some of them will criticize it. That's okay. That means you're in the game. That means you're visible. That means you actually exist. You're out there. You can't be powerful if you're invisible. You can't make money, gain influence, or build leverage in silence. You don't need to be less anxious or less worried or anything like that. You just need to do the thing while you're still anxious, while you're still worried. That's the real medicine. And so you're not aiming to feel confident, you're aiming to become undeniable. Stop trying to feel ready and stop chasing comfort. Stop chasing a magical feeling that was never the goal in the first place. The people you admire aren't fearless. I talk with a lot of them. They all experience fear. They're all a bit anxious. They just kept moving forward while being afraid. They made themselves unignorable by being everywhere, by doing everything and refusing to hide. Once you stop chasing the feeling and start chasing the effect, what your confidence lets you do, you start actually playing a whole new game. Confidence without action is fantasy, and action without confidence is just transformation. So when you move while scared, you send signals to your nervous system that you're safe anyway, and that rewires your baseline. Every rep rewrites your self-image, just like in the gym. Every exposure teaches your brain that discomfort doesn't kill you. Eventually, the friction fades, and what once felt terrifying becomes familiar, and what's familiar often becomes effortless. Confidence isn't just about feeling good. It's really about becoming someone who can do hard things, someone who acts before they're certain, someone who creates without waiting. So if you want confidence, increase the frequency of failure. Don't overthink the next move. Just do more outreach, more offers, more content, more tries. The faster you cycle through failures, the quicker you collect data, the faster you adapt. Eventually, you fail so often that it loses its sting. You stop making it mean anything about you because it's just part of the game. The person who takes 100 imperfect actions will always be the person who's still perfecting their first move. The person who has 100 average days will always be the person who has one perfect day. So, confidence is not about certainty, it's about refusal. You refuse to play small, you refuse to stay quiet, you refuse to let your fear set the size of your life. You draw a line, you step over it, and you don't look back. And that's the moment your confidence starts becoming real. Not because you're fearless, but because you finally understand that waiting is more dangerous than moving. It really is. You remind yourself every day, you're not here to feel ready. You're here to get in the ring and actually swing. That's where belief is born. And that's when you make stuff happen in your life. So it's not the confident who win. It's the ones who act like it until they are. There is no better time. There's no magical future version of you that's more ready than the version reading this sentence right now. Now that you've dismantled the illusion of confidence and seen how it's actually built, the next step is to use that momentum to push forward into action so bold it forces the world to pay attention. All right, so here's how to basically weaponize the curve and start now. So the Dunning-Kruger curve isn't your enemy. It's actually your leverage. Most people see it as a flaw in others. They laugh at the overconfident idiot who thinks he's a genius after reading one article. But the real mistake is thinking you need to avoid that phase. Every person who ever achieved anything great rode the same wave. Blind confidence, painful awakening, focused humility, and earned competence. You can't skip the curve. You either fight it and delay your growth, or you embrace it and speed it up. If you're going to be wrong anyway in the beginning, and you are, then why not be wrong in public while making moves instead of being right in private while going nowhere? You need to give yourself full permission to actually suck. Your first draft will suck. Your first call will suck. Your first client, your first post, your first funnel, they'll all be clunky, awkward, and most likely underwhelming. That's not a bug, that's the feature. The version of you you're trying to become lives on the other side of that phase. You're allowed to be a beginner. You are allowed to look foolish. You are allowed to not know what the hell you're doing. The faster you accept that, the faster you free yourself to learn through doing instead of waiting through planning, quote unquote. So your only job is to start. Everything else is noise. And planning is fine. Strategy is helpful, but if you're using those as a way to avoid action, you're just dressing up fear. If you're still mapping things out, 6 months later, you're stalling. If you're still refining the perfect offer, you're hiding. So launch the thing, say the thing, post the thing, sell the thing, get in the room, hit publish, do something that moves the needle in real time. No one ever learned to swim by reading the manual. You have to actually get wet. You have to flail, and you have to trust that you won't drown. Embrace the peak of Mount Stupid on purpose. Be loud, be bold, be wrong, and let yourself step into the arena with too much confidence and not enough clarity. That's where the best lessons live. Because once you make those first mistakes, you'll actually start to see what matters. The noise will fall away, the signal will rise, and that humility will be real instead of performative, not self-conscious, just quiet competence. And the faster you climb that first peak and fall off the edge into actual learning, the faster you build real authority. So set rules for volume instead of perfection. Instead of asking, is this good enough? Ask, did I ship today? Drop one piece of content every day for 30 days without skipping and without second guessing, for example. Make 5 offers this week without overthinking and without refining the copy 37 times. Movement compounds, not quality, not brilliance, just pure, raw, reckless volume. That's what builds momentum. That's what builds edge. So start in public, start where people can actually see you. Visibility creates pressure, and pressure forges clarity. It sharpens your message, and it forces you to get better, actually faster. Will people judge you? Yes. Will some ignore you? Definitely. But that's the cost. You don't get to be seen after you're great. You get great by being seen. And so even better, sometimes people will buy, even when you're not ready, because your rawness is perceived as real, because your energy sells. And the only way to get feedback from the market is to be in the market, not on the sidelines, not in theory, in motion, actually doing something. So use the curve as your story instead of your shame. People relate to struggle. They resonate with imperfection. They want to root for someone who's climbing. Share the early days, share the mess, share the voice cracks, share the tech fails, share the awkward sales calls. You're not pretending to be a guru. You're showing people what it looks like to actually rise. And that's what people see as magnetic. When you own the stage you're in, no one can use it against you. That's how you actually take your insecurity and turn it into your content. So stop overthinking the how and pick one thing and then just go all in. Start a newsletter, launch a coaching offer, build a productized service, do short form, do YouTube. It doesn't matter. Just actually choose something and give it 30 days, 90 days, even better. Daily reps, no pivoting, no tweaking, just pure focused execution. Track your inputs instead of your results. Did you do your part? That's all that matters. That's the only scoreboard that matters right now. And actually, that's the only scoreboard that matters ever. Did you do your part? Let the results take care of themselves. And once your execution muscle is built, you'll have the energy and clarity to actually add layers, refine your offers, improve your systems, and so on. But only after you've earned that right through action. Before that, there's no point. So if you start now, you instantly become the kind of person who starts. It's not about the result, it's about the identity shift. From watcher to doer, from consumer to producer, from planner to executor, from passive to player. Every action reinforces that shift. Every time you hit publish, you pitch, or you post, you remind yourself who you are now. And eventually, it's not just what you do, it's who you are. And that identity is unshakable. You stop needing the world to approve of you, and you start approving of yourself. And that's the deepest confidence you'll ever know. That's the goal. So you've waited long enough, and you've read enough, and you've seen the patterns, you've studied the curve. The next move is brutally simple. Just start. And if you do it right, it will create a ripple so strong, I promise you, that it shifts every part of your trajectory from here on out. So with that being said, let's go over what we covered. We talked about the real enemy not being ignorance. We talked about why fools win and you wait. We talked about the confidence shortcut you must take. We talked about how to weaponize the curve and actually start. Now, we're at the review. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, pick one action that exposes you to risk and make you visible, then do it today. Launch messy, sell early, publish raw, take the hit, let people see the version of you that's still becoming. That's where all your power lives. And build a streak of daily output for 30 days or 90 days or even just 180 days. Not thinking, not planning, not preparing, just doing. Use quantity to override your fear. Let repetition crush your hesitation. And anytime you feel self-doubt creeping in, remind yourself dumber people than you are winning. Not because they're better, but because they're bolder. So act like you belong, and eventually you won't even need to pretend. So with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, give it a like, comment below, subscribe to the channel for more. If you want to work with me personally, one-on-one, then make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. If you want this document as well as every other document I've created, as well as the trainings, then make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this video. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to stop giving a shit what people think of you for good. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the prison of opinions and the path to freedom. Get a purpose bigger than your fear. People will judge you no matter what. Most people's lives are a mess. The only people who criticize are behind you. And when you shine, you give others permission. And finally, live loud, live free. So with that being said, let's talk about the prison of opinions and the path to freedom. So let me ask you something right now. What would your life look like if you never again gave power to other people's opinions? How much freedom, creativity, and progress is sitting on the other side of you, not giving a damn what someone might think? How many dreams have you killed because of what someone might think? How many times have you stopped yourself from speaking up, showing up, or stepping out because of the imaginary crowd of critics in your head? How often have you felt the sting of fear, not because the thing you wanted was dangerous, but because someone might judge you for trying? Here's the raw truth most people never tell you. The life you're dreaming about is waiting on the other side of you doing the thing, regardless of what people think. And if that hits a little too close to home, good, because that means you're starting to see it. You're not the only one who's held back, played small, or stayed silent. This isn't just your struggle, it's the struggle. But it's also where your freedom begins. We all care what people think. It's hardwired into us. Back in the caveman days, being liked literally kept you alive. Getting kicked out of the tribe meant death. Acceptance meant safety, belonging, and survival. And our nervous systems are still wired for that tribal thinking. But you're not a caveman anymore. You're living in a world with 8 billion people, infinite niches, and endless possibilities. You're not gonna die because some guy from high school thinks your new business is cringe. You won't be exiled from the village because you posted a vulnerable video or shared your big, bold dream. And yet, we still let those ancient fears run our modern lives. We hide, we hesitate, we hold back, but what if today, right now, you decided to flip that script? What if you chose to live so boldly that their opinions couldn't touch you? What if you started showing up like the world needs what you have because it does? Because the truth is, when you finally stop caring what people think, you become unstoppable. You become magnetic, you become dangerous in the best way possible. You become free. This isn't just about confidence, it's about reclaiming your life. You can stop giving a shit what people think starting now, and this video is going to show you exactly how, step by step. If you want to unlock your next level in business, love, purpose, and power, keep watching. Stick with this, and by the end, you won't just know how to stop caring what people think, you'll feel it in your bones. You'll have the clarity, the mindset, and the fire to finally move, to finally be free. So let's talk about getting a purpose bigger than your fear. So the fastest way to stop caring what people think is have something you care about more, period. When your mission is bigger than your fear, fear loses its grip on you. Fear will always be there, lurking in the background. It's part of the human experience. But when your purpose is powerful enough, it overrides that fear. It silences it. It puts fear in the back seat and keeps you behind the wheel. Purpose gives you energy. It gives you clarity. It gives you the emotional firepower to walk straight through rejection, ridicule, and resistance without flinching. When you're driven by a vision, a dream, a calling so strong it pulls you out of the bed in the morning, you stop worrying about the opinions of people who aren't on your path. You're not on their level. You're building in a different league. You're too busy building. You're too busy living. You're too obsessed with what could be to care about who thinks what. That purpose could be anything: building your dream business, creating financial freedom for your family, helping people at scale, proving to yourself that you're capable, living a life that's so damn alive it makes you cry, showing your kids what's possible when you don't settle, making a dent in the universe even if it's a small one, healing a generational wound so your family doesn't repeat it, becoming a living example of what's possible when someone refuses to quit. Whatever it is, lock in on it. Let it consume you. Let it become your reason for being. Let it give you tunnel vision. When your eyes are fixed on a bigger mission, the little distractions lose their power, because when you're laser focused on what matters, the noise fades away, the opinions fade away, the doubts fade away, and all that's left is you and the mission. So purpose makes you magnetic, it makes you focused, it makes you dangerous in the best way possible. When you have something that matters to you more than being liked by strangers, you'll stop trying to please everyone. You'll stop seeking permission. You'll stop watering yourself down to fit in with people you're not even meant to walk with. You'll stop asking, what will they think? And start asking, what kind of impact am I here to make? Purpose gives you roots and wings at the same time. And once you've tasted that kind of drive, that kind of meaning, you'll never trade it for approval again. And you'll start making serious, unstoppable progress. Now, people will judge you no matter what. And here's the hard truth that will set you free. People are going to have an opinion of you regardless of what you do. Whether you start the podcast or stay silent, people will have an opinion of you. Whether you launch the offer or keep it hidden, people will have an opinion of you. Whether you post the video or hold back, people will have an opinion of you. Speak your truth or stay quiet, win big or fail publicly, leave the 9-to-5 or stay for the paycheck, get healthy or stay unhealthy. Someone, somewhere will judge you no matter what. It's inevitable. They'll call you crazy if you change. They'll call you a coward if you stay the same. They'll say you're selfish if you put yourself first. They'll say you're a doormat if you don't. There is no version of your life where everyone applauds. So if you're going to be judged either way, you might as well do the thing that you want to do. You might as well go all in. You might as well chase what lights you up, even if it makes others uncomfortable. Because here's the thing, judgment isn't about you, it's about them. People judge what they don't understand. People judge what they secretly desire. People judge what threatens the illusion they've built for themselves. Your courage reminds them of their fear. Your action exposes their procrastination. Your authenticity shines a light on their facade. So of course, they'll judge, but you can't let that stop you. People will talk if you try. People will talk if you don't. So why not do the thing that lights you up anyway? Why not live so big and loud that their judgment becomes background noise? Here's a little secret. Most of them aren't even judging you for real. They're distracted, they're busy, they're scrolling through thousands of posts a day. Even if they comment, critique, or whisper behind your back, they forget about you in 5 minutes. They're not thinking about you at 2 a.m. when you're lying awake in fear. They're not the ones who will live with the regret if you don't try. They're not the ones who will feel your pain when your potential dies inside you. Besides, most of the people that judge you, they don't even know you. They're just protecting their own baggage. They definitely don't pay your bills. They don't love you. They're not in the arena with you. Their opinion literally carries zero weight. Their opinions are like graffiti on a mirror. You don't need to clean it. You just need to stop looking. Let them gossip. Let them whisper. Let them roll their eyes. Let them misunderstand. Let them make assumptions. Let them sit on the sidelines. While they sit in the stands, you're playing the damn game. While they watch, you're walking the path. While they talk, you're building a life they can't comprehend. And at the end of the day, they won't remember what you did, but you will remember what you didn't do. So stop letting the fear of judgment steal your life. Stop trading your freedom for their approval. You've got something to say, something to build, something to give. Let them judge. You have shit to do. Now, the other thing you need to realize is that most people's lives are a mess and their opinions are worthless. And this one's going to sting a bit, but it's necessary. Most people's lives are in shambles. They're drowning in debt, hating their job, numbing out with Netflix and wine every night, waking up with anxiety and going to sleep with regret, settling in relationships they resent, or repeating the same relationship patterns they've always had and actually never having a real relationship, spending more time scrolling than growing, avoiding responsibility for their own happiness, waiting for a miracle but taking no action. And these are the people whose opinions you're afraid of. Let me ask you something. Do you want their life? If the answer is no, why would you value their opinion? Think about it. Would you take fitness advice from someone who's 80 pounds overweight? Would you take relationship advice from someone in a toxic marriage? Would you take business advice from someone who's broke or never built a business or never even tried? Would you take life advice from someone who's given up on theirs? Of course not. So why let their opinions slow you down? It's not just that their opinions are worthless, it's that they don't even believe in themselves. So how could they possibly believe in you? You're asking for insight from people who haven't done the inner work. You're taking emotional cues from people still stuck in survival mode. You're playing small because someone else never learned how to play big. Most people are too busy putting out fires in their own lives to care about you. If they talk about you, it'll last 5 seconds. Then they're back to worrying about their own problems. They might take a cheap shot, crack a joke, or roll their eyes, but they then go right back to drowning in their own self-created chaos. You're a passing thought in a sea of self-inflicted overwhelm. You're not the center of their world. And yet you're making decisions as if you are. So stop giving them the space in yours. Stop building your life around their limitations. You deserve more, and deep down, you already know it. The only people who criticize are behind you. And this one's pure gold, and if you really get it, it will change your life. You'll never be criticized by someone who is ahead of you. You can read that again. You'll never be criticized by someone who's more successful, happier, healthier, wealthier, and more fulfilled than you. Because people at the top don't tear others down, they pull others up. And people who are winning in life don't have time to judge people who are trying. They remember how hard it was to begin. They respect the courage it takes to show up, even imperfectly. Only people who have given up on their dreams sit around mocking those who are still chasing theirs. People who hate their own reflection get mad when you hold up a mirror. That hater in your DMs, that snarky comment on your post, that weird vibe from your old coworker, it's not a reflection of you, it's a mirror of their own insecurities. It's the crab bucket in action. You start climbing and the other crabs try to pull you back down. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because your effort exposes their stagnation. They'll call you arrogant, they'll say you've changed, they'll question your motives, but deep down they're really asking themselves, why haven't I started climbing yet? But you're not one of them. You're not in the same mindset. You're not playing the same game. You're not interested in staying stuck just to make others comfortable. Let them, because here's what they don't know. You're not just another crab. You're a different species entirely. You're not climbing a bucket, you're building a ladder, a rocket ship, a legacy, and you're not stopping till you hit the top and then pull others up with you. You're not just escaping the bucket, you're dismantling it, because you're not here to compete, you're here to lead. Now, the final thing you need to understand is that when you shine, you give others permission to do the same. Here's a beautiful truth we often forget. When you step into your light, you illuminate the path for others. Most people are hiding, playing small, pretending they don't want more because they're terrified of being judged for wanting it. They've learned to keep their dreams on mute and their ambition locked in a basement. But when they see you show up proudly, unapologetically being yourself, taking bold action, refusing to shrink, something inside them wakes up. It rattles the cage they've built around themselves. Your courage becomes contagious. Your boldness gives them permission to be bold. Your authenticity makes it safer for them to be real. You give them a living, breathing example of what's possible when someone chooses freedom over fear. And that ripple effect, it's how real momentum starts. Not from grand speeches or perfect plans, but from one person daring to live fully and others quietly taking notice. You become the reminder that it's possible, that freedom exists, that courage is contagious. But let's be honest, not everyone will cheer. Yes, some will shrink and criticize, not because you did anything wrong, but because they're still trapped. They're still harboring resentment towards themselves for not stepping into their light, and watching you shine hurts because it reminds them of what they've abandoned. Criticism is often self-rejection projected outwards. And when people haven't forgiven themselves for quitting, they'll resent you for continuing. But the courageous ones, the ones who are ready, they'll see you and want to rise too. They'll feel inspired. They'll start asking themselves, if they can do it, why not me? They'll start dusting off dreams they've shelved. They'll start speaking words they've been swallowing for years. They'll follow your light until they find their own. You weren't just meant to break free. You are meant to lead others to freedom too. So don't dim down. Don't apologize for shining. Shine so brightly it sparks wildfires in others. Shine like your light is the match someone else has been waiting on. Because when you rise, you pull others with you. And that right there is how you quietly change the world, by first changing yourself. So live loud, live free. At the end of your life, the people you were so worried about impressing, they won't be there. They won't be the ones regretting that you didn't write the book. They won't be the ones regretting that you didn't launch the course, start the business, take the leap. You will. So stop giving your power to people who wouldn't even show up at your funeral. Start living the life that feels right to you. You don't need approval. You don't need permission. You don't need everyone to understand. You just need to start. Let them think what they want. Let them talk. Let them doubt. Let them misunderstand you. While they gossip, you'll grow. While they mock, you'll build. While they watch, you'll win. And at the end of the day, you have a simple choice to make. Do you want to be one of those people who talks about others and quietly resents their own life because they didn't do the thing they wanted to do? Or do you want to be the person living the life of their dreams while others talk about it? If you chose the latter, you've got shit to do, and you're finally free to do it. So let's go over what we went over, which is the overview. Get a purpose bigger than your fear. People will judge you no matter what. Most people's lives are a mess. The only people who criticize are behind you. When you shine, you give others permission. Live loud, live free. And your action items for the day or the next few days. Identify a purpose so powerful it eclipses your fear. Write it down, say it aloud, and let it lead your actions starting today. Share something bold and vulnerable on your social media this week, not for likes, but to practice showing up despite opinions. And list the people whose opinions you fear most. One by one, ask yourself, would I trade lives with them? If not, cross them off and free yourself. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. Hello, and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering is the power of complete detachment. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself. effortless detachment, magnetic manifestation, flow state mastery, unshakable confidence, surrender, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's talk about effortless detachment. So detachment isn't about apathy. It's really physics. So if you imagine a Chinese finger trap, the more you pull, the tighter it gets. The panic, the effort, the desperate need to get loose. That's what locks you in. You only escape by doing the exact opposite of what your instincts actually scream to do. You let go, you press in, you relax, and suddenly you're free. Every time you tighten your grip on life, people, outcomes, or money, you're only getting more stuck. Most people live inside their own finger trap. The more they chase, the more frantic they get, the more control slips through their hands. And they never realize that the struggle itself is the cage. Real freedom, real power comes the moment you relax your grip. You stop fighting the trap and it lets you go. Life responds the same way. You let go and you get what you were fighting for. The moment you need something, you've already lost it. Needing creates tension, and tension pushes what you want further away. Like trying to trap a butterfly in your hands. It either dies in your grip or slips through your fingers. The universe doesn't respond to need, it responds to energy. And neediness carries the lowest, most repellent signal that you can emit. The more you chase, the more it runs. The moment you stop caring, that's when it starts following you. Detachment isn't apathy, it's power. You stop begging reality to give you what you want, and you start behaving like it's already yours. And ironically, that's what makes it show up. Detachment clears the static. It makes room for what's real. It tells the universe, and more importantly, your mind, I'm good either way. Which is exactly when it answers. Think about the last time something amazing happened. Were you gripping it with white knuckles? Most life-changing moments come when you aren't overthinking, when you're loose, when you're just doing your thing. That date that turned into a relationship, that project that turned into a business, that DM that changed your career. None of it came from force. It came from a relaxed, detached, almost amused version of you. Needing control is how you lose control. People think control equals safety. It doesn't. It equals rigidity. And rigidity snaps under pressure. The real power is in being adaptable, fluid. A wave doesn't break when the wind hits. It uses the wind. So when you let go of how it has to happen, you unlock a dozen better ways it could happen. You have to stop micromanaging the outcome. Every time you obsess, stress, or worry, you're feeding the outcome a nervous, needy frequency. It's like trying to push a locked door open by pounding on it harder. But when you walk away from that door and go do something you love, it suddenly swings open behind you like it was never locked in the first place. Detachment is a shift in identity. It's when you stop trying to get something and start trying to be someone, the version of you who already has it. That version wouldn't be anxious, they wouldn't chase, they wouldn't beg. That version is busy living, creating, enjoying. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. Want it, love it, visualize it, but don't need it. Need comes from fear. Detachment comes from faith. Not blind optimism, but earned trust. You've seen how things eventually play out, how even the worst moments taught you something. You can care deeply and still let go completely. That's not indifference, that's spiritual maturity. The same lesson will loop until you detach. You'll keep attracting unavailable people until you stop chasing love. You'll keep hitting money blocks until you stop trying to force wealth. The pattern breaks when your nervous system finally says, I'm done needing this to feel whole. Detachment gives you your power back. You stop outsourcing your emotional state to people, numbers, or outcomes. You stop being a puppet pulled by circumstance. Not the boring, numb kind, the alive, electric kind, where you feel everything fully, but nothing owns you. I've spent years gripping life by the throat. Business deals I smothered, relationships I tried to hold together with emotional duct tape. I thought if I could just care enough, I'd bend reality to my will. But all I did was really bleed energy, burn bridges, and miss the signals. Detachment isn't weakness, it's the most dangerous kind of strength. The kind where you say, I know what I want, I'll move towards it, but I won't destroy myself for it. Once you stop trying to hold it all together, a funny thing happens. Everything starts coming together on its own. The trick is learning how to become magnetic without getting needy. And that's exactly where we're going to go next. So let's talk about magnetic manifestation. So you're not manifesting what you want, you're manifesting what you broadcast. Every thought you think, every feeling you repeat, every identity you rehearse, that's the signal you're sending out. You need to imagine yourself as a walking radio tower, and the station you're tuned into is exactly the one life mirrors back to you. You can visualize millions, repeat affirmations till your throat's dry, script your dream day in a fancy journal, but if you're still anchored in lack, fear, or proving yourself, you'll block the very thing that you say you want. People think manifestation is about doing. It's not. It's about transmission. You've met people like this. They walk into a room and everyone turns. They're not the loudest. They're not trying. They're just vibrating at a different bandwidth. And you can feel it. You don't know why you're drawn to them, but for some reason you are. Most people leak energy constantly through anxiety, overthinking, obsessing, proving, scrolling, pretending. They think they're working on themselves when really they're scrambling to be liked. And that low signal energy is what they keep getting back. The most magnetic people on the planet are the ones who are fully here. Not in their head, not 5 steps ahead, not performing for some imaginary audience. They're rooted, grounded, alive in the moment. When they speak, you feel it. When they look at you, it lands. There's no split between who they are and what they're expressing. That presence is rare because it requires wholeness. You can't be magnetic if your inner world is fractured. You can't attract miracles if you're still at war with yourself. You need to inhabit your life. Manifestation is less about calling things in and more about becoming the thing that they gravitate towards. So, stop thinking like a beggar making vision boards. Start thinking like gravity. You don't chase the apple, you pull the apple with mass, through presence, through identity. When you become the person who obviously has that life, the universe adjusts accordingly. Magnetic fields get stronger with density. When your habits, thoughts, actions, and beliefs are aligned, you become dense, you become weighty, you become irresistible. When your self-image is clear, clean, and congruent, you stop sending mixed signals. And when the signal is clean, life responds fast. You don't manifest what you consciously ask for. You manifest what your subconscious believes you deserve. If you say you want love, but you believe you're unlovable, you'll attract heartbreak. If you say you want wealth, but secretly think money is evil, you'll sabotage every opportunity. The subconscious always wins. It's not what you say, it's what you believe when you're quiet. This is why surface level self-help doesn't work. You have to go deeper. You have to unlearn, rewire, replace those buried assumptions with a new internal operating system that's actually calibrated for abundance. Emotion is the fuel of manifestation, not logic, not reason, not strategy. You can think a thought once, or you can feel a thought every day until it becomes your baseline. Guess which one creates your life? But not just any emotion, elevated emotions, gratitude, excitement, pride, love. Those are the ones that supercharge your field and bend reality towards you. You don't manifest from neutrality, you manifest from overflow. You control the attitude you have towards life, and your attitude creates your life. You become magnetic when your entire life is aligned with the version of you who already has it. You don't get rich meditating on wealth while still behaving like you're broke. You don't find love journaling about it while still sleeping with people who drain you. Your behavior has to agree with your vision. Your room, your screen, your playlist, your calendar, your friends, they're all magnets. They're all either reinforcing your new identity or keeping you shackled to the old one. You only manifest when you don't need it to happen. Neediness contaminates your signal. It says, I don't have it, I'm incomplete, I'm lacking. And life responds with that. Detachment isn't giving up. It's releasing interference. You ask, you feel, you act, and then you walk away because you trust it's done. Detachment is quiet confidence, the kind that knows its worth, the kind that doesn't beg, the kind that walks into a room without checking who's watching. That's why the thing you're least attached to always shows up first. It's clean, uncluttered. You weren't resisting it. You weren't thinking about it 17 times a day. You just moved like someone who already had it. Most people are terrible receivers. They're too self-conscious to be magnetic. Someone gives them a compliment, they downplay it. An opportunity shows up, they sabotage it. Deep down, they still feel unworthy. So when life finally offers them what they've been praying for, they flinch. Magnetic people receive with grace. They say thank you without shame. They hold eye contact. They let life love them instead of blocking every good thing with doubt and guilt. That's not ego, that's alignment. Manifestation isn't magic, it's mechanics. Calibration determines the outcome. Like a tuning fork, you either resonate with something or you don't. The clearer, louder, and more specific your signal, the faster the world mirrors it back. And that signal isn't your thoughts, it's your choices. It's how you carry yourself when no one's watching. That's the part people miss. You can't fake frequency. You are what you repeat. There's a point where all this stops being theory and starts becoming embodiment. You'll know you're close when it starts to cost you, when old relationships fall away, when distractions lose their taste, when you have to choose between comfort and coherence. And if you don't back down at that stage, if you stay locked into your signal, even when nothing's showing up yet, that's when the shift lands. That's when your field starts doing the work for you. So the thing you're trying to force might already be trying to find you, but it can't land in chaos. It can't land where it's not safe. Your job isn't to make it happen. Your job is to become the kind of person it's allowed to visit. The rest takes care of itself from there, because when you're aligned, life doesn't need to be chased. It starts chasing you. And once it does, you'll need to know how to hold it without collapsing, how to move through peak states without losing your footing. That's next. So let's talk about the flow state. So you don't chase flow, you fall into it. And the only way to fall into anything is to let go. Let go of needing to look good. Let go of control. Let go of outcomes. Detachment is the mechanism that activates your most powerful state of being. The zone, the trance, the place where time dissolves and effort becomes irrelevant. The reason why most people never touch real flow is because they're clenching too hard, gripping outcomes like a lifeline. Flow is allergic to that. The second you want it too much, it runs. But when you detach, when you forget the scoreboard, the audience, the future, you melt into presence. That's when you finally start to move like a god. Flow starts when you stop existing. Not in some spiritual woo-woo way. Literally, the ego goes quiet. The voice that narrates your every move overanalyzes, compares, controls, it shuts up. You can't get into flow if you're still calculating how you're being perceived, what your metrics will say, or whether you're doing it right. That inner tension of needing to win, needing to get it done, needing to make it happen, it creates static in the signal. The real power move isn't doubling your effort, it's cutting the cord, letting the moment be enough, letting yourself disappear into it. You can double your effort without needing the outcome. Flow isn't busy, it's silent. You're not doing the thing is doing you. In sales, we had a saying that if you're in your head, you're dead. That was gospel. It meant the second you started overthinking your script or worrying about what the prospect thought or analyzing every word that left your mouth, you lost them. You became hesitant, robotic, apologetic. You leaked neediness through your tone and posture. You were selling from fear, not conviction. The deal was dead before it even began. Overthinking is a death spiral. It pulls you out of the moment and turns every instinct into a calculation. Prospects feel it, the air shifts. Instead of leading, you're now following. The only way to win was to let go of all of that, to forget the outcome, to forget the pitch, to get present, get playful, and enjoy the whole thing like it was a game. When you stopped performing and just connected, that's when flow took over. That's when you closed. So if you're trying to dominate flow like it's a resource, you've already lost. Flow comes when you submit to the moment fully. The paradox is brutal. The more you try to force yourself into flow, the further you drift from it. The mental grip kills the body's rhythm. Your mind keeps flinching into the future and your nervous system never stabilizes. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means stop interfering. Let your mind unhook from the future and let your body lead. Flow doesn't arrive with a bang. It creeps in through the cracks when your grip on control starts to loosen. The work doesn't become effortless because it's easy. It becomes effortless because it's all you care about in that moment. Detachment doesn't mean disengagement. It means giving yourself fully to the work, but not for what the work will give back. The kind of intensity that leads to flow isn't desperate. It's devoted. It's the kind of presence that forgets to check the clock. You have to love the doing for the sake of the doing, not because of what it might earn you. If you can't lose yourself in it, you haven't let go of what's in the way. Ego, pressure, proof, status, all of it. When you're detached, the friction drops to zero. You stop arguing with reality. You stop fighting the now. You're not dragging yourself, you're being pulled. Ideas come easier. Movements are cleaner. Emotions move through. The gap between you and the task dissolves. It's not you versus the work. You are the work. You stop making decisions from your prefrontal cortex. You just respond like an animal, sharp, pure, and immediate. Everything unnecessary fades. You don't need a plan. You don't need hacks. You just need to get out of the way. And flow collapses time because time is a function of the ego. When the ego vanishes, so does the ticking. You stop checking the clock. You forget about your next meeting. You lose track of lunch. You stop existing linearly. You get obsessed. Hours pass like minutes. Minutes stretch like hours. It's not time that changes. It's your perception of it. This is real freedom. Not lying on a beach. Not making passive income. Real freedom is when your mind forgets to want. The longer you stay here, the more it rewires you. You realize you are never chasing the money or the result. You are chasing this. Flow is what happens when you've practiced enough to not need to think anymore, and you've detached enough to not care if it's perfect. The moves just come. Your body executes without permission. Your voice flows without scripting. You need the reps. You need the training. But if you grip too tight, all that preparation collapses under pressure. The key isn't to try harder, it's to trust. Trust the process you already lived through. Trust that the edge is where the gold is. Flow is a trance state. Not some ethereal thing, it's a physiological shift. Dopamine and norepinephrine rise. The default mode network shuts down. You become a weapon. You're not there to win. You're not there to impress. You're not there to build a future. You're just there. Imagine how powerful you'd be if you stopped obsessing about what it all meant, if you could just do it. No more pressure, no more self-evaluation, no more looking into the mirror while spiraling. This is what artists chase, what athletes train for, what warriors enter before war. The freedom to go all in because nothing's being held back. You'll either float or you won't, but clenching harder doesn't make you fly. The jump is everything. Real flow leaves no space for self-consciousness. You forget who you are, you forget why you started, and you forget to question. And ironically, that's when your most honest, original, dangerous work surfaces, from the void. Not filtered through performance, not optimized for claps, just raw and real. The kind of output you look back at and say, I don't even know where that came from. That's flow. And the more you disappear from your own process, the more genius comes out. None of this is possible if you care too much, and that's the hardest part to swallow. You have to stop needing it. You can't force flow with the same obsession that burned you out. You have to want nothing and give everything. Flow is the ultimate contradiction, total commitment with zero need for reward. If it has to work, it won't. If you need it to go viral, it won't. If you need it to impress them, they'll smell it. Let go. The second you truly release, everything starts to move. The state you were trying to manufacture finally arrives, and it doesn't feel like control. It feels like flight. If you've ever had a glimpse of what you're capable of when you let go, you know what I'm talking about. The truth is you don't need more systems, more tricks, more willpower. You need to die to the outcome. That's when you rise. Sharpen your focus, not by doing more, but by removing everything that pulls you out of the moment. And when you're finally in that state, that raw, electric, unstoppable place, you'll know something deeper has shifted. Not just in your work, but in who you are. You won't need to ask for confidence after this because you will become it. So let's talk about unshakable confidence. So confidence is quiet, it's calm. Real detachment looks like confidence that refuses to beg, chase, or explain. When you've severed your need for approval, when you no longer hinge your power on outcomes or opinions, what's left is this hard, clean steel called self-certainty. That's the heart of detachment. You can't fake it, you can try, but people will feel the static underneath your smile. You'll overcompensate, you'll seek attention, you'll try to prove something, but real confidence, the kind that can't be rattled, it grows in silence. It grows in detachment. You don't need to be liked, you don't need to be chosen, you don't need to be praised. That's the beginning of real confidence. When you no longer require a specific response from others to feel okay, you become free. Because now you're not adjusting yourself to get something. You're choosing, you're evaluating, you're discerning. The power flips, not because you're posturing, but because you're no longer begging. Craving destroys confidence. It turns kings into jesters. The second you need someone to like you, buy from you, validate you, respond to you, you're at their mercy. You become an actor auditioning for approval. Confident people don't defend themselves. They clarify once, maybe, and then they let people misunderstand them. They're not wasting energy explaining who they are to people who already decided not to see. You know what you believe. You've sat with yourself long enough to separate what's yours from what was fed to you, and you're willing to be misunderstood for it. And that's the core of it. People with real confidence accept being misunderstood as the price of peace. You don't waver when the room disagrees. You don't edit your truth to make it easier to swallow. You say it raw or you say nothing. Not because you're trying to be provocative, but because self-betrayal feels worse than silence. You've made peace with your past. You've stopped outsourcing your identity to performance. That's why when things go sideways, you don't spiral. Because your confidence wasn't built on outcomes. It was built on identity. Most people think that confidence is built by stacking wins. That's half the truth. The other half is this. Real confidence is built by surviving losses, by facing the thing you swore would destroy you and realizing it didn't. You got rejected, you got ghosted, you got passed over, and you're still here. Confidence grows every time you bounce back instead of break down. Every time you don't get what you wanted, but you don't collapse. You adapt, you move, you sharpen. That's confidence in motion. You deliberately put yourself in uncomfortable, high-friction, high-stakes situations, not because you're a masochist, but because that's where detachment is forged. You get calloused by pressure, and now, what used to shake you doesn't even register. People who are confident aren't cluttered, not in their words, not in their style, not in their goals. They know what matters, they let go of the rest, and they speak with precision. They act with intention, and they move with calm, deliberate energy. They're not scattered, they're locked in. They're not rushing to fix, to react, to insert themselves. They're still, not because they're passive, but because they're patient, because they're not triggered, because they can hold tension without flinching. Confidence speaks in few words, not because there's nothing to say, but because there's nothing to prove. And when your presence communicates everything, your voice becomes a weapon, not a filler. Most people's confidence isn't theirs. It's circumstantial, it's conditional, it's borrowed from looks, from money, from status, so it breaks the second any of that slips. If you want unshakable confidence, you need to reclaim every piece of it from anything external, no exceptions. That means you don't wait to be invited. You don't need someone to tell you you're good enough, ready enough, smart enough. You claim it. You walk like you already belong. Because you do. And you stop giving away your attention like it's a bribe. You stop trying to be impressive. You start noticing how much you used to chase people who were never even qualified to lead you. And you burn that version of you. Confidence is quiet. The most dangerous men I've ever met speak softly, listen more than they talk, and never, ever explain themselves. They don't post about how real they are. They don't argue in comment sections. They move with that slow, surgical precision that says, I don't need to be seen. I just need to be effective. The less you say, the more people lean in. Silence creates tension, and confident people are okay with tension. They don't fill space with noise to avoid awkwardness. They let the silence do the heavy lifting. They detach. They don't just listen to respond. They watch everything. They study before they strike, and when they do speak, it lands. A confident man or a woman isn't afraid of a no. He's willing to hear it, willing to walk away, willing to be disliked. He doesn't try to flip it. He just keeps walking. If you want to know if someone's confident, watch how they react when they're dismissed. Rejection doesn't sting when you're detached because you weren't attaching your identity to the outcome. You were just filtering. You weren't trying to be liked. You were testing alignment. Confidence is the ability to walk from clients, from women, from groups, from men, from opportunities that glitter but don't align. When you've got walk-away power, your energy shifts. You stop negotiating from lack and you start negotiating from leverage. And here's the paradox. Most people who are truly confident are a little delusional. They believe in things they haven't earned yet. They act like winners before the scoreboard reflects it. And this relates to a very popular video on my channel. They make moves that don't make sense, not because they're reckless, but because they've detached from needing permission. You don't need a case study. You don't need receipts. You know. That's it. You feel the pull, you trust the feeling, and you follow it even when nobody claps. The path isn't a spreadsheet. Confidence knows that. It moves with intuition. It flows with rhythm. It takes wild swings. And when it falls short, it doesn't spiral. It recalibrates. At some point, you stop thinking about confidence. You stop trying to be confident. You just are. Because you've burned off the parts of you that were built on needing something. Because you've proven to yourself through discomfort, silence, loss, and letting go that you're still here, and that's enough. People feel it when you walk in. They don't know what it is, but they feel it. That calm change in the air. like thunder waiting under your skin. That's what happens when confidence gets distilled down to its purest form, presence. You don't chase anymore, you pull without effort, without reaching. You've become the field. You've been taught that confidence is built through achievement, and it is, a little, but mostly is built through subtraction, detaching from who you were told to be, burning off the performance, letting go of needing to win, to impress, to be chosen, and watching what's left. That's the punchline. You don't become confident. You return to the part of you that never needed permission in the first place. You lost things, you let go. You didn't get the deal, the girl, the guy, the yes, and you're still here, still breathing, still walking. That's what makes you untouchable. But what if that wasn't the end of it? What if detachment wasn't just about confidence, flow, or manifestation? What if there's a final layer most people never touch because they're too addicted to control to access it? Let's go there. So let's talk about surrender. Most people think that surrender is the end, the white flag. But if you've made it this far, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Surrender is the ultimate move. Surrender is clean. You don't lose power here. You become power. You stop shoving at life. Stop bracing against every possibility. Stop clawing for leverage you never had in the first place. And that's when the world finally lets you move through it, flow with it. Surrender lifts the weight from your chest, not because your problems vanish, but because you stop trying to be the one to solve them all by yourself. You don't muscle your way through the next battle. You don't obsess over the next move. You drop the need to orchestrate every detail. Suddenly, breathing gets easier. Food tastes like something again. The world feels less like a chess game and more like music. It's a relief that doesn't dull you. It wakes you up. You see the possibilities you never noticed. You realize you're not the main character in every room you enter. That's the punchline most miss. Surrender isn't about quitting. It's about stepping out of the mental cage you locked yourself in years ago. You can only surrender when you trust something bigger than your ego. For some people, it's God. For others, it's process, instinct, source, fate, whatever. It's irrelevant what you call it. But without faith, you'll always be clenching somewhere inside. You'll be letting go with one hand while clinging to certainty with the other. That's why things never move. Surrender is the jump when you can't see the net. The voice that says, I'll figure it out when I get there. The eyes that see the door is locked but notice the window is open. The joke is, the only certainty in life is uncertainty. Surrender is just choosing to dance with it instead of pretending you can control the playlist. You can't receive if your fists are closed. The more you try to force something, the less likely it is to come. Surrender opens your hands. It makes you catch blessings you would have fumbled before. The promotion, the invitation, the insight at 2 a.m. They only land when you stop chasing them. It's not passivity. It's being open to what actually arrives, not just what you wanted. The opportunities that have changed my life the most were never the ones I planned for. They found me because I finally stopped being impossible to reach. Surrender hands the steering wheel to a part of you that doesn't care about logic or 5-year plans. You start moving from the gut, not from anxiety, not from need. You make the call, you send the message, you walk away or walk in. Your body knows, your spirit knows. Your mind just needs to get out of the way. You'll get nudges, synchronicities, the odd phone call, the chance encounter, the wild hunch that doesn't make sense but won't leave you alone. When you're surrendered, you act on these faster. You don't wait for proof, you move. The universe loves speed. Real surrender means letting yourself be wrong, letting yourself be embarrassed, mistaken, even foolish. The ego hates this. It's addicted to being right. But when you're okay with not knowing, you suddenly get shown everything you need to know. The best students surrender to the teacher. The best entrepreneurs surrender to the market. The best artists surrender to the canvas. The best lovers surrender to the moment. Power comes from not knowing. The people who grow the fastest are the ones who are least obsessed with protecting their pride. Surrender means giving up on the old story. The narrative where you always lose, or always suffer, or always grind twice as hard as everyone else. Maybe you got praised for the struggle. Maybe you believed you had to. Maybe you made an identity out of overcoming. You can drop that story now. You're allowed to win easy. If you're waiting for someone to give you permission, you'll wait forever. I'm telling you this. Surrender means giving it to yourself. The ones who seem to get everything easily aren't lucky. They just stopped arguing with the current. They swim with it. They stop needing every lesson to be a scar. Surrender doesn't mean you do nothing. It means you do what's in front of you with everything you have and then you drop it. You walk away clean, no rumination, no self-doubt spiral, no post-game analysis. You trust that you did your part and that's enough. There is a violence in walking away from unfinished loops. You want to cling, to revisit, to edit, to perfect. But true surrender is cutting the cord. It's over when you say it's over. You get your life back this way. You have more energy to spend on what matters, and the rest recycles itself. Everything you ever wanted is hiding behind one stupidly simple move. Stop gripping, that's it. Surrender is the skill nobody talks about because it's not sexy. It's not marketable, but every high performer, every artist, every fulfilled human you've ever admired got here by surrendering something. An outcome, a story, a version of themselves. The exhale after a long-held breath. That softening that turns ambition from poison to medicine. You remember you're allowed to enjoy life. You remember what childhood felt like before you needed everything to mean something. And the paradox is, surrender is the most self-responsible move you'll ever make. It's not giving it to God and then blaming God when things go sideways. It's owning your moves and then after you've acted, letting the chips fall where they will. It takes guts to walk into the unknown and admit you're not calling all the shots. It's easier to stay in control, to micromanage, to burn out. Real adults surrender. Actualized people surrender. Children grip. At some point, you stop looking for secret doors. You stop waiting for permission. You stop waiting for fate, rescue, applause. You just move. You just trust. You act and you let go. You love and you let go. You build and you let go. This is the final move, not passive, not lazy, just free. There's no story left to rewrite, no one left to convince, no score left to settle. And for maybe the first time ever, you're actually living, not in anticipation, not in nostalgia. Right here, the circle closes, the weight lifts, that's surrender. So, with that being said, let's go over the review. We went over the overview, we talked about effortless detachment, magnetic manifestation, flow state mastery, unshakable confidence, surrender, and finally the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, choose one area where you're gripping the outcome so tightly you can feel it in your body. Write down the exact result you keep obsessing over and commit to showing up fully for the process this week while intentionally practicing letting go of the outcome each day. Block out a 90-minute window where you do your most meaningful work without checking results, feedback, or notifications. Lose yourself in the doing for its own sake, even if your brain screams for quick hits of validation. And finally, identify one thing you've been fighting, resisting, or trying to control that simply isn't bending to your will. Speak the truth of it out loud. Even if this never goes my way, I'm going to be okay. Then show up with your full energy anyway. No guarantees, no bargaining, just presence. With that being said, if you enjoyed this, make sure to subscribe, make sure to hit the like button. Let me know in the comments what you thought. Join the free community from the first link in the description. If you want to talk to me, book a discovery call from the second link in the description, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for being here. All right, hello and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're going to be talking about a topic that I find very interesting, and I hope you do too, because it can literally change your life forever. So what we're going to be talking about today, as you can see from the title, is how to think like a master and the hidden software of the mind. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the power of thought, mental models, heuristics, cognitive biases, and meta thinking. And then finally, the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's just get started and talk about the power of thought. So every single result in your life, your bank balance, your body, your relationships, your mood is downstream of how you think, not what you feel, not what you hope, what you think. Thought is the command line of your existence. It's the original code. You can't escape it, and you sure as hell can't outsource it. When you upgrade the way you think, everything else follows, without exception. The reason most people never change their life is because they never change the lens they're using to interpret it. Thought is invisible. It sits behind your eyes, shaping how you see, feel, react, and decide. But because it's invisible, you don't question it. You assume it's accurate, you assume it's you, but it's often, most likely, not. It's just conditioning. It's unconscious, it's inherited from parents, culture, trauma, memes. Until you consciously rewrite it, you're just a puppet with an ego. So most people think they're thinking, but they're really not. They're just running loops, old software, obsolete heuristics, unquestioned assumptions they never built themselves. Intelligence doesn't mean you're a good thinker. In fact, smart people often overthink, rationalize garbage, or build castles of logic on the sand of false premises. Thought is only powerful if it's conscious and clean. And thinking isn't just one thing. It's a whole system. Inputs, filters, patterns, and outputs. If you don't understand the architecture, you'll always be at the mercy of its flaws. You'll confuse feelings for logic, and you'll chase clarity while feeding on confusion. You'll seek truth while getting high on certainty. But if you understand how it all fits together, you get the power back. Thought happens on levels: instinct, reaction, intuition, calculation, reflection, abstraction. Most people never go past level 2. You need to live at level 5 and visit level 6 regularly. Better thinking means tighter distinctions, more precision, fewer assumptions, and you stop lumping everything together and start seeing clearly. And when you see clearly, you move differently. Mental clarity isn't some mystical state. It's a practical result of refining how you process reality. And if you can break things down into their parts, remove distortions, and stay focused on truth, not comfort, you win. The biggest lie you've been sold is that your thoughts are who you are. They're not. They're actually just patterns, they're habits, they're just echoes. But if you never question them, you'll be ruled by them forever. Mastering thought is mastering your internal world. And when you master the internal, the external follows like a shadow. You reclaim your power when you realize you can observe your own thoughts. You can change them. You can interrupt, edit, redirect, and rebuild. That's sovereignty. That's actual freedom. Thought mastery begins with friction. Interrupting the automatic, slowing it down, sitting in the gap between stimulus and response. That space is where all change begins. The people who rise fastest, build the most wealth, influence the most others, and live with the most power aren't the ones with the most resources. They're the ones with the most refined thinking. Strategic, calm, flexible, brutal. They think clearly when others panic. They solve problems while others spiral, and they see 10 moves ahead while others react. Their minds are weapons. In a world drowning in noise, clarity is a superpower. And if you can filter out the noise, kill your biases, and think with ruthless accuracy, you'll dominate every room you enter. Clear thinking also means faster thinking. You won't waste hours looping on useless ideas. You'll cut to the core, make moves, and iterate faster than anyone else. Thinking, actually thinking, is the hardest thing your brain can do. This is why most people don't do it. And you'll realize how most people think later on in this training through something called heuristics, which is not really thinking. Learning how to think is the single highest leverage skill in your entire life. It multiplies the value of every other skill you have. You can be a great speaker, a great marketer, a great athlete, or operator, but if your thinking is reactive, emotional, or clouded, you'll sabotage yourself every time. When your thinking becomes clean, your life becomes clean. You've spent your entire life thinking like the people around you. Family, school, society, social media, all of it is just installed code in your head. You were brainwashed. You didn't consent. You didn't even notice. But now you have a choice. You can either keep running this default code, or you can become the architect, not just of your mind, but of your future. So you're about to learn the real tools, not just quotes, actual weapons, models, shortcuts, corrections. You'll see how the smartest people on earth think, decide, and solve, and you'll learn how to do the same. The next thing you need to internalize is how the best thinkers in the world structure their thinking, because it's not random and it's definitely not emotional. It's systematic. And now it's your turn to install that system. So with that being said, let's talk about mental models. You can't build a strong mind on random thoughts. You need a framework, a skeleton, a scaffolding. That's what mental models are. They're not hacks, they're not facts, they're lenses, ways of seeing the world that let you cut through the noise, reduce complexity, and make sharper decisions faster. The sharper your models, the sharper your moves. Every powerful thinker you admire uses them even if they don't realize it. Most of them do though. Life throws chaos at you. Models compress that chaos into clarity. They give you mental handles. Instead of drowning in data, you pull out one frame and instantly know where to look, what to ask, what to ignore. The brain loves shortcuts, but most shortcuts are sloppy. Mental models are elegant shortcuts, clean, strategic, and repeatable. A good mental model filters what matters and blocks what doesn't. It forces your attention onto what drives results and pulls you away from distraction, noise, or false signals. Thinking doesn't have to be slow. When your models are sharp, you can move fast and stay accurate. You won't just react, you'll anticipate. That's the edge. One model isn't enough. You need a whole toolbox. You need to be able to switch lenses depending on the problem. That's what Charlie Munger meant by a lattice work of mental models. You build a network of thinking tools that cross domains, psychology, math, business, biology, history, and you'll pull from the right one at the right time. That's how you get leverage. Models from outside your niche often unlock more insight than the ones inside it. So borrow from physics, study biology, read ancient philosophy. Most of the world's problems are solved already at the intersection of disciplines. The real magic happens when you stack models, first principles thinking plus inversion, or Occam's razor plus second order thinking. You don't just use them separately, you actually layer them, and that's when your clarity becomes God tier. The more you use them, the more they start to connect. You don't have to force it. Your brain begins to automatically default to a compound clarity instead of linear logic. Stacking models lets you think deeper without actually getting stuck. It keeps your thoughts structured even when the stakes are high or the data is overwhelming. So let's make it real. Say you're launching a product. You can use first principles thinking to strip it down to what actually matters. Then you can use opportunity cost to compare it to every other thing you could build instead. Then you could apply the 80-20 rule to find the one feature that drives most of the value. Then use inversion thinking to imagine why the product launch would fail and then work backwards to prevent it. Same situation, multiple models, massive clarity. A model only works if it helps you act. This isn't about sounding smart. It's about getting better results in less time with less stress. That's why every model must earn its keep. If it doesn't help you move better, think clearer, or decide faster, throw it out. So some mental models are must-haves. They're the foundational ones you use in every domain. These are the ones you want to internalize so deeply that they become automatic. And I've included a few of them here. These are by no means all of them. However, these are some of the most important ones. First principles means breaking something down to the basic truths. What do we know for sure? And you start there. Rebuild from scratch and then don't just accept the default. This is one of Elon Musk's favorite mental models. Second order thinking. Don't just ask what happens next. Ask what happens after that, and then after that, and then after that. Most people make decisions based on the first effect. Winners think through the chain reaction. Now, inversion is one of Alex Hormozy's favorite mental models, at least from what I've seen from his videos, where you basically flip your thinking. Instead of asking, how do I succeed? You ask, would I fail? And then you avoid everything that leads there. It's simple, brutal, and extremely effective. And if I'm not mistaken, Alex Hormozy actually got that one specifically from Charlie Munger. And the next one is opportunity cost, which basically means every yes is 1,000 silent no's. When you choose one path, you're sacrificing every other path. If you're not weighing the cost of not doing something else, you're really not choosing. And then the next one is the 80-20 rule, which is one of the most famous ones, and there's a whole book written about it. Not everything is equal. 20% of inputs drive usually 80% of outputs. Find the lever, push the lever, and then ignore the rest. So don't just read these. Actually drill them, apply them, burn them into your nervous system. The goal isn't to memorize models like trivia. The goal is to live through them. Walk into a meeting and automatically apply second order thinking. Read a tweet and immediately invert the logic. Face a tough decision and reflexively break it down into first principles. That's the level you want. As your thinking evolves, your relationship to models will also shift. In the beginning, you'll have to pause and consciously apply them. But over time, they become your operating system. You don't even notice you're using them. You just make smarter moves. That's when you know you're operating at a higher tier. Now, the real magic of mental models isn't just in how they sharpen your thinking, it's in how they transfer. They don't stay locked inside a specific domain. You can drag and drop them across disciplines and they still work. That's what makes them so powerful. A model born in physics can unlock problems in finance, and a concept from biology can clarify your marketing strategy. The best thinkers don't specialize in knowledge. They're usually generalists. So for example, take survivorship bias from military history and apply it to advertising. Suddenly, you stop copying the winning ads and start asking what happened to the failing ones. Or another example is bringing feedback loops from systems engineering into your personal development. You realize your habits, inputs, and outcomes form a closed system. The quality of your inputs like sleep, training, reading, and execution feeds back into your performance, which then affects your motivation, which then affects your next set of inputs. You stop treating each habit like an isolated tactic and actually start optimizing the loop as a whole. That's when progress stops being random and starts being inevitable. Now, original thinking isn't really about inventing, it's about recombining. When you collect models from multiple disciplines, you have more ingredients to cook with. You create novel combinations and you see patterns no one else sees. You start to think in ways that feel genius to others, but are just synthesis to you. Most business innovations are just borrowed models in disguise. Uber is marketplace dynamics from economics plus GPS optimization from logistics. Stripe is developer-first thinking from software plus frictionless UX from consumer tech. Big breakthroughs are just elegant collisions. The more models you master across domains, the more clearly you can see the world. You stop being stuck in industry thinking and you stop repeating everyone else's stale solutions. You start creating moves that feel inevitable in hindsight. Mental models are the foundation of understanding. They're the raw materials from which frameworks, systems, and strategies and tactics are built. They're not just useful, they're structural. They are the foundation. You don't get to deep knowledge without them. You don't get to clarity without them. And you sure as hell don't get to originality without stacking them high and wide. Every piece of knowledge is built on something deeper. That deeper thing is usually a mental model. If you can spot it, you can rearrange the whole system and basically see through walls. If you can't, you're just moving furniture inside a house you don't actually understand. As you grow, you'll realize most advice is just the surface layer of a mental model. Skip the surface, learn the structure. That's how you rise. The wider your range of mental models, the more leverage you hold. You're not guessing, you're not copying, you're actually building. Because the deeper your understanding of models, the more dimensions you can operate in. You're not stuck in one lane. You can think across economics, psychology, biology, systems, narrative, and energy. And that kind of range is lethal. You don't need more information. You just need better compression. That's what models give you. They're how you hold complexity in your head without being overwhelmed. They're how you stay strategic when everyone else is scrambling. The game is mental. The edge is cognitive. Models are how you build that edge and keep it sharp no matter what game you're playing, especially now when we live in the knowledge economy. So once you understand how to build thought structures, you also need to learn how to move fast without collapsing that structure, how to make quick, effective decisions under pressure with limited information. There's a science to that too. So with that being said, let's talk about heuristics. So life doesn't give you enough time to think through everything from scratch. You don't get to sit back and map out a 10-step mental model every time someone asks you a question or throws a problem in your face. That's why the mind builds shortcuts. Heuristics are those shortcuts. Fast, dirty, efficient little rules of thumb your brain uses to make decisions in the real world when time, energy, and information are limited. They're not always perfect, but when used correctly, they're your greatest weapon in speed-based environments. You don't live in a lab, you live in chaos. You operate under stress and you make decisions in motion. And under those conditions, perfection isn't the goal. Progress is. Heuristics help you move. They give you fast, good enough answers that let you adapt in real time. You're never going to have all the data. You're never going to be totally sure, but with sharp heuristics, you can still make good calls and win more than you lose. When time is limited, precision thinking slows you down. You don't always have the luxury of depth. That's when you lean on fast, repeatable rules that give you clarity instantly. The more pressure you're under, the more your brain wants shortcuts. If you don't install intentional heuristics, your brain defaults to lazy ones. That's when mistakes happen. So the brain doesn't just like heuristics, it actually needs them. The issue isn't whether you use them, it's whether the ones you're using are helping or sabotaging you. Most people run sloppy, emotional, outdated heuristics, and most people don't even know of a thing called heuristics. They rely on vibes, assumptions, and feelings disguised as logic. That's not thinking, that's autopilot in disguise. Your job is to replace those defaults with sharp, deliberate heuristics that help you make better moves under pressure. If it feels bad, avoid it is a default heuristic. But so is, if it feels hard, lean into it. The first one leads to avoidance. The second, for example, builds strength. Which one you run in the background determines your entire trajectory. You can't upgrade what you don't notice. So start listening to the decisions you make quickly and ask yourself what rule your brain just used. Where did it come from? And is it helping or not? And if not, kill it. The best heuristics are the ones you build yourself. You take a pattern you've seen play out over and over and then compress it into a principle and carry it in your back pocket for when it counts. The more experience you have, the more refined your heuristics become. And the more you reflect on your mistakes, the sharper they get. So heuristics are living tools. You don't set them once and leave them. You test, observe, adjust, and keep making them better. The tighter the loop, the more reliable the outcome. Another word for heuristics that you could use is principles. And what you could do technically is find the principles of very successful people online. For example, Naval is one of those people that basically post their principles and mental models and his rules of thumb on his Twitter account or X, whatever you want to call it. So a good heuristic collapses complexity into a single phrase or rule, something short enough to remember, but dense enough to guide your actions. It's a cheat code you earned by paying attention. There are many kinds of heuristics, each designed for different decision types. So to break down a few that actually work in the real world. So the first one, for example, is the 80% rule, which is if you're 80% sure, just move. You don't need to wait to be sure 100%. Momentum beats certainty. If you hesitate past 80%, you're not being cautious, you're actually being afraid. Another one is the fastest path heuristic. Basically, ask yourself what gets me the result with the fewest steps. Don't confuse effort with value. Most people choose complexity to feel smart. You should choose simplicity to stay free. The next one is hard first, which is do the hardest part of the task first. And if you leave it for last, because if you leave it for last, your brain will loop it in the background and drain your energy all day. Hit it first and then the rest becomes light work. Another one is the 2-minute rule, which is if it takes less than 2 minutes, do it now. Don't track it, don't delay it, just clear it and keep moving. This one alone can save you hours every week. So those are just some examples of heuristics you can use, and you can look online for more. There's plenty of them. But no heuristic is universal. What works in one domain might fail in another. They're not like mental models. Your job is to know the domain you're in. Are you optimizing for speed? Are you optimizing for safety? Are you optimizing for innovation? Once you know that, you can choose the heuristic that matches the terrain. Blindly applying rules is just another form of mental laziness. Every heuristic is a tool, so don't use a hammer when you need a scalpel. Don't apply an act fast rule when the cost of error is life-changing. Know the difference. Heuristics work even better when you stack 2 or 3. For example, do the hard thing first plus stop at 80% certainty equals ruthless progress in almost any workday. Now, heuristics and biases are cousins. They come from the same place, your brain trying to make decisions faster. The difference is that heuristics can serve you when conscious. Biases run you when unconscious. If you don't take control of your heuristics, they turn into blind spots, into biases. You need to know when your shortcuts are helping and when they're hurting. One of the fastest ways to fix bad thinking is to spot where a good heuristic has been warped into a bias, then replace it with a sharper version. This is the link between fast thinking and clean thinking. You already have heuristics. Now you know how to refine them, you know how to break the bad ones, replace them with better ones, and build fast-moving thinking that actually works in real life. But to really master this, you need to see what happens when those heuristics go wrong, when your shortcuts get hijacked, twisted, and used against you. And that's what we're going to be digging into next. So let's talk about cognitive biases. So most of the time, your brain doesn't see reality as it is. It sees it as it wants it to be, or as it's been trained to see it. And unless you're actively countering that distortion, you're living inside a funhouse mirror. Cognitive biases are mental glitches, flaws in perception, judgment, and memory. They're shortcuts gone sideways. They're your brain trying to help you survive, but instead making you lie to yourself without even realizing it. If you don't learn to spot them, they will sabotage every decision you make. So, this isn't theory. Biases are why you chase the wrong people, double down on bad investments, ignore red flags, misjudge others, and stay stuck in fake problems and tell yourself convincing stories that aren't remotely true. They corrupt the entire system. It doesn't matter how good your logic is if your inputs are actually distorted. If your perception is broken, your conclusions are most likely broken too. So, for example, you see a tweet from someone with 100,000 followers and assume they must be right. That's actually authority bias. You dismiss an opportunity because it didn't work last time. That's recency bias. You cling to a bad idea because you've already spent 3 months on it. That's the sunk cost fallacy. These glitches aren't rare. They're happening all the time without you even realizing. And they're subtle, and you can't brute force your way past them. You need awareness, precision, and constant recalibration. But biases aren't necessarily evil. They evolved for a reason. Your brain had to make fast judgments to survive. Back when you were being chased by predators or trying not to eat poisonous berries, shortcuts made sense. They still do sometimes, but in today's world, they usually make you weak, reactive, and blind. That's not survival, that's self-sabotage. Your brain trades accuracy for efficiency because thinking is actually hard. It will give you a fast answer that feels true over a slow one that actually is true. It doesn't care about truth, it cares about safety. That's why most biases feel emotionally comfortable. They confirm your beliefs, soothe your fears, or reinforce your ego. Now, the problem isn't just that biases exist, it's that you don't know when they're happening. That's why they're dangerous. They don't announce themselves, they don't ask permission, they just literally slide into your perception and warp it from the inside, and you don't even realize it. The only defense is awareness. Ruthless, structured awareness. Most people only catch their biases in hindsight, if at all. You need to get ahead of them. Know the patterns, know when you're most vulnerable, and know which ones hit you hardest. Build your own internal tripwires. And there are dozens of cognitive biases, but some show up more than others, especially in business, relationships, and decision making. These are the ones you need to tattoo on your brain and start catching in the wild. One of them is confirmation bias. You only look for evidence that proves what you already believe, and you ignore, dismiss, or rationalize anything that actually challenges it. And this is the root of most intellectual laziness. If you don't question it daily, you become a prisoner of your own assumptions. Another one is the sunk cost fallacy. You keep investing time, energy, or money into something just because you've already put a lot in, even when it's clearly failing. You forget that the past is gone and that doubling down doesn't recover your losses. It deepens them. Another one is anchoring. Your brain fixates on the first piece of information it sees, and every judgment afterward gets distorted by that anchor. Whether it's a price, an idea, or a first impression, you stop seeing clearly after the first data point. This is used extensively in supermarkets, for example. Now, the next one is availability bias. If it's easier to remember, you assume it must be more likely, more common, or more true. This makes you overestimate risks that are vivid and underestimate risks that are invisible. Fear loves this one. The next one is the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is incompetent people overestimate their skill, experts underestimate theirs. The less you know, the more confident you feel. The more you learn, the humbler you become. If you're feeling too sure, you might be deep in this one. Now, you can't eliminate bias completely, but you can reduce its power. You can build mental systems that flag it, question it, and override it when necessary. The goal isn't perfection, it's correction. Faster, sharper correction each time. Ask yourself, what would I think if the opposite were true? Or what would someone who disagrees with me say? Or am I resisting this because it's wrong or because it's uncomfortable? These are the kinds of questions that actually puncture bias. When you speak your thinking out loud or write it down, it's easier to catch distortions. Bias hides in the dark. Drag it into the light and it starts falling apart. The fastest way to spot bias is through friction with reality. Results don't lie. If your model keeps failing, your heuristics aren't landing, or your emotions are louder than your logic, then bias is in the driver's seat. Use reality as your calibration tool. Don't just double down on broken thinking. That's the trap. Drop your pride, update your perception, and upgrade your input stream. The faster you can admit that you're wrong, the more right you become over time. You will fall for your biases. The key is how fast you recover, how fast you correct, and how fast you recenter. That's what separates a reactive thinker from a strategic one. You're not here to be flawless, you're here to be fluid. See, adjust, and then move. When you can see your bias while it's happening, not after, it changes everything. You catch yourself justifying a weak move, you pause before clinging to a bad decision, and you notice when you're just trying to protect your ego. That pause is gold. That pause is power. And what you do inside that pause will define your outcomes more than anything else. Now that you've seen how your thinking can break, you're ready to learn how to rise above the breakage, how to step outside the system entirely and observe the game from above and become the thinker who watches thought itself. So let's talk about meta thinking. Now, this is where it basically gets real. This is the layer above all other layers. You've built models, you've installed heuristics or caught the bad heuristics you use. You've caught your biases, but now you need to watch yourself actually thinking. This is meta thinking. It's thinking about thinking. It's the rarest form of cognitive control and the most powerful. Is the difference between a mind that's reactive and a mind that's sovereign. You don't just use your thoughts, you actually watch them, you shape them, and you direct them like a craftsman with his tools. Most people get caught inside their thinking. It's like being stuck in a dream. They don't realize there's a part of them that can step back and actually observe. But that's where the shift happens. The moment you become the observer, not just the participant, your entire mental life opens up. You see thoughts as tools, not truths, not identities, just passing mechanisms. And when you practice meta thinking, you create a gap between stimulus and response. Instead of reacting blindly, you pause, you evaluate the shape of your thoughts, and you don't just have them, you actually interrogate them. Is this thought helpful? Is it accurate? Where does it lead? In that gap, you gain real power. The power to not believe every thought. The power to choose a better one. The power to rewrite your narrative on the spot. That's what makes you untouchable under pressure. So meta thinking is recursive. It loops upwards. You don't just think about the thought, you think about how you're thinking it. What model are you using? What heuristic is guiding you? What bias might be distorting this lens? Every layer you observe reveals another, and every loop upward sharpens you. The more recursive your awareness becomes, the clearer your decisions get. It stops being about the surface problem and becomes about the structure underneath. You start solving the system, not just the symptom. So this is where you escape surface level intelligence. You stop chasing answers and start actually upgrading your approach to answers. You stop being the chess piece and start being the chess player. One of the core skills in meta thinking is reframing. You change the meaning of a thought by looking at it from a different vantage point. You don't just react, you reassign the frame. And this turns problems into puzzles, triggers into training, and chaos into code. Say you catch yourself thinking, I can't do this. A reactive mind would try to force motivation. A meta thinker would pause, notice the pattern, and ask, where is that coming from? They'd reframe it to, what would I need to believe to make this feel possible? You realize that meaning is not baked into events. It's assigned by thoughts, and thoughts are flexible. So your entire life becomes flexible. You become unshakable because you control the frame. And if you've watched any of my other videos, you would know that your identity is just the story that you repeat to yourself. And meta thinking lets you rewrite that story in real time. You catch the voice in your head telling you who you are, and you actually override it. You choose better language and you install more empowering scripts, and you move from victim to author. You stop blindly believing I'm not disciplined or I always mess things up. You catch it, you challenge it, you flip it into something actually useful. I haven't been disciplined yet, but that changes now. This isn't positive thinking, it's just strategic editing. If you don't write the script, someone else will. Your parents, your friends, your trauma, your fears. Meta thinking hands you the pen. If you catch yourself looping, that's your sign. Overthinking, obsessing, rehashing, all signs that your mind is spinning without traction. Meta thinking breaks the loop and it says, this thought has repeated 5 times. That's not insight, it's inertia. And you pull back, you zoom out, and you can switch tracks. Say you're replaying a conversation in your head again and again and again. You pause, you ask, is this useful? Is it solving something? Or am I just spiraling? You don't push through it, you actually redirect yourself. There are models within this too. One of them is observer to actor. Another is above the line versus below the line, or trigger to thought, to emotion, to behavior. These let you trace the chain. You don't just feel off, you pinpoint where in the loop the distortion starts and you fix it at the root. When you're above the line, you're conscious, curious, creative. When you're below the line, you're reactive, closed, and triggered. Meta thinking is the lever that moves you back above. That's the real skill, tracing the loop. Thought leads to feeling, feeling leads to action. So if you catch it early, you can change the outcome before it locks in. So you probably brush your teeth daily. But when's the last time you actually cleaned your thinking? Meta thinking is mental hygiene. You scrub your beliefs, you clear the fog, and you detox your self-talk, and you disinfect the lies. Left uncleaned, the mind rots, so don't let it rot. Run regular audits. What am I thinking on loop? Where am I stuck? What belief keeps resurfacing? You don't need a crisis to clean, you just need attention. So once you've cleaned it, maintain it, just like physical training. Consistency beats intensity. 5 minutes a day of mental recalibration can outperform 5 hours of reacting like a headless chicken. So at its highest level, meta thinking moves from control to intuition. You stop just managing thought, you transcend it. You drop into pure presence. You feel the answer without overthinking it. But you only earn that level after mastering all the ones below. Stillness is not passive. It's what lives on the far side of extreme mental discipline. Now, you're not just building a better brain, you're becoming a better being. One who sees clearly, moves decisively, thinks above the noise, and leads their life with awareness and knowledge. So with that being said, let's talk about the review and your action items for the next few days. So we covered the overview, we covered the power of thought, we talked about mental models, heuristics, cognitive biases, meta thinking. We're at the review right now. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, collect mental models through studying, create heuristics that actually help you, and beware of cognitive biases that distort how you see and decide. Stack useful patterns, break useless ones, and take control of the software that runs your brain. The next one would be to start tracking your thoughts like a strategist. Where do your beliefs come from? What patterns are repeating? Which thoughts serve you and which ones sabotage you? Map the mental terrain so you can move through it with precision. Then the final one is set aside 5 minutes a day to step outside your mind and watch it. Observe how you're thinking, not just what you're thinking. Actually interrupt the loops, rewrite the scripts, and elevate your awareness until meta thinking becomes your baseline. So with that being said, I find this topic and this subject very, very fascinating, and I hope you did as well. And if you did, let me know in the comments. Make sure to subscribe and hit the like button, and I will see you in the next one. Thank you for being here. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is escaping energy paradox loops. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself. Then we're going to go into breaking cognitive inertia, understanding energy paradox loops, breaking physical energy traps, overcoming mental and emotional blocks, sustaining momentum through daily systems, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about breaking cognitive inertia. So before we dive into energy paradox loops and what they are, we need to understand cognitive inertia first. Cognitive inertia is the mental equivalent of physical inertia. Physical inertia is the natural resistance of any object to a change in its state of motion, meaning an object at rest tends to stay at rest, and an object in motion keeps moving at the same speed and direction unless an outside force acts on it. For example, a rock on the ground will not start moving unless you push it or pull it, because its inertia resists that change. That's why you have to actually apply force to pick it up or roll it. A rolling ball keeps moving forward until friction or another force slows it down, because inertia resists the stopping. That's why when a car suddenly stops, your body lurches forward, as your inertia wants you to keep moving. So just like an object at rest resists being moved, well, your mind resists changing beliefs, habits, and behaviors once they're set. The brain holds on to what's familiar because change takes energy. Now, this inertia can show up in small, almost invisible ways. For example, the thought that it's easier to keep doing things the old way, the pause before starting something new, or the quiet voice that says, "Not now, later." See, by resisting constant change, your brain conserves energy and speeds up decisions. But here's the problem. The same mechanism that once protected survival now sabotages your growth. In other words, instead of keeping you safe from danger, it keeps you safe from progress. Inertia feels like comfort, but comfort comes at the cost of stagnation. And so here's the thing. Cognitive inertia works by rewarding familiarity. Old routines feel safe even when they're ineffective or harmful. Every time you repeat a behavior, the brain strengthens its wiring, making it harder to actually break free. That's why even small changes like waking earlier, exercising, or eating differently can feel much harder than they should. To be clear, this isn't a personal flaw. You're up against a universal law of the mind. So let's look at the cost in real life. People, for example, will stay in jobs they hate, not because they have no options, but because inertia warns them away from the unknown. Relationships drag on long after they've run their course. Daily habits harden into ruts that feel impossible to escape. And in general, inertia robs years of potential by convincing you that standing still is safer than moving forward. Still, inertia doesn't just keep you stuck, it pushes you backward. The world changes, opportunities pass, health shifts, and what looks like standing still slowly turns into falling behind. And here's the truth. Stability often hides decay. That's why understanding inertia matters. Once you see it, you can catch it in real time. You can tell the difference between real limits and walls built by habit. And then resistance stops being a warning sign and becomes proof you've hit the edge of inertia. Listen, awareness alone won't get you out. You need action. You have to push through the sticky resistance and create movement. Now, connect this to energy paradox loops. When you feel too tired to work out, too wired to sleep, or too unmotivated to start, it's inertia recycling old scripts. Your job is to disrupt those scripts. And here's the point. Disruption doesn't need to be huge. A small wedge action is enough to crack the cycle. Now, once you see the struggle as inertia instead of weakness, everything changes. The heaviness before exercise, the hesitation before work, the restlessness before sleep, all of it is inertia in disguise. And that's the point. Piercing the disguise is one of the most powerful skills you can build because it frees you from old loops and gives you the freedom to create real momentum. So let's talk about understanding energy paradox loops. Look, an energy paradox loop happens when the thing you avoid because you feel low on energy is the exact thing that would give you that energy back. It's like standing outside in the cold while your coat hangs just inside the door. You know the fix, but the gap between effort and payoff feels too wide. And once you notice these loops, you'll see them everywhere, quietly running your days. Now, the reason these loops are so strong is because they're self-reinforcing. You don't move because you don't feel ready, and so you never feel ready because you don't move. The loop tightens like a snake, and the longer it holds, the harder it feels to actually break out. Now, here's the thing. Most people don't even realize they're in a loop. They think the problem is being tired or not motivated, but the real problem is the invisible cycle that's keeping them stuck. And to be clear, once you see it's a loop, you gain leverage because loops can be hacked. So let's see how this shows up in real life. Feeling too tired to exercise when exercise is what will restore your energy. Being too wired to sleep when only sleep will reset your system. Reaching for junk food for energy only to feel more sluggish. Avoiding people when you're low on energy even though connection would lift you. Waiting for motivation to act, not realizing that action is what creates motivation. So these loops can be physical, mental, or both. Now the physical ones are tied more so to biology. Sleep, blood sugar, muscle fatigue. The right trigger can flip them. For example, being wired at night from caffeine or screens when only sleep calms your nervous system. Or feeling stiff or tired when even light activity would improve your blood flow and alertness. Now, the mental ones revolve around perception and emotion. You believe you lack focus, but focus comes once you start. So for example, you would be feeling overwhelmed by information, so you avoid studying, which actually guarantees that the overwhelm stays. Believing you need inspiration before action when momentum is what sparks the inspiration. Or for example, believing that you need more money before you invest into coaching, when in reality coaching might be the thing that gets you more money. So put simply, these loops don't just live in your body, they also shape your mind and emotions. So listen, the loop works because your brain and body are built to conserve energy. Ancient wiring says don't spend any effort unless the payoff is certain. But in modern life, payoff usually comes after the effort. That's why your system resists action until action is already happening. This mismatch is what makes the loop feel real and convincing. And still, the hardest part is always the start. What feels like lack of ability is really just inertia. Like pushing a car from a dead stop, the first shove feels impossible, but once the wheels move, momentum helps. See, resistance isn't proof of weakness, it's proof of the loop, and once you frame it that way, the pattern looks hackable, and it is. Awareness alone starts loosening it sometimes. When you say, I'm in an energy paradox, you basically create a gap between the feeling and the truth, and sometimes that gap is actually enough to slip in a small action, and that wedge cracks the loop, and from there everything can shift. But the thing is, seeing the architecture of the loop is step one, and awareness by itself won't always free you. You also need practical ways to snap the loop in real time. So let's talk about breaking physical energy traps. So look, physical energy traps matter because they silently decide whether you follow through on your intentions or not. You can have the best plan in the world, but if your body feels tired, nothing really will get done. Now, the catch is that most of these traps are illusions built by biology and habit. They're not solid walls, but if you don't see them for what they are, they feel like prison bars. So seeing them clearly is the first step to actually breaking free. Now, one of the most common traps is the sense of being too tired to move, when in reality, movement is the very thing that creates more energy. So your body tells you to conserve, but that conservation becomes stagnation. A short walk, a few stretches, or a light warm-up can flip the switch from fatigue to activation, yet the false story of tiredness keeps you pinned to your place. Now, once you move, circulation kicks in, blood flow rises, oxygen delivery increases, and your brain actually lights up. That heavy tiredness was often just sluggish circulation. More oxygen in your bloodstream sharpens thinking, clears focus, and lightens your body almost right away. And as the body temperature rises, your nervous system reads the signal, time to be alert. The heaviness gets replaced by energy and vitality. Now, here's the truth. Endorphins and dopamine, the chemicals that say get up and go, only release after you act. Waiting for them first is like waiting for a fire to warm you before you've even struck the match. So, once you see fatigue as a cue to move, not stop, the whole logic of your body flips upside down. Now, another trap is restlessness. You feel wired, but you're not carrying real energy. You end up fidgeting, scrolling endlessly, or wandering without aim. That's your nervous system confusing stimulation with energy. The heart races, thoughts scatter, and you mistake the buzz for power. But this is fake fuel, and it burns out fast. Cortisol and adrenaline create the illusion of drive while draining your reserves, and then comes the crash, which empties you out and tricks you into chasing more stimulation, the very thing that's actually causing the drain. The real fix isn't more noise, but grounding, breathwork, hydration, and a structured movement plan turn chaotic stimulation into stable energy. See, knowing that not all energy is real energy is crucial. Without that awareness, you chase the wrong fix and tighten the trap. Another trap is confusing sleepiness with true exhaustion. They're not the same. Sleepiness often comes from sleep inertia, the brain's sluggish adjustment after waking up. It doesn't mean you can't perform, it just means the switch from one state to another isn't yet complete. And the quickest way to flip that switch is exposure to bright light, which signals your body to release cortisol and step into alertness. Now, stepping outside for 10 minutes in the morning will accelerate this better than caffeine, because natural light is a direct wake-up command to your body. On dark days, a bright lamp can actually stand in for the sun, stopping inertia from dragging on. And once light begins the shift, gentle movement locks it in. Your body learns that alertness follows action, not stillness. That's why sleepiness is negotiable. It's not fixed, and once you see that, it loses its power over your day. Now, food choices create another trap by pulling you into cycles of spikes and crashes. A hit of sugar or refined carbs gives you a lift for a little bit, but the crash doubles your fatigue. You wanted fuel, but what you grabbed made the problem actually worse. So the way out is stability. Protein and healthy fats keep blood sugar steady, giving you longer lasting energy. That's why a protein-rich breakfast, for example, if you eat breakfast, can sustain you for hours, while pastries or cereal guarantee a crash. Pair that protein with some healthy fats like nuts, avocado, olive oil, and energy stretches into a steady stream instead of peaks and valleys. And listen, even with good fuel, dehydration can mimic fatigue. Mild dehydration quietly saps your focus and motivation, and what feels like an energy crisis is often just your body asking for water. When you change up your fuel, you change your baseline, and so the trap of exhaustion loses its grip. Now, look around. Traps aren't only inside you. Your environment shapes energy too. A dark, cluttered space signals your brain to conserve energy. A bright, airy space primes you for action. Mess and disorganization overwhelm your senses and weigh you down before you've even actually started. And a cluttered room keeps mental loops running, draining energy without you noticing. Chaos in your surroundings often fuels chaos in your mood and in your mind, making your motivation and discipline harder. On the other hand, simple cues like a water bottle on the desk, a gym bag by the door, or shoes waiting by the mat lower the barrier to action, and they remind you that movement is close and easy, not distant and hard. So when you shape your environment with intention, you don't rely on willpower. You let the setting itself weaken the traps. Finally, breaking physical energy traps isn't about brute force, it's about slipping past the first barrier. And once you start moving, your body pays you back with more energy than you had before. The real challenge isn't the action, it's the deceptive story your body tells ahead of time, and that's the point. When you see through these illusions, you clear the way for consistent forward motion. So let's talk about overcoming mental and emotional blocks. So mental and emotional blocks distort reality. You can be physically fine, fueled, hydrated, and well-rested, but if your mind is locked in resistance, it feels like you're dragging chains. These blocks create invisible walls between you and action, and unless you learn to dismantle them, you'll live in a constant state of hesitation. Look, one of the strongest blocks is fear, and it doesn't always show up as panic. Instead, it hides as overthinking, procrastination, or endless planning. Fear convinces you that waiting is safer than moving, but really it traps you in imagined scenarios that never arrive. Now, your mind can take a simple action like going to the gym, starting a project, having a conversation, and project the worst case outcomes onto it. That projection feels so real, it freezes you in place. See, the same imagination that could build visions of success gets hijacked to build visions of disaster. And the odds get distorted. A real 5% risk turns into a 95% certainty in your head because fear thrives on exaggeration. So here's the thing. The illusion of safety through inaction is fear's cruelest trick. You think you're avoiding harm, but in truth, you're locking yourself into stagnation. Once fear is exposed for what it is, an internal movie instead of a fact, you see that action is the only way to shut off the projector. Another block is doubt. Doubt whispers, you're not ready, you're not capable, you're not enough. It doesn't shout, it drips, and over time, those drops erode your confidence until you stop trying. You measure yourself against people who are further ahead and convince yourself you don't belong. But what you see are their highlights, not their struggles. Your brain mistakes their highlight reel for truth, and the gap between your starting point and their middle chapter feels impossible, even though the only real difference is time. See, doubt often disguises itself as perfectionism. You won't begin unless you can guarantee flawless results. But perfection was never the price of progress in the first place. To be clear, once you see doubt as a story instead of a fact, it becomes background noise. It's there, but it doesn't have to run you. Now, overwhelm blocks you in a different way, not with fear or doubt, but with sheer volume. You see too many steps at once, and the weight of the entire journey crushes the will to take even the first step. Your mind tries to carry all the steps at the same time, like lugging a dozen heavy bags in one trip, and by carrying it all in your head, you burn out before you act. And the load feels too heavy, so you carry nothing at all, and it feels easier in the moment, but costs more later. Here's the truth. The antidote to overwhelm is ruthless simplicity. Break the mountain into pebbles, focus only on the next step, and the weight shrinks and action becomes possible again. And so, When overwhelm shrinks into manageable action, the mountain no longer scares you. You just climb one step at a time. And sometimes the block isn't fear or doubt, but apathy, the hollow sense of why bother. Now, this flatness is dangerous because it steals your drive quietly. Apathy convinces you nothing matters enough to start, and the days slip without any effort. Look, apathy often comes from disconnection. Without a why, no amount of how will matter. Purpose gives direction. It makes even the hardest work meaningful. And when your actions connect to what truly matters to you, apathy dissolves almost instantly. Small wins can reignite momentum. Even tiny progress sparks dopamine, and that spark reignites meaning. See, when you frame apathy as disconnection instead of laziness, you open the door to rebuild meaning through small, deliberate actions. Another powerful block hides behind shame, the belief you failed too many times to try again. And shame tells you effort is pointless because you'll only repeat the past. Unlike guilt, shame doesn't just attack what you did, it attacks who you are, and it turns I failed into I am a failure, meaning it gets to the identity level. And that poison seeps into every new attempt. You drag old mistakes into new efforts, and the cycle repeats. Lack of action breeds more failure, which feeds more shame, and round it goes. Now here's the key. The way out isn't denial, but reframing. Failure is data, not destiny. When you treat it as feedback instead of identity, shame loses its grip. Once shame is reframed as feedback, it stops chaining you to the past and opens the door to forward action. And that's the point. Every mental and emotional block has one thing in common. They feel absolute, but they're not. They're stories, projections, distortions, not walls. Once you see them for what they are, they lose their power. And when they lose their power, what once felt impossible suddenly becomes possible again. So let's talk about sustaining long-term energy cycles. So look, breaking out of a trap once is powerful, but unless you know how to sustain energy over time, you'll slide right back into the same loops. Short bursts of motivation are easy. They show up when you're inspired, hyped, or desperate. The real test is building a system that doesn't rely on moods. Sustainable energy comes from structure, rhythm, and maintenance. And when your life supports both biology and psychology, you stop pushing uphill and start riding downhill momentum. Now, your body and mind run on cycles like the circadian rhythm, ultradian rhythm, even natural mood waves. See, when you align with these rhythms, it feels like surfing a wave. Fight them, and it feels like swimming upstream. Sustained energy means learning to cooperate with these cycles instead of ignoring them. Your circadian rhythm dictates when you're sharp and when you need rest. Respecting sleep anchors through consistent wake and sleep times locks in stability across your days. Going to bed and waking at the same time keeps your internal clock accurate. That means no groggy mornings and fewer afternoon crashes. Deep, uninterrupted sleep repairs muscle, consolidates memory, and balances your hormones. Without it, no hack or supplement can fill the gap. Ultradian rhythms, on the other hand, shape 90-minute focus cycles. Working with them makes you more productive in less time. So breaking work down into 90-minute blocks followed by short breaks prevents burnout. And aligning tough tasks with these cycles makes flow states more likely, multiplying both your output and your energy. Now, once rhythm works in your favor, energy stops being something you chase. It starts being something that carries you. So here's the truth. Systems beat willpower every time. You can't count on discipline if your routines and environment are stacked against you. Sustained energy comes from habits that run automatically, without constant decision making. What you do in the first hour sets the tone. A routine of light, hydration, and movement primes your nervous system for consistency. So getting sunlight within an hour of waking raises your cortisol naturally, keeping you awake and stabilizing your sleep cycle. And even 5 minutes of stretching, push-ups, or walking signals your body it's time to be active and not sluggish. Just as mornings prime action, evenings prime recovery. So wind down routines protect sleep and prevent restlessness. Cutting screens an hour before bed keeps your melatonin flowing, so sleep comes easier. Dimming lights, calming music, or journaling signal your body to shift gears. With solid habits in place, energy becomes less about fighting daily battles and more about stacking automatic wins. See, energy is chemistry, and chemistry depends on what you put into your body. Sustainable cycles require treating food, water, and supplements as fuel instead of afterthoughts. Now, your body needs stable blood sugar, micronutrients, and hydration. Without them, everything else crumbles. Meals with protein, fats, and slow carbs keep your energy steady instead of spiking and crashing. And eating on a rhythm trains your metabolism and avoids extremes that wreck focus and productivity. Now, even mild dehydration will drain your energy, so building water breaks into your day, like for example in the morning, mid-morning, and mid-afternoon, keeps you steady. Adding sodium or potassium is a bonus and helps prevent the sluggishness from plain water flushing through too fast. Now, visible water bottles in your space work as reminders as well, making hydration pretty much effortless. Now, when fuel stays steady, energy becomes reliable, and reliability is what compounds into real momentum. Now, remember, sustaining energy isn't about being on nonstop. Body and mind are built for exertion and recovery. Skip recovery, and it's like driving without refueling. You can run for a while, but the engine will burn out. Short, intentional breaks keep you sharp. 5 minutes of movement or breathing restores your focus better than any hours of grinding. So even small breaks like standing, stretching, or closing your eyes can signal to the brain that energy is actually replenishing. And so stepping outside for air and sunlight also amplifies the reset more than any indoor break can. So listen, joy isn't optional. It's fuel. Play restores emotional energy better than rest alone. So creative hobbies, games, or activities put your brain in a different mode, and it gives it space to reset. Sharing play with others multiplies the effect, replacing stress with bonding hormones like oxytocin. So by weaving renewal into your cycle, you stop crashing and you start keeping a steady flame alive. The real magic of long-term energy is compounding. Each sustainable practice adds up like investments in an account. At first, results feel subtle. Over weeks and months, they multiply into huge reserves of energy, focus, and resilience, and people around you start to think you're superhuman. And the truth is, you're just consistent. So that's the point. Sustaining energy isn't about harder work. It's about rhythms, habits, fuel, and recovery. So do this, and you stop living in spikes and crashes. You start living in smooth, reliable waves that carry you forward day after day. That's momentum. And momentum pulls you into bigger results with far less resistance. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about breaking cognitive inertia, understanding energy paradox loops, breaking physical energy traps, overcoming mental and emotional blocks, sustaining long-term energy cycles, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, call out one area of your life where you're stuck in an energy paradox loop and name it clearly. Awareness breaks the illusion, so write it down and label it for what it is. Choose a small wedge action that you can use next time the loop shows up. This could be a sip of water, stepping outside for light, or moving your body for 2 minutes. Keep it very simple and repeatable. Now finally, lock in one system that protects your energy long term, whether that's a consistent sleep anchor, a morning light routine, or a hydration schedule. Systems outlast motivation and make energy reliable. With that being said, I hope this video brought a lot of value. The inspiration for this video came from a day on which I basically felt like not going to the gym. Every time I feel like that, I tell myself that it's actually the gym that's going to give me the energy I'm looking for. And so always go to the gym, even if and especially when you don't feel like it. And so I always repeat that to myself. But I wanted to kind of explore the topic of why this happens in the first place. Why do we forget these things? And so this is what I call energy paradox loops. Again, I hope this was enjoyable. I hope it was valuable. If it was, please let me know in the comments. Give this video a like, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more. If you want to work with me, make sure to click the second link in the description and book a call. If you want this document along with this training and free weekly group coaching calls, then join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this video. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the ruthless path to focus. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the lie of balance, the reality of elimination, the addiction switch, the mechanics of focus, the sacred sacrifice, eliminating everything, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the lie of balance. So balance is the polite word people use to explain why they're not going all in. It sounds noble, reasonable, even admirable. But if you're trying to build something extraordinary, something that tears through the fabric of average, balance isn't just a lie, it's a cage. You think you're being wise, but really you're just trying to avoid the discomfort of obsession. Balance is what they sell you when they don't want you to see how much of your life is bleeding out of you while you distract yourself. It's subtle, and that's the danger. You won't notice it killing you until you're too numb to care. And you'll start to feel like you're always busy but never really moving, like something deep is dying, but you can't name what. That's the symptom. The disease is balance. The idea of a well-rounded life sounds sweet in theory, like a perfect circle, but the people who actually changed the world, the ones we quote, study, imitate, they weren't round. They were jagged, intense, uncontainable, firing on all cylinders. They gave things up, they disappointed people, they missed birthdays, ignored texts, skipped parties, and said no more than anyone else because they had something that mattered more than approval. And no, they weren't balanced. They were focused on themselves and their North Star, whatever that is. Balance is comforting. It lets you feel productive without actually threatening your sense of identity. And you can journal, meditate, hit inbox 0, and still be failing, but it doesn't feel like failure. It feels like self-care. That's why it's so dangerous. You'll rot and call it rest. Real growth lives at the edge of discomfort. When you're tired, when you're scared, when you feel like you're about to break, that's when it counts. Not when you're sipping tea in a perfect morning routine. Modern life is one long lullaby, and you're being lulled into sedation by Netflix, porn, healthy distractions, and even your to-do list. Everything is padded, everything is curated, sterilized, but you're not meant to be comfortable. You'll be clapped for playing it safe. You'll be praised for juggling it all, but the truth is the applause dies with them. Your life doesn't. You're the one who has to sit with what you didn't build. Things don't stay in place, not your focus, not your mind, not your purpose. Everything decays unless you fight for it. And obsession isn't optional, it's the only antidote to entropy. So take your eye off the mission and it will rust. Let one harmless thing in and it multiplies, and soon you're drowning in harmless things. When you try to balance everything, you become nothing. You split yourself into roles, the worker, the friend, the partner, the dreamer, until your soul is so scattered you forget what you're even fighting for. Each version of you wants something different. One wants to scroll, one wants to build, one wants validation, one wants solitude, and you really just want it to stop. You'll feel like you're leaking, like parts of you are everywhere except where you are. And that's what balance does. It fractures the self. Your life is going to end at some point, not in theory, in reality. There's a number on a clock right now ticking that marks the end of you, and you're still talking about work-life balance like you have time. You pretend you'll get serious later, that someday you'll go all in, but that someday is just a coping mechanism, a fable you use to justify procrastinating your real life. The question isn't whether the clock is ticking, it's whether you'll wake up before it runs out. And so you don't need anyone's approval to go all in. You don't need your mom to understand, and you don't need your friends to cheer. You just need to stop waiting for the moment when it all feels right, because it never will. Reclaim your right to be obsessed, to be extreme, to go too far, to choose something so fully that nothing else survives. That's where your freedom lives, not in balance. Balance asks you to negotiate with your ambition. Intensity tells you to punch a hole through the wall. You're not here to be reasonable. You're here to be undeniable. You need to build a wall around your purpose, not to keep the world out, but to keep yourself in, so you can't leave, so you can't escape. So it's either build or decay. Let it be a cage. Let it trap you with your own commitment. Because if you trap yourself with the right thing, you'll never need freedom again. When you let go of the idea that balance is noble, things shift, the fog clears, and it's not that you gain clarity, it's that you lose excuses. You finally see what needs to go, and then you start cutting. Real clarity doesn't feel good. It feels violent, like you're betraying the world, but you're not. You're finally actually choosing yourself. So kill the fantasy, kill the dream of doing it all. You don't need it all. You need the one thing that eats everything else. And if you're unsure what that is, if you're unsure what your current purpose is, then that purpose is you working on yourself. Once you accept that balance is a lie, you're ready for the truth. That elimination is the only way forward. You don't get focus by adding more. You get it by removing everything that doesn't belong. And that starts now. Let's talk about the reality of elimination. So Elimination is pretty ugly. It's aggressive, it's uncomfortable. You're not tidying up your life. You're actually setting fire to the deadwood and standing in the smoke because you know deep down nothing grows in a crowded forest. People think focus is about what you do, but it's about what you're willing to stop doing forever with zero nostalgia and zero guilt. And the moment you even think about eliminating something, your brain probably throws a fit. Every excuse you've ever invented starts rushing in. But what if I need it later? But it's just for downtime. But I'll be missing out. That's your animal brain fighting for its drug. That resistance, that's the signal you're getting close to the real thing. It's not supposed to be easy. If it was easy, you'd already be unstoppable. Most people never get past the excuses. They negotiate with themselves until nothing changes. They never taste the raw, terrifying freedom of actual elimination. You don't just reduce distractions. You kill them. You don't cut back. You cut off. Subtraction isn't a polite adjustment. It's a knife. And yes, sometimes you cut out things that you actually enjoy. That's the deal. If you want everything, you get nothing. If you want one thing, you get everything that comes with it. Throw your phone out of the room, not for a 30-minute focus block, for 12 hours, for days, until you feel that itch, that panic, and realize that your mind is scrambling for the dopamine you've been drip feeding it since 2006. Notice the urge to check it. That's the addiction talking. Sit there and let it ache. Every time you override that urge, your brain rewires, slowly at first. The high starts coming from progress, not notifications. So there are also people you love who are bad for you and your work. Family, friends, partners. If they're not aligned, they're weight around your ankles. Love them from a distance or risk drowning with them. You will feel like a traitor, and they'll most likely guilt trip you. And it hurts, but it's better than hating yourself for what you didn't build. Don't expect applause. Expect resistance, anger, confusion. That's how you know you're not just rearranging your comfort zone, you're actually destroying it. And this isn't about a dopamine detox. This isn't a challenge or a 7-day experiment. This is permanent. It's ruthless. You quit letting yourself get away with it. No more just this once. No more I deserve a break. The more brutal you are, the faster it gets quiet in your head. Every harmless habit is a pipeline to mediocrity. Junk food, background music, idle scrolling, gossip. They sound innocent, but they're not. They're termites. And if you leave them alone long enough, you'll wake up one morning wondering why you don't feel alive anymore. But I need some time. I need some relaxation. I need some downtime. No, you need progress. You need momentum. Once you taste that, everything else tastes like ash. Replace escape with action and you'll see. The first week feels like hell, and the second week you start laughing at how long you settled for scraps. The game isn't what can I get away with keeping. The game is what am I willing to sacrifice for what I want. That's the real test. People talk about boundaries, but forget boundaries. Build walls, build moats, set traps for your old self. Anything else, anything less, and you're negotiating with your own sabotage. Every object in your space is either pulling you to work or pulling you to decay. Go through your room, your phone, your calendar. If it doesn't directly serve your mission, out. No debate, no mercy. Make elimination a ritual, not a one-time event. Once a month, burn the excess. Watch how clear your head gets, how sharp your instinct becomes. Let it be dramatic. Turn it into a ceremony if you have to. Make it memorable so you remember how it felt to be lighter. It's going to suck. You'll feel lonely. You'll most likely feel bored and anxious. You'll miss things you didn't even like that much. That's the withdrawal. That's proof you're doing it right. Addiction isn't just to substances. It's to attention, stimulation, validation, and noise. Eventually, the silence sets in. At first, it's terrifying. Then, it's a gift. In that silence, you'll finally hear what your work actually sounds like. Most people never hear it. Their whole life is static. You're not most people. Sit in the quiet. Let your mind scream. Then let it break. When it does, you'll feel a rush of power you didn't know you had. It's all the energy you used to waste, finally coming home. Be the villain in your own story if that's what it takes. Cut, slash, burn, and don't apologize. The more you defend your boundaries, the less you'll have to. Your results will speak for themselves, even if your friends stop calling. And people will most likely judge you, and they will say you've changed. Let them. Change so much, you're unrecognizable to the version of you who wasted time. The ones who get it stay. The rest drift away. Let them. There's a reason most people never escape. Set a standard so high that only the extraordinary survive inside it, including you. Let go of the idea that you need permission to eliminate anything. Your life is your responsibility, and so is your focus. No one is going to protect it for you. No one is going to come to save you. Own your choices, own your results. If you're not proud of your work, it's not because you did too much, it's because you let too much live. Filter your world through one question. Does this make me better or weaker? If weaker, cut it. No debate, no guilt. Does this add to my mission or does it take away from it? Does this bring me one step closer or one step backwards? That's where real freedom starts, when nothing unnecessary has access to your mind, your time, and your space. At first, elimination feels like punishment, but soon it flips. You start feeling hungry again. Your attention stretches out, sharp, predatory, seeking challenge, work, impact, and the world shrinks. The mission grows and you stop missing the old hits. You start needing the work, and eventually even your distractions become tools. The urge to escape turns into the urge to build, and that's when you know you're in the deep. This is how you get addicted to the right thing, not by discipline, but by starvation of everything else. The work starts to call you and you start craving it. You miss it when you're not in it, and that's when you know you've crossed over. And most people never try this. They dance around the edges, they declutter, they detox, they take breaks. But if you go all the way, you'll notice something terrifying and beautiful. There's nothing left but you and the work, and all the space you cleared out fills up with energy, focus, and a strange kind of joy. The world goes quiet and the work becomes the only thing that matters. And for the first time in your life, you don't want to escape. You actually want more. So next, you're going to see what happens when the only hit left is the work itself, and why it's the greatest addiction you'll ever have. Let's talk about the addiction switch. So let's rip the band-aid off. Most people don't want to get rid of their addictions because deep down they're terrified there's nothing good on the other side. They've built their whole emotional economy around little dopamine payouts. The phone, the snacks, the Netflix, the scrolling, the swiping, the fake urgency, the background chatter. But here's the truth. If you eliminate everything else, all that restless, desperate, hungry energy has nowhere to go except the one thing you didn't cut, the work. And this is not some motivational tactic. This is basic chemistry. You're not becoming less addicted. You're just swapping suppliers. When you take away every other dopamine hit, the brain doesn't stop wanting dopamine. It just goes hunting. That's why the work starts to call you. The same itch that used to make you check Instagram for the 20th time before breakfast starts dragging you back to the task at hand. It's the same mechanism, but now you're the dealer and the addict, and the drug is your own output. For the first time, doing hard things starts to feel like relief. You sit down and instead of anxiety, you feel a weird sense of comfort. You feel that little hit, that little surge. And no, it's not the pure rush you get from junk food or social approval, but it's real and it builds and it's self-reinforcing. At first, you'll feel the withdrawal. Your brain screams for the old stuff, but as the days pass, it starts to recalibrate. The act of finishing something, building something, moving the needle, it becomes the only place you get your high. And the pride of seeing what you build, what you endured, and what you kept at begins to compete with the quick hits. You start to crave it. Not the distractions, not the shallow validation, but the feeling of being locked in. Hours go by and you forget to eat. You resent interruptions. People start asking if you're okay, and you're more than okay. You're hooked. You finish a big piece of work and you get that hit, not as the same as the old stuff, but deeper, heavier, and you want it again. So you start chasing harder problems, higher stakes, deeper focus. Just like any other addiction, tolerance builds and you need bigger challenges, more complex puzzles, a higher level of risk. And soon you become addicted not just to the work, but to improvement itself. You start looking for anything and anyone that can make you better, stronger, faster. And yes, that's a reference. And this is where things get dangerous. When the work becomes your only high, you become the kind of person who can't live any other way. You lose patience for the mundane, the trivial, the small talk, and people see you changing and they don't like it, but you can't go back. Sometimes you'll be alone, most times in fact. Sometimes you'll feel like a freak. You'll get accused of being too much. You'll be told to chill out, ignore it all. Suddenly, you recognize others like you, the real ones, the ones who look hungry all the time, even if they're rich or miles ahead of you in any other domain of life. These are your people now. They get it. They don't ask you to explain the obsession. They just nod and go back to building. And here's the crazy thing. The more you work, the more reward you get, not from outside, but from within. It's an addiction loop you built for yourself and you control the lever. You stop needing validation and you stop counting likes, followers, and applause. Your reward mechanism gets internalized. And it's not that you become a monk or a stoic, you just become detached from the outcome, from the external. You realize you can manufacture your own joy, your own purpose on demand because you become the purpose. Your reward mechanism is internalized. For example, I was creating these videos way before the subscribers, views, comments, and likes, and you can see some remnants of this on my own channel. Life shrinks and gets heavier, denser. Every move matters. Every minute is spent buying the next high. And sometimes you go too far. You work until your body aches, your brain buzzes, your vision blurs, and you're playing with fire and you know it, and you crash. But even in the exhaustion, just like a heavy workout, there's a twisted satisfaction. You spent it all on something real, not on killing time. And sleep hits different. Food tastes better. Rest actually feels like rest. And there's no guilt, no shame, no sense of wasting the day. You remember what it used to feel like, the emptiness after a binge, the anxiety after too many hours of numbing yourself. Now, the only time you feel anxious is when you're not building, and you have to pull yourself back, not force yourself forward. And now, you're living where most people are terrified to go. You're right at the edge of your ability, constantly leveling up, constantly testing your own limits, and it's risky, and it's lonely, it's sometimes brutal, but it feels alive. You realize you can't coast, not for long, because the machine you built needs fuel, and the only fuel it takes is sweat, thought, and focus. And that scares people. They see the consequences. They see how much you had to burn to get here. But to you, it doesn't even feel like sacrifice anymore. It feels like life. And here's where the magic happens. You wake up and your first thought is the work, whatever that is for you. Not your phone, not notifications, not some distraction. The urge to do the hard thing becomes a reflex, and you feel antsy when you're away from it too long, like an addict separated from his fix. That's how you know you made it. The world can offer you every shiny object, every cheap thrill, and you'll just shrug and go back to building. You built an immune system, not from discipline, but from pure necessity. Now you have proof. If you can get addicted to this, you can get addicted to anything. So you pick wisely. And here's the last piece. You can't fake this. You can't hack your way here with willpower alone. You have to really ask yourself what you want, and you have to get even more real about what you're willing to burn to get it. And it's ugly sometimes, it's beautiful sometimes, but it's always worth it. You look back one day and your only regret is not starting sooner. Because now the next step isn't about finding more ways to work, it's about finding out how deep you can go, how far you can push, how much more you can build when nothing else is left. All of this brings you face to face with the actual mechanics of focus. The nuts and the bolts, the routines, the ugly little truths about how people who actually win keep their eyes locked on what matters. And that's what's next. So let's talk about the mechanics of focus. So focus isn't sexy. It isn't complicated either. It's raw, boring repetition. The best keep their process disgustingly simple because it works. Every distraction you eliminate just makes the simplicity sharper and more brutal. And there's nowhere left to hide from yourself. There's no trick. You just do the work over and over like a farmer planting rows in a hard earth. If you don't have a ritual, you're winging it. And that's fine, until your brain revolts. The workday starts, you hesitate, you check your phone, you lose the first 10 minutes, and it spirals. Ritual isn't a routine. It's an exorcism. You build a little doorway between the chaos and the mission. Your workspace becomes sacred. The mug, the notepad, the closed door, the same 3 songs. They're not quirks, they're weapons. And your body and mind learn, when this ritual starts, everything else dies and you step into the arena, not the playground. The world rewards split attention, apps, pings, urgent tasks, but if you want depth, you've got to get savage about your boundaries. You say no to everything, sometimes even good things, and you become hard to reach. You piss people off. You go off the grid for days, sometimes weeks, and the less you explain, the better. Your no becomes a shield, not out of anger, out of necessity, because every yes is a slice off your lifespan. So guard your calendar like your life depends on it, because it does. You don't have to announce your absence. You just disappear into the work and let your results do the talking. Focus is a momentum game. You're either climbing the hill or you're rolling back down. At the start, it takes everything just to sit still and not self-destruct. The second week is hell. The third week, the hill gets a little less steep. And by the end of the month, you start running up it. Every hour compounds. 1 clear hour today is 10 tomorrow. Clarity and momentum multiply. Don't try to fix 10 things at once. Fix one. Protect one block of time. And when you see what it does, you'll feel like hell to protect more. Order matters as well. Put the hardest thing first. Every day, you will hate it and do it anyway. Your entire life will start to bend around that habit. And real focus is quiet. No music, no news, no stimulation, no open tabs. Just you, the page, the code, the numbers, the plan. The more silence you can stomach, the deeper you'll go. And at first, the silence will make you squirm. Later, you'll crave it. The first few sessions feel like hell. You'll check the clock every 2 minutes. Your skin will itch for distraction. But if you can last, the noise starts to drop out. There's a moment, usually 30, sometimes 45 minutes in, where everything in your head shuts up. That's the beginning. Stay there. When you break through, you can work for hours, not because of discipline, but because nothing is pulling at you anymore. And don't pretend you can discipline your environment. Your willpower is overrated. Put yourself in a cell if you have to. Delete every shortcut. Leave your phone at home. Work at the library, a closet, a boring white room. Whatever you have to do, do it. Set traps for your future self. Hide your distractions and make it harder to lose. Build friction into escape routes. The night before, get everything ready. Put the hard thing on top of your pile so it's the first thing you see. Make it impossible to do anything else but the work. If you don't, you'll always default to comfort. People think focus is about sprinting, but it's not. It's a marathon, but with fire at your heels. You can't run at top speed forever, but you can always move forward. You train yourself to keep showing up, even when you're tired, bored, sick, or doubting. Real discipline is about rhythm, not force. The better you get, the more you can coast on habit. You do it even when you don't feel like it, and especially then. A bad day, you show up anyway. That's the difference between pros and tourists. Eventually, focus becomes less about technique and more about obsession. You start needing the work to feel okay. You start organizing your whole life around your next block of uninterrupted hours. And people see it. They call you rigid, extreme, unhealthy, and they're right. The price of this level of focus is real. You lose touch with the most of the world and you start craving only what feeds the work. It's a lonely currency, but the returns are insane. You go deeper than anyone you know, and most people never even see what's down there. If you do it long enough, focus becomes automatic. You build triggers, you build habits, anchors so strong they override distraction. It doesn't mean you're immune to it. It means your defaults serve you instead of destroy you. Build systems that make distraction harder than action. That's the game. Have backups. If your main environment gets corrupted, have a secondary ready. And life will try to derail you. You stay one step ahead, always ready to reset. And regularly audit your focus. Where did you slip? Where did you hold the line? Don't wait for things to break before you adjust. Treat your attention like an athlete treats performance. Track it, test it, and tweak it constantly. Weekly, monthly, quarterly, whatever works, review yourself. You have to know your numbers. And be honest, if you're slipping, own it. Don't let your ego kill your progress. The best never drift far. They spot course corrections early and make them instantly. This is yours. Nobody else is coming to rescue your focus, protect your hours, or hold you accountable. If you don't defend it, you lose it forever. You decide every morning what matters, not once, every single day. The commitment is new. Some days you'll barely make it. Some days you'll crush. Doesn't matter. You get up and do it again, regardless. At the end, the results are yours alone, and that's the whole point. And there's one more layer. The places in your life you didn't even realize you need to cut. The hidden leeches, the silent killers of your focus and momentum. Let's shine a light on every dark corner and finally decide what stays and what goes. So let's talk about the sacred sacrifice. So here's the part nobody warns you about. You want insane focus, unbreakable drive, obsession level results. The price isn't paid in more effort. It's paid in letting go of comfort, distraction, and sometimes the people who once made you feel safe. This is the part that feels unfair, but it's also the doorway to power. You don't get to keep everything and ascend. That's not how life works. The universe doesn't care what you kinda want. It only responds to sacrifice. That means putting real skin in the game, throwing things on the fire that you actually like, giving up things you used to brag about. If it doesn't hurt a little, it doesn't count. You can't move forward dragging your old self behind you. You have to burn the bridge and throw away the map. Most people quit here because nostalgia feels safer than becoming someone new. If you're not losing things, you're not changing. Losing can feel like dying, and that's good. That's how you know it's real. Sacrifice is lonely. You'll watch other people hanging out, taking breaks, relaxing in ways that feel toxic to you now. Or maybe you still want to relax in those ways. They'll invite you. They'll wonder why you're so serious or so busy. They'll get offended. Some will drift away and you'll wonder if it's worth it. But loneliness is a signal, not a stop sign. It means you're on a path most won't choose. Sometimes you'll feel like an alien in your own life. You'll speak a language nobody around you understands, and that's okay, because real growth is always solitary, at least for a while. You stop trying to explain yourself, you stop looking for applause, and the only person you have to impress is the future you, or even the younger you. Eventually, you learn to enjoy the solitude. It's where you do your best work, where you meet the part of yourself that's been buried under all the noise. Every sacrifice takes away the person you used to be, and you give up a version of yourself for something unknown. The world will try to pull you back to normal, but you know too much now. You've seen what focus makes possible, and you can't unsee it. There's a real sense of loss. Sometimes you'll actually mourn your old life. The routines, the ease, the company, but you can't wear the same skin and hope to grow. Treat it like a ritual. Name what you're letting go of and say goodbye. Thank it for getting you here, and then shut the door and leave it behind. Like Seneca said, every new beginning comes from another beginning's end. The new you doesn't need the old crutches. You will be afraid of missing out, of being alone, of betting everything on a single path, and maybe watching it collapse. But here's the secret. Fear is a sign you're not lying to yourself anymore. Most people use distractions to run from fear. You use sacrifice to walk straight into it. Fear is the tax on ambition. If you don't feel it, you're not risking enough. Fear is the proof of progress. Comfort is proof of stagnation. Every time you walk through fear, your capacity grows, and the path gets a little wider. So get used to it. When you choose sacrifice, you will outgrow people. They will resent you for it, and your priorities will become a mirror for their compromises. That hurts. Some will try to drag you back down, to keep you in the old dance. Don't. They will talk, they will label you obsessed, selfish, antisocial, arrogant. Let them. There is no need to defend yourself to the mediocre. You answer to the work, not to the crowd. They'll understand when they see your results, or they never will. Either way, you keep going. There's a strange thing that happens after a while. The pain of sacrifice fades and gets replaced by a weird kind of pleasure. You start to crave the feeling of moving forward. The struggle becomes addictive, and you realize you don't even want the distractions anymore. You want the hit of hard-earned progress. And sacrifice itself becomes a source of joy. You learn to savor this thing because you know what it's buying you. And you stop chasing empty highs. The work becomes its own reward. All the things you gave up feel small compared to what you gain. Sacrifice gives your life weight. It makes things matter. It's the difference between floating and carving a canyon with your bare hands. The deeper you cut, the more the world starts to open up for you. Meaning isn't found, it's earned. And the only lives worth remembering are the ones that left something behind. And sacrifice is the cost of making a dent in reality. When you pour yourself out for something bigger, the work echoes after you. There's nothing empty about giving it all. Emptiness is for those who never risked. And you'll see that with each thing you give up, you'll see sharper. All the noise, all the options, they melt away. The path in front of you gets unmistakably clear, and you know what matters, and you're finally free to chase it with everything you've got. Focus isn't an accident, it's a reward for sacrifice. The world shrinks, your mission grows, and you're no longer paralyzed by choices. The work becomes obvious. Ironically, you become the most free when you give up the things you thought you needed. And here's where everything clicks. When you sacrifice the things that don't fit, life stops feeling like a grind and starts feeling like alignment. Like all the parts of you are finally moving in the same direction. The old version of you would have called this hard. Now it just feels right. The sacrifices don't feel like sacrifices anymore. They feel like gravity pulling you. The sacrifices don't feel like sacrifices anymore. They feel like gravity pulling you forward. And you wake up wanting to do the hard thing because it's the only thing that makes sense. You stop doubting yourself because your actions prove your commitment every day. And the closer you get to living in pure sacrifice, the more inevitable progress becomes. There's less friction, less wasted motion, less inner conflict. You just move, and every move pulls you further from the average, deeper into mastery. And you stop comparing, you stop craving what others have, and you don't even see them anymore. You realize you're finally living your own life, not the one handed to you by others. You're home in the work, in the path, in the discipline you built for yourself. Everything after this gets easier, not because the world changes, but because you've changed. Sacrifice becomes instinct. Distraction loses its teeth. Every day you show up, you're reminded what matters. You know in your bones what you're willing to burn to keep going. And there's only one thing left now, to get so methodical, so ruthless, that you eliminate every single hidden drain every leech, every micro distraction still left in your ecosystem. Because after sacrifice, the only thing that matters is the final audit and the freedom that comes after that. So let's talk about eliminating everything and how to do that. Most people never even bother to look at what's stealing their focus. And they know about the obvious stuff like Instagram notifications, endless group chats, but they don't see the hidden leeches, the tiny invisible hooks pulling at them from every direction, draining energy drop by drop. And this is the part that nobody wants to do because it's brutal. But if you skip it, you're guaranteeing your own failure. You don't just eliminate distractions, you have to hunt them continuously. So start with your physical space, your room, your desk, your kitchen, your phone. Every object, every item is a trigger for a habit. If it doesn't directly contribute to the work, it's a liability. A cluttered room is a cluttered mind. And that cliche is real. Get everything out that doesn't need to be there. Now look at your digital world, social, email, browser tabs, streaming subscriptions. These are casinos disguised as productivity tools. Every notification is a slot machine lever. Pull enough times and you're broke before lunch. Even productive apps can become black holes. Task managers, project boards, endless note-taking systems. If you're not careful, they're just another flavor of avoidance. And some people energize you, but most don't. And that's the reality of it. Audit your relationships with the same cold eye you use on your apps. If they drain you, they don't belong in your day-to-day orbit. You don't need enemies, just people who waste your time, doubt your mission, or keep you stuck in old patterns. Yes, even family, sometimes especially family. So set boundaries so hard they feel like a punch. If someone's love comes with a side of sabotage, distance is mercy. And you'll lose friends, guaranteed. But the ones who remain after you level up are worth 10 times than the ones you outgrow. Now, the next part is habits. And this is the dark basement where you find the real monsters. Food, sleep, caffeine, corn, weed, alcohol. Just one episode. Every micro addiction robs your next hour of its bite. Garbage food, garbage brain. Don't try to run your mind on low-grade fuel and expect brilliance. And if you want superhuman focus, protect your sleep like a psycho. If your sleep is trash, you're trash the next day. Anything you use to feel just a bit better is probably the enemy. Dopamine wants you chasing, not creating. Now, the next part would be media. Be ruthless with media. Most media is engineered to hook you, keep you passive, and fill your mind with someone else's garbage. News, YouTube, podcasts, TikTok, 99% of it is noise. More is not better. More is more distraction. Learn just enough to take action. You can binge read all the business books in the world and stay broke. You need to implement ruthlessly. Now, the next one would be noise, literal noise. Music, city sounds, background TV. I like to imagine that every time my brain splits attention, I lose IQ points. You don't need a soundtrack for your life. Silence is where work compounds. So try working in total silence for a week and see how it makes you feel. Now, the next one would be micro commitments. And those are all those little shoulds and maybes, the coffee catch-ups, the favors, the maybe later projects, the online shopping carts. Every open loop is a background process burning RAM. If it's not a hell yes, kill it. Most maybes are just someone else's priorities sneaking into your life. Your inbox is a graveyard of other people's dreams. You are not a professional replier. Unsubscribe from anything you haven't read in a month. Now, the next one would be mental loops, old regrets, grudges, anxieties, hypothetical arguments in the shower. Mental clutter is still clutter. So you don't get bonus points for worrying. Dump your brain onto paper every morning and get it all out so that there's room for the real work. Now, the next one would be physical health. If your body is weak, everything is harder. Your body is a physical representation of your mind, and weak bodies create weak focus. Strengthen yourself and suddenly the mental game is easier to win. Train every day, even if it's 5 push-ups or just taking a walk. And keep in mind, pain isn't an excuse, it's a warning sign. If something hurts, you need to fix it. Don't limp along for years thinking that you're tough. Now, the next thing you should focus on is energy. What gives you energy? What drains your energy? Most people have no clue because they're so numbed by the baseline of exhaustion. So start tracking what makes you feel clear versus what makes you feel hungover. Try logging your energy through the day and try to notice the patterns. That's where the clues hide. There are certain things in your day that are most likely robbing you of your energy or giving you energy. You need to notice what those are and write them down and actually track your day. Now, if you find yourself crashing at the same time every day, you need to change something, most likely. You need to look at your food, sleep, the drinks you're having, the people around you, the tasks you're doing. Stop living in autopilot and actually try to notice these things. And you need a vision so big it scorches your excuses. If your dream doesn't terrify you and scare off the weak, it's not big enough to pull you through the sacrifice. So don't shrink your dream to fit your distractions. Rather, try to shrink your distractions to fit your dream. Your dream is the only thing that actually deserves your obsession and all your attention. Everything else is noise. And there's a feeling when you finish this audit, and it's unlike anything else. Your life gets smaller, but the energy inside of it explodes. You start to see with clarity so sharp it hurts, and you know exactly what to cut and exactly why. And there's no going back to how you lived before, not because you're better, but because you're finally being honest. And now you can actually face the real price, the cost of sacrifice, and what you'll give up to truly win. With that being said, let's go over the review. We went over the overview. We talked about the lie of balance, the reality of elimination, the addiction switch, the mechanics of focus, the sacred sacrifice, eliminating everything, and finally, the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, make a brutally honest list of every distraction, addiction, or low-value commitment in your environment, routine, and relationships. And don't sugarcoat or justify. If it doesn't directly feed your mission, it's on the chopping block. Then cut, block, cancel, or distance yourself from at least 3 things on your list this week, or at least this month, and make it dramatic. The more it hurts, the more it's costing you. You're building evidence that you can survive without it. Then finally, channel the freed up energy into your highest leverage work immediately. Don't wait for motivation. Sit with the discomfort, redirect the urge, and build the habit of getting your hit from progress instead of distraction. With that being said, I hope this brought a lot of value. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, make sure to hit the like button, make sure to hit the subscribe button, make sure to let me know in the comments. Join the free community from the first link below, and if you want to work with me, make sure to book a call with me from the second link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one.
So let me ask you something. What's one thing you wish you did 10 years ago? Was it starting something? Was it stopping something? Was it saying something? Most people think regret is about failure, but real regret is the stuff you never got to do. So if you look around, 99% of people, if you ask your friends or family or just observe, you'll notice that 99% of people regret something in their life. But most of the time, what you might have not noticed is 99% of those people actually regret not doing something rather than the fact that they have done something. Most of the time, we regret not actually doing something rather than the things that we did do. So most people have more regrets around not doing something, not around, I did this and now I regret that. So what we're going to be talking about in today's video is simple, but not easy. So we're going to be talking about 5 things that you'll never regret actually doing. So, and the sooner you start them, the better, because believe me, if you don't do them, eventually you will regret not doing them, just like we talked about. So the first thing would be taking care of your health. So if you don't take care of your health, it doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're smart, it doesn't matter if you're popular. If your body and your health is not to the level it should be at, and you know it, you kind of, nothing else matters. If you lose health, you lose everything. And the thing is, with health, the tricky thing is you don't actually notice it declining. It doesn't decline all of a sudden, and it's not noticeable. It declines very quietly in the background. And you don't suddenly wake up with energy problems or chronic pain. You don't suddenly wake up overweight. It sneaks up on you. You miss one workout. You say to yourself, I'll eat better tomorrow. You tell yourself, I'm gonna, reduce my alcohol intake or whatever from next week. One all-nighter at a time, your health just declines until you're one day staring in the mirror and you see someone who's not really alive anymore, for real. So here's the thing: aging is inevitable. We're all gonna get older. Our health is slowly gonna decline, but suffering, pain is mostly optional in terms of health. And no, I'm not saying that you should become a full-on marathon runner, but you can start with what you can do. So you can start with little things, stretching in the morning, doing a 10-minute run, or just actually going on a walk, going to the gym one time a week even, drinking water like your life depends on it, because to some degree it does. Skipping food once, or skipping bad food at least once, sleeping 1 hour earlier, stuff like that. Very easy things. Saying no to things that drain you, saying no to food, alcohol, and so on. Food that drains you, I mean, not food in general, obviously. Your body is the only home that you're going to have for the rest of your life. And if you're blessed, that life will be pretty long. And so you need to make that, you need to make your home the best it can be, and respect it in a way. So you'll never regret being the person with energy, clarity, and a body that just works, and a body that's just always ready for everything. So first thing definitely would be just taking care of your health, going to the gym, eating right, reducing the bad foods, reducing the alcohol as much as you can. I'm not going to be talking about stopping alcohol completely or something like that. I'm specifically talking about at least, reducing to some degree, or reducing the bad foods you eat. Everything can be, in terms of food, I mean, some things can be okay in moderation, and so on. So first thing would be definitely your health. Second thing is that you will never regret doing is investing in your education. So I've bought a lot of bad books. I have bought and invested in a lot of courses and coaching that wasn't necessarily what I expected. And after all, I don't regret it, even though it wasn't what I expected. Because when you invest in your education in one way or another, whatever the outcome of that is, at the end of the day, it's never lost. And what school doesn't teach you is that real education really happens after the diploma. So I went to university. A lot of the people that I went to university and dropped out, a lot of the people that went with me never picked up a book afterwards. And you can see it because you can see where their life went. Just a regular life. If they actually really invested in their education, I believe they would be somewhere else. And I see this all the time around me. I see it with people I know, especially people that actually graduated university. They tend to believe that once you're done with university, once you're done with school, learning is over. And that's probably one of the most deadly mindsets you can have, because your brain is a muscle, and most people stop exercising that muscle at the age of 22 once they graduate university. So if you want a better life, 100% of the time, that better life means if you want a better life, it means you want basically better outputs. And if you watched any of my previous videos, you know that your outputs are actually created by your inputs. So if you want a better life, you need better inputs. And no, I don't mean getting another degree. I don't mean going to university again. I don't mean, there's these people that they think diplomas and certifications and so on, that's what makes them, what's gonna get them a better life. That's 99% of the time not the case. I mean, reading the book that's been sitting on your shelf for 6 months. I mean, watching a course on money, communication, business psychology, investing, building a course on building something of your own, building an actual business. I'm not talking about studying about business in university where the professors haven't had even one business in their life and now they're teaching you that. I'm talking about actually learning from people that have done the thing that you're looking to do, or at least failed at the thing that you're looking to do. Because people that have failed at the thing you're looking to do, even if they never succeeded, have something to teach as well. So watching courses or taking coaching on these things instead of watching Netflix, for example, instead of watching 10 episodes of The Office or whatever. Nothing against it. I love that show, but just doing that will not get you anywhere. So every time you learn something, every time you read, every time you go through a course, even if it's just like a page, even if you just read a page, even if you just watch 5 minutes of a course, even if you watch 5 minutes of a documentary, your value goes up. You might not notice it, but that value stacks up. Those 5 minutes stack up. And 5-10 years down the line, you actually think in a completely different way. You're a completely different person. In conversations, in decisions, in opportunities, you become more useful, more valuable, more respected. And you'll never say to yourself, oh, damn, I regret knowing so much. I regret that I invested in so many courses and books and that I read so many courses and books. You'll never say that. So you will say, I wish I knew that 5 years ago. And that's when regret starts creeping in. Because even though I have been reading, so if you've seen my channel, I read 1,000 books before the age of 25. Even though I've read so much, there's still things, obviously, because I don't consider myself smart or something like that. Obviously, there's things that I still don't know. I mean, 1,000%. It's even funny to say that because it goes without saying. There are things that I can still learn in life. And when regret starts creeping up is when every day of your life, there's something that happens that makes you think, I wish I knew that 5 years ago. I wish I knew that earlier. I wish I knew how to handle this problem or how to handle this conversation or yada, yada, yada. I wish I knew that 5-10 years ago. It would have made my life so much easier. And if you look around online, again, friends, family, everyone around you, you'll see that people say that, a lot of people say that very, very often. And it's kind of painful, especially when it's family, because they could have actually done the work to know that 5-10 years ago. So don't let that be your actually study, real learning, and start now and learn like your future depends on it, because again, it does. Now, the third thing that I would say you would never regret is building something of your own. So I don't really care if you love your 9 to 5 or hate it. You need something that's yours, a business, a side project, a creative outlet. It doesn't even need to be fully yours. It can be someone else's. So for example, it could be a friend of yours is starting a business and is asking you for your help with it. And you find that business interesting, for example. Getting behind a purpose that's actually your own, getting behind something that's not your 9 to 5, some kind of a project, some kind of a business, some kind of a outlet. You'll never regret doing that. Jobs feel secure until they aren't. And that's what nobody tells you about. Everybody says that, you should get a job and so on because you get more security, yada, yada, yada. That's not really the case, though, because you can get let go any moment. And then what? You have to, again, find something new. And 99% of people don't save money. There were some statistics that I can't get off the top of my head right now, but I saw something along the lines of most people in their 20s don't even have $1,000 in savings, let alone more. So if you do get let go of your job, what happens then? Now you have to look for something. The point is, people say that jobs are secure. People say that getting a diploma, going to university is secure. It's not. And by the time you want freedom, it's too late to start building. The thing is, most people, they get into a job and they kind of forget about their dreams. The security of it, or at least the perceived security of it, makes them forget about their dreams and makes them forget about what do they actually want to build. And so they just continue on mindlessly, unconsciously building someone else's dream. And, starting something doesn't mean starting something of your own. This is what trips people up every time. Starting something of your own doesn't mean quitting everything else. It doesn't mean that you now have to, leave your job and start working full time on what you want to build. It means just planting seeds now, so you don't have to basically starve later. So you can start building something small now, and just work on it in the weekends. There's people that tell you like, what is your 5 to 9 after your 9 to 5 or before your 9 to 5, whatever. You don't even have to do that. Like, you don't have to work on these things every day. You can work on it on the weekend when you have a few spare hours, and just work on something you actually love, something that actually is yours and excites you for the future. And that could be, that could be a YouTube channel. That could be a skill that you turn into a service, a coaching program, a course that you're building on something around something that you're interested in. And if you want help with that, by the way, starting something of your own, click the link in the description. But just starting something of your own, whatever it is, it counts. Even if you put only 1 to 2 hours on the weekends, and even if it fails, the skills you'll learn, they're priceless, and that's the most important part. You're not starting something of your own. You don't have to start something of your own to become a billionaire or something, or a millionaire or whatever. It's about actually starting something of your own because of the person it turns you into. It's about, a lot of people say, especially in the coaching, sales industry and so on, that sales is the best getting into sales as a job is the best self-development program. And that is very true. I have been in sales. It is 1,000% true. What's even better though is being an even better self-development program is working on something on your own. Not necessarily becoming an entrepreneur, but actually building something of your own that other people can use and learning in the process. The skills you learn, they're priceless. They're going to be with you forever, and you're never going to regret having those skills. You're never going to regret the things you learn from that and the person you turn into because of that. So you'll never regret betting on yourself. You'll only regret waiting until you didn't have the energy anymore. And one day, when you're on your deathbed, believe me, you'll never say to yourself, damn, I regret starting that thing of my own and it failing. But you will regret saying, damn, I wish I started that thing I really wanted to start. And I never did. So that's something to think about. The fourth thing I would say is spending time with loved ones, be that romantic relationships or just family. If there's one regret that haunts people, it's this one. And if you look at studies, I think that's one of the biggest regrets of people on their deathbed is not spending enough time with people they love. Not the money they didn't make, not the vacations that they missed, is the people that they didn't hug enough, the words that they didn't say. And you can think about it. How many people in your life do you assume will always be there? Or you live every day with the unconscious assumption that they're going to be there. Your parents, your best friends, your siblings, maybe your children. But time is undefeated. You're already running out of chances every single day. And you just don't know it yet. And believe me, none of these things, like everything can be gone in like a split second. So I got hit by a car recently, and that's when you realize like it took 10 seconds, and I could have been gone. So that's when you realize like all of these things could be taken away very quickly. So make the call, book the trip, stay in the room a little longer, hug your loved ones for a few more seconds, and when you look back, these are the moments that you'd wish you had more of. No one regrets being present for the people they love. The only regret is being too busy for the people who matter most. And that often happens in combination with what I was talking about in the previous point, which is not starting something of your own. When you're working for somebody else's thing, that's the saddest part. You give up your own life for somebody else's, to advance somebody else's, or to advance somebody else's dream or idea. And then what is actually left for you. So try to be there as much as possible today. And the fifth one is not caring what people think. So if we're honest, a lot of your life isn't really yours. It's most likely shaped by the fear of being judged, the fear of being laughed at, the fear of being misunderstood. And you wear the clothes they expect. You say what's safe. You hide the parts of you that want to get out, and ask yourself the question: who are you really living for? Are you living for yourself, or for them, whoever they are? Because if it's not for you, what's the point? Because this life is yours. So if you're not living for you, what's the point of that? No one's thinking. The thing is, no one's thinking about you as much as you think they are. Most people are so lost in their own, most people are actually lost in the thoughts that people were thinking about them so much that they are not thinking about you. So most people have the same issue you're most likely having, which is thinking about what people think of them. And they're so busy thinking about that, about what people think of them, that they're too busy to think about you. So they're all too busy worrying about themselves. So do it, post it, say it, like wear it, be whatever you want to be. You'll never regret being and living like the way you want to live. You'll never regret being authentic, but you will regret editing your life for people, for an audience that was never watching in the first place. So those are the 5, I think. They're simple. They can be hard to implement, but they're yours to choose. So you won't regret any of them, but if you don't choose now, time might take that choice for you, might make that choice for you. So let me know in the comments, which one are you going to be acting on this week? And if you want more videos like this, hit subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.
Being broke isn't the problem, it's a symptom. The real problem is that you've been disconnected from the one act that creates all wealth. And without it, no raise, no side hustle, no big break will ever truly last. That's the exact reason why people win the lottery and go bankrupt, and others can lose everything and come back richer than before. If you're tired of being broke, the solution isn't working harder. It's actually reconnecting to the source of wealth itself. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it step by step, so that once you see it, you'll never fear going broke again. So watch till the very end, because the final shift I share is the one that makes all the others actually work. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be talking about today is the architecture of wealth creation. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is, first, the primacy of production, value before reward, the right to prosper, harmony of exchange, multiplication of impact, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's talk about the primacy of production. So every form of wealth in human history starts with one simple, unavoidable act: producing something of value. This is the root, the bedrock, the first cause. Without production, there is nothing to trade, nothing to sell, nothing to invest, and nothing to consume. A civilization without producers collapses into nothing, because consumption without creation is parasitism. You live in a world where shelves are stocked, roads are paved, lights are turned on, and food arrives hot to your door, but every single one of those conveniences exists only because somewhere someone created it from raw resources and human thought. So the average person has been so removed from the process of creation that they believe wealth just exists and is simply distributed or accessed. This is why so many people live in frustration, envy, and confusion about money. They've disconnected from the one principle that makes it possible in the first place. When you understand that production is the source of wealth, you stop resenting those who have it and start building your own. Instead of obsessing over how much others earn, you should focus entirely on increasing your own ability to create something worth paying for. And that change alone will triple your earning potential over time, because it turns you from a spectator into a producer. You will stop feeling powerless about your financial situation, because you see clearly that no gatekeeper or authority can really stop you from producing value in some form. Whether it's knowledge, skill, or physical output, production is always within your reach. And look at any sustained fortune in history and you'll find production at its root. From industrialists to innovators to modern entrepreneurs, the common thread is always the consistent act of creating value where none existed before. And so money is a symbol, not the source. Without production, currency is meaningless. It's just paper, metal, or a number on a screen. Its value exists only because it represents something already produced. If tomorrow all production stopped, your money wouldn't feed you, clothe you, or house you. This is why wealth creation begins with output, not income. Even service businesses produce something. They transform one state of reality into a better one. If you save someone 10 hours of their week, that's production, because it translates for them into more production. If you fix their broken system, that's production. If you deliver a result they value enough to pay for, you have produced wealth. The market doesn't reward your effort, your need, your intentions. It only rewards the value you have actually produced and made available to others. And so the moment production in any sector stops, wages and profits collapse, no matter how much money exists in the economy. And this proves that money itself is powerless without value creation backing it. A paycheck or a payment is simply the market's acknowledgement that you have already delivered some sort of value. It's not a favor, it's not charity, it's the settlement of an exchange you initiated, by producing something useful. And so the fastest way to grow your income is not to obsess over how to get paid more, but to deliberately increase the value, usefulness, and uniqueness of what you produce. Or to ask yourself, what can I create that could be of value to others? And so production means taking what exists in a raw or chaotic form and making it more useful, more valuable, or beautiful. A farmer turns seed and soil into food. A builder turns steel and stone into shelter. A coder turns logic into a functioning program. A teacher turns ignorance into understanding. All wealth originates from someone taking resources, whether physical, intellectual, or relational, and elevating them. So there is a world of difference between being busy and being productive. Most people are drowning in activity but producing nothing the market truly values. Only producers create outputs that can be exchanged for wealth. And so if you spend your day on tasks that don't generate value for others, you're not producing wealth, you're just filling time. So the ability to produce makes you sovereign. When you produce value, you're not begging for permission to live, nor are you waiting for charity or rescue. You have something to trade that the world wants, which means you control your own destiny. Without production, you're dependent on the goodwill, power, or wealth of others. And in times of crisis, producers adapt and rebuild. Consumers panic. This is why true producers can lose everything and still come back stronger. Their real wealth is in their skill, their knowledge, and their discipline to produce again. And so your job, your savings, your investments, they're all fragile compared to the resilience of the ability to create something valuable on demand. So consistent production is what separates those who succeed briefly from those who sustain wealth for a lifetime. A single flash of value may give you a payday, but sustained value creation gives you a career, a reputation, and a financial fortress. The market trusts and rewards those who show up again and again with something worth buying. And so overnight success is a fantasy. The reality is years of production that go unseen, laying the groundwork for the sudden appearance of wealth or growth. And so when people can count on your output, they begin to pay not just for your product or service, but for the certainty that you will deliver. And so production eliminates the illusion that you're owed something. The market is brutally fair. If you produce value, you can claim value. If you don't, you can't. This can sting if you've been raised to believe in entitlement, but it's the most freeing truth you can actually accept. Producers own their results, good or bad. They take full credit when things work and full responsibility when they don't. And this mindset ensures that they remain in control instead of blaming circumstance or competition. Once you accept that no one owes you wealth, you realize that you have the power to create it from nothing. Every act of production sharpens you. You can't create without developing skills or acquiring knowledge and building better systems. Each iteration makes you more capable, which in turn makes your production more valuable. This is why true producers become more powerful over time. Their ability to produce actually compounds. And so skills build on skills. One project leads to another. Each relationship formed through production opens the door to bigger opportunities. And the snowball effect is real, but it starts with the first small act of creating something people value. Once you've built enough productive capacity, wealth generation becomes easier. Not because the work stops, but because your work produces more per unit of effort. And so history proves that producers outlast non-producers. The entrepreneur who lost everything in a market crash can always rebuild their empire. The craftsman who moved from a garage workshop to an international brand. The artist who turned raw talent into a global following. Their wealth is not luck. It's the predictable result of knowing how to create and deliver value over and over again. In every industry, the survivors are not those who networked the most, marketed the loudest, or hoped the hardest. They are the ones who could sit down and produce something the world was willing to pay for. If you can produce, you can recover. If you cannot produce, all the money you have is on borrowed time. And so understanding the primacy of production changes how you see every opportunity. You stop chasing money and start asking, what can I create here that's truly worth something? You begin to measure your days by output instead of hours. You judge your opportunities not by hype, but by whether they give you the chance to produce at a higher level. And once you've mastered this mindset, you're ready for the next truth, that before you can take the reward, you must give the value. So let's talk about value before reward. So in the real world, reward follows value, not the other way around. You can't take before you give, and you can't expect sustained payment for something that hasn't been created or delivered. This isn't just an economic law, it's a moral one. People part with their money voluntarily only when they believe that what they're getting is worth more than what they're giving up. So when you internalize this, you stop looking for ways to get money and start looking for ways to create undeniable reasons for people to give it to you. There's a natural order to wealth creation. Produce value first, collect reward after. Break this order and you undermine trust, damage your reputation, and kill any chance at repeat success. You can hustle your way into one sale without delivering value, but you'll never build lasting wealth that way. So when people see you deliver before you demand, they start to believe you're the kind of person who can be relied on. Trust is the invisible currency that makes actual currency flow. By front-loading value, you build a foundation for recurring income because customers and clients want to keep rewarding someone who has already proven their worth. The world doesn't measure value by your effort, your hours, or how badly you need the money. Nobody cares, frankly. It measures value by outcomes. You might have worked yourself to exhaustion, but if the other person doesn't feel they've gained something meaningful, the transaction won't repeat, if it even happens. And so a web designer can spend 100 hours on a project, but if the client's new site doesn't generate more leads or sales or whatever they wanted, those hours mean nothing to them. This is why you must stop selling effort and start selling transformation, the before and after state you create in someone's life or business. And look, providing value before asking for payment doesn't mean giving everything away for free. It means demonstrating the worth of what you offer so clearly that the price feels like a bargain. Samples, insights, quick wins, these are all ways to prove your value in advance. The person who gives people a taste of results before asking for money wins far more often than the one who asks for blind faith. And so you put yourself in a position of strength when your prospect already feels indebted to you because they've benefited before even handing over a cent. Value before reward is the most sustainable way to build wealth because it aligns with the principles of voluntary exchange. You're not coercing or manipulating. You're creating a situation where people are eager to pay you because they want more of what you're offering. And this is the approach that respects the intelligence and freedom of the other person, which is why it scales. People talk and your reputation compounds. Quick money made without delivering value is always short-lived. A reputation built on real results keeps paying dividends for years. And so learning how to deliver value first is a craft. You must understand your market well enough to know what they value most, and you must be skilled enough to produce it without draining yourself dry. And this is not just about business. If you're looking for a job, well, then your market is the people that you want a job from. And so you need to know what they value most. And you must be skilled enough to produce it without draining yourself dry. And this is about strategic generosity. The most effective producers know how to offer value that costs them little to deliver, but means a great deal to the recipient. And this is why knowledge, systems, and assets are so powerful. They allow you to deliver upfront value at scale without a proportional increase in effort. And look at any enduring business relationship and you'll find value flowing long before the largest rewards arrive. An employee proves their worth before getting a promotion. A company delivers on small contracts before landing a huge one. And so the sequence is universal. If you see someone getting paid huge sums seemingly overnight, dig deeper. You'll almost always find a trail of value creation stretching back for years. There's no escaping this pattern, and trying to shortcut it is what kills most people's ability to sustain their income. In a world where everyone wants to get paid, the easiest way to stand out is to give first. While others are pitching, you're proving. While others are asking, you're delivering. This alone creates a psychological shift in the other person. They stop seeing you as a taker and start seeing you as a source. And people remember and return those who gave them something useful without strings attached. This moves you from the role of seller to the role of trusted advisor. And people pay trusted advisors far more than they pay salespeople. So when you consistently give value before taking a reward, the flow of money becomes almost automatic. People seek you out, opportunities come to you, the ratio flips, and instead of chasing income, you're actually filtering it. And this is when you gain the luxury of choice, deciding who you work with, what projects you take on, and what prices you charge. Your income stops depending on chance or desperate selling and starts depending on your ability to keep delivering value at a high level. So the habit of giving value first sets in motion a chain of cause and effect that shapes your entire wealth trajectory. Every interaction becomes a seed planted, and those seeds keep bearing fruit long after you've forgotten about them. When this becomes second nature, the next stage of wealth creation starts to open up. The part where your pursuit of profit stops being something to justify and starts being something to embrace. So let's talk about the right to prosper. So the only way to really build wealth is to actually believe that you deserve it. Wealth isn't built by apologizing for wanting more out of life. It's built by fully accepting that your life, your time, and your energy are worth the highest rewards you can earn. When you operate from a life-first approach, you stop framing profit as greed and start seeing it as the natural outcome of honoring your own value. You're not taking from others, you're trading fairly and openly in a way that benefits both sides. A life-first approach means structuring your decisions, your priorities, and your actions around what moves your life forward in a healthy, sustainable, and prosperous way. It's the mindset that your first responsibility is to yourself, to your survival, your growth, and your well-being. Because if you collapse, you can't produce. And if you can't produce, you can't help anyone else. And so this isn't about ignoring others or being reckless with relationships. It's about refusing to make choices that drain you for the sake of approval, guilt, or social pressure. Every major opportunity is weighed against one question. Does this make my life stronger, freer, and more capable in the long run? It's not noble to run yourself into the ground, to work for scraps, or to accept less than your fair share in the name of being nice or humble. That's not humility. That's financial suicide. The life-first approach is the conscious choice to prioritize your own capacity to thrive so you can keep producing, keep trading, and keep building wealth without burning out. When you protect your own interests first, you become more reliable and consistent to others because you're operating from strength instead of depletion. And the most respected wealth builders in history operated this way. Whether they called it by name or not, they made sure their own position was secure before expanding their reach. And so, as I said earlier, you can't produce at your best, you can't give value before reward, and you can't sustain wealth if you secretly believe you don't deserve it. That hidden guilt will eat away at your ambition. A life-first approach wipes that out by making you see your pursuit of profit as an act of self-respect, not selfishness in the negative sense. When you believe you deserve the best your mind and effort can earn, you stop undervaluing your work and start charging what it's actually worth. And this mindset will keep you from saying yes to bad deals, toxic clients, or situations where your value is being drained without fair return. Many people confuse a life-first approach with exploitation. The difference is night and day. Exploitation means taking without giving. A life-first approach means creating genuine value and expecting to be compensated for it in proportion to its worth. In a true trade, both parties walk away richer in their own terms. You gain money or assets and they gain the results or transformation they wanted. The only way this works long-term is if both sides act voluntarily. That's why voluntary exchange is at the heart of a life-first approach. And so when you act in the life-first approach, you have a reason to push harder, think deeper, and produce better. Your success is directly tied to the quality and quantity of value you produce, and that link keeps you sharp. The higher the standard for what you earn, the higher your standard for what you produce. And every decision starts being filtered through the lens of, does this serve my life and my goals in a meaningful way? The market doesn't reward need, unfortunately. It rewards value. You could be the most deserving person emotionally, but if you can't or won't produce something people want, the market won't care. Because at the end of the day, the market is constructed of people, and people care about their life. So a life-first approach keeps you from relying on sympathy or entitlement and actually forces you to focus on results. When you stop expecting handouts, you take full control over your earning power. This control is the foundation of financial independence. No one can pull the rug out from under you if you own your production. You can only keep giving value if your own needs and goals are met first. Starving yourself while trying to help others eventually leads to collapse. A life-first approach ensures you remain strong enough to produce, which in turn allows you to keep benefiting others. And so just like a business must be profitable to stay open, you must be profitable to keep contributing. So Look at the people who sustain their wealth across decades. They aren't martyrs. They act in ways that serve themselves first, which allows them to stay in the game long enough to keep serving others. The philanthropist who gave away billions first had to earn them. The leader who funds innovation first secured their own position. And so they never view profit as something to be embarrassed about. Profit is what makes it possible to keep producing and keep contributing on a larger scale. And when you have a life-first approach, it will make you harder to manipulate, because guilt is a weapon people use to get you to give without fair return. When you see your profit as rightful, you stop falling for those traps. And you can walk away from deals or relationships that don't serve you because you know your ability to produce will create better ones. And so you move through the market with confidence and through the world instead of hesitation. And the moment you embrace a life-first approach, opportunities will become way easier to spot. You're no longer going to be blinded by what's fair in the moralizing sense. You're looking for mutually beneficial trades that genuinely move you forward. And so you act faster because you're not bogged down by guilt or doubt. And you stop overthinking whether you should go after a deal and start asking how to make it win-win and close it. This action bias compounds, and each move builds on the last, and your earning power accelerates. And so once you live by a life-first approach, you naturally move towards the next truth, that your ability to earn depends on how well your purpose and output connect with the voluntary desires of others. And that connection is where the real wealth starts to flow. So let's talk about the harmony of exchange. So a lot of people would not like to admit this because it highlights their own lack of value production, but money moves when value moves. It doesn't appear out of nowhere, and it doesn't stick where both sides feel shortchanged. The harmony of exchange is that sweet spot where your offer lines up perfectly with what someone else genuinely wants, and the trade leaves you both richer. It's not charity, it's not manipulation, it's two people walking away from the table thinking, I got the better deal. An exchange is a swap of values, not just goods or services for money. They give you cash because in their mind, what you've given them is worth more than the money leaving their hand. You only take the deal because to you, the cash is worth more than the thing you're parting with. And so this means both parties believe they've won. If only one side feels that way, it's not harmony. It's exploitation, and exploitation always collapses. So in a healthy exchange, the other person doesn't feel like they've been sold anything. They feel like they've chosen something that solves a real problem or fulfills a deep desire. And the reason why some luxury brands can charge multiples of their competitors is because the buyer doesn't view the purchase as expensive. And the only reason they don't see it as expensive is because they see it as an obvious choice that improves their life in one way or another, whether you believe it or not. And so the better your offer fits their world, the less convincing you have to do. Sometimes you barely have to speak. The exchange only works if the value you bring is undeniable to them, not just to you. You can pour your heart into creating something you love, but if it doesn't connect with what they're actually prioritizing, the exchange falls flat. That means doing your homework, understanding their pain points, desires, and motivations better than they do themselves. Once you know that, you're no longer guessing. You're matching them with exactly what they've been looking for, even if they couldn't articulate it before. And a person who's a great example of that is Steve Jobs. So true harmony isn't about equal splits. It's about proportional satisfaction. If a client pays you $5,000 and walks away with $50,000 worth of results, that's fair. If they pay you $500 and get $50 worth of results, they'll never return. When you know your value far exceeds your price, you can charge without flinching. You stop negotiating against yourself. Exchanges live or die on trust. Without it, every transaction feels like a gamble to the other person. Trust comes from delivering exactly what you said you would, or more, every single time. And when your track record shows you do what you promise, resistance drops, people stop thinking about it and start saying yes on the spot. And over time, trust becomes an asset in itself. People will pay more to deal with the person they know delivers than to risk going with someone new. And that's the exact reason so many people use testimonials. And it's also why some businesses can raise prices without losing customers. Trust is the invisible value add. So great exchanges leave both sides energized. There's a lift. Bad deals, even profitable ones, feel heavy because something was off balance. Energized customers talk, they refer, they become repeat buyers, and this is where real momentum starts. Harmony happens when your goals, your offers, and their desires all point in the same direction. This is why you can make a fortune selling something that others dismiss as niche or trivial. It's not about appealing to everyone. It's about being a perfect match for the right someone. And so the biggest businesses in the world don't just win one transaction, they create patterns of exchange. Customers come back again and again because the experience and the value keep matching or exceeding their expectations, whether they'll admit it or not. And you don't need endless new customers, you just need the right customers many times over. And once you master this alignment, you stop grinding for every sale and start thinking bigger. How do I create more of this value for more people in less time? That question is where all your wealth begins to multiply. So let's talk about multiplication of impact. So no matter how skilled, disciplined, or determined you are, there's a hard cap on how much you can produce if every dollar depends on you personally doing the work. It's just math. The multiplication of impact is the deliberate act of breaking that ceiling by actually extending your value far beyond the hours you can physically work. And this is the territory of the truly wealthy. They don't just produce once and collect once. They create systems, tools, and assets that keep producing, keep collecting, and keep reaching people long after their direct effort ends. And so in the beginning, it's normal to exchange time for money. That's the apprenticeship phase where you sharpen your skills, you earn your credibility, and build initial capital. But staying in that phase forever is a trap. If every week starts at zero, you're not building wealth, you're just working for it. And so multiplication is when you start stacking output so that yesterday's work continues to pay you today and tomorrow. This is why so many highly skilled people stay broke while less talented people get rich. One group is locked into direct effort and the other has figured out how to extend their reach. The goal is not to abandon work, but to ensure that your work outlives the moment you stop doing it. And so this is the force that allows you to achieve disproportionate results from the same amount of effort. Leverage can be human, technological, financial, intellectual, or distributive. And the more leverage you build into your process, the more output you get per unit of input. And so a photographer shooting portraits one client at a time is limited by hours in the day. A photographer who creates a course on lighting techniques, distributes it online, and uses affiliates to sell it globally has multiplied their impact without multiplying their hours. Leverage is about designing work so that each unit of effort creates multiple units of return. And then assets are the backbone of multiplication. They're anything you build once that can be sold, licensed, or monetized repeatedly without full recreation. And this could be digital courses, books, software, franchises, rental properties, or even an audience you can reach anytime, such as an email marketing list. Assets buffer you from slow seasons or unexpected losses in active income. If you've built something that keeps earning without constant attention, you've built financial stability. As assets stack, they start funding the creation of more assets, your multiplication engine, and your multiplication engine begins to feed itself. And so your impact multiplies dramatically when you involve others. A team, contractors, partners, or collaborators can execute at a scale no single person could manage. No significant business in history was built alone. Even the most individualistic entrepreneurs rely on suppliers, distributors, and talent to extend their capacity if they want to. So the wrong people multiply your headaches and the right people multiply your output. Choose based on alignment of values and quality of execution. This is about transferring responsibility to people who can own outcomes without your constant oversight. And so the most valuable offer is worthless if nobody knows about it. Distribution multiplies the number of people who can buy from you without multiplying the time you spend reaching them. So paid ads, email lists, affiliates, licensing deals, franchises, wholesale agreements, all forms of multiplying your market reach. The difference between selling 100 units and 10,000 units often isn't the product, it's the distribution system behind it. Because even if you had the best product, without a good enough distribution system, will not sell enough. Or at the very least, won't be delivered. You can sell it, but you won't deliver it, and from there all sorts of stuff starts happening. So software, platforms, and automation are modern multipliers that operate 24/7. They don't get tired, they don't forget steps, and they don't need motivation. A single well-designed automation sequence can handle hundreds of customer interactions daily while you focus on higher value work. And so that's why using digital platforms, for example, like a community, is good, because they let you serve customers across time zones without necessarily adding more hours to your schedule. And the real magic happens when you layer multipliers on top of each other. An asset with strong distribution, powered by technology and managed by a capable team and funded with the reinvested profits, creates exponential growth. Think of a book that's adapted into an online course and then promoted by affiliates, translated into multiple languages, and sold on every major platform. The same original work now has 5 or 6 income streams, and each multiplier amplifies the effect of the others, creating a curve that starts to slow but eventually explodes upward. And so multiplication requires that you release the urge to control every single detail yourself. If you insist on doing everything, you've chosen to cap your income. This doesn't mean lowering your standards, it means creating standards, teaching them, and letting others or systems uphold them. The question becomes, how can I get this result without me being the only one who can make it happen? And once you internalize this, you start designing your work to scale from the start. And look at any lasting fortune and you'll see multiplication at its core. The songwriter collects royalties for decades from one track. The entrepreneur licenses their product globally. The investor lives off of dividends while their shares appreciate. These aren't accidents. They're the result of deliberately designing value to live and grow beyond its initial creation. And so when you start multiplying your impact, everything will change. You're no longer just working in your business or on your craft. You're now building machines, human and technological, that actually work for you. And once those machines are in motion, your attention shifts to a different challenge entirely. How to make them produce value so vast that money becomes a side effect rather than the main pursuit. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We went over the overview. We talked about primacy of production, value before reward, the right to prosper, harmony of exchange, and finally, multiplication of impact and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, take a hard look at your current income sources and ask yourself which ones are pure time for money trades and which ones are scalable or actually repeatable. If everything resets to 0 each week, your first step is identifying opportunities to build leverage or assets. Then map out how you can increase the value you produce before asking for more reward. This could mean improving results for existing clients or refining your offer to match the market desires more precisely, or creating an entry point where people experience your value before committing financially. Then finally, choose one multiplier, whether it's people, technology, distribution, or asset creation, and integrate it into your workflow within the next 30 days. Start small, prove it works, and then stack more multipliers over time until your impact grows beyond your personal capacity. With that being said, I know this training was a bit different than all the others I make on this channel, but if it was valuable, please let me know in the comments. Give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, join the free community from the first link in the description, and if you want to work with me personally, book a call from the second link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here once again, and I'll see you in the next one. I've spent the last 8 years behind the scenes in multi-7 and 8-figure online companies. I've booked calls, I've closed deals, I've even built the back-end operations. And I've seen the same mistake over and over again from rookies to veterans. They skip the one thing that actually creates cash. Not funnels, not ads, not another strategy. It's clarity. Clarity around the one skill you already have that people will gladly pay you $3,000 to $10,000 for. In this video, I'll walk you through how you can extract that skill, turn it into a premium offer, and close like clockwork, even without a list, a team, or a sales page. With that said, here's the $10,000 playbook for selling what you know online. All right, so as you can see from the title of this video, what we're going to be talking about today is the $10,000 playbook for selling what you know online. As you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, unlocking your profitable skill, engineering magnetic attention, crafting irresistible high-ticket offers, closing clients, systemizing and scaling, and finally, the review and the action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, let's start with unlocking your profitable skill. So your first step isn't tech, content, or funnels. It's clarity. If you skip this, you'll waste months building offers nobody wants. Everything begins with recognizing the value that is already sitting inside your mind and your skill set. So you need to turn your knowledge or your ability to solve problems into something people will pay you for. The kicker, you don't need to be the best in the world. You just need to be good enough to help somebody who's behind you. So your most valuable skill is probably hiding in plain sight, disguised as something you've done for years without thinking twice. Maybe it's organizing chaos. Maybe it's simplifying tech. Maybe it's giving great advice. Maybe it's fixing people's messaging or understanding fitness better than your friends. Whatever it is, you've likely dismissed it because it's too normal to you. What's easy for you is usually hard for someone else. And that disconnect is exactly where the opportunity lies. You don't have to invent something new. You just need to frame what you already know or do in a way that solves a specific painful problem for a specific kind of person. So you've got to dig deep and extract the usable material. Most people skip this process, which is why they end up copying what others are doing and wondering why it doesn't work. So you need to do the hard thinking up front. Make a list, document your experiences, and don't censor yourself or judge. Just let it all out. And sit down and write down every job you've held, every skill you've learned, every passion you've explored, and every result you've helped someone else achieve. And add that to any problem people already come to you for help with. And once it's all on paper, you'll see the themes emerge. Maybe you're great at simplifying the complex. Maybe you help people take action. Maybe you're just reliable and efficient. These patterns are your money makers. Pay attention to overlap between what people need and what you're good at and what you like doing. So your skill needs to connect directly to an outcome people already desire. Nobody pays for coaching or consulting or services. They pay for what those things do for them. So your job is to make that connection obvious and tangible. Don't just list a skill, actually describe a result. So you might edit videos, build automations, you might help people lose weight, you might teach negotiation or design slide decks or do resumes. It doesn't matter how specific or how niche it is, as long as it solves a problem someone will pay to fix. Always lead with the benefit. If your skill helps someone save time, make more money, look better, feel healthier, or improve their relationships, you're in business. And wrap your skill in an outcome and you instantly become more valuable. So you don't need a unique skill, you need a unique angle. Positioning is the difference between just another freelancer and someone who commands premium prices. It's not what you do, it's how you frame what you do. So you can replace vague labels with clear outcomes. I help moms lose baby weight without starving themselves. Hits way harder than I'm a fitness coach. I help busy CEOs close 3 to 5 clients per month using short form video. Beats I'm a content strategist. People are always buying change. They don't care about your method. They care about where your method takes them. And your skill is just the vehicle. The transformation is the destination they're actually paying for. So the market doesn't pay for effort, it pays for outcomes. The faster and more reliably you can solve a painful problem, the more you can charge. So don't undervalue your skill just because it feels easy to you. If what you do helps someone save 10 hours a week, make 3 extra sales, or feel confident walking into a room, that's worth way more than you think. You're not selling time, you're selling shortcuts, you're selling confidence, and you're selling freedom. So start documenting your wins, even small ones. Did someone say, thanks, this saved me hours? Did you help a friend lose 5 pounds? Screenshot those moments or record them, and that proof builds your pricing power. Every result is a receipt of value. So every time you actually have someone that thanks you for something you've done for them, or thinks that, or you've helped someone in a certain way that for you it seemed easy, but for them it seemed like, whoa, this is amazing. Record those things down, because one day when you actually do create your offer, eventually you will want to have proof that what you're selling for yourself, for your own mindset, you will want to have proof that the price that you've set for what you're selling is fair, because you save people so much time, or you help people so much. So you don't need to be a guru. You just need to be 1 or 2 steps ahead of the people you want to help. You can sell what you know while you're still learning, growing, and evolving. If you're a beginner at something, but you've already gotten a small result, there's someone out there who hasn't started yet and would gladly pay you to help them skip the struggle. And you only need to stay 1 chapter ahead. So share your journey. People love learning from those who are just a bit further along. You're more relatable than the polished expert. So document your process and sell the roadmap. Now, your skill will fall into one of 3 categories that have created 99% of online wealth. And these aren't just trends, they're evergreen human needs. Everything from dating advice to productivity consulting fits under one of these. So health, this includes fitness, weight loss, sleep, mental health, energy optimization, stress reduction, hormone balance, and biohacking. Now, when it comes to wealth, it covers business, marketing, investing, productivity, money management, freelancing, and even career acceleration strategies. When it comes to love, that means dating, marriage, parenting, social confidence, communication skills, and even emotional intelligence or intimacy work. So you can monetize your skill in 4 main ways: teaching it, guiding someone through it, doing it for them, or advising at a high level. So pick the model that fits your personality, goals, and bandwidth. Now, the way you can deliver it is through a course, a group program, one-on-one coaching, done-for-you services, retainers, workshops, hybrid containers, and so on. You choose how you want to show up and get paid. And many start with one model and then layer others in. You might begin freelancing, then launch a course teaching what you do, or coach clients, then a done-for-you option for those who want speed. Now, credentials are nice, but results are better. So you don't need letters after your name. You need a story, a system, and results you can replicate for others. That's what sells. Social proof is the shortcut to trust, and testimonials are one of the fastest ways to shift someone from skeptical to sold. So package your process into steps, give your method a name, make it feel proprietary, and it could be 3 simple steps or 5 principles you follow. Simplicity scales. When your process sounds clear, structured, and replicable, it becomes easier to believe in and easier to buy. So nobody is coming to validate your offer. You have to decide your skill is worth selling and then prove it through execution. The market rewards the bold, not the hesitant. Confidence converts. So show up like your method works and people will believe it does because it should be working. Now, if you've helped anyone before, even for free, capture it. Get screenshots, record short videos, grab audio clips, or just write down what they said. Use these across your content, sales pages, and DMs, and make sure they highlight the transformation, not just the compliments. So this is what to do if you want to collect testimonials. Now, how you can format those testimonials is: before I was struggling with X, after your name's help, I achieved Y. That's what makes it persuasive. So focus on the shift, the emotional relief, and the tangible result that people got from working with you, and that's what moves buyers. So if you have no testimonials, or you haven't collected any, or you want to create some new testimonials, don't stress. You can create your own. You help 3 people for free or at a discounted rate in exchange for honest feedback, and then choose people who are your ideal client and actually over deliver. Their wins become your launchpad. So position it as a beta round or a founders club or a case study project. People love early access, and if you crush it for them, they'll be thrilled to endorse you. So record your process, track their progress, and collect the end results. Testimonials aren't just nice to have, they're conversion accelerators. So if you can build them early, do so. Now, pick a skill, any skill, and just start testing it now. Clarity comes from movement. The faster you start, the faster you learn what the market wants and how to package it for cash. So action builds clarity, not the other way around. You'll learn more from one real conversation than 10 hours of journaling. So stop waiting to feel ready. You're already capable of helping someone. The only way to know if it will work is to actually launch and figure it out. So now you're clear on what you can sell. Next, we shift into building a system for attention. So people actually find you and start asking how they can buy. So let's move into that next. So engineering magnetic attention. You could have the best offer on the planet, but if nobody sees it, nobody buys it. Attention is the gateway drug to money. So the more people know about what you do, the more leverage you have. But it's not just about visibility, it's about magnetic visibility, attracting the right people with the right message at the right moment. So don't try to get famous, try to get known by the exact people who need your help. 100 targeted followers is way more valuable than 10,000 random ones. So your goal isn't to go viral, because anybody could start a page about, I don't know, about Joe Rogan and gather a bunch of followers, but will they buy your stuff? Probably not. So the idea isn't to go viral. Your goal is to be hyper relevant to the people who are already looking for what you offer. And the only way you become hyper relevant is by actually being yourself. And the only way you can work with people you want to work with is by actually being yourself. And so pick one channel, master it, not 2, not 3, just 1. That's how you build momentum. If you want to expand into other social platforms, make sure you have one dialed in, and then you can expand into the next one. So pick the one that fits your content style and target audience. It can be Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, LinkedIn, Twitter, or a podcast. Each has its own game. So if you like short form, go for Instagram or TikTok. If you prefer long form teaching, go for YouTube or podcasting. If you write well, go for Twitter or LinkedIn or even Medium. So your content is the bridge between stranger and buyer. So make it valuable, make it specific, and make it frequent. Show up with purpose. So you can teach micro solutions, share results, answer common questions, show before after transformations, tell stories, demonstrate your frameworks, and you can hook their attention, share quick insight, and finish with a call to action. So watch this, DM me, click the link, comment below, that type of stuff. Now, visibility doesn't come from one post. It comes from staying visible. That means daily or near daily output, especially in the early stages. So start with 3 to 5 posts a week, batch your content so you don't burn out. One good video can become 5 great pieces of short form content or written short form content for Twitter and so on. So think of your content like reps at the gym. The more you post, the better you get. And the better you get, the more attention you earn. And it's just about really going in there and just doing it for an extended period of time every single day. Now, clarity crushes complexity. People should know exactly what you do and who it's for within 3 seconds of landing on your page. So your profile should say what problem you solve, who you solve it for, and what to do next. So for example, helping entrepreneurs get 10 leads a week without ads. Watch the video below. And you'll use your name or a clear brand name. Confusing usernames will lose business. So don't name yourself something like Smoky Snake or whatever. actually use your name or have a real brand name. Now, give people a reason to go deeper. A freebie, a short training, a checklist, a swipe file. This is your bait. So link to a Google Doc, a landing page, or a video, and just keep it simple. Put the link in your bio, post captions or stories, and don't just give information. Frame it as the first step of your paid offer. Create a desire for the next thing. Now, once people are interested, send them to a simple 5 to 7 minute VSL. Video sales letter, basically explaining what you do, who it's for, and how to take the next step. That's all. You don't, at least in the beginning, you don't have to make it more complicated than that. It's literally what you do, how you can help them, who it's for, and how to take the next step, what they should do next in order for them to work with you. So start with your story, introduce the problem, explain your framework, show proof, then call them to action. Put it on YouTube as an unlisted video, or you can put it on Vimeo and just link it in your bio and content, and it should do the heavy lifting before a sales call. Now, conversations turn followers into clients. So don't wait for people to message you. You can actually go ahead and start the dialogue yourself. So thank them for engaging, ask what they're working on, and offer a helpful resource. Don't necessarily pitch, just build the bridge to send them the video. Once you identify a fit, invite them to watch your video or book a call. Just keep it casual, clear, and confident, like you're talking to a friend. Now, you can't grow what you don't track. So know your numbers, your followers, your views, your watch time, your clicks, your call bookings, and how many DMs you send per day, and how many responses you get, all of that. So once people know who you are and what you do, everything gets easier. Content starts getting shared, people start tagging others, calls come in without begging. So post testimonials, reshare wins, celebrate your clients, show receipts. That's how you build a magnetic reputation that actually compounds. So next up, we'll build on this attention by transforming it into a premium, irresistible offer that people are excited to pay for. So let's move into crafting irresistible high-ticket offers. So in essence, you're not selling your time. You're selling a transformation. High ticket isn't about being expensive, and that's all. It's about being worth it. People pay more when the value is clear, the outcome is specific, and the solution feels like a shortcut. So the right offer makes price irrelevant. The wrong one makes even $200 feel expensive. So stop thinking like a freelancer and start thinking like a transformation dealer. When you help someone get what they want faster, easier, or more reliably, you're allowed to charge big. So your offer should be a no-brainer for your dream client, and it should feel like the final answer to a problem they've tried and failed to solve multiple times. So the more organized and outcome-focused your offer is, the easier it is to sell. Stop selling hours and start selling results. People want a system, not a service menu. So build a signature process, give it a name, break it into 3 to 5 steps. This makes it feel clear, structured, and premium, even if it's just what you already do naturally. So it could be done for you, it could be done with you, it could be a do-it-yourself system, services, coaching, consulting, or even a hybrid of all three. Just match the model to the outcome. So every offer must be built around a shift from painful before to desirable after. If there's no obvious transformation, there's no reason to buy. So what are they struggling with right now? What's annoying? What's broken or confusing? And what will life look like once your solution works? More income, less stress, better health, better relationships. Think about the before and the after and what transformation you're going to go with them through. Now, when it comes to naming, a powerful name makes your offer feel like a movement, not a product. So use words that actually evoke speed, clarity, relief, or authority. So client search system, or CEO body method, or no code sales engine, or quit alcohol accelerator. It could be anything. So basically, there's a simple formula you can follow, which is benefit plus mechanism or result plus identity. So you make it sound like a brand, not necessarily a service. So when it comes to pricing, charge more and serve better, earn faster. High ticket starts at $3,000 and goes up from there. The less clients you need to hit your income goals, the more freedom you have. So 3 clients at $3,500 equals $10,500 per month. That's full-time income in part-time hours. No ads, no funnel, no massive following. Just you posting some content, you DMing a few people a day. And if you solve a $50,000 problem, you're undercharging at $5,000. If you save them years of trial and error, you're undercharging at $10,000. So make the offer feel complete. Include every piece they need to win. Leave nothing to guesswork. So it can be weekly calls, one-on-one support, templates, frameworks, accountability, systems, audit, more structure, more value. Now, stack extra value with fast action bonuses, checklists, do's, and over-the-shoulder walkthroughs, and show that this is the last thing they'll need. Now, this is not something necessarily that you need to do all before you start selling. You can do this as you're selling, as you're already promoting your offer, as you're doing the thing. You don't necessarily need to wait to have all of this ready before you can actually start selling. You can go out there in the marketplace, start creating content, start DMing people, and build this as you go. In fact, what's better is to have a certain block in your day where you're actually doing outreach and doing the marketing activities, a certain block in your day where you're doing the sales activities such as sales calls or DMing people, and a certain block in your day where you're actually developing the product or service that you're going to be selling. So don't overcomplicate. Most offers work best with just one or two delivery mechanisms. So you can have a course along with some coaching, or you can run the whole thing with Zoom, Google Docs, and Loom. Fancy tech is optional, but results are not. So the services can be done for you. It could be do it yourself with courses or templates, or it could be done with you coaching. So where you have a course and coaching, or you just have the coaching. So use the model that lets you shine. People need a reason to act now, not later. So scarcity and urgency will drive decisions. And without them, your offer becomes a someday maybe. So always use some kind of scarcity or urgency. So it could be limited seats, enrollment windows, or only taking a certain amount of clients per month. And for example, if you're charging $4,000 a month or $4,000 and you only want to make around 10 to 12,000 a month, you can literally say, I'm only taking three to four clients a month, depending on your price. So you could also use urgency in terms of the bonuses. So for example, the bonuses could expire, or the price could be going up, or results get delayed the longer they wait, basically. So every offer should be tested, proven, and backed by real results. If you've done this for clients, show it. If you haven't yet, do it free or discounted in exchange for feedback. So you can use testimonials, case studies, screenshots, before, afters, and ROI stats to build trust. So start lean, then upgrade. You don't need perfection out of the gate. You just need buyers and results. So that builds your next version. When you sell a few clients and when you get a bunch of clients in, that gives you enough of a buffer. Now you're making money. Now it gives you enough of a buffer to actually start building the better version of the product or service you're building. So in the beginning, you can just start, scrappy and just go out there and start selling and building and at the same time. And that just by getting a few clients in will give you enough time and will give you the finances to actually start building the better version of the product, the more scalable version. So every offer should be tested, proven, and backed by real results. If you've done this for clients, just show it. And if you haven't yet, do it for free or discount it in exchange for feedback. So don't overload, don't confuse. Your offer isn't a buffet. It's a clear bridge from problem to outcome. So make it feel fast, make it feel effective, make it feel inevitable. One outcome, one promise, one pathway, at least in the beginning, especially if you have no experience in the space. That's how you sell with ease. Now, the clearer the fit between what they want and what you promise, the faster they'll buy. Now that your offer is bulletproof and ready to sell, the next step is actually showing you how to actually close clients without begging or needing a massive audience. So let's dive into that next. So let's talk about closing clients. So selling is not begging or chasing. You're not trying to convince anyone. You're helping qualified people make a smart, empowered decision about solving a problem they already want to fix. So think of it like sorting instead of selling. Your job is to guide, not to pressure. So see yourself as a leader who prescribes a path. You don't need everyone, and not everyone will follow that path because people have their own heads and own brains. You need the right few. That's how you stay profitable and keep your time freedom. So lead every conversation with calm authority. The more grounded and certain you are, the more confidence they'll have in your solution. You shouldn't be relying on sales calls alone to do the heavy lifting. Most of the belief building happens before the call ever happens, through your content, through your explainer video, through your lead capturing system, whatever you have before that. So have a short, clear video that filters out who should work and who should and shouldn't work with you. And this video should lay out what you do, who it's for, and the kind of results you help people get. Now, before the call, ask simple but targeted questions to understand the person's goals, challenges, and urgency. This lets you take control of the conversation and only talk to people who are actually serious. So make sure to have some kind of an application form before the call that they need to fill out. Now, when it comes to the call flow, treat every call like a structured discovery session. You're not pitching, you're diagnosing. You're leading someone through a series of intentional checkpoints to decide if you're a fit to help. Build a relaxed, confident atmosphere. You want the person to feel heard, not understood. You want the person to feel heard and understood, not interrogated or rushed. So uncover where they want to go. Make sure they're clear about the outcome they want to create and get specifics, not vague dreams. Also, identify what stopped them so far. Help them see the real blockers, not just the surface level excuses that they might have. And show how your offer bridges the distance between where they are and where they want to go, and make it obvious that working with you solves the exact problem they're stuck on. Now, deliver your price and your offer with full conviction, no hesitation, no over-explaining. Just say it once clearly and then pause. People don't buy when you sound unsure. So stand tall in your value, and the clearer you are about the result and the simpler your process sounds, the more they'll trust you, you can get them there. So let the person sit with the decision. Don't rush them. You don't need to sell it. They need to own the decision to solve their problem now. So then come the objections, and objections aren't necessarily rejections. So this is what a lot of people think, that once they get an objection, the sale is done if they won't be able to sell. That's not true. Objections aren't rejections. They're usually signals of fear, uncertainty, or some kind of a past failure that is keeping them stuck where they are right now. So your role is to gently unpack what's behind the resistance and help them realign with their original goal that they said they had at the beginning of the call. So listen without getting defensive, ask open-ended questions to understand what's really making them hesitate, and just bring them back to their vision and remind them of the cost of staying stuck. Remind them that you have this thing that you want to have in your future, but being stuck and doing what you're doing right now will keep you where you are right now, and it will keep you from ever getting that thing that is in the future that you really want. And most objections come from fear of change, not dislike of the offer. Not everyone will be ready on the call, but that doesn't mean that they won't buy. Follow up with intention and clarity, and never with desperation. So you can send them a message or an email reminding them of what they said they wanted and how you can help them get it. Set a clear timeline or boundary for decision making. And when you do this from a place of strength, you stay in control of your time and energy. Now, when it comes to your close rate, you don't need to close every call. You only need to close 3 to 4 per month to hit 5 figures consistently. And honestly, I've seen a lot of people get really hung up on their close rate when in reality, it doesn't matter. What matters is money in the bank. So if your close rate is 5 or 50%, it doesn't matter. What matters is, are you making the money you want to be making? So that's why qualifying upfront actually matters. Talk to fewer people, but better ones. So if you're not closing, it's not about your price. It's usually your structure, your energy, or your clarity. So rewatch your calls. First off, record every call, rewatch your calls, and identify where your energy drops and refine yourself and the way you talk from there. Now, once you've got a flow that works, stick to it. You don't need 10 sales scripts. You only need one simple, effective process that you can use again and again, and that is predictable and has a predictable, closing percentage that you can rely on, because that's more important, is actually being able to predict how much you're going to be making, because that goes into now advertising and so on, but it gives you consistency. So you don't need to be closing at 60%. I would much rather you be closing at 25% every single month than you be closing at 60% one month and 20% one month and then 10% the next, and then all of a sudden 80%. So the foundation of every sale is trust. People buy from those that they respect and believe in. So you need to show up like a leader, you need to communicate like a pro, deliver like an expert, and that combination closes deals with ease. Trust is built across your brand, your content, your DMs, your calls. It all needs to feel aligned. People should see you as the same person everywhere. When you deeply believe in what you do, it shows. And people can feel it, and that conviction sells better than any tactic ever will. So with this process, you'll never feel like you're pushing. You will simply be guiding the right people to a smart decision that improves their life and pays you well in return. Now, let's move into the final section, which is actually systemizing and scaling this whole thing. Now, once your offer is working and clients are closing, your next move is to make everything smoother, faster, and easier to run. So you don't want another job. You want a system that prints income without eating your entire calendar. Scaling isn't about doing more, it's about doing less, better, and with structure. So before you scale, stabilize. Make sure your core process works. Can you consistently attract leads? Can you consistently book calls and deliver client results? If yes, you're ready to scale. So document every piece of your delivery, your calls, your onboarding, your weekly tasks, so nothing gets missed and your time gets protected. Now, you should not be doing every task manually forever. So you can build automations to save your time and energy, and this doesn't need to be complex, it just needs to work. Now, if you can't build them yourself, hire someone to build them for you. So I've worked in operations for businesses, and I've basically done this. So it can be a bit tricky, especially when working with like big software such as HubSpot or complex software such as HubSpot, Zapier, and so on. So use booking tools to schedule calls automatically. Connect your application form to your calendar and to your email. Have a follow-up email go out instantly when someone applies. Once someone pays, send them a welcome email, a kickoff video, or a checklist, and set up your backend once, and it will work for you for every new client without extra effort until the automation breaks, and then you'll have to fix it. So in the end, it's really best if you have the finances to do that, if you have the budget to do that, and you're making more and more each month. It's a good idea to just hire an automations or an operations person for your business so that they can take care of that now and to monitor that. Now, when it comes to content, instead of creating content every day, make sure you create it in chunks. Block off 1 or 2 days per month to script, record, and schedule. And you can turn one video into multiple posts. You can use quotes, clips, and insights across your platform and milk your best content for all it's worth. You can also actually, again, hire a person that does that for you, that goes through every video you make or every newsletter you send and actually makes smaller chunks of content from that. So you can also use tools to auto post. This keeps your visibility up even when you're offline. This is something I do. A lot of the content I post online is already pre-scheduled. So visibility brings leads, consistency builds trust, and the better your delivery, the more referrals and retention you'll get. So systemize how you actually serve people so your results can become predictable and your reputation grows. One thing you could do is decide how you want to support people. Is it with weekly calls? Is it with Voxer access? Is it with group chats? Or is it with email support? And set clear expectations. Also build a central hub for all of your resources, videos, templates, worksheets. The more self-serve content you create, the less hands-on support you need to give over time. So one thing that is also very useful to do and that will save you a lot of time over the long run is every time you get a question from a client, especially if that question has been asked by multiple clients, don't just answer the question. Actually make a video answering the question and then put it in your content, in your central hub for all your resources with the videos and in your course. That way, every time they have a question, they can actually look at the training and you don't have to answer that question anymore. So really, when it comes to client fulfillment, it's all about getting feedback from the clients, whether it's through questions or things that they would want improved or things that they love and just doing more of that, or just answering those questions in a scalable way where when you answer it for one person, you're actually answering it for everyone and it can be seen by everyone. So every quarter, step back and review what's working, what's draining you, what can be cut, what can be delegated, what can be simplified. And if demand is growing and your results are proven, raise your rates. More value delivered means more value earned. As your skill evolves, so should your offer. Upgrade your modules, add new bonuses, trim what's outdated, and keep it sharp and better. You don't need a big team to scale. 1 or 2 people handling the editing or client support or admin can free up a lot of your time to grow, or handling the operations part. So start with part-time contractors, hire slow and fire fast. Protect your energy. Hand off tasks that drain you or distract you from high-impact activities, and just try to stay in your zone of genius as much as possible. So when you're ready, amplify, run paid traffic, host live webinars, launch a referral system, create an affiliate program, but only after your backend is solid. Don't start with ads until you've proven your offer actually converts organically. And once it does, paid traffic multiplies your reach. Collaborate with aligned creators, swap audiences, run joint offers, tap into warm traffic that already trusts the referrer if you want to, with partners, and so on. So your goal isn't just money, it's lifestyle. Use systems, structure, and strategy to reclaim your time and work 10 to 20 hours a week and still make a full-time income. That's the game. That's the best way to run it. So guard your calendar, don't let your business become a trap, and build it to serve your life, not the other way around. The point of systemizing is to scale without sacrificing your sanity. Don't just grow revenue, grow your joy, peace, and fulfillment in life too. So if you've made it this far and you're serious about building your own high-ticket service, coaching, or info business on part-time hours, we can help. Book a free strategy call with us today. Just look at the link in the description. We'll look at your skill set, help you shape it into a profitable offer, and show you how to attract clients who pay $3,000 to $10,000 for your help, whether you're selling a service, coaching, or something in between. So this is for action takers who actually want to move past, skip the fluff, and finally create real income from what they already know or do. And if that's you, just book your call now. The link is in the description. With that being said, let's go over the review. We went over the overview. We talked about unlocking your profitable skill. We talked about engineering magnetic attention. We talked about crafting irresistible high-ticket offers. We talked about how to close clients. We talked about systemizing and scaling. We're at the review now, and your action items for the day or the next few days are: first, pick one monetizable skill you already have, package it into a clear problem you solve, and define your ideal client in writing today. Now, set up your content engine and explainer video and post 3 pieces of value-driven content this week and link them to your VSL or booking link. And finally, book at least 3 calls over the next 7 days using your content, your DMs, and your network. And use your call structure, close clients, and deliver results with excellence. With that being said, I hope this was helpful. I hope this was valuable, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, hello and welcome to this video. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the physics of achievement. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, first principles thinking, the physics of possibility, the illusion of obstacles, knowledge as the key variable, building a learning operating system, mastery through mentors and models, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, the first thing I want to do here is actually point your attention to the quote at the top of this training, which is, if something isn't forbidden by the laws of physics, then the only thing stopping it is knowledge. And so in order to actually understand that, we have to talk about first principles thinking first. So let's talk about first principles thinking. So you can't solve big problems with borrowed assumptions. You have to tear the whole thing down and rebuild it from the foundation. You've been trying to fix your problems with duct tape and borrowed tools, motivational videos, random advice, another framework that promises 10 times the results if you just follow the steps. But deep down, you know that none of it really sticks because it's built on top of ideas that you never chose for yourself. You've been trying to build skyscrapers on a rotten foundation. First principles thinking is the opposite. You don't just build better, you rebuild everything from scratch. Every belief, every plan, every move you make is either an assumption you borrowed or a truth you actually earned. First principles thinking demands you rip things apart until all you're left with is what's undeniably true. Physics, biology, time, pain, energy, the raw stuff of reality. It's uncomfortable, it's slow, but it's the only way to make decisions that don't fall apart under pressure. It's not about thinking harder, it's actually about thinking deeper. You reduce the problem to its atomic parts and ask, what do I know to be true about this? Most people never get past the surface. That's why they run in circles, because their problems were never problems. They were symptoms of faulty assumptions. So for example, you're broke, so you think the problem is income, but if you strip it down, is the real issue really income? Or is it that you spend faster than you earn because you're addicted to short-term pleasure? If you keep stacking new business tactics on top of a dopamine-addicted brain, you'll sabotage every win you create. So first principles thinking will slap you in the face. It doesn't care about your feelings. It makes you realize that you've been bullshitting yourself for years, and that can be painful. But it's also the only way you ever break through. You stop lying, you stop pretending, and you confront the real question behind every failure, which is, what's the actual constraint? Most people never question the rules they live by. They inherit their playbook from culture, parents, teachers, social media, and never stop to ask, does this even make sense? They assume they need to work 40 years to be free. They assume they're not smart enough. They assume work-life balance is an actual real thing. All of it hand-me-down mental furniture that they never picked. First principles makes you throw it out and rebuild your home. Someone says that they don't have the time to build a business, but when you look closer, there's actually spending 3 hours a night doom scrolling and watching Netflix. The issue isn't time, it's discipline, it's fear, it's confusion, and first principles doesn't let you hide behind socially acceptable excuses. It forces you to actually name the real constraint and deal with it. Constraints aren't your enemy. They're actually leverage points. When you reduce a goal down to its actual limiting factor, that's where your power lives. For example, if your dream is to live abroad and work online, and the only real constraint is earning $3,000 a month remotely, we have something, because you can solve that, but not until you isolate it. Once you've isolated it, you can actually start asking the right questions and acquiring the right knowledge. Most people never isolate the real constraint, so they try to solve 100 fake problems and they end up solving none. Most people are solving symptoms rather than the actual issue. They learn marketing when they don't need it yet. They train harder when the real issue is their sleep. Noise everywhere. Here's what most people don't want to hear. If you're not living the life you want, it's not because life is unfair. It's because you haven't thought deeply enough. You haven't asked hard questions. You haven't reduced your reality down to physics and knowledge. And you haven't interrogated every part of your model and said, is this actually true or is it just comfortable? First principles is intellectual minimalism. It cuts through the chaos, it cuts through the noise, and it makes you clear. When you think this way, you don't need permission. You don't need credentials. You don't need more motivation. You just need a real question, an honest constraint, and a willingness to pursue knowledge until the constraint dies. So imagine walking through a fog, then suddenly seeing everything in 4K. That's what this does. Every problem becomes simple, not easy, but actually simple. Every goal becomes precise. You no longer say, I want to be successful. You say, I need to learn high-ticket sales and get 3 clients in 90 days. That's a solvable problem. That's where progress begins. Now, this kind of thinking will make you dangerous, not in an evil way, but in a clarity way, because while everyone else is flailing in motivational chaos, chasing trends and drowning in content, you'll be moving in silence, one insight at a time, one lever at a time, unstoppable. Not because you're better, but because you thought deeper than they did. And here's where it gets interesting. When you start living from first principles, you start to realize that most things that seem impossible aren't really. If it's not forbidden by the laws of physics, then the only thing stopping you is knowledge. So the real question becomes how, or what don't I know yet? And that's where the next layer begins. So let's talk about the physics of possibility. So most people don't fail because they dream too big. They actually fail because they never ask if their dream is even real. You want to know the most freeing realization in the world? Is that physics doesn't care about your feelings, your childhood trauma, your limiting beliefs, or your hustle podcast lineup. Physics just is the only constant truth that you'll ever meet. You can lie to yourself for years, you can fake success on Instagram, but gravity doesn't care. Thermodynamics doesn't flinch. The second law is still in play, whether you're motivated or not. The reason this matters is because the first real filter for any goal is not actually motivation or discipline or anything like that. It's physics. Is what you want physically possible? Not emotionally possible. Not my coach said I can manifest it possible. I mean literally, scientifically, structurally possible. If it isn't, then nothing else matters. No tactic, no affirmation, no AI tool will change the fact that you're trying to bend space-time with a Pinterest quote. You can't fly flapping your arms. You can't lift a mountain with positive vibes. You can't live forever on kale and cold plunges. It's about limits. But once you know the limits, once you actually respect them, then you can push right up against them. And that's the line where magic happens. Now, for most people, their goals are physically possible. They're actually possible according to the laws of physics. Most people don't want things that are not possible physically. And that's the thing. This is something most people don't get. Constraints are the beginning of creativity, not the end. When you know the physical boundaries, you stop wasting energy chasing fantasies. You start playing real games with real rules, and that's where real power lives. You don't need to be unlimited. You just need to know your terrain. And everything you want, every goal, every fantasy, every version of success is built on a bedrock of physics. So you're not building your dream life on vision boards. You're building it on the principles of energy, matter, force, and time. Ignore those and your dream turns to sand. Work with them and you build cathedrals. So think for example about time. If you want to start $1 million business, but you're also working 60 hours a week and sleeping 5, that's not really a mindset problem. It's not a manifestation problem. That's a temporal paradox, right? You're violating physics by expecting more output from less input. You're trying to pull water from an empty well. The solution isn't more effort. No amount of action more will fix this. It's reallocation of energy. It's reallocation of effort. It's about precision of knowledge and elimination of waste. So the point of this is not to crush your dreams. It's really to cleanse them, to strip them from fantasy and reveal the part that can actually be built. Most people never do this. They stay addicted to vague aspirations because clarity means accountability. And when your dream becomes a blueprint, suddenly you can't hide behind the fog anymore. For example, a 28-year-old sets the goal of becoming financially free by 30. He starts a podcast, invests in crypto and a bunch of shitcoins, launches a few half-baked landing pages, and fills a vision board with Teslas and villas in Bali. But ask him, what does financial freedom actually mean? What's your number? What's your model? How many clients or sales would it take? And he draws a blank because he hasn't calculated his burn rate. He doesn't know the difference between active income, leveraged income, or recurring revenue. The goal isn't the problem. The problem is it floats in abstraction. He's not building towards freedom, he's just performing. Contrast that with someone who's, for example, a solo consultant who lives 6 months in Lisbon and 6 in Thailand. No team, no office, just a laptop, a few retainer clients, and strong boundaries. They hit $4,800 a month in dollars or euros, whatever you want, in income. His personal freedom number that he or she already calculated in advance and stopped scaling. They knew what they sold, how many hours they were willing to work, and how to minimize expenses without lowering their quality of life. They didn't obsess over growth because that wasn't their goal. They engineered their escape. Not by dreaming bigger, but by defining what the goal actually looked like specifically and building the exact system to sustain it. So if you want to change your life, first start by asking this question. Is my goal possible according to the laws of physics? For most people, most of the time, their goals are possible according to physics, but it's important to have that filter still. Strip everything else away. That's your starting point. If the answer is no, then obviously you need to change the goal. If the answer is yes, even barely, then you stop wandering and start researching. You ask yourself, what knowledge am I missing? That's the whole game. Not whether you believe it, not whether your friends or family believe it or get it, just whether it can actually be done. This is where first principles meets physics. They shake hands at the border of impossible. Your job is to find the coordinates where your ambition intersects with what the universe actually allows. Then you set up camp there and you start building. And once you know that the terrain is possible, once you've established that your dream obeys the laws of physics and the universe, you've cleared the first and only hard gate. From there, the game changes entirely, because now you're not wondering if it can happen, you're wondering how. And that's a very different kind of problem. So let's talk about knowledge as the key variable. So foundationally, if it's possible according to physics and you're not doing it, then the only thing that's missing is what you know. This is the part most people try to skip, and the part that's a bit inconvenient because people don't like hearing that, and the part that doesn't make for good motivational speeches. But it is the one thing that explains everything. Why some people win and others don't. Not talent, not passion, not belief, not even action. Knowledge. Knowledge is the root variable behind every transformation, every level up, every quantum leap you've ever seen. Strip away everything else and you'll find that the skeleton underneath is always the same. One person knew something that the other didn't. That's it. You can work for 10 years and still get nowhere, but one piece of knowledge at the right time, applied the right way, can warp time and collapse a decade of struggle into a month of momentum. So you don't need more force. You actually need a better fulcrum. And knowledge is that fulcrum. I'm not talking about content addiction here. I mean real, applied, high leverage knowledge that solves the exact constraint in your life right now. So you could spend the next 2 years trying to get better at sales, for example, and by winging it on every call, watching random YouTube clips and feeling it out. Or you could actually spend 60 days in a coaching program, role-playing daily, understanding tonality, and internalizing buying psychology. Same ambition, same amount of energy, different knowledge layer. One burns you out, one prints money. This applies to literally everything. You're not inconsistent because you're lazy. You're inconsistent because you don't understand how dopamine works. You're not bad at relationships because you're unlovable. You're bad at relationships because you never even asked yourself the question how to be better at relationships, let alone read a full book on the subject. Again, not a personality defect, just a missing instruction manual. So the wider and deeper your knowledge, the easier it is to create these shifts in your life. If you want financial freedom, you need to understand mindset. You need to understand how value is priced in the marketplace. You need to understand buyer psychology. You need to know how to sell, how to position, how to price. All of that's learnable. That's not a you're not ready yet problem. That's a you haven't studied the right things yet problem. Your breakthroughs are hidden in knowledge. Sometimes it can be as simple as a book. A simple book that gives you a new lens. That's the leverage of knowledge. It feels small going in. It feels obvious when you hear it, but it changes the whole architecture of how you operate. The more you zoom out, the clearer this pattern gets. Financial freedom, it's a knowledge game. You either know how to create leverage or you don't. You either understand acquisition or you don't. You either know how to systematize and scale, or you're still stuck doing one-on-one manual work, praying for referrals. Time freedom, another knowledge game. You either know how to build operational flow or you stay stuck in overwhelm. Location freedom, knowledge again. Remote models, geolocation arbitrage, asynchronous workflows. All skills, all learnable, all available to you. People say knowledge is power like it's a hallmark quote, but they never let it land. Power doesn't mean you feel smart. It means you change outcomes. You change reality. You close the client. You design the lifestyle. You protect your peace. Power is the ability to bend your environment to match your internal vision. That is not a personality trait. That is a function of how much you know, how much you learn, and how well you apply it. So let me flip it for you. Every problem in your life right now, literally every single problem, is either unsolved because you're missing a piece of knowledge or because you're refusing to apply the knowledge you already have. That's it. That's the binary. Every struggle, every frustration, every area where you feel blocked falls under one of those two categories. And you can stop the video and think about this right now. And here's the most important part of this. Knowledge compounds. Every piece you collect builds on the last. It stacks, it connects, it starts to create a personal operating system that makes you faster, smarter, and more dangerous over time. That's why the smartest people seem to move quicker. It's not because they're more gifted, it's because they've built a layered cognitive infrastructure that lets them move through the world with clarity and force. They know what to ignore, they know what matters, and they know how to act on it. And yeah, you might be thinking, well, I'm not that kind of a person. I'm not a reader. I don't learn like that. That's all lies. That's just an identity you've wrapped around your ignorance so that you don't have to face the discomfort of starting from zero. And yet everyone starts from zero. No one is born knowing what you're trying to learn. But some people have the guts to actually go get it, go learn it, to look stupid, to ask questions, to fumble around in the dark until the knowledge clicks. That's courage. And it's available to you too. So the real question now isn't, am I capable or will this work for me? The real question is, what knowledge am I actually missing right now that would collapse the distance between me and the result I want? And where can I go get it? Because that's the work. That's actually the work. Just hunting down the missing piece of knowledge and baking it into your brain until you can't forget it, even if you try. That's it. And when you take this seriously, something flips inside you. You stop acting like a victim of life and actually start acting like a seeker. You walk into every room wondering, what does this person know that I don't? You listen differently. You read differently. You stop trying to be right and start trying to get sharper. You become the kind of person who collects knowledge like weapons and like oxygen, because you finally get it. Everything you want exists on the other side of what you haven't learned yet. That's the key. That's it. So with that being said, hopefully you understood the importance of actually acquiring knowledge. So let's talk about how to build a learning operating system. So you don't just need more knowledge, you actually need a better relationship with knowledge. People treat learning like it's some kind of an event, a course here, a podcast there. They collect insights like seashells on a beach. Pretty to look at, but scattered, unusable, and dead. What you actually need is a system, a living, breathing, learning, operating system that pulls in exactly what you need when you need it, and turns it into real-world leverage. Without that, all you have is a bookshelf of good intentions. So you've been brainwashed to think learning ends after school. That's it. That it's something you do for a grade or a certificate. That it's linear, structured, slow, boring. But if you're trying to do anything ambitious in life, build a business, reinvent yourself, master your craft, create freedom, then learning is no longer optional. It's fuel. And the only people who make it are the ones who learn how to learn faster, deeper, and smarter than anyone else. The world is changing too fast to be passive. The rules are shifting monthly. Entire industries are collapsing in silence while new ones are born in Discord servers. The only skill that survives that chaos is your ability to learn, not just memorize, but actually adapt, pivot, integrate, execute. That's the game now. So how do you build a learning operating system? Well, it starts with one brutal truth. Your brain is not a storage unit. It's a pattern recognition machine. You can't just shove random knowledge in it and expect it to stay. You have to wire it in with deliberate effort. That means friction. That means forgetting. That means loops. The people who learn the fastest are not the smartest. They're the ones who install feedback, retrieval, application, and integration into how they learn every single day. So for example, don't just read books. Actually study them like you're preparing for war. Highlight ruthlessly. Summarize in your own words. Teach it to someone that night. Create flashcards. Build mind maps. Put the ideas into your sales calls, your content, your code, your workouts, until it leaves the page and enters your muscle memory. That's how knowledge sticks. Not by osmosis, but by ownership. Most people read a few books a year and retain zero because they treat the book like entertainment, like it's a movie you watch and forget. Meanwhile, someone else reads one book 10 times, extracts the frameworks, builds a business off it, and retires in 5 years. You tell me who really read the book. A real learning operating system has inputs, processes, and outputs. Inputs are what you expose yourself to. Processes are how you break it down and internalize it. Outputs are what you create with it. And if you're not creating something, offers, content, systems, clarity, then you're not learning. You're just hoarding. Learning is supposed to improve your life or at the very least, make you think. Stop binging random content. Curate your inputs. Study people who've already solved what you're trying to solve. Go deep and go wide. Podcasts are fine, threads are fine, but if you're not reading actual books, if you're not watching long-form deep dives, if you're not paying for specialized knowledge, you're playing a shallow game. You don't have to learn everything. Just learn what you need. Build what Shane Parrish calls a personal knowledge acquisition plan. Ask yourself what skill gaps are holding you back right now. What do you need to understand to execute this next move? That's your syllabus. Not what's trending, not what's new, what's necessary for you right now. And once you choose the inputs, the real work begins. You have to break the information, tear it apart, question it, connect it, repurpose it. If you're not confused at some point, then you're not really learning, you're skimming. You should feel friction. You should feel dumb. That's the sound of new pathways being built. That's the cost of mastery. This is the part 99% of people skip. They absorb but never express. They fill the tank but never drive the car. Your brain doesn't truly encode anything until you use it. So write, speak, build, teach, create, whatever your medium is, make something with the knowledge. If you can't use it, you don't have it. It's just dust on your brain. When I was first learning how to sell, for example, I didn't just watch videos. I bought training, I transcribed it, then I practiced lines on Zoom, then I would call my brother up and practice it with him, then I rephrased them in my own tone, then I rewrote the objections in Notion and practiced them out loud by myself. It was awkward, but over time I became better. Because I turned consumption into immersion. If you're not willing to look stupid while applying what you just learned, you're not serious. Every real learner goes through that cringy phase. No shortcuts. Get over yourself. Get in the reps. Your learning OS isn't just about inputs and outputs, it's also about synthesis. You need space to reflect, to connect ideas across disciplines, to ruminate until patterns emerge. Walk more, write more, talk to smarter people, review your notes. Let slow thinking cook your fast ideas. That's where the real breakthroughs hide. I do weekly knowledge reviews, for example. Sunday mornings or Saturday mornings, I open my second brain, Notion, skim my notes and highlights from the week, look for patterns, tag concepts that link, and I journal on what hit and what didn't. And what did I actually use this week? What did I learn but forget? Where's the friction? Where's the gold? And every time I do this, I get one new idea that helps me in some way. A lot of these videos that I make are based on things I read and collect notes on over the years. Every time I do this, I get something valuable, some new idea. Sometimes it's a reframe. Sometimes it's a forgotten quote. Sometimes it's a system tweak. It doesn't matter. That 1 hour upgrades my entire week. If your learning habits aren't on your calendar, they don't exist. Don't wait for motivation. Block time, defend it, put learn in your calendar like a client meeting. No distractions, no phone, just you and the knowledge. And if people ask why you're unavailable, tell them the truth. This is about more than productivity. This is about identity. You're either someone who chases knowledge like their life depends on it, or you're not. No judgment, but don't pretend that you're confused when you don't get results. Don't say it's a burnout or resistance. Don't say that you don't know what to do. Most of the time, it's just ignorance pretending to be fatigue. Learn harder, learn deeper, and your results will start making sense. Once your learning OS is humming, life gets weird in the best way. You start answering questions other people haven't even thought to ask. You start moving faster. You start seeing the game behind the game. You don't get seduced by tactics anymore because you understand the principles. And when things break, you don't panic. You just update the system. So the goal now isn't to just learn more. It's to build a machine around how you learn. A system that compounds your insights, feeds your decisions, and evolves with you. Because the next level you're after, it won't be reached through effort alone. It will be unlocked by the right idea at the right time with the right system behind it. So with that being said, let's talk about mastery through mentors and models. So if knowledge is the path, mentors are the shortcut. If systems are the engine, then models are the map. Nobody masters anything in isolation. Not really. You get farther, faster, when someone who's already been there pulls you into their slipstream. At this point, you understand that knowledge unlocks everything. It's the foundational piece of literally everything. You understand that without a working learning OS, you're just collecting trivia. But there's still one multiplier left. One variable that accelerates all the others. People, mentors, coaches, models, frameworks. The people you learn from define how fast you evolve. Who you choose to listen to is the most important decision you make. Not what you study, not even what you do. Who you trust to show you how. That's the kingmaker variable most people ignore, usually because of ego. So let's just call it what it is. You wait too long to get help because you don't want to feel like a beginner. You don't want to admit that you don't know something. So you distract yourself with input, books, YouTube, Twitter threads, self-paced courses that you never finish, but you know what you really need? A real human. Someone who can see you, point out your blind spots, call out your lies, accelerate your reps, push your edge, and you can't do that by yourself. And deep down, you know it. Most of your plateaus aren't knowledge problems necessarily. They're sequence problems. Someone else already solved what you're stuck on, but you're too busy proving yourself to ask. If you just admitted it sooner, you'd skip the whole spiral. So how do you actually choose a mentor? If their life doesn't look like the outcome you want, why are you listening to them? And that's the rule I use when I'm choosing a mentor or when I'm choosing who to read or look from or take advice from. I look at, does that person have what I want? Has he or she helped others get it? And are they still playing or have they played the game at a higher level than me? Do they have what I want or a life that I would like to have or something in their life that I would like to have? Have they helped others get it in some way or another? And do they still play or have they played the game at a higher level than I have? But mentors are rare. Sometimes they're expensive, they take time. You might not get direct access yet, even though it's the best access. That's where models come in. Mental blueprints, frameworks, archetypes, case studies. You can model someone's thinking, decisions, and systems even if you never meet them. You just have to study them like a scientist. So I've reverse engineered entire business models just by watching what someone does over time. Not what they say, what they repeat, what they double down on, what they ignore. It's all signal. If you're paying attention, you can learn their algorithm. What does their calendar look like? How do they speak about money? What do they prioritize in the first hour of their day? What frameworks show up over and over in their content? Study that. Copy their process, not their style. The fastest path to mastery is immersion, being around people who are already fluent in the thing you're trying to learn. Not just reading their work, but being in their room, watching how they think, not just what they say, seeing what questions they ask, what they assume. You don't get that from content. You get that from contact. So that's why private masterminds, group programs, and elite communities are so powerful. Not because the information is better, but because the norms are different. The baseline is higher. You calibrate faster when everyone around you is operating at a higher frequency. You stop needing constant motivation because you're surrounded by people who normalize ambition. You stop making excuses because nobody around you entertains them. You grow by absorption. That's what real proximity does. And yes, it costs money. Yes, it feels risky. But what's the alternative? More free PDFs? More months of figuring it out? At some point, you either pay in money or you pay in time, but you always pay. You just have to choose your currency. One regenerates, one doesn't. Every level of your life was unlocked by someone else's brain. A teacher, a book, a mentor, a stranger who said one sentence at the right moment. You're one right person away from a completely different direction in your life. Never forget that. Every quantum leap in my life had a name attached to it. I didn't climb the ladder, I was pulled, but only because I asked. So don't expect them to chase you. They're not gods, but they're also not Google either. Respect their time, respect their energy, and show them with action, not with flattery. Everything you've just read from first principles to mentors was designed to crack one idea in your nervous system. Nothing is off limits if it's not forbidden by the laws of physics and you're willing to seek the knowledge. That's it. That's the law. Everything else is noise. Now, if you're tired of going in circles, tired of trying to learn from 100 conflicting sources, tired of being one Google search away from your next identity crisis, then stop doing it alone. Join our free community from the first link in the description. Get in the room, meet the people working on the life you're still dreaming of. And if you're serious, actually serious, then book a call with me from the second link in the description and let's figure out what's possible for you when the right knowledge, the right guidance, and the right system are finally in your corner. With that being said, let's discuss the review. So we went over the overview, we talked about first principles thinking, the physics of possibility, the illusion of obstacles, knowledge as the key variable, building a learning operating system, mastery through mentors and models, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, get inside the free community so you're no longer trying to figure out everything alone. Surround yourself with people who are walking the same path, solving the same problems, and thinking at a higher frequency than your current circle. Isolation is a slow death. Proximity is leverage. And if you're done dabbling and ready to build something real, then book a one-on-one clarity call with me from the second link in the description. We'll look at where you're stuck, what you're missing, and how to design the shortest path to the outcome you actually want. Finally, pick one impossible goal that's been haunting you. Now apply the principle. Is it actually impossible? Or is it just that you're missing the knowledge? Start asking better questions, find the people who've already solved it, and make the pursuit of knowledge your full-time job until the problem bends, because it will every time. With that being said, thank you for being here. If this brought any amount of value to you or your life or helped you in any way, please hit the subscribe button or the like button, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be talking about today is how to rewire your mind to manifest on command. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is the power of the subconscious, uncovering hidden patterns, reprogramming the mind, embodiment and action, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the power of the subconscious. So if you don't understand the force of your subconscious, you'll always feel like life is just happening to you instead of through you. And this part of your mind is like the operating system behind the screen, running every program in the background without you actually even noticing. And the subconscious is what shapes your thoughts, your habits, and automatic reactions. And because of that, it ends up shaping your entire reality without your conscious permission. Now, scientists estimate that as much as 95% of your decisions and behaviors are driven by subconscious patterns. That means you're only consciously steering about 5% of the time, which is terrifying if you've never stopped to actually question what's actually driving the ship. Imagine trying to swim upstream while an invisible current is pulling you the other way. That's basically what happens when your subconscious programming conflicts with what you consciously want. And so neuroscience shows that once a neural pathway is reinforced enough times, it becomes your default response. This means that your subconscious doesn't just influence your reactions, it literally sets the rules for how you experience the world. The more you repeat the same thought, the stronger the neural pathway grows and the stronger the subconscious grip becomes. And over time, you find yourself living the same patterns on repeat because your brain has been wired to basically expect and reproduce them. And this is why positive thinking without any subconscious work doesn't necessarily stick. If your subconscious is still wired for lack or doubt, you'll automatically self-sabotage no matter how many conscious affirmations you throw at the wall. And it feels like two voices arguing in your head, but the subconscious will always win because it's automated and it's faster. And the only way to win is to rewire that deeper level so that the subconscious is no longer fighting your conscious goals. Now, once you see how much of your life is actually driven by hidden programming, the natural question becomes, how did those programs get there in the first place? So most of your subconscious blueprint was installed during childhood when your brain was in highly suggestible states. Before the age of 7, you absorbed the beliefs of your parents, teachers, and environment like a sponge without any critical filter. And those early impressions became the foundation for how you interpret money, love, self-worth, and success. If you repeatedly heard money doesn't grow on trees, that phrase didn't just stay there as a sentence, it became a law in your inner world. You grew up believing that resources are scarce, so even as an adult, you unconsciously repel opportunities or downplay your value. Now, the subconscious is heavily shaped by emotion. When something is tied to strong feelings like fear, shame, or joy, it sinks deep into the subconscious and becomes a core program. And these emotional anchors are why it's often so hard to shake old beliefs, even when you logically know that they don't serve you anymore. A child shamed for speaking up, for example, may grow into an adult that's terrified of self expression, and no amount of conscious motivation will break through unless that emotional imprint is replaced with a new, stronger one. Now, recognizing how early and deeply these patterns were installed basically explains why so many people feel stuck repeating cycles that they desperately want to escape. So, look, the subconscious doesn't just shape your thoughts, it also controls your perception of reality. So two people can walk into the same room and experience completely different worlds because of the filters their subconscious has built. Your brain basically deletes, distorts, and generalizes information to match what it already believes, which means you're never seeing objective reality. You're seeing your programmed reality. If your subconscious believes you're not worthy of love, then you will literally miss signals of affection around you. And you'll either downplay them, dismiss them, or unconsciously sabotage them, and then you'll say, see, I knew it. This creates a self-fulfilling prophecy or loop where the subconscious constantly proves itself right. And this is why cycles of lack, rejection, or struggle often feel unbreakable. Now, the beauty of this mechanism is that once you change the program, the filter changes too. You will start noticing possibilities and opportunities that were always there but invisible to you. And what you'll realize is that actually the world hasn't changed. You have. And this is where manifestation really begins to feel almost magical, quote unquote, because your outer world starts mirroring the inner blueprint. Now, once you grasp that the subconscious is not just shaping your actions, but also the very lens through which you see the world, well, the next step is learning how to uncover the exact patterns that are currently running your life. So let's talk about uncovering hidden patterns. So you can not rewire what you cannot see, and you cannot defeat what you refuse to acknowledge. There are limiting beliefs sitting quietly beneath the surface of your thoughts that are camouflaged as truths, like just the way things are, or the way things should be, or the way things could be. And so they can be almost unnoticeable, but they silently steer your choices, sabotage your actions, and bend your reality to fit their story. And so this is why shining a light on these hidden stories is basically non-negotiable if you really want to take control of your mind. The easiest way to identify your limiting beliefs is to look directly at your life. Your outer results are almost always an echo of your inner programming. They're nothing more than the echo of your inner programming. Every area where you feel stuck, struggle, or repeat negative cycles is basically proof that a limiting belief or a limiting subconscious pattern is in charge. And if you keep hitting the same wall no matter what you try, well, the wall is not outside of you. It's most likely inside your mind. So pay close attention to the statements you say in your head without actually thinking. Phrases like I can't, or I'm gonna try, or I'm not the type of person who, or that's just my luck. Those are not random thoughts. They are subconscious commands and suggestions that are being carried out in real time. And the words you use and the thoughts you have are the software of you. They program you, literally. And because these statements feel natural, you rarely question them, and that's how they stay alive. And the moment you start recognizing them as beliefs instead of facts, they begin to lose their power. So the same struggles show up again and again, disguised in different clothes. If you attract the same kind of toxic relationships, constantly lose money, or always get overlooked, well, that is not a coincidence. It's a subconscious loop that is basically replaying itself over and over again. And until the internal changes, you'll keep experiencing the same external. Life doesn't just hand you what you want, it hands you what you unconsciously expect through your thoughts and through your words. And once you start spotting the fingerprints of these limiting beliefs in your results, the next step is to really just dig deeper and figure out where they came from. So limiting beliefs don't appear out of nowhere. They're almost always planted in you by your environment, and most often in your earliest years when your subconscious was wide open. You absorbed rules about money, love, health, and worthiness from your parents, teachers, culture, and religion, and because you were too young to filter them, you basically accepted them as gospel. And those truths then hardened into invisible laws that you live by. Now, think back to the messages you constantly heard growing up. Did you hear money doesn't grow on trees, or don't get your hopes up, or people like us don't get ahead? Each of these phrases was like a seed that got planted in your subconscious soil, and over time it grew into a belief that now dictates how far you allow yourself to go. Now, if you grew up hearing your parents fight about bills, for example, you may unconsciously equate money with conflict. As an adult, you may subconsciously push money away just to avoid the stress, or you might spend it all just to avoid the stress. And so, if you were told to stop dreaming or to be realistic, you may now feel guilty even entertaining bigger visions for your life. So, another thing here is trauma or emotional experiences, especially painful ones, carve deep imprints into the subconscious. For instance, if you were abandoned, rejected, or humiliated, those moments may have solidified beliefs like, I'm not lovable, or I'll always be left behind. And the reason your brain does that is because it goes through heuristics. It basically creates these shortcuts of thinking that are a lot of the times faulty. And even decades later, those beliefs still color your relationships and cause you to unconsciously recreate the very situations that you're actually trying to escape. Now, the subconscious doesn't distinguish between old pain and new experience. It keeps replaying the same script until you rewrite it. And so once you acknowledge the roots of those beliefs, the next logical step is learning how to confront them directly instead of letting them hide in the shadows. So bringing a belief into the open is like shining sunlight on mold. It cannot necessarily survive in full awareness. The act of naming the belief, saying it out loud, and actually admitting its influence already weakens its hold. So the subconscious pattern loses a big part of its power the moment it is actually dragged into the conscious mind. So write down the areas where you feel most stuck and then ask yourself, what would someone have to believe in order to create this pattern? Then ask yourself multiple times if you have to, why would they believe it? What was the positive intention of the belief? And keep peeling back the layers until the raw belief reveals itself. For example, constant financial struggle may not just be about money. The core belief might be, I don't deserve abundance, or I'll never be good enough. And the goal is to get beyond the surface layer and uncover the deeper identity level belief. Now, the people around you often see your blind spots more clearly than you do. So you should also pay attention when others repeatedly point out the same weaknesses or habits to you. Instead of dismissing that criticism, you can use it as a mirror into your own subconscious. So for example, if multiple people tell you that you downplay your talents, well, it's a sign of an inner belief about unworthiness. The consistent external feedback is reflecting something about your internal programming. And the specific feedback, for example, points to a belief that you might not deserve recognition or aren't as valuable as others see you. When multiple people independently notice the same pattern, it's usually not coincidence, but rather your subconscious belief manifesting in observable behavior. Now, another example is if you constantly hear, for example, that you're too much or too intense, maybe the belief hiding underneath is, I need to shrink myself to be accepted. Now, when people frequently tell you that you're too much or too intense, it can create an internal belief that you need to basically diminish yourself to be accepted, and repeated feedback from others becomes internalized. When you hear something often enough about yourself, it can transform from external criticism into an internal belief through repetition. And because multiple people are saying it to you, you start to think that they must be right because there's now multiple people saying it. And this particular feedback suggests that there's something wrong with your natural expression or energy level. And the subconscious may form a protective belief that you need to shrink yourself to be accepted as a way to basically avoid rejection or criticism. And this hidden belief then will influence your behavior, and you might start holding back, filtering yourself, or toning down your natural enthusiasm. It becomes part of your identity level programming that affects how you show up in the world. And this is basically how external feedback can create limiting subconscious beliefs that then shape your actions and experiences. Now, with the hidden beliefs now exposed, the challenge becomes figuring out what to do with them. Awareness is obviously the first half of the battle. A lot of people are not even aware of these beliefs, but change requires something more. Once you uncover a limiting belief, don't be surprised if your mind tries to defend it. The subconscious clings to old programming because it equates familiarity with safety, even if it's untrue. Even if a belief is damaging, it feels safer than the unknown. And this resistance is proof that the belief is rooted deep, and it's also proof that you're on the right track. Now, the mind will come up with logical reasons to keep the belief alive. It will whisper, that's just how life works, or you don't really have control. These arguments are smokescreens designed to keep you from pulling the belief out by its roots. And so when you hear those excuses, recognize them as just signs of the subconscious protecting itself, and don't fight the resistance directly. Just acknowledge it and then redirect your focus back to the new reality that you actually want to create. Now, beliefs become basically cozy cages. You might not like the limits, but they feel familiar, and that familiarity tricks you into thinking you're safe. You might have lived at some point in your life in an apartment that you actually now, looking back, you didn't really like, but it just felt like home at that point because it felt safe and familiar. And so breaking free requires courage to actually sit with discomfort until the new belief feels natural. Now, every transformation passes through discomfort first. On the other side of resistance is always freedom, and the subconscious eventually will adapt to the new truth once it's repeated enough. So once you've pulled your limiting beliefs into the light and actually faced their resistance head on, the next phase is all about constructing a new inner reality that overwrites the old blueprint completely. So let's talk about reprogramming the mind. Now, once you've uncovered the old programming and dragged it into the light, the real work begins, meaning replacing it with something stronger. The subconscious cannot exist in a vacuum. If you strip away an old belief but fail to plant a new one, well, the mind will default back to what it knows. This is why so many people relapse into the same destructive habits after temporary bursts of motivation. A new blueprint must be installed deliberately, repeatedly, and with emotional intensity until it becomes the new normal. So the first step in building a new subconscious program is deciding exactly what you want it to be. I mean, you cannot create a powerful reality from vague desires like I want to be happier or I want more money. The subconscious responds best to precise instructions. It needs vivid, detailed imagery and a clear identity to latch onto. Think of it like programming a GPS. You can't just say, take me somewhere nice. You must give the exact destination. And so instead of saying, I want health, decide what it actually looks like. Is it earning $10,000 a month? Or instead of saying, I want wealth, decide what you want it to actually look like. Is it maybe earning $10,000 a month, being debt-free, or building a business that gives you freedom? The more specific you are, the sharper the image in your mind. Now, numbers, places, and timelines give your subconscious something solid to actually work with. And without this, the mind drifts aimlessly and your old patterns will creep back in. Now, it's not just about what you want to have, but about who you must become. And this is probably more important. The subconscious responds most powerfully to the identity level statements. Instead of I want to get fit, it must hear I am the type of person who moves my body daily and eats like an athlete. And when you root the new belief in identity, your behaviors naturally begin to align without force. Identity sticks longer than temporary motivation. And once the blueprint is actually designed, the next challenge is embedding it deep enough that the subconscious accepts it as real. So visualization is one of the most direct ways to communicate with the subconscious. The brain does not fully distinguish between what is vividly imagined and what is actually experienced, which means that when you rehearse your desired reality in detail, your subconscious accepts it as truth. So you must imagine with as many senses as possible. Don't just see the image. Try to hear the sounds, feel the textures, notice the smells. If you're imagining wealth, picture the weight of cash in your hands, or the sound of payments hitting your bank account, the feeling of walking into a room with quiet confidence, the notification on your phone, for example. The more real it feels, the more your subconscious locks it in. And 10 minutes of vivid immersion beats hours of half-hearted daydreaming. Even a minute of vivid immersion can beat hours of half-hearted daydreaming. So pair the imagery with elevated emotions like joy, gratitude, or certainty. Emotion is the language of the subconscious. When you feel the joy of already having the thing, well, your subconscious wires it in as if it's already real. And you don't need to wait for the external result to actually feel the emotion. You can generate the emotion now to create the result later. Every time you feel the new state, your subconscious builds a stronger case that this is who you actually are. And a quick tip here, if you're not the best in terms of imagination, and it's hard for you to always imagine these things, you can actually just do it once and then just write out everything in very vivid detail on a piece of paper or on a Google Doc, for example, and just read that over and over again. And as you read it, you imagine it. Now, vivid imagination lays the foundation, but without reinforcement, the old programming will creep back in. And this is where repetition becomes key. So the subconscious mind learns by exposure and consistency. It doesn't change because you thought a new thought once. It changes because you've introduced the new thought so many times that it has become the default. This is why daily rituals are so critical. So, for example, in the morning, the first thing in the morning before your conscious mind floods with distractions is prime time for installing new programs. Visualize your desired self, repeat empowering identity statements, and set the tone for your day. Now, the mind is most suggestible after sleep because the subconscious is still active. So starting your day with new programming prevents old loops from actually hijacking you. Now, at night, right before sleep, is another golden window. Whatever you think about last sinks directly into the subconscious as it takes over during sleep. Each day, by affirming the identity you're building and imagining yourself already living it. And this will create a cycle where your subconscious replays the new program all night long. Now, repetition alone won't stick if you don't back it up with evidence. The subconscious trusts action over words every single time. And so every new belief must be confirmed by small daily actions. This is how the subconscious accepts it as real. So if you tell yourself you're a confident person but keep avoiding conversations, well, your subconscious calls your bluff. But if you step into even one uncomfortable conversation and prove to yourself that you can handle it, the new belief starts to gain strength and it becomes faster and faster if you actually do it. So start with small, winnable actions that reinforce the new identity. If your blueprint is I'm a successful entrepreneur, then take one action daily that actually proves it. And so each small win will send a powerful signal that the new program is true. And these actions build upon each other, creating a snowball effect. As I said, it becomes exponential. Now, you must act as if you already are the person you want to become. Walk, talk, and make decisions from that identity. The subconscious responds more to the embodiment than to empty affirmations. You actually have to, you actually have to take some action and act like this type of person that you're trying to become. So when you act in alignment with the new belief, your subconscious no longer sees it as a stretch. Over time, this closes the gap between who you were and who you've become. Now, once the new blueprint is imagined, repeated, and confirmed with action, the final layer is learning how to live it fully out into the real world, so it becomes second nature rather than something you have to force. So let's talk about embodiment and action. So rewiring the subconscious only comes full circle when you begin living as the person you've programmed yourself to be. So it's not enough to just visualize. You need to, or to repeat affirmations and take occasional small actions. You need to actually embody the new identity. So true manifestation requires you to fully take on this new identity, to step into it in your daily life until it becomes natural, automatic, and unshakable. And this is where the blueprint stops being an idea and becomes your lived reality. So you don't manifest what you want, you manifest who you are. And that's why identity level change is the most powerful form of transformation. The subconscious responds more to who you consistently are than to what you occasionally say. If your self-image conflicts with your desires, the subconscious will always side with your identity. So start saying, I am instead of I want. I am disciplined. I am confident. I am abundant. These statements anchor your subconscious into identity instead of lack. And at first, they might seem a bit weird. You might feel weird saying them because maybe you feel like you are not this person yet. But if you say it enough times, and if you actually take these small actions that we talked about earlier to embody these statements, well, then over time, you are quite literally becoming this person, and it won't feel like a lie anymore. So these statements, as I said, anchor your subconscious into identity instead of lack. And when you declare it often enough and back it up with action, your subconscious stops treating it as a stretch and starts treating it as reality. Once the subconscious believes it's true, well, your actions will start to naturally align without as much resistance. You won't even have to think about it because you're just this person now. And so living your new identity means no more waiting until you feel ready. You show up as that version of yourself right now, today, in small ways and in big ways if you need to. And so if your new identity is a successful entrepreneur, you don't wait until you hit a revenue goal to behave like one. You start carrying yourself with the mindset and the habits of that person today so that you eventually get the results of that person. That's how it happens. You change first and then the results happen, and not the other way around. It's not first results and then identity afterwards. So each consistent act becomes proof that reinforces the subconscious blueprint. So once identity is solidified, the next piece is behavior. And because actions are what anchor the identity in reality. And so the subconscious learns by what you do more than by what you think. Every choice you make tells your subconscious who you are, which means every action either reinforces the old story or strengthens the new one. Embodiment is about making decisions from the new identity instead of the old. So ask yourself before every choice, does this action actually line up with the person I am becoming, with the person I am, in other words? If the answer is yes, then you do it. If the answer is no, then you drop it. That simple practice is what rewires your life faster than almost anything else. And so this removes endless overthinking because the question creates clarity in seconds. It's literally, does this align? Yes or no? It's very binary. And over time, your actions build a stack of evidence that convinces your subconscious the new identity is real. So actions build on themselves. The first few may feel a bit awkward or forced, but each one builds confidence, and confidence builds momentum. Now, momentum creates more action, which deepens the belief, which then fuels even more action. And eventually, what once felt unnatural becomes effortless. So as behavior starts to align with the new self, the next challenge is maintaining emotional alignment, because emotions are the fuel that power the subconscious. So the way you feel on a daily basis either strengthens or sabotages your manifestation. You can't embody abundance while walking around in a constant state of fear, doubt, or frustration. Your emotions must match the identity you've actually chosen. So don't wait for circumstances to give you the feeling. Generate it now. If your new self is actually confident, practice walking, talking, and breathing as if confidence is already yours. If your new self is abundant, then cultivate gratitude and generosity even before the money has arrived. And spend time each day deliberately stepping into the emotional state of the version of you're becoming. The subconscious records the emotion as evidence that this is actually real. Now, when you slip into negative emotion, don't panic. Use it as feedback, because it's your subconscious signaling that old programming is trying to sneak back in. So shift it very quickly through gratitude, movement, or visualization. The faster you correct, the less grip the old emotion holds. Now, once your emotions line up with your actions, the next step is to build environments that reinforce the identity instead of fighting against it. So you can only embody your new self fully if your surroundings stop dragging you back into the old one. Now, environment includes not just your physical space, but also your relationships, your routines, and even the media, the books, and everything you actually consume. Every piece of information. So everything around you is constantly reinforcing an identity of some sort. If you surround yourself with people who expect the old version of you, well, they will unconsciously pull you back into it. You must either set firmer boundaries with them, which with certain people is easier than with others, or elevate your circle to people who support and reflect the new identity. And so you can spend more time around people who already embody the traits and the results you actually want. And their presence alone will actually pull your subconscious upward, because you're now in a completely different circle, and your subconscious will already start thinking like, why are we in this circle? Something must have changed. And so your physical environment should feel like it actually belongs to the identity you're stepping into. So if your new identity is clean and organized, then clean, organized, and intentional spaces will reinforce that clarity and growth, while clutter and chaos will reinforce the old stagnation. So upgrade your environment piece by piece, from your clothes to your workspace to your home. Every upgrade basically tells your subconscious, this is who I am now. This is the choice I'm making, the vote I'm casting for this new identity. And once your environment supports the identity, what seals the embodiment is persistence, the discipline to actually stay in it long enough for it to hardwire into your subconscious. And the subconscious doesn't rewrite itself overnight. Embodiment requires repetition over time until the new identity is not just something you practice, but something you are. It becomes inevitable. And the people who transform their lives are the ones who stick with it through the days it feels natural and through the days it feels fake and where it feels like a lie. So you must decide that there is no going back. The old identity is dead. And every step forward is reinforcing the new one. And every decision you make answers to that new identity. So this decision is more powerful than motivation because it eliminates any other option. Every time you show up despite resistance, you tell the subconscious that this is actually permanent. You are this person. Now, embodiment is about believing before you see. If you wait for the external world to confirm it, you'll never make it stick. You'll always feel stuck in that old identity. So you must walk as if it's already yours, even when there's no proof yet. And that leap of faith is what will lock you in the subconscious, that will lock the subconscious belief faster than anything else. Eventually, the external proof does show up because the inner shift makes it inevitable. Because as you become this person, you will start taking the actions of this person. And so the external will materialize from the internal. And so living as the embodied self is what turns manifestation into something predictable instead of something mysterious. And from here, the final step is just tying it all together into a clear path of review and actions. So as you can see from the review, what we covered is the power of the subconscious. We went over uncovering hidden patterns, reprogramming the mind, embodiment and action, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, take 15 minutes today to identify one limiting belief and write out the opposite empowering belief that will replace it. And repeat it out loud and visualize yourself already living as if it's true. Each morning and night, spend 5 to 10 minutes imagining your desired reality in vivid detail, pairing the imagery with strong emotions until it feels real in your body. And finally, take one action today that reflects the new identity you're embodying, and it doesn't have to be massive. What matters is that it just proves to your subconscious that that change is actually real and happening. With that being said, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give it a like, subscribe, comment below, and let me know what you enjoyed and what you would like to see. If you want to work with me personally, one-on-one, then book a call from the second link in the description. If you want this document along with this training and free group coaching calls every week, then join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello, and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is skill stacking mastery. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the foundation of skill stacking, strategic selection of skills, rapid acquisition and application, synergistic multiplication of skills, building your digital talent empire, anti-fragile future-proofing, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's talk about the foundation of skill stacking. So you most likely grew up surrounded by people parroting the same old gospel, which is to pick one skill, pick one thing, and just master it. And they told you that the path was narrow and straight and that specialization was the only way to win. And that's not just outdated nowadays, it's pretty much dangerous. The world you're in is unpredictable and it moves at the speed of code and culture. And new tech, new markets, new threats, and new opportunities appear seemingly overnight. And if you're relying on a single trick, you're setting yourself up to get blindsided. Today, the fastest path to real leverage is to stack complementary skills, not to obsess over perfecting one lonely specialty. The truth is, entire careers and industries can really vanish with a single update, a viral trend, or an algorithm change. The safe bet of being a one-skill wonder is really an illusion. And the people who win today are the ones with layers, people who blend skills and create new value from unexpected angles. If your whole identity and income are tied to one skill, you're pretty much fragile. You can't pivot, you can't recover quickly, and you're at the mercy of changes you can't really control. There's always someone younger, faster, or cheaper right behind you, and if your edge is thin, you lose it the moment someone hungrier shows up or when a tool automates your quote-unquote superpower. And remember, if you're old enough, if you remember Blockbuster, Kodak, and BlackBerry, those were giants that got toppled because they couldn't adapt, not because they didn't have mastery. So skill stacking is how you bulletproof yourself. This is how you build a foundation that lets you weather any storm, jump on any trend, and pivot before everyone else even knows what's really happening. And it's not about being a jack of all trades and a master of none. It's more so about being a master of combinations. So to explain it better, imagine you're building a group chat from scratch. At first, it's just you. Nothing's really happening. No conversation, no energy, just you really staring at the screen. And unless you really like talking to yourself, it's most likely pretty boring. Now, if you add a second person, now you have a conversation going. You add a third person and suddenly the room comes alive. There are now multiple conversations possible. For example, you and friend A, you and friend B, friend A and B together without you, and even all of three of you together. The possibilities multiply with every single new person you add, not just by one, but by a lot, and they multiply exponentially. This is what's called the network effect. Each new person added to the chat doesn't just bring one new conversation, they actually multiply the energy and possibility of the whole group. With 3 people, you've now got several possible threads. With 4, it kind of gets wild. Add 5, and the number of connections really explodes. And just as you can see in the image, this is basically what the network effect looks like. Now, if you swap out people for skills, you understand where this is going. One skill, you're stuck playing with one set of possibilities. Add another skill, and now you have more ways to basically solve problems, more ways to attack challenges, and more ways to earn, create, and connect. Add a third, and you're off to the races. The ways those skills mix and match are basically endless. You go from okay to unfair advantage in record time. And you're not just a coach anymore, for example. You're now a coach who can write sales copy, close deals, shoot videos, and build systems. You're not just a designer, you're a designer who can build funnels, automate workflows, and persuade through words. So people with just one skill keep hammering at the same locked door. You, on the other hand, are going to be the person with a ring of keys. So the magic isn't in really having 3, 4, or 5 disconnected skills. It's the unique combinations you make and how each skill multiplies the effectiveness of the others that matters. You become the only person in the room who can connect the dots in your way. Think about mixing colors, for example. Red, blue, yellow, a bit boring on their own, but if you blend them together, now you get every color in the rainbow. Most people are mixing paint with basically one color and wondering why their canvas looks flat. And that's the true network effect. You're not just adding, you're now multiplying your potential. You're making yourself uncatchable because you see and create opportunities that others can't even spot. And you land deals, solve client problems, and build audiences in ways the specialists can't even understand. And if one skill goes out of style, well, you have 5 others to lean on. You're basically anti-fragile. So once you internalize this, you'll stop thinking in boxes. You'll see opportunities everywhere because you're never limited by just one approach. You can blend copywriting with psychology, coaching with tech, sales with automation, and you can pivot your offer, your business model, or your entire career on a dime, basically, and nobody can really keep up with you. You become the one person who can jump into any trend and dominate because you have the right mix of skills, not just depth in one. When the world changes, you change with it, and everyone else is stuck in traffic. You, on the other hand, take the side roads. If you ever want to break out in a new market, you build a personal brand or launch a new service, you have all the tools you need in-house, at least until you're overworked, and then you might have to hire some people, or when you get a ton of clients. So here's the twist. Stacking doesn't mean you have zero depth. It really means that you have depth in connections. Instead of digging one deep hole, you build a network of tunnels, each one giving you access, insight, and the ability to move unseen while others are trapped in a single trench. You see opportunities nobody else sees because you understand how disciplines intersect, and problems that seem hard for others kind of look simple to you now because you have more tools and perspectives. So you can always reinvent yourself or your offer without really losing any momentum. Now, every skill stack starts with a base, and your base skill is your trunk, your home base, your anchor. Everything else branches out from there and makes the whole system stronger, more dynamic, and more unique. So start with what you already have going for you. What's the one thing that people praise you for? What do you lose hours doing because you actually enjoy it? For example, if you enjoy reading and learning more about health and fitness, that's a clue. What have you already sunk time into? That's your trunk. Don't overthink it and don't wish it was something else, at least not for now. People usually ask you for help with your base skill before you even realize it's valuable, because a lot of the times people's base skill seems pretty easy to them. And for one reason or another, people have this misconception that if something comes easy to them, then it's not valuable for one reason or another. Now, if it feels easier, lighter, and almost unfair compared to the other skills that you might have, that you might be struggling with, then that's a clue as well. This isn't about being the best. It really isn't. It's about finding your unfair edge and using it as a launchpad. This is what everyone has done. Next, you basically scout for the best possible branches to add. Don't just grab random skills. Look for the ones that amplify and multiply your base. These are your force multipliers. Now, for example, if you're a fitness coach, stacking digital marketing and video editing makes you a brand, not just a trainer. If you're a writer, stacking sales psychology or copywriting and funnel building makes you now a revenue generating machine. Every new skill doesn't just sit in your pocket. It actively multiplies the value and earning power of every other skill you have. And if you're planning on building a business or anything online for that matter, you will have to build and learn other skills regardless. So you might as well take control of that first. Now, being good enough at 3 or 4 skills will take you farther, faster, and higher than 99% of the world's single lane obsessives. And the idea is combinations, not isolated mastery. So stop asking yourself, how do I become the world's best at X? And start asking, what weird, powerful combination could make me unstoppable and irreplaceable? And don't worry, over time, with enough patience, with enough work, with enough learning and implementing, eventually you will become one of the best at X, regardless of the combinations. But now you'll also have the combinations next to it. So most people grind away for decades to become a name in one narrow field, which you might still become. It's not one or the other. Those aren't mutually exclusive. You leapfrog them by stacking 3 or 4 skills to 80% and then mixing them in ways nobody else even imagines. You learn faster because you only need to really get good enough to play the game, not to be perfect. And you don't have to wait a lifetime to become world class. You just need to connect the dots better or faster. So, in turn, you become flexible, unpredictable, and always in demand because you're not easy to label or copy. And if someone tries to box you in, you basically jump out and hit from another angle. You always have something else to offer, even when the markets dry up or trends flip. And you can walk into any room, spot the missing link, and take charge because nobody else has your combination. You go from new market to new market, from one platform to another, always relevant, always dangerous. And you create your own category instead of really fitting into someone else's. The top performers in the digital world are never just one thing. They're unicorns, people who built their own recipe. Now, I know Elon Musk is not everyone's favorite example, and he's not the world's single best at engineering, storytelling, or negotiation, but nobody else alive blends them like he does. That's why he bends industries. So if you don't like the Elon example, just look at the top creators online, or at least the creators that you like, and you'll most likely see that they mix psychology, storytelling, writing, tech, branding, and business. And they own the audience because nobody else can do what they do in the way they do it. And if you look at consultants, the most expensive consultants can read data, pitch clients, design slides, and close deals. And they get paid 10 times more because they can connect the skills that others keep separate. Every week, you wait to stack, someone else is moving ahead, making more connections and building unfair leverage. The world, unfortunately for a lot of people, has zero mercy for people standing still. The sooner you start, the faster your network effect compounds and the sooner you can become untouchable. Every skill you stack now gives you an edge that lasts for years. So don't let perfectionism or some kind of indecision stop you. Just start learning and stacking. The people who don't stack are the first to get crushed by change. The ones who do are the last ones left standing. So once you see the network effect, you can't really unsee it anymore. Suddenly, the whole game shifts from what am I missing to what should I stack next and how do I stack smarter, faster, and more strategically than anyone else. That's exactly where we're going to go next. So let's talk about the strategic selection of skills. Now, stacking is only really powerful if you choose your skills with intent. You can't just collect skills like random souvenirs from airport gift shops and expect to end up rare. You want a combination that multiplies your value and gives you unfair options in the market, not a messy pile of disconnected tricks. Now, this section is basically about knowing exactly what to pick and why, so you don't waste years wandering through skills that don't really play well together. Now, keep in mind, for a lot of people, they might think that their skills of choice that they want to stack are disconnected. And most times, even though I've said that here, a lot of the times that's not true. So take, for example, some kind of a home services skill, such as plumbing, and just think about how many plumbers actually know copywriting. Not a lot. Why? Because they seem disconnected. They seem irrelevant together. However, imagine now a plumber who actually does know copywriting. Now they can actually write their website out the right way. They can write ads for themselves. And now imagine if they also add the skill of advertising, or at least online advertising. Now they know online advertising, copywriting, and, for example, plumbing. Now they can basically leapfrog other people in their industry because they have all these skills themselves. And someone like that can literally shortcut their business success by years just because they've learned those skills. And not only that, but they can save a ton of money. Not only that, but those skills can now help them actually hire the right people, because how do you hire? How do you know if somebody is a good advertiser? Well, the best way to know is if you yourself are a good advertiser, and when you go and hire an advertising team, you'll know what they're talking about and whether they're actually good or not. Same goes for copywriters. So your stack has to start somewhere real. Anchor it to your main skill, the thing you're already decent at, or the thing people already see you as. It's not about what sounds cool on social media. It's really about what puts food on the table and what keeps you curious and in the game when everyone else quits. So you need to be brutally honest with yourself about what your true base is. If you're always getting praise for your clear explanations, whether that's through speaking or writing or any other way, that's a clue. So if it's through speaking, then you know, I have the skill of speaking. If it's through writing, then you know, I'm probably going to be pretty good at writing if I actually start to hone that skill. So those are clues. If you can't stop tinkering with tech, that's also some kind of a base, or at least some kind of a clue. So don't base your stack on what you wish you were good at. Start where you actually are. Every additional skill needs to boost this base or unlock new levels for it. If it doesn't, then ditch it and look for something better. The best skills to stack are the ones that amplify each other. You're not just collecting badges. You're building a machine where basically each gear has to spin the next. Skills that naturally combine and feed off each other create a snowball of value that grows as you add more. So think writing and marketing, for example, or coaching and persuasion, design and branding, or social media and public speaking. These combinations don't just make you versatile, they give you literally superpowers. They allow you to shrink time. You want the kind of skills that, when fused, let you play in bigger arenas, solve more complex problems, and charge more money for them. Each new skill in a good stack should make every other skill you have more powerful, not less. That's the mark of a killer combination. So always check the real world before you pick your next skill. The best stacks are built for demand, not for daydreams. So if nobody's paying for your combination, you're not really stacking, you're stalling. You're just adding things to the pile of things, you know. So scan the market. What are people actually buying at the moment? Where are businesses desperate for a solution, not just another body? And please, for the love of everything, don't let this be an emotional decision. Actually, go into the market and see what people and businesses want. The more rare your combo, the less competition you have, and the more people will pay you for it. Look at who's making the kind of money or impact or lifestyle you want and study which skills or stacks got them there. So you can also copy the proven paths before you to invent your own. Or before you invent your own. And the best thing here to do is look at all the creators online or the people that you actually admire and look at what skills they had to acquire to get them where they are. And now you might be thinking that you're just copying people and so on, but you are a variable as well. And that variable makes that skill stack unique as well, regardless of the fact that you maybe copied the exact skills other people have. You are the variable as well here. So don't overthink your choices forever. You can't predict every twist in the road. Your advantage is in the speed and your action. So pick a skill that feels like a multiplier and give it a few months and see how it plays with your base. If it multiplies your value, then double down. If not, try to pivot to the next as quickly as possible. You learn more, and to backtrack a bit, even if you pivot, don't think that the skill you just learned and gave a few months on and spent a few months on will be invaluable. It might not be valuable right now with the current skill stack you have, but in the future, it might be extremely valuable. So for example, one thing that I really enjoyed doing when I was younger, in my teenage years, was just playing around with Photoshop and Lightroom and so on, and taking pictures actually with a camera. I enjoyed that from a very young age, probably from the age of 8 or 9 or so, from what I remember. I even took photographs with my phone just because I enjoyed taking pictures of things. And so I thought over time that, maybe this is just a useless skill that won't make me any money or won't make me any better in the marketplace. So I decided to learn a different skill and offer it to businesses, which is at the time was advertising. So I started a social media marketing agency. And after I hired a few clients, or not hired a few clients, after I acquired a few clients, I started doing advertising for them, but I needed pictures from them of their place. So I went to restaurants a lot, so a lot of local businesses, and I needed pictures from them of their restaurant so that I can use it for advertising and so on. And it turned out that a lot of these places didn't really have good pictures. Now, me, with my camera and my knowledge of Photoshop, which might have not been much, but it was more than theirs for sure. At that time, I took that skill and actually went to those businesses, to those local businesses, and took pictures of their place and edited those pictures and made them look pretty so that they can attract more eyes on the advertising. And now that seemingly unrelated skill of just taking photographs and playing with Photoshop actually played really well with the advertising skill that I acquired basically over time. Now I wasn't just, an advertising agency or having an advertising person. I was a person that could come to your business and also take photographs and videos and edit them and so on, and use them for advertising. And I knew how to advertise and manage those ads. So don't necessarily think that if you learn a skill and you give it a few months and it doesn't play that well with your base right now, that it's invaluable or not invaluable, or that it's not valuable at all. It will be valuable most likely at some point, but maybe not right now. So you're looking for skills that will multiply your value right now. And when you find one, double down. And if not, pivot to the next. You never know when that skill might come in handy though. So you learn more from doing than theorizing. So test small, offer your new skill to a few people, join a new project, launch a side gig, or make a sample piece of work. And listen to the response. Did people light up? Did you suddenly become useful in ways you weren't before? Did people pay you money for your skills? And look, remember, you don't need to marry your choice. You can break up with skills and niches, for that matter, that don't really stack well. So stack ruthlessly. Don't make this emotional. And don't just chase what the gurus hype up. Your stack is unique to you. The skills that light you up will stick, and the ones you hate will always stay at a very mediocre level. So look at what is unique to you. Look what you actually want to learn and what you're curious about. Over time, you might find that the skills that you actually hate, you only hate because you don't necessarily have other skills that you need to have before you actually love the skills that you hate. So you'll never push through the learning curve on something you secretly hate. So pick skills you could actually see yourself doing for hours when nobody's watching. If you're a natural at breaking down complex ideas, for example, you can stack that with teaching, copywriting, and video, not coding if code puts you to sleep. And skills you enjoy are the ones you'll stick with long enough to get dangerous at. So look at how people you admire build their stacks. The best creators, coaches, agency owners, or any digital product seller all have some kind of a custom combination. So for example, the person who dominates social media marketing isn't just good at outreach. Otherwise, they won't be dominating social media marketing. They blend outreach with offer crafting, persuasive writing, funnel strategy, sales psychology, and most likely advertising. For example, the copywriter who charges $10,000 per sales page isn't just a writer. They're good at writing, but they also stack direct response, funnel building, client management, personal branding, and most likely sales, so that they can actually sell those sales pages for 10,000. Now, the top coach, for example, is never just a coach. They're a content creator, a group leader, a marketer, and a relationship builder all at once. And people who break through do it because they combine skills nobody else bothered to master at the same time. And so most people waste years learning skills that look impressive but never really pay off because they don't multiply their main asset, at least not at that time. So random new skills are a trap if they don't plug into your base in one way or another. Every year there's a new hyped skill, so don't get distracted by what's popular. Get obsessed with what's powerful for you right now and what will make you more valuable in the marketplace right now. And if a skill drains your energy or pulls you away from your money or your money moves, cut it loose. Now, if you want to shortcut your selection, I would say focus on the Power 6 that basically amplify almost any stack. And those are writing, sales, marketing, storytelling, public speaking, or some kind of speaking, and digital tools or automation. Nearly every digital empire is built on some mix of these. Just look around. Writing is probably the most important one. Everything starts with words, from sales pages to ads to emails to sales scripts to video scripts to captions to offers. Everything starts with you sitting down and being able to actually put words on a page in a clear way. And the next one will most likely be sales. So as you might know, if you don't have any sales, you don't have any business. So if you can close, you'll never be broke. Marketing and advertising. Now, you could be great at writing, you could be great at sales, you could have a great offer, yet if you don't have any leads or know how to advertise or market yourself, well, then you're not gonna get very far. So knowing how to get attention and build buzz multiplies everything else. And marketing doesn't have to be necessarily paid marketing or paid advertising. It can be organic marketing. If you can learn social media platforms, if you can learn if you can become a master at Instagram, for example, you now know how to market on Instagram. You now know how to market your offers or businesses and so on online, even though it's just on one platform for now. The next one would be storytelling. If you can hook emotions, you can lead tribes. And if you learn how to tell stories, which humans are wired for to listen to, then you can obviously command attention. You can also learn public speaking, as I said, or some kind of speaking. This could be on video or actual speaking on stage. And this will destroy the shy competition, quote unquote shy, and put you on stage. And you'll have an advantage others don't have. Now, automation or some kind or digital tools or even AI is what will let you scale and clone yourself so you can do 10 times the work in half the time. And this is also, especially now, a great skill to have. So mastering even 2 or 3 of these layered on your core will make you unstoppable in almost any industry or any digital space, such as info products, agency, coaching, or even things outside of that, such as, e-commerce. So don't freeze up worrying about the perfect stack. The real danger is overthinking and ending up with nothing. So get moving, test combinations, and watch how much faster you'll grow when you actually build with intent. The real magic is about to happen once you know how to actually acquire these new skills without wasting years or burning out. So let's talk about rapid acquisition and application. So the whole point of stacking is really to build an arsenal, not to waste years grinding for perfection in every area. You win by getting good enough, fast enough to combine and use your skills before everyone else even finishes their introduction course. This is where most people choke, they freeze up, convinced that they need 10,000 hours to break in. That's not true. So you'll leapfrog your peers by learning what actually matters, skipping the fluff, and immediately putting your skills to work in the real world. The secret weapon here is the Barada principle, the 80-20 rule. You don't need every tool in the toolbox. 80% of the results come from the first 20% of effort. So go for the critical basics in every skill and let everyone else stress about mastery, at least for now. You don't have to become a boardroom shark if you want to master negotiation, for example. You can just learn the handful of levers such as anchoring, silence, or closing, and you'll already be outmaneuvering 90% of the people you meet. Now, when it comes to writing, Hemingway wasn't built in a day. Most people never learn to write cleanly, clearly, and persuasively. So if you can nail headlines, structure, and storytelling, you'll sound elite compared to the wall of text most writers churn out. Now, when it comes to video, you don't need Spielberg's skill set. If you can cut clips, add captions, and keep it visually engaging, you'll most likely crush the majority of creators who never even try. Now, when it comes to sales, if you can learn basic objection handling, emotional drivers, discovery, and how to close the loop, nobody will care if you've read 30 sales books or if you can get them to say yes on the phone. Now, when it comes to psychology, you need to just get curious about what makes people tick, why they buy, what scares them, and what excites them. It's shocking how few even really attempt this, and it's the cheat code for every other skill you'll stack. Now, if you just collect knowledge, you'll also end up another smart but broke person. So application is what cements your learning and accelerates your growth. Now, there's always going to be a phase of learning and then practice or application. Or doing both at the same time. But this is what's going to really cement your learning and accelerate your growth. So get your hands dirty from day one. Build tiny projects, run experiments, pitch friends, record videos, rewrite cold emails, whatever gets your reps in for that particular skill. And let the world punch holes in your approach. The feedback loop is what sharpens you up. And it does it way faster than private studying ever will. Now, the first dollar you make with a new skill teaches you more than 100 hours of tutorials because you now know how to replicate that. And every project is a lab, so test, measure, tweak, iterate, and keep moving. You can always sharpen up later, but you can't optimize what you never start. So start first, start practicing, start applying, start implementing, start trying to get clients. The internet puts world-class training at your fingertips, so you don't need to enroll in a university to get good at anything, at least nothing that really is a digital skill that you can make money with. Every book, course, mentor, and breakdown is available online if you know where to look and what to skip. So pick the best summaries, distilled guides, and cheat sheets, and skip the bloated textbooks and the endless busy work that universities usually give you. On the other hand, you can join communities, join Facebook groups, Discord servers, Slack workspaces. Find the people obsessed with what you're learning and ask for shortcuts, breakdowns in real-world context, or just literally people have this need to, in community specifically, to actually share what they're learning. So just read what they're learning and you'll be able to shortcut your learning that way. Now, don't just learn from the winners. Study what they don't do as well. So invert the learning as well. Find what's unnecessary and save yourself the pain. Now, if you wait until you feel ready, you'll also stall forever. So set a hard time block and pick micro skills and go all in for 1 hour at a time. Make skill acquisition a ritual of some sort. So turn off your distractions, block the calendar, and decide what tiny chunk you'll dominate today. So for example, just open Google Calendar, put a time block of 1 hour, and literally label it as learning sales or something, or practicing my sales script. And stack your hours over weeks and months and a year of this, and you'll have more skills than the people who study for years and never ship. Each new skill makes it easier and faster to pick up the next, and the flywheel gets stronger, not weaker. So you'll go 10 times faster if you have someone holding your feet to the fire, even if it's just a peer, a mentor, or a public post where you show your progress. So team up with someone learning the same skill, or a friend, and race, challenge, and critique each other. Or even find a friend who's learning a different skill and just challenge and critique each other that way and learn together. You can also invest in a coach, one of the best things you can do, even if it's just for 1 or 2 calls. Their feedback will cut your learning curve in half and most likely will give you a lot of direction. Finally, you could also post your progress online and build in public or share with your audience. You'll never want to look stupid in public, so you'll most likely work harder. And even if you look stupid in public, it will most likely be a learning experience that you can then use in whatever you're learning. So don't just focus on isolated skills as well. So practice combining them as soon as you're even slightly dangerous in both. The whole point is to create synergy, not just to fill up your LinkedIn. So take your basic writing and pair it with new sales chops. Write your first sales letter. Mix psychology with public speaking. Give a persuasive presentation on Zoom. Blend design with content and build a landing page and see if people click. The more you combine, the more unique your output, and each project gives you a playground to connect dots others don't even know exist. And release what you make, even if it's rough, even if it's not the best. That's most likely better. Speed trumps polish at this stage, so feedback from real-world results will beat theory every single time. Now, nothing replaces sheer volume of reps. As you know, Alex Ramosi really likes to say volume negates luck. So every new attempt is a stepping stone. You're not just stacking skills, you're stacking proof that you can do what most people only talk about. And that seeps into your identity. So build the muscle of showing up, doing the work, learning, and repeating. Skills are earned by sweat, not by reading and learning alone. And track your progress, see what's working, double down on the combos that get result. And the more you do, that get results, and the more you do, the easier it will get. Every finished project will increase your confidence and your market value. Now that you know how to get good fast, the next play is really learning how to link those skills so tightly that your value multiplies every time you add a new one. And this is where the real power starts compounding and where you begin to see yourself playing at a different level than everyone stuck in specialist mode. So let's talk about the synergistic multiplication of skills. So obviously, stacking skills is where things go from incremental to exponential. The power isn't in just adding a bunch of talents side by side, it's in how those talents fuse, multiply, and unlock opportunities you couldn't have planned for. So this section is more so about moving from scattered ability to unstoppable combinations. And if you get this right, you'll look back in a year wondering why you ever played it so safe. So the best skills don't just coexist, they spark each other to new heights. When you blend 2 or 3 well-chosen skills, each one doesn't just add its own value, it amplifies what the others can do. And suddenly you're producing results and insights that nobody else in your market can really touch. So think about a copywriter who understands sales psychology. Their words don't just sound pretty, they make people reach for their wallet. Toss in some basic funnel strategy and suddenly their writing isn't just persuasive, it's profitable. Now, if you look at a coach who can shoot videos, edit them, and push them with killer hooks, well, they're not just waiting for referrals, they're actually now building an audience, automating trust, and multiplying their revenue every single month. Some of the best ideas in business come from slamming together skills that seem totally unrelated. Storytelling plus data analysis gives you basically viral content backed by numbers. Design plus automation turns static assets into income streams that never really sleep. So when you reach the synergy zone, your competitors don't or can't keep up, even if they try to copy you. Why? Because your stack is unique. No one else has your exact blend, your voice, your fingerprints on every project. As I said earlier, you are also a variable here. So if you stack sales, marketing, automation, and speaking, you become the person who can write their own ticket. Jobs, clients, deals, and partnerships basically come to you. Everyone else is fighting for the same copywriter or coach gigs, and you invent your own game and play by your own rules. Even when others try to imitate you, they fall short because they don't have the years of trial, error, and unique perspective that shaped your specific stack. Even when people try to imitate your videos, they can't really do it. So synergy isn't just a solo play. When you combine your rare stack with the stacks of other high performers, you unlock even higher levels of possibility. If you're a marketer who teams up with a tech expert and a content creator, you can launch offers and build ventures faster than any person could alone. So join groups where everyone has stacked skills. Watch the explosion of creativity you get and the execution as people build on each other's superpowers. A community of skill stackers isn't just a network, it's a breeding ground for innovation and new money moves. And you can see that a lot in places like Silicon Valley, for example. Now, when you have a blended stack, you attack problems from angles nobody else can really see. You see patterns, loopholes, and shortcuts that single skill obsessives miss completely. A designer who also knows conversion strategy sees exactly where a landing page is leaking money. A fitness coach who understands habit psychology can reprogram a client faster than a one-size-fits-all expert. And when challenges hit, you'll pull solutions from multiple toolkits, weaving together fixes and ideas in ways your competition can't really match. So you don't waste weeks getting outside help or scrambling for answers. You can basically solve things on the spot because your skills talk to each other. Now, the world flips upside down every year. People who only do one thing panic. Stackers pivot, adapt, and win while everyone else is still figuring out what just happened. Now, if your main market dries up, you just switch lanes and keep going. You never start from zero, you just remix your stack and attack the next opportunity. You choose your projects, your clients, your market. You don't get bossed around or boxed in. And technology changes fast, but a good stack gives you endless ways to stay valuable even as the tools shift. And this is where you'll stop being a copywriter or a coach and become your own brand of rare. People can't put you in a box, and that makes you unforgettable. You stand out online because nobody else really sounds, acts, or solves problems quite like you, or even just thinks like you. And your voice cuts through the noise because you don't have to beg for attention. You're known for the results your unique stack creates. And your journey becomes an asset. People follow you because they want the map you've built, not just the skills you've learned. And as you keep stacking, every new skill will add another multiplier. You move from earning a living to basically building a legacy. And the first year you stack, you double your value. By year 3, you're playing a different game than everyone else around you. Your skill stack makes you money in ways you never planned for. Consulting, products, speaking, royalties, and deals you never saw coming. And your network gets stronger. Opportunities come to you. You get invited into rooms that were closed before, and you can now pick and choose. And you leave a mark because your work keeps evolving. Each stack unlocks new projects, new audiences, and new power. And when you hit the synergy zone, your career, business, and reputation start to snowball. And the next step is really learning how to organize your stack and build it into a system so you're not just juggling skills, but running a talent empire that runs itself. So let's talk about building your digital talent empire. So stacking skills is really just the beginning. If you want to actually dominate, you have to organize, systemize, and scale your talents into something bigger than just your own work. Most people stop at, I have a bunch of skills, and you're not here for that. You might have been here or at this place already. So you don't want that in the future. You want a digital talent empire, an engine that produces results, money, reputation, and freedom whether you're working or not. And this is how you go from freelancer or solopreneur to basically category king. Now, your empire needs a structure. Every skill you've stacked has to have a home, a purpose, and a workflow. Think of it like building a dashboard for your life and business, a Notion board, an app, a whiteboard, whatever lets you actually see your skills at work. So lay out every skill you own, make it visual, draw out the connections between them so you can actually spot gaps, overlaps, and untapped combos that could unlock more leverage. Each skill should serve your main mission. If something isn't moving the needle or opening up new lanes, then either fix it or let it go. And organize your stack into core skills, support skills, and experimental skills. Core is your foundation. Support amplifies. Experimental is where you test new ground. Now, an empire runs on systems, not willpower. So you need recurring processes for learning, applying, and upgrading your skills so you're never stagnant and always compounding your edge. So build templates, SOPs, checklists for every repeatable process. Outreach, onboarding, content, pitching, product creation, all of it. And use tools like Notion or Trello to basically track every project, experiment, and skill sprint. Your empire lives and breathes on clarity, not chaos. So try to organize everything. and leverage Zapier, Make, or AI assistants to handle the grunt work, or at least some of the grunt work that they're able to handle, so you're freed up to focus on creative moves and new opportunities. Now, your empire only grows when you ship, so execution turns your skills into assets, offers, and results that actually matter. So set hard deadlines for launching products, campaigns, or new skill applications. Nothing matters until it's really out in the wild, into the marketplace. Every launch is a lab. Collect feedback, tweak, improve, and relaunch. Your digital empire isn't a static monument. It's a living, breathing experiment. So record what works, what flops, and what surprises you, and build your playbook so every win gets easier to repeat. Now, your empire prints money because you build offers, products, and services that multiply your impact. So skills alone don't make you rich. Packaging and selling them does. So bundle your skills into some kind of a premium offer or offers, done for you services, coaching programs, digital products, retainers, e-commerce businesses, or some kind of a group experience, and always sell outcomes, not just effort. Build customer journeys that guide prospects from discovery to trust to buying, and let your skills automate relationship building and scale your income. And finally, diversify your revenue streams, at least to some degree. Stack one-on-one, group, digital, affiliate, and even equity deals or or businesses in other industries. And your stack gives you options no one skill player can touch. Now, coding is great for this because you can basically code multiple projects at the same time and basically, in a way, have multiple businesses at the same time while the skill remains kind of the same. So the market pays a premium for authority, story, and identity as well. So you want to be known for a signature stack, a category of one that nobody else can really fake. So craft a personal brand around your unique stack. Show up consistently with the same voice, themes, and positioning until people know exactly what to expect from you. And turn your journey, lessons, and frameworks into content that builds reputation and trust while you sleep. Finally, build an audience or a tribe or a mastermind or a community of people who value your perspective. Your empire gets bigger the more you share your playbook. So don't be scared of oversharing. Finally, true scale happens when you plug your stack into bigger opportunities, joint ventures, licensing, hiring, and even delegating the pieces you've mastered to someone else. So hire, partner, or mentor others who can run parts of your system while you move up to higher level work, and align with other empire builders whose stacks fill your gaps. Two complete stacks make for unbeatable synergy. And invest in or take a piece of projects where your stack is the missing link to massive upside. Look, your empire is your insurance policy. So when trends flip or platforms collapse, your systems, assets, and diversified stack keep you moving forward. No single skill or market can really kill your momentum because you have backup plans in every lane, and your empire grows as you grow. Every new skill gets mapped, systemized, and scaled up. And the ultimate win is basically having an empire that buys you your time back and lets you play, explore, and grow without panic or pressure. Once your talent empire is up and running, the real game becomes about defending it, evolving it, and making it truly anti-fragile, able to not just survive shocks, but come back stronger after every hit. That's where we go next. So let's talk about anti-fragile future-proofing. So building a skill stack is obviously impressive, but making it anti-fragile is really what separates winners from the herd. You want a setup that doesn't just survive shocks, but gets stronger with every punch the world throws at you. When most people panic at change, you grow more powerful. So in this section, you'll see how to bulletproof your stack, absorb blows, and turn setbacks into fresh sources of leverage. So you never want all your chips on one skill, one market, or one income stream. Redundancy is your insurance policy, unless, for one reason or another, the skill, the market, or the income stream is really producing huge upside at the moment, and that's what you want to focus on. It's why you build a stack in the first place, to guarantee that if one branch breaks, then the tree keeps growing. So design your empire so that multiple streams are always running. If one gets blocked, the others keep you fed. When a platform bans you, a tech tool vanishes, or a trend dies, you can switch lanes instantly because you've already built out those lanes in advance. So for example, this is what a lot of people's argument on building an email list is about. Because if, for example, for one reason or another, you're building an audience on Instagram and for one reason or another, Instagram decides to ban you, well, you still have an email list that can still keep you fed. So it's never about luck. It's about stacking the odds in your favor so you never get caught flat-footed. So the world won't stop spinning. Every year brings new tools, trends, threats, and tech that make old ways obsolete. Anti-fragile players adapt on instinct because learning and evolving are basically built into their DNA. So schedule skill sprints, as we talked about, stack reviews, and personal audits. Never go more than 3 months without asking what's missing, what needs to basically level up, and fold every new skill into your system. Don't just learn, organize, automate, and deploy it where it counts. And finally, run controlled tests on new offers, platforms, and marketing angles. Most experiments will flop, believe me. The rare wins will pay for everything 10 times over. Now, the real superpower is how you handle chaos. Anti-fragile stackers are never afraid of turbulence because they just trust themselves to adapt, pivot, and profit from chaos. So treat every crisis like an unsolved puzzle. There's always opportunity. Get obsessed with asking, where's the hidden upside? What new skill, angle, or market is opening up because of this? And never fall in love with any single tool, platform, or strategy. Stay loyal to your mission, not to your methods. So also use stress, failures, and losses as fuel for your next level. Most people shrink from discomfort. You have to use it to expand your options and sharpen your edge. Now, true future-proofing means having a mix of skills, projects, and plays running at once. You become impossible to disrupt because nobody can really predict where you'll strike next. So run 2 or 3 offers, audiences, or business models at the same time. And what fails in one arena often succeeds wildly in another. Now, a huge caveat here. This is at least in the beginning. I'm not talking that you need to run 3 businesses at the same time forever. In the beginning, you might start a few different things and see which one basically aligns with the market the best. And then you focus on that. And then your skills, the skills you learn, the skills you stack, should align around that one thing, at least for a while, until you build that to a point where you working more doesn't necessarily mean you make more, because now you have people that you've hired, for example. We can go deep into this, but that's not the point here. What I'm saying is you don't have to run 2 or 3 offers, audiences, or business models forever and just so that you can't be disrupted. We're talking about starting like this so that you can see which one aligns with the market and then focusing your energy on that. And rotate your learning and focus so your stack always stays fresh and dynamic. This is how you avoid boredom, burnout, and most likely irrelevance. So also pour resources into skills and systems that have long-term payoff, not just short-term dopamine hits. Every setback is just a stress test for your system. So anti-fragile empires don't break, they recalibrate and come back even harder. When you take a hit, lose a client, get banned, or a launch flops, lean on your other skills and systems to pick up the slack. And document every failure and what it taught you. Build a war journal of sorts so that every hit you take is another lesson banked for the future. This is how people basically build business playbooks. The longer you stay in the game, the more unstoppable you become because every loss is recycled into new leverage. And most of your most valuable lessons will come from failures. So make sure to write those down. Make sure to log them somewhere. Now, the irony is the fastest way to build an anti-fragile stack is really to chase discomfort on purpose. Seek out hard projects, new markets, and unfamiliar tools, and lean into what others avoid, and you'll always be the first to spot the next big wave. Say yes to things that scare you. Run towards risk when everyone else runs away. And most opportunities are hidden behind what looks like chaos or difficulty. When you get comfortable there, you stop competing. You start winning by default. And the person with the strongest stack is always the one who took the most swings, failed the most, and learned the fastest. So by building your stack for anti-fragility, you make yourself the most reliable, versatile, and unshakable asset in any room. The final step is really to step back, look at what you've built, and double down on the habits, mindsets, and systems that will keep you expanding for decades to come. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the foundation of skill stacking, the strategic selection of skills, rapid acquisition and application, synergistic multiplication of skills, building your digital talent empire, anti-fragile future-proofing. We're at the review right now. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, list your current skills, map out your stack visually, and highlight the connections, overlaps, and missing links. Then choose one multiplier skill you'll add this month and block time each week for deep, focused practice and real-world application. And then finally, blend 2 or more of your core skills into a micro offer, a project, or a piece of content that proves the power of your stack in the wild, in the marketplace. With that being said, thank you for being here. If you want to join the free community, the link is in the description, the first link in the description. If you want to work with me personally, then book a call from the second link in the description. Once again, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to like, comment, subscribe. And again, thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome back to the channel. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to escape the matrix and reclaim your life. Now, I want to make it clear before we even start this video that me making this video doesn't mean that I have necessarily gone through all of these things and achieved all of these things. We're all on the same path, and we might be on different stages of that path, but this is just my interpretation of every step of the way in which you achieve that freedom and you escape the matrix. So with that being said and that being clear, as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be covering today is first the overview itself, distraction freedom, financial freedom, time freedom, location freedom, people freedom, purpose alignment, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that being said, these are all the steps that you will probably have to take in order to be free and quote unquote escape the matrix. So let's start with the first one, which is distraction freedom. So freedom means nothing if your mind is hijacked. You can have all the money, you can have all the time, you can have all the mobility in the world, but if your focus is scattered, your nervous system is fried, and your self-control is shattered, you're still not free. You're just a prisoner in a prettier environment. So most people aren't chained by jobs anymore. They're chained by habits. Habits shaped by algorithms, ultra-processed dopamine loops, and invisible addictions that mostly run on autopilot. If you don't claim back your focus, the matrix wins. And this time, it's not through cubicles and commutes, it's through TikTok, sugar, porn, and doom scrolling. And this is the fight for your mind and your identity. So the chemical that used to keep you alive and now keeps you enslaved is dopamine. Dopamine is supposed to reward meaningful effort, like building, connecting, or solving problems. But now it's short-circuited. You can hit the reward button without doing anything hard, and that shortcut kills your drive. When you flood your brain with easy dopamine through porn, fast food, cheap likes, and constant novelty, your baseline drops. You lose the ability to feel joy from real life. The gym bores you, deep work feels impossible, and conversations feel flat. So you don't need to be a full-blown addict to be enslaved, actually. If you can't go 24 hours without reaching for your phone, binge watching nonsense, or numbing yourself with food, you're already hooked, and it's costing you your future. So your phone isn't a tool. It's a slot machine in your pocket. That's at least how most people use their phones. Every app is engineered to literally pull you in and keep you there. Infinite scroll, autoplay, red notifications, they are not accidental. You are the product, and your attention is being sold. Turn off every notification that isn't mission critical. Remove every app that serves no purpose other than numbing you, and delete the shortcuts to distraction. Create friction, use website blockers, turn your phone grayscale, put it in another room while you work. You don't rise by having more willpower. You rise by needing less of it. And you only need less willpower when you're not surrounded by slot machines. So if you never feel bored, you're in trouble. Constant stimulation makes real life feel intolerable. You crave noise, novelty, dopamine hits, and entertainment 24/7. When you remove them, you feel lost. And that's the withdrawal. That's the real you waking up again. Boredom is not some kind of a bug. It means your dopamine receptors are healing. It means you're rebalancing. So sit in that silence. Let your nervous system slow down. Let yourself feel again. When you break the stimulation loop, you reconnect to reality. Suddenly, a walk feels refreshing, reading feels nourishing, deep work feels satisfying. You remember who you were before you got hijacked. Everything you consume is either medicine or poison. Highly processed food is not fuel, it's engineered addiction. They literally engineer that food in labs to keep you addicted. It keeps your body inflamed, it keeps your mind foggy, and your discipline weak. You're easier to control. Mindless shows, gossip feeds, outrage culture, it all lowers your vibration. So entertainment is made in that way too. You think it's harmless, but over time it conditions you to crave drama, avoid reality, and resist effort. You start preferring to watch other people's lives on Netflix rather than living your own. And when it comes to your input, you need to audit what enters your mind. Podcasts, books, videos, are they actually building you or numbing you? Choose content that actually sharpens your mind, strengthens your mission, and upgrades your identity. Every habit you repeat is either programming you or freeing you. Habits don't just dictate your results, they dictate your beliefs. And when you break promises to yourself, even small ones, you lose trust in your own word. So build a morning routine that anchors you before the chaos of the world creeps in. Even 30 minutes of just solitude, silence, movement, and clarity will change your entire trajectory. Momentum doesn't come from motivation, it comes from action. So pick one keystone habit like journaling, walking, going to the gym, or cold showers and execute it no matter how you feel. For me, specifically, it is going to the gym. That is one thing I do every single day or try to do every single day. Sometimes, of course, life happens, gets in the way, and I miss it. I'm a person too. But for me, the gym is my keystone habit. No matter what, I try to go to the gym. If nothing else happens in my day, I will be going to the gym. So when it comes to your surroundings and environment, your surroundings shape your behavior more than your willpower ever will. If your home is a shrine to distraction, you will fail by default. So design your space to actually serve your goals. Make good habits easy and bad habits hard. So remove temptation. Don't rely on discipline. If the junk food's in your kitchen, it will win. Always does. It always does. If your browser remembers the porn site, it will call you back. Eliminate the decision point. Minimalism isn't an aesthetic thing, it's a strategy. Less clutter, fewer tabs, fewer distractions, more focus, more calm, more power. So another thing you should do is stop identifying as someone who tries to be disciplined. I hear that all the time from people. You're either a sovereign human being or a dopamine puppet. You don't kind of want to take control. You either take control or you don't. Now, when it comes to your standards, raise them. You don't scroll all day. You don't poison your body. You don't consume junk content. You don't make excuses. That's not who you are anymore. When you say no to distraction, you say yes to purpose. Every small win compounds into self-respect. And eventually, discipline becomes your default, not your struggle. Now, distraction is the new slavery. Discipline is the new liberation. Real freedom is doing what you said you would do when you said you would do it, whether you feel like it or not. That's ownership and that's maturity. When you're not pulled in 1,000 directions by things that don't matter, your nervous system relaxes. Your brain clears, your life gets quieter, richer, and more vivid. In that space, you don't just become more productive, you become more powerful. You finally see what actually matters, and you finally hear your own voice again. So once your mind is clear and your impulses are no longer in control, you finally have the focus and discipline to build something real. And the first thing that needs to be rebuilt is your income, because financial freedom is what will turn that internal clarity into external leverage. So let's talk about financial freedom. Now, without financial freedom, every other type of freedom is just a fantasy. If you're still relying on a paycheck from someone else, you're still owned by the system. It doesn't matter if you make 6 figures or minimum wage. If someone else controls when you get paid, how much you get paid, and how long you have to work for it, you're not free. You're just better compensated for your cage. Most people stay trapped not because they love their jobs, but because they fear what happens without them. That fear breeds quiet desperation. It wears you down until you stop dreaming entirely and start justifying the very prison that's draining your energy. Financial freedom isn't a pipe dream. It's not reserved for the ultra wealthy or the hyper lucky. It's a strategic outcome that you can engineer once you understand the rules of the game and stop playing by someone else's. So if what you do for money can't be done online, you're still shackled. Physical jobs, no matter how noble or skilled, come with walls. Geography and scheduling dictate everything. But when you build an income that's entirely internet based, you unlock leverage, scale, and flexibility instantly. So, remote work isn't just about working in pajamas or traveling, it's about unshackling your income from a physical location so that your earning power is no longer determined by where you live, who you report to, or how long you commute. So, the world runs online now, and you can just accept it. We live in the world of AI. Most of the people watching this channel probably already know this, but still, the world runs online. Businesses live and die by their digital presence. If you offer something valuable in that space, you're never without options or opportunity. So you don't get to be free without learning how to make money on your own. And the first step is learning a remote skill that has high market demand and low entry barriers. This doesn't mean going back to school. It means choosing something real, useful, and monetizable that you can learn within 30 to 90 days and improve over time. And you've got thousands of options nowadays. You can become an appointment setter, you can become a closer, you can become a video editor, you can become a copywriter, you can become a virtual assistant. These aren't hobbies. These are real remote revenue generating skills that businesses are already desperate to pay for. So, for example, with appointment setting, you can start with zero experience and still get paid just for booking calls. If you can message, follow scripts, and handle objections, you're valuable. Or if you can dial people on the phone. With closing, usually to become a closer, you would first have to be an appointment setter most of the time, unless you've done some closing in the past. With closing, you can learn how to sell on the phone or Zoom, and you can command commissions that far exceed salaries. You control your income with your words. Video editing, with content exploding online, skilled editors are in constant demand, and you help brands and creators stand out, and you can do it from anywhere. Now, copywriting, for example, if you can write words that sell, or at least learn how to write words that sell, you'll never be broke again. Every business needs copy. Emails, ads, websites. Copy is the backbone of online commerce. And a quick tip on copywriting, because I used to do it back in the day. If you want to learn copywriting real quick, read all the top books on copywriting and start writing copy for imaginary products. This is what I did in the beginning. I literally would look around my house and try to find something in my house that I would write copy for. And then I would just write copy on Microsoft Word and just literally sit down and write copy for that product and try to make it sound amazing. And I would sometimes on purpose pick products that weren't exciting, like a fan or something like that. With closing, if you want to learn closing, by the way, link is in the description. You can book a call with us. Appointment setting, same thing. I would just go out and just start trying to close. Or I would just call my brother up and be like, can I practice this with you? Can I practice this pitch? Can I practice this objection handling framework with you? And so on. So if you're serious about freedom, eventually you must build your own. Freelancing is good. Once you have acquired that skill and once you have worked with somebody else and made some money online, it's now time to build something of your own. Freelancing is good. Employment is fine as a stepping stone, but the moment you own your own thing, your own offers, your own clients, your own income, you step into true power. So the best business to start when you're broke but hungry is an online service-based business. You can literally start with zero. You don't need capital. You just need a skill, you need some hustle, and you need some clarity. The fastest path to cash is providing services that solve problems and ask a lot of money for them. It's lean, it's simple, and gets you in the game fast. Coaching, consulting, copywriting, video editing, graphic design, funnel building, email marketing. These are the trenches. These are the games where the winners play. So you can sell your skill as a solution, not a service. Don't just offer editing, offer content that actually converts. Don't just do design, offer branding that makes money. This mindset shift puts you in a different pay bracket entirely, actually solving problems and actually packaging them in an attractive way. Now, once you've got a skill and clients, you need systems that scale. Set up lead generation, sales, onboarding, and delivery processes that don't rely entirely on your presence. Hire virtual assistants, editors, setters, and contractors to buy back your time. The goal is to build income streams that don't collapse the moment you take a breath. And then build relationships, not transactions. Happy clients will refer more clients. Repeat business scales your income without scaling your workload. And money is not the goal. The freedom that money creates is the goal. When you earn your own income remotely, you decide your hours, your clients, your priorities. You're no longer waiting for permission to live your life. Financial freedom doesn't mean you stop working. It means you stop working out of fear. And this is the thing that most people don't understand. Believe me, if you just stopped working, you'll feel depressed in a month. You work by choice, not obligation. You work because you want to, not because you'll sink without it. With financial pressure off your chest, your mind opens. You start creating, dreaming, expanding again. You wake up to possibility instead of waking up to survive. Escaping the matrix starts with learning to earn outside of it. This will take work, it will take sweat, it will take time. Another point on this is, what's your alternative? It will take sacrificing comfort now for freedom later. It's hard, but it's doable. Thousands of people are doing it every day. You just need to stop looking for guarantees and actually start building skills. And just start. Pick one skill, learn it deeply, sell it confidently, build systems around it. That's the playbook. Don't complicate it. When money is no longer a leash, everything starts to shift. You get to choose how your day looks, you get to say no, you get to travel, you get to pause, you get to think. You have time to take care of your body, you have space to repair your mind, you get to be the best version of yourself instead of a burnt out version of someone else's expectations. This is when you stop reacting and start designing. Life becomes a creation, not a reaction. And once the money part is handled, it's time to reclaim the one thing even more precious than cash: your time. So, time freedom is most likely the real reason you want money in the first place. You don't want money for the paper. You want it for the ability to wake up without an alarm clock, to spend your mornings however you want, and build a life that isn't run by obligation and deadlines. Most people make the mistake of earning more and working more, and they hit new income levels, but their time is still owned, scheduled, and sold. That's not freedom, that's just a fancier cage. True freedom isn't about not working, it's about owning your time. It's about choosing when, where, and how you spend your days. When your time belongs to you, everything else starts to click. Your health improves, your relationships deepen, your creativity returns. Now, the goal is to own your calendar, not fill it. Every hour you control is a piece of your life you've reclaimed. This means saying no to busy work, toxic clients, unnecessary meetings, and pointless errands. If you don't know where your time is going, someone else is deciding that for you. So start tracking and start auditing and start eliminating. Freedom isn't chaos. In fact, the most free people have the most structure. But the structure is built around their goals, energy, and lifestyle, not someone else's deadlines. So, systems save your time without sacrificing your income. Automate anything that doesn't require your personality or creativity. Use software to handle onboarding, scheduling, email follow ups, customer support, and file delivery. And sell assets that don't require constant time input. That could be a mini course, a template pack, a digital product, or affiliate offers. If you can create once and get paid repeatedly, you're winning back your hours. So eliminate the friction that eats your day. Shorten your workflow, remove unnecessary steps. If something takes 5 steps now, figure out how to make it take 3. And outsourcing isn't a luxury, it's a weapon. Hire people to handle the things you hate or suck at. This doesn't have to be expensive. You can start with a part-time VA, a freelance editor, or a contract designer. And every task you delegate gives you more hours to focus on things that actually move the needle, like building your brand, closing deals, or developing offers. Stop trying to do everything. You're not the best at everything, but if you spend your time only doing what you're uniquely good at, your business will grow faster and you'll enjoy it way more. So you can't protect your time if you don't respect it. Stop being constantly reachable, close your DMs, block off your mornings, turn off notifications. People will respect your time as much as you do. And this is a big thing that I realized myself. People didn't respect my time because I didn't respect my time. So people will only respect your time as much as you do. And build work hours that work for you. That might mean deep focus from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. and freedom for the rest of the day, or batching client calls on Tuesdays and Thursdays only. And the key is intentionality, not default. So make space for life between the work. Hike at noon, take Fridays off, cook a real meal, sit in silence. Don't just escape the matrix financially. Do it energetically as well. You don't find time freedom, you architect it. Decide what your ideal day actually looks like. Without this clarity, you'll default to grinding for no reason. Build your business model around that vision. If you hate calls, don't run a call-heavy business, or if you do, hire people to do the calls for you. If you love mornings free, Don't take coaching clients at 8 a.m. You're in charge of how your life is built now. That's the gift and the curse of freedom. No one's coming to fix your calendar. That's your job. So, time freedom needs to be protected just like income. Every few weeks, step back and ask yourself, is my calendar reflecting the life I want, or have I started overworking again in disguise? Cut, tweak, refine, keep simplifying, keep eliminating, because the more you grow, the more requests you'll get. Your job is to guard your time even more fiercely as your value increases. Some seasons are grind heavy, and that's fine, but they should be chosen, not imposed. And they should always lead back to more freedom, not more entrapment. Time freedom gives you what money alone never can. You can actually enjoy a meal. You can actually take a walk without checking Slack. You can be fully there with your kids, your partner, yourself. With time freedom, you finally have space to think, to dream, to try new things, to reconnect with the parts of you that got buried under the grind. And without time freedom, you will burn out, no matter how much money you make. But with it, you can keep going, you can keep growing, and actually enjoy the life you're building. So once your time is your own, the next obvious question becomes, where do you want to spend it? So when you can earn from anywhere, you no longer have to live anywhere you don't want to. Most people are stuck in a specific city, a specific house, and a specific routine, not because they love it, but because that's where their job is. Location freedom severs that cord. It breaks the chain that ties your income to a zip code. Once your income is remote and your time is yours, location becomes a choice instead of an obligation. You can live in the mountains for clarity, the beach for peace, or bounce between countries because the world becomes your playground. Location freedom isn't about becoming a digital nomad for Instagram clout. It's about never again being told where you need to be in order to survive. That kind of autonomy rewires your brain. You stop living reactively and start moving with purpose. Your life becomes lighter, faster, and more flexible. So, when you can work from anywhere, you naturally reduce the clutter that weighs most people down. You stop needing a giant apartment filled with unused furniture. You start valuing mobility over material. You learn to run your business from a laptop and Wi Fi, and this forces you to streamline everything. You remove what doesn't matter because you have to, and in doing so, you create more space for what does. You become agile. You can book a flight on a whim, chase good weather, visit family across the globe, or attend an event with a 48 hours notice without asking permission or arranging for time off. Location freedom is strategic, not accidental. You don't magically become location free by chance, you become it by designing your business, your systems, and your responsibilities to not require your presence in one spot. So it's intentional. So you need tools that work anywhere, a powerful laptop, cloud storage, project management software, and payment systems that don't care where you are physically. And you need strong routines and structure so that changing environments doesn't disrupt your workflow. Chaos doesn't make you free. Discipline inside freedom is where the magic actually happens. And I want to kind of stop here for a second and just make a little point here. Constantly jumping between countries because you have location freedom can be a form of distraction. So you should be a bit careful with that as well. Just jumping and being a digital nomad a lot of the times is just another form of escapism and can be another form of just distraction. When we're talking about location freedom, we're talking about not being tied to anywhere. We're not talking about jumping from place to place all the time. It means that if you do choose to move, you have the ability to do so. So the world is full of places that offer more for less. If you earn in dollars but spend in pesos, baht, or rupees, your quality of life can skyrocket. You can live like royalty in countries where your income stretches far beyond what it would in the West. Some places offer better weather, safer communities, healthier food, faster internet, and more welcoming people. Why limit yourself to one spot just because it's familiar? Living in different places expands your worldview as well. You experience new cultures, you meet new people, and get exposed to ideas and perspectives that shift how you think and who you are. Location freedom without discipline, though, is just distracted drifting. So you still need routines, you still need priorities. Freedom doesn't mean flakiness. It means choosing where you work, not whether you work. Just because you can work from Bali doesn't mean you should party every night and skip your commitments. Travel enhances your life. It doesn't replace the work required to maintain it. And the goal isn't to become a wandering freelancer with no roots, what I just said earlier. The goal is to become someone who can work, live, and thrive from anywhere without the world falling apart when they switch locations. And ironically, being able to go anywhere often deepens who you connect with. You meet people on similar paths: builders, creators, adventurers. Location freedom puts you in rooms with people who think bigger, live louder, and move differently. You build global friendships. You form bonds with people from different backgrounds. You stop thinking like a local and start thinking like a global citizen. When you surround yourself with people who also chose freedom over comfort, you start to normalize ambition, flexibility, and growth. And so you can live in one spot or many, stay still or stay moving. You can choose to have a home base and still travel when you want. Location freedom doesn't mean you have to be constantly moving, it means you're not forced to be anywhere. This is what I meant earlier as well. You can chase summers around the world, you can work from cities, nature, or cafes in Tokyo. The options multiply once the location barrier is gone. You control the rhythm: fast, slow, local, global, it's all up to you. That control is what gives the lifestyle its strength. You begin to live in environments that match who you are. Maybe cities drain you. Maybe nature revives you. Maybe the ocean calms your nervous system. Now you can live where your body and mind feel best, not where your job is headquartered. Your environment shapes your thoughts, and when you change your scenery, you often change your mindset, your goals, and your clarity. You're not just chasing location independence. You're chasing resonance. You're chasing environments that actually support the person you want to become. Now, each new place unlocks a different version of you as well. When you're constantly exposed to new places, languages, customs, and settings, you evolve, you adapt, you learn in a way that you can't learn from books, for example. You stretch your comfort zone until it becomes unrecognizable. You learn how to handle change, you become flexible, you become resourceful, and you build internal strength that people who never leave their hometowns might never touch. Eventually, you stop identifying with one country, one lifestyle, or one label. You become fluid. You become free, not just geographically, but psychologically. And once you can choose where you live and when you work, the next level is choosing who you allow into that life with you, because people can be anchors to specific places, specific times, specific versions of you, and that is not necessarily freedom. So, with that being said, next, let's talk about people freedom. It's not enough to earn what you want and live where you want if you're still surrounded by people who drain your energy and shrink your vision. People freedom means having full sovereignty over who you let into your mind, your calendar, your emotions, and your physical space. If you're still stuck taking calls you don't want, or entertaining conversations that go nowhere, or tolerating relationships that kill your momentum, then you're still in a cage. It's just a different kind. The people in your life either fuel your freedom or they feed your fears. There is no neutral. Every conversation, every relationship, every social connection is either building you or burying you. So once you get your time, money, and location back, the final layer of liberation is your social ecosystem. Because freedom isn't just about what you're doing, it's about who you're doing it with or without. So you become the people you spend the most time with, period. Most people are subconsciously shaped by the attitudes, ambitions, and assumptions of their 5 closest contacts. That means if you're around complainers, you will complain. If you're around builders, you will build. You don't rise above your circle, you reflect it. What your environment sees as normal becomes what you see as possible. If no one around you is making money online, traveling freely, or investing in themselves, then you'll start to feel weird for even trying. So you don't just need new strategies, you need new standards. And standards are contagious. Be around people who expect more of themselves, and you'll start expecting more from yourself too. Saying no is also a form of self respect. So is walking away. You get to choose who enters your space. You get to choose who texts you, who calls you, who gets your energy. Not everyone deserves access just because they've had it before. Sometimes you need to create distance before you can create freedom. That could mean stepping back from draining friends, setting firmer boundaries with family, or even leaving toxic business partnerships that no longer align. Cutting people off isn't cold, it's clarity. You're not required to maintain relationships that no longer serve the direction you're headed. That includes people from your past who don't believe in your future. And the right people amplify your momentum in ways you can't do alone. When you meet people who are walking the same path, it clicks fast. Conversations go deeper, support shows up quicker, you feel seen without having to explain yourself constantly. Being in proximity to high standard people speeds up your own progress. You start moving faster not because you're pressured, but because you're inspired. You get exposed to ideas, resources, and shortcuts you wouldn't find on your own. And you'll know when you've found your people, you'll feel it. It's not about status, it's about shared values, similar interests, similar mindsets, and mutual hunger for more. In order to do that, you have to actively build your tribe, not passively inherit it. So go where the people you want to become like already gather. That could be online communities, masterminds, retreats, or co working spaces around the world. Don't just take, give, share value, be someone others are glad to know. The more you contribute, the more your network compounds in depth and quality. And building aligned relationships doesn't happen by accident. Follow up, stay in touch, schedule real conversations, make connection a priority, not a byproduct. And look, people of value will only connect with other people of value. So make sure you become valuable. Make sure you can bring something to the table. Sometimes people freedom means embracing periods of intentional isolation. Silence helps you hear your own voice again, and it allows you to process what you've left behind and what you're moving towards. When you step away from constant input, you get clearer on what truly matters to you. You stop parroting others and start owning your own decisions. Learn to be alone without being lonely. That inner strength makes you less likely to settle for the wrong people just to avoid being by yourself. And real support doesn't look like validation, it looks like challenge. You need people who push you, who call you on your excuses, who won't let you play small. Surface level friendships won't take you where you're trying to go. High level peers hold you to your word. You say you're launching something, they ask when. When the day comes, they ask you, did you launch it? You say you want to quit your job, they ask how. They don't let you off the hook. They also remind you of your potential when you forget. They see your blind spots, but they also reflect your brilliance. They make you better just by being around. So your attention is sacred, and people can be thieves. Energy vampires don't always look like enemies. Sometimes they're just bored, unambitious, or negative by habit. They don't have to have malicious intent. Sometimes it's just the way they are. Most of the time, it's just the way they are. Most of the time, people don't have malicious intent. Most of the people that are energy vampires or thieves don't necessarily have malicious intent. They are not even thinking about that. Some of them might even like to be around you, but they themselves are unambitious, bored, or just negative by default. And they'll steal your focus, they'll steal your mood and your drive if you let them, sometimes even unconsciously. So be ruthless about protecting your peace. If someone drains you every time you interact, that's not just annoying, it's expensive. Time and energy are your most precious currencies. Your vibe is real, and you can't hold a high one if you're constantly surrounded by low frequency people and chaos. Audit often, cut fast, and elevate relentlessly. When you surround yourself with the right people, your potential multiplies. The right group doesn't just change your behavior, it transforms your identity. You stop saying, I hope I can, and start saying, of course I will. You discover new ways of thinking, being, and creating. You realize you were playing small simply because you hadn't seen what was possible yet. High quality relationships stack. They build on each other. One powerful conversation leads to a new opportunity, which leads to a collaboration, which opens the door, and over time, your entire life changes. Now, I also want to say something here. By the time you actually find people like that, you might feel very lonely. There are periods where you'll have to cut off a lot of people, especially after going through this training, for example. You might realize that you need to cut off a ton of people from your life. You might realize you need to cut off certain family members or talking to certain people or people that are in your family, but you're no longer connected. You might realize that, a lot of your friend circle needs to be cut off because they're just negative or complain all the time and don't bring you anywhere. And you might, at some point, start feeling lonely. You might feel alone because you've cut off so many people. Remind yourself that you're doing it for a reason. Remind yourself that the right people will only come if you make space for them. The right people won't come in your life when your life is busy with the wrong people. You don't have all that space and time when you're surrounded by the wrong people. The right people won't arrive if it's full. So once you're surrounded by aligned people in aligned places, doing aligned work, everything starts to feel lighter, faster, and more effortless. Now that your distractions are cleared, your income is yours, your time is reclaimed, your location is untethered, and your circle is aligned, you're no longer surviving, you're fully able to create. This is where freedom stops being the goal and starts becoming the fuel. Now you're finally ready to build something that actually matters. So let's talk about purpose alignment. So Freedom without direction leads right back to slavery. If you don't fill your time, energy, and money with something meaningful, distractions will come back to fill the void, and they'll come back louder, stronger, and more seductive than before, especially if you have the money for them. Without purpose, you'll start drifting. You'll sleep in longer, scroll more, slack off, and slowly slip into a passive, reactive existence, even if you're technically free. That's how people become lost after getting everything they thought they wanted. Purpose gives freedom meaning. It takes all your discipline, time, and energy and points it towards something bigger than you. Without it, you'll always feel like something is missing because it is. Purpose is the compass that guides your energy. When you know why you're here and what you're building, decisions become easier. You don't chase shiny things, you chase the next step on your mission. Purpose helps you prioritize. You stop wasting time on low impact activities, you stop entertaining conversations that don't matter, and everything aligns around what you're here to do. And it's not about complexity. Purpose can be very simple. Build something, help people, solve a problem, express truth. It doesn't need to sound impressive, it just needs to be real. Purpose doesn't push you, it pulls you. When you're tapped into your mission, you don't need motivation tricks. You wake up with fire, you push through resistance, you move forward even when it's hard because you care more about the outcome than your comfort. And you'll hit walls, you'll get bored, you'll face resistance. Purpose is what keeps you going when the novelty wears off. It makes you durable. So the right purpose makes you feel like you can't not do it. It nags you, it pulls you, it consumes you in the best way. You feel alive when you're working on it and dull when you're not. Purpose rewires how you see yourself as well. Once you truly believe you're here for something specific, you stop tolerating the things that don't fit. You elevate your habits, your environment, and your energy to match the mission. And purpose gives you something to protect. You're not just avoiding distractions now, you're guarding something sacred. Nothing builds self respect faster than living in alignment with your purpose. You become grounded, you become centered, you become unshakable. No matter who talks to you, no matter what they say, you're unshakable because you have something you're aiming for and you don't care anymore because you have something bigger than anything else that's happening. Your purpose is built, not found. You don't find your purpose by thinking about it in the shower or journaling for years. You find it by doing, trying, creating, and experiencing. This is what people misunderstand. They think purpose just comes. They think they just wait. If they just wait for a few months and take some vacations or take a sabbatical, their purpose will appear. That's not how it happens. You'll find it by doing, trying, creating, and experiencing. Purpose reveals itself when you listen to what energizes you, what challenges you, and what other people thank you for. Follow these clues. Your purpose isn't fixed, it will also evolve as you grow. The same way you evolve, your purpose will evolve. What matters is that you're in motion, building towards something instead of floating through life hoping it will click. And purpose always involves others. Your highest purpose will never just be about you. It will always extend outward. You'll solve problems, you'll help people, you'll create something that outlives you. You'll realize your freedom wasn't just for your own benefit. It was to be a leader, a creator, a guide. You got out of the matrix so you could help others escape it too. And when you live on purpose, you cause ripples. You inspire people without trying. You attract aligned relationships, you attract clients, and you attract opportunities because people can feel your clarity and they want to be around that. Now, purpose also creates internal alignment. You feel less friction, you stop second guessing every move, you're not split between shoulds and wants, you're integrated. Things move faster, work gets easier, ideas hit quicker. Purpose creates a rhythm that feels both energizing and calming. You stop chasing, you start building, you feel deeply rooted in your path, and you know it's the right one, even when it's hard. That peace is rare and it's priceless. So you're not just here to exist, you're here to imprint. You're not here to just get by or retire comfortably, you're here to leave a dent, a mark, a shift, something that says you are here and you gave a damn. Your purpose becomes part of what you teach, what you share, what you embody. It becomes your gift to others, even after you're gone. And at some point, you'll realize that success is hollow without significance. And purpose fills that gap. It makes everything worth it. And when you live with purpose, when you chase your purpose, you give the people whose purpose was you purpose as well. By that, I mean your parents, your family, people that loved you and still love you, people that you were their purpose. Now they have a purpose too, because you're chasing yours. So you already know deep down what you're meant to do. The whispers have been there for years. You've ignored them, buried them, or delayed them, but they haven't gone anywhere. You won't feel ready. You won't have a perfect plan. But the moment you start walking in the direction of what feels true, life starts unfolding in ways logic can't predict. So your freedom has a cost, and that cost is responsibility. You have everything you need now. The next step is to use it for something bigger than yourself. So, with that being said, let's go over what we talked about. We went over the overview. We talked about distraction freedom, financial freedom, time freedom, location freedom, people freedom, purpose alignment. We are at the review right now. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, cut the cords to anything that steals your focus or weakens your will. Delete the apps, clean the diet, remove the digital clutter, and reclaim your nervous system. Clarity comes first before anything else. Then pick one remote skill and turn it into income. Turn income into systems and turn systems into time. Turn time into location independence. Stack the freedoms one by one through execution. Now, finally, once you have space, money, and energy, point it somewhere that matters. Anchor it into purpose and use your freedom to serve, create, teach, build, lead, or solve. Let your life become your mission. With that being said, once again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one.